My name is Yikai, a time traveler, a very unlucky time traveler. Others who travel through time are often called the child of destiny or system cheats, invincible at the beginning and respected wherever they go. What about me? I traveled to this blue star world where spiritual energy was revived and human civilization was invaded by demons. But I could only survive in the cracks for 5 years, living by moving bricks and not even having a bowl of hot rice to eat. What's even more outrageous is that I saved money desperately in the past 5 years and finally raised enough money for the talent test. But what was the result? The test machine told me coldly, "You don't have any talent. You are useless." At that moment, I looked at the words "no talent" on the screen and almost fell to my knees. The people in the square looked at me like trash, and I wished I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The mocking voices kept coming into my ears. At that moment, I felt like the sky had fallen. 5 years of expectation had only brought me endless humiliation and despair. Back home? Oh, my small, shabby nest in the underground city is less than 10 square meters. The damp and cold environment and the musty smell make me breathless. Continue to live? I have no money, no talent, no hope. In this land full of demons, it is a miracle that I am still alive. But what is the point of living like this? So, I came to this rooftop, 33 stories high. This place is very popular because as long as you jump from here, even ordinary people can graduate directly. The night wind was very cold, but the rooftop was crowded with people preparing to jump off the building, and some were even queuing. I stood at the front, and I could hear the urging of the people behind me. Listening to these voices, I didn't feel any ripples in my heart, because I knew that I really didn't deserve to live. I had neither talent nor ability, and no one would care whether I lived or died. In that case, then let's just end it all. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and prepared to end this absurd time-traveling life. Just as I was about to take the last step, a strange sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Black Silk Cultivation system. I froze, opened my eyes, and looked around, but found that no one around me noticed the voice. The mechanical tone seemed to echo only in my mind. System. It was a system. I couldn't help but curse. Finally, you're here. I was so excited that I almost knelt down on the spot. It turned out that my cheat was just a little late. God is really merciful. I haven't jumped off the building yet, and fate has given me a glimmer of hope. Congratulations to the host for activating the system's unique talent. Star Soul Devourer, SS level. Star Soul Devourer. By defeating the opponent, devouring his body and talent, and turning it into your own power. SSS level talent. Hearing these words, my blood boiled. This talent means that I don't need to be excellent in talent. I just need to defeat my opponents, and I can directly copy and paste their talents. But after all the excitement, I calmed down. No matter how strong a talent is, it needs strength to support it. I'm just an ordinary person now. I can't even beat a demon. How can I devour other people's talents? Thinking of this, I realized that the first thing I should do next is to improve my strength. Just as I was looking forward to the future, the system suddenly issued me the first task. Task release. Life and death decision. Option A. Continue jumping off the building, face death, and experience the true meaning of life. Reward. Evil charm. Eye of insight. Option B. Don't jump off the building. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Reward. Eye of insight. I stared at the two options given by the system and chose B without hesitation. What a joke. He was given a cheat, but he still jumped off the building? He must be crazy. I'm sorry, everyone. I suddenly have a stomachache. I won't dance today. I'll come back another day. I turned around seriously and waved to the people queuing behind me. Just as I was secretly proud of my choice, a young man in green tights suddenly jumped out from behind, shouting righteously, "Weak acts will not be tolerated." The next second, he kicked me on the back and kicked me off the roof. Fuck, I'm not ready yet. I screamed wildly in the air, but I could only feel my body falling rapidly in a free fall. Chapter 2. The wind whistled past my ears, and the sky turned rapidly before my eyes. My mind was in a mess, but I was still cursing. Damn system. Save me. Stop nagging. Can you help me at the critical moment? The system did hear it, but the response it gave almost pissed me off. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. Lu Laoyan neck is angry. I'm afraid of Su Gai. God bless your sister. I yelled. In just a few minutes, my emotions were more exciting than a roller coaster. I just activated the system and awakened the SSS level Star Soul Devourer talent. I was so excited that I almost jumped up, but the next second, I was kicked down the stairs by that idiot who kept talking about justice. From a height of 33 floors, falling down would definitely kill me. I'm afraid the system and God have colluded to kill me. Ah, I'm gonna fuck you like a saint. I closed my eyes amid a howl of despair. Then, I felt my body shake violently, and a loud bang sounded beside my ears. Pain instantly swept through my body, but my consciousness also blurred. In the moment before I passed out, I seemed to hear someone shouting in panic. "Empress, are you okay? There are assassins. Help come quickly." 3 hours ago, on the other side of the Demon City, an event that could change everything was happening. Reporting to the Queen of Demon City, we have tracked down the Wind Sword Princess. She just appeared in the test square in the sea area slums. 5 men in summoner robes were quickly conveying messages through walkie-talkies. The 6-pointed star emblems on their chests prove their identities, summoner troops directly under the Empire. A calm and dignified voice came from the intercom. "Okay, I'm nearby. Come over immediately. The Wind Sword Princess is an extremely dangerous demon. You must keep your distance from her, and don't act rashly before I arrive." "Yes, Lady Empress." As soon as the words fell, a beautiful figure suddenly passed through the sky. The girl fell from the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind, and landed steadily in front of the summoners. Her appearance was full of contradictory beauty. Her hair was tied up casually in a samurai style. She wore Ronin-like clothes, and even her chest was barely wrapped with a few pieces of white cloth, but all this could not conceal her stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes were dark and deep, the kind of pupils that only demons possess, with innate indifference and murderous intent. The summoners' faces changed, and they could hardly speak clearly. Swift Sword Princess? As soon as the name came out, they instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Quick, find a way to hold her back and buy time for the Empress." The captain gave an order, and the soul magic circle under his feet flashed with light, and he summoned 2 wild beast Shikigami. Summon Shikigami, saber-toothed tiger. Summon Shikigami, Timberwolf. On Blue Star, a summoner who can summon 2 Shikigami at the same time must be at least a silver-level summoner. But facing the Wind Sword Lady, even this confidence seems insignificant. The summoned saber-toothed tiger is huge, with amazing speed and bite force. The forest wolf is agile and fierce, with the ability to increase group power. More importantly, the 2 Mad Beasts triggered the bond effect, Mad Beast 2, which increased their attack and movement speed. "Go! Stop her!" the captain roared, and the wild beast roared and pounced on the girl. However, her eyes were as cold as if she were looking at a dead person, and she whispered softly, "Death is like the wind, always with me." A flash of cold light flashed by, and she slowly drew out the long sword at her waist, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, she appeared behind the wild beast and the captain, and whispered, "Tianyi Jinliu's secret art, Wild Wind Absolute Slash." The moment the sword was sheathed, a crisp clang sound echoed in the air. Then countless wind blades, like a violent hurricane, swept out from the blades swung by the Wind Sword Princess, madly slashing at the bodies of the wild beast and the summoner captain. All that was heard was a sharp sound of the air being torn apart, followed by the sight of blood splattering everywhere. Those wild beasts and summoners didn't even have the chance to scream before their bodies were cut into pieces by countless sharp wind blades and flew into the sky together with the broken blood mist. The whole process was so fast that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye. In a flash, only scarlet blood mist was left in the air. Not even a bone was left. On the ground, those summoners and demons who were once so aggressive had disappeared without a trace, and even the traces of their existence had been wiped out. This scene made the summoners who were preparing to provide support in the distance stunned. They were originally ready to rush forward to provide support, but the scene before them froze them in place. Looking at the blood mist floating in the sky, these well-trained summoners were stunned, with horror written all over their faces. What is this?" someone murmured, and even the voice was trembling. The fear in the air gradually spread, and the strong sense of oppression made them almost breathless. Everyone's mind was blank, and their bodies seemed to have lost their ability to react, and they even forgot to be afraid. After a long time, a trembling voice finally came from the crowd. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat quickly! We can't deal with this guy." Then came the sound of panicked footsteps. The summoners retreated frantically, fearing that they would be dragged into this slaughter that they could not resist. The oppressive feeling of the Wind Sword Lady was completely beyond their comprehension. That powerful presence seemed to make them face a desperate natural disaster. This is the terrifying part of the Wind Sword Princess. Wind Sword Princess, affiliation, wild. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 5 stars. Bonds, Wind, Empress Ronin. Battle ability, a sword girl who can control the wind element. She can constantly summon the heavenly wheel sword in battle to slash the enemy gorgeously. Special skill, Tianyi Jinliu's secret art. Wind Absolute Slash, CD, 30 minutes. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, an irresistible sword-drawing slash, can swing out thousands of wind blades in an instant. Mirror Clone, CD, 5 minutes. Create 5 clones with 50% attack power, but will receive 600% damage, lasting 30 seconds. The figure of the wind swordsman stood in the center of the field. The blade in her hand reflected a cold light, and her clothes fluttered slightly. Everything around her became dead silent, with only the low hum of the wind echoing in her ears. She slowly raised her head. There was no emotion in her dark and deep pupils, only bottomless indifference, as if all living things were just dust under her feet. Chapter 3. They were surrounded, not only by the cold aura of the Sword Lady of the Wind, but also by the demons pouring in from all directions. The aura of the Sword Lady of the Wind was like a strong wind, overwhelming them and making it almost impossible for them to breathe. But what was even more terrifying was the demons. They seemed to burst out from the ground, like birds flying in the sky and beasts running on the ground, and they occupied the entire test square almost instantly. Our realm is too low. We can't beat the Wind Sword Lady at all, someone shouted, his voice full of fear. Valkyrie, how long will it take? Another voice asked anxiously. We can't hold on any longer, someone wailed. More and more people were devoured by the demons. Blood flew everywhere, and the bloody smell filled the air. To make matters worse, the exit of the test square was blocked by thousands of skeleton demons. They wielded huge axes with heavy and ruthless steps, and the only way to survive was blocked. Skeleton swordsman ranked star, 1 star. Bond, undead warrior. Combat ability, chopping. Skill, giant axe throwing, CD, 5 minutes. These demons looked like low-level D-class skeletons, but their large numbers and strong combat power were enough to put them in a desperate situation. Gaga gaga, gaga gaga. The skeleton axemen let out a creepy laugh. Their bodies had no muscles at all, just a pile of dead bones. Suddenly, a huge axe was thrown towards everyone. At that moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of cherry blossoms, and pink petals danced in the air, as if time had stopped. But in the next second, an amazing scene happened. The falling cherry blossoms shattered the giant axe thrown by the skeleton swordsman into iron filings. The surrounding demons were easily killed by the petals, with almost no resistance. She is here, the queen of Demon City, the strongest summoner, Sakura Fubuki. She is less than 30 years old and has already reached the diamond level. She can summon 5 Shikigami to fight at the same time. As the cherry blossoms drifted away, a woman with long pink hair appeared in front of everyone. Her beauty seemed to make the whole world pale in comparison. She had a slender figure, bright eyes and white teeth, and a sharp gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The powerful spiritual pressure made the low-level demons around her unable to move, and even the air seemed to become heavy under her pressure. The 5 Shikigami fought a life-and-death battle with the Wind Swordsman, and the wind blades and cherry blossom sword energy intertwined into a breathtaking picture. They fought for 3 hours straight, and the summoners watching were unable to intervene at all, being completely stunned by the battle before their eyes. You lose. In the end, Sakura Fubuki's sharp blade was against the throat of the Wind Sword Princess. At that moment, her victory was a foregone conclusion. But even so, the Wind Sword Lady was still strong. Her clothes were torn, blood was flowing, and her injuries were serious, but she was still stubborn. Ha 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 ha. It's a great honor to see the charm of the Queen of Demon City with my own eyes. This battle will definitely go down in history. Do you think the Queen can subdue the Wind Sword Princess? As everyone expected, Sakura Fubuki really wanted to subdue the Wind Sword Princess. After all, if she could bring such a powerful demon under her command, the demon capital would become even more powerful. She looked at the seriously injured Sword Princess of the Wind and was about to speak, Sword Princess of the Wind, are you willing to join my... Ah, I'm gonna fuck you like a saint. Before Sakura Fubuki could finish her words, suddenly, a shrill roar came from the sky. The voice was filled with reluctance, regret, and anger. I had no intention of landing here. I just wanted to land steadily from the air. I didn't expect that the kick was too far and knocked her unconscious. What the hell? What was going on? What was that just now? A demon? It must be an assassin. Queen, are you okay? There's an assassin. Someone come quickly. I couldn't help but frown. When I heard these sounds, I knew I was in trouble. Sakura Fubuki was suddenly attacked and fell to the ground. The people around her began to panic. The Wind Swordswoman slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes were as sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings. Her chill instantly caused the surrounding summoners to retreat, and even the air became icy cold. She looked at me lying on the ground with a complicated look in her eyes. She seemed a little stunned. Then she turned around and suddenly disappeared into the air. I saw her look back for a moment, with some unknown emotion in her eyes. That kind of evil and charming temperament actually made me feel inexplicably attracted to her. Suddenly, the Wind Sword Lady came back. She came back with such a powerful aura that scared everyone so much that they dared not move. She glanced at me, and a complex emotion seemed to flash across her eyes. Then, she picked me up without hesitation and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 4. The moment I fell from the sky, I thought I was going to die. But in the end, I had a beautiful dream. In my dream, I was lying in a golden rice field, with the fruits of the harvest as my pillow. The touch was so chewy, warm and soft that I didn't want to wake up. I suddenly opened my eyes and found myself lying in the arms of a young girl. What's going on? I was stunned for a few seconds and looked at her. Her long hair was straight and smooth, falling on my face like a waterfall, and I could even smell a faint fragrance. But her body was covered in blood, her clothes were torn, and her cold skin pressed against me, chilling me to the bone. Is this heaven? I was a little confused. This scene seemed wrong. Looking more closely, her clothes were torn beyond recognition. The white strips of cloth had long been stained red with blood, and she looked like she had just crawled out of a hell. I subconsciously held her chest, but I couldn't feel any heartbeat. Dead. I frowned and looked at her with complicated eyes. She was so pretty, but her death was tragic. I muttered to myself. Just as I was feeling sorry for her, a thought suddenly occurred to me. No, am I dead? Or is she dead? I sat up and looked around. This was a dilapidated factory, and the dim light made everything seem even more gloomy. I pinched my arm and found that I could still feel the pain. Fuck, is this place hell? My scalp tingled, and I couldn't help but curse. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. The system detected new task information. Task release. First Shikigami. Task description. Tame the first demon in your life and make it your Shikigami. Task reward. Get different rewards based on the quality of the Shikigami. The higher the quality, the richer the reward. I was completely dumbfounded and cursed out loud. Stupid system. I told you to save me, but you didn't. Now I'm dead and you're still giving me tasks? Are you asking ghosts to do this task? I cursed, but my eyes were fixed on the girl. She had her eyes slightly closed and her face was pale, but when her pupils slightly opened, I could clearly see her dark eyes. Demon species? My heart skipped a beat. The next second, the system popped up a series of task options. Task release. Wind Sword Princess. Choose A. Report her. Collect the bounty. The Magic City Security Bureau is offering her a bounty of 10 million blue knives. Task reward. Double the bounty. Choose B. Subdue her. While she is weak, turn her into your Shikigami. Task reward. 10,000 experience points. Choose C. Ignore her. Leave directly. Task reward. Mysterious reward X1. Seeing these options, my mind exploded. Wind Sword Princess? Wait, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. My heart tightened, and I immediately used the Eye of Insight given by the system to check her attributes. Swift Sword Princess, rank, SSSR, star, 5-star, bonds, swordsman, Ronin, swift wind, combat ability, 5-star, SSSR. My eyes almost popped out when I saw this information. This is a legendary existence that is rare in the entire Demon City, and it is so rare that even rich people can't buy it. The bloodstained girl in front of me turned out to be such a monster. So, I'm not dead. I took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in my heart, and began to think quickly. In Shanghai, if you want to become a summoner, you need to have your own Shikigami, and there are only two ways to obtain Shikigami. First, buy them in the market, but the worst E-quality Shikigami costs tens of thousands of blue swords, and the higher the quality, the more outrageous the price. The second method is to tame demons in the wild. However, taming demons is extremely dangerous, and it is something that summoners only dare to try after they have their first Shikigami. Now, I have nothing. Not to mention a Shikigami, I don't even have the capital to save my life. But in this task option, B is obviously the version answer. Can I spit out the SSSR that is fed to my mouth? Although the 10 million bounty is indeed tempting, it is nothing compared to the SSSR level Shikigami. You can earn money later, but if you miss this top-level Shikigami, you will regret it for the rest of your life. I stared at the seriously injured girl in front of me and made a quick decision. If I left her here alone, she would most likely not survive the night. In that case, forget it. I'll just have to accept this unfortunate child reluctantly. I sighed softly. I reached out my hand, felt her blood-stained face, and swore to myself, from now on, I will no longer be the inferior Yikai. Chapter 5. Concluding a soul contract with the Wind Sword Princess. Congratulations to the host for subduing the first Shikigami and successfully advancing to a summoner. Swift Swordswoman. Name none. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 1 star. 0/9000. Bonds, Swift Swordsman Ronin. Combat ability. Tianyi Jinliu Swordsmanship can manipulate wind blades, complete rapid slashing. The world's martial arts. Only speed cannot be broken. Skills. Tianyi Jinliu Secret Technique, Wind Absolute Slash, CD, 30 minutes. Tianyi Jinliu Secret Technique, Irrésistible Sword Slash, can swing thousands of wind blades in an instant. From now on, just call me Tina. Looking at the wind sword lady in front of me, I couldn't help but feel excited. Although it was only a 1-star level, it was an SSR quality Shikigami after all. This meant that I had finally become a true summoner. I quickly checked the system prompts. After being captured, the Shikigami will be downgraded to 1 star, but as long as I work hard to cultivate her, her strength will definitely reach an astonishing height. As a reward, I got the famous sword, Dark Destruction, which greatly increased Tina's combat power. Although she is only a 1-star Shikigami now, with this sword, she should be able to easily deal with some low-level demons. Looking at this knife, I can't help but sigh that this is really one of the most powerful equipment I can get. Shikigami's equipment is rarer than the Shikigami themselves, especially SSS-level equipment, which is simply a rare treasure. Thinking of this, I handed the Dark Destruction to Tina, hoping that she can maximize her potential. After the equipment was completed, I raised Tina's star level to 2 stars. Her combat effectiveness has improved significantly, and she even learned a new skill, Mirror Clone. Although this skill is only a rudimentary version, it can play a very important role in combat. It can confuse the enemy and gain more fighting opportunities for me. Yikai. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Occupation, bon summoné. 0/50,000. Talent, SSS level, Star Soul Eater. Shikigami, 1-star SSSR Gale, Sword Princess. My eyes fell on the system page, and I realized that I had taken the first step to becoming a summoner. Although I'm only a bronze summoner now, as long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely be able to stand on a higher stage. I live not far from the test square in the underground refugee city. Here, the air is filled with a musty smell, and the surrounding walls are old and rotten. Every time I walk through the narrow alley, I could see rats fearlessly gnawing at the corpses on the street corners. There was no dignity or hope here, only the power to survive. My monthly income was only $800 blue, barely enough to survive. In order to pay the 10,000 blue dollar registration fee, I had been saving for 5 years. Even so, every family here is still saving money for their children, hoping that one day they can pass the talent test, obtain the identity of a summoner, and live a life in the sun. But the reality is far more cruel than I imagined. I live in a shack of less than 10 square meters, with 20 people crammed inside. Men and women live together in a poor environment, but no one has a choice. I am lucky to be able to survive. Chapter 6. Hey, Master Kai is back. As soon as I entered the shack, I heard Chun Wei's sarcastic voice. How is it? Did you succeed in the test today? Or he deliberately dragged out the last syllable, with a full of sarcasm on his lips. Did you not awaken? I ignored him, walked to my bed, and started rummaging through things. The only street TV in the shack was broadcasting the news, and the situation in the test square today had been broadcast clearly. There was no awakened. He obviously knew my result, but he still wanted to provoke me in a sarcastic way, like an annoying fly. Ha ha ha, I advise you. Stop dreaming and just be a dog for me in this underground city. Isn't that good? I sneered in my heart and didn't bother to pay attention to him. This kind of person likes to see others hit rock bottom, especially thorns like me. The more miserable they are, the happier they are. I didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. I just wanted to find my black scarf, which was given to me by a very important person. But I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. I frowned and was about to look for it again when Chinwei came up and acted like a jerk again. Come here and wash these clothes for me. As he said this, he threw a pile of smelly and moldy clothes at me. He also rubbed my head while I squatted down, and his movements were disgusting. I stopped what I was doing, looked at him coldly, and said in a calm voice, "Did you hide my scarf?" Chinwei was stunned for a moment, then laughed sarcastically. Scarf? What scarf? I don't know. He pretended to be stupid, and his face was full of "I took it. What can you do?" I sneered. I originally didn't want to pay any attention to this idiot, but since he has stepped on my bottom line, don't blame me for being rude. I grabbed him by the neck and lifted up his 200 kilograms fat pig body with one hand. The shack was instantly quiet, and everyone was shocked by this scene. Including Chun Wei himself. He struggled to resist, but my current strength was like a steel clamp to him, and he couldn't move at all. Hand over my scarf. My voice remained calm. Brothers, come on. Chun Wei asked his brothers for help in panic. As a result, as soon as those younger brothers stood out, they stopped immediately when they saw the Shikigami mark flashing with a faint light on my arm. Then, they shrank back one by one, lay back on their beds, covered themselves with blankets and pretended to be dead, as if nothing had happened. Summoner. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. Chinwei also reacted at this time. His face turned pale instantly, and he pointed to the cabinet in the corner with trembling fingers. The scarf is there. I let go of my hand and threw it to the ground like a rag, then found the scarf in the closet. After putting the scarf away, I turned around and looked at Chinwei, who was huddled in the corner, and asked coldly, "Which hand touched my scarf?" When Chinwei heard this, he immediately trembled, his face full of fear, and he hesitated to answer. "If you don't tell me, both of your hands will be crippled." I stared at him, my tone still calm. Left hand. Chinwei finally cried and said. Without saying anything, I twisted his left hand. The shrill screams echoed in the shack, and everyone was trembling with fear. I didn't look at him again, and turned and left the shack. I will never come back to this place. My destiny has completely parted ways with this place. But just as I walked to the door, the mark of the Shikigami on my arm suddenly became hot, and a sense of danger came over me. I immediately turned around and saw a thin figure rushing towards me with a dagger in his hand. Kong Lao Air. I was slightly stunned. The person who came turned out to be a young man with whom I had a good relationship. I grabbed him with my backhand, and the dagger fell to the ground. I pinned him against the door and asked sternly, "Why?" Kong Lao Air was extremely excited. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was distorted, and he shouted with gritted teeth, "Why? Why am I always an inferior, while you can become a summoner? Why? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. God is unfair." Looking at this boy who used to chat with me, my eyes gradually turned cold. His mouth was full of jealousy, unwillingness, and the almost twisted hatred made me feel sick. "In your next life, I hope you will also be a summoner," I said coldly, then picked up the dagger on the ground and slashed his throat. "Since you can't accept your ordinary fate, I will help you and bring you liberation." As I watched him fall, I turned around and left without any hesitation. From now on, this underground fortress will no longer have any intersection with my life. Chapter 7. I walked out of the shack, ready to leave this dark underground. Living here for a long time, even one's mentality will become dark. Rice porridge. Fresh rice porridge. Come and have a bite if you're hungry. The dead silence in the underground castle was broken by a girl's call. I followed the sound and saw a gorgeously dressed girl standing in front of a cart, distributing rice porridge to the refugees around her. Beside her stood two well-dressed men, who must be her bodyguards. The dim light shone on her warm smile, like a ray of starlight in the darkness. She was wearing an exquisite Lolita dress, and her plump cheeks looked like a hamster stuffed with nuts, which made her look soft and cute. But in this dirty and smelly underground fortress, she seemed out of place. Rice porridge, it was actually rice porridge. The residents here have long been accustomed to relying on the nutrient solution distributed by the government to maintain their physical strength. And rice has long become a luxury. I have been at Blue Star for 5 years, and I have never eaten a grain of rice. A meal of rice without any side dishes costs 100 blue knives. I didn't expect that someone would give out rice porridge for free here. Before she knew it, a long line had formed in the dim alley. The girl had a lot of work to do, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead from time to time, but she just wiped them with her sleeves and did not stop what she was doing. Looking at the scene in front of me, I always felt something was a little strange. The girl's dress was not simple at first glance, so why was she distributing rice porridge to refugees here? If she really wanted to help everyone, wouldn't it be more appropriate to switch to a cheaper nutrient solution? Perhaps this is the thinking of rich people. But overall, she is doing a good deed. Just as I was about to walk over, I suddenly noticed that in the corner next to her, the shark gang was staring at her. A dozen or so thugs from the shark gang were discussing something. They seemed to be afraid of the girl's identity and hesitated. Brother Go, why don't we just forget about it this time? This girl doesn't look simple at first glance. Look at the clothes she's wearing. I've never seen them before in my life. She also has bodyguards. It's obvious that she's here to experience life. This woman should be a daughter of a big family. I feel like there is a big shot behind her. If we touch her, we will definitely be retaliated against. Stop talking nonsense. Who are we? Gangsters. How can we accomplish great things if we are timid and cowardly? The leading man, Mingo, has red hair and is a small leader of the shark gang. He looks very confident. Why are you afraid of revenge? This is an underground fortress. We, the shark gang, eat people, so how can we not spit out bones? When we play with them until there is nothing left, where can they go to take revenge? How are you doing with the drugging of the 2 bodyguards I asked you to do? It's all arranged. The muscle softener has been put into the water. It's at its strongest right now. Mingo chuckled. Very good. I'll let you line up behind me later. Thanks, Brother Go. The younger brother showed a lewd smile on his face, obviously very satisfied with his position. Isn't she here to experience life? Let's let her experience it. As for what kind of lady she is, even if she is the princess of the Manhwa Empire, she can't escape today. The passionate speech of Mingo suddenly boosted the enthusiasm of the gang. After making a plan, they started to act, splitting into 2 groups. One group mixed in the team, and the other pretended to fight to attract the attention of the bodyguards. Xiong-er, take care of the lady. I'll go check the situation. The bodyguard named Xiong was fooled and went to check the situation. Unexpectedly, Mingo's men shot an arrow and quickly killed Xiong-er. The 2 bodyguards who were drugged were quickly dealt with by them. The sudden change made the girl pale with fear. The surrounding refugees saw this and fled in all directions in fear. Although they had received help from the girl, no one dared to resist the shark gang. A person gave everyone free rice porridge, and she is also a kind sister. Come here, sister. It looks like this is your first time in the underground city, right? Mingo and his gang of younger brothers surrounded the girl. His lustful gaze made her feel uncomfortable. What are you doing? She was so scared that she hugged her shoulders and asked anxiously. But Mingo roughly hugged her into his arms, with a lewd smile on his face. Sister, there is only one disease, called poverty, which cannot be cured. She struggled to resist, but she seemed powerless in front of these people. She bit the hell dog fiercely, took the opportunity to run, and hid behind me. Mingo cursed. Damn, this chick is pretty fierce. Then, he and his brother surrounded me and walked in front of me. The dark dog pointed at my nose and said arrogantly, "You little bastard, get out of here if you don't want to die." I twisted the dog's fingers with my backhand and let out a scream. I hate it most when people point at my nose and talk to me. A soul magic circle appeared under my feet, and Tina's figure appeared in front of everyone, like a hurricane coming. The sword, and me, exuded a brutal, murderous aura that could not be ignored. Even its scabbard could not conceal its sharp edge. Tina, kill them. Following my command, Tina shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, with a strong wind and blood flying. She didn't draw her sword, but only used the wind blade to kill all the thugs. After completing the task, Tina returned to my side, not even a speck of dust on the corner of her clothes. She disappeared quickly, and I turned and left. Wait a minute. The girl behind me suddenly jogged up to me and stood in front of me, panting. My name is Wen-yu. Thank you for saving me just now. You're welcome. I responded indifferently. I don't know your name yet. She smiled. her eyes full of anticipation, as if she really wanted to know me. You don't need to know. Ah! She tilted her head, looking confused. She didn't seem to expect that I would be so cold. Chapter 8. When we turned the corner, a peddler came over with a shoulder pole and shouted, "Masks for sale. Don't miss them if you pass by. 5 yuan each." I picked up a Monkey King mask, threw down a crumpled 5 yuan bill, put it on, and turned away. Hey, why is one of my masks missing? The peddler stopped and looked around, but there was no one around. 5 minutes later, I appeared on Bowling Street in the underground city wearing the Monkey King mask. The so-called Bowling Street is just an alley, but it is the center of the gray industry of the entire underground city. It is filled with smoke, gambling houses and drug shops are everywhere, drug addicts and gamblers can be seen everywhere, and the entire street is firmly controlled by the Shark Gang. As soon as I stepped into the street, a group of heavily made-up women surrounded me. "Handsome boy, come in and play. You're wearing a mask. Are you shy? Come on, sister will give birth to a baby for you." I pushed them away with a cold face and waved my hand. "Get out of here." As I walked through the crowd, the only thing that hit me was the smell of rotten tobacco and dust. I walked all the way to the door of a gambling house, stopped, and said coldly to the Shark Gang member who was watching over the place, "Call Xiaolei out." "Xiaolei?" The younger brother was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't hear clearly. "Who is Xiaolei?" I raised my eyebrows and said indifferently, "Oh, it's your boss, Lei Xiaojie. Are you tired of living? How dare you call our boss by his name?" The younger brother immediately waved his hand and called out to the others, "Brothers, get him!" Before I could finish my words, 4 or 5 Shark Gang members rushed over and hit me with sticks. I sneered, and a soul magic circle appeared under my feet. A strong wind suddenly arose, and wind blades scattered in all directions, like a lawn mower, instantly cutting those debris in half. "Tina, continue," I said softly. As my voice fell, Tina beside me turned into a gust of wind, holding the darkness, and rushed into the crowd. The entire Bowling Street was in complete chaos, with countless Shark Gang members swarming in, but falling one after another under Tina's knife. I stood on the street, watching and cursing to vent my anger. "I'm moving bricks and repairing defense towers, making 800 a month, and you bastards dare to charge me 200 for protection, forcing me to save money for 5 years just to get that crappy testing fee. 5 whole years. Do you know how I lived these 5 years? Huh." While cursing, I watched Tina sweeping across the alley, killing people indiscriminately, and I was cursing beside her. This teamwork was perfect. At this time, a member of the Shark Gang stumbled into a building at the end of the street and said, "Master Lei, there's a mad dog outside, causing a big commotion on Bowling Street." "Mad dog?" Lei Xiaojie raised his head lazily. 2 disheveled women were leaning against him. He waved his hand impatiently. "Let the brothers handle it. Don't you know I'm busy?" "Master Lei." All the brothers were chopped. Lei Xiaojie stood up suddenly after hearing this. "What? How many people are outside?" "2 people." The younger brother was trembling with fear. "Just 2? Can't the 200-odd brothers on Bowling Street deal with 2 people?" Lei Xiaojie was furious. Lei Xiaojie was cursing when suddenly the wall collapsed and wind blades whizzed in. Tina rushed out from the ruins, holding the dark annihilation. Wherever she passed, people and horses fell to the ground, and no grass grew. "Fuck!" Lei Xiaojie was so scared that he pulled up his pants and ran, shouting frantically as he ran. "Stop her! Stop her!" He ran all the way until he hit a dead end and had to stop. He stepped on the ground, and a soul formation emerged, and 2 warrior Shikigami appeared in front of him. "Speaking my name may scare you. I am General Xing Daorong of Lingling. You little brat. You are so arrogant. I am Pan Feng. Come and die." Lei Xiaojie looked at the 2 Shikigami holding Pear Blossom, splitting axes with a smug smile on his face. "These are 2-star B-level warriors. You are dead." However, I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. I glanced at the 2 Shikigami and said coldly, "Tina, deal with them." Pan Feng and Xing Daorong swung their axes and smashed at Tina, but they were easily blocked by the Ronin shield. The axes were smoking, but the shield was still intact. Lei Xiaojie was completely desperate when he saw this, and he collapsed to the ground. Tina raised her hand and slashed. The wind blade swept across and directly tore the 2 Shikigami in half. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2-star B-level Shikigami, Pan Feng and Xing Daorong, and gaining 8,100 experience points. Undistributed experience points, 9,100 points. Seeing this, Lei Xiaojie fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of horror. "Brother, Spare me. I'll give you a lot of money, I sneered. In your next life, be a human being. As soon as I finished speaking, Tina raised her knife, and Lei Xiaojia's head rolled to the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze summoner Lei Xiaojia and gaining 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement First Blood and gaining an additional 5,000 experience points. Unallocated experience points, 19,100 points. Star Soul Devourer, activate. I stood in front of his body, and my spiritual power condensed into a black hole in my palm, completely devouring his body. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring and obtaining the E-level talent, Swiftness. I looked at the system prompt, and my face suddenly turned black. Rubbish talent, I don't want it. I turned and left Bolin Street, walked out of the underground sewer, and looked up at the stars in the night sky. I finally left this rotten underground fortress. From now on, I will only look up at the stars, not look down at the mud. Chapter 9. After leaving the walled city, I randomly found a hotel near the refugee camp. It cost 80 blue knives a night. Fortunately, I had eliminated the shark gang before and got more than 10,000 blue knives from Lei Xiaojia, so I was not too nervous. After taking a hot bath, I finally had a good sleep. But sleeping alone was a bit lonely, so I simply summoned Tina. Tina, you sleep here. I pointed to the edge of the bed, and Tina lay down obediently. Her face is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her, and her long legs are so pure and beautiful that I can't help but swallow my saliva. Her beauty is not the common gentle type, but the cold and cool type, and her temperament is simply super A. It's a pity it's not summer now, otherwise it would be so comfortable to use Tina as a pillow. I muttered to myself. However, although the Ronin's outfit is very handsome, it would be even better if he could change into a JK uniform. I couldn't help but drool and uttered a few words softly. I turned off the lights and went to sleep. After a tiring day, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning, I was awakened by a chill. When I opened my eyes, I saw Tina's dark pupils staring at me closely. I suddenly jumped up from the bed, my heart pounding like thunder. I almost forgot that Shikigami don't need to sleep. If they are injured, they just need to turn into a mark hidden in my body, and they will gradually recover. I quickly called Tina back, packed my things, and prepared to go to the Summoners Association. The Summoners Association has branches in every city, and the most famous one is in the center of the Magic City. We took a maglev taxi and arrived in half an hour. Most of the resources in Demon City were occupied by demons, but human civilization did not stagnate. The advancement of technology has made the city center of Shanghai prosperous, with skyscrapers soaring into the sky and flyovers crisscrossing. Crowds of people are constantly flowing, and everyone is busy. There are shopping malls, restaurants, and entertainment venues everywhere, bustling with people and full of vitality. Compared with the dilapidated slums, the prosperity of the Magic City is simply shocking. This is the heart of the Magic City, the most suitable place for humans on the entire Blue Star to live in. If the underground city is hell, then the city center of the Magic City is a paradise for humans. I gave the driver 100 blue knives for the fare and walked into the gate of the Summoners Association. The majestic gate and simple yet elegant decoration immediately made me feel the extraordinary atmosphere of this place. The Summoners Association is the largest human organization on Blue Star, and its authority even surpasses that of the 4 great empires. After joining the association, one can accept missions from other empires, and even enjoy special treatment within the Longhua Empire. Chapter 10. After passing the Summoner Association's test, I was rated AB. This result was actually because I asked Tina to show mercy. If she really used Howling Slash, the test crystal would be blown to pieces, and even the evaluation results might not be available. Congratulations to the host for joining the Summoner Association and officially becoming a summoner. Get a mysterious reward X1. Congratulations to the host for joining the Summoner Mercenary and getting a mysterious reward X2. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the association hall, the system's voice kept ringing in my mind. Wait, when did I become a bounty hunter? Host, please buy a smartphone quickly and check the internet more often. Don't be like a village network. Because the host killed Lei Xiaojia last night, and the incident was witnessed, the Longhua Empire has issued a wanted order for the host this morning. The Empire bounty automatically triggered the system's judgment, and you were defaulted to a summoner mercenary and ended up taking 3 mysterious rewards. After listening to the system's explanation, I felt mixed emotions. Wanted criminal? Just because I killed Lei Xiaojia? Luckily, I wore a mask yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been arrested when I entered the city today. However, it was a blessing in disguise. This bounty actually triggered 2 rewards for me, giving me 3 mysterious rewards. What are you waiting for? Open it now. Opening a mysterious reward for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Space Ring. Opening a mysterious reward for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shikigami Costume, JK Set. Opening a mysterious reward for the host. The moment I saw the reward, I couldn't help but laugh. The Space Ring is a very practical reward, but the 2 costumes at the back. JK suit? Black stockings? What is the system trying to do? I was just thinking about finding a place to study these things, but was suddenly blocked by someone. It's you? We are so destined to meet each other. When he looked up, it was the girl named Wenyu. Wenyu. I frowned slightly. Isn't this the girl I met in the underground city that day? Today she is wearing a pink t-shirt and a bun, looking young and cute. Especially the waist exposed under her t-shirt, which is a bit soft and fleshy, cute, and a little sexy. Look, it's the 9th daughter of the Wen family. The Wen family is one of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Who will be the lucky one to get this girl in the future? People around were talking about it, and many of them cast envious glances here. The Wen family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Needless to say, their status is very high. But I'm not interested. What are you doing? If you have nothing else to do, I will leave first. I said directly. You saved me that day. And I haven't thanked you properly yet, she said seriously. No need. If you really want to thank me, please get out of the way. I have something urgent to do. Well, I was going to treat you to a meal, but that'll have to wait until next time. She pouted and shoved a business card into my hand. This is my business card. Contact me when you're free. Okay. I took it and quickly looked for a chance to run away. Hey, you still haven't told me your name, she shouted behind me. Yekai. I answered without turning my head and left quickly. I felt that if I stayed for another second, this troublemaker would cause trouble again. Her enthusiasm left me speechless, and the reactions of the people around me made me want to laugh. They were all stunned. Fuck, how dare this kid talk to Miss Wen like that? Miss Wen even took the initiative to invite him to dinner? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that. After getting rid of Wenyu, I finally found time to buy Blue Star's first mobile phone, which cost me 10,000 blue dollars. Blue Star's mobile phones are ridiculously expensive, and people in the slums can't afford them at all. The money that I stole from Lei Xiaojia before, the money that he gave to me as a gift to his parents has been almost used up. I originally wanted to rent a single room in the city center, but looking at the few $100s left, I had to settle for the next best thing and open a makeshift hotel in the alley. Spending 200 blue dollars a night can last for a few days. I have to find a way to make money quickly. After entering the room, the first thing I did was to check if there were any surveillance cameras around. After making sure it was safe, I took out the space ring and started it. As spiritual energy surged, a storage space from another dimension opened up beside me, as big as a small warehouse. I carefully put the black scarf in. It is more important to me than anything else. Now that I have the space ring, I don't have to worry about losing it anymore. It will always be with me, no matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter. After sorting all this out, I breathed a sigh of relief. Although my money is almost gone, as long as I am alive, everything in the future can be changed. Chapter 11 Black Silk Bond. After figuring out how to use the space ring, Yi Kai began to study the so-called Shikigami costumes. He summoned Tina to his front. At this time, Tina was still dressed as a Ronin, looking cool, handsome, and cool. The Wind Sword Princess, Tina. Affiliation, Yekai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 2 stars. 0/72,000. Bonds, Gale, Swordsman, Ronin, Dark, with darkness added. Shikigami equipment. SSS famous sword, Dark Destruction. The demon blade from the depths of the Imperial prison is surrounded by the power of darkness. Anyone hit by Dark Destruction will be corroded by the power of darkness and will become its own shadow slave after death. Shikigami costume. None at the moment. Combat ability. Tianyi Jinliu swordsmanship can manipulate wind blades and perform rapid slashing. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Skill. Tianyi Jinliu Furious Breath Slash, CD. 30 minutes. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, an irresistible sword-drawing slash. It can swing out thousands of wind blades in an instant. Mirror Clone LV2. Create 2 mirror clones with combat power only 20% of the original and receive 900% damage, lasting 20 seconds. CD. 5 minutes. After checking Tina's information, Yikai discovered that Tina had one more bond entry. It should be related to the equipment of the famous sword, Dark Destruction. It seems that the bond between Shikigami can be increased through other means. The experience required to upgrade the 2-star Tina also increased from 9,000 to 72,000. It has increased eightfold. It seems that although SSSR Shikigami are powerful, the cost of training them is far higher than those low-quality Shikigami. After all, investment and return are equal. Now Yikai has 2 Shikigami costumes, 1 JK and 1 black stocking. But there doesn't seem to be a conflict. Just assign them all to Tina. Yikai doesn't have any other Shikigami now anyway. Tip: once you successfully wear it, you cannot change the Shikigami costume to another Shikigami. Generating preview. A ball of holy light appeared around Tina, wrapping her entire body in it. So dazzling, damn holy light, damn it. When the holy light dissipated, Tina's Ronin outfit immediately turned into a JK uniform. Under the short skirt, Yikai saw Tina's straight and silky long legs for the first time, matched with black stockings. Just YYDS. This TM, the system understands me. Yikai, would like to call you the strongest system. I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. You left me in the underground city for 5 whole years. From today on, it's all written off. Host, are you sure you want to give both Shikigami costume, JK, and Shikigami costume, black silk, to Tina? Be sure, certain and certain. Shikigami costume, successfully worn. Image is being saved. Save successfully. SSSR Shikigami. Tina, Ronin form and black silk JK form. The host can switch freely. After putting on the black stockings JK, Tina suddenly transformed from a cool and handsome Ronin into a cool and beautiful queen. Especially Tina's pair of dark pupils, which are simply pure abstinence. It's perfect. Yikai shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. I am not worthy to be your master, so you should be my master. Ahem, that's off topic. I have to say, Tina's hot body looks really great with this outfit. The towering peaks make every button on the JK shirt feel pressured. This reminded Yikai of a classic line from the third brother Tianji in Shaolin Soccer. I don't know if I can handle it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden achievement, LSP. LSP. Unlock the system's exclusive hidden bond. JK. JK. 1. The Shikigami wearing JK gains 30% defense penetration. JK. 3. The Shikigami wearing JK gains 50% defense penetration. JK. 5. The Shikigami wearing JK gains 80% defense penetration. Black silk. Black silk. 2 Shikigami wearing black silk gain 20% critical strike chance, dealing double damage. Black silk. For Shikigami wearing black silk gain 40% critical hit chance, dealing double damage. Black silk. 6 Shikigami wearing black silk gain 80% critical strike chance, dealing double damage. Black silk. 8 Shikigami wearing black silk gain 160% critical strike, dealing double damage. Also gains an additional 100% critical strike damage bonus. There are more hidden bonds waiting for the host to unlock. Black stockings increase critical hits. JK increases penetration. I get it. I never expected that this Shikigami equipment could not only change its form, but also unlock hidden bonds. Doesn't this give me a plausible excuse? Ahem, it's mainly to become stronger, increase the attributes of the Shikigami, and survive in this cruel world. Tina, I don't want this either. It's not my intention. After a closer look, although Tina's JK outfit is perfect, there is one flaw. This samurai hairstyle is really a bit abrupt. Come on, Tina, I'll take you to get a haircut. In order to avoid any trouble caused by Tina's identity as a Shikigami, Yikai specially bought her a pair of colored contact lenses. This way, others would not be able to tell her identity as a Shikigami at a glance. We came to a barber shop with exquisite decoration and confirmed with teacher Tony repeatedly. Yikai spent $398 to give Tina a long, straight black hairstyle. JK must have long hair. After getting his hair done, Yikai only had a few dollars left in his pocket. He even got his hair cut in the slums by a master hairdresser for $2. $398 plus 2, exactly $400. No matter how hard the life is, we can't let our children suffer, right? Wow, miss, you were so beautiful, just like a star. Even teacher Tony himself couldn't help but admire it, as if he was appreciating a work of art. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Yikai discovered that Tina looked at herself in the mirror and actually smiled faintly. But when Yikai looked for traces again, the expression on Tina's face returned to its previous cold look. Is this your girlfriend? Sir, you are so lucky. No, no. Yikai shook his head and said casually, I am her father. Tina glanced at Yikai coldly, with chillness in her eyes. Haha, I understand. I understand. Teacher Tony said with a smile. Young couples nowadays are all like this. They call me brother during the day and dad at night. I'm leaving. Yikai thought Tina's new hairstyle was really nice, and he became more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. The long, black, and beautiful hair cascades down like a galaxy waterfall, making Tina look pure and sexy. Nice. The 398 was not wasted. Come often when you have time, bro. P.S. Let me give a unified reply here. Shikigami will have emotions and be able to speak later on, and their favorability will unlock various postures. The heroine is a Shikigami who can complete 8 black stockings bonds. Can penetrate. Don't ask anymore. Chapter 12 Black Silk Boss 007. After giving Tina a new hairstyle, Yikai returned to the hotel happily. Turn on your phone. Yikai directly logged into the official website of Blue Star Bounty Criminals and searched for more than 10 minutes before finally seeing his bounty order. Name, unknown. Nickname, Monkey. Appearance, no picture available at the moment. About 180 centimeters tall, wearing a cheap Monkey King mask when committing crimes, and can summon a human form of God, dressed like a Ronin, extremely dangerous. Then there is a sketch of the mask that Yikai is wearing. I can't say they are exactly the same. I can only say it has nothing to do with him. It's a bit like the portrait of Sanji in One Piece, so fucking abstract. Criminal record. Killed Lei Xiaojie and more than 200 others in the underground city. Reward amount, 1 million blue knives. Fonglei Group adds 5 million blue knives. Yikai was slightly stunned. It seems that there must be some survivors among those who were present that day. However, the bounty is basically useless. Wearing a mask, Tina has now unlocked a new image. It's impossible to find me with this bounty order. However, the Fonglei Group seems to be quite wealthy, as they have attached a bounty that is 5 times that of the government. With his worries gone, Yikai used his identity information to log into the official website of the Summoners Association. Nickname, Black Silk Boss 007. After completing the registration, Yikai began to browse the bounty tasks issued by the association. Since Yikai's initial rating is very high, he can look at a level tasks from the beginning. The tasks issued by the association are quite standard, and generally there are more tasks to eliminate demons and bodyguards. Yikai looked through it for a long time, hoping to find a job that would allow him to hone his abilities and offer a relatively high salary. At this time, the message in the chat room attracted Yikai's attention. I just want sugar orange. Did you see that task? It really broke my worldview. Nowadays, there are all kinds of employers. Hua Kai Fu Gui. What is the mission? I love potatoes. I just watched the Defend the Farm mission you mentioned. It's absolutely outrageous. Meat Grinder Fighter. I saw it too. It's really weird. Only a fool would accept it. Liu Beishan. That task has been shelved for a long time because the reward was too low and no one was willing to take it, so the reward was just changed. I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. The current association is getting more and more chaotic. Shouldn't this kind of task be filtered out directly? It's a waste of my time. Yes. This employer Xiao Kier seems to be an innocent campus beauty in some college. Anti-fraud Lao Chun? You believe this? Hurry up and download the Longhua anti-fraud app. Be happy in spring. Don't say that they're quite pitiful. If they hadn't encountered difficulties, they wouldn't have issued such a task. Seeing that everyone was discussing so enthusiastically, Yikai directly searched the task of defending the farm using keywords. Defend the farm. Mission level C. Posted by Xiao Kier. Task content. Help clear the monsters around the farm. Number of monsters, about 10. Monster star rating, 1-2 stars. Monster grade E. Mission address, Area D, Onkong Farm. Mission reward. I have nothing to repay you with, so I am willing to serve the summoner with my virginity. Additional information. Photo. The reward for this mission is outrageous. Yikai hissed while flipping through the mission information. Who would take this? If there is a real need. For things like this, it's okay to spend some money, right? It's not shameful. Besides, it wouldn't cost much money, so why risk your life fighting the demons? And accepting this kind of task is really low level, okay? If my colleagues see this, how can I face people in the future? Don't I have any dignity? The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. Just treat it as a joke. Just as Ikai was about to slide away, Because I had just washed my hands, there were some water stains on them, which caused a deviation in the sensing of the mobile phone screen. Yikai actually made things worse by clicking on the button to accept the task. Are you sure you want to take this mission? Yes. No. Not bad. Not bad. When accepting a task, there is also a confirmation option. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Yikai didn't think much about it and just clicked no. Congratulations to Black Silk Boss 007. You have successfully accepted the mission to defend the farm. Summoner, please contact your employer as soon as possible. Have a pleasant journey. Damn it. Yikai was petrified on the spot. I forgot to wipe my hands clean before clicking. Now it's okay. I actually received it successfully. Aishwan Sugar Orange. Holy crap. Holy crap. Someone actually took that task. Liu Baishen, Eva Spiza. Phylongization. There really are people like this who are obsessed with sex. They are a disgrace to our association. I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Who is it? Who is it? Let me see who is so shameless. Aishwan Sugar Orange. It seems to be called Black Silk Big Brother. I love eating potatoes. I thought it was weird, but when I saw the name, I suddenly felt it was normal. Fei Long Zai Tian. It really fits the temperament of a big boss with black stockings. For a while, the name of Black Silk Gangster 007 was popular in the entire chat room. Yikai is now speechless. To remedy the situation, Yikai tried to click to abandon the mission. According to the rules of the Summoners Association, if a summoner voluntarily abandons a mission, he must pay a penalty of 30% of his reward. Sorry, the cancellation failed. Since the other party's reward is not money, please discuss it with the employer yourself. Can't cancel it? Forget it, just accept it. Just think of it as helping others clear out a few demons for free. Just as the sun shines through the night, the dawn steals across the horizon. Just when Yikai was feeling frustrated, a song called Miracle Reappears rang out, and the incoming call reminder showed that the other party was his employer. Hello, hello. Are you Black Silk Boss 007? Thank you very much for accepting the mission I issued. Thank you very much. The other party's voice sounded very young, like that of an innocent girl around 16 years old. However, from her tone, we could tell that she was very excited. After all, the task had been posted for such a long time, and no one was interested in it, but today someone finally accepted it. But besides being excited, they were also a little bit panicked. After all, both parties understood that the reward for this mission was very special. Yeah, I'm 007, and you are Xiaokur. The previous task information included a photo of the employer, a girl dressed very simply. Yes, that. I can help you deal with the demon species, but I have an additional request. I know. I have to wear black stockings when doing that, right? I can do it. There was a slight tremor in Xiao Kir's voice as she spoke. P.S. Encyclopedia. Summoner Association Mission Level Division. E. D. C. B. A. S. 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 Chapter 13. You are wrong. No. No. Sister. You are wrong. Yikai quickly explained. What I mean is, I don't need the mission reward, but you must provide me with food and accommodation and reimburse me for the round-trip taxi fare. After all, after doing Tina's hair, Yikai's pocket is now cleaner than his face. Obviously, Yikai's request exceeded Xiao Kir's expectations. She thought the other person was called Black Silk Boss and had some plot in that area. It turned out that she had misunderstood. For a moment, Xiao Kir's pretty face suddenly became hot. After all, she had left the task unanswered for so long, and no one had taken it up. As soon as she changed the task reward, someone immediately clicked on it, and it was obviously aimed at her. But I never expected that. The big boss in Black Silk Stocking 007 actually didn't want any reward. It seems that people with obscene names are not necessarily dirty at heart. Hey, if you can't even meet this request, then I won't come. Yikai thought Xiao Kuer was unwilling, so he didn't even reimburse the taxi fare. He was really stingy. Besides, Yikai only had a few coins on him and had no money to take a taxi. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Xiao Kier quickly agreed, fearing that Yikai would suddenly change his mind. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yikai discovered that the topic of Black Silk Boss 007 was still being discussed in the chat room. Zhang Xinzong, I have a toothache. I just saw that this Black Silk Guy 007 is an account that was just registered today. Shanji Arini, he is actually a B-level summoner, quite impressive. One Punch Man. This guy is simply disrupting the Summoner Association's mission market. From now on, you don't have to spend money to hire a B-level summoner. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. Yi Kai clicked on his personal information and found that his homepage had been viewed 3,724 times. It was liked 7 times and disliked 3,717 times. And the speed is still increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Kai could understand that he was disliked more than 3,000 times. But what were the 7 people who praised him thinking? Yi Kai was a little puzzled. Ignore these rumors. After all, I am who I am, a different firework. How can you, ordinary people, understand the operations of the great God? I went out, took a taxi, and went directly to Hong Kong Farm. The most important thing now is to quickly solve the task at hand. According to the rules of the Summoners Association, if you have not completed the tasks you have already accepted, you will not be able to accept other tasks. Leaving the densely populated city center, Yi Kai came to a desolate suburb. District D, where Hong Kong Farm is located, is even more remote than the slums. With the city center as the center, Shanghai is divided into 4 areas. Area A is the fortress of the Magic City and also the city center. It is protected by a spiritual barrier and is the safest area. Area B is also within the city limits, but it is not as prosperous as the city center and is relatively safe. Area C is the civilian slum, which is dilapidated and often attacked by demons. Most people live in underground fortresses. Area D is the outermost area of the entire Magic City. The farther away from the city center, the more dangerous it is. But often the more sparsely populated an area is, the richer the land resources are, and some people will take risks to build some facilities to seek profits. Hong Kong Farm is one of them. From a distance, Yi Kai saw the farm sign. At the entrance of the farm, there was a row of people standing in an orderly manner, holding high-up signs that read, "Welcome Black, Silk Big Boss 007" in their hands. Great benefactor. You are finally here. Come in quickly. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat paid the fare for Yi Kai and immediately took him to the farm. Looking at the red carpet on the ground and the people lining the streets to welcome him, Yi Kai felt mixed emotions for a moment, because most of them are disabled. In this apocalyptic wasteland of Blue Star, it is difficult for even ordinary people with healthy limbs to survive, let alone the disabled. These people were all wearing the same uniform and were obviously farm employees. I'm Xiao Yuanshan, the founder of Hong Kong Farm. You can just call me Lao Xiao. Lao Xiao brought Yi Kai to a simple office. I am 007, right? Then this is Xiao Xiao. Yi Kai glanced at the girl in plain underwear in the office. Yes, my daughter. She just turned 16 this year. I'm sorry to make you laugh. To be honest, I borrowed money to set up this farm. It was about to generate profits, but recently it has been frequently attacked by nearby demons. The farm originally hired a summoner, but as the invasion of demons became more and more serious, the farm asked for a higher salary and asked me to hire another summoner as an assistant. I know these things are understandable, but I really can't afford to pay more money. The livestock on the farm are about to be eaten by the demons. I have no choice but to ask for help from the Summoner Association, but since the reward is too low, no one is willing to come. Without my knowledge, my silly daughter arbitrarily changed the mission reward, and that's why she made such a big fool of herself. Sigh, she has made me lose face. Lao Xiao tearfully recounted his experience. As a father, he would rather die than let his daughter issue such a task. After learning that Yi Kai was willing to help them for free, Lao Xiao was very excited and brought all the farm employees to greet them at the door. I do think your daughter is pretty brave. Yi Kai glanced at Xiao Kuer, who was lowering her head beside him. The girl had 2 long braids and a young and naive face. Her big watery eyes were ethereal, sparkling, and clear. Yi Kai knew very well that a naive child could make such a decision under such circumstances. What courage it takes. After the task rewards were changed, posting your own photos was like parading you through the streets. Imagine that, as a man, Yi Kai was ridiculed by everyone in the chat room after accepting the mission. What about the girl? She will be subjected to even more strange looks. Isn't it brave of a girl to disregard her own reputation and save her father's farm, even if she is condemned by thousands of people? All the employees in the farm are disabled. Judging from the looks of Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao Kier, they don't seem to be lying. After all, more than 2/3 of the farm's employees are disabled. Is there any video of the demon invasion? When Yi Kai came in, he found that there were many cameras in the farm, which should be able to capture the demon species. Show it to me. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. This is the most dangerous Area D in Shanghai. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Since Yi Kai came here by accident, we might as well solve the problem as soon as possible. After completing the task, go find another one with a good pay. Chapter 14, Flying Zombies. Through the surveillance footage inside the farm, Yikai saw the demons that attacked them, and the situation was roughly the same as what Xiao Yuanshan had said. They were all low-grade 1-2-star demon species, and no other abnormal phenomena were found. These demons usually act at night, attacking animals and people on the farm and destroying buildings. But what puzzled Yikai was that these guys would leave at a specific time after causing a certain degree of damage. Logically speaking, wild demons would not behave in this way. If they attack a farm, they will not leave until they have eaten all the animals on the farm. I always feel that this matter is very strange. But judging from the grades of these demon species, they don't look like shikigami summoned by someone. After all, there are more than 10 demon species. It requires a large number of summoners or summoners at a high level to accomplish this. Being able to summon more than 10 shikigami is already a very powerful force in the demon city, and it is impossible to do such a thing here. Since the other party always acts at night, Yikai might as well just sit back and wait. After checking the farm's food and water reserves, Yikai waited alone in the guard room at the farm gate. Yikai asked all the employees on the farm to hide in the underground safe house. After all, most of them were disabled and had no fighting ability at all. Just in case, Yikai also stored some food and pure water in his space ring. Although the facilities at Onkong Farm are a bit simple, its meat reserves are very rich. As night fell, Yikai kept a close eye on the situation outside the farm. Come, have a bowl of hot mutton soup. At some point, Xiao Kier came to the door of the guard room carrying a bowl of hot noodle soup. Yikai quickly opened the door for the other party. What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to come out of the safe house? It's very dangerous outside in the current situation. My father asked me to bring it to you. Xiao Kier handed the hot mutton offal soup to Yikai. It's windy outside and very cold at night. You will feel warm after drinking it. Forget it. I'll take you back later. Yikai took the hot porcelain bowl, took a sip, and it tasted delicious. 007. How is it? Xiao Kier kept staring at Yikai with expectant eyes. It tastes good. That's good. Seeing Yikai's praise, Xiao Kier smiled happily. Yikai happened to be a little hungry, and after drinking a bowl of mutton soup, he immediately felt warm all over. Tell me the truth. Did your father ask you to come? Yikai looked at Xiao Kier's watery eyes. The situation outside was so dangerous. Old Xiao would definitely not let his daughter take risks. Even if it was soup, it must have been delivered personally or by an employee. Yikai calculated with his fingers and realized that this little girl must have sneaked out on her own initiative. I wanted to come here on my own initiative. Seeing that she couldn't hide it from Yikai, Xiao Kier stuck out her tongue and grinned. Yikai couldn't help but pat Xiao Kier's little head with his hand. Looking at her innocent and romantic appearance, he knew that she was well protected by Lao Xiao. In such a post-apocalyptic wasteland civilization, it is already difficult for many people to survive on their own. It is really rare to open a farm like Lao Xiao and provide jobs for disabled people. This is how he treats outsiders, and he must be even more caring towards his own daughter. Even Yikai felt a little envious of being able to live in such a family. Okay, I'll take you back. Just as Yikai was about to get up and send Xiao Kier off, boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from above the guardhouse booth. It was like a huge rock falling from above. Through the surveillance footage, Yikai discovered that a demon suddenly appeared above the guard room. The demon stumbled and fell from the roof of the guard room, revealing its ugly face. I have insight. Biochemical zombies. Affiliation. Wild. Grade. Star rating. 1 star. Bond. Biochemistry. Compatibility. Biting. Although it moves slowly, it contains a large amount of biochemical viruses in its body. Once attacked by the opponent, it is easy to be infected with the biochemical virus. Skills none. Xiao Kier, who was standing by, was so frightened that she almost screamed out, but fortunately, Yikai covered her mouth with his hand in time. Although Xiao Kier had seen these demon species before, she had always stayed in the safe house and learned about them through surveillance videos. I have never looked into the eyes of a demon at such a close distance. Stay inside and don't move. I'll go out and take care of this guy. After calming Xiao Kier down, Yikai walked out alone and closed the door of the guard room tightly. Yikai was not in a hurry to deal with the guys outside, but observed the situation around him. Although the biochemical zombies carry the virus, their movements are abnormally slow. Why would this guy appear above the guard room for no reason? This is so suspicious. Boom! 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 Just when Yikai was puzzled, countless zombies tied into balls flew in from outside and slammed heavily on the farm fence. After landing, the zombies broke free from the ropes and began to pounce on Yikai. I see. Only then did Yikai suddenly realize. It turns out that this is how these guys came. The zombies above the guard room were obviously sent here in this way as well. Tina, as the soul formation appeared, a young and beautiful girl in JK appeared beside Yikai. The JK short skirt paired with sexy black stockings makes Tina look pure and sexy. It is simply the ceiling of pure desire in the world of Shikigami. Use your clones to kill them. Mirror image. As Tina's figure swayed, 3 identical figures of Tina suddenly appeared in front of Yikai's eyes. For a moment, even Yikai couldn't tell which one was the real Tina. And the so-called mirror clone is like a mirror. Tina's clone will copy everything about the original body, including the famous sword in her hand, Ami. Although the clones currently only have 20% of their attack, since the opponent is only a 1-star E-level demon, it is not even worthy for Tina to do it herself. She just uses the 2 clones to kill all these guys. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star E-level demon and gaining 20 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star E-level demon and gaining 20 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star E-level demon and gaining 20 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing a 2-star E-level demon species and gaining 160 experience points. Among the biochemical zombies, there are occasionally a few 2-star big ones. The size is obviously much larger than the 1-star one, and the speed is also slightly faster than the 1-star one. However, in front of Tina's clone, the difference between a 1-star and a 2-star E-grade demon species is not big. The only difference is the number of knives. Bang! Just when Yikai thought he had finished the job easily, suddenly a zombie ball flew over again. He smashed in directly from the window of the guard room, then slowly stood up in front of Xiaoqier, opening his bloody mouth. P.S. Encyclopedia. After the demon is killed, the experience dropped is 2% of the experience required for the demon to upgrade its star. Chapter 15 Rub My Back. Oops. Yikai didn't have time to think about it. He immediately turned over and jumped in through the window. The biochemical zombie in front of him was obviously larger than the ones outside, and was a 2-star demon species. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yikai kicked the zombie that was pressing on Xiaoqier away. Although Yikai's body had been nurtured by Tina and his functions were superior to those of ordinary people, he was still a little short of his ability to deal with the demons. What's more, the zombie in front of him is a 2-star one. Seeing Yikai kick it, the 2-star zombie rushed over cursing. The guard room is not very big, it is actually just a security booth. At this time, Yikai and Xiaoqier were forced into a corner. The little girl had never experienced such a scene before. She was so scared that she closed her eyes and hugged Yikai's waist tightly. Yikai protected Xiaoqier in front of him and used his feet to push against the shoulders of the 2-star zombie to prevent it from pouncing on her. But the opponent is a demon zombie, and his strength is far superior to Yikai. It seemed that Yikai could not hold on any longer. Tina, as Yikai shouted, a wind blade rose from the ground. The powerful blow directly cut the entire guard room in half, including the zombie's head, of course. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 2-star E-grade demon species, biochemical zombies, and gaining 160 experience points. The zombie's head in front of him immediately lost its ability to move after being chopped by Tina. Yikai gently kicked the zombie with his foot, and a horizontal cut appeared on the zombie's neck. As the body shook, the head slid down. It's even smoother than Dove. As the head slid off, a large amount of blue blood spurted out from the neck, splashing all over Yikai and Xiaoqier. After a dangerous situation, the farm defense battle was successfully won after the last zombie fell. There are a total of 11 1-star zombies and 2 2-star zombies. Yikai gained a total of 540 experience points, which is too little. It seems that the method of gaining experience points by killing monsters is simply not feasible and the efficiency is too low. Unallocated experience points, 19,640 points. Thank you for saving me, 007. Xiaoqier looked at the man in front of her, hugged his arms, her eyes full of admiration. The little budding bun rubbed against Yikai's arm unconsciously, feeling soft. Ahem, you're welcome. Yikai subconsciously pulled his arm out of Xiaoqier's arms and patted the little girl's head. 007, is she your Shikigami? Wow, she's so beautiful. Xiaoqier looked at Tina's graceful figure, and as a girl, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Her name is Tina. Sister Tina is so beautiful with those long legs and black stockings. Hey 007, you really do have this hobby. Ahem, let's go in and take a shower. Both of them were covered in the blood of zombies, which also contained biological viruses. It would be best to clean it up quickly, otherwise if there were wounds on their bodies, it would be bad if they were infected with the virus. In the bathroom, Yi Kai was soaking comfortably in a large wooden tub. To express his gratitude, Lao Xiao gave Yi Kai a flower petal milk bath, which immediately raised the level of his mood. The milk looks fresh and has a light milky smell. We just captured a few demons, hey? We subdued a few more monsters. Why are there so many evil spirits? Take a beating from me, old Yi. Yi Kai was humming a little tune in the bathroom, in a good mood. This milk petal bath is so comfortable. I'll ask Lao Xiao to prepare another bucket for Tina to try too. But before that, it would be better to let Tina rub my back. Tina, as the soul formation below appeared, Tina's pure and innocent appearance appeared beside Yi Kai. Rub my back. Before Yi Kai finished his words, Tina's famous sword, and me, had already been unsheathed, and the blade, which was surrounded by black mist, was pointed straight at Yi Kai. Just a joke, don't take it seriously. Yi Kai smiled awkwardly, only to see endless murderous intent in Tina's eyes. This damn girl actually disobeyed my orders. It seems that I should put aside the idea of asking the Windsword Lady to rub my back for now. However, it can be seen from Tina's eyes that although she is Yi Kai's Shikigami, she has her own consciousness and thinking. Shallow perhaps, but real. Maybe, after spending more time together, Tina will be able to call me Dad. Tina, turn around. Yi Kai asked Tina to turn around, and then he put on his clothes. Tina, I'm done. I'll ask Lao Xiao to change a bucket of water. You can try it too. Question mark? Tina looked at Yi Kai blankly, not understanding what he meant. Well, just soak in warm water and let your body fully relax. Try it, it's very comfortable. After saying that, Yi Kai went out to communicate with Lao Xiao and asked the employees to prepare a new bucket of milk bath. This is a farm. There isn't much else here, but there's enough milk. Just follow my example and wash it yourself. Yi Kai said lightly, then walked out of the bathroom. Although he did not summon Tina when he was taking a bath, Tina, as a Shikigami, has always existed in Yi Kai's body. She should be able to do something as simple as taking a bath. Yi Kai had been waiting outside the bathroom and did not go far. After all, this is the most dangerous D-zone in the Magic City. It may be attacked by demons at any time. If you're too far away from Tina, you are likely to be in danger. Moreover, on Blue Star, the most frightening thing is not the demons, but the human heart. Lao Xiao, have you offended anyone? Yi Kai stopped Lao Xiao, who was about to leave. Recalling the previous attacks, the biochemical zombies were tied together and thrown directly from far away. It is obvious that this was man-made and someone was deliberately targeting Kong Farm. No. Lao Xiao looked bewildered. I am a diligent and honest man, and I am leading such a large group of disabled people. How dare I offend anyone? But these demons were obviously created deliberately by someone. If I'm not mistaken, even if I help you get rid of the demons, they will still come to you. Yi Kai told Lao Xiao his analysis in detail. Man-made, Lao Xiao thought thoughtfully. If there are no questions, let's settle the task directly. As for the reward, I'll just treat it as Xiao Zhao's nonsense, just give me some travel expenses. Okay, thank you so much. Yi Kai has no obligation to take care of what happens afterwards. After all, the mission he accepted from the Summoners Association was to eradicate the demons, and other things were not within the scope of his mission. If he hadn't dried his hands after going to the toilet, Yi Kai wouldn't have accidentally accepted such a ridiculous task. Chapter 16 Farewell. After Xiao Qier clicked confirm, Yi Kai's task information was finally displayed as completed. Lao Xiao and all the employees of Kong Farm bowed to Yi Kai to express their gratitude. If it were not for his generous help, the farm would really not be able to survive. If the farm goes bankrupt, not only will Lao Zhao's family be burdened with high debts, but these disabled employees will also be displaced and lose their livelihoods. To express his gratitude, Lao Xiao also took out his only remaining 100,000 cash. I know this amount of money is too little, and a summoner as powerful as you wouldn't even consider it, but this is all we have now. In the future, no need for that. I accepted the mission issued by Xiao Xiao just by chance. Just consider it as fate. Yi Kai took out a small stack of cash from the one Lao Xiao brought, about 10,000. Although Yi Kai is in urgent need of money now, there is not much point in earning money from the poor, and he can't earn much. You still have to earn the money of rich people. Now that the mission has been completed, Yi Kai's status on the Summoners Association's official website has become idle, and he can accept new missions. Next, we have to do something big. It was getting dark, and it was not safe to leave the farm now, so Yi Kai planned to stay here for one night. Leave early tomorrow morning. Standing outside the bathroom, Yi Kai browsed the task information for a while. After a long time, Yi Kai saw that Tina had been taking a shower for such a long time and had not come out yet, so he knocked on the bathroom door. Tina, you're not well yet? However, there was no response from the other party. Helplessly, Yi Kai could only bite the bullet and walk in. The bathroom was filled with hot steam. The girl's body fragrance becomes more intense with the help of milk. Seeing Yi Kai coming in, Tina immediately stood up from the barrel. The wet JK uniform and short skirt tightly stick to Tina's graceful body, and the image of a lotus emerging from the water immediately makes people's blood boil. This silly girl, she didn't even take off her clothes to take a bath. Switch to Ronin form. Yi Kai simply let Tina stand out of the barrel and change her into the Ronin outfit she had worn before. After making sure that Tina's clothes were clean and comfortable, Yi Kai was satisfied. The next morning, the sun was just rising against the morning dew. After saying goodbye to the people on the farm, Yi Kai prepared to leave. After all, he received a big order of 5 million blue knives last night, and he was in a hurry to return to Area B-007. Thank you. Will we meet again in the future? Perhaps. Yi Kai couldn't guarantee it. After all, the world is so big. In a few days, I will be 16 years old. I hope I can also awaken my talent and become a helpful summoner like you. Xiao Ke looked at Yi Kai's tall figure, her eyes full of admiration. Although the two of them had not been together for a long time, in Xiao Ke's heart, she had already regarded Yi Kai as her future role model. On Blue Star, any teenager who is 16 years old or above can have his talent awakened tested in his body. The reason why Yi Kai waited until he was 18 to go to the test square was because he saved money in the underground city for 5 years to pay the registration fee of 10,000 blue knives. Come on. Yi Kai responded to Xiao Ke with an encouraging smile. Yi Kai felt unworthy of the title of helpfulness. After all, this matter was not his original intention from the beginning. It was just an accident. Can I hug you? Of course. After getting Yi Kai's consent, Xiao Ke ran over and threw herself into his arms. After a brief farewell, the maglev taxi that Yi Kai called also arrived. He is planning to go back to Shanghai to do something big. Chapter 17 Death Mission. As soon as Yi Kai left Onkong Farm, a group of people came here to collect debts. Lao Xiao, I advise you to give up resistance and mortgage your farm to us while it still has value. A few hooligans with tattoos on their faces walked into the farm and found Lao Xiao with a mortgage contract. I know your farm was attacked by demons again last night. Don't hold on any longer. Sell it quickly to stop the loss. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell your daughter. When the gangsters saw the young Xiao Ke standing aside, they said with a smirk on their faces, "Get lost. The demons have been destroyed. Don't come here again." Lao Xiao brought a group of disabled employees to drive the gangsters out. Looking at the other person's leaving figure, Lao Xiao couldn't help but frown. Every time the farm is attacked by demons, these guys will be the first to come and put pressure on him. Recalling Yi Kai's previous warning, Lao Xiao seemed to understand something. He opened this farm with a loan, and when he was about to get a profit, the farm was frequently attacked by demons. Then the loan company came to me and asked me to mortgage the farm to them at a low price. It seems that all of this was directed and acted by the other party himself. The demons that attacked the farm were actually lured here by this loan company using a special method. It cost another 500 blue knives to go from the farm in Area D to Area B. Watching the taxi going away, Yi Kai muttered to himself, "It seems that it is time to get a car of my own." On the way to the car, I saw a task with a reward of 5 million blue knives. Rescue. Mission level. A. Task issuer. A sunny and cheerful big boy. Mission content. Rescue your sister who is trapped outside the Magic City and meet her for a detailed discussion. Mission location. The northern suburbs outside the Demon City. Mission reward. 5 million blue knives. Yi Kai acted decisively and took on the task directly. After all, the mission location is outside the Demon City, which is the territory of the demons. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. But no matter what, Ye Kai really needs these 5 million blue swords. Soon, Ye Kai arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet with the Sunshine Boy. In front of me is a magnificent office building. What are you doing? This is Tianhong Building. No outsiders are allowed to enter. The security guard stopped Ye Kai and looked very proud, as if he was extremely proud to be a security guard here. Tianhong Building is the financial center of the Magic Fortress. Anyone working in this building is an elite with an annual income of millions. Of course, except for the security guard at the door. He only makes a few thousand blue dollars a month. Can I go in now? Ye Kai put his 6-pointed star badge on his chest and said lightly, "Sir, please come in." The security guard immediately lifted the bar for Ye Kai, then took off his hat and bowed. Seeing that the other party was considered to be more sensible among the many snobs, Ye Kai did not bother with him and walked straight in. It's like this in Blue Star, no matter which city you are in. Face is not given by others, but earned by yourself. Is this Mr. 007? My name is Jiang Yin, and I'm Sister Snake's secretary. Please follow me. Just after walking a few steps in, a curvy female secretary wearing a sexy business suit came to greet me. Following the footsteps of the female secretary, Ye Kai came to a group company on the 102nd floor of Tianhong Building. Passing by the front desk, Ye Kai heard busy phone calls. Everyone in the group was holding documents and telephones, and the work pace was extremely tight. When I arrived at the chairman's office, the busy sounds outside finally stopped. The soundproofing is very good. Black Silk Boss 007. Nice to meet you. The man sitting at the desk turned around, dressed in a suit and tie, looking smart and straight. Hello, Mr. Big. Ye Kai sat in front of the other person, and his secretary Jiang Yin immediately poured him a cup of hot tea. Mr. Yang? Mr. Guang? Mr. Kai? Mr. Lang? Mr. Nan? Mr. Hai? After much thought, Ye Kai decided to call the other party Mr. Big. Chapter 18, Skeleton King. It's an emergency, so let's make it short. My sister's name is Angie. Like you, she's also a member of the Summoners Association, but she's only a fledgling E-rank summoner. I don't know who instigated her to team up with others to go outside the city to train and improve her strength, but she ended up disappearing. According to the last signal, there are only 2 left in the original 5-man team. Our family finally has a summoner. You must find a way to get him back. Just let me know if you need anything. Ye Kai asked calmly. 2 people? That means there is another survivor besides your sister and she. That's right. Who? It's my sister's boyfriend. If that's okay. Of course you can, but... Ye Kai paused. You have to pay more. As long as the money is in place, we can save as many people as we want. How much? The big gentleman frowned. 5 million blue knives. 1 more person means 1 more risk. That was the territory of the demons outside the demon city. From the official chat room of the Summoners Association, Ye Kai had learned that many summoners had died in this mission. Known as the Death Mission, 5 million blue knives per person is reasonable. Save my sister, Mr. De said without hesitation. In this world, it is often difficult to stay out of trouble. No problem. Ye Kai nodded and didn't feel any regrets. It is normal to fail to reach an agreement. After all, 1 less target means 1 less risk. I'm sure you've heard that this mission is extremely dangerous and many summoners have failed. Mr. De handed a piece of information to Ye Kai. This is the information brought back by the previous summoner. I wish you good luck. Ye Kai took the information and looked at it carefully. The place where Angel disappeared is called Skeleton Valley, where Skeleton Swordsman D, Skeleton Archer D, Necromancer B, and other demons are active for a long time. The star ratings are all above 2 stars. Not only are their numbers huge, but they are all undead demons, making it extremely difficult to kill them. But these are not the most important things. The reason why this mission is called the Death Mission is because there are Lord-level demons in the Skeleton Valley. 6-star SR, Skeleton King. According to previous information, the Skeleton King is near the cave where Angel is trapped. The Skeleton King is tens of meters tall. Even if it is killed, it can be reborn in a short period of time. It is an extremely dangerous giant demon. Even the 5-star Tina might not be able to kill the Skeleton King. Not to mention that after being subdued by himself, Tina's current star rating is only 2 stars. He is no match for the Skeleton King at all. Fortunately, the mission this time was not to kill Skeleton King, but just a search and rescue mission to pass by it. Otherwise, even Ye Kai would be discouraged. The Skeleton Valley belongs to the territory of the demons outside the demon city. No humans destroy the vegetation or collect the resources of nature. The environment there is like a tropical rainforest, with thorns everywhere, and vehicles cannot drive through the valley at all. As for motorcycles, you can give it a try. Since Yikai had stored enough food and drinking water on the farm, he bought a motorcycle and set off directly. With his good balancing ability, Yikai finally mastered how to drive the maglev locomotive. Booz, booz, booz. Speeding all the way, Yikai soon arrived at the edge of the city in District D. In front of him was a towering city wall, which Yikai was very familiar with. It took him 5 years to repair this wall that was like the Great Wall. If Yikai had not become a summoner, he would probably have to work as a laborer here for the rest of his life. Outside the city wall, there is a huge light curtain. The entire demon city is shrouded by this semicircular light curtain. This circular light curtain is called the city barrier. If a powerful demon passes through the light curtain, it will be detected by the Demon City Security Bureau, a demon species similar to the Skeleton King, 6-star SR grade. Once they pass through the city barrier, the Security Bureau will immediately organize professional summoners to kill them. Because once demons of this level enter the city, they will deal a devastating blow to human civilization. Yikai had the 6-pointed star badge exclusive to summoners, and he quickly passed the guards on the city wall and headed towards the Skeleton Valley. From this moment on, Yikai had left the human territory. It is exactly entering the territory of the demons. Since the demons do not need to build or collect resources, their territory has become a paradise for vegetation. Outside the Magic City, you can see towering trees everywhere. Pick any one of them, and you'll find they are hundreds of years old. This also made Yikai's movements very slow. Driving a maglev locomotive in the jungle is indeed a challenge for a novice like Yikai. According to the radar in his hand, the Skeleton Valley, where Angel was trapped, was right in front of him. Along the way, Yikai only encountered some 1-star E-level goblins. It posed no threat to him at all, so Yikai didn't care. But not far in front of Yikai was the Skeleton Valley. Compared with the lush jungle, the Skeleton Valley was a completely different scene. This place is shrouded in dense black fog. The entire valley is barren and lifeless. The fog was so thick that visibility was less than 5 meters. In such an environment, Yikai had no way of driving a motorcycle. In desperation, he could only put the motorcycle into his space ring and slowly walk towards the Skeleton Valley. Fortunately, Anshi and the others didn't walk far before they were trapped in the cave, so as long as Yikai could successfully walk this distance of less than 5 kilometers, he would be able to find Anshi. Yikai summoned Tina, and then walked inside according to the location shown by the radar. Swish, swish, swish. After taking a few steps, several arrows flew towards Yikai's head. Fortunately, they were all easily blocked by Tina. Yikai could vaguely see from the dense fog that he was attacked by several skeleton archers. I have insight. Skeleton archer. Affiliation. Wild. Grade D. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Undead. Archer. Combat ability. Good at long-range shooting with bows and arrows. Since his body is an undead, he will not be destroyed unless his head is smashed. Skill. Dark arrow CD none. Add dark attribute spiritual power to the bow and arrow to increase penetration and lethality. The opponent is a 3-star demon species, and the number is unknown. Tina, don't fight. Cover me and get me out of here. Yikai asked Tina to cover him and ran towards where Anshi was trapped. After all, the mission this time is not hunting but rescue, so there is no need to get entangled with these demons. Moreover, the Skull Valley is the territory of the undead demons. It is very disadvantageous to fight with them in such an environment. Boom! Suddenly, a fluorescent green light curtain exploded beside Yikai. The powerful impact instantly knocked Yikai several meters away. Necromancer. Affiliation. Wild. Rank B. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Undead mage. Combat ability. Able to use necromancy to perform long-range attacks, which can not only cause damage to the enemy's body, but can even attack the opponent's soul. Skill. Death Pulse. CD. 1 minute. Use necromancy to bombard a certain area, which will damage the enemy and destroy their souls at the same time. It is a 3-star B-level demon species. Necromancer that can attack the souls of living things. Tina, let's just go for it. There were too many demons, so Yikai changed his tactics and took out the motorcycle directly from the space ring. Judging from the last few attacks, although the opponent is very aggressive, the undead demons move relatively slowly. This Skull Valley is bare and has no obstacles. Yikai simply went all out and asked Tina to sit in the back seat while he drove the maglev scooter forward. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Ye Kai rushed all the way towards the place wherein Chi was trapped. There were constantly flying arrows and magical explosions from the necromancer around him. But because Ye Kai was fast enough, they had no way of hitting him. Woohoo! This feeling of life and death race made Ye Kai excited. The real-life version of Fast and Furious. However, at this moment, Tina behind him actually hugged his waist. Without Ye Kai's orders, this was Tina's autonomous behavior. Before Ye Kaido could think, the scene in front of him made his jaw drop. After a beautiful dragon-like tail swing, Ye Kai brought the motorcycle to an abrupt stop, because right in front of him, a huge black shadow appeared. Through the dense black fog, the other party's figure seemed like a walking mountain. Boom, boom, boom. It is such a huge creature that every step it takes shakes the earth. Skeleton King. Affiliation. Wild. Rank. SR. Star rating. 6 stars. Bonds. Undead. Dark Lord. Combatability. Huge in size with super close combatability. The giant sword in his hand can even split mountains. Skill. 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 Looking at the Skeleton King's bunch of unviewable skills, Ye Kai knew that the opponent in front of him was definitely not someone he could deal with at this stage. However, the official illustrations do contain details about one of Skeleton King's skills. Rebirth CD. 5 minutes. After being killed, Skeleton King will immediately resurrect and restore 100% of his health. The cooldown time of this skill is 5 minutes, which means that if you can't kill Skeleton King twice in a row within 5 minutes, you will never be able to defeat it. But this is obviously not the problem that Ye Kai should consider now. With his current strength, it is impossible to kill a 6-star SR level demon. Not even once. As the Skeleton King approached, the opponent's figure slowly appeared. His body was as huge as a mountain, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The empty eyes flashed with 2 balls of hellfire and slowly looked towards Ye Kai. Oh shit! It was discovered. Chapter 19:1. I can only save one. In an instant, a 40-meter-long sword came slashing down. This is not an exaggeration at all. It is really 40 meters long. Ye Kai quickly drove the motorcycle in reverse and barely avoided the attack. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook and the ground trembled. The Skeleton King cut a huge gully on the ground with one sword. Tina, use your clone to confuse this stupid big guy. Mirror Clone LV2. Tina created 2 clones and ran in different directions. The Skeleton King was fooled and swung his sword to chop. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Kai quickly drove the motorcycle and sped past the Skeleton King's feet. When passing by the Skeleton King, Ye Kai looked at his tall body and was extremely shocked by the undead lord's domineering aura. He is worthy of being the Lord of Skull Valley. Although it is huge in size, its movements are completely different from those of the minions and are extremely swift. In a flash, Tina's 2 clones were killed. Fortunately, at the same time, Ye Kai had driven the maglev locomotive past the Skeleton King and discovered the cave where Angel was trapped. The Skeleton King followed closely behind, and his walking speed was actually comparable to that of the motorcycle. Seeing that the cave was just ahead, Ye Kai opened the space ring in the air and retrieved the motorcycle. Then he rushed into the cave with Tina. Roar, roar, roar. Because the cave was relatively hidden, the Skeleton King suddenly lost his target and continued to roar and slash randomly, as if he was venting his anger. I finally got rid of the Skeleton King. It was a near-death experience. Ye Kai finally understood why this mission was defined as a death mission. This Skeleton King is too outrageous. Moreover, there are so many undead demons above 2 stars around. Damn, add more money. You must add more money. Turning on the flashlight, Ye Kai began walking into the cave, cursing. Who? Suddenly, there was a young girl's alert cry. The cave was not very deep, and Ye Kai quickly found Anshi's whereabouts. I am the summoner hired by Sister Snake to come for rescue. The man and woman in front of me were slumped in the cave, their eyes dull and their faces ashen. Great, Xiaofeng. The rescue has finally arrived. We are saved. Mua, I love you. Mua, I love you too. Ye Kai looked at the 2 people who were so loving and shook his head helplessly. Wow, you're showing me some dog food right away. Ye Kai walked to a place where the 2 could not see him, took out food and water from his space ring, and shared them with the 2. Then a bonfire was lit. Things like space rings do not exist on Blue Star. Once exposed, Ye Kai would most likely be killed, so every time he used the space ring, he had to make sure that there was no one around. The two had been trapped in the cave for more than a month. After the food and water ran out, they could only survive by eating the sewage in the cave. But this is a barren, undead wasteland, and the water naturally contains toxins. Ye Kai observed the conditions of the two people. Anchi was slightly better, but the boy didn't seem very optimistic. Even though it was soft bread, the boy didn't eat much. He became extremely weak and could no longer walk independently. It was not until the warm campfire shone on the two of them that the weak expressions on their faces eased a lot. After some chatting, Ye Kai learned the boy's name, Lu Xiaofeng. The two have been a couple who have been in love for 10 years. It's not easy to hold on until now. Ye Kai couldn't help but sigh. The boy's physical condition is obviously worse than Angie's, because when food is exhausted, the boy leaves more resources to the girl. And she and Lu Xiaofeng always held hands. Xiaofeng, you must hold on. I promise you, as long as we get out of this alive, I will marry you. Zhenema. Lu Xiaofeng was in an extremely weak condition, and his words were becoming unclear. Of course it's true, Xiaofeng. We must get out of this alive together. I will love you forever. And she hugged Lu Xiaofeng tightly, and then asked Ye Kai, who was standing beside her, how many people are there this time? Just me. What? Are you alone? And she frowned. But can you rescue both of us by yourself? Ah! Ye Kai was slightly stunned. When did I promise to rescue you too? I can only rescue one of you too. Although the truth is cruel, it is time to tell this ill-fated couple. Brother, I beg you, can you help us? Save both of us. My mom will give you any money you want. I'll give you extra money. Just save us both, please. When Chi heard that Ye Kai could only rescue one of them, she suddenly panicked and couldn't stop crying. This is not about money. If I bring one more person, none of us may be able to get out of this Skull Valley. After meeting the Skeleton King, Ye Kai began to admit that his previous bargaining with Snake's sister was indeed a bit abrupt. In this situation, rescuing Chi alone would be a life-threatening situation. Not to mention bringing Lu Xiaofeng along. Although Ye Kai likes money very much, this is only based on the premise that he has the time to spend it. Now, even if Sister Snake adds another 100 million, it will be of no use. It's not that he can only take one person out, but that he only has the ability to take one person out. Sorry, I can only take one out. Ye Kai apologized. Even if I take one person out, I can't say it will be 100% successful now. Then I won't leave. Xiaofeng and I swore to live and die together, and never live alone. And she held Lu Xiaofeng's palm tightly, letting him feel the determination in her heart at this moment. Lu Xiaofeng smiled faintly, his eyes showing a fearless attitude. It can be seen that the two are truly in love. Husband and wife are birds of a feather, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. Besides, you are not husband and wife yet, so if one of you can go, then go. Anchi, come with me. Ye Kai originally wanted to let them die together. Perhaps this was the best ending for both of them. But he has a mission to accomplish. Anchi's life is worth 5 million blue knives to him, so Ye Kai must let her out. Angie is in good physical condition, so it would be best if we could persuade her to volunteer. Otherwise, you will have trouble leaving. Ye Kai would not dare to underestimate a woman's persistence. If Anchi was determined to die, then he really had no way to take her out. If she is knocked unconscious, she will become a burden. The best case scenario is to let her leave voluntarily. Chapter 20. Live and die together. If Xiaofeng is no longer in my world, then what's the point of me living? In that case, you can go alone. We will be buried together in this valley. And Chi's face was pale, but her eyes were unusually firm. Call. Ye Kai sighed heavily. Choosing one of the two is indeed a bit cruel. But this is the reality. It is also the moment that most tests human nature. Ye Kai took Chi to the entrance of the cave to take a look at the situation outside. At this moment, the Skeleton King had already started to run wild. I can't guarantee that the Skeleton King won't discover the existence of this cave. Time is life. Every life counts. I've received the money, so I have to do my job. Ye Kai said slowly. How about this? The money is given by your mother, and the power is given to you. You choose one. Save Xiaofeng. And she spoke without any hesitation and with determination. Who do you think you would choose if you were to choose? Of course it's me. What if it's not? If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself. Ye Kai walked up to Lu Xiaofeng and asked, Now the right to choose is in your hands. Whoever you say to rescue, I will rescue, and I will never break my promise. And she, who was standing by, looked at Lu Xiaofeng, who was lying on the ground very weakly. She suddenly felt dryness in her mouth and swallowed her saliva very unnaturally. I don't know why, but when Yi Kai asked this question, and Chi's heart couldn't help but tremble. She naturally believed in her relationship with Xiaofeng, but facing such a life and death moment, she was more eager to get a positive answer from Xiaofeng. Lu Xiaofeng's lips moved slightly and his breath was extremely weak, so Yi Kai had to bend down and whisper in his ear. Okay, I'll do as you say and rescue you. Yi Kai nodded, and she looked at the dying Lu Xiaofeng. Her brain was struck by lightning and her mind was buzzing. Xiaofeng, didn't we agree to be together forever, no matter how old we are, sick or dead? Angel, I chose you. Lu Xiaofeng denied it with difficulty. Yi Kai helped Lu Xiaofeng up and walked past Chi, muttering, Don't worry, this painful experience will soon pass, and don't feel guilty. If you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Being able to stay alive is the most important thing. Only fools believe in love. Time and a new love will make you forget the past. If you can't forget it, it means that the time is not long enough and the new love is not good enough. When we get out of this valley, I will take you to see the sunshine of the magic city. When we return home, we can take a comfortable hot bath and lie on the sofa. Nothing will be insurmountable. Just think of it as a nightmare. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Just when the two were about to reach the corner of the cave, and Chi suddenly called Lu Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, are you really not going to take me with you? Lu Xiaofeng turned around and looked at Chi infatuatedly, then stopped walking away. And Chi then revealed a relieved smile. If I don't leave, he will definitely not leave. Then I will grant your wish. I will leave these food and water for you. Spend your last moments in this endless darkness. Yi Kai spread his hands, expressing helplessness. As long as we are together, I will feel warm even in the endless night. Seeing that Lu Xiaofeng did not leave with Yi Kai, and Chi smiled lightly. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. But just as Yi Kai took a step away, Lu Xiaofeng grabbed his arm. His eyes were full of hope, as if to say, Take me out of here. Everything that Yi Kai described to Lu Xiaofeng was so tempting. Lu Xiaofeng looked at the cave entrance from the corner, as if he saw the sun rising in the early morning in the magic city. Take a comfortable hot bath, and when you wake up, everything will become a dream. Obviously, Lu Xiaofeng has made his choice. Ha-da! In an instant, a crystal tear ran down in Chi's cheek. She cried and laughed at the same time. 10 years of love could not withstand the moment of life and death. It turned out that she was the only one who was determined to die from the beginning to the end. When you asked him to choose, who did he choose? Even at this moment, Anchi still held a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. You are the one chosen. Yi Kai said truthfully. Look, Xiaofeng is actually willing to live and die with me, and it's you who has been bewitching him. Seeing that Anchi was still unwilling to accept the reality, Yi Kai simply let go of Lu Xiaofeng and stood between the two of them. Then I'll give him another chance. Let me take him away, or stay and die with you. Make your choice. Lu Xiaofeng slowly turned around and looked at Anchi's eyes full of trust. Even with the reality right in front of her, Anchi still refused to believe that Lu Xiaofeng would abandon her and live alone. Angel, I love you. No matter when you are the woman I love the most. After I get out, I will definitely find a way to rescue you. Just stay here. Wait for me. Wait for me. Ha ha ha. And she laughed. At this moment, she finally understood. Until now, Lu Xiaofeng is still telling grandiose lies. Wait for him. It's really ridiculous. Xiaofeng, you are so stupid. Can't you see? He is just testing you. The money is given by my mother. If I don't go out, do you think my mother will give me money? You are not so stupid as to think that he is letting you choose. In fact, and she knew very well what Yi Kai wanted to do. All this was just a test of Lu Xiaofeng, wanting him to abandon himself, and then let himself know the truth and agree to leave with Yi Kai. But no matter how much Chi wanted to die with Lu Xiaofeng ultimately couldn't withstand Yi Kai's test. Take me away. And Chi said coldly. From this moment on, her heart was dead. Brother, my family has money too. I can give you as much as you want. Take me out. Please, take me out. Oh. Yi Kai smiled helplessly. It's really ironic. From the beginning, I was begging the other person to take me out, but now it has turned into begging him to take me out. In the face of life and death, love is too humble and too insignificant. Let's go. Yi Kai walked up to Anqi, picked her up on his back, and the two walked out of the cave. Help, help, help me. Lu Xiaofeng lay on the ground and shouted with all his might, but no matter how he shouted, Anqi never looked back at him. Chapter 21. Famous Sword, Darkness, Unsheathed. When Yi Kai went out just now, he had already parked the maglev locomotive at the entrance of the cave. Before leaving, Angel looked at the Skeleton King who was running wildly outside the cave with an indifferent look. Do you think I'm stupid? And she smiled self-deprecatingly. She risked her life to love someone, but in the end, this was the result. It is really naive and stupid to think that the power of love can surpass life and death. It's nothing. Everyone has times when they risk their lives for love without regard for the consequences. In fact, I envy you guys. Yi Kai said calmly, let's go, get in the car. There is nothing wrong with believing in love, but in an era like this, love is an expensive luxury. Tina, you cover us in the back seat. Yi Kai let Anqi sit on his chest with Tina behind him. Because Yi Kai has to drive, the space in the back seat must be larger than the front seat. Being in the back will be more conducive to Tina's performance. Hold on tight. Yi Kai stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. Roar, roar, roar. The mechanical sound of the motor immediately attracted the attention of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, who had been furious for a long time, immediately stood in front of Yi Kai. Mirror clone LV2. Yi Kai asked Tina to repeat the same trick and let her clone attract the attention of the Skeleton King. Although the Skeleton King is powerful, he is, after all, a wild demon without human thinking. Faced with a mirror image that is exactly the same as Tina, he immediately launched a massive attack. Boom! The 40-meter-long sword was swung like a gust of wind, and the air currents stirred up by the surrounding black fog were like a violent gale. Yi Kai seized the opportunity and planned to rush past the Skeleton King. It seemed that he was about to break out of the encirclement, but this time, the Skeleton King was well prepared. Under the feet of the Skeleton King, a dark army of undead had been waiting for a long time. Skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, and necromancers seemed to have formed an army of demons under the feet of the Skeleton King. The closer they got, the more obvious the dark shadows of the undead became. Due to Yi Kai's previous sudden intrusion, a large number of demons had been attracted here. It's over. It seems none of us can escape. And she looked at the army of demons in front of her with an extremely depressed expression. Angel was very clear about the strength of these demons. After all, their adventure team had fought against them before. In a desolate environment full of black fog, facing so many undead demons, and the Skeleton King will immediately notice them after dealing with Tina's clone. In Anqi's opinion, the current situation is a foregone conclusion and no one can escape. If you can't speak, just shut up. Yi Kai said angrily, I won't stop you if you want to die, but I will never die in a place like this. Tina, break out. Use the famous sword, Dark Destruction. Don't forget that although Tina of SSSR grade is only 2 stars, she still has SSS-level god-killing equipment in her hands. Famous sword, Dark Destruction. After obtaining the famous sword, Ami, Yi Kai had let Tina try during training. But this is the first time Tina has used it in actual combat. SSS famous sword, Dark Slayer. The Demon Slayer blade from the depths of the Imperial prison is surrounded by the power of darkness. Anyone hit by Dark Slayer will be eroded by the power of darkness and will become its own shadow slave after death. After getting Yi Kai's permission, Tina's eyes flashed with excitement. Tina had just pulled out the dark sword 1 centimeter when the powerful dark force came out like an air pump, stirring up a dark gale. When the famous sword, Dark Destruction, was fully unsheathed, it actually absorbed all the surrounding black fog. What a powerful weapon! After the black mist was absorbed by the famous sword Dark Destruction, Yi Kai looked up and saw. I actually saw the blue sky in this desolate land of the dead. If you tell others about this absurd thing, I guess no one would dare to believe it. Angel was also stunned by the scene before her, looking at Yi Kai in disbelief. No wonder this guy could break into the Skeleton Valley alone. How much money did my mother spend this time to invite such a great person? Death is like the wind, always by my side. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the storm of absolute slash. Tina moved instantly and knocked away the army of demons under the Skeleton King's feet. Dense swarms of undead demons soared into the air. Clang! As the famous sword, Anmi, was sheathed in Tina's hand. In an instant, the dark wind blade slashed wildly at an extremely fast speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, until the demons in the air were chopped into ashes and scattered on the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star D-level demon species, Skeleton Axeman X7, and gaining 7,560 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing 5 2-star D-level demons, Skeleton Archers, and gaining 1,600 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing 3-star B-level demon species, Necromancer X3, and gaining 6,480 experience points. 35,280 unallocated experience points. Tina used the wind of Absolute Slash to immediately open up a path through the army of demons. Tina, get in the car. Yi Kai twisted the accelerator, sped towards Tina, and took her onto the motorcycle. Roar, roar, roar. But Skeleton King's pursuit is not over yet. The black fog that was sucked away by the famous sword, Anmi, only brought a brief moment of light to this desolate land, and the surrounding black fog soon enveloped it. Ghost fire of the underworld. Suddenly, the Skeleton King behind him spit out a ball of green ghost fire from his mouth and attacked Yi Kai. This big, stupid guy actually has a long-range attack method. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. This was something he had never expected. The Skeleton King is huge in size, and the flames that come out of its mouth are naturally huge as well. The will-o'-the-wisp kept approaching Yi Kai. Although it had no temperature, Yi Kai knew very well that if he was hit by this guy, even gods probably can't save him. Tina, use the shadow slaves to block the will-o'-the-wisp. The demons that had just been chopped into ashes by Quangfeng Jueshi were able to rebuild their bodies on the spot because of the ability of Anmi. Skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, necromancers. All the demons killed by Tina were transformed into shadow slaves with black bodies and no outlines. Derived from the ability of the famous sword, Annihilation. Anyone hit by darkness will be corroded by the power of darkness, and after death will become a shadow slave of the holder. Boom! Tina controlled the shadow slaves to block the Skeleton King's will-o'-the-wisp. In an instant, the green fireflies burned the shadow slaves to ashes again. Since the demons in front were all attracted to the feet of the Skeleton King, after getting rid of these guys, Yi Kai's escape direction became unobstructed. The Skeleton King behind him chased for a distance, but was eventually left far behind by Yi Kai. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Woohoo! If you want to catch up with me, the driving god of Akina Mountain, you'll have to wait until next life. Skeleton King, you are not even worthy of looking at my taillights. Chapter 22, this guy's acting is really unbearable. After leaving the Skeleton Valley, the journey ahead was much easier. After notifying Mr. Do in advance, Yi Kai brought in Chi back to the Magic City as agreed. The meeting place this time was not in Tianhong Building, but in Mr. Da's own villa. Angie, elder brother. The feeling of surviving a disaster made the two of them cry for joy immediately. Jiang Yin, transfer the reward to 007, plus 1 million blue knives. Thank you very much. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Mr. Do was an easy-to-deal-with employer and quite self-aware. To be honest, this mission is extremely dangerous, and 6 million blue swords is considered cheap. In order not to disturb the reunion of the brother and sister, Yi Kai left quietly. Walking to a hidden corner, Yi Kai opened the space ring. A familiar figure was pulled out from inside. This person was Chi's boyfriend in the cave, Lu Xiaofeng. You made me risk exposing my space ring to save you. This won't happen again. Yi Kai muttered to himself as he untied Lu Xiaofeng's blindfold and the ropes on his body. Although Lu Xiaofeng was in a coma, Yi Kai blindfolded him for safety reasons and tied him up before putting him into the space ring. Yi Kai hailed a taxi, threw the unconscious Lu Xiaofeng into it, and then asked the driver to take him to the hospital. Looking at the taxis departing back, Yi Kai was actually a little envious of this boy. Lighting a cigarette, Yi Kai looked up at the sunny sky of the Magic City. Recalling the situation in the cave at that time, when Chi was unwilling to leave alone, Lu Xiaofeng actually whispered in Yi Kai's ear, "Brother, play a trick with me and make Anchi completely disappointed in me. Then she will be willing to go with you. Save her. You must save her." In the drama of choosing one over the other that Yi Kai performed in the cave, Lu Xiaofeng was actually the director behind the scenes. In order to make Chi leave Yi Kai willingly, Lu Xiaofeng was willing to destroy his own image and make his former lover hate him, just to leave Chi the last way out. How could a boy who is willing to give you food and water in such a situation abandon you and live alone? Everything was just his last act of tenderness. In order to keep you alive, he keeps throwing dirty water on himself. Even if you hate him to the core, he will still spend the rest of his life with the one he loves the most. Chi, I love you, no matter when you are the woman I love the most. I get out. I will definitely find a way to rescue you. You just hold on here. Wait for me. Wait for me. Lu Xiaofeng's final monologue appears to be a man's despicable lie. In reality, it was a knight's final farewell to the princess. This guy's acting is really good. Ye Kai smiled, feeling mixed emotions. Love is something that will never fade away, even if it is criticized and despised by thousands of people. Some even laugh at it, calling it nothing more than an illusion derived from hormones and human reproduction. But even so, there are still people who continue to risk their lives for it. Sometimes it is as small as dust, even mixed with deception and betrayal. But sometimes it really transcends life and death and gives people endless power. This is also the reason why Ye Kai was willing to risk exposing his space ring to save Lu Xiaofeng's life. Before leaving, Ye Kai secretly asked Tina to knock Lu Xiaofeng unconscious and put him into the space ring. On Blue Star, taking a huge risk to save a stranger who has nothing to do with the interests. Maybe Ye Kai's behavior is childish, but I do. Throwing away the cigarette, but Ye Kai went directly to a 4S shop that sold magnetic levitation motorcycles. This trip to Skull Valley made Ye Kai fall in love with motorcycles completely. Ma'am, this is the AKA 857, the successor to the 850. It is also the most luxurious and powerful model in the series. A sales lady is introducing a very cool magnetic levitation motorcycle. The man and woman in front of me looked like a couple. The woman was holding the man's arm, and they looked very intimate. Baby, I like this car so much. Can you buy it for me, okay? The woman shook the man's arm, rubbing her exposed hemisphere intentionally or unintentionally. The sound gave Ye Kai goosebumps all over his body. Ma'am, you have really good taste. This is a limited edition from the Beyond series. There is a promotion in the store right now with a 20% discount. It only costs 800,000 blue knives. This is too expensive and too big. It's not suitable for a girl like you to drive. When the man heard that the price was 800,000 blue knives, he immediately pulled his hand away from the other person's chest. The price of 800,000 blue knives immediately made him sober up. Introduce it to me. Seeing that the other party didn't want it, Ye Kai moved forward. The car that Snake's sister had before was also a Beyond series. Ye Kai had a very good experience, and I became interested in it instantly. If the car wasn't pink, Ye Kai would have shamelessly asked Sister Snake to give it to him. This matte black car obviously suits Ye Kai's taste better. It's so cool. It's you. At this moment, the woman seemed to recognize Ye Kai's identity. Ye Kai glanced at the other person. Tisk, you're a poor bastard from the slums. Are you worthy of the salesperson introducing you? The woman's name was Jean Lily. She was quite pretty and used to be Chun Wei's girlfriend. But later she dumped him because she thought Chen Wei was poor and went to Shanghai to try to get close to a rich and powerful man. Do you understand what first come, first serve means? I saw this car first. The other party was still as arrogant as before, but Ye Kai was not angry. After all, they came here first. Well, since you came here first, you can buy it. Ye Kai knew very well that with her looks and intelligence, no fool would be willing to spend 800,000 blue knives to buy her a car. Do you really think you're an emotional blogger who can make men spend millions on you with just 3 sentences? Baby, just buy it for me. If you don't buy it for me now, I will be embarrassed. Sister, this is an 800,000 blue knife car. Do you think it's an 8,000 yuan phone? Besides, even if it's an 8,000 yuan phone, you don't deserve it. The middle-aged man just turned his face away and walked away. 800,000 blue knives. Do you think I'm a fool? Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely awkward, and Jean Lily wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Are you still going to buy it? If not, then it's my turn. Humph, why are you everywhere? Come on, I'll give it to you. If you buy it on the spot, I'll eat a pound of shit. Jean Lily started to criticize directly. Don't think I don't know. Don't I know what kind of person you are? In fact, we are the same. You are not much better than me. Chapter 23, The Pervert Among Perverts. Hey, what do you mean I'm the same as you? Stop swearing. Ye Kai was caught in a dilemma for a moment. He really wanted to tear the woman's mouth apart, but was afraid of dirtying his hands. Stop pretending to be stupid here. If you have the guts, buy it. I'll give it to you now. Go ahead and buy it. Yikai rarely listened to the sales lady's introduction, so he just threw the card to her. Just swipe the card. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Jean Lily looked at him with disdain and said, I've seen this kind of trick many times. Your card will be frozen and you don't have cash with you. You can buy it next time. How disgusting. If you don't have the ability, don't try to show off here. I am here today, and I will expose your ugly face. Ding, card swiping successful. With a slight sound, Jean Lily stopped bombarding Yikai. Whatever you say. Anyway, Yikai didn't want to bother with an idiot. The words card swiped successfully say it all. Many people watching the fun were talking around, and their words were extremely harsh. This kind of woman is so pitiful. She thinks she is something special. She is just a high-end prostitute. A plaything in the hands of a rich man can't be too rich, because such a man would never look down on her. I can't even tell who's the rich man. It's obvious that the guy in front of me is the sponsor. Yikai left in a cool manner, leaving Jean Lily confused and her head buzzing. After having his own chow-yue, Yikai's travel became much more convenient. The next thing is to solve the housing problem. After all, I'm a millionaire now. The small hotel in the alley no longer fits Yikai's noble status. I looked at the housing prices in the center of Magic City. 5 million blue dollars is more than enough to buy an apartment in the center of Magic City. If your residence is too conspicuous, it will attract other people's attention. On the contrary, living in an apartment where people mix together is more private. I acted decisively and found an apartment near a dense population and bought it. It is about 60 square meters, and the decoration is not luxurious. It cost Yikai 5 million blue swords. Looking at the 200,000 blue knife balance in the card, Yikai fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, spending money is as easy as taking a shit, but making money is harder than eating shit. This was the money I earned after surviving a life-and-death experience in Skull Valley, and it was spent so quickly. After adding a few new pieces of furniture, Yikekari had only a few tens of thousands of dollars left. It seems, if you want to gain a foothold in the Magic City, you still have to work hard. I spent the whole day buying a car, looking at houses, and buying furniture. Yikai was really tired. Good night, Tina. After summoning Tina, Yikai quickly fell asleep. The room has a 2-meter double bed, with Yikai and Tina each taking half. Yikai has become accustomed to summoning Tina before going to bed. Of course, not for anything else. Because Shikigami do not need to sleep, they rest by parasitizing the body of the summoner. So Yikai wanted Tina to stand guard for him. The next morning, Yikai stretched and slept until noon. The feeling of sleeping until you wake up naturally is really wonderful. But when Yikai thought of the balance in his card, he jumped up from the bed. It was no time to sleep now. He should get up and work. Tina, make me some sweet and sour pork. Yikai sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and gave the order casually. Tina just looked at him coldly without making any response. Ah, fried rice with egg, right? Tina remained indifferent, but the murderous intent in her eyes became stronger. Oh, I'll do it. Yikai shook his head helplessly, almost forgetting that Tina was a sword princess and there was no way she could do housework. While frying fried rice in the kitchen, Yikai was thinking that when his summoner level is raised to silver, he would be able to summon a second Shikigami. Be sure to choose a Shikigami who can do housework. Wouldn't that mean that life would be prosperous and happy? However, all this is Yikai's yearning for a better life. In reality, he still has to do it himself. He casually prepared 2 servings of fried rice, handed one to Tina, and then Yikai ate while reading the association's tasks. To be honest, Yikai has already accepted 2 tasks in a row, and it's time for him to take a break. Just take a look first. If you find a particularly suitable one, take it. If not, take a break for a while. As soon as he logged into the official website of the Summoners Association, Yikai received an email from the official. Congratulations to the summoner, Black Silk Boss 007, for being promoted to A-level summoner. Due to Yikai's recent outstanding performance, Yikai's summoner's rating has been promoted from B to A. Yikai took out the 6-pointed star badge that symbolized his identity, and the letter B on it also changed to A. There is no need to go to the Summoners Association to change it. The badge can be synchronized by itself. Now Yikai can even see S-level summoner missions. In the Summoners Association, A-level missions and S-level missions are a watershed. Both in terms of mission difficulty and rewards, there is a huge difference between them. The rewards for S-level missions are usually at least tens of millions of blue swords, and it is not recommended for summoners to complete them alone. Instead, they're taken on by teams of many summoners and carried out together. In the chat room, Zhang Xinzong, my tooth hurts damn. That death mission was actually completed by the Black Silk boss. Aishuan Sugar Orange. Single-handedly rescuing the survivors from the Skeleton King's feet is a bit outrageous. Liu Beishan. Who the hell is this guy with black silk stockings? I want to have a baby with him. Ragdoll Cat. Maybe Skeleton King fell asleep when he went there, so he got the advantage. Zhang Xinzong, I have a toothache. I have taken this mission before. 3 brothers went together, and I was the only one who came back alive. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Our team didn't see the Skeleton King at all. The large number of undead demons in the Skeleton Valley alone stopped us. Be happy in spring. The Black Silk boss is the Black Silk boss. Not only his name is perverted, his strength is also perverted among perverts. The day Yikai didn't pay attention to the chat room, he was already known as Black Silk boss by the summoners of the Magic City. The homepage information has received 17,233 likes and 39,865 dislikes. Popularity remains high. Yikai didn't care about the outside world's comments. He just glanced at them casually and then began to focus on those tasks with high rewards. But after watching for a long time, Yikai gradually discovered that although the S-level missions had high rewards, they were too difficult for Yikai at this stage. Moreover, Yikai has no acquaintances and is not suitable for team combat. After much thought, Yikai simply gave up accepting the mission. Riding Chaoyue, Yikai once again came to the outskirts of the Skeleton Valley. This time, Yikai did not go deep into the valley but just fought monsters on the outskirts. Due to the big fuss he had caused inside before, Yikai already had more than 30,000 undistributed experience points. I won't accept any missions these days. I will upgrade Tina to 3 stars first. Chapter 24, Invincible Little Dragon. After a week of hard training, Yikai finally promoted Tina to 3 stars. Because of the existence of the famous sword Dark Destruction, Yikai is able to absorb the black fog above the Skull Valley. With a wide field of vision, he only moves around on the periphery and the danger level is not great. Congratulations to the host SSSR, Shikigami. Tina for being promoted to 3 stars and unlocking the skill Wind Barrier. The Wind Sword Princess, Tina. Affiliation, Yikai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 3 stars. 0/243000. Bonds, Gale Swordsman Ronin, Dark, JK, Black Silk. Shikigami Equipment. SSS Famous Sword, Dark Destruction. The demon blade from the depths of the Imperial Prison is surrounded by the power of darkness. Anyone hit by Dark Destruction will be corroded by the power of darkness and will become its own shadow slave after death. Shikigami Outfit. JK, Black Stockings. Combat Ability. Tianyi Jinliu Swordsmanship can manipulate wind blades and perform rapid slashing. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Skill. Tianyi True Flow Secret Art. Wind and Breath Slash. CD. 30 minutes. The Secret of Tianyi Jinliu. An irresistible sword drawing slash. It can swing out thousands of wind blades in an instant. Mirror Image Clone Level 3. Create 3 mirror image clones with only 30% of the own combat effectiveness and 800% damage received, lasting 25 seconds. CD, 5 minutes. Wind Barrier. Generates flowing airflow directly in front, forming a hurricane barrier to resist and rebound the opponent's attacks. After Tina was promoted to 3 stars, not only did she unlock new skills, but her mirror clone was also strengthened. The number of clones, inherited attributes, and duration have all been significantly improved. The experience gain for another upgrade also increased from 72,000 to 243,000. However, Yikai himself only needs 50,000 to upgrade to the Silver Realm, so the cost-effectiveness of continuing to train Tina is no longer high. What Yikai has to do now is to improve his summoner level and unlock the second Shikigami position. However, this Shikigami Yikai needs to be carefully considered. Although Tina's fighting ability is very strong, she has a cold face every day. For the second Shikigami, Yikai plans to select one from the logistics aspect. Appearance and ability are not the most important things. After all, Tina is already there to support us in this aspect. It would be best if she can take care of her own food, clothing, and daily life, and be able to both be a housewife and cook. If she has some singing and dancing talents, it would be perfect. When he thought of this, the smile on Yikai's face began to become more and more presumptuous. The system detected new task information. Mission released. the second Shikigami. Task content. Raise your own realm to silver and obtain a second Shikigami. The quality must not be lower than S level, otherwise the mission will fail. Quest rewards. Shikigami costume Maid. Shikigami costume black silk. It is worthy of being the strongest system in the universe. My good brother, you understand me. As soon as Yikai thought of this, he received the task information released by the system. Made in black silk stockings? Let's go. With such a telepathic system, it would be easy to dominate the universe. Host, don't be so arrogant. Let's get back to the topic. Although the mission rewards are very attractive, the requirements above S grade are indeed a bit difficult. It is impossible for Yikai to always have such good luck, as he has SSSR Tina in his mouth at the beginning. Yikai has to find a second Shikigami of S grade or above by himself. But there is no need to rush. After all, Yikai does not have enough experience to raise his realm to silver. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Yikai needs to think carefully about this maid with black stockings. After a week of training, Yikai decided to go back to the Magic City to rest. Tina's strength has also reached 3 stars, and with the famous sword Dark Destruction, Yikai's combat power is now quite impressive. At least if I meet an opponent like the Skeleton King again, I won't be as embarrassed as before, and I can escape more easily. As the combat power of the Shikigami increased, Yikai's physical attributes naturally received stronger feedback. Now he can easily deal with a 1-star skeleton archer. On the way back to Shanghai, Yikai happened to pass by Lao Zhao's Onkong farm. It seems to be well built. It should be because after the demons were killed by Yikai, they got a moment of peace. Bump! When Yikai came to his senses, a figure suddenly appeared at the corner in front of him. Yikai didn't have time to react and was knocked 20 meters away by the opponent. Oh shit! A ghost is poking its head out. Brother, are you okay? What the hell? Who is this blind bastard who dares to bump into our big brother? Do you know who our eldest brother is? You who are known as the invincible little dragon. Shikun, you are dead. A group of hooligans with colorful hair immediately surrounded Yikai. Yikai took off his helmet and wanted to go see the other party's injuries, but the gangsters surrounded him and wouldn't let him leave. It's him! It's him! A mophead pointed at Yikai's handsome face and shouted, "It's this guy who ruined our good fortune. The demon seed we threw to Xiao Yuanshan's farm was killed by this guy." After hearing the other party's words, Yikai suddenly realized. It seems that these guys are the masterminds behind the biochemical zombies attacking the farm. You are Black Silk Boss 007? At this moment, the man who was knocked away by Yikai slowly crawled up from the ground. The man was broad-shouldered, fat-headed, and big-eared. He was 150 centimeters tall and weighed 150 kilograms. He looked like a walking Mithriya Buddha. Shikun dusted himself off and walked towards Yikai as if nothing had happened. Good job. He was hit so far away by himself at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, but he was not hurt at all. It seems that having some fat has its advantages. At least it can reduce shock when you are hit. Invincible? Little? Dragon. Yikai looked puzzled. How could he have the nerve to say that he was an invincible little dragon when he looked like this? Are people nowadays so bold in giving nicknames? How does this have anything to do with his image? What a narrow road for enemies. I've been looking for you for a long time. After searching everywhere, I finally found you without any effort. What do you want from me? Shikun walked up to Yikai with a fierce look on his face. I came to you to tell you something. You'd better not get involved in the affairs of Onkong Farm in the future. Otherwise, I will let you know what cruelty is. Heh. Yikai smiled slightly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Cool this. Shikigami summon. Swordback dragon. Shikigami summon. 3-headed dragon. Shikigami summon. Flying winged dragon. Seeing that his threat didn't have the desired effect, Shikun didn't give in and said nothing. Directly summoned his 3 Shikigami. Chapter 25 1v4. As the soul formation appeared under Shikun's feet, 3 dragon Shikigami were summoned. Yikai's eyes gradually became serious. No wonder this squash was not hurt at all after being knocked so far away by him. A summoner who can summon 3 Shikigami at once is at least at the gold level. With the support of 3 Shikigami, the summoner's own strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, the dragon Shikigami summoned by the opponent were all very strange. The 3-headed dinosaur is not only huge in size, but its skin is also a terrifying green color, just like a zombie. Yikai did not dare to take it lightly, and immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan the data of these Shikigami. Biochemical Triceratops. Affiliation. Shikun. Grade C. Star rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Dragon Clan, biochemical. Combat ability. There are sharp horns on the head which are good at charging. The physique after biochemical transformation is insensitive to pain and even more wild. Skill, Savage Charge. CD, 10 minutes. After accumulating power for 1 minute, gather all your strength and slam into the opponent. Biochemical Swordback Dragon. Affiliation, Shikun. Grade C. Star rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Dragon Clan, biochemical. Combat ability. It has a huge bone plate on its back and a tail with 4 spikes. Its biochemically modified physique is insensitive to pain and even more ferocious. Skill, Scroll Attack. CD, 10 minutes. Rolls the body into a disc, spins at high speed, and uses the spikes on the back to attack the enemy. Biochemical Flying Pterosaur. Affiliation, Shikun. Grade B. Star rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Dragon Clan, biochemical. Combat ability. A pterosaur with a sharp beak and claws and the ability to fly. A biochemically modified physique that is insensitive to pain and even more ferocious. Skill, Earthquake Scream. CD, 10 minutes. Ultrasonic waves are used to trigger earthquakes. Although the opponent's 3 Shikigami are not of high star level, their bond attributes are almost perfect. Trigger Bond, biochemical. 2. If a biochemical Shikigami is killed by the opponent, it will immediately enter zombie mode, plus 100% attack speed, plus 100% movement speed, lasting 5 seconds, and then immediately die. Trigger Bond, Dragon. 3. Summon a random dragon egg and copy a dragon Shikigami of your side, lasting 5 minutes. Bronze Egg. Star level -1. Silver Egg. Star level unchanged. Gold Egg. Star level +1. As the 3-headed dragon Shikigami were summoned, a silver-white dinosaur egg appeared next to Shikun. The eggshell cracked and shone with silver light. A 3-star Triceratops was born from it. The silver egg of the Dragon Clan bond allows Shikun to control 4 Shikigami. Fortunately, the random dragon egg is not a golden egg. If it is a golden egg, the star rating will be +1, and the situation will be even more unfavorable for Yikai. Yikai was not to be outdone and summoned Tina out. A graceful figure and long black hair cascading down like a waterfall. The famous sword in his hand, Anmi, had not yet been unsheathed, but it already emitted a dark and murderous aura. JK short skirt paired with black stockings is both pure and sexy. Although she was fighting 1 against 4, there was no fear in Tina's eyes. Ha 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 ha. There's only 1 Shikigami. She's still a smaller girl. A vase-shaped god like this will probably be torn into pieces by Shikun's biochemical dinosaur in less than 1 round. When the gangsters saw that Yikai had only summoned 1 Shikigami, they couldn't help but laugh at him. There are few people who can read these big words, so naturally, they don't know the SSSR-level Swift Sword Lady. After all, no one would have thought that an unknown new summoner would have a SSSR-quality Shikigami. Moreover, it is of 3-star quality and is equipped with SSS-level equipment. Get out of my way and watch my show. Shikun dismissed the gang of thugs. After all, this was a war between summoners, and they would only get in the way. Come on, Yikai said calmly. Tina had just been promoted to 3 stars, and Yikai also wanted to see the terrifying combat power of a 3-star SSSR. The opponent has 4 3-star Shikigami, but their ranks are not high, and they have no equipment. Yikai only needs to pay attention to the bond of biochemistry too. After the biochemical Shikigami is killed, it will enter a 5-second period of last-minute recovery, with plus 100% attack and movement speed. Don't be careless. 4 against 1. Isn't that a bit too much for you? Really? Then let's do 4 against 4. Yikai smiled slightly and directly asked Tina to activate Mirror Clone Level 3. Tina's figure turned into a phantom, and in an instant 3 identical clones appeared. What a gimmick. Go ahead, Triceratops. Smash her to pieces. Shikun ordered 2 Triceratops to attack from both sides, trying to eliminate Tina and her clones. Although Triceratops moves quickly, there is still a certain gap compared to Tina, who is known as the Windsword Queen. Just as the 2 Triceratops were about to hit Tina and her clone, 4 graceful figures leaped into the air and dodged the impact of the Triceratops. Boom! The 2 Triceratops collided violently, making a loud noise. Yikai raised his head slightly and glanced at Tina in midair. He gave a faint smile. White. Kill it. Let's get back to the point. From the very beginning, Yikai's target was the strongest flying pterosaur among the 4 Shikigami. Just kill this guy, and then use the power of the famous sword, darkness, to make him your shadow slave. Ye Kai can immediately change the situation of a 4-to-1 battle. Earth-shaking scream. Suddenly, the flying pterosaur in the air let out a shrill scream. Ye Kai looked at a puddle of water beside him. The water surface was vibrating at a high frequency, and even small water droplets were separated and jumping on the surface. With this scream that broke the sky, the earth shook and the surrounding trees collapsed in an instant. Tina's 3 mirror clones instantly turned into smoke after being attacked by ultrasonic waves. The damage received by the mirror clone will be increased by an additional 800%, so it is normal for it to be killed instantly by the opponent. But because of the attack just now, Tina's body's Ronin Bond shield was reduced by half. The duel between summoners is not like the one in the Skull Valley, where Ye Kai unilaterally slaughtered those mindless low-level demons. Under the command and control of the summoner, the combat power of Shikigami, with the same star level, will vary greatly. Humph, little brat, you underestimate my flying pterosaur. It is my trump card. Seeing that the flying pterosaur killed all of Tina's clones, Shikun looked very proud. Really? But I'm going to use it soon. Ye Kai smiled slightly, as if everything was under his control. P.S. Encyclopedia. Bond. Biochemical. Biochemical. 2. If a biochemical Shikigami is killed by the opponent, it will immediately enter zombie mode, with plus 100% attack speed and plus 100% movement speed for 5 seconds, and then die immediately. Biochemical. 4. If a biochemical Shikigami is killed by the opponent, it will immediately enter zombie mode, with plus 200% attack speed and plus 200% movement speed for 5 seconds, and then die immediately. Biochemical. 6. If all your Shikigami are killed by the enemy, they will immediately enter zombie mode, with plus 200% attack speed and plus 200% movement speed. This lasts for 10 seconds, and they will die immediately afterwards. Bond Dragon. Dragon 3 summons a random dragon egg and copies a dragon Shikigami for 5 minutes. Bronze Egg. Star -1. Silver Egg. Star remains unchanged. Gold Egg. Star +1. Dragon 5 summons 2 random dragon eggs and copies 2 of your dragon Shikigami for 5 minutes. Silver Egg. Star rating unchanged. Gold Egg. Star rating +1. No bronze eggs appear. Chapter 26. Victory or defeat in a split second. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu. The wind's absolute slash. Death is like the wind, always by my side. As Tina whispered, the figure turned into a stream of light and passed directly through the body of the flying pterosaur. In a flash, thousands of slashing attacks raged wildly on the flying pterosaur. The famous sword Dark Destruction added dark attributes spiritual power to Tina's attacks, and the fierce wind slash turned into a black hurricane. Directly chopped the flying pterosaur in a bloody mist. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star B-rank Shikigami, biochemical flying pterosaur, and gaining 10,800 experience points. 10,800 unallocated experience points. How is this possible? Shakuin was stunned for a moment. He couldn't accept what he saw. My trump card Shikigami was actually killed by the opponent? Tina landed beautifully in a free fall, facing the breeze, and her soft hair was lifted in front of her forehead. After killing the opponent's Shikigami, he even took the time to strike a pose, which was simply murderous. If you kill my flying pterosaur, you won't survive. With Shakun's roar, the biochemical bond took effect. The flying pterosaur killed by Tina began to reorganize on the spot and gain a bonus of 100% attack speed and 100% movement speed. His entire body turned dark red, and he pounced towards Tina like a mad zombie. Tina, get out of the way! Ye Kai has the Eye of Insight, and he is very clear about the opponent's zombie ties. Although the Shikigami with biochemical bonds will enter a zombie state with enhanced combat power after being killed, the recovery time is only 5 seconds. As long as you avoid the opponent's attack within these 5 seconds, you can easily resolve the surprise attack of the zombie bond. After gaining a 100% bonus to attack speed and movement speed, the speed of the pterosaur was only slightly slower than that of Tina. But it was this little bit that prevented the pterosaur from catching up with Tina, who kept dodging. At this moment, a drop of cold sweat fell from Shakun's forehead. He knew very well that in a duel between masters, victory or defeat would be decided in a flash. Anyone with a discerning eye can see who will win or lose in the duel between Shikun and Ye Kai. The key lies in these short 5 seconds. At present, Shikun's Ace Shikigami has been defeated by Ye Kai. If he cannot take advantage of the 5 seconds of biochemical bond and use the flying pterosaur zombies to inflict heavy damage on Tina, the only result that awaits Shikun is failure. But Yikai is very smart. He knows that the zombies created by biochemical bonds are just the last gasp of the Shikigami. Yikai's avoidance of the battle gave Shakun a headache, and he cried out in his heart, "How could this guy know so much about the bond one triggered?" On Blue Star, every Shikigami has his own unique bond. There are already hundreds of bonds known to humans today, and there are even many that are not well known to humans. Although the quality of the Shikigami is the key factor in determining victory or defeat in a summoner's duel, the bonds of the Shikigami often play an important strategic role in the duel. The composition of the Shikigami's bonds is also related to a summoner's fighting style. Some bonds can even take one by surprise and turn defeat into victory. No one can say that they can clearly understand the opponent's Shikigami's bonds and counter his moves just by looking at the opponent's Shikigami. Yikai looked at the other person's surprised expression and made a slight joke. "Sorry, little pumpkin dragon, I have a cheat. It's not that easy to avoid." Seeing Yikai avoiding the fight, Shakun ordered the swordback dragon to directly attack Yikai's body. The swordback tornado with spikes all over its back rolled into a circle, and its body spun at high speed like a saw as it attacked Yikai. Shakun took advantage of his numerical advantage and made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. Seeing that Yikai was in danger, Tina could only jump back to defend. And Shakun was waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zombie flying pterosaurs, 2 triceratops, and a swordback dragon. The 4 Shikigami launched a fierce attack, vowing to kill Tina. Facing the 4 huge monsters in front of him, Yikai couldn't help but frown. This little pumpkin dragon is indeed quite capable. Whether it is the bond between Shikigami or the use of tactics, it demonstrates the level that a gold summoner should have. But you're still a little short of being able to defeat me. Wind barrier. Facing the attack of 4 biochemical dinosaurs, Tina waved the darkness in her hand, forming a hurricane barrier right in front of her. Like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, the 4 biochemical dinosaurs were blocked by air currents that were invisible to the naked eye and froze in front of Tina. What a powerful Shikigami. Whether it's attack, speed, or defense, it's all first-rate. Even Shakun couldn't help but admire it. But can you withstand the combined attack of my 4 Shikigami? You killed my bio-pterosaur today, so you have to compensate me for this humanoid Shikigami. Let me show you the true strength of my invincible little dragon. Activate the talent, Golden Light Spell. Grant it to the flying pterosaur. Every summoner has his own talent. Yikai has the SSS level Star Soul Devourer, while Shakun has the A level Golden Light Curse. The opponent activates the Golden Light Curse, temporarily granting a single Shikigami Golden Holy Light, greatly increasing the Shikigami's attack and defense power for a short period of time. As Shakun's talent was activated, the flying pterosaur's body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, which was extremely dazzling. The flying pterosaur had already entered zombie state, gaining twice the attack speed and movement speed, and now it has gained the bonus of Shakun's Golden Light spell. The golden flying pterosaur suddenly became extremely fast and directly broke through Tina's wind barrier. After breaking through the barrier, the flying pterosaur continued its offensive and attacked with its sharp claws, once again breaking the shield of Tina Ronin's bond. Yikai had to admit that Shakun was indeed a worthy opponent. Shakun is the first summoner who can force Tina to this point. After breaking the shield of Ronin bond, the next to bear the damage is Tina's body. 1-0. However, Yikai stood there calmly, not panicking at all. Because of the 5-second zombie state of the pterosaur, the time is up. 2-level reversal. Now it's my turn. I see you still don't understand your situation. Although my flying pterosaur is gone, you are already desperate. The knife is not sharp, and the horse is too thin. What can you use to fight me? Shakun thought that Yikai had reached a desperate situation, but he didn't know that the ability of the unknown sword, Anmi, was being activated. After the flying pterosaur died completely, a black mist completely wrapped around it and then swallowed it. In a flash, the flying pterosaur was resurrected again as a shadow slave. But this time, it has become Yikai's pawn. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the flying pterosaur in the shadow slave state blocked the attacks of other Shikigami. Tina took the opportunity to draw her sword and killed them all. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star D-rank Shikigami, Bio-Triceratops, and gaining 5,400 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star D-rank Shikigami, Bio-Swordback Dragon, and gaining 5,400 experience points. Unallocated experience points, 21,600. When Shikun's Shikigami triggered the biochemical bond, Yikai ordered the flying pterosaur to take himself and Tina into the sky. Even the Triceratops and Stegosaurus, whose attack speed and movement speed have increased by 100%, can only be far behind. Staring blankly on the ground. Chapter 27, Seizing Talent. Although Shadow Slave has no skills and can only last for 30 seconds, it is enough compared to the 5-second rampage of biochemical bond. You little piece of trash. You can't afford to play. You can't even confront me head-on. Shakuin saw Yikai hiding in the air and could only watch the 5 seconds of zombie state end, feeling like ants were crawling on his body. Like a thorn in the side, like sitting on pins and needles. I can only worry. The zombie state ended, and the Triceratops and Stegosaurus killed by Tina also turned into shadow slaves. The winner has been decided. Seeing that Shakuin, who was at the golden level, was defeated by Yikai, the gang of hooligans ran away. Why are you leaving? Stop right there. Let's have a good chat. Yikai ordered the Triceratops and Stegosaurus, who had turned into shadow slaves, to block the gangsters' way. When they were trying to stop me, each one was more excited than the other, but now, no one can leave. Taking them to an abandoned factory building nearby, Yikai got straight to the point. I'll ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Sir, just ask. The gangsters knelt down and begged for mercy, and when they saw Tina beside Yikai, they broke out in cold sweats. After witnessing the battle between Yikai and Shakuin, they finally understood why Yikai was called Black Silk Boss 007. It turns out that the big guy in black silk stockings was not referring to Yikai, but his Shikigami, Tina. Where did the biochemical zombies that attacked On Kong Farm come from? And who was the mastermind behind it? We don't know anything. Brother Kuin told us to do it. The gangsters all looked at Shikun. Ha! After a burst of wild laughter, Shikun spurted out a ball of black blood from his mouth. Yikai was slightly stunned and felt something was wrong. This guy actually committed suicide by taking poison. Tina, hurry up. Kill him. A wind blade struck out and directly cut off Shikun's head. Congratulations to the host for killing the Gold Realm Summoner, Shikun, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Unallocated experience points, 146,600. Fortunately, Yikai just breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the experience prompt from the system. 125,000 experience points. Almost made this squash commit suicide. Fortunately, I was quick-witted, otherwise all the experience points I got would be gone. Although Yikai did not obtain any information, Shakuin's suicide explained everything. There is a bigger mastermind behind this incident. An organization that even summoners at the gold level fear. Golden Light Curse, a good talent, I accept it. Star Soul Devourer, activate. Yikai slowly walked to Shakuin's side and displayed his talent. The spiritual power in his hands gathered, and a black hole, like an abyss, distorted the surrounding space. The black hole instantly devoured Shikun's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring and obtaining the A-level talent. Golden Light Curse. Golden Light Curse A. For 3 seconds, grant a single Shikigami a golden glow, greatly increasing its attack and defense power. The increased attributes are related to the summoner's own attributes. The Shikigami can feed back to the summoner, and the Golden Light spell can improve the Shikigami according to the summoner's attributes. It is really a good talent. Just imagine, when Tina launches the gust of absolute breath, you add the Golden Light spell to her. That scene would be so cool. On Blue Star, only those with awakened talents can become summoners. Although Star Soul Devourer is an SSS level talent, its effect can only be activated when the opponent is defeated. Now, Yikai has finally used Star Soul Devourer to obtain his first talent and can help Tina in battle. Seeing Yikai directly devour Shakuin, the gangsters were all shocked. The resources of this world are already scarce. Keeping you dung-making machines around will only waste Gongong's resources. Tina, get started. As Yikai slowly opened his mouth, Tina's slash immediately killed all the gangsters. Before committing suicide, Shikun did not attack these gangsters, but chose to kill himself, which means they knew nothing. There was no need for Yikai to waste time asking more questions. Since he had let them see his talent, Yikai had no intention of leaving any of them alive. After killing the little pumpkin dragon, Yikai gained a lot of experience points. Although the process is a bit difficult, the rewards are definitely worth it. This is much more efficient than when he was killing monsters in Skull Valley. However, the risks are also much higher. As a summoner in the Golden Realm, Shikun used the perfect bond between the Shikigami to teach Yakai a lesson. If Tina had not been promoted to 3 stars and had not been blessed with the SSS level famous sword, Dark Destruction, I'm afraid Yakai will really fall into Shikun's hands this time. It seems that not only the cultivation of Shikigami, but also the choice of Shikigami bonds is the key to determining the strength of the summoner. Afterwards, Yakai allocated 50,000 experience points to himself. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Silver Realm and unlocking the second Shikigami slot. Unallocated experience points 96600. Finally, he reached the Silver Realm, and Yakai had completed half of the second Shikigami mission issued by the system. The next step is to find a Shikigami of S grade or above. After being promoted to the Silver Realm, Yakai discovered that there was no change in the spiritual power in his body. On Blue Star, the level of a summoner only represents the number of Shikigami that can be summoned. Of course, as a general rule, the more Shikigami there are, the stronger the summoner will be after the feedback. But it is not ruled out that some bronze summoners will focus on training a Shikigami, upgrade it to a very high star level, and then through the feedback from the Shikigami, he can also become very strong. This training method is known as extreme training in the summoner world. However, this kind of training method requires giving up many things and is not worth promoting. Thump, 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 thump. Just as Yakai was about to leave, he suddenly found a cell phone vibrating under his feet. Based on the location where the phone fell, it is not difficult to guess that this should be Shikun's phone. There may be a clue here. Yakai picked up the phone and threw it directly into his space ring. The space inside does not belong to the blue planet, but an extra-dimensional space created by the system. Once a mobile phone is thrown inside, the signal will be lost immediately and no one can track it. However, Yakai did not intend to investigate further, as even a summoner at the gold level like Sha Kuin had committed suicide. This shows how powerful the mastermind behind this is. He didn't want to bring trouble upon himself, and thought that Sha Kuin was the mastermind behind the zombie attack on the farm. Yakai could help Lao Xiao and the others solve the problem. But now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. Oncom Farm can only hope for the best. Chapter 28. Okay, boss. No problem, boss. After returning to Shanghai, Yakai sent his motorcycle to the 4S shop to repair the windshield. As expected, he is the invincible little dragon. He is fine, but my car is smashed. The repairman said it would be done soon. With nothing to do, Yakai sat on the sofa in the hall and checked the mission information of the Summoners Association. The cost of living in Shanghai is really too high, so Yakai has to make some extra money to maintain his daily expenses. As soon as he logged in, Yakai received a system email. You have received a task from an employer. Do you want to accept it? In the Summoners Association, employers can specify summoners when issuing tasks, but generally only summoners with great reputations can enjoy this treatment. Yakai chuckled and immediately became interested. I didn't expect that I, Black Silk Killer 007, have reached such a high status in the Summoners Association. Bodyguard. Mission level A. Task issuer. Be happy in spring. Mission content. Protect the employer's life safety within 3 days. Mission location. Demon City. Mission reward. 8 million blue knives. Yakai looked at the mission information carefully. 8 million blue swords to protect a person's life for 3 days in the Magic City seemed to be a very cost-effective deal. But when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. It is very suspicious why the other party specifically asked me to take the task. Yakai never believed that good things would fall from the sky. To be on the safe side, Yakai did not accept the task directly, but after contacting the employer, the two met in a restaurant. After repairing the car, Yakai came to the agreed restaurant. Hello, over here, over here. As soon as Yakai appeared, a cute girl full of energy came to greet him. It's you. Yakai was slightly stunned. Isn't this one you? This girl. Why is she everywhere? You didn't expect it? I am Spring, and you should be happy. When you chuckled, and her sweet smile was very healing. The two sat down in a seat near the window and ordered some food. You? How do you know I'm 007? I guess that the registration time of Black Silk Killer 007 was exactly the day I met you in the Summoners Association Hall. When you suddenly whispered, not only do I know that you are the Black Silk Killer 007, I also know that you are the rescuer invited by Monkey. The reinforcements invited by the Monkey, this is the nickname that Yakai was offered the bounty for. Because when you had seen Yakai's Shikigami in the underground fortress, and then based on the description of the bounty order, he guessed Yakai's identity. Yakai looked at when you meaningfully. Should he praise this girl for being smart or for being stupid? Forget it, whether you were smart or stupid. Now that you know my secret, you might as well bury it. You, are you trying to kill me to silence me? Wen Yu was frightened by Yi Kai's eyes and huddled in the corner trembling. Ha ha ha, no, what are you talking about? Yi Kai smiled nonchalantly. Was his expression just now really that obvious? Probably not. Obviously, you can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. The woman's sixth sense told Wen Yu that she must have seen it right. Ha ha! Yi Kai scratched his head. Since he was seen through by the other party, he simply admitted, there was indeed a moment just now when I thought so. After getting Yi Kai's affirmative answer, Wen Yu immediately covered his mouth, indicating that he would never tell his secret to anyone else. Lei Xiaojie is actually the boss behind the gang that harassed you. In addition to getting rid of the evil for the people, I am actually helping you. Yi Kai stood up, walked in front of Wen Yu, and pushed Wen Yu against the wall in the corner of the booth across the table. Fi grow winky face Fi. Boss Black Silk, I understand. From now on we are just grasshoppers in the same boat. Wen Yu shivered. You're sensible. Let's talk about the mission next. Yi Kai patted Wen Yu's little head and said with satisfaction, I've changed my mind now. I don't want to invite you anymore. I feel like you're the biggest potential threat. I want to ask a more powerful summoner to protect my personal safety. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away, Miss Wen. I advise you to consider it carefully. Well, okay, but this mission is more dangerous. Due to the war between families, I seem to be targeted by some bounty hunters. The number and strength of the enemy are not clear yet. Can you do it, Boss Black Silk? You are talking nonsense, aren't you? It has to work. How can a man say no? It is not necessary to defeat the opponent. Protecting a girl in the Magic City is not a big problem. I am the best at escaping. Really? That would be great. Immediately afterwards, the two confirmed their employment relationship on the official website of the Summoners Association. Seeing Yi Kai accepted the task, Wen Yu immediately smiled. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. Something was wrong. Why did he feel like he had fallen into the other party's trap? But it's too late to regret now. If he wants to give up the mission, Yi Kai will need to pay 30% of the reward, which is 2.4 million. He simply doesn't have that much money. But the Wen family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City after all, and they should not cheat him, a fledgling summoner. From now on, for 72 hours, you must be my personal bodyguard. I'm a bodyguard, not a babysitter. Speak politely to me. Yes, Black Silk Boss. Hey, you should just call me 007. Black Silk Big Brother sounds weird. Okay, boss, no problem, boss. Yi Kai ate delicious food while watching the news on the restaurant's TV. The top 10 outstanding figures who have touched the Magic City are being selected, among whom is Wen Yu's father, the current patriarch of the Wen family, Wen Tianjin. News reports show that the Wen family has allocated funds for the construction of the underground city several times this year, totaling 500 million yuan. Finally, Wen Tianjin lived up to expectations and became the first of the top 10 outstanding figures who moved Shanghai. Boss Wen is such a kind man. There are very few businessmen nowadays who can contribute to the slums. Good people live a peaceful life. May the descendants of the Wen family be blessed for generations to come. I heard that the Wen family also fought their way up from the underground fortress in the slums many years ago. It's rare that you don't forget your roots even after becoming rich. Wen Tianjin's good deed was well received by restaurant customers. Chapter 29, the best successor to the Valkyrie. Boss, how much is a serving of rice? Suddenly, a ragged old man came to the front desk of the restaurant, holding a cane in his hand and his legs trembling. Sir, the rice is free. You just need to order it. The waiter at the front desk responded politely. The old man took a look at the pork trotter rice on the menu and fell silent. It costs 800 blue knives. In the apocalyptic wasteland, ordinary people use cheap energy liquid to fill their hunger, and food has long become a luxury. The dish is ordered by Yi Kai, and when you cost several thousand blue dollars in total. I just want one portion of rice. Just one portion of rice is fine. The old man was silent for a long time, but finally insisted on having a simple bowl of rice. Rice is 100 blue knives. Okay, thanks. The old man took out a piece of cloth from his pocket with difficulty, and the crumpled $100 blue dollar bill was wrapped tightly in it. These 100 blue knives are all the old man's property. The old man originally lived in a slum, and just yesterday his 8-year-old granddaughter died of illness. Because there are no formal medical facilities in the underground city, the little granddaughter's dying wish was to taste pork trotter rice. So the old man traveled thousands of miles to the Magic City and took out all his savings just to fulfill his deceased granddaughter's last wish. But the old man didn't have enough money. He went to many restaurants but was kicked out every time. Fortunately, the waiters here were kind and allowed him to order a portion of rice. Yi Kai, and when you had just finished eating and were about to leave, "Boss, change the pork trotter rice for that old man. Don't tell him that I ordered it for him. Just say that we are having a promotion and it's free. Thank you." When you walked to the front desk and spoke carefully to the clerk. Before leaving, when you stood at the door of the store and waited for a while. Only when she saw the old man eating pork trotter rice with tears in his eyes did she leave with satisfaction. Yi Kai watched all this silently. He originally thought that Wen Yu was just a rich lady who had never experienced the world. Because he is rich, he has a little sympathy for the poor in this world, but Yi Kai only discovered it today. It turns out that Wen Yu is so thoughtful. If he was simply helping the old man, it might not mean anything. But if you look carefully, you can see that the old man stared at the pork trotter rice for a long time. Such warmth is truly moving. Yi Kai looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly felt that the sunshine outside was particularly comfortable. Perhaps this world is full of darkness and human nature, but there is always warm sunshine around Wen Yu. Just like her name, she seems to be able to give warmth to others. Yi Kai would never allow anyone to harm the only remaining warmth in this world. He has secured the little girl Wen Yu. After leaving the restaurant, Wen Yu brought Yi Kai to the Wen family. From now on, Yi Kai is her personal bodyguard and will protect Wen Yu's personal safety 72 hours a day. As the ninth daughter of one of the four great families, Yi Kai thought that the place where Wen Yu lived must be very wealthy, but he never expected that. To be so rich. When Yi Kai followed Wen Yu and arrived at the Wen family villa, Yi Kai then deeply realized what it meant that poverty limits your imagination, and you cannot even imagine the happiness of rich people. The huge courtyard is filled with fragrant flowers and plants. Every corner of the courtyard is uniquely designed, with carved beams and painted pillars, and is magnificent. Hello, Princess 9. As soon as you enter the door, 20 maids bow to welcome you. There are no less than 100 servants in the entire mansion. Wen Yu did not have the arrogance of a young lady at all. She would return the gifts to the servants in a gentle and elegant manner. What a magnificent sculpture! In the center of the courtyard, Yi Kai discovered a naked sculpture that was carved with the power of nature. The brilliant and exquisite angel wings wrapped around the girl's slender body. She had a resentful look in her eyes and was surrounded by poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues. It is so lifelike and ingenious. Mia, one of the 9 legendary fallen angels. Seeing that Yi Kai was very interested when you introduced it, my father spent a lot of money to have the best craftsmen in the Hui Empire make it. It was made of a whole piece of obsidian and took half a year to make. Mia is known as the Angel of Diffusion. She is also the most mysterious of the 9 fallen angels. No one knows her background, where she came from, where she is going, and no one knows what kind of power diffusion is. In ancient books, there are very few records about Mayami. We only know that her abilities are related to deception and disguise. Yi Kai nodded without knowing what he meant. He just felt it was very impressive. As for the rich people's desire to collect, Yi Kai couldn't appreciate it at all. Although he had never met Wen Yu's father Wen Tianjing, Yi Kai could imagine that Wen Tianjing should be a man with a lot of background. Wen Yuning's intelligence and kindness are inseparable from the education he received from his family. Wen Tianjing can spend 500 million every year to build the underground city. So Wen Yu had the original intention of respecting others. Following Wen Yu to her room, the room was filled with a pink and tender girlish feeling, which immediately gave Yi Kai goosebumps all over his body. It's not because of rejection or dislike, but it was this damn girlish heart that made Yi Kai actually feel very cute and look forward to it. But as a tall and strong man, I am too embarrassed to admit it. It's really too uncomfortable. Ahem, Miss Wen, can you tell me who or what organization is targeting you? Yi Kai sat on the big pink sofa. The plush material was very comfortable. When you pointed his finger at his chin, thinking, I don't know the details, but I know the information of one of them. She used to be a professional summoner in the Security Bureau. Because of some disputes with my brother Wen Hao, she assassinated my brother several times, but failed. Recently, she pointed the finger at me again. A former professional summoner from the Security Bureau? What level? Yi Kai frowned. Su Mei, 24 years old, former professional summoner of the Security Bureau, Gold Realm, has a 3-star SSSR Shikigami. She used to. Having said this, Wen Yu suddenly paused. What happened to her before? Yi Kai looked solemn. Judging from Wen Yu's appearance, it didn't seem like a trivial matter. She used to be a disciple of Sakura Fubuki and was known as the best successor to the Valkyrie of the Demon City. But for some unknown reason a year ago, she became a wanted criminal. A disciple of Sakura Fubuki? Yikai took a deep breath. It seemed that he had stirred up a hornet's nest again this time. Boss Black Silk, are you scared? When you asked cautiously. Of course not. Yikai denied it immediately and then said earnestly, I did meeting Fubuki once. Recalling the previous meeting with Sakura Fubuki in the test square, the oppressive feeling of the Demon City Valkyrie seemed to be vivid in his mind. With such a strong person, the disciple she chooses must be a rare talent. Oh, Sakura Fubuki often drinks tea with my dad. I just saw her yesterday. What's wrong? Chapter 30 appears. The Demon Blood Dragon Girl. Yikai rolled his eyes at the little girl and said, I'm talking to you about serious matters. Why are you being so Versailles? It's not that I'm scared. It's just that my opponent is actually Sakura Fubuki's former disciple, so... Yikai paused, then slowly uttered 3 words. You have to pay more? Boss Black Silk, this may not be easy to handle. The most taboo thing for summoners in the association is to raise the price during the mission. You can't ruin your reputation. Hey, you little girl, when we were in the restaurant, why didn't you tell me that our opponent was the successor of the Valkyrie? You didn't ask. When you stuck out her tongue at Yikai. Now that the employment relationship had been confirmed, Yikai was powerless to change the situation. Wow, this little girl is quite something. I underestimated her. When Yikai saw Wenyu's mischievous appearance, he realized belatedly that he had fallen into the other party's trap. At the beginning, he said that he didn't want to hire me anymore, which was clearly a tactic of playing hard to get. This reminded Yikai of a famous saying. Often the top hunters appear as prey. Blue Knife, with a salary of 8 million, accepted a mission to fight against the successor of the Valkyrie. Yikai calculated with his fingers and found that he had lost at least 12 million. It's a pity this little girl looks harmless, but she's actually a liar. The liar in Calabash Brothers refers to the LYP, who likes to play tricks on people. Yikai is going to take a salary of 8 million blue knives and fight a fight worth tens of millions. As expected of a capitalist's daughter, she inherited the capitalist's ruthless bloodline. I'll round it up to 10 million for you, Black Silk Boss. How about that? When you asked with a smile. Now that the employment relationship has been confirmed, the initiative is completely in her hands. Yikai spread his hands helplessly. What else can I do except say yes? That's a deal. Yikai now finds it increasingly difficult to understand Wenyu in front of him. He even knew to give himself an extra 2 million to win people's hearts, which not only took advantage of him, but also shut Yikai's mouth. It's high, really high. Whether in terms of emotional intelligence or IQ, Wenyu is not inferior to Yikai. Originally, Yikai thought that Wenyu was just a simple-minded, naive person. After all, as a lady from one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, she appeared in the underground city alone with only 2 average bodyguards by her side. This kind of behavior is completely on a different level from the IQ Wenyu showed at this moment. And there is another very suspicious point. Why use more expensive rice porridge to provide relief to refugees? Wouldn't it be better to use cheap energy liquid and save more refugees? This is obviously not common sense. Someone with such a clear mind would never make such a low-level mistake. There might be something hidden in here. Although Wenyu's behavior was very suspicious, she was her employer after all. In the following period of time, Yikai directly summoned Tina and had her follow Wenyu closely. The other party is Sakura Fubuki's disciple, so Yikai dare not be careless at all. At night, the bright moonlight shines through the window. Yikai slept on the floor in the same room with Wenyu. Tina stood by the window, facing the silver moonlight, watching every move outside vigilantly. Suddenly, a nimble figure flashed by under the moon. Tina immediately covered the Ami in her hand, and Yikai next to her also opened his eyes immediately through Tina's perception. Wenyu! Just then, a huge black shadow gradually approached. Yikai immediately noticed the danger and woke up Wenyu, who was sleeping. Crash! With the sound of breaking glass, a demon dragon broke in through the window. Tina, block it. Wind barrier. Tina immediately formed a wind wall in front of her to keep the dragon out. Through the moonlight, although Yikai couldn't see the appearance of the dragon clearly, he could still see its size. The dragon is about 5 meters long, with short front claws, strong hind limbs, and a pair of huge wings behind it. There are a pair of white pointed horns on the forehead, with the tips being a warm red, which forms a gradient with the white pointed horns, and is extremely beautiful. The scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. I have insight. Magic Blood Dragon Girl. Affiliation? Rank: SSSR. Star rating: 3 stars. Bonds: Dragon, Blood Demon, Shapeshifter. Shikigami equipment. Battle ability: a girl who transforms into a dragon, can switch forms freely and manipulate blood and energy to fight. Possessing extraordinary strength, close combat is extremely ferocious. Skill. 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 Good job. It turned out to be a high-grade SSSR, Shikigami. The person behind the scenes must be the successor of the former Magic City Valkyrie, Sakura Fubuki's disciple, the former professional summoner of the Security Bureau, and now the wanted criminal of the Empire, Su-mei. Yikai has already seen Su-mei's bounty order. The reward amount was not outrageous. Although he was a wanted criminal, Su-mei did not commit many criminal activities. It was just because he had tried unsuccessfully to assassinate Wenyu's brother Wenhao many times, but had killed many summoners in the process, that he was wanted by the Empire for 20 million blue swords. While Tina was blocking the demon blood dragon girl, Yikai quickly took Wenyu and evacuated. Before leaving, Yikai looked out the window and vaguely saw a graceful figure standing on the trunk of a big tree in the courtyard. Although they were nearly 100 meters apart from each other, and it was late at night, Yikai couldn't see the other person's appearance at all. He could only see a black shadow. But somehow, Yikai always felt that the other person's eyes were staring at him, and the hawk-like gaze made him uneasy. The Eye of Insight has no way of finding out who a Shikigami belongs to before seeing the summoner himself. But now the appearance of the 3-star SSR, Demon Blood Dragon Girl, has proved that the Black Shadow is Su-mei. After taking Wenyu out of the room, Yikai immediately rang the alarm. There is more than one summoner in this villa. Yikai is just Wenyu's personal bodyguard. The opponent did not want to fight, and after a brief fight with Tina, the Demon Blood Dragon Girl spread her wings and flew away. After being attacked by Su-mei, Yikai could only take Wenyu into the underground safe house to rest. Thinking back to the Demon Blood Dragon Girl he had just met, Yikai felt uneasy. The enemy that Yikai has to deal with this time is a master who also possesses an SSSR Shikigami. As Sakura Fubuki's favorite disciple, he will definitely not be someone like Shikun. The raid just now was just a test. The opponent was a summoner at the gold level. In addition to the 3-star SSSR Demon Blood Dragon Girl, there should be 2 more Shikigami. After a sleepless night, Yikai felt under great pressure. Although they were in the safe house, Yikai was sure that Su-mei would not attack again. But until the morning sun rose slowly, Yikai did not close his eyes and searched a lot of information about Su-mei on the internet. Yikai was indeed a little curious. As the favorite disciple of the Valkyrie Sakura Fubuki and possessing a SSSR quality Shikigami, he obviously had a bright future. Why did Su-mei leave the Security Bureau and repeatedly assassinate Wenyu's brother Wenhao? The fact that Su-mei could give up everything she had and was determined to kill someone meant that Wenhao's life and death were more important than anything else in Su-mei's eyes. Somehow, Yikai had a bad feeling. There must be some unspeakable secret between Su-mei and the Wen family. Chapter 31: Su-mei and Wenhao. As a former professional summoner of the Magic City Security Bureau, Su-mei's talents and combat abilities are highly confidential. Yikai could not find relevant information in the publicly available materials. If you want to see someone's heart, you must first listen to his appearance. There is a photo of Su-mei on the reward warrant. In the photo, Su-mei is wearing the Security Bureau's combat uniform. She has delicate features and is beautiful and attractive, showing the demeanor of a woman who is as good as any man. Even the thick combat uniform could not conceal her graceful figure. She was a very beautiful woman. Her wise eyes are calm and composed. Judging from Su-mei's appearance, she doesn't look like an impulsive or extreme person. Then why did she give up all her glory and insist on assassinating Wenhao? In order to know the reason behind all this, Yikai can only start from Wenyu's younger brother Wenhao. As a famous playboy in the Magic City, Wenhao has long been notorious. Although some information has been blocked, Yikai still found the story of Wenhao and Su-mei in a small forum. A year ago, Wenhao was suspected of raping and killing a 16-year-old girl. He was subsequently arrested on the spot by Su-mei, a professional summoner. In order to prove Wenhao's crime, Su-mei, as the prosecutor, launched a months-long investigation and evidence collection. Just when Su-mei was about to send Wenhao to prison, Wenhao bribed the parents of the deceased in an attempt to withdraw the prosecution, and even produced proof of his own mental illness. Not only that, the other party's lawyer, through a series of outrageous operations, overturned most of Su-mei's evidence, and turned around and accused Su Mei of abusing her power and obstructing SF's justice. In the end, Wen Hao was acquitted. Su Mei was suspended for investigation because of this. This kind of thing has long been common in the Magic City, and Ye Kai is no stranger to it. On Blue Star, things like SF were originally meant to restrict the poor. With money, power, and authority, you can do whatever you want in the Magic City. What's more, the Wen family is one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, and Wen Tianjin generates a lot of revenue for the government every year. Wen Hao's victory in the fight with Su Mei seems absurd, but it is also reasonable. But as Su Mei is the successor of the Valkyrie of Magic City, the so-called suspension and investigation is actually just a cover. A week later, Su Mei returned to work. In the struggle of capital, the victims are always the weak people. I thought the matter was over, but what Ye Kai didn't expect was that Su Mei's sister disappeared a month later. Immediately afterwards, Su Mei resigned from the Security Bureau. An endless assassination campaign against Wen Hao began. To date, Su Mei has assassinated Wen Hao 17 times in total. Although Wen Hao was protected by experts every time, Su Mei still did not give up. The closest time to success was 3 months ago, when Su Mei pierced Wen Hao's heart. But as fate would have it, Wen Hao's body was different from that of ordinary people since he was a child, with his heart on the right side. That's how he escaped from the gates of hell. All the story information comes from a small forum, and its authenticity cannot be verified. But judging from some of the comments below, Wen Hao and Su Mei did have such a story back then. But what made Ye Kai feel very strange was that Su Mei had been trying to assassinate Wen Hao. So why did she suddenly turn her attention to her sister Wen Yu? Sister Wen Yu is 18 years old and brother Wen Hao is 17 years old. In the entire incident between Wen Hao and Su Mei, Wen Yu did not participate from beginning to end. Moreover, there is no negative news about Wen Yu in Shanghai, because Wen Yu is gentle and low-key, and there is not even any news about her in Shanghai. But why did Su Mei target Wen Yu? This is too abnormal. It seems that the person he wants to protect is not as simple as he imagined. Just when Ye Kai was at a loss for words, Wen Yu woke up, rubbing his eyes. Wen Yu looked a little haggard. It can be seen that Su Mei's attack last night had a considerable impact on Wen Yu's sleep. Good morning, Black Silk Boss. Morning. He didn't sleep all night, but Ye Kai still didn't dare to be careless at all. Because Wen Yu told him that Wen Tianjing's 48th birthday would be in 2 days, and a banquet would be held at the Wen family, and all the important figures in Demon City would come, including Sakura Fubuki. Ye Kai was not worried that Su Mei would be attacked at the banquet. After all, it was Wen Tianjing's birthday party. Many powerful people in the Magic City will come to the scene to congratulate. Unless Su Mei doesn't want to live, she will never make trouble at this time. The main thing is that Wen Yu has to go to the mall to personally choose a birthday gift for Wen Tianjing, which gives Ye Kai a headache. After breakfast, Ye Kai said quietly, "Can't we let the servants do things like choosing gifts?" Boss Black Silk, if I have been hiding in the safe house all the time, why would I need to hire a personal bodyguard? Okay, if you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? Ye Kai spread his hands. What Wen Yu said did make sense. Wen Yu invited me to come here to ensure my safety during the trip. If I stay in the Wen family and don't come out, I won't be needed. Just in case, in addition to Ye Kai, Wen Yu also brought 2 summoners with him. When they arrived at the mall, Ye Kai still followed closely behind. Girl, do you know that Su Mei has a younger sister? Ye Kai asked tentatively, trying to get some information about Su Mei and Wen Hao from Wen Yu. Yeah, I've heard of it. While choosing a birthday gift, Wen Yu said, "It seems that he disappeared after having a dispute with my brother." Ye Kai nodded silently. It was not difficult to tell from Wen Yu's words that what happened that year was indeed, as the rumors said. Everyone said that Su Mei's sister was kidnapped by my brother for revenge, so Su Mei had to assassinate him. Is it true? I have talked to him several times, telling him to let her go if he kidnapped her and not to provoke Su Mei again. But my brother denied it. Although he is idle all day, he listens to me very much. He doesn't look like he is lying. When you said seriously, Ye Kai on the side also nodded. If Wen Hao really kidnapped someone's sister, after suffering revenge from Su Mei, it's time to let Su Mei's sister go back. Unless... A thought flashed through Ye Kai's mind. Even facing the threat of death, Wen Hao still refused to hand over Su Mei's sister. There is only one possibility. That is Su Mei's sister, who is most likely no longer alive. And Su Mei has already learned the truth, so she chased Wen Hao desperately. Only this statement can explain Su Mei's crazy behavior. When you picked for a long time in the mall and finally set his eyes on a pink teddy bear. Boss Black Silk. What do you think of this? Will my father like it? Of course I like it. It's a thoughtful gift from you. I will definitely love it. Yi Kai's face was filled with black lines. He took such a big risk and actually chose such a thing. But at this time, Yi Kai must not refute Wen Yu. Even if he was speechless, he had to let this little girl go back. After all, Yi Kai had no control over what expression Wen Tianjing had when he received the gift. He only cared about Wen Yu's life safety. Chapter 32. Coercion and Inducement. Robbery. Just when Wen Yu and others were preparing to go back, there was suddenly a commotion in the mall. A man wearing a baseball cap and holding a handbag in his arms rushed out of the crowd, followed by a group of security guards. The man kept approaching this side. Yi Kai protected Wen Yu behind him and looked around vigilantly. As a professional bodyguard, no movement can escape Yi Kai's eyes, and he must always maintain a calm and composed judgment. In the crowded shopping mall, the chase between the man and the security guard was extremely conspicuous. Just as the man passed by Yi Kai, a fat man eating potato chips passed by and happened to block the man's way. The man changed his original escape route and came towards Yi Kai. At this moment, the man slowly raised his head and his eyes met Yi Kai's. The two looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. You unruly people, don't even think about murdering my employer. In a flash, the man slammed Yi Kai into the abdomen, forcing him back a few steps, and then ran away. A large number of security guards arrived and chased in the direction the man fled. Afterwards, calm returned to the mall. It was as if nothing had happened. Is it just a coincidence? Am I just too nervous? On the way back, Yi Kai kept thinking about everything that happened in the mall. Man, robbery, chase, fat man blocking the road, changing route, collision, escape. Everything that happened seemed reasonable, but it also made things more obvious. While thinking, Yi Kai subconsciously put his hands in his pockets, and suddenly, Yi Kai found a note in his pocket. Suddenly, Yi Kai understood. It turns out the other party made such a big fuss just for this. All this is indeed not a coincidence. After returning to the villa, Yi Kai opened the note that the man in the mall had slipped to him, under the pretext of going out to smoke. The other party's movements were so smooth that even Yi Kai didn't notice the action of slipping the note into his mouth. It is obvious that this is to conceal the truth and not let the Wen family find out. So after Yi Kai found the note, he did not open it in front of Wen Yu. Yi Kai wanted to see what message the other party was trying to convey to him at such great lengths. 8347876618. It's a phone number. Hello. Yi Kai dialed the number directly. Hello, I'm Su Mei. Yeah, I know. The person on the other end of the phone was indeed Su Mei. Everything in the mall was planned by her, and the man and the fat man were her accomplices. Since you know who I am, if you don't want to die, then sell me a flaw. As long as you let me take Wen Yu away, you can name your own price. Wow, the other party actually wants to bribe me directly. Yi Kai responded with a smile. Coercion and inducement. This is not like the style of a former professional summoner. To deal with evil people, you have to use evil methods. This is why I left the security bureau. I'm sorry. Your feud with the Wen family has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary summoner in the Summoner Association. My mission is to protect Wen Yu's personal safety. Although Yi Kai always felt that Wen Yu was hiding something from him, these were all disputes between her and Su Mei. As of now, she was his employer. As a summoner, once you accept a mission, you must protect the safety of your employer. 30 million blue knives. How about that? I can transfer 10 million blue knives to you as a deposit, and the remaining 20 million will be given to you after the deal is done. Stop pretending. No one in this world can resist money. Seeing Yi Kai's righteous words, Su Mei thought he was bargaining with her. Sister Su Mei, I think you may be wrong. I admit that I do love money, and I love it very much. Yi Kai said firmly, but I'm sorry, I'm a principled person. I took the Wen family's money, so I have to do things for them. Even if I only took $1 from the Wen family, I have to protect Wen Yu. Okay, remember to buy yourself a coffin in advance. Beep, beep, beep. As the conversation was not going well, Su Mei hung up the phone. In an abandoned factory, Su Mei was glaring with a cold face, her teeth itching with anger. Su Mei, how was the talk? Did the guy take the bait? Asked the fat man who was eating potato chips nearby innocently. Don't ask, idiot. Just look at Su Mei's expression and you'll know. The thin man in the baseball cap was sharpening the carving knife in his hand. Although he did not hear the conversation between Su Mei and Yi Kai, judging from Su Mei's appearance, the talk must have broken down. I didn't expect that bitch Wen Yu would invite such a tough guy, Su Mei said coldly. The opponent's Shikigami easily blocked the attack of the demon blood dragon girl. This time we have met a tough opponent. Don't worry, with the help of our Imperial Prison Gate, this time, this little girl can't escape. Make a plan. We must start before Wen Tianjing's birthday party. This time we must succeed and not fail. Kill gods and Buddhas. No problem. Sume looked into the distance with murderous eyes. Since he didn't sleep the whole night, Yikai asked Tina to stand guard while he took a short nap. His nerves were so tense that Yikai's heart rate accelerated and he felt a little panicky. After a short nap, I felt much better. This painting looks so warm. Yikai looked at a mural in Wenyu's bedroom and couldn't help but feel inspired. In the picture, the afternoon sun is gentle and warm, and 9 little girls are playing in the fields with smiles on their faces. The youngest little girl was surrounded by her older sisters in the center, enjoying their love. I remember when I met Wenyu, she seemed to say that she was the 9th lady of the Wen family. That means that in addition to Wenyu, the Wen family has 8 other daughters. This painting should be a depiction of Wenyu and her 8 sisters. Warm? Hey, I think so too. Wenyu's face was filled with a happy smile. They're all my sisters. Guess which one is me? Yikai pointed to the smallest girl. Isn't it obvious? Is there any need to guess? You guessed wrong. That's my 8th sister. She has never grown tall since she was a child. That? Yikai was slightly stunned. It wasn't him? Then who could it be? This is me. Seeing that Yikai couldn't guess it, Wenyu pointed to a chubby little boy in the corner of the mural and said, "How is this possible? You must be lying to me." "Why would I lie to you? I was fat when I was a kid." Yikai looked at the little fat girl on the mural with some disbelief. She had 2 big braids and was sitting alone on the edge of a field, teasing a frog with a wooden stick. There are 9 girls in the picture. Each of them is smiling happily, but they are also making eye contact with each other. Except for the little fat girl, because she was the only one playing with the frog. Yikai looked at the mural thoughtfully. The painting looked warm and beautiful, but it felt like it had been artistically processed by the painter. It feels weird. Yikai's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Chapter 33, Heaven and Earth. In the next 2 days, Yikai thought it would be a fierce battle, but it was unexpectedly calm. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Sume did not take any action. But the calmer the situation was, the more Yikai dared not to be careless. Often the eve of a storm is unusually quiet. There are only a few hours left in the 72-hour mission to protect Wenyu. As long as it's past 12 o'clock tonight, Yikai will have completed his mission and can retire. What? The party is about to start, but the young master hasn't come back yet? Wenyu frowned. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon. In 2 hours, Wen Tianjing's birthday party will begin. However, even at this time, Wen Hao, the young master of the Wen family, had not appeared yet. Wenyu kept calling Wen Hao, but her calls were all rejected. "I know where he is. Get the car ready." Wenyu gave instructions to the servants and set out to find his brother Wen Hao. Heaven on earth! The most luxurious entertainment venue in the Magic Fortress. As soon as he entered, Yikai was dazzled by the colorful lights, and the heavy metal DJ music made his head buzz. Yikai frowned. He didn't like such a place full of lights and wine. It's nothing more than strangers, men and women dancing together, with the air filled with nerve-stimulating alcohol, as if it were a real-life, large-scale courtship scene between man and nature. Being indulged in primitive and low-level desires will only make people numb, decadent, and dreamless. Passing through the revelry crowd, Yikai saw a dancer in the middle of the dance floor, wearing sexy fishnets, black stockings, and long legs. This damn place. It's really interesting. As a human being, how can you suppress your inner desires? Woohoo! Yikai began to gradually liberate his nature, and the nerves in his brain began to move to the rhythm of the music. "Let's have some fun, shall we? Master, when will pay for tonight's consumption?" The DJ above the dance floor shouted, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Following Wenyu's footsteps, the few of them came to a luxurious box. "Damn it, drink! If you dare to spit out even a drop, you're dead." Inside the box, a man wearing a floral shirt and all branded clothes was dragging a woman on the ground by her hair. Then he picked up a bottle of beer and began pouring it down the woman's throat. "Ah, brother, how is so awesome! Another bottle, another one. We must drink up the wine that our brother, Hao, gave us." The men and women, who looked dazed, were cheering and jumping for joy, as if they were cheering for Wen Hao. Wen Hao grabbed the woman's chin with one hand and frantically poured wine into her with the other hand, with an extremely violent expression on his face. The more the woman struggled, the more excited Wen Hao became. "Brother Hao, If you do this, will this woman still be responsive? It doesn't matter whether she reacts or not. What matters is that I react, ha 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 ha. The feeling of being surrounded by people and crushing others under his feet made Wen Hao feel extremely refreshed. I lost myself in the sound of Hauga. Stop it, when you shouted loudly, instantly breaking the revelry of several people. Even Ye Kai, who was standing by, was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that such great energy was hidden in Wen Yu's small body. Who the hell are you? How dare you yell in front of Brother Hao? Wow, you look good. Brother Hao, stop playing with that bitch. Here comes a pure and cute girl. Let's play with this one. When several people saw Wen Yu, they immediately surrounded her. Because Wen Yu rarely appeared in public, they didn't know that Wen Yu was Wen Hao's sister. Ouch! It hurts! Ye Kai took direct action, pinned the man who was about to approach Wen Yu to the ground, and twisted his arm. Who the hell dares to move the ground on my territory? If I don't kill you today, I won't be named. Wen Hao pushed through the crowd and rushed over extremely arrogantly. But when he saw that the other party was his sister, he immediately fell silent. Bang! Wen Yu didn't say anything and slapped Wen Hao hard on the face. Fuck me. No, 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 no. Wen Hao, who had been so arrogant just now looked like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head in front of Wen Yu and said nothing. Seeing this, the younger brothers who were relying on their superiors for power were also stunned. When had they ever seen Brother Hao in such a miserable state? Although they didn't know who the woman in front of them was, they all looked at her in awe. Let them all go. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Wen Hao dared not say anything in front of Wen Yu, so he could only vent his anger on his younger brothers beside him, beating and kicking them all until they were all driven out. The only thing was that the woman who was being forced to drink by Wen Hao was lying on the ground, vomiting violently, and was already unconscious. When you stepped forward and helped the woman up, then asked the security guard to take her out. He also gave the security guard some money and asked him to take care of the woman. Wen Hao was also a king, until her sister came. No wonder Wen Yu said that his brother listened to her very much. This is pure blood suppression. In a moment, there were only 4 people left in the box. Ye Kai, Wen Yu, Wen Hao, and a guy with long hair who looked androgynous and sitting in the corner. If Ye Kai guessed correctly, this person, like him, was the summoner bodyguard who protected Wen Hao's personal safety. Sister, can you please save some face for me in front of outsiders in the future? Wen Hao said cautiously, as if begging. It's not that I don't want to save your face, but haven't you caused enough trouble? Has your family always cleaned up your mess? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Wen Yu said angrily. Look at what time it is now. I know, sister. I was planning to go back in an hour. Come back with me now. Change your clothes and take a shower. If your father sees you like this, he will be furious again. Wen Hao was thoroughly scolded by Wen Yu and then taken out of Tianshang Renjian. Before leaving, Ye Kai glanced at the garbage pile in the alley, where the woman who had been drunk by Wen Hao and was unconscious was lying. It was obvious that the security guard took Wen Yu's money, but did not provide her with a place to stay. Instead, he turned around and threw her into the trash. On the way back, Ye Kai looked at Wen Yu beside him. I didn't expect that Wen Yu, who looks sweet and cute and has a smart and kind personality, actually has a domineering side. The fact that Wen Hao was out having a good time drinking and partying on Wen Tianjing's birthday shows that he is not afraid of his father at all and is a completely lawless playboy. In the box, they were even more inhumane and had no idea how to respect others. But even such a willful person, after seeing Wen Yu, became obedient instantly, just like a mouse seeing a cat. Even when faced with Wen Yu's beatings and scolding, he did not dare to raise any objection. This little girl is really capable to be able to control a guy like Wen Hao so well. Definitely not a good person. Chapter 34, Tina versus Demon Blood Dragon Girl. The 4 had just come out of paradise on Earth and were preparing to drive back. The maglev train had just started when suddenly a shadow covered the roof. Roar! The magic dragon flew past quickly, grabbed the maglev car, and took it into the sky. The sharp dragon claws clamped the carport, and the vehicle structure immediately deformed, making a creaking sound. Ye Kai immediately opened the car door, jumped out of the car holding Wen Yu, and a soul formation appeared under his feet, summoning Tina directly in midair. As Ye Kai and Wen Yu landed safely, Wen Hao on the other side was also rescued by his summoner bodyguard. It's Su Mei. After Ye Kai put Wen Yu down from his arms, he quickly looked for Su Mei. Since the demon blood dragon girl has appeared, Su Mei must be nearby. Today, both of you, brother and sister, must die. Su Mei and the other 2 stood on a rooftop not far away with their backs to the moonlight. Quick, quick, run! Wen Hao was frightened by Su Mei so much that he rolled on the ground. He had been assassinated by her 17 times before and had already suffered psychological trauma. If Wen Hao hadn't known that Su Mei had recently changed her target and set her sights on her sister Wen Yu, he would not have dared to come out. Until now, he still remembers the feeling of blood piercing his left chest. The oppressive feeling of the demon blood dragon girl made him terrified. Wen Hao ran towards the depths of the alley. Su Mei asked the other two to snipe him, while she stood on the back of the demon blood dragon girl and attacked Ye Kai. Ye Kai asked Tina to prepare for the battle. Su Mei asked her accomplices to snipe Wen Hao, while she herself dealt with Wen Yu. This shows that in Su Mei's heart, Wen Yu is more important than Wen Hao. Have you bought yourself a coffin? Su Mei stood on top of the demon blood dragon girl, looking down at Ye Kai below her, feeling full of oppression. I've bought it, but I bought 2 pairs, one for me and one for you. The opponent has a Shikigami that can fly, and Ye Kai knows that there is no way to avoid it. If you want to die with me, then I'll see if you have what it takes. Come on, I have long wanted to see the style of the Valkyrie's heir. After saying that, Tina drew out the famous sword, Dark Destruction, and powerful dark attribute spiritual power burst out. Since he is an equally matched opponent, there is no need for Ye Kai to conceal his strength and just go all out. Tina swung out several dark wind blades in an instant, and suddenly a strong wind blew. The wind-attributed slash became even more powerful after being attached with dark-attributed spiritual power. The demon blood dragon girl directly put her huge wings in front of her body, trying to block the attack of the dark wind blade. The sharp wind blade pierced the wings of the demon blood dragon girl. Blood splattered all over, and the demon blood dragon girl let out a roar. Ouch! Su Mei looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. This was the form of the dragon girl's dark dragon. The dragon skin was extremely tough and had extremely strong defense. Even opponents of the same level would find it difficult to break through the defenses of the dark dragon castle. How could he be injured like this by the opponent's slash? No wonder this guy dared to refuse my deal. He really has some skills. Who are you? Su Mei looked at Ye Kai coldly. She had joined the Magic City Security Bureau for several years. Su Mei basically knows all the famous summoners in Shanghai, or has some understanding of them. But she had no idea when this guy in front of her suddenly appeared. Me? Ye Kai smiled slightly. Black Silk Boss 007, please give me more advice. The reason why Tina's attack was able to penetrate the Dark Dragon's defense was because of the bond of JK1. JK1 gained 30% defense penetration when wearing a JK Shikigami. This bond will make Tina's attack 30% more effective, penetrating the enemy's defense, no matter how strong your defense is. Once the attack hits, you will take 30% of the attack damage. Any defense is useless. Su Mei's shock was also within Ye Kai's expectations. After all, this was a hidden exclusive bond. JK3 gained 50% defense penetration when wearing a JK Shikigami. JK5 wearing a JK Shikigami gains 80% defense penetration. If you can gather 5 Shikigami wearing JK, you can even get up to 80% defense penetration, basically ignoring the enemy's defense. Black Silk Boss? Just from the name, he's not a good guy. Please don't slander a boy who loves black silk stockings. Their abilities are beyond your imagination. Dragon Girl, let it see your true strength. The demon blood dragon girl roared towards the sky, and her huge body was constantly changing. In a blink of an eye, it turned from a demon dragon into a girl in armor. The Scarlet Dragon armor is mighty and domineering, with a huge meteor hammer covered with spikes on its shoulder, 2 red and white horns on its forehead, and a long dragon tail behind its butt. A domineering, cute, and adorable dragon girl appeared in front of Ye Kai. Oh shit, this is pretty cool, isn't it? I dare to ask which boy can resist a cute girl who can transform into a dragon, wears cool armor, holds a sledgehammer, and is cute. It's awesome! It's awesome! Ye Kai's eyes were twinkling with stars, and he looked at Tina beside him. Can you transform? Tina turned her head away with a look of disgust, indicating that she didn't want to have any communication with him. Dragon Girl, kill them. Ouch! The demon blood dragon girl let out a fierce and ferocious roar. He carried a sledgehammer and smashed it towards Tina. Boom! A powerful strange force bombarded the ground, and the entire street began to crack like a giant spider web. Then even the ground began to tilt. Mirror Clone LV3. Fortunately, when the demon blood dragon girl attacked, Ye Kai asked Tina to cast her mirror clone. By disappearing briefly when splitting himself, He avoided the attack of the demon blood dragon girl. Yikai had previously seen that mirror clone could be used while also dodging attacks, but this was his first time practicing it in actual combat. Yikai calls this move split on the spot. The demon blood dragon girl smashed out 4 Tina with one hammer, and for a moment it was impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. Tina and her clone took the opportunity to besiege the demon blood dragon girl. Although the opponent was unmatched in strength, she was slightly inferior to Tina in speed. After several rounds of fighting between the two sides, Tina's clone was defeated by the demon blood dragon girl's hammer, but her body was also hit several times by Tina's slashes. Blood continued to flow from the dragon's armor, but Tina was unharmed and clearly had the upper hand. Boom! Because the battle between Tina and the demon blood dragon girl was too intense, the street could no longer bear it and collapsed directly. As the ground collapsed, several people fell into the city's sewers. Chapter 35. Not an opponent of the same level. Although the battlefield had undergone tremendous changes, the battle between Tina and the demon blood dragon girl did not stop at all. Tina had a clear advantage in speed. Although the demon blood dragon girl's meteor hammer was powerful, it could not hit Tina. Seeing that the injuries on the demon blood dragon girl were getting more and more serious, she was about to collapse. However, Sumei on the opposite side did not take any action. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the demon blood dragon girl is defeated. Yikai frowned slightly. Is this the level of Ing Fubuki's disciples? They are not even as good as Shakuin. But the more Tina dominated the battlefield, the more uneasy Yikai felt. Sumei is a summoner at the gold level after all. Even if the demon blood dragon girl cannot defeat Tina, why doesn't she summon the other 2 Shikigami to help? This is strange. Tina, kill her. Yikai ignored the doubts in his heart and prepared to strike hard at the demon blood dragon girl in one go. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the wind's absolute slash. Tina once again used her ultimate move and turned into a stream of light that passed through the body of the demon blood dragon girl. Clang! With a swift slash of swords, Tina sheathed the dark destruction in her hand. Thousands of wind blades slashed and ravaged the body of the demon blood dragon girl. Blood is raging. I saw scarlet blood entwined around the body of the demon blood dragon girl. An ancient blood magic circle appeared under his feet, and in an instant, a column of scarlet blood wrapped around the body of the demon blood dragon girl and rushed straight into the sky. Although the dark wind blade was blocked by the scarlet blood column, the thousands of slashes were not completely offset by the demon blood dragon girl. Although it was not fatal, the demon blood dragon girl still suffered serious injuries. The dragon armor on his body was badly damaged and covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. Sumei, give up. You've already lost. Yeah. Sumei raised the corner of her mouth and revealed a strange sneer. The demon blood dragon girl was in critical condition, but Sumei was not panicked. Instead, she showed a smug smile. Yikai felt a chill on his back. What on earth was this woman planning? At the same time, the blood column that had just rushed into the sky dyed the sky red, and a bloody rain began to fall. Ouch! At this moment, the demon blood dragon girl roared again. But this time, it was no longer a soft cry, but a wild growl. After using blood frenzy, the blood flowing from the demon blood dragon girl's body continuously transformed into blood energy that entwined her body surface. Scarlet blood enveloped the body of the demon blood dragon girl, and her dark red eyes emitted flowing light. He swallowed the misty breath and began to enter a state of frenzy. Ouch! The ground began to sink as the demon blood dragon girl stepped on the ground, and her body rushed towards Tina like a ghost. What a fast speed! Yikai was slightly stunned. How could the demon blood dragon girl, who was clearly on the verge of death, still have such powerful explosive power? The speed of the demon blood dragon girl actually surpassed Tina, and the sledgehammer swept out and hit Tina's body directly. Even Tina didn't have time to dodge, and could only use the blade of the famous sword, Anmi, to block. Bump! The dragon's extremely powerful force hit Anmi, instantly knocking Tina away. Tina's body shot out like an arrow and was blasted directly into the wall beside her and disappeared. Boom! 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 There was a continuous sound of objects hitting the walls. Yikai frowned, which meant that Tina's body stopped only after breaking through at least 5 walls. Humph! You little brat who loves black silk. You really underestimate the power of the demon blood dragon girl. Sumei said contemptuously, this is the power of blood rage. It can only be released when the magic blood dragon girl's health is less than 25%. In the state of blood frenzy, the demon blood dragon girl's life will burn 1% every second, but every 1% loss of life will increase her strength and agility by 1%. But in this state, the demon blood dragon girl will have 100% life absorption. The damage caused to the enemy will be converted into blood energy to heal herself. From the broken wall nearby, wisps of scarlet blood floated over, then flew to the body of the demon blood dragon girl and began to heal her wounds. The damage inflicted on Tina has turned into blood and is now healing the demon blood dragon girl. At this point, Yikai finally understood Su Mei's intention. As a bloodborne dragon, the dragon girl has the ability to manipulate blood. The lower her health, the stronger her combat power. Therefore, Su Mei let the demon blood dragon girl take the hit directly at the beginning in order to lower her blood limit and release blood frenzy. The demon blood dragon girl in a dying state not only doubles her combat power, but can also absorb the life of the opponent in battle. As one grows, the other declines, forming a virtuous closed loop. This is how the demon blood dragon girl fights. The more desperate the situation, the more potential it can unleash. Tina is like an assassin. Although she is fast and has high explosive power, she does not have the ability to fight for a long time. But the demon blood dragon girl is different. She is like a heavy armored warrior. Although she is a little slower, she can become more and more courageous in battle. Go to hell. This is what happens when you help the evildoers, Su Mei said coldly, with a flash of coldness in her eyes, and she vowed to tear Yikai and Wen Yu into pieces. Following Su Mei's order, the demon blood dragon girl shot out and attacked Yikai and Wen Yu. Swish, swish, swish. At the critical moment, several dark wind blades attacked and forced back the oncoming demon blood dragon girl. Tina returned to Yikai in an instant, her long black hair still cool and charming. But it was not difficult to tell from the blood at the corner of her mouth that the heavy blow from the demon blood dragon girl had indeed caused considerable damage to Tina. If it weren't for the shield of the Ronin bond, Tina would probably have been seriously injured by now. It can penetrate the shield of 50% of the Ronin bond's life with one blow, and then cause damage to the main body. It can be seen how terrifying the combat power of the demon blood dragon girl is. It's a miracle that he was able to stand up again after being hit by the demon blood dragon girl. But the game time is over. I don't plan to play with you anymore. Don't you want to see the Valkyrie's heir? I will do as you wish. Su Mei walked slowly, and soul magic circles continued to appear under her feet. Shikigami summon. Vampire count. Shikigami summoning. Orc Garuru. Su Mei no longer held back her strength and summoned out her other two Shikigami. One is a vampire lord wearing a shadow windbreaker, with a pale face and bared fangs. The other one is a half-human, half-beast Orc Garuru with blue and white fur. I admit that you are a summoner with great potential, but you have to understand that you and I are not opponents of the same level at all. Chapter 36. Gate of Imperial Prison. I have insight. Count Dracula. Affiliation. Su Mei. Rank. A. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Blood Demon. Noble. Combat ability. Ancient Blood Descendant. Able to control blood flow and conduct long-range combat. Skill. Scarlet Blood Domain. CD. 30 minutes. Turns itself into a pool of blood, unable to be attacked, and continuously infects the opponent with blood. Orc Garuru. Affiliation. Su Mei. Rank. A. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Wild Beast Shapeshifter. Combat ability. Able to freely transform between half-orc and beast forms. Agile and quick in action. Skill. Super Beast Claw. CD. 5 minutes. Use sharp claws to tear the opponent apart, and can attack dozens of times in an instant. After summoning 2 3-star A-rank Shikigami, Su Mei triggered the bonds of 2 Shikigami. Trigger Bond. Blood Demon. Your Blood Demon Shikigami recovers 1% of his health per second. Trigger Bond. Shapeshifter. Your Shapeshifter Shikigami's agility in human form increases by 50%, and its strength in beast form increases by 50%. The bond terms of the Demon Blood Dragon Girl are Dragon Clan, Blood Demon, Shapeshifter. The Demon Blood Dragon Girl can perfectly trigger these 2 bonds. This made the Demon Blood Dragon Girl, who was already in an advantageous position, completely invincible. Facing Su Mei's 3 Shikigami, Yikai gradually realized it. At this stage, I am indeed no match for Su Mei. Although Yikai has advanced to a silver-level summoner, he has not yet obtained his 2nd Shikigami. The bonds that can be triggered are very limited, and the bonds triggered by a single Shikigami are completely inferior to the bonds that require multiple Shikigami to trigger. Yikai has been crushed by Sume. The situation on Wenhao's side was not optimistic either. The summoner who was protecting Wenhao was outnumbered and killed on the spot. Wenhao was captured by the other party. The two men were summoners at the golden level. They brought 3 Shikigami to Sume. Sume, he's just a kid. How come you still can't handle it? You won't be able to join the Imperial Prison Gate if you keep hesitating like this. Seeing that Sume hadn't finished yet, the thin man in the baseball cap and the fat man eating potato chips laughed at her. Did I say I wanted to join you? Sume, you have become a wanted criminal now. You can't go back to the Magic City Security Bureau. You have no choice but to join us, Imperial Prison Gate. Now, standing in front of Yikai are 9 Shikigami, and each of them has very strong combat power. Yikai learned from the other party that Sume's accomplice this time was actually someone from the Imperial Prison Gate. Although Yikai has always lived in the underground castle, he has heard of the Gate of Imperial Prison. They are an evil organization with no rules in their behavior. The power of Imperial Prison Gate has even infiltrated the 4 empires of Blue Star: Longhua Empire, Hui Empire, Fengchao Empire, Xuanwu Empire. The power of Imperial Prison Gate exists in all of them. Gate of Imperial Prison, claiming to be a revolutionary from Blue Star, he attempted to overthrow the rule of the 4 empires and build a new perfect world. Little boy who loves black stockings, I will give you another chance now. As long as you hand over Wenyu, we will let you live, Sume said with the attitude of a winner. Yikai was already unable to resist Sume alone, and now there were 2 more summoners from the Imperial Prison Gate. This made the already not optimistic situation even worse. The only way now is to escape. No need. I have secured Wenyu today. Even the King of Hell can't take her away. I say that. Yikai stood in front of Wenyu, patted his chest and shouted loudly, then whispered to Wenyu behind him. I'll let Tina hold on for a while, and we'll run separately. There was only one way left, to scare Sume first, and then wait for an opportunity to escape. Yikai has thought it through. He will let Tina use Wind Barrier to block the opponent's attack, and then use Mirror Clone to confuse the opponent and escape separately. It's okay, we don't have to run. Wenyu smiled lightly. Haha, big brother in black silk stockings, you know what? The way you pretended just now was quite handsome. Question mark? Yikai was slightly stunned. What time is it now? And they're still talking about this. Let me do it. The man in the baseball cap volunteered to fight, and 3 wild beast-type Shikigami attacked Yikai. Just when Yikai was about to ask Tina to cast Wind Barrier to hold the opponent back and then escape, there were countless pink petals scattered in the night sky. Yikai looked at the cherry blossoms flying all over the sky, and the soft petals fell on his cheeks. They were so soft. However, the 3 Shikigami that pounced upon them were not so lucky. As soon as I entered the area where the cherry blossoms were falling, I was instantly chopped into pieces by the sharp pink petals. The 3 Shikigami Yikai had been scanned with the Eye of Insight, and each one was above 3-star A rank. A Shikigami with such combat power was killed instantly. There is only one summoner in the Magic City who can do all of this. That is the Valkyrie of Demon City, Sakura Fubuki. Amid the flying cherry blossoms, a tall woman with long pink hair and stunning beauty appeared in front of Yikai. We meet again. Chueshua glanced at Yikai, who was staring at her infatuatedly, and her lips moved slightly. If I remember correctly, you already owe me 2 lives. Well, it seems so. Yikai nodded woodenly, and the oppressive feeling of the Valkyrie of the Demon City surged into his heart again. Yikai turned his head to look at Wenyu beside him. She did not show any surprise at the arrival of Sakura Fubuki, as if she had known that she would appear. Master, father. Sume looked at Fubuki's figure and shouted with a guilty look on her face. Sakura Fubuki did not respond, but just waved her hand and slapped Sume in the face. Several blood marks immediately appeared on Sume's pretty face, which showed how strong Sakura Fubuki's strength was. You left without saying a word. It's fine if you leave the security bureau, but I can turn a blind eye to any trouble you make in the Magic City. Chueshua loves and hates Sume, but you're actually hanging out with the people from the Imperial Prison Gate. What does that mean? Are you trying to force me to kill you? Master, Sume is unfilial and has failed to live up to your cultivation. Sume fell to her knees with a plop and kowtowed 3 times to Fubuki with tears in her eyes. Thank you for your teachings over the years, Master. Sume has no way to repay you. I hope I can still be your disciple in the next life. But in this life, Su Mei still has one thing she must accomplish, even if she has to rely on the power of the Imperial Prison Gate. Su Mei wiped away her tears, then slowly stood up, her eyes unusually determined. During her years as a professional summoner, Su Mei has been strict with herself, enforced the law impartially, and followed the teachings of her master. He is determined to eradicate all evil forces in the Demon City and live up to the expectations of heaven and earth. But the only person that Su Mei felt guilty about was her master Sakura Fubuki. Over the years, Shueisha has treated Su Mei with great care and has imparted her experience to her without reservation. Su Mei lived up to everyone's expectations and won the recognition of the people of Magic City. She was hailed as the successor to the Valkyrie of Magic City. I thought I would become a great person like Sakura Fubuki, but things went against her wishes. The death of her sister Su Ling completely shattered Su Mei's beliefs. This made Su Mei realize that joining the Security Bureau and becoming a professional summoner in the operations department would not be enough to completely fight crime. When dealing with extremely evil people, we must use extreme measures to give them a taste of their own medicine. P.S. Encyclopedia. Bond, Blood Demon. Blood Demon. 2. Your Blood Demon Shikigami recovers 1% of his HP per second. Blood Demon. For your Blood Demon Shikigami recovers 2% of his HP per second. Blood Demon. 6. All allied Shikigami recover 2% of their health per second. Blood Demon Shikigami recover 4% of their health per second. Bond, Shapeshifter. Shapeshifter. 2. Your Shapeshifter type Shikigami's agility in human form increases by 50%, and its strength in beast form increases by 50%. Shapeshifter. For your Shapeshifter type Shikigami gains 100% agility in human form and 100% strength in beast form. Shapeshifter. 6. Your Shapeshifter type Shikigami gains 200% agility in human form and 200% strength in beast form. Chapter 37. Cleaning up the house. Release when Hao, kill the 2 men from the Imperial Prison Gate, and then disappear from the Magic City forever, and I will let you live. Sakura Fubuki spoke in a low voice. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Demon City Operations Department, this was her last bottom line. Although Su Mei was her favorite disciple, in order not to involve her master, Su Mei did not tell her about her sister's affairs. The other party is the Valkyrie of Demon City Run. The appearance of Sakura Fubuki immediately changed the battle situation on both sides. The people from Imperial Prison Gate knew that they were no match for her, so after handing the unconscious Wen Hao to Su Mei, the two prepared to flee the battlefield. But just as the fat man turned around, the thin man suddenly pierced the fat man's heart with the carving knife in his hand. Blood splattered from the fat man's chest. Until his death, the fat man did not understand why the brother he had been with day and night would secretly kill him. Ye Kai on the side couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that the thin man was an undercover agent of the Security Bureau? But the thin man's subsequent actions completely overturned Ye Kai's guess. After killing the fat man, the thin man actually cut his throat with a carving knife and ended his own life. What's going on? It's worthy of master's illusion. Su Mei couldn't help but admire as she looked at the 2 people who died. As a disciple of Sakura Fubuki, Su Mei is very clear about her master's strength. The reason why Sakura Fubuki is called the Valkyrie of the Demon City, in addition to her 5 powerful Shikigami, is the most terrifying thing about the illusion she casts. Killing invisibly. Ye Kai finally reacted. No wonder every time he saw Sakura Fubuki, he didn't know where she came from. All I know is that when the cherry blossoms dance, a beautiful figure will appear. It turns out that all of this was an illusion created by Sakura Fubuki. Let Wen Hao go and get out of here immediately. This is the last time I'm warning you. Fubuki gave Su Mei an ultimatum. Master, I'm sorry. However, Su Mei insisted on her own way and cut off Wen Hao's head in front of everyone. She knew that there was a good chance that she would not be able to escape, so she had to avenge her sister Su Ling before she died. Xiao Hao, when you witnessed his brother's tragic death at Su Mei's hands and was about to rush forward excitedly, but was stopped by Ye Kai. Leave the rest to the Security Bureau. You won't be able to help even if you go. Ye Kai said calmly. As a sister, it was definitely difficult for her to accept the fact that she had witnessed her brother being killed, but Wen Hao's fate was all his own fault. However, judging from Wen Yu's calm performance before, she seemed certain that Sakura Fubuki would appear. So when Ye Kai was thinking about how to escape, there was no trace of panic on her face, but she seemed particularly calm. Thinking of this, Ye Kai felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that All this is under Wen control? Is she using her own brother as bait to hook the grouper? You traitor! Seeing Su Mei kill Wen Hao in public, Shuai became furious. Of course, her anger was not because of Wen Hao's death, but because Su Mei betrayed the choice she gave her. Wen Hao's death also made Su Mei completely lose the opportunity to turn back. Following a loud shout from Sakura Fubuki, 5 powerful Shikigami emerged from the ground. Faced with the strength of the strongest summoner in the Magic City, Su Mei's vampire count and Orc Garuru were quickly killed. Only the Demon Blood Dragon Girl is still struggling to hold on. But the gap in strength is too big. Even in the Blood Frenzy state, with 2 bonds triggered, the Demon Blood Dragon Girl is no match for Sakura Fubuki. Countless vines emerged from the ground and tightly wrapped around Su Mei's body. Ah! The sharp spikes pierced Su Mei's arms, and the severe pain made her scream miserably. 2 more spikes attacked, this time trying to pierce Su Mei's legs. Su Mei knew very well that this was a common method used by her master to capture criminals. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, Sakura Fubuki was used to breaking their limbs to make them unable to move. Su Mei had never thought that this trick would be used on herself one day. When the sharp thorns attacked, Su Mei gave up struggling and just stared at Wen Yu in the distance. At the critical moment, the Demon Blood Dragon Girl stepped forward and used her body to block the attack of the spikes for Su Mei. Dragon Girl? Su Mei was slightly stunned. She knew that after killing Wen Hao, she had no way to escape, so she had made up her mind to die. She did not ask the Demon Blood Dragon Girl to block the attack for her. This was an act of the Demon Blood Dragon Girl's own consciousness. The spikes pierced through the body of the Demon Blood Dragon Girl. The Dragon Girl, who was already seriously injured, now only had the last bit of strength left. Since his life had reached the critical point, the state of blood frenzy had been automatically lifted. But even so, the blood-stained Demon Blood Dragon Girl did not give up on Su Mei. She dropped the weapon in her hand, cut off the vines with her demon dragon claws, and then fell into Su Mei's arms. After regaining her freedom, Su Mei immediately called back the Demon Blood Dragon Girl, then lifted her skirt and took a look at the demon dragon mark on her thigh. Even though the Demon Blood Dragon Girl has returned to Su Mei's body, the mark of the Shikigami is still very weak. Almost completely gone. After a Shikigami receives fatal damage, there is no way for it to recover even if it returns to the summoner's body. If this continues, the Demon Blood Dragon Girl will definitely die. Bang! Su Mei would never allow this to happen and took out 2 flash grenades from her chest. Taking advantage of the moment when the flash bomb exploded and everyone lost their vision, Su Mei escaped into the sewer. Chase! Sakura Fubuki followed in with the Shikigami. Before, Sakura Fubuki was still planning to let Su Mei leave, but after Su Mei repeatedly betrayed her choices, Sakura Fubuki had made up her mind to clean up the mess this time. Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Seeing Su Mei and Shuai leave and the battlefield return to calm, Ye Kai let go of Wen Yu and let her run towards Wen Hao, who was standing in a pool of blood. But Wen Yu had only run a few steps when he fainted on the ground, probably because he was too sad. Tina, let's go. Ye Kai's mission is to protect Wen Yu's personal safety, and everything else has nothing to do with him. Picking up Wen Yu, who was lying on the ground, Ye Kai took Tina and left here. As for what would happen to Fubuki and Su Mei in the future, it was not his concern. Late at night, in the sewer, several rats were chirping in search of food. Well, the sudden noise scared the mice so much that they ran away in all directions. Su Mei slowly opened her eyes and leaned against the wall. She was covered in blood and had multiple fractures and was unable to move. The master and disciple chased each other in the sewer for a while, but Sakura Fubuki couldn't bear it anymore. She knocked Su Mei into the water, then turned around and left, leaving her to fend for herself. The first thing Su Mei did after waking up was to touch her dragon mark, but no matter how hard she searched, she could not feel the existence of the mark at all. The mark of the Shikigami appears according to the state of the Shikigami. If the Shikigami is on the verge of death, the mark will become weak. Life, transformation. The spiritual power in Su Mei's body began to transfer towards the direction of the dragon's mark. Life conversion is a forbidden technique in the summoner world. By burning one's own life, he can extend the life of the dying Shikigami. Chapter 38, Life Transformation. The Demon Blood Dragon Girl was injured like this in order to save herself, and Su Mei would never let her die because of this. As Su Mei's vitality continued to be injected, the outline of the dragon mark on her thigh gradually appeared. Ahem! Blood continued to gush out of Su Mei's mouth. After casting Life Transformation, Su Mei gradually changed from a fair-skinned and beautiful girl into a white-haired old woman. The face, which was once full of collagen, began to shrink and wrinkle. Life force is constantly draining from Su Mei's body. After Su Mei performed life transformation, she had turned into a skinny, weak old woman. The reason why life conversion is listed as a forbidden technique in the summoner world is because its cost is too high. Life conversion follows the principle of equivalent substitution. If you want to revive your own Shikigami, you must pay the corresponding price. It's almost a life for another. As the soul formation appeared under Su Mei's feet, the demon blood dragon girl was summoned out again. The resurrected dragon girl immediately fell into Su Mei's arms. Her body was also very weak. After all, Su Mei's vitality was not strong either. It was already a miracle that she could save the dragon girl from the brink of death. Dragon Lady. Su Mei stroked the cheek of the demon blood dragon girl and smiled with relief. She knew that her life was about to come to an end, and being able to see the dragon girl again before she died was her last wish. Su Mei and the demon blood dragon girl have fought side by side for many years. Although they are master and servant, they have long been like sisters. When she was dying, the only thing that worried Su Mei was the whereabouts of the dragon girl. What if the dragon girl encounters a summoner with evil intentions after I leave? Should I entrust her to my master? But I no longer have the face to look for my master. The moment she killed Wen Hao, the relationship between her and Sakura Fubuki's master and disciple had been severed. Who should I entrust it to? A person suddenly came to Su Mei's mind. Although this idea was crazy and the other party was once her enemy, for some reason, Su Mei always felt that this person would be good to the dragon girl. I'm sorry. Your feud with the Wen family has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary summoner in the Summoner Association. My mission is to protect Wen Yu's personal safety. Sister Su Mei, I think you may be wrong. I admit that I do love money, and I love it very much. But I'm sorry, I'm a principled person. I took the Wen family's money, so I have to do things for them. Even if I only took $1 from the Wen family, I still have to protect Wen Yu. No need. I have secured Wen Yu today. Even the King of Hell can't take her away. I say that. Yi Kai's words echoed in Su Mei's mind. If it weren't for this guy, perhaps she could have gotten rid of both the Wen siblings. He is his own enemy, but he is also a very principled man. Inside the Wen family villa, it was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that Wen Yu slowly woke up from the bed. Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! As soon as he woke up, Wen Yu called out Wen Hao's name, each time weaker than the last. In that situation, no one could do anything, so you don't have to blame yourself too much. Yi Kai comforted. No, I killed him. In fact, he appeared in heaven and earth before my father's birthday party. This was all planned by my sister and I. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. It was just as he expected, but what surprised him was that Wen Yu actually confessed all this to him. In order to make Su Mei end her endless assassination, Xiao Hao and I appeared together to lure Su Mei into the trap. Before this, we had already informed Ing Fubuki in advance, but unexpectedly, the accident still happened. I really hope that the person who died is me. Life and death are determined by fate, so just let it go. Yi Kai said lightly that he didn't care about Wen Hao's death at all, and even wanted to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Although Su Mei's approach was a bit extreme, it was still commendable as she eliminated a villain for the Demon City. It's past 12 o'clock, your mission is over. Wen Yu pursed his lips. But, can you accompany me? Okay, this time, it's free for you. Yi Kai smiled faintly and planned to chat with Wen Yu. Although this incident was concluded successfully, Yi Kai still had a question in her mind that puzzled her. Wen Yu had no involvement in the whole thing, but why did Su Mei go so far as to cooperate with Imperial Prison Gate and find a way to take Wen Yu away? This seems a bit counterintuitive. If Su Mei wanted to capture Wen Hao's relatives in exchange because her sister was missing. But Wen Yu is the 9th sister of the Wen family, and she has 8 older sisters. Why doesn't Su Mei go find them? Is it because Wen Hao and Wen Yu are close? Or is there a bigger secret hidden behind this matter? No matter how you look at it, Wen Yu is extremely suspicious and it cannot be explained at all. The reason why Yi Kai agreed to stay was that he wanted to get something out of Wen Yu. Although the mission has ended from now on, and this incident has nothing to do with Yi Kai anymore, everything that happened in the past few days gave Yi Kai a very bad premonition. But since Wen Hao had just left, Yi Kai was not in a position to ask about related matters, and just chatted with Wen Yu about some irrelevant topics. Wen Yu fell into a deep sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. It was time for Yi Kai to leave. Before leaving, Yi Kai glanced at the painting of the 9 sisters in the bedroom. The more he looked at it, the stranger it seemed. Suddenly, Yikai discovered a booklet hidden inside the interlayer of the mural. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, Yikai couldn't help but feel curious and took the booklet out from the interlayer. It is a thick photo album. It was spotless, so someone must have turned it over frequently. Otherwise, if it was placed in a place like this, it would definitely be covered with dust. There is a message written on the cover of the booklet, dedicated to my beloved ninth sister. I thought it was a small photo album full of warmth and love, but when Yikai actually opened it, he was stunned by the pictures inside. I can calm down for a long time. Every photo in the album is filled with blood and violence. There is only one protagonist, Wenyu, who is teasing a little frog with a small wooden stick in the mural. It records that Wenyu has been bullied by her sister since she was very young and as she grew up. They tied Wenyu up, tortured him in various ways, and then took photos to record the incident. It's a thick stack with a total of 108 photos. Every photo was so shocking that it made Yikai's heart tremble. Looking at Wenyu, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Yikai couldn't calm down for a long time. I thought Wenyu's apparent obedience and kindness came from a happy family education, but now it seems that is not the case. Every photo in the album records the inhuman treatment Wenyu suffered, which shows how dark her childhood was. Chapter 39. Good night. Useless little trash. When I first met Wenyu, I just thought she was a kind-hearted little girl. I thought that as the ninth sister of the Wen family, Wenyu must have been the apple of everyone's eye since she was a child and was an innocent greenhouse flower. But no one could have imagined that Wenyu's childhood was so miserable. It is totally unjust that there is such a group of crazy sisters. Perhaps Wenyu's wit and intelligence were all formed for self-protection. Put the album back intact. Yikai took a deep breath and then slowly walked out of Wenyu's room. Listen carefully. I will dig this woman, Su Mei, out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I must find her alive or dead. In the hall, Wen Tian was furious. He was tall and straight, but he was trembling with anger. His face looked extremely haggard. What was originally a birthday party full of laughter and joy had now turned into a scene of the elderly sending off the young. No father could accept this. Mr. 007, this matter is troublesome. After scolding his men, Wen Tianjin was polite when he saw Yikai. After all, if it weren't for Yikai, Wenyu would probably have suffered the murderous hands of Su Mei. If you hadn't risked your life to save them, I'm afraid my last children would have died. It's my job to keep my employers safe. Yikai nodded slightly at Wen Tianjin, then was stunned. The last children? Didn't Wenyu have 8 older sisters? I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I won't keep Mr. 007 here. Butler Ma, send Mr. 007 away. No need. I drove here myself. Yikai politely declined Wen Tianjin's kindness. Before leaving, he glanced at Butler Ma. This man had an ordinary appearance, but there was one very peculiar thing about him that Yikai still remembers clearly. This person has 6 fingers on both hands. If only one hand had 6 fingers, it would be considered strange. But if there are 6 senses in both hands, it would be incredible. The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. After leaving the Wen family villa, Yikai returned to his own residence. After summoning Tina, Yikai took a comfortable bath, looked at the newly added 10 million blue knives in his bank card, and lay on the bed with a comfortable look on his face. Although the apartment is hidden from view, it also has a disadvantage. It is too noisy. No matter what happened upstairs or downstairs, Yikai could hear it. The young couple upstairs fought for 3 minutes, and then said good night to each other. Good night, wife. Good night, useless little piece of trash. Yikai heard it clearly. The bitterness of a man is vividly reflected. The damage is not great, but the insult is extremely strong. Early in the morning, a knock on the door woke Yikai from his sleep. Knock, knock, knock. It was just dawn. Yikai looked at his phone sleepily. It was 5 a.m. It was almost 4 o'clock when I got back to the apartment last night, and I only slept for more than an hour. Who the hell is this? Why are you knocking? Neighbors don't need to sleep. Do you have any sense of public morality? Yikai covered his head with the quilt and ignored the other parties knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. But the other party still refused to give up. It was drizzling outside, and Yikai was puzzled. He was an orphan, so who would come to visit him so early in the morning? Who is it? With no other options, Yikai could only put on his clothes while asking Tina to open the door. As soon as Yikai finished asking, Tina drew out the famous sword, Dark Destruction, in her hand, and the dark power instantly filled the entire room. Stop! What are you doing? You're destroying the house. Seeing this, Yikai quickly asked Tina to stop and went to the door to look. Who on earth could make Tina so nervous? Don't panic, it's me. A weak voice came from the door. Yikai took a closer look and finally understood why there was such murderous intent in Tina's eyes. The person standing at the door, no, the Shikigami standing at the door, was none other than the demon blood dragon girl who had knocked Tina away last night. No wonder Tina drew her sword when they met. The demon blood dragon girl stood at Yikai's door, covered in wounds. The demon dragon armor on her body was already tattered, and she was holding an old and frail woman in her arms. Little devil who loves black silk. Do you still remember me? Originally, Yikai was still guessing who this old woman was, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Yikai understood everything. You are Sume? Yikai looked at the old woman in the arms of the demon blood dragon girl with some disbelief. Judging from the other person's face, she does look somewhat similar to Sume, but Sume was still a young and beautiful girl yesterday. How could she become like this overnight? Why did you become like this? I used the summoner's forbidden technique. Life conversion. I am dying. Before I die, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. No, we are not related at all. Why are you asking me for help? You should leave now. The Wen family is searching for you on a large scale. Seeing Sume's appearance, Yikai probably wouldn't live long. As a summoner, Yikai naturally knew about life conversion. Although he admired Sume for sacrificing herself for the demon blood dragon girl, he did not want to get into trouble. Here's what happened. Go away. Yikai interrupted Sume. Sume had an ambiguous relationship with the imperial prison gate. He just wanted to develop quietly and didn't want to have anything to do with any force. Seeing that Yikai didn't want to pay attention to her, Sume had to get straight to the point. After this is done, I will entrust the SSSR, Shikigami Demon Blood Dragon Girl to you. Sister Sume, please come in. Yikai quickly invited Sume in. Although he didn't want a conflict with any forces now, but if the reward was an SSSR-grade Shikigami, it was not impossible to negotiate. Everything can be discussed. Who can resist a heavily armored girl who can transform into a dragon and wield a sledgehammer? By the way, I also want to know why you insist on targeting the Wen siblings. And judging from the fact that you personally arrested Wen Yu yesterday, in your heart, Wen Yu is more important than Wen Hao. Yikai also asked the question that had been bothering him. I guess you've heard about what happened between Wen Hao and me. The dispute between Sume and Wen Hao was basically a public event. Anyone who wanted to investigate could easily find out. Yeah, Yikai nodded, indicating that he already understood all of this. Now that it has come to this, I have nothing to hide. Why must Wen Yu be taken away? The story starts with what happened between me and Wen Hao. A year ago, my case with Wen Hao was well known in Shanghai. But even though the prosecutors I represented had the support of public opinion, they were still completely defeated under the manipulation of capital. I thought that as long as I joined the Security Bureau, I could fight crime and contribute to the prosperity of the Magic City, but at that moment I truly realized how insignificant I was. But even though I lost the case, I did not give up my belief in upholding justice. Until a month later, on my sister Su Ling's birthday, I bought her favorite pink teddy bear, but she disappeared for no apparent reason. Chapter 40, The Last Commission. As she spoke, Sume took out 2 photos from her chest. One is of her 6-year-old sister, and the other is of a very small demon. My younger sister Su Ling is very cute. She has a chubby little face with some baby fat and 2 little pigtails. She looks very adorable. The demon Yikai in the other photo also looks very familiar. This is my sister Su Ling, she is dead. And this one is a 1-star E-rank demon, a biochemical zombie. I have seen this kind of demon before. They often appear in Area D. Yikai recalled that the first mission he accepted in the Summoners Association was to protect the Onkong farm in Zone D. The ones who attacked the farm were biochemical zombies. Although this type of demon moves slowly and is not very aggressive, they contain special biochemical viruses in their bodies. Once a living creature is infected and does not receive timely treatment, it will also turn into a zombie. Sume continued, this 1-star zombie was placed in my house intentionally by someone. Yikai frowned. The biochemical zombies in Onkong Farm were also thrown in deliberately by someone. Could there be a connection between these two things? No one would be stupid enough to use a 1-star E-rank demon to attack the future Valkyrie of the Demon City. Of course not. Having said this, Sume suddenly bit her lips and began to tremble all over. At first, I had no idea where this zombie came from, but it didn't seem hostile. It just wandered around my house aimlessly, until it suddenly hugged the pink bear that Su Ling didn't receive, and then smiled at me. Why did I insist that my sister was dead? That's because I later detected the same DNA as my sister in the body of that biochemical zombie. Yikai only felt a chill on his back. How could a zombie possibly laugh? Human DNA was detected in the demon's body. Turning around, Yikai looked at the two photos in Su Mei's hands again. His sister Su Ling and the zombie looked almost exactly the same. Could it be that zombie is Su Mei's sister Su Ling? Is Su Ling infected with a biochemical virus? It's not that simple. Even if a person is infected by a biochemical virus, they will only become a zombie, not a demon. That biochemical zombie with the same DNA as my sister is a true wild demon. You mean? Yikai couldn't help but feel a little numb. Someone transformed your sister into a demon species, and then left her in your house to deliberately provoke you? That's right. Su Mei nodded, clenching her thin fist tightly. At first, I thought all this was Wen Hao's revenge, so I tried my best to catch him. Yi Kai gradually began to understand why Su Mei left the security bureau, and why she wanted to assassinate Wen Hao even if she had to cooperate with the people from the Imperial Prison Gate. If faced with such a situation, even if it were Yi Kai, he would make the same choice. But according to my investigation, I gradually discovered that Wen Hao is just an uneducated playboy. He doesn't have the ability to transform humans into demons. And this matter is becoming more and more confusing. The summoners who followed me to investigate have died one by one in mysterious circumstances. I can clearly feel that I am being controlled by a certain force. If I continue to stay in the security bureau, there is no way to get the truth, so I chose to leave. In the following period of time, Su Mei left the security bureau, and while assassinating Wen Hao, she secretly investigated information related to biochemical zombies. God helps those who work hard. With the help of Emperor's Prison Gate, Su Mei finally tracked down the relevant clues. I found out the source of the artificial biochemical demon species. It's in a private hospital called Wangsanzijia. What a coincidence that this private hospital happens to be owned by the Wen family, and it's under Wen Yu's name. At this moment, Yi Kai finally understood why Su Mei had assassinated Wen Hao so many times and suddenly turned her attention to Wen Yu, who had nothing to do with the matter. So, you think Wen Yu is the mastermind behind this incident? I'm not sure, but I'm sure that this matter is definitely related to the Wen family, and it's most likely Wen Tianzheng. So, what is it you want to ask of me? The story is over. Now back to the topic. Yi Kai wants to know what Su Mei's last words were before she died. I hope you can continue to help me investigate this matter. Why me? Yi Kai was very confused. They had only met once, so why would Su Mei choose him? Could it be because of my handsome looks and my uncontrollable charm? I don't know why. Maybe it's because you are a principled person. In fact, Su Mei was also very confused about why she wanted to find Yi Kai. I have secured Wen Yu. Even the King of Hell can't take her away. I say that. Recalling Yi Kai's words at that time and his unyielding spirit, Su Mei felt that he was a person worthy of trust. But Su Mei had no idea that Yi Kai was just buying time and was secretly discussing with Wen Yu how to escape. Su Mei, although I really want the demon blood dragon girl, Yi Kai said seriously, but I think it would be better for you to go to Ing Fubuki for this matter. Everyone can see that Ing Fubuki has feelings for you. I believe that if she hadn't shown mercy, you would never have been able to escape from the hands of the Demon City Valkyrie. Judging from Su Mei's appearance, her life could end at any time. Yi Kai could completely agree to the other party's commission and then take the demon blood dragon girl into his possession. As for continuing the investigation, since the demon blood dragon girl has been caught and the client is gone, Yi Kai can completely take the initiative. Indeed, SSR grade Shikigami are hard to come by. Moreover, a heavily armored warrior like the demon blood dragon girl is exactly the Shikigami that Yi Kai desires to obtain at this stage. If Capital wants to change people, it can train the next Valkyrie at any time. You have a good relationship with Wen Yu, and you have nothing to do with this matter, so it will be easier to investigate. And I just asked you to continue investigating, not to eliminate them. Just investigation, right? That's right. No matter what the result is, you just need to give the news to this person. Su Mei handed Yi Kai a business card, which belonged to a summoner named Chu Mo. Sumontak. If you accept, you can go find her. She has all my investigation materials. Su Mei stared into Yi Kai's eyes. Now you just need to tell me whether you are willing to accept my commission. Yi Kai did not answer Su Mei's question immediately. In fact, in addition to the clues Su Mei mentioned, Yi Kai himself had contact with this group of people. Shikun should be one of them. Biochemical Triceratops, Biochemical Stegosaurus, Biochemical Pterosaur. After fighting with Shikun, Yi Kai specifically searched for illustrations of Shikigami on the internet. There are Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Pterosaurs, but there is no dragon-type Shikigami with the beginning of biochemical. Combined with the clues Su Mei provided, Ye Kai could basically conclude that the Shikigami possessed by Sha Kuan had all undergone biochemical transformation. The group of people that Ye Kai encountered and the people that Su Mei investigated should be the same group. The other party can not only transform humans into demon species, but also directly transform demon species. Moreover, even summoners like Shikun were afraid of the power behind him and committed suicide by taking poison. Even the professional summoners who were investigating the case with Su Mei died mysteriously one by one. If Shikun represents black and the Security Bureau represents white, then this force that can transform humans and demons is simply a force that encompasses both black and white. The degree of its horror is unfathomable. But as the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it, and wealth and honor are achieved through risk. The allure of SSR Shikigami is simply too great. Sister Sume, I have one last question for you. After you answer me, I will give you the answer. You ask, that demon blood dragon girl, can she cook? Sume was stunned, thinking she had heard it wrong. I mean, can the demon blood dragon girl cook? It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just fried rice with eggs will be fine. Ye Kai was very satisfied with the fighting ability of the demon blood dragon girl, but what Ye Kai urgently needed now was a Shikigami with logistical capabilities. Making breakfast for Tina every day is so tiring. Ye Kai also wanted to experience the feeling of having everything provided for him. Egg fried rice doesn't seem to... that's a pity. But the dragon girl can cook spicy crayfish, yam stewed pork ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, dry pot pig intestines. Fuck, is it that powerful? When Ye Kai heard that the demon blood dragon girl could cook so many dishes, he immediately slammed the table and agreed immediately. Okay, I accept your commission. Sume looked confused. It turned out that she had been talking for a long time, but had not hit upon Ye Kai's point. If I had told you earlier that the demon blood dragon girl could cook, I guess this guy would have agreed a long time ago. The contract canceled. As the soul formation appeared under Su Mei's feet, she took the initiative to terminate the contractual relationship with the demon blood dragon girl. From now on, the demon blood dragon girl is considered a wild Shikigami. Ouch! The demon blood dragon girl, who regained her freedom, let out a cry of reluctance. Su Mei stroked Long Nu's cheek and said, Long Nu, I can only accompany you here. From now on, someone will take care of you for me. Little devil who loves black silk stockings, dragon girl. I'm leaving it to you. If you dare to bully her, I, Su Mei, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Ye Kai nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will treat dragon girl the same way I treat Tina in the future. Perhaps her last wish had been fulfilled, as Su Mei in the demon blood dragon girl's arms gradually lost her breath. Ouch! The demon blood dragon girl hugged Su Mei tightly, and a crystal tear fell. Since Ye Kai accepted Su Mei's entrustment, he contacted the contact person as soon as possible. The two agreed to meet at an underground boxing gym in the evening. As for why it was an underground boxing gym, Ye Kai was also puzzled, but since it was the other party's request, Ye Kai did not raise any objections. There was still a long time before the agreed time. After returning, Ye Kai began to put on the Shikigami costume for Xia Lulu. Host, are you sure you want to assign the Shikigami costume, Maid, and Shikigami costume, black silk, to Xia Lulu? Cannot be changed after wearing. Preview is being generated. As a damn holy light appeared, the damaged dragon armor on Xia Lulu turned into a black and white Maid outfit. After taking off the heavy armor, Xia Lulu's figure gradually emerged. Compared with Tina, who is 170 centimeters tall, Xia Lulu, who is 160 centimeters tall, is half a head shorter. Tina is tall and cool, while Xia Lulu is sexy and slightly plump. She is thin where she should be thin, and fat where she should be fat, especially her breasts, which can even beat Tina in seconds. It has the aura of a demon dragon. Xia Lulu's previous figure was sealed by the magic dragon armor. After putting on the black silk Maid outfit, her appearance changed completely. The silver curly hair with the Maid hair accessories makes her look cute and well-behaved. The bell on her neck makes a sound, especially the two red and white gradient dragon horns on her forehead. It's really amazing. Xia Lulu, the Maid wearing black stockings, is cute and sexy. She is not inferior to the pure and sexy Tina when standing next to her. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? The most important thing is that Xia Lulu is not only fierce in fighting, but she can also transform and cook. Ye Kai took Tina and Xia Lulu to visit the vegetable market and let Xia Lulu show off her cooking skills at noon. Looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Yikai was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Xiao Lulu really knows how to cook. Sister Su Mei is not lying to me. The hard days of eating fried rice with egg with Tina every day are finally coming to an end. Scanned its own properties. Yikai. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Occupation, silver summoner. 0/250000. Talent, SSS level. Star Soul Devourer. A level, Golden Light Curse. Shikigami. Tina, 3-star SSSR, Wind Sword Princess. Xiaolulu, 1-star SSSR, Demon Blood Dragon Girl. Unallocated experience points. 96,600 points. After killing Shikun and his Shikigami, Yikai still had 96,600 experience points left that had not been distributed. Now that Yikai has obtained the second Shikigami, Xiaolulu, he might as well upgrade her to 3 stars. Congratulations to the host. SSSR, Shikigami Xiaolulu has broken through to 2 stars. Unlock skill, Dragon Roar LV2 CD. 10 minutes. Emits a dragon's roar, causing the body to double in size, lasting for 30 seconds. Congratulations to the host. SSSR, Shikigami Xiaolulu has reached 3 stars. Unlock skill, Bloodblade Claw, CD none. Consume 5% of your health points, swing out 10 blood blades with your claws, and attack the enemy. Dragon's Roar, upgraded to level 3. Emits a dragon's roar, increasing the size of the body by 3 times, lasting for 30 seconds. Remaining unallocated experience, 15600. The experience required to upgrade a Shikigami is star level X star level X star level X quality X 1000. SSR quality, 1 star is 9,000, 2 stars is 72,000, and 3 stars is 243,000. It doesn't take much experience to upgrade to 3 stars, but the experience required for further upgrades after 3 stars will become increasingly huge. After upgrading Xiaolulu to 3 stars, Yikai could clearly feel that his own strength had made a qualitative leap. Tina is an agile type of Shikigami, while Xiaolulu is a powerful type. After receiving their feedback, Yikai's own attributes were also comprehensively improved. Night. Yikai prepared to go to the agreed location. The underground boxing gym is located in the mysterious paradise of Magic City, which is a lawless area of Magic City, and you can't just enter it. No one knows the exact location of the Pure Land, and special methods are required to reach it. Following the other party's instructions, Yikai came to a coffin shop. Enter the store and get into the coffin, 100,000 blue knives. The boss making paper-made items at the door asked for an entrance fee of 100,000 blue knives. Damn, this is a shady shop. Although he was extremely reluctant, in order to go to paradise, Yikai still swiped his card at the coffin shop. MD, why do we have to meet in this damn place? 100,000 blue knives? I'm going to make Chuamo reimburse me when I get there. Yikai Valkid Kursink. There were dozens of coffins of various sizes placed inside, some of which had a dimly lit candle in front of them, indicating that there was someone inside. After putting on the mask, Yikai found a coffin of suitable size, lit the candles in front of the coffin, lay down quietly in it, and closed the coffin. As soon as he entered, Yikai smelled a special fragrance, and his consciousness began to gradually become blurred. Faintly, Yikai only heard someone nailing the coffin shut, and then began to move. When Kai opened his eyes again that night, he found himself in a dark room. There were many other people waking up around him, all wearing masks of various shapes and sizes, just like him. Welcome to paradise. A large group of bunny girls wearing fishnets stood in a row and brought a cup of tea to everyone who came here. Each of them has a curvy figure and a hot body. This is Rosemary's antidote. You'll feel better after drinking it. Seeing that everyone around him was drinking the tea, Yikai also drank it in one gulp. It is said that there are 2 famous places in the Demon City Fortress. One is the heaven above, and the other is the paradise underground. We are only looking for money here, not killing. Yikai has nothing to be afraid of. Please choose the bliss girl yourself. If there is a girl you know, you can give her number and make an appointment. At this moment, an older brother shouted domineeringly, "Change a batch!" Yikai was slightly stunned and was stunned for a moment. Wow, you're so awesome, brother. You can obviously come here to play often. Chapter 43, Silver Rose. Yes, the group of bunny girls who were driven away were not angry and left respectfully. After a while, the next batch arrived. It turns out that if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Yikai also looked at it carefully. Damn, 100,000 blue knives cannot be wasted. I have to choose carefully. Third one on the left, go. Ye Kai was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and spotted a slightly plump bunny girl. Brother, good eyesight. Damn it, I was still a step slow after all. After leaving the room, the bunny girl introduced the entertainment activities in paradise to Ye Kai. Take me to the underground boxing gym. Okay, master. I am Bliss Girl number 9527. Please follow me closely, sir. After walking through the long, underground tunnel, the world in front of me suddenly became clear. This is the bustling underground boxing match scene, and every seat in the audience has an elegant environment. In the center is a steel cage covered with sharp thorns, where two boxers are fighting a life and death battle. This is a 3D holographic projection VR helmet. You can try it on. The bunny girl personally put on a VR helmet for Ye Kai, and under the holographic projection, Ye Kai felt as if he was personally in the scene. There are many small holographic robots around the iron cage. They are like sparrows, capturing every detail of the picture inside. Moreover, the pupils of the two boxers are equipped with special chips, so Ye Kai can even switch to the boxer's perspective. Fuck! Ye Kai just switched to the perspective of a boxer named Turkey, and Turkey's eyes were blown out by his opponent. It felt as if his eyeballs had been blown out, and Ye Kai was so scared that he fell backwards onto the soft sofa. But this Turkey was a ruthless guy. Even though his left eye was blown out, he punched the opponent's temple and knocked him out. The third game is over. Turkey versus Lung Mei. Turkey wins. Woohoo! Good job, Turkey. Damn it. Lung Mei, that loser, caused me to lose another 2 million blue knives. The exciting boxing match immediately aroused cheers and shouts from the audience on the stage. Some were happy while others were sad. Some people opened champagne to celebrate Turkey's victory, while others were upset about Lung Mei's failure. Even Ye Kai, who had just arrived, was infected by the intensity of the boxing match. Especially this VR helmet, it gives you an immersive feeling, as if you were the boxer taking part in the fight. This feeling is so exciting. It is worthy of being called paradise. No wonder the entrance fee of 100,000 blue knives can attract so many people to come and spend money. Next match, boxing champion Bud versus Silver Rose. On the ring, the iron door of the steel cage slowly opened. The boxing champion Bud, who is over 2 meters tall and holding a gold belt, looks arrogant and does not take his opponent seriously at all. The opponent of boxing champion Bud was actually a slender woman who was less than 160 centimeters tall. It's Bud. It's finally time for the boxing champion to appear. This scene is simply a welfare bureau. Who is this Silver Rose? Why have I never heard of her? Can this little body withstand 2 punches from Bud? What the hell are you doing, organizer? I want to see the fight between boxing champion Bud and the meat grinder fighter. Get this woman out of here. One is a muscular, long-established boxing champion, while the other is a frail-looking woman. Such a huge gap in strength immediately caused boos from the audience on the stage. Master can check the boxer's profile here and place a bet. The bunny girl pointed at the screen beside her and said with a smile, "Boxing champion Bad. A former professional summoner, he currently has a record of 107 wins and 0 losses, 41 of which were KOs within 5 minutes. Silver Rose, Rookie of the Year, currently has a record of 5 wins and 1 loss." Ye Kai glanced at the odds on the screen. Boxing champion Bud was 10-1, and Silver Rose was 1-10. These odds are really outrageous. Moreover, Ye Kai could clearly see the support rates of both sides on the big screen. Currently, the boxing champion Bud's bets have exceeded 10 million, while the Silver Rose's bets are still 0. Boxing champion Bud has never lost in the underground boxing gym, and his opponent is a newcomer, so this is a match without suspense. Now that you are here, make yourself comfortable. Ye Kai also planned to place a bet for a try. After all, he had paid 100,000 blue knives for the ticket. It would be a big loss if he came in and did nothing. I bet on Silver Rose, 1 million blue knives. Just when Ye Kai was about to bet 1 million blue knives on boxing champion Bad, the woman wearing the Marshall Tianping mask beside him actually bet 1 million blue knives on Silver Rose. Judging from her tone, the other party seemed very confident. Hey, monkey brother, what a coincidence. At this time, the other party also noticed Ye Kai's gaze. The two of them, one was the Monkey King and the other was Marshall Tianping, could be considered to have a good relationship with each other. You idiot, you pressed the wrong person. Since the other party called him Monkey Brother, Ye Kai also imitated Sun Wukong's tone and responded to the other party's jokes. Monkey Brother, listen to me. Bet on the Silver Rose, and you will win for sure. Well, Ye Kai was stunned for a moment, then took a look at the support rate on the big screen. Apart from the 1 million bet by Beiji, Silver Rose had no other income. Betting on boxing champion Bud, the odds are 10 to 1, and if you win it will only be 100,000 blue knives. But if you bet on Silver Rose, the odds are 10 to 1, and if you win, you can get 10 million blue knives. If you want to play big. Since the Monkey King could meet Marshal Tiampeng, why can't a blind cat meet a dead mouse? Yi Kai waved his hand and followed Beiji to bet 1 million blue knives on the Silver Rose. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. When Beiji saw that Silver Rose's bet increased from 1 million to 2 million, he knew that it was Yi Kai who placed the bet, and then he made an okay gesture to him. According to Chu Mo's agreement, all he had to do was sit here and wait for her. The other party will take the initiative to come to find him. Since Chu Mo has not arrived yet, Yi Kai might as well watch a tense and exciting game first. Before the game starts, the audience's favorite trash talk segment will begin. According to international practice, boxers from both sides have to exchange harsh words before the match. My dear, if you promise to have dinner with me tonight, I can consider being gentler. Eat? Eat what? Have you ever seen anyone go to a funeral home and eat with the dead? Silver Rose's words were full of provocation and immediately triggered a climax, with the audience cheering and shouting. Although no one knows how strong she is, just by the momentum of her speaking to the boxing champion, she instantly attracted a wave of passers-by fans. Next, our boxing champion Bud will face off against the rookie champion Silver Rose. Will the old king defend his title, or will the new king ascend the throne? Let us wait and see. As the host shouted, the two people in the ring were ready to go. Chapter 44. Old Driver Chu Mo. Boxing champion Bud has a body full of muscular muscles and a height of 2 meters. In front of Silver Rose, he looks like a mountain, and Silver Rose was like a weak kitten in front of Bard. Why do they both have the same collar around their necks? Master, that is a sealing ring that can cut off the relationship between the summoner and the Shikigami. The underground boxing gym is a pure physical competition to prevent the summoner from cheating. Yi Kai no dit. So that's it. But if that was the case, Yi Kai began to feel a little regretful. In a purely physical confrontation, the Silver Rose's chances of winning are slim. The game officially began, and the audience put on VR helmets, ready to enjoy this one-sided massacre by boxing champion Bud. Since everyone is basically a supporter of boxing champion Bud, everyone also looks at the story from the perspective of boxing champion Bud. Fuck! All the spectators were so frightened that they staggered, and the situation on the ring was even more shocking. Silver Rose leaped up and hit boxing champion Bud in the face with a flying knee. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and boxing champion Bud's nose was directly sunken, which looked painful. Silver Rose took advantage of the victory and dodged the opponent's bear hug with her nimble body, then continuously elbowed the boxing champion Bud in the lower body. The audience on the stage all put themselves in the perspective of boxing champion Bud and subconsciously protected their crotches. Silver Rose has flowing silver short hair, delicate features, and a capable temperament. Her petite body conceals infinite explosive power, and every blow she hits boxing champion Bud makes a dull bang-bang sound. The boxing champion Bud was hit by a series of punches and had no chance to fight back. Oh my god, is this woman so fierce? Isn't the boxing champion trying to fix the match? This woman has 5 wins and 1 loss. How did she lose that game? It seems that he didn't want to fight anymore because of emotional problems, so he gave up. Silver Rose's performance immediately amazed all the audience, including Yi Kai. This is too powerful. He directly beat the boxing champion Bud. Is this appropriate? 10-9, 8-7-6, 5-4-3-2-1. In less than 30 seconds, Silver Rose had beaten the boxing champion Bad and started counting. Winner! Silver Rose! Yeah. Yi Kai jumped up excitedly. Net profit of 10 million blue knives. Bah! Seeing this, the bunny girl next to her immediately opened a bottle of champagne, and the gushing wine splashed all over the bunny girl. Master, this bottle of roman condiment is worth 1 million blue knives. You won't blame me, will you? The bunny girl hugged Yi Kai's arm with her wet body and said in a delicate voice. Of course I won't blame you. You open the wine? What does it have to do with me? Yi Kai pulled his arm out from the bunny girl's chest. The other party obviously wanted to take advantage of him, and he would not fall for such a trick. But I'm not that stingy person. Even if you win money at someone else's place, you can't just walk away. You have to expand your horizons. Here, this is my tip for you. Yi Kai took out a 100 blue knife bill from his pocket and put it into the bunny girl's breasts. The bunny girl looked at Yi Kai with a sullen face. This was the smallest tip she had ever received in her life. Winning 10 million blue knives, giving 100. I have never seen such a shameless person. However, he opened a bottle of Roman condiment that cost $200 without permission and still lost 100. Thank you, Marshal Tiampung. Yikai came to Beiji's seat. You're welcome. This is a gift from Chu Mo to you. You are Chu Mo? No, I'm not. Bahuan pointed at the silver rose that was leaving the stage. She is. No wonder Beiji dared to bet 1 million silver roses. It turns out that the two of them were in the same group. Yikai looked at the heroic silver rose and didn't expect that she was Chu Mo. The person Su Mei liked was indeed a capable person. Let's go. Sister Chu Mo is still waiting for you. Yikai followed Beiji and came to a secret private room. See? Silver Rose pointed to the sofa beside her and asked Beiji to take all the outsiders out, leaving only Chu Mo and Yikai in the private room. Okay. How is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Satisfied, quite satisfied. It is a great honor to work with someone like Sister Chu. Call me Mosey, call me Sister Chu. You make me sound old. Chuamo looked to be about 20 years old. She crossed her legs and wiped the sweat off her body with a towel. As a girl practicing boxing, her body lines were very perfect, especially the shallow vest line on the lower abdomen. It is simply amazing. We are brothers now. Don't be shy. Sume and I are also good brothers. Since she chose you, I believe in you too. Thank you for your trust, brother. Yikai paused and immediately changed his words. Oh no, it's Sister Mosey. There's nothing wrong with calling them D-cups. Chuimo puffed out his chest and said confidently, my breasts are indeed D-cups. Ah, Sister Mosey, that's quite humorous. You mean, I'm a funny girl? But that's not a problem. I'm really quite humorous. But even if I'm a funny girl, I'm also a sexy funny girl. Of course, Sister Mosey has a stunning figure. Why are you sitting so far away? Do I eat people? Siko? Chuimo patted the seat next to him, motioning Yikai to sit closer. You've been here for quite some time. It's time to take off your clothes. Take it off. Yikai was slightly stunned. Take off? Isn't it so exciting right at the beginning? I asked you to take off your mask. What were you thinking? Are you planning to take off your pants? Ahem. Yikai took off his mask somewhat awkwardly. This Chuimo was a little different from what he had imagined. I thought she was a steady and capable woman, but I didn't expect her to be an experienced driver who often drives at 180 miles per hour. After taking off the mask, Chuimo looked at Yikai's handsome face and said, not bad. Do you have a girlfriend? I heard from Su Mei that you like black stockings. I'm a little embarrassed. I was in a hurry to go out today and forgot to bring them. Ahem, Sister Mosey, can we talk about business? Yikai tried to change the subject. Isn't this business? Do you know why I am so angry today? Chuimo frowned slightly. I wanted to save some face for Bud, but he offended me today. I just broke up with my ex-boyfriend, and I'm upset. It's his bad luck. Are you interested in being my current boyfriend? Chapter 45 Investigation begins. Forget it, Sister Mosey. The key is that I can't take a beating. The opponent was a woman who was unarmed and KO'd boxing champion Bader in 30 seconds. Yikai had no tendency to be abused. Oh my, you rejected me directly. Is it because I'm not wearing black stockings? Yikai was about to retort, but was interrupted by Chu Mo, whose tone was full of seduction. Don't worry about answering me. I'll ask you again next time when I change into black stockings. Chumo's actions made Yikai blush. If when you, whom Yikai had met before, was the girl next door type, Xiaokur was the pure and cute type, and Su Mei was the cold and elegant queen type. Then Chu Mo is the intellectual mature woman type. Fortunately, Chu Mo didn't wear black stockings today, which allowed Yikai to maintain the last bit of sanity. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that Yikai's face was red all the way to his ears, Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Yikai's shy look, Chu Mo felt an interesting sense of accomplishment. Finally getting back to the point, Chu Mo took out the results of Su Mei's investigation over the past year, and Yikai breathed a sigh of relief with a heavy heart. But looking at Chu Mo's serious look, Yikai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed about Chu Mo's teasing. Yikai actually had a little expectation. A laptop was placed on the table. After Chu Mo entered the password, all of Su Mei's previous investigation results appeared in front of Yikai. The information shows that the source of the suspected modified demon species is a private hospital in District B of Magic City, named Warm Home. Warm Home has some close ties with the Dongxin Gang in Shanghai, and Sha Kuan is a member of the Dongxin Gang. Su Mei's information once again verified Yi Kai's guess that Sha Kuan was indeed in cahoots with this group of people. Among the many materials, Yi Kai found a video. In the picture, a short demon trapped in a cage is looking at the camera. He is a 1-star E-level biochemical zombie. His face was distorted and extremely ugly, but his gray eyes were full of hope. Yeah. A strange sound came out of the little demon's mouth, and when I listened carefully, it turned out to be sister. Ah, Aya, Aya, Aya. What how? I'm going to kill you. Ah, you beast. At this moment, the person recording the video suddenly broke down and roared heartbreakingly. There is no true empathy in this world. Without experiencing the suffering of others, there is no way to understand their pain. But seeing this scene, even through the screen, Yi Kai's heart couldn't stop trembling. Seeing with my own eyes that my sister was transformed into a demon by others, it felt as if my body was instantly pierced through and it hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. Mental feelings will turn into physical pain. Yi Kai watched the entire video silently, and Su Mei's grief kept echoing in his ears. Yi Kai must get to the bottom of this matter and give justice to the sisters Su Mei and Su Ling. Is the demon species transformed by Su Ling still there? We had been keeping it alive to see if we could recover it, but it refused to eat or drink and starved itself to death. Su Mei also refused to eat or drink for several days, and it took a long time for it to recover. Yi Kai felt a tightness in his chest. He could even imagine the scene at that time and how inhumane everything the sisters had experienced was. Sister Mosey, I need your help. Just open your mouth. As long as it's about this matter, I, Chu Mo, will do my best to help. As Su Mei's good sister, Chu Mo was also very sad about Su Mei's departure. Since Su Mei chose to hand over the demon blood dragon girl and the investigation to Yi Kai, Chu Mo would definitely do her best to support her. Yi Kai knew that his ability was limited. Although he was not clear about Chu Mo's strength from the fact that he knocked out the boxing champion within 30 seconds, Chu Mo was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, Su Mei trusts Chu Mo so much and lets Yi Kai tell her the truth after the investigation, which means that Chu Mo also has a powerful background and she can solve the matter after knowing the truth. The way to leave the paradise was the same as coming in. Yi Kai and Chu Mo lay in the coffin and were then transported out by the other party in a special way. Hey, stinky brother, wake up. Yi Kai was awakened by Chu Mo from the effect of rosemary, and in a blink of an eye, he was back in the coffin shop. It's strange. How come you're okay? Looking at Chu Mo, who was full of energy, Yi Kai felt dizzy. Rosemary is a drug that makes people sleep. The effect of the drug varies according to the person's resistance. The fact that you sleep so deeply shows that your resistance is very weak, your physical condition is poor, and your body is not in good condition. What's wrong? I'm doing pretty well. Yi Kai retorted weakly. As a tall and strong man, how could he say no? When they arrived at the exit of the coffin shop, the paper-making boss gave Yi Kai a sip of tea, and he felt much better. Thank you, boss. I don't need it. Chu Mo waved his hand and politely declined the boss's kindness, his eyes full of contempt for Yi Kai. Since Yi Kai's transcendence was still in the space ring, and Chu Mo was present, it was not convenient for Yi Kai to take it out. Let's go to Hong Kong Farm first. The two of them, led by Chu Moyo, came to Area D together. Chu Mo is also a motorcycle enthusiast, but her magnetic levitation motorcycle is not comparable to Yi Kai's hundreds of thousands of blue swords. Their magnetic levitation locomotive has been professionally modified and has combat attributes. When you turn the accelerator to the bottom, it will spray blue fire from the back. The speed directly soared to 500 kilometers per hour. Sitting in the back, Yi Kai had only one feeling, as if he was flying in the air and his soul was chasing him. That night, Kai came to Hong Kong Farm again. After just a few days, the place had been renamed Xiaowang Farm. According to the boss Xiao Huang, the previous owner had transferred the farm at a low price because he could not repay the high-interest loan from the Dongxin gang. Today, the whereabouts of Lao Zhao's family and the disabled workers are unknown. Yi Kai tried to call Xiao Kier several times, but no one answered. It's strange. They said that this area is often attacked by demons, but after I came here, I didn't encounter any. Farm owner Xiao Huang said with emotion, maybe it's just luck. When doing business, you still have to rely on the almanac. The people who borrowed the money were from the Dongxin gang, and the people who arranged the demon attack were also from the Dongxin gang. It seems that this was a good show directed and acted by the other party. Not only did they buy back the farm at a low price and recover the cost, but they also made Lao Xiao bear a lot of debts. This is obviously the trick used by the Dongshin gang. Since the clue of Onkong Farm was cut off, Ye Kai could only find a way to infiltrate the Dongshin gang. Dong Xi and Shikun can mobilize modified demon species, and even his own Shikigami has undergone biochemical transformation. Join the Dongshin gang, and perhaps you will be able to find the answer. Inside the high-level meeting room of the Magic City Security Bureau. Hasn't Su Mei's whereabouts been found yet? Director Lei Luo questioned everyone present. Everyone who can sit here is a vital figure in the Magic City Security Bureau. Sakura Fubuki was drinking the coffee on the table alone, looking relaxed and contented, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. Blizzard, are you sure that after you severely injured Su Mei, she was washed away by the current? Yeah, Sakura Fubuki nodded. As the commander-in-chief of the Magic City's combat department, she was indeed somewhat derelict in her duty in this matter. But Sakura Fubuki, as the Valkyrie of the Magic City, has a very high image in the hearts of the people. Even though he is the director of the Security Bureau, Lei Luo cannot be blamed. If Su Mei was handed over to me, I would have brought her to justice long ago. Bai Long, deputy commander of the operations department, said seriously. As a veteran in the Security Bureau, he has always been dissatisfied with the young Sakura Fubuki. There shouldn't be any Valkyries in the Magic City. How can the Yin be stronger than the Yang? If Su Mei causes chaos in the Magic City again, I, Bai Long, propose to removing Fubuki from the position of the commander-in-chief of the combat department. As soon as the proposal was made, all departments of the Security Bureau began to discuss it. As a veteran of the Security Bureau for many years, Bai Long still has a certain appeal. Moreover, before coming, Bai Long had already made full preparations to use Su Mei's incident to impeach Sakura Fubuki. It's up to you. Facing Bai Long's targeting, Fubuki just smiled faintly. You can let me leave, but if you want me to come back, it is absolutely impossible. Bai Long was speechless for a moment. Not only did Sakura Fubuki not accept the challenge, but she also cut off the source of the problem. Okay, now is not the time for internal strife. Lei Luo immediately stepped forward to stop it. The Magic City cannot be without the Valkyrie. Chapter 46, King of Freeloaders. The Dongshin gang is a force in District B of the Magic City. The entire gang has tens of thousands of members. The leader is Lord Xiang, who has 5 fierce generals under him, known as the 5 Tigers of Dongshin. Shikun is one of the 5 Tigers. Now that Sha Kun has been killed, one of the 5 Tigers of Dongshin has been missing. Previously, many of Sha Kun's territories had been invaded by the hostile Hongmen. The Dongshin gang is now facing internal and external troubles. Longtu Xiangye has offered a huge reward and is in urgent need of talented people to replace the 5 Tigers. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Recently, a young boy with the same hairstyle as Genji Takiya has begun to emerge in the Tashin gang. After joining the Dongshin gang for half a month, the young man relied on his invincible ability to defeat all the powerful opponents and attracted many followers. He is currently the best successor to the Dongshin 5 Tigers. The boy's nickname is the King of Soft Rice. Why is he called the King of Soft Rice? Because it is rumored that he himself has no real ability. He relies entirely on the support of the 3 women under him. On this day, Hongmen leader Japan was holding a banquet to celebrate the opening of his own dance hall. The Gigolo King came uninvited with a group of younger brothers, and the 3 women following behind them were Tina, Xiao Lulu, and Chu Mo. The man nicknamed the King of Freeloaders is Ye Kai himself. The appearances of several people were fine-tuned using Chu Mo's Shikigami's ability. Chu Mo is also a summoner, and is at the astonishing platinum level. In order to investigate the connection between the Dongshin gang and Wormhome, Ye Kai and Chu Mo simply joined the Dongshin gang. Being involved in a gang, Chu Mo, as a woman, had many things that were difficult for her to handle, so Ye Kai naturally became her elder brother. In order not to reveal the identity of the summoner, Tina and Xiao Lulu have been serving as bodyguards beside Ye Kai. As a human form god, as long as he wears beauty contact lenses to cover the pupils of the demon species, it is generally difficult to distinguish. In this way, Ye Kai now has 3 powerful women around him. Every time there was a conflict with the other party, Ye Kai basically just played a bystander role, and it was all up to the 3 women to step forward. Over time, Ye Kai was given the title of King of Freeloaders, although those who are out in the world look down upon people like Ye Kai the most. However, Chu Mo, Tina, and Xiao Lulu were too powerful, and most people dare to be angry, but not speak out. Hey, isn't this the little puppy from the Dongshin gang? What are you doing here? Get lost. You are not welcome here. Depan said disdainfully while picking his nose. He had long been fed up with this guy who mixed with women. Is this how you Hongmen entertain guests? I'm here to congratulate you, Brother Depan. Ye Kai had a wicked smile on his face. He certainly wasn't here to congratulate. He was here to cause trouble. Umph. Soft rice boy, I'm afraid the rice here is too hard and not to your liking. Ha 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 ha. Depan's sarcasm immediately caused laughter from the Hongmen brothers. Hey, I have a poor appetite, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm lucky. Ye Kai spread his hands and hugged Tina and Xiao Lulu on his left and right, looking like come and bite me if you are not satisfied. Brother, teach him a lesson today. Wait, I want to see what tricks he can play. Although Ye Kai's mean expression made people angry, today was a good day for Depan's opening, so he naturally didn't want to bring bad luck to the business. The opening ceremony went smoothly, and Ye Kai sat down in the banquet hall with a group of his younger brothers without causing any trouble. Depan has a good status in the Hongmen, and there are many important figures present. Welcome all brothers to the banquet. Next we will auction a rainbow. Whoever gets this rainbow will be prosperous from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. The reserve price is 180,000 blue knives. My eldest brother offered 280,000 yuan. The younger brother next to Depan stood up and said, the Hongmen brothers around him applauded, and Depan had a determined expression on his face. Today is Depan's opening ceremony, and the auction of Changhong is just a formality. No one will compete with him at all. But just when Depan was about to accept the long rainbow, Ye Kai saw the right time. I'll bid 280,100. 380,000. My eldest brother will pay 380,000. Ye Kai spread his hands with an annoying expression on his face. I'll bid 380,010. Hee. No matter how many Pan comes out, Ye Kai will add 100 blue knives. It's obvious that he wants to piss off Depan to death. After saying that, Ye Kai did not forget to ask Chu Mo, who was standing beside him. How was it? Was I mean enough just now? That's enough. I want to slap you twice after seeing this. Ye Kai's deliberate provocation immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the Hongmen brothers. What do you mean 380,100? Are you trying to pick a fight? Hey. You Hongmen can't afford to play? Things like auctions rely on your own abilities. Ye Kai mocked the other party unscrupulously. If you have the guts, you can raise the price to 1.08 million. My eldest brother will pay 1.08 million. Depan's face became more and more ugly. He directly invested a huge amount of money, hoping that Ye Kai would give up. I'll bid 1,080,100. Sir, it will be very difficult for us to deal with you if you offer such a price. Even the host couldn't stand Ye Kai's deliberate disruption. It's difficult. Then don't do it. Ye Kai slowly stood up, threw a cigarette into his mouth, and directly, Gradusov de Gradusov. Damn it. For a moment, the people from the Hongmen and Dongxin gangs were instantly ignited and started fighting each other. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ye Kai asked Tina and Xia Lulu to take action, and with the help of Chu Mo's strength, they instantly defeated all the younger brothers of Hongmen. You soft rice worm, what's the point of hiding behind a woman? Do you dare to fight me in a one-on-one fight? Seeing that the situation was not good, Depan started calling out to Ye Kai, wanting to challenge him in a duel. Okay, stop it now. I will do as you wish today. Ye Kai asked his brothers to stop and accepted Depan's challenge. Today he will prove his strength. In front of the younger brothers of the two major gangs, the showdown between Hongmen Depan and Dongxin Soft Rice King is about to break out. As a mature summoner, the power of the Shikigami is of course the most important, but the summoner's own strength also needs training. These days, Ye Kai has been with Chu Mo and asked her for a lot of fighting skills. Now is the time to test the actual combat effectiveness. Court death. Depan roared, rushed forward, and punched Ye Kai in the face. Bah! Ye Kai just raised his hand slightly and locked Depan's fist tightly. You are too weak. Ye Kai simulated contemptuously. The scene before them stunned the younger brothers on both sides. Even the younger brothers from the Dongxin gang saw Ye Kai take action for the first time. I didn't expect that he was so strong. Although Depan is also a silver-level summoner, in terms of Shikigami, he is definitely not comparable to Ye Kai, who has 2 3-star SSSRs. With Ye Kai's powerful reward attribute and Chu Mo's guidance, his strength is already above Depan. Chapter 47, The Mastermind. How so? Depan looked at Ye Kai with horror, feeling as if his fist was clamped by a huge pair of pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Ye Kai leaned forward and delivered a flying knee to Depan's face. The boxing style taught by Chu Mo is similar to the T-fist fighting method, most of which use joints as attack points, with fierce attacks and a single blow to kill. After just one round of fighting, Ye Kai defeated Japan. I just prefer to be a gigolo. No one really thinks I'm weak, do they? In front of everyone, Ye Kai started to drink as much as he could. After yesterday's battle, the name of the king of soft rice was known throughout the world. Dongxin Longtu Xiangye personally held a banquet to celebrate for Ye Kai and named Ye Kai one of the 5 tigers of Dongxin. The name is Soft Rice Tiger. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Master Xiang, thank you for your praise. The reason why Master Xiang did not name Ye Kai as one of the 5 tigers in the beginning was because his power was entirely supported by 3 women, and he was worried that it would be difficult for him to convince the public if he ascended to the position of the 5 tigers. But the incident of beating Japan yesterday completely dispelled Mr. Xiang's doubts. There is such an industrial chain in Dongsanbang. First, they lend money to others, and then use the magic seeds given by the warm home to harass the other party's industry, causing them to go bankrupt and incur huge debts. The Dongxin gang only needed to sit back and reap the benefits, not only able to buy back the other party's property at a low price, but also sell it again. Those who are unable to repay their debts will be captured directly by the Dongxin gang and taken to the warm home to be exchanged for money. The profits are extremely lucrative. In the past, Shikun had always taken care of this matter. As a gigolo, Ye Kai naturally inherited Sha Kuan's mantle. Erwin, follow me to meet an important person tonight. Master Xiang also felt that it was time for Ye Kai to get in touch with the forces behind the Dongxin gang. At night, Master Xiang personally brought his gigolo, Ye Kai, to the paradise on Earth in the Magic City. The magnificent paradise on Earth is shaped like a pyramid and consists of 10 floors. The higher you go, the higher the costs. Even Wen Hao was only spending money on the first floor of paradise on Earth at that time. And Master Xiang took Ye Kai directly to the top floor of Tianshang Renjian. The rooms on this floor were all made of gold, and everything inside was shining brightly. Fuck! Ye Kai couldn't help but sigh that the life of rich people was so colorful. Only the word fuck could express his feelings at that moment. Erwin, the master you're going to meet, is a heavyweight in the entire Demon City. Even I am just an ant in front of him. Before entering, Master Xiang carefully warned. Remember, you must restrain your rogue nature, otherwise the entire Dongxin gang may be in calamity. Don't worry, Master Xiang. Ye Kai nodded. The fact that he could meet in such a high-end place, and that even Xiang Yi, the leader of the Dongxin gang, was so wary of him showed that the other party's identity was definitely not ordinary. In the glittering golden box, a burly middle-aged man sat at the upper seat. Deputy Commander of the Operations Department of the Magic City Security Bureau, Bai Long. Mr. Xiang introduced the man in front of him to Ye Kai. No wonder Su Mei refused to telling Fubuki about this matter. It turned out that the other party's power had really infiltrated the Security Bureau. Are you one of the 5 new tigers of Dongxin? The soft rice tiger? Bai Long looked at Ye Kai carefully, his eyes sharp, as if he could see through him. That's right. Ye Kai grinned, acting very casually. You are the one chosen by Master Xiang, so I naturally trust you. Bai Long continued. Remember, if you work with me, you will definitely get some benefits, but just do whatever I ask you to do, and don't ask why. Do you understand? Of course, we all want to make money. As long as you give me money, I will do anything. Oh, Bai Long suddenly asked. If I give you money and ask you to kill your boss right now, what will you do? Bai Long's words immediately frightened Master Xiang into a cold sweat. The other party was the Deputy Commander of the Operations Department of the Magic City Security Bureau. With just one order, the Dongxin gang could be completely destroyed. That depends on how much Uncle Long gives. Ye Kai smiled slightly, revealing an expression that loves money like his life. Ha ha ha! It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Bai Long patted Master Xiang on the back. He asked such a strange question, firstly to shock Master Xiang and let him know that he could kill him at any time. Secondly, he also wanted to test Ye Kai to see what kind of person he was. Bai Long likes Ye Kai's personality very much. He remained calm in the face of danger, was arrogant, and had a strong personality, much better than the previous Shikun. The main reason is that this person loves money like his life and has weaknesses, which makes it easier to control him. Come on, cheers. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. On the way back, Ye Kai and Xiang Yi rode in the same car. Thinking back to Ye Kai's previous answer, Mr. Xiang has been feeling aggrieved. Erwin, how much do you think my life is worth? If this is what Bai Long wants, no matter how much money he offers, I will take on the task. Because in this way, The other party will not send other killers. Then I will inform Master Xiang, and we will run away together. Ha ha, you little brat. Don't worry, something like this will never happen. These guys are counting on us to do the dirty and tiring work. Mr. Xiang was amused by Yi Kai, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with Yi Kai's answer. After this introduction, Mr. Xiang trusted Yi Kai even more and handed over the cooperation between Dongxing Gang and Warm Home to Yi Kai. After returning to Chu Mo's residence, Yi Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? Who is the other party? As soon as Yi Kai entered the room, Chu Mo asked excitedly. The two of them had been undercover for more than half a month and finally made some progress. In order not to arouse suspicion, Yi Kai has been living with Chu Mo. Outside, Chu Mo, Tina, and Xia Lulu are all gigolo women, and the younger brothers have to call them sister-in-law when they see them. Deputy Commander of the Demon City Operations Department by Long, Yi Kai looked solemn, although he had long guessed that the other party's power must have infiltrated the Security Bureau. However, the identity of Deputy Commander of the Operations Department still put Yi Kai under increased pressure. After getting Yi Kai's answer, Chu Mo also frowned. It seems that Su Mei's worry is not groundless. But the problem now is that Bai Long has actually shown up. It is very likely that he is just an open pawn. You mean the real mastermind behind this is higher up than Bai Long? I'm not sure about this, but if someone can show up in public, it means he could be abandoned at any time. He is definitely not the mastermind behind the scenes. P.S. Encyclopedia. Those who have read this far are all true fans. I would like to give a thumbs up to all the readers. Thank you. Comments are welcome at 8347876618. Also, I am recruiting some Shikigami characters here. Please leave your comments. You give me ideas, and I will help you realize your dreams. Please click to urge to add more bookshelves. Your support is the author's greatest motivation. If the results are good, the author will maintain a daily turnover of 10,000. Chapter 48, What Professional Photographer? A few days later, Yi Kai sent several people who fell into the trap of the Dongxing Gang and were unable to repay their debts to a secret location called Warm Home. These people had signed slave contracts due to huge debts and could only be at the mercy of the Dongxing Gang. What makes Yi Kai laugh is that all the operations of the Dongxing Gang are reasonable and legal in Shanghai. What will happen to these people when they are sent to the Warm Home? No one knows. In order to find out the secret, Chu Mo volunteered to use the power of the Shikigami to disguise himself and blend into the crowd signing the slave contract. Seeing Chu Mo being chained and taken away by the Warm Home, Yi Kai was worried. Although Chu Mo is a summoner at the platinum level, the opponent's power is even more unfathomable. Once the mission fails, Yi Kai is also very likely to be in danger. Several days passed, and there was no news from Chu Mo. But the sudden disappearance of Chu Mo, the eldest sister-in-law, was bound to arouse suspicion. Yi Kai simply provoked trouble. He first arrested Shujin, the wife of Hongmin boss Gigi, and then asked his younger brothers to take photos of Shujin without clothes and blackmail her. If someone later discovered that Chu Mo was missing, Yi Kai could then insist that the other party had taken Chu Mo away in revenge. After a while, Yi Kai received a call from the plane. Hey, Soft Rice Tiger, what do you mean? Isn't my meaning clear enough? If you don't send the money, you'll have to wait to collect your wife's body. I'm telling you, my wife has been preparing for this day ever since she met me. Don't try to threaten me with this. Aren't you afraid that I will spread the photos? That's what I was going to say. What's the meaning of the photos you sent me? You tied up my wife, but you only took a bunch of photos of her clothes? Yi Kai was confused for a moment and quickly looked at the film. What the hell? They stripped Shujin of all her clothes, but only took pictures of her clothes, not her. TMD, what professional photographer? No wonder this guy Feiji refused to pay. When he arrived at the warehouse, Yi Kai looked at Shujin, who was tied to a chair, and her younger brother was feeding her. Forget it, let it go. If you keep feeding it, it will become sentimental. Yi Kai always felt that after Shujin stayed with him for a few days, her belly had become fatter. Anyway, Yi Kai's goal has been achieved. Now everyone in the Hongmin and Dongxing Gang knows that he has kidnapped Feiji's wife. When someone finds out Chu Mo is missing, they can just put the blame on the airplane. 5 days have passed since Chu Mo sneaked into the Warm Home, and the younger brothers around him began to realize that Chu Mo had been missing for too long. Fortunately, Yi Kai was well prepared. He used the excuse of revenge by the plane and insisted that it was the plane that kidnapped Chu Mo, and launched a large-scale sweep of the Hongmen. Feiji had a lot of grievances to deal with. First, Ye Kai kidnapped his wife, and now he was kicked out by the other party for no reason. Since Ye Kai had no evidence at all, a fight broke out between the two gangs. Daong, the Thunder Tiger who is also one of the five tigers, usually has a good relationship with Gigi and wants to persuade Ye Kai to find out the truth first. But the Soft Rice Tiger did not give the Thunder Tiger any face at all and beat him up on the spot. Things got more and more serious until the leader of the Dongxin gang, Xiang Yi, showed up and stopped Ye Kai's behavior. But as time passed, there was still no news about Chu Mo, and the truth would eventually come to light. The two of them had been together day and night for more than half a month, and Ye Kai was a little afraid that Chu Mo would never come back. By then, I would be fighting alone again. Early morning, Ye Kai did not sleep all night. It's raining heavily outside. Bump! Suddenly, a strong wind blew the door open. At first, Ye Kai thought he had not closed the door properly until he realized it when he walked to the door. A swaying voice was standing in the rainstorm. Stinky brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Chumo's body went limp and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Ye Kai was quick-witted and caught the other person's body. 9 days, Chumo disappeared for 9 whole days. Cough. Her face was pale. Her clothes were covered with blood mixed with rainwater, and she was coughing weakly. Ye Kai held Chumo and quickly brought her into the room. Chumo in his arms was like a skinny kitten, as if he had no weight at all. Ye Kai quickly asked Xia Lulu to dry Chumo's body and hair, and then change his clothes. I'll call the doctor. Go find Lu Xiaofang. She's the doctor. Chumo warned Ye Kai that if he sought a doctor from outside, he would most likely be exposed. Lu Xiaofang was the woman wearing the Beiji mask in the paradise that day. She was a very good friend of Chumo. How can a girl be allowed to act alone in such a dangerous matter? While wiping her rain-stained glasses, Lu Xiaofang scolded Ye Kai for not taking good care of Chumo. It's okay. It has nothing to do with him. I want to go there on my own. You are still speaking for her. You are not the one who got the demon blood dragon girl. I don't know what you are fighting for. Lu Xiaofang is a typical person with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. A soul circle appeared under his feet, and a pink flower slowly bloomed from the circle, gradually turning into a human-shaped plant. Peach Blossom Demon. Affiliation, Lu Xiaofang. Rank A. Star rating, 2 stars. Bond, Healing Grass. Combat ability, no combat ability, but has strong healing ability. The blooming flowers can continuously heal teammates. Skill, Breath of Flowers CD, 10 minutes. Gather the fragrance of prosperity and condense it into a gentle breeze of life to heal the Shikigami. The Peach Blossom Demon condensed her spiritual power and sprinkled a blooming peach blossom into the air. The warm healing wind began to continuously heal Chumo's body. Not only can Peach Blossom Demon heal, she can also detoxify, making her an excellent healing Shikigami. Seeing that Lu Xiaofang was concentrating on treating Chumo, Ye Kai quietly walked out of the room in order not to disturb her. Now all Ye Kai can do is wait quietly. If you encounter any emergency when you are outside, it is better to prepare in advance. P.S. Thanks to Shinwei for contributing Peach Blossom Demon. Friends with good ideas can also submit their work to the book review and try to make your dream come true. Don't set the grade too high, otherwise it will be difficult to appear. The best format is name, grade, bond, combat ability, skill. Chapter 49, I am anemic right now. An hour later, Lu Xiaofang walked out of the room. How is it? Is Mosey okay? She is out of danger for now, but the situation is not optimistic. Her injuries are too severe, and she is poisoned. Even the Peach Blossom Demon can't cure it. I can only stabilize the toxin in her body temporarily. Then what should I do? After learning that Shu Mo's condition was not optimistic, Ye Kai became even more anxious. I now know that the only solution is a blood transfusion. Blood exchange? That's right. I don't know what Shuamo has been through, but judging from her life characteristics, she has begun to gradually move away from the category of human beings. If she doesn't get a blood transfusion, she will most likely die. So serious? Has it begun to move away from the human category? Ye Kai's heart skipped a beat. This meant that Chumo might have been transformed into a demon by the other party. If he hadn't escaped, Chumo's fate would most likely have been the same as Su Ling's. Come on, use my blood. After saying that, Ye Kai rolled up his sleeves. But Lu Xiaofang did not respond to Ye Kai's words immediately. Instead, she said worriedly, maybe it's God's will. Chumo has panda blood. What's the meaning? Chumo's blood type belongs to the very rare panda blood. On Blue Star, the probability of panda blood is less than 0.001%, which is 1 in 100,000. This probability is even lower than the awakening talent. Lu Xiaofang shook her head in frustration. I have already called all the major hospitals, and no hospital in Shanghai has matching blood in stock. Maybe this time, there's really no way to save the situation. Ye Kai roughly understood what Lu Xiaofang meant. If you want to transfuse blood, you must have the same blood type. But Ye Kai didn't know what his blood type was. How about you check what my blood type is? Did I not explain it clearly enough? The probability is 1 in 100,000. Do you think such a coincidence exists in this world? No, there is no better way now. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe it will work. In this situation, even if we do something wrong, it is better than doing nothing. Lu Xiaofang couldn't persuade Ye Kai, so she asked Hao Yao to take a drop of his blood and started testing. The test takes some time, so the two can only wait silently. At the same time, Ye Kai posted a message online seeking panda blood for a large sum of money, hoping that someone would contact her. But the probability of panda blood appearing is very low, and many people don't even know their own blood type. This makes the probability of panda blood appearing even lower. The post fell on deaf ears, and even though there was a high reward offered, no one was interested. Just when the two were at a loss, Ye Kai's blood test information came out. Don't you? What? Lu Xiaofang looked at the test information in disbelief. She was so excited that she couldn't express it in words and burst into tears. Woo so. That's great. You really do have panda blood. This is simply a miracle. Really? Then quickly change the blood. Upon hearing the news, Ye Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't say 1 in 100,000. I am the chosen one to carry the system. The only time traveler in the entire blue planet. Isn't the probability of this being lower than the probability of having panda blood? With the help of the healing Shikigami Peach Blossom Demon, Ye Kai didn't even need a syringe to give Chu Mo a blood transfusion. The Peach Blossom Demon used a spiritual power line to pierce Ye Kai's wrist, and then connected it to Chu Mo's wrist, and the blood in his body began to flow through it continuously. Lu Xiaofang on the side was also busy. She cut Chu Mo's other wrist and released the poisonous blood. Ye Kai looked at the green blood flowing out of Chu Mo's body, and he understood why Lu Xiaofang said that Chu Mo's life characteristics had begun to gradually deviate from the human category. After more than 2 hours of blood transfusion, Chu Mo's pale face gradually showed a hint of color. Okay, you should go and take a rest too. It's okay, I can still hold on, just smoke more. Are you stupid? I'm a doctor. You should rest when I tell you to. Drawing too much blood can kill people. Sigh, neither of you two is worry-free. No one of you both have panda blood. Ye Kai slowly stood up, only to feel dizzy. I felt like my body was filled with lead, and the picture in front of me instantly changed from vertical to horizontal. His head hit the ground heavily. He saw Lu Xiaofang saying something in panic, but he couldn't hear a word. When Ye Kai slowly opened his eyes again, Chu Mo had already woken up. That's great. Looking at Chu Mo's face, Ye Kai smiled with relief. Hey, I heard from Xiaofang that we are quite compatible. We both have panda blood. Of course not. Who am I, Ye Kai? Do you think I wear the mask of the Monkey King for nothing? If I don't let you die, the King of Hell won't dare to take you. Otherwise, I will cause a big disturbance in the underworld, and he won't be able to bear it. Oh, thanks. Chu Mo gave a faint smile. Maybe it was God's will that I escaped death this time. She really thought she was going to die. You should stop being so stubborn in the future. If you know that you have a weak constitution and are not in good health, just smoke less. Come on, Xiaofang, give me another 500 cc. I want to prove my manliness. Oh, you idiot. If you want to prove your masculinity, you can try another way. I don't want the red one. Give me some white one. Ahem, slow down. I'm anemic right now. Lu Xiaofang, who was standing by, felt something was not right and quickly interrupted them. Hey, warning. You are speeding. Chu Mo rested for 3 full days before he was able to get out of bed and walk slowly. Lu Xiaofang left only after she saw that she was almost well. Before leaving, she repeatedly told Ye Kai to take good care of Chu Mo. Drive less. Ye Kai asked Xiao Lulu to take care of Chu Mo and took Tina to find trouble on the plane during the day. If you're acting, you have to do it fully. Now that Chu Mo has returned seriously injured, Ye Kai is determined to put the blame on Feiji. Everyone must know that it was he who kidnapped Chu Mo on the plane. Airplane, what I despise most is people like you, who dare not take responsibility for what they did. The soft rice tiger, just want you to show some attitude today. Admit that you kidnapped my wife, apologize to me, and pay me 50,000 blue knife medical expenses, and we'll let it go. Ah? When Feiji heard that Yikai only wanted 50,000 blue knives, he immediately agreed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing you smashing my place every day, I thought you were going to kill my whole family. I kidnapped your wife, 50,000 blue knives, right? I'll compensate you. Wah! After completing the whole act, Yikai immediately left with his group of younger brothers. Chapter 56 Fangé Matianong. Sister Mosey, what on earth have you been through in these 9 days? A journey from hell. Chu Mo recalled the scene when he sneaked into the warm home. In fact, a long time ago, Sume had also investigated Warm Home, but ultimately returned empty-handed. Because Warm Home is indeed a regular hospital, Chu Mo was treated as a slave after entering the hospital. Home Sweet Home simply gave them some special physical examinations and recorded in detail the type and size of every part of their bodies. Then, using this information, Warm Home divided the slaves into several groups. Chu Mo showed his shoulder, on which was branded an SR number. Afterwards, Chu Mo was taken away alone because she was the only one with this number. No one knew where the others were taken. After Chu Mo was knocked unconscious, he was taken to a biological laboratory. Every day someone would conduct experiments on Chu Mo and keep records. But all the staff inside were wearing breathing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Maybe it's because Chu Mo's physique is special, so she stays alone in a specific room. Although I don't know what's happening outside, I can always hear endless wailing. 24 hours a day, never stop. The voice was as if it came from the wronged soul of hell, and it was creepy. Immediately afterwards, they began to inject some medicine into Chu Mo's body, and then cut Chu Mo's body into pieces and soaked it in green liquid. At that moment, Chu Mo finally understood where the wailing sound outside came from. The moment the wound came into contact with the green solution, it felt as if it were burned by a raging fire, burning continuously and endlessly. Moreover, some kind of drug must have been injected into Chu Mo's body, which prevented her from fainting. Days like that were like being in an endless hell. But Chu Mo's wounds will continue to recover in the solution. Once healed, the opponent will hurt Chu Mo again, and the cycle will repeat. The endless torture began to cause Chu Mo to have hallucinations in his mental state, and the colors he saw with his eyes gradually began to turn into only green. Although Chu Mo had been wearing a collar that sealed her spiritual power, making it impossible for her to summon Shikigami, these people underestimated Chu Mo's fighting ability. She is the woman who can knock out an underground boxing champion in 30 seconds. One day, after Chu Mo's body was restored by the green solution, she seized the opportunity to kill the guard and used his key to open the collar that sealed her spiritual power. Then he used his Shikigami's spatial ability to escape. But because Chu Mo was a little unconscious at the time, she did not remember the exact location of the laboratory. All we know is that it is underground in the Confinement Mountain in Area C. Confinement Hill is an area in the slums where travel is prohibited. Although Yikai has stayed in the slums for 5 years, he has only heard of the existence of that area. Although those people were wearing breathing masks and their faces could not be seen clearly, I found their signature features from one person. I don't know who the other party is, but if I want to find him, it shouldn't be difficult to find him. Among those people, there was one person who actually had 6 fingers on both his left and right hands. Yikai was slightly stunned after hearing this. He had seen this person before. It was the steward Ma beside Wen Tianjing. There are 6 fingers on both hands. Yikai will never make a mistake about this. You know who he is? Chu Mo had already seen through Yikai's astonished expression. Yeah, it seems that this matter is indeed related to the Wen family. That person is Wen Tianjing's housekeeper. I don't know the specific information. I only know that his last name is Ma. Since Chu Mo has already found clues about the other party, Yikai immediately started to deploy actions without further delay. You take a rest first. I'll take care of this guy named Ma. It was a dark and windy night. Butler Ma was talking to several men in black in the alley. How did you do that? You actually let that excellent test subject escape? No matter what method you use, if you don't want to be transformed into a demon species, find him back immediately. Yes. Several black men nodded tremblingly. Yikai, who was standing by, could see that Chu Mo's escape seemed to have caused the other party a lot of trouble. Xiao Lulu, you go first. A soul circle appeared under Yikai's feet, and a dragon girl in a black silk-made outfit immediately appeared beside him. On her shoulder was a sledgehammer that was totally out of proportion to her body size. Who is it? When Butler Ma discovered Xiao Lulu's figure, The sledgehammer in her hand had already swept through the enemy and knocked down several men in black. Seeing that Xiao Lulu had come with ill intentions, Butler Ma also began to summon his own Shikigami. He is no ordinary person, as he can sit in the position of chief steward of one of the four major families. Shikigami summoning, rock puppet. Shikigami summoning, royal guard. Shikigami summoning, royal shooter. A huge granite puppet appeared in front of Xiao Lulu, and behind it were royal guards with shields and royal archers who were good at long-range attacks. Rock Golem. Affiliation, Matianong. Rank A. Star rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Rock Guard. Combat ability. Huge in size, slow in movement, but with amazing defense. Skill. Hardened skin, passive. Reduce physical damage by 20%. Royal Guard. Affiliation, Matianong. Grade B. Star rating, 4 stars. Bonds, Nobles Guards. Combat ability. A shield guard wearing heavy armor, with excellent defensive capabilities. Skill, Savage Charge. CD, 10 minutes. After charging, use the hard shield to hit the enemy. Royal Shooter. Affiliation, Matianong. Grade B. Star rating, 4 stars. Bonds, Noble, Archer. Combat ability. Good at long-range attacks and can add magic to arrows. Skill, Rain of Arrows. CD, 10 minutes. Use magic to summon a rain of arrows to attack enemies in a certain area. Trigger Bond. Guard, 2 add a shield of 20% of the maximum health of all allied Shikigami. If the shield is broken, it will refresh after 10 minutes. Trigger Bond. Noble, 2 your Noble Shikigami triggers a dimensionality reduction attack. If the enemy star level is lower than yours, an additional 50% damage will be dealt. For each star lower, an additional 50% damage will be dealt. Using the Eye of Insight, he scanned the Shikigami summoned by Butler Ma, one of which was 3 stars of a rank, and 2 of which were 4 stars of B rank. Because the Royal Guard and Royal Shooter have higher star levels than Xiao Lulu. It just happened to trigger the dimensionality reduction attack of the opponent's Noble Bond. It is no exaggeration to say that this Steward Ma is even a level stronger than Shakuin. P.S. Encyclopedia. Bond Guardian. Guard, 2 adds a shield equal to 20% of the maximum health of all allied Shikigami. Guard, 4 adds a shield equal to 40% of the maximum health of all allied Shikigami. Guard, 6 adds a shield equal to 100% of the maximum health of all allied Shikigami. Guard, 8 adds a shield equal to 200% of the maximum health of all allied Shikigami, and the shield recovers 10% per second. Bond Noble. Noble, 2 your Noble Shikigami triggers a dimensionality reduction attack. If the enemy has a lower star level than you, an additional 30% damage will be dealt. For each star lower, an additional 30% damage will be dealt. Noble, for your Noble Shikigami triggers a dimensionality reduction attack. If the enemy has a lower star level than you, an additional 60% damage will be dealt. For each star lower, an additional 60% damage will be dealt. Noble, 6 your Noble Shikigami triggers a dimensionality reduction attack. If the enemy has the same star level as you will inflict an additional 100% damage. For each star lower, the damage increases by an additional 100%. Chapter 51 My sister is the fire captain. If Yikai only had one Shikigami, Tina, he would really be no match for this housekeeper Ma. But now with the addition of Xia Lulu, Yikai's combat power is no longer the same as before. Tina, seeing that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, Yikai summoned Tina as well. Trigger Bond. Black Silk. 2 the Shikigami wearing black silk gains 20% critical strike chance, dealing double damage. Trigger Bond. JK. 1 the Shikigami wearing JK gains 30% attack penetration. Trigger Bond. Maid. 1 when a Shikigami wearing a maid receives fatal damage, 1% of his health will be retained and he will become invincible for 3 seconds. Can only be triggered once within 24 hours. Trigger Bond. Ronin. 1 if there is no Shikigami within 5 meters of the Ronin Shikigami, then the Shikigami gains 50% of the maximum health shield. The shield is broken and needs 10 minutes CD to refresh. JK Black Stockings. Made Black Stockings. Yikai finally activated the bond of Black Silk, too. Both Tina and Xia Lulu can trigger critical strike effects, and their combat capabilities have once again made a qualitative leap. The host fights with 2 Shikigami wearing black silk stockings for the first time, unlocking the hidden achievement, Double Flying. Double Flying. increases the Shikigami's feedback to the host by 20%. After activating the double flying achievement, Yikai suddenly felt that his attributes had been enhanced a lot. Are you Black Silk Boss 007? Butler Ma seemed to recognize Yikai's swift swordsman. Yikai had previously served as Wenju's personal bodyguard for 72 hours, and Tina had always been by his side. Tina's stunning and cool appearance is still fresh in the memory of Butler Ma. However, since Yikai dared to summon Tina, he had no intention of letting Butler Ma leave. Ignoring the questions from Butler Ma, Yikai directly asked Tina to rush over. Rock Golem, stop her. Butler Ma looked nervous. He was very clear about Yikai's strength. Tina was a Shikigami who had once fought to a draw with Su Mei's demon blood dragon girl. Don't let her get close. The 10-meter-tall rock puppet punched out, trying to stop Tina from moving forward. However, facing the huge fist, Tina did not dodge or evade. Xiao Lulu, holding a sledgehammer, immediately blocked the attack of the rock puppet. Ouch! Dragon Roar LV3, followed by the roar of a demon dragon that resounded through the night sky. Xiao Lulu's body size, including the sledgehammer in her hand, grew 3 times larger. Although it is still dwarfed by the rock puppet, Xiao Lulu has the extraordinary power of the dragon bloodline. As the size grew, the strength also increased exponentially. Ouch! Xiao Lulu leaped into the sky and hit the rock puppet on the head with a hammer. As luck would have it, Xiao Lulu's attack triggered the critical hit of the Black Silk Bond, instantly turning the damage into double damage. The 20% shield of the Guardian Bond is useless in front of Xiao Lulu. The dragon's extraordinary power instantly smashed the opponent to pieces. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star A-rank Shikigami, Rock Golem, and gaining 13,500 experience points. Unallocated experience points 29100. Xiao Lulu took the lead, and Tina was not to be outdone. The famous sword in her hand, Anmi, had already been thirsty for a long time. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the wind's absolute slash. Tina's graceful figure directly avoided the attacks of the royal guards and the royal archers, and flashed past the 2 Shikigami in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. For a moment, thousands of dark wind blades continuously slashed at the bodies of the 2 Shikigami. With the critical bonus of the Black Silk Bond and the penetration bonus of the JK Bond, even the 2 4-star Shikigami were chopped into blood mist by Tina. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4-star B-rank Shikigami, the Royal Guard, and gaining 25,600 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4-star B-rank Shikigami, Royal Shooter, and gaining 25,600 experience points. Unallocated experience value 80300. The power of the famous sword, Darkness, also turned them into shadow slaves. Sneak. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Butler Ma prepared to escape. The opponent activates the A-level talent Stealth. Within 10 seconds, enter the invisible state. If attacked or attacking others, the stealth state will be immediately released. CD, 5 minutes. Tina, seeing that the other person's figure disappeared, Yikai immediately asked Tina to cut off one of Butler Ma's legs. As an SSR grade Shikigami, Tina can not only control wind blades, but can even sense the flow of air around her. Hiding from her is simply a way of covering up one's own mistake. The injured steward Ma was immediately broken out of invisibility. One of his legs was cut off by the wind blade, and blood flowed out. Although stealth is useless in front of Tina, Yikai is very fond of Butler Ma's talent. This is a good talent. After knocking Butler Ma unconscious, Yikai took out the sack he had prepared earlier and abducted him. When Butler Ma woke up again, he was already in an underground secret room. Brother, even though you are not in good physical condition, you are quite efficient in doing things. Seeing that Butler Ma was tied back by Yikai so quickly, Chuamo couldn't help but praise him. But Yikai couldn't hear any compliment in his voice. No, I'm a 7-foot-tall man, and you keep saying that I'm not in good health. Isn't that too much? Then, how about we have a fight? Moz glanced at Yikai with a charming look and then pushed him into a corner with a big wall dong. There are only a few golden opportunities like this in life. Come here and grab it with all your strength before I regret it. Sister Mozi, you are playing with fire. How could Yikai allow Chu Mo to continue to be so presumptuous when he was always being controlled by a woman? He did a counter dong and pinned her down. I'm just playing with fire. I'm not afraid of fire because my sister is the fire chief. Chumo's eyes were full of ecstasy, and her slender fingers slid across Ye Kai's neck. Ye Kai couldn't help swallowing. This. Who the hell can stand this? Even though he was trying to remain calm, his breathing rate still betrayed him. P.S. Encyclopedia. Bond Maid. Maid, 1 when the Shikigami wearing the Maid receives fatal damage. 1% of their health will be retained, and they will become invincible for 3 seconds. Can only be triggered once within 24 hours. Maid, 3 when the Shikigami wearing the Maid receives fatal damage. They will retain 5% of their health and become invincible for 5 seconds. Can only be triggered once within 12 hours. Maid, 5 when a Shikigami wearing a Maid receives fatal damage. He will retain 20% of his health and become invincible for 10 seconds. Can only be triggered once within 1 hour. Chapter 52. Will you tell me or not? Butler Ma was confused when he saw the two people flirting with each other. Is this some new form of interrogation? Dog abuse interrogation method? Hey. What do you two want to do? Butler Ma couldn't bear to watch it anymore. So he interrupted Ye Kai and Chu Mo and asked them to kill them quickly. Could you please do it more quickly? Since Chu Mo had sneaked into the laboratory before and changed his appearance through the special ability of the Shikigami, Butler Ma did not know that the Chu Mo in front of him was the escaped experimental subject. Otherwise, Butler Ma wouldn't have needed to ask and would have guessed what was going on. Really? You have no vision at all. Chu Mo's happy time was interrupted by Butler Ma, and a feeling of resentment immediately surged in his heart. Besides, this guy was the one who tortured him in the underground laboratory before, so Chu Mo naturally would not let him go. After all, women are the most vengeful creatures. She may forget the kindness you have shown her, but if you do something wrong, she will definitely remember it for the rest of her life. The following scenes are not suitable for children. They are too bloody and violent. If you can't accept it, you can leave first. Tisk, Yikai disagreed. Did he really treat him as a child? Chu Mo connected a water pipe and directly inserted it into Butler Ma's esophagus, then opened the valve to pour water in. The rushing water made Butler Ma feel like vomiting immediately, but he was unable to break free and could only watch his stomach expand little by little. It's about to explode. Say it or not. If you don't, wait for your stomach to explode. Woo, Butler Ma had a water pipe in his mouth and could only make a woo-woo sound. I think it's time to go to the temple and do it. Ye Kai came closer and translated. He seems to be saying, if you want to know something, just ask it. Ye Kai thought Chu Mo's criminal law was very ordinary, but then he suddenly realized it. It turns out that the most frightening thing about Chu Mo is that she never asked any questions. I just want to make trouble for you. Say it or not. Are you going to tell it or not? Chu Mo ignored Ye Kai's translation and kept asking Butler Ma whether he wanted to tell her or not. A persona vendetta. Never mess with a woman who holds a grudge. After venting for half an hour, Chu Mo finally asked Butler Ma questions. At this time, Butler Ma's psychological defenses had already collapsed, and he basically answered every question. Where is the exact location of the laboratory? It's underground on the north side of the Forbidden Mountain. The entrance is inside a cave. Who is the mastermind behind this laboratory? White Dragon. After obtaining the exact approximate location of the laboratory from Butler Ma, Ye Kai decided to split his troops into 2 groups, and one person would sneak into the confinement mountain to try to find the exact location of the laboratory. The other person went to look for reinforcements. It is impossible for the 2 of them to destroy the laboratory with their strength. They must find someone with similar power to buy along. Moreover, the 2 must act immediately. Chu Mo's escape and the disappearance of Butler Ma are likely to alert the other party. Last time you went deep into the tiger's den. This time leave it to me. Be careful. Chu Mo was a little worried and put a crystal necklace on Ye Kai's neck. This necklace is called the Heart of the Ocean. It is a pair with the one on my neck. As long as you wear this necklace, we will be able to know each other's location. Is it so magical? Do you see the water drop in the middle of the pendant? That is the fountain of life. We can see the life status of the other person from the saturation of the water drop. If the water drop on your pendant dries up, it means that my life may have ended. Otherwise, I understand. Ye Kai interrupted Chu Mo, then patted her head with his thick palm and grinned. Don't worry, I will be fine. Yeah. Chu Mo nodded, feeling the warmth of Ye Kai's palm. For some reason, when Ye Kai's hand touched Chu Mo's head, she felt very at ease. This was a feeling that no man had ever given her before. The action begins. After getting rid of Butler Ma, Ye Kai took him outside and devoured him with the Star Soul Devourer. Congratulations to the host for killing the Golden Summoner, Ma Tianhong, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Unallocated experience points 205400. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the talent, A-level stealth. Within 10 seconds, enter the invisible state. If attacked or attacking others, the stealth state will be immediately released. CD. 5 minutes. Save it? Yes. Want to sneak into Forbidden Mountain and find the exact location of the underground laboratory. Butler Ma's A-level talent is crucial. The sky above the Forbidden Mountain was covered with strange green clouds, causing the land below to be barren. Taking advantage of the hazy night, Ye Kai broke into the confinement mountain alone. After putting on the gas mask, Ye Kai's vision was not very wide. He only felt that he was surrounded by a green mist. The ground beneath my feet glowed green and was very soft, as if the earth had been corroded by the green gas. Ye Kai held a light in his hand, which looked very strange under the cover of green gas. Under this huge green cloud, Ye Kai seemed to have found the remains of a village. Under the ruins of the village, there are many corroded and weathered chains, and some metal torture instruments. It is not difficult to imagine that the village on the mountain where the prisoners were confined must have been a large-scale execution site. The huge green cloud above our heads must be somewhere on the island, continuously emitting toxic gases. Otherwise, it would be difficult to form such a huge and undispersible green cloud in a fixed area. The biological laboratory must be at the foot of the confinement mountain. According to the location described by Butler Ma, Ye Kai quickly found the entrance to the underground laboratory. Hurry up, everyone. In the narrow crack of the rock, people were carrying goods inside. However, those people who were carrying the goods were actually limping demons with obvious seams on their bodies and pale faces. Ye Kai used the Eye of Insight to scan the information of these demon species. They were all 1-star E-level wild, biochemical zombies. Wild demon species can actually be controlled by humans. I guess these guys are all artificial demons transformed in the laboratory. Chapter 5, 10,000 copies sold today. Brothers, this is the first release of my new book. Please support me. Add it to your bookshelf and click to urge for updates. Please reward and give 5-star praise. Nung. Thanks to Latios of Nanming Dongfu for the character summon. After passing through a long and narrow passage, the space inside suddenly became bright. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ye Kai's temple. The sudden scene made Ye Kai swallow his saliva. My heartbeat accelerated to its limit. Xiao Kun. Ye Kai's eyes opened wide. The horrifying female corpse in front of him turned out to be Lao Zhao's daughter. Ye Kai checked Xiao Kuer's breath. No matter from which angle he looked at it, she was definitely dead. The young girl was hung in the air and cut into a stick. Gently closing Xiao Kuer's open eyes with his palms, Ye Kai began to tremble all over. He clenched his fists, making a clattering sound in the dead silence of the basement. Ye Kai still clearly remembers the scene of his separation from Xiao Kuer. In a few days, I will be 16 years old. I hope I can also awaken my talent and become a helpful summoner like you. Xiao Kuer looked at Ye Kai's tall figure, her eyes full of admiration. Can I hug you? Of course. Ye Kai seemed to still remember the warmth of the girl in his arms, how youthful and energetic she was, and how full of infinite possibilities she was. Flowers may bloom again, but people can never be young again. But in the blink of an eye, the energetic girl turned into a cold corpse. Damn Bailong, this beast. Looking around at the people who were also tortured beyond recognition, this place was simply hell on earth. Ye Kai, save me. At this time, the faint voice sounded again. Only then did Ye Kai realize that Xiao Kuer looked like she had been dead for a long time. The voice just now couldn't have come from her, and Xiao Kuer didn't even know her own name. Groping in the dim basement, who was the person calling him? Following the faint voice, Ye Kai came to a wooden cross. A young girl was fixed on it, and what fixed her hands and feet were not ropes or chains, but steel nails. The whole person was nailed to it from the joints. It's so inhumane. When Ye Kai approached, he found that the girl fixed on the cross was Wen Yu. Ye Kai looked at Wen Yu's dying appearance and wondered in his heart, why? Even she was caught here? Wen Yu, hold on, I will definitely rescue you. Ye Kai pulled the steel nails out of Wen Yu's body one by one. The moment the metal moved through his body, he couldn't help but shiver, but Wen Yu didn't react at all, as if his whole body had gone numb. Putting his shirt on Wen Yu's shoulders, Ye Kai slowly carried her on his back. Wen Yu, who was already thin, became as weak as a piece of thin paper and completely weightless after being tortured. Ding! Suddenly, all the searchlights in the basement were suddenly turned on, and the dazzling light illuminated every corner of the basement. Discovered. Welcome to the underground paradise of Forbidden Mountain. Several people wearing white protective suits and breathing masks stood on a high place, and they turned on the lights. The originally dim basement suddenly became bright. Everything around him made Yi Kai unbelievable. This is a giant biochemical laboratory where dying humans are kept in glass containers like animals. A huge hook passed through the scapula and was filled with a green, unknown liquid. Human limbs and arms can be seen everywhere. You call this a paradise? Veins bulged on Yi Kai's forehead and his voice trembled like a growl. This is not a paradise at all. It's hell. You will soon become one of them. Before he could finish his words, a ferocious bald monster with scars all over his face walked over. The other person was 5 meters tall, obese, covered in blood, and had an ugly face. There was a foul smell all over his body, and even swarms of flies followed him. It holds a hook in one hand and a boning knife in the other, which is chilling. Let me show you the scientific results of our park transformation. Kill him. Biochemical butcher. I have insight. Biochemical butcher. Grade S. Star rating, 4 stars. Bonds, biochemistry, killing. Affiliation. Just as the soul formation appeared under Yi Kai's feet, ready to summon the Shikigami to fight, from behind him, a syringe filled with green liquid was inserted into his neck. Hey! Yi Kai turned around and saw a hideous and extremely distorted face. Chapter 54. Sorry, I have clairvoyance. When you? Be good, brother Yi Kai. The corners of Wen Yu's mouth raised to a strange degree. Although her eyes were blocked by her bangs, Yi Kai could still feel her hostility. At that time, the syringe was only 1 millimeter away from Yi Kai's neck. But at the critical moment, Yi Kai grabbed Wen Yu's neck and pressed her petite body against the wall. The polarity is reversed. Yi Kai's sudden action shocked Wen Yu greatly, and his face was full of confusion. You! Are you asking me how I found out that you two were in the same group? Yi Kai said coldly. It's simple, because your acting is so poor. I've seen through it all. As the daughter of one of the 4 great families, you were alone in the underground city. It's impossible for the bodyguards you brought with you to be so incompetent that you were defeated by a few hooligans. If you were a naive person, I could understand it, but after getting to know you, I found that you were a woman with extremely high emotional intelligence and IQ. This obviously doesn't make sense. The only explanation is that you were a powerful summoner, and you were the one who acted everything out. Moreover, you obviously could have saved more refugees by using energy liquid, but you chose to use rice porridge. You went to the slums to capture experimental subjects, right? Because the underground city is such a lawless place, no one would care if a few people were missing. You put the photo album behind the mural on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to arouse my sympathy? But that's also why you're so vulnerable. You've suffered such severe injuries. It's impossible for your body to be free of scars. But you were so cruel to trick me that you even nailed yourself to the cross with steel nails. At that moment, I was really close to being tricked by you. And the scene where you added more food to the elderly really looked like a stage photo. Kindness comes from the sunshine in your heart, not from pretending to be a saint. In response to Yi Kai's words, a hint of excitement appeared on Wen Yu's face. It was as if Yi Kai recognized her identity, which gave her an indescribable pleasure. As expected of you, Black Silk Boss, you are really smart. I underestimated you. Oh! Yi Kai frowned. Although he had suspected Wen Yu for a long time, deep down, Yi Kai always hoped that his intuition was wrong. If all this was as Yi Kai guessed, it would be really frightening. But the moment Yi Kai saw the biochemical butcher, Wen Yu's identity was confirmed. The system clearly shows affiliation, Wen Yu. Sorry, I have perspective. But this woman Wen Yu did make Yi Kai a little scared. If Yi Kai had agreed to be Wen Yu's bodyguard, based on Yi Kai's abilities at the time, he would have been transformed into a demon long ago. It's really too dangerous. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Did you do what happened to Su Ling? This question was asked by Yi Kai on behalf of Su Mei. The moment when Su Mei collapsed when Su Ling called out Jie flashed through Yi Kai's mind. So the person who transformed Su Ling into a demon and then sent her to Su Mei was either the deceased Wen Hao or the Wen Yu in front of her. Are you talking about that little girl? Wen Yu said jokingly. That is my perfect work. Su Mei should be very happy after seeing it. Hee. When Su Mei was suing my stupid brother, I had already warned Su Mei, but she was stubborn, so I could only kidnap her sister and give her a surprise. When saying all this, Yi Kai could not see any regret in Wen Yu's expression. Instead, his excitement were hard to conceal. What a lunatic! Go to hell, you devil's daughter. He took a look at Xiao Kuer, who was hanging in the air, and the people soaking in the glass containers. Yi Kai twisted Wen Yu's neck hard and solved the problem directly. After killing Wen Yu, Yi Kai turned his attention to the experimenters wearing protective clothing. Yi Kai will not let any of these inhumane demons go. But there is one thing that Yi Kai finds very strange. Even if Wen Yu nailed himself to the cross to deceive himself, there was no need to go to this extent. Moreover, why is it that even though Wen Yu is clearly dead, the biochemical butcher in front of him still belongs to Wen Yu? After the summoner dies, the soul contract with the Shikigami will be terminated immediately. The Shikigami will also immediately become wild. That only means one thing. Wen Yu is not dead at all. Feeling a chill from behind, Yi Kai dodged subconsciously. Wen Yu, whose neck was twisted by Yi Kai, was holding a long knife and stabbing at his kidney. Fortunately, Yi Kai reacted quickly and dodged it in time. Tina, Xiao Lulu. A soul formation appeared under his feet, and Yi Kai immediately summoned his own Shikigami. You are not dead. You've already said that I'm the daughter of the devil. How could I be killed so easily by you? The smile on Wen Yu's face was abnormally distorted. She tilted her head because her neck, which was broken by Yi Kai, had not been reattached. Crack! Wen Yu moved his neck violently with both hands. With a sound of bones rubbing against each other, Wen Yu reconnected his neck. Yeah. Wen Yu then let out an extremely excited moan, as if she was enjoying it. This feeling is really wonderful. I admire your abilities, your courage to take risks alone, your calm judgment, and your strong fighting ability. Join us and build this wonderful paradise with me. Wen Yu opened his arms and tried to get Yi Kai to join him. Join you? Yi Kai looked at the people around him who were being used as experimental subjects. She unexpectedly discovered that the mother and daughter she met in the slums were also there. When they were almost starving to death, it was Wen Yu's bowl of rice porridge that saved them. It was also from that time that Yi Kai thought Wen Yu was the last trace of warmth in this world. She was giving warmth to others, but she never expected that the warmth in Wen Yu was not the warmth of warmth, but the plague of plague. Those rice porridges are not food to save people, but tentacles of the abyss. Every once in a while, Wen Yu would go to the slums, poison the people inside, then pull out the corpses and transform them into demon species. Xiao Lulu kill. However, before Yi Kai could give the order, Xiao Lulu beside him attacked in an instant, using the extraordinary power of the magic dragon, and knocked Wen Yu into the ground with one punch. Boom, boom, boom. The force of this punch was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding instantly. The entire underground laboratory began to shake violently. Ouch! Xiao Lulu was already extremely angry and let out bursts of wailing. In her mind, every detail of her life with Su Mei and Su Ling began to appear. Cook together, sleep together, hike together. And these images also appeared in Yi Kai's mind. Although it was one-sided, at this moment, Yi Kai and Xiao Lulu had an emotional resonance. Shikigami are not cold fighting machines. Sometimes, they are even more emotional than humans. Chapter 55 Fallen Angel Cyborg. However, when the dust settled, a thin hand broke through the soil and slowly crawled out from the ground. Wen Yu let out a strange laugh, and even though she was attacked head-on by the demon species, she still stood up. Moreover, the wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. SS-level talent. Maya. Extremely rare talent. Even rarer than SSS-level talent. The physique of a fallen angel, with extremely strong vitality and terrifying recovery ability, is almost immortal. However, this physique will backfire on the gifted awakener, causing his spirit and thoughts to be controlled by the fallen angel. No wonder Wen Yu was fine even after Yi Kai broke his neck. It turns out he has an SS-level talent. Bloodblade Flying Claw. Xiao Lulu stabbed her nails into her own shoulders, consuming 5% of her own health and converting it into blood that wrapped around her claws. The sharp claws and bloody blades kept slashing at Wen Yu's body. However, facing the overwhelming bloodblade attack, Wen Yu did not make any defensive moves. Since he possessed the ability to be almost immortal, any defense was unnecessary. The bloody blade pierced Wen Yu's body, but there was no expression of pain on her face. Instead, she looked unusually excited. Again! This feeling is so wonderful. Even though his body was covered in blood, Wen Yu's body could still quickly recover to its original state. Thank you for your hard work. It's really refreshing. I haven't felt this good for a long time, After Wen Yu recovered, his face looked intoxicated. It seemed that every attack from Xia Lulu made her feel happy both physically and mentally. Ye Kai, I really admire you. It's a pity that someone like you can't join my paradise. But now that you've seen my photo, I don't intend to keep you in this world. Suddenly, Wen Yu's expression began to become extremely cold. You're right. All the hypocrisy is deliberately pretended by me. But the only thing you shouldn't look at is those photos. Ye Kai looked at Wen Yu's gloomy expression and felt a chill on his back. What's the meaning? From Wen Yu's tone, it seemed that those photos were not forged by her. Could it be that the scenes in those photos are real? Recalling his growth experience from childhood to adulthood, tears began to well up in Wen Yu's hateful eyes. Why don't I tell you an interesting story? Wen Yu cried and laughed at the same time and began to tell Ye Kai about her past. Wen Yu is a congenital awakener and does not need to wait until the age of 16 to take a talent test. He is born with an SS-level talent, manhwa. But because this talent is extremely rare, no one in the Longhua Empire has ever awakened it. Therefore, the Wen family did not know that manhwa was an SS-level talent, and it did not attract the family's attention. Wen Tianzong just felt that his little daughter had awakened a very unique talent. However, manhwa's recovery ability and backlash made Wen Yu treated like a monster since he was a child. Those photos were taken by his 8 sisters when he was bullied as a child. Because of Wen Yu's special physique, no matter what injury she suffers, she will recover quickly. Soon Wen Yu became the sisters' plaything. At first, the sisters only used a knife to cut Wen Yu's body and saw that Wen Yu's wounds healed quickly. The sisters became more and more daring in their play. They even hung Wen Yu's neck on a beam, causing her to suffocate to death, and she would recover time and time again thanks to her innate abilities. Or tie a big rock to her and throw her into a lotus pond, letting her drown and be reborn over and over again. From childhood to adulthood, Wen Yu has been bullied by his peers because of his special abilities, which also made Wen Yu's body become more and more strange. Perhaps the body was instinctively protecting Wen Yu. When he was hurt, the feeling of pain began to disappear little by little and was replaced by excitement. The unbearable experience in the past turned Wen Yu into a complete demon. Of course, the sisters who once bullied Wen Yu have now become the experimental subjects of the paradise. After listening to Wen Yu's account of the past, Ye Kai fell silent. He didn't know what to say to Wen Yu, but even with all this past, it wasn't a reason for her to do evil. Then you must be living a very painful life now. Although we have known each other for a short time, I could do you a favor. Ye Kai's expression was firm, and then he slowly said, "Let me end your fucking life." Hee. Wen Yu laughed excitedly. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Let my sisters play with you. Wen Yu began to retreat and asked the biochemical butcher to open a warehouse. I saw 8 ugly women slowly walking out of the cage. Their bodies are covered with various scars, with obvious seams at the joints and numbers on their faces. When she was 12 years old, when Wen Yu was taken to the cellar by her sisters and bullied again, she fought back. At that time, Ma Tianhong was secretly colluding with Bai Long to set up a biological laboratory to modify the demon species. It was Ma Tianhong who discovered the special gene sequence in Wen Yu, and then used Wen Yu's blood as a sample to cultivate the solution. The experiment of transforming humans into demons was successfully completed. Wen Yu's 8 sisters were the original experimental subjects. Sisters, help me kill that man. Wen Yu pulled out the whip from his waist and madly hit the cyborg lying on the ground. Osh! The woman got on all fours and pounced on Ye Kai like a wild beast. I have insight. Fallen Angel Cyborg. Affiliation. Wild. Grade S. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Biochemical Cyborg. Combat ability. The demon species transformed from the original gene sequence of the fallen angels each have different combat abilities. Skills varies. Although the fallen angel cyborgs are in the wild, they will still obey the orders of the fallen angels themselves. The 8 cyborgs have strange shapes. Some have 9 eyes, some have chainsaws in their hands, and some have no legs and have a unicycle underneath. 8 3-star S-level demons came at once. Ye Kai did not dare to be careless at all. He let Tina and Xia Lulu stand together and fight side by side. Meet Hook. Wen Yu has already seen Xia Lulu's strength, so she will naturally not let Ye Kai's action succeed. When Xia Lulu approached Tina, the biochemical butcher swung the hook in his hand and instantly hooked Xia Lulu to his side. Chapter 56 4-star Xia Lulu. Hell's Coil. After the biochemical butcher pulled Xia Lulu to his side with a grappling hook, he immediately summoned countless iron chains to tie her body tightly. Even if Xia Lulu possesses the power of a magic dragon, she still cannot break free in a short period of time. On the other side, Tina had to face the siege of 8 3-star S-level demons alone. In a battle of 1 against 8, the cyborg sister's hair suddenly began to grow wildly and then entangled Tina's calves. Tina lost her balance while moving at high speed and was instantly knocked to the ground by her second and third cyborg sisters. The fourth cyborg sister jumped up, and her hands turned out to be 2 electric saws. Booz, 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 booz. With the sound of the machinery turning continuously, the fourth sister of the cyborg's 2-handed chainsaw began to rotate at high speed. It directly penetrated the bodies of the 3 cyborg sisters and attacked Tina under them. Swish, 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 swish. At the critical moment, Tina blocked her chest with the famous sword, Dark Destruction. The chainsaw collided with the Dark Destruction, and sparks flew everywhere. The 5th cyborg sister was not to be outdone. She opened the mechanism on her chest and found a flamethrower inside. Bear! The raging flames swept towards Tina. Fortunately, Tina was quick-witted and grabbed the 2nd cyborg sister to block the heat wave in front of her. But the 5th cyborg sister did not give up. The flamethrower on her chest once again spewed out raging flames. The cyborg 6th sister on the side suddenly extended a high-pressure water pipe from her mouth, coordinating the attack of the cyborg 5th sister. A stream of water spurted out and collided with the billowing flames in front of Tina. Bah! The moment the water comes into contact with the flame, intense high-temperature steam spurts out. Wind barrier. Faced with the oncoming high-temperature steam, Tina had nowhere to dodge and could only form a wind wall in front of her to keep the scorching steam out. Without giving Tina any chance to breathe, 2 cold lights flashed, and the 7th and 8th cyborg sisters attacked from the front and back with sharp blades in hand. Tina swung several wind blades forward to attack the 7th cyborg sister, and then fought against the 8th cyborg sister herself, temporarily pausing the opponent's attack. Tina was overwhelmed by the attacks of the cyborgs, and the cyborgs had no sense of pain at all. Since they are demon species transformed by the fallen angel Mayami, they also have excellent recovery capabilities. The 2nd cyborg sister was roasted by flames, the 3rd cyborg sister was pierced by a chainsaw, and the 7th and 8th cyborg sisters were hit by Tina. They all stood up again quickly. Such an attack could not completely defeat them. If this continues, it will only become increasingly disadvantageous to Ye Kai. Ouch! Fortunately, while Tina was in a tough battle, Xia Lulu had already broken free from the control of the biochemical butcher. Shaper. Xia Lulu's body began to expand continuously, and her shape was undergoing a drastic change, from a black silk Maid directly transformed into a dark dragon. After the transformation, the dark dragon is even bigger than the butcher, who is over 5 meters tall, and is much stronger than the biochemical butcher. He simply knocked the biochemical butcher to the ground and bit him mercilessly. Devil Blood Dragon Girl. After Xia Lulu transformed, when you immediately recognized the Shikigami that had attacked him. Because Xia Lulu changed her skin to Ye Kai's, from a heavy-armored warrior to a maid with black silk stockings, when you didn't realize that she was the Demon Blood Dragon Girl at all. Brother Ye Kai, it turns out that Su Mei bribed you with the Demon Blood Dragon Girl, and she also said that she had seen through everything a long time ago. When you smiled strangely, hee, you can't fool me. You obviously already believe that I am an innocent and kind angel. Ye Kai looked at Wenyu with regret. You are so talented and so smart. What a pity. After saying that, Ye Kai asked Tina and Xia Lulu to launch a general attack. Ouch! Dragon Roar LV3. Xia Lulu performed Dragon's Roar in the state of Dark Dragon, and her already huge body grew 3 times larger again. It directly broke through the ceiling of the underground laboratory, and the whole dragon broke out of the ground. Boom! The huge dark dragon caused the entire underground laboratory to collapse, and the biochemical butcher was stepped on by Xia Lulu and could not move. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Tina whispered softly and drew out the famous sword, Dark Destruction. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the wind's absolute slash. Thousands of wind blades quickly slashed at the 8 fallen angel clones, and the dark wind blades raged wildly. However, since the 8 demons shared the damage of the strike, Wild Wind Slash did not kill them all, but it also caused heavy damage to them. Xia Lulu took Ye Kai and Tina to fly into the air and watch the so-called paradise collapse continuously. When Yu and her 8 sisters were buried deep underground. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4-star S-level demon species, Biochemical Butcher, and gaining 38,400 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star S-level demon species, Fallen Angel Cyborg X8, and gaining 129,600 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing a group of transformed demons and gaining 24,600 experience points. 400,000 unallocated experience points. There is no indication that the summoner was killed, so it seems that when you should still be alive in the basement of the laboratory. After defeating these Shikigami, the enlargement time of Xia Lulu's Dragon Roar had passed, and it gradually shrank back to its original size. Yikai now has 400,000 experience points. It takes 243,000 to upgrade a 3-star SSSR. Now Yikai can upgrade Tina or Xia Lulu to 4 stars. After much deliberation, Yikai decided to promote Xia Lulu first. After all, in this battle, Xia Lulu made the greatest contribution. It was she who destroyed the underground paradise and then crushed these Shikigami to death. Fair, just an open. Tina, it's not that I'm fickle. The host allocates 243,000 experience points to Xia Lulu. Unallocated experience points, 157,000. Congratulations to the host. SSR Xia Lulu has broken through to 4 stars. Devil Blood Dragon Girl, Xia Lulu. Affiliation, Yikai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 4 stars 0/576000. Bonds, Dragon, Blood Demon, Shapeshifter, Black Silk Maid. Shikigami Equipment, none. Shikigami Outfit, Black Silk Stockings Maid. Battle Ability, a girl who transforms into a dragon, can switch forms freely and manipulate blood and energy to fight. Possessing extraordinary strength, close combat is extremely ferocious. Skill, Blood Rage. CD, none, can only be used when HP is below 25%. Makes the blood in the body boil, bursting out violent blood, and enters a bloody frenzy state, burning 1% of life per second in this state, and increasing 1% strength and agility for every 1% reduction in maximum life. And gain an additional 100% life absorption, converting 100% of the damage caused into blood to heal itself. Dragon's Roar LV4 CD, 10 minutes. Emits a dragon's roar, increasing its size to 4 times, lasting for 30 seconds. Unlock skill, Bloodblade Claw, CD none. Consume 5% of your health points, swing out 10 blood blades with your claws, and attack the enemy. Unlock new skill, Dragon Breath, CD, 60 minutes. It can only be released in the Dark Dragon state, spewing out hellish black flames from its mouth, burning everything to ashes. Chapter 57 Blue Flame Thunder Dragon. After destroying the underground paradise, Yikai let Xia Lulu land in the ruins. Yikai felt relieved after seeing that the experimenters wearing protective clothing were crushed to death. Yikai asked Xia Lulu to dig when you out of the ruins, although his entire body was crushed by rocks when you was still recovering. What a powerful vitality this is. Looking at Wenyu, who was recovering, Yikai couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Mayami's talent will backfire on the Awakener. Otherwise, if you use the Star Soul Devourer to devour it, wouldn't you be invincible? Although he wanted immortality, Yikai didn't want his mind to be disturbed by strange consciousness. Xia Lulu, kill her, Yikai said coldly. Perhaps for Wenyu, death is the best relief. Even though Mayami's gift is immortality, the ability to recover is also related to the summoner's own spiritual power. It's like if Yikai's spiritual energy is exhausted, he won't be able to summon Shikigami or use his talents. Spiritual power is the foundation of a summoner. It is also the only weapon given to mankind by nature to fight against the invasion of demons. It originates from the blood in living organisms, and the powerful force exerted by the demon species also originates from spiritual power. Xia Lulu dragged Wenyu to a corner and began to attack him continuously. As long as Wenyu's spiritual power is exhausted while she is recovering, she will die. Hee. In the corner, there was a constant sound of hitting. Wenyu still smiled strangely. But this laughter began to change slowly under Xia Lulu's constant attacks. From the beginning, I was arrogant and excited. Gradually began to become helpless and weak. Yikai looked at the green clouds covering the sky above the confinement mountain, feeling mixed emotions. He didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. Maybe the person who was wrong is not Wen Yu, but this world. Ye Kai sat alone on the ruins and took off his breathing mask. Although the underground paradise has been emitting toxic gases for a long time, the place is shrouded in poisonous fog all year round. But if you only take it off for a while, it should be fine. A bit boring. Ye Kai lit a cigarette. Just took a puff. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky, and amidst thunder and lightning, light suddenly appeared on the confinement mountain. Then it started to rain heavily. He directly extinguished the cigarette in Ye Kai's hand. F***CK. God, can't I even smoke a cigarette? Ye Kai pointed at the sky and yelled, cursing, "What a damn bad luck." But at this moment, thunderclouds in the sky suddenly gathered above Ye Kai's head, flashing weak electric currents. What the hell? No way. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from overhead. Fortunately, Ye Kai had already noticed the abnormality in the sky, and at the moment the lightning struck, he asked Tina to take him to avoid the lightning strike. What's happening? Could it be that someone heard me cursing God? Impossible. Feudal superstition is not acceptable. I believe in science. In the thunderclouds of the night sky, a white dragon was seen walking on green flames and moving in the sky. It turns out that someone is playing tricks. I have insight. Blue Flame Thunder Dragon. Affiliation. White Dragon. Rank. SR. Star rating. 6 stars. Bonds. Dragon. Blazing Flame. Thunder. Combat ability. A dragon with blue flames under its feet, capable of controlling the natural elements of fire and lightning. Very powerful. Skill. 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 6-star SR. Looking at the blue flame thunder dragon that was constantly rolling in the thunderclouds, a burly man wearing a domineering cloak was standing majestically on the dragon's head. Ye Kai had seen this person before. He was Bai Long, the deputy commander of the operations department of the Magic City Security Bureau. Her position in the Magic City Security Bureau is second only to the Valkyrie Sakura Fubuki. What is meant to come will eventually come. Seeing this, Wen Yu, who was standing by, lay on the ground with a strange smile on his face. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the sky flickered between dark and bright, making Wen Yu, who was covered in blood, extremely frightened. Although I really want to kill Wen Yu here, the opponent Shikigami is a 6-star SR. Remember in the Skull Valley, the 6-star SR Skeleton King posed a huge obstacle to Ye Kai. This time he was facing a Shikigami controlled by a summoner. Although he now had Tina and Xia Lulu, he was still no match for Bai Long. Moreover, Bai Long has more than just one Shikigami. Now confronting the big boss of the Magic City Security Bureau is like an egg hitting a stone. Ye Kai directly called back Xia Lulu and Tina, then used his A-level talent to stealth and disappeared into the darkness. Although it was only 10 seconds, it was enough for Ye Kai to escape. Bai Long did not chase Ye Kai, but jumped off the Qingyin Thunder Dragon and came to Wen Yu. Now that the laboratory has been destroyed, the most important task is to take away the original body temperature. As long as she is there, paradise can be restarted at any time. Don't move! Just as Bai Long was about to approach Wen Yu, countless pink petals suddenly fell. Sakura blowing snow. Haku immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated, barely avoiding Sakura's slash. Yakura Fubuki, what do you want to do? Bai Long shouted. You and I are comrades in the Security Bureau's operations department. Are you going to assassinate me? At this time, do you remember that we are comrades in arms? In the heavy rain, a tornado with flying cherry blossoms swept in. When the tornado dissipated, a stunning figure holding a paper umbrella appeared in front of Wen Yu. Even though it was raining heavily, Sakura Fubuki's body was not wet at all. Precise and elegant. Blue Flame Thunder Dragon. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bai Long prepared to let Qingyin Thunder Dragon take him to evacuate. Giant God Soldier. However, a huge soul magic circle appeared, and a 40-meter-tall rock giant came into the world. The Giant God Soldier is a giant demon species, and its huge body is like a walking mountain. The Giant God Soldier reached out his hand into the clouds and captured the Blue Flame Thunder Dragon, like catching a loach in a river. Bai Long thought to himself that this was not good. It seemed that the other party was well prepared this time. There were more than just Sakura Fubuki. Can summon a 6-star SSR, Shikigami, Giant God Soldier. There is only one person in Magic City, and that is the president of the Magic City Summoners Association, Chu Tiange. Although it was captured, the Blue Flame Thunder Dragon was not a pushover. It continuously spewed blue flames from its mouth, burning the body of the giant god soldier. Just as the giant god soldier was fighting with the blue flame thunder dragon, a dark shadow attacked. In an instant, the cold poisonous blade pierced through Bai Long's chest. A man wearing a clown mask whispered in Bai Long's ear, "Have a safe journey." This masked Bai Long is very familiar. They had tea together yesterday. He is the commander-in-chief of the Scientific Research Department of the Magic City Security Bureau. Facing the three most famous figures in the Magic City, Bai Long knew that he would soon become a corpse. Chapter 58: The Big Bosses of the Magic City. Bai Long wanted to say something, but a shadow hand covered his mouth and nose. The poisonous blade that pierced through his body was turning his body into a ball of charcoal. The white dragon's body began to gradually stiffen, and after encountering the heavy rain, its body, which had turned into charcoal, completely turned into a pool of black water. In just a few seconds, the white dragon was gone. "Injio, didn't we agree when we came here? We must capture him alive." Chu Qingge wanted to stop him, but he didn't expect Injio to be so fast. As expected of him, he is the commander-in-chief of the Scientific Research Department of the Magic City Security Bureau. What a great method! Quack, 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 quack. A sinister laugh came from behind the clown's mask. "Ah, after all, the opponent is Bai Long. I thought he would dodge, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. With this level, he still wants to compete with our Valkyrie for the position of the commander-in-chief of the combat department. It's simply a pipe dream, don't you think, Sister Fubuki?" But Sakura Fubuki didn't want to pay attention to Injio, but turned into cherry blossoms and disappeared in front of everyone. Bai Long is dead, and all his Shikigami have been released from their contracts. People from the Security Bureau also arrived one after another, recovering Bai Long's Shikigami while handling the scene. On the other side, Chu Mo finally found Yi Kai hiding in the dark. "Are you okay? I asked you to find the location of the laboratory, but I didn't ask you to do anything. The opponent is Bai Long. Do you want to die?" Chu Mo couldn't help but feel worried when he saw Yi Kai making such a mess in the laboratory. "Sister Mosey, are you stupid? Can't the necklace on my neck show the other person's life status? Can't you just look at it directly? Why worry about it?" Yi Kai grabbed the necklace on Chu Mo's chest without saying a word, but found that the pendant of the heart of the ocean had already been buried in a pair of chasms. Yi Kai tried to pull it out, but found that the pendant was stuck. "This? Hee." Yi Kai smiled awkwardly. "It turns out to be just a decoration. No wonder you were so worried. By the way, how did this woman find me? If I throw it in here, can you see it? What do you know? Such an important communication facility must be hidden deeper. Otherwise, what if it is discovered by the enemy? But you're hiding it too deeply." Just when Yi Kai and Chu Mo were arguing over a trivial matter, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Ahem." Chu Qingge walked over with his hands behind his back and a serious face. The underground laboratory site has been taken over by the Security Bureau, so Chu Qingge's mission is naturally completed. "My dear granddaughter, why did you disappear as soon as you arrived? It turns out you came to look for you." Chu Qingge glanced at Yi Kai and said in a condescending tone, "Grandpa." In front of Chu Qingge, Chu Mo, who had always been bold and unrestrained, actually became shy. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. You should have thought of it earlier. Chu Mo, Chu Qingge. It turns out that Chu Mo is the granddaughter of Chu Qingge, the president of the Magic City Summoners Association. No wonder Chu Mo was able to call the three big bosses of the Magic City at once. Sume also asked herself to tell Chu Mo the results after she had investigated thoroughly. "Boy, do you still remember me?" "Hello, President Chu." Yi Kai bowed politely. The two had met once when Yi Kai was testing in the Summoner Association. Mo, this heart of the ocean is a family heirloom of our Chu family. It was passed down from your great-great-great-grandfather. Are you just giving it to this kid?" I just lent it to him temporarily for this matter." Chu Mo explained quickly. Oh, yes, I will now." Having said that, Yi Kai was about to return the necklace around his neck to Chu Mo, but was glared back by the other party. "It's over. Barbie Q is gone." Now even Yi Kai himself was panicking. Should I pay it back or not? "Hey." Chu Qingge on the side shook his head, slowly walked to Yi Kai's side, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, "You wooden fish lump." Yi Kai was slightly stunned. What does that mean? Turning around, Chu Qingge walked towards Chu Mo again. "This boy, who is a bit stupid, I think he can do it. He is much better than those cunning guys you brought home before." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Chu Qingge let out a long roar towards the sky and disappeared in front of the two people. "It's okay. My grandfather is just an old stubborn man. You don't have to care what he says. Chu Mo smiled awkwardly. You were the necklace first. Although Su Mei's matter is finally over, we may have a chance to cooperate in the future. No, it's not over yet. Ye Kai looked up at the green mist above his head. Although the underground laboratory had been destroyed and Bai Long was dead. But this matter has just really begun. Bai Long is just a pawn. The real mastermind behind the scenes may be a more powerful force, even stronger than the Security Bureau of Magic City. Ye Kai, listen to my advice. Let's end this matter here. The rest will be handed over to the Magic City Security Bureau. Ye Kai nodded. In fact, Ye Kai doesn't care who the mastermind behind the scenes is. This is not what he should care about. Su Mei's matter has indeed come to an end here. But Wen Yu's matter is not over yet. As the blue flame thunder dragon was recovered by the Security Bureau, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated and the rainstorm stopped abruptly. A few cherry blossoms were flying, and the graceful figure of Sakura Fubuki suddenly appeared. Just as one big boss left, another one came. If I remember correctly, you already owe me 3 lives. Ahem, I won't admit it this time. If you hadn't come, I would have run away long ago. Ye Kai denied it immediately. He didn't want to owe a woman too much. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it when the time came to pay it back. Yeah, Sakura Fubuki's eyebrows were frivolous, and the figure in front of her eyes scattered like petals and disappeared immediately. In a flash, he appeared behind Ye Kai, with the sword in his hand, unsheathed, and immediately placed it against Ye Kai's throat. Now, I can kill you right now, Sakura Fubuki said lightly. Then, Sakura Fubuki immediately put away her weapon. But I didn't kill you, so I saved your life. So, you owe me 3 lives now, do you admit it? Yes, I admit it. Ye Kai nodded. What is this woman doing here to fix the bug? After all, she is the Valkyrie of the Magic City, so Ye Kai can only admit defeat. However, it was indeed Sakura Fubuki who saved him the first 2 times, so Ye Kai didn't care much about it. This young man is teachable. After hearing Ye Kai admit his defeat, Ing Chushuan nodded with satisfaction, and then glanced at the mark of the Shikigami on Ye Kai's arm. I have already heard Chuemo tell me about Su Mei. Sakura Fubuki suddenly stopped. After a long time, he didn't say anything, but just looked at Ye Kai casually. The main thing was that the Magic City Valkyrie hadn't finished speaking, and no one dared to interrupt. Thank you. Sakura Fubuki finally spoke softly. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. It was really not easy to hear the Valkyrie of Magic City say thank you to him. Then, can it be worth a life? 1 less is 1 less. Cannot. Well, it was all for nothing. Chapter 59 Before Dawn. Summon all your Shikigami and show them to me. Tina, Xiao Lulu. The other party was the Valkyrie of Demon City, and Ye Kai had no choice but to do as he was told. After all, he still owed her 3 lives. Why did the demon blood dragon girl become like this after coming to you? Ing Chue Shui looked at Xiao Lulu and Tina, then looked at Ye Kai with some disdain. The potential is not bad, but it's a bit of a bad taste. Remember that it's only been a month since your talent awakened. You've already obtained 2 SSSRs and upgraded the demon blood dragon girl to 4 stars. Something. After hearing what Ing Chushu said, even Chu Mo on the side couldn't help but look at Ye Kai with surprise. Has this guy really only awakened his talent for a month? How did you do it? Have you ever considered joining the Security Bureau and becoming my apprentice? Ing Fubuki glanced at Ye Kai and didn't seem to be joking. The system detected new task information. Mission released. Successor to the God of War. Choice A. Accept Sakura Fubuki's invitation to be his disciple. Become the successor of the Magic City Martial God, and live a shameless life with Sakura Fubuki from now on. Task Reward. Dual Cultivation Secret Book. Choice B. Reject. What a bullshit Demon City Martial God. I don't even care about that. Task Reward. Mysterious Reward X1. Live a shameless life with Sakura Fubuki? It's obvious that this woman is difficult to get along with. Dual cultivation secrets? Is there such a good thing? It's obviously a system trap. A mature wall hanging must be able to withstand temptation. I choose B. Forget it. Ye Kai declined politely. I can't be the future Valkyrie of the Magic City. After all, I'm not a woman. Good guy. He directly refused Sakura Fubuki's request to be his disciple. Chuemo looked at Ye Kai standing aside. She didn't expect that this naughty brother who usually blushed when she teased him actually had such a domineering side. You know, in the Magic City, how many people tried their best to become Sakura Fubuki's disciple, but in the end they were ruthlessly rejected. Moreover, Sakura Fubuki once announced to the public that she would only accept female disciples, and only one. The lucky one is Sume. Accepting Yikai as a disciple can be considered an exception, but I never expected that I would be rejected. Have you thought it through? Sakura Fubuki frowned, with some displeasure in her words. Yeah, I've thought it through. Yikai nodded without hesitation. He didn't want to join any security bureau. It was just a lot of trouble, but now it seemed that there was something shady going on in it. Never mind. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing Yikai was so determined, Fubuki had no choice but to give up. She shook her head helplessly and suddenly felt a little funny. Sakura Fubuki knew that as the Valkyrie of the Demon City, there was no way Yikai would refuse her. Before inviting Yikai, Sakura Fubuki had already developed a training method for Yikai. I didn't expect that I, the dignified Valkyrie of Demon City, would be rejected. This Yikai is becoming more and more interesting. Before, Sakura Fubuki was a little confused as to why Sume would give him her demon blood dragon girl inheritance. Now it seems that Sakura Fubuki seems to understand a little. Congratulations to the host for completing the successor of the God of War mission. Trigger option B reward and get mysterious reward X1. Chuimo and I will go to pay tribute to Sume later. Do you want to go? Yikai asked cautiously. After all, he had just rejected the Valkyrie of Demon City, and he didn't know if she would hold a grudge against him. Let's go. Putting aside the matter of accepting a disciple for now, Sakura Fubuki really wanted to meet Sume. After learning from Chuimo that Sume had died for the demon blood dragon girl, Sakura Fubuki actually felt quite guilty. Yikai looked at Chushiwa's somewhat depressed expression and knew that she must be feeling bad. One of them tolerated the other many times out of consideration of old friendship. One of them kept it a secret in order to prevent his master from getting involved in this mess. In fact, both of them were thinking about each other, and no one was wrong. Perhaps the fate between master and disciple has ended. It was already daybreak when we left Confinement Mountain. Perhaps it was the battle between the giant god soldier and the blue flame thunder dragon in the early morning that made the green clouds in the sky become thinner. The warm sunlight actually penetrated through the gaps in the green clouds and cast mottled light on the land of the Forbidden Mountain. This was the first time in 10 years that the land of Confinement Mountain had seen sunlight. I believe that without the poisonous gas continuously emitted from the underground laboratory, the green clouds in the sky will soon disappear. Confinement Mountain will see light again. The three of them set off together. Chuimo drove, Chueshua sat in the back, and Yikai was sandwiched between the two women. Very uncomfortable. After a while, they arrived at the place where Sume was buried. As Chuimo swung his tail like a dragon, Sakura Fubuki behind him could only reach out and grab Yikai's waist. Yikai was slightly stunned. The other person's hand was so icy cold. This feeling is like Tina's hand. Of course, Yikai has never touched Tina's hand, but this is Yikai's guess, and the feeling should be similar. Sakura Fubuki seemed to have noticed something strange about Yikai and immediately let go of his hand. The three of them came to Sume's grave together, and Yikai summoned Xia Lulu out as well. The sun shines on the earth. A small flower was found at the place where Sume was buried, facing the sunshine and the majestic wind. Yikai, Sume, I have done what I promised you. Don't worry, I will take good care of Xia Lulu. Chuimo, Sume, the entire underground laboratory has been destroyed. You have a good eye. Yikai is really capable. You and Ling Ling can rest in peace now. Sakura Fubuki, if you had told me all this, I would have given up my position as the Valkyrie of the Demon City and still made the decision for you. Xia Lulu, goodbye, master. I had such a great time with you. After saying goodbye to Sume, Yikai suddenly spoke. Sister Fubuki, I have something I want to ask of you. What's up? I know this will be difficult for you, but given the current situation, I can only come to you. Yikai said seriously. Although the entire underground laboratory has been destroyed, when you is the mother gene sequence of the artificial demon species. As long as she is still alive, the so-called underground paradise will definitely be restarted. You don't have to worry about this matter. The Magic City Security Bureau will naturally handle it. Sister Chueshua, you don't really think that the Security Bureau will deal with when you, do you? Ever since Chuimo told Yikai that the masked man was the commander-in-chief of the Scientific Research Department of the Magic City Security Bureau, Yikai already knew that he was here to kill people and silence them. Yikai said directly, this matter is obviously tacitly approved by the Security Bureau. Is Bai Long really the mastermind behind it? As long as Wenyu is not dead, Sume's tragedy will happen again. Faced with Yikai's questioning, Sakura Fubuki wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any reason. Chapter 60, Emotional Interaction. I know very well that my abilities are limited, and these things really are not something I should worry about. I shouldn't be involved in them. It will do me no good except to bring trouble upon myself. But since Su-mei handed Xia Lulu to me, I can't just sit back and do nothing at this time. Ven musti. For Su-mei, and for Wenyu himself. Yikai looked into Sakura Fubuki's eyes with an unwavering gaze. Logically speaking, this matter is over. But Yikai is a principled man, and he doesn't want to feel guilty when he sees Xia Lulu in the future. He also didn't want Wenyu to continue to endure the torture brought by Maya. The best option is to kill her. The reason why Yikai invited Ing Shueishui to worship Su-mei in front of Su-mei's grave was actually for this purpose. The probability that Sakura Fubuki agrees might be a little higher. So, you want me to kill her? Sakura Fubuki asked. No. Su-mei has been hiding this matter in order to prevent you, the Valkyrie of the Demon City, from being implicated. Yikai said, based on the current situation, Wenyu will soon be transferred by the Security Bureau. While Wenyu is still in the hands of your operations department, we will cooperate inside and outside, and I will take action to kill her. Ing Shueishui thought for a long time and finally agreed to Yikai's request. Okay. Thank you. Seeing Ing Fubuki agree immediately, Yikai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Again, I should be the one thanking you. Sakura Fubuki breathed a sigh of relief. According to the original plan, after Yikai refused to accept her as a disciple, Sakura Fubuki was going to take back the Demon Blood Dragon Girl. The Demon Blood Dragon Girl was originally prepared by the Demon City Security Bureau for the future God of War. This is also an important reason why Sakura Fubuki wants to accept Yikai as her apprentice. But now it seems that even if the other party refused to become the future martial god of Demon City, it may not be a bad thing for the Demon Blood Dragon Girl to follow such a principled, firm-willed person. Then I owe you 3 lives. If you don't want to owe me a 4th life, get out of here. Okay. Yikai shut up immediately. He was originally thinking whether he could save his life, but he didn't expect that Sakura Fubuki, this woman, was very clear about everything. Let's keep things separate. It seems that I will have to pay back the 3 lives I owe her sooner or later. Forget it. As long as it doesn't cost Yikai's own life, anything is fine. After discussing the plan, Sakura Fubuki turned into a petal in an instant and disappeared. People who can perform magic are mysterious and unpredictable. Yikai even doubted whether the person he was facing was the real Sakura Fubuki. Do you need my help? Chuemo said worriedly. Although she also supported killing Wenyu, this was not a trivial matter after all. Don't worry, Sister Fubuki will take care of it. We have nothing to be afraid of. That's right. Chuemo nodded worriedly. Afterwards, the two of them took Tina and Xia Lulu to have a hot pot meal and celebrated greatly. After all, the two of them cooperated very happily on this matter. They have been living together for more than half a month. Although they sleep separately, they have become good friends as they live under the same roof and have experienced life and death together. Since Wenyu and Bai Long had already been arrested, the Dongxin gang was also quickly captured by the Security Bureau. All those who had transactions with Warm Home received the punishment they deserved. And the gigolo, who was once a powerful figure in the Dongxin gang, also disappeared from the public eye and became a legend in the underworld. After saying goodbye to Chuemo, Yikai finally returned to his apartment. The days of being undercover in the Dongxin gang were so tiring that I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. After taking a comfortable bath, Yikai lay on the bed and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, I remembered that I still had a mysterious reward that I hadn't opened. Opening mysterious rewards for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotional interaction. Unlock the Shikigami's favorability. Tina's favorability, 10 points. Maximum level, 100 points. Xia Lulu, 40 points. Emotional interaction? Favorability? What the hell? Why is it that Tina has only 10 points after following me for so long, while Xia Lulu has as high as 40 points? Just when Yikai was confused, he suddenly heard a timid voice. Xia Lulu, Master, you are really reliable. Thanks to you, the underground laboratory was destroyed. Tomorrow morning, I will make him a lot of delicious food to reward him. Yikai was slightly stunned. He actually heard Xia Lulu's thoughts. It turns out that Xia Lulu's voice is like this, a very shy and cute lowly voice. Yikai looked at Xia Lulu with great surprise. Is this emotional interaction? Great. This way, I can communicate with the Shikigami without any obstacles. After hearing Xiao Lulu's thoughts, Yikai finally understood that Shikigami were not cold demons. They also had their own thoughts, but they just couldn't express them. Tina, TSK. This useless summoner has been staring at Xiao Lulu. I wonder what he is thinking? At this moment, the voice of a proud and arrogant queen sounded in Yi Kai's mind again. It's Tina. This is what Tina's voice sounds like. A bit ecstasy. Wait, a useless summoner? So in Tina's heart, I have always been a waste? Shouldn't he be a great hero who could do everything? Yi Kai turned his head to look at Tina and thought to himself, no, I have to find a way to establish a lofty image in Tina's heart. Tina, why are you looking at me? Did the useless summoner hear it? Impossible. How could he hear it if he is so stupid? From Tina and Xiao Lulu's thoughts, Yi Kai has basically guessed their personalities. Xiao Lulu is the soft, shy, lowly type, while Tina is the cold, proud, and arrogant queen type. As the saying goes, the younger sister looks at the frequency, while the older sister looks at the demand. Yi Kai smiled slightly and said, look, my master can easily take down you sisters. Tina, what is this useless summoner grinning about? Forget it. Let's go to sleep. You call me a useless summoner again? Tina, you idiot. All the good equipment belongs to you. Who was so kind to take you in at the test square? Would you have gotten this treatment if you followed another summoner? Just wait. Sooner or later you will call me dad. Xiao Lulu is the one who has good eyesight and knows to call me master. It seems that upgrading Xiao Lulu to 4 stars first is indeed a wise move. Chapter 61, The Last Performance. The next morning, Xiao Lulu prepared a delicious meal for Yi Kai. There is also Yi Kai's favorite food, the Hautuinia cordata. Thank you, Xiao Lulu, for your hard work. Yi Kai touched Xiao Lulu's head as a reward. Xiao Lulu, wow, master's hands are so warm. I love them so much. Xiao Lulu tilted her little head, looking like she was enjoying it. She was originally a dragon, half human, half beast, so she still retains many dragon thoughts in her mind. Seeing this scene, Tina looked disdainful. Huh, you only know how to coax a child. If you dare to touch my head, I will break your hand. Broke my hand? You called me a useless summoner, right? I'm going to give you a proper lesson today. After touching Xiao Lulu, Yi Kai slowly walked to Tina's side. Tina is also very good. Tina? After saying that, Yi Kai went straight to her and touched Tina's head. To deal with a girl like Tina, you should teach her a lesson. The more you give in to her, the more awesome she thinks she is. You don't want me to touch you, right? I want you to. If you can't break my bones. Yi Kai was ready to be beaten, but Tina was still hesitant to do anything. Tina looked at Yi Kai in confusion, a little at a loss. In fact, although Tina thought so, she still had a little expectation in her heart. Tina. Okay, eat quickly, or the food will get cold soon. While Tina was still not reacting, Yi Kai quickly called Tina and Xiao Lulu to eat. It is said that the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. As long as you are fast enough, you are invincible. After breakfast, Yi Kai received a call from Sakura Fubuki. The two men agreed to take action on the road when Wenyu was secretly transferred to the trial court. The summoners in charge of guarding are all Sakura Fubuki's confidants, so Yi Kai doesn't need to take real action. He just needs to injure them. With 2 hours left before the operation, Yi Kai immediately began to deploy nearby. The place that Yi Kai and Ing Fubuki agreed upon was in the tunnel under the overpass. 2 hours later, Ing Fubuki's two confidants would escort Wenyu through the tunnel. Yi Kai only needs to look for the license plate of MYD520 to stop the car, and Wenyu is among them. Sakura Fubuki has already explained to her two trusted subordinates that this operation is to delay the transfer of Wenyu. The people who came to kidnap Wenyu are also brothers from the operations department, so they just need to put up a symbolic resistance. Come to the tunnel. Yi Kai put on the mask of the Monkey King, and his second identity was just right for this moment. For safety reasons, he put the same masks on Tina and Xiao Lulu. Xiao Lulu, wow. So cool. Tina, what bad luck. Soon, Car J with license plate MYD520 arrived as expected. Yi Kai directly asked Xiao Lulu to stand in the middle of the road, and the magic dragon used its extraordinary strength to stop the speeding vehicle with one hand. However, Xiao Lulu's body was impacted by the inertia of the vehicle, and she didn't even move back a single step. Then, Tina used the wind blade to cut off the roof of the car and brought Wenyu out. At the same time, the two summoners from the Security Bureau also summoned their own Shikigami. No matter what, we have to show some symbolic resistance so that it will be easier to write a report when our superiors ask about it. The two mad beast-bound Shikigami pounced towards Xiaolulu. After receiving Ye Kai's signal, Xiaolulu only put up a slight resistance. However, a 3-star A-rank White Tiger Beast King knocked Xiaolulu to the ground and bit Xiaolulu's shoulder with its bloody mouth, causing blood to splatter immediately. What's going on? Ye Kai looked at the two of them with a puzzled look. Didn't they say that they could just resist casually? Ye Kai immediately asked Xiaolulu to fight back with all her might. Possessed by the magic dragon's extraordinary power, the 4-star SSR, Xiaolulu completely defeated the 3-star A-rank White Tiger. Grabbing the White Tiger King's tail, she threw a big windmill 100 meters away. The armored rhinoceros that followed was no match for Xiaolulu and was beaten until it cried loudly. What are you doing? One of the summoners also noticed something and quickly asked his companion beside him. What? No one can take Wenyu away today. She must be handed over to the research department immediately. The thin man in the baseball cap suddenly turned against his companion, picked up the dagger in his hand, and pierced his companion's heart. At this time, Ye Kai finally understood that the thin man was an undercover agent from the Security Bureau's Scientific Research Department. Since that's the case, Ye Kai won't be polite. Tina and Xiaolulu joined forces and killed both of the opponent's wild beast Shikigami, and then killed the undercover agent from the Scientific Research Department. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star A-rank Shikigami, White Tiger Beast King, and gaining 13,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star A-rank Shikigami, Armored Rhino, and gaining 13,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the Silver Realm Summoner, Male, and gaining 25,000 experience points. Unallocated experience points. This is the Fortress of Magic City A. There may be cameras in the underground tunnel. After killing the other party, Ye Kai did not choose to devour the two people, but quickly left the scene with Wenyu. Ye Kai came to a hidden alley. Yamhe, do you really want to kill me? Wenyu smiled arrogantly. He did not show any fear towards Ye Kai. Instead, he was extremely excited. Before coming, Ye Kai had made all the necessary preparations. He took out a soul ball and placed it on Wenyu's chest. This is a soul-devouring crystal that can absorb the spiritual energy within living beings. If the dragon girl continued to attack Wenyu, it would exhaust Wenyu's spiritual power and would be too time-consuming. After using the soul-devouring crystal to absorb all of Wenyu's spiritual power, Ye Kai grabbed Wenyu's neck. After her spiritual power was exhausted, Wenyu knew that her body would not regenerate. When Ye Kai's hand pinched her neck, her frail body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Without spiritual power, Mayami's talent will no longer be activated. Wenyu's consciousness, which had been attacked by the fallen angel, seemed to begin to clear up. Brother Yekai, do it. Actually, I have always liked you. From the first time I met you in the slums, I was deeply attracted to you. If I could be a normal person in my next life, I want to meet you again. Brother Yekai, look over there. Who's coming? As he spoke, Wenyu suddenly looked to the side, as if some important person had arrived. Following Wenyu's gaze, Ye Kai also looked over. Just as Ye Kai expected, there was nothing at the entrance of the empty alley. Upon seeing this, Wenyu immediately bit Ye Kai's wrist. Although Ye Kai felt pain, he did not react at all. Everything was within Ye Kai's expectations. Just think of it as Wenyu's last performance. By now, after saying that, Ye Kai twisted Wenyu's neck. Congratulations to the host for killing. In order to prevent Wenyu's body from being extracted for experiments, Ye Kai absorbed it into his space ring before walking out of the alley. Standing at the entrance of the alley, Ye Kai slowly lit a cigarette, one after another. Finished a whole pack. Then he slowly left. Chapter 62, Crazy Cock Sakura Fubuki. As a result of this operation, 2 summoners from the Security Bureau died, and the crime of kidnapping the serious criminal Wenyu was pinned on Monkey. The bounty on Monkey instantly increased from 1 million blue knives to 10 million blue knives. Congratulations to the host for achieving the bounty of thousands of criminals and obtaining a treasure map. Treasure map? Ye Kai quickly opened it and took a look. SSS-level magic weapon, Ancient Dust Battle Axe. It turned out to be top-level Shikigami equipment. Ye Kai was worried that Xiaolulu didn't have a suitable weapon, and this Ancient Dust Battle Axe arrived at the right time. According to the treasure map, the specific location of the Ancient Dust Battle Axe is at the junction of the Longhua Empire and the Hui Empire. There is a desert called Sin City, which is the territory of the desert god of death, Pharaoh. The ancient dusty battle axe is hidden under the ruins, and only a sandstorm that occurs once in 100 years will make the ruins under the desert reappear. Moreover, the sandstorm will hit again within an hour and completely bury the underground ruins. There is only 1 hour to find the ancient dust axe. If you are late, you will be trapped in the ruins for 100 years. Extremely dangerous. However, the more dangerous it is, the more it arouses Yi Kai's desire for adventure. I want the ancient dust battle axe. Just as the sun shines through the night, the dawn steals across the horizon. Just then, a mysterious phone call came. "What are you doing?" Fubuki angrily questioned from the other end of the line. "Malay and Linmi are both my comrades in the operations department. Why did you go back on your word and kill them? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, I will take back the 3 lives you owe me all at once." From the phone, Yikai could clearly sense Sakura Fubuki's anger. He knew very well that Sakura Fubuki was not joking and she might really kill him. "Sakura Fubuki, let me explain to you. Is there something wrong with your brain? You explain to me, understand?" Yikai didn't tolerate Chushue and scolded her harshly. "Are you sure they're your trusted aides?" Fortunately, they didn't contact the people in the research department directly, otherwise, I would be in your security bureau's prison right now. As the commander-in-chief of the security bureau's operations department, the trusted aides you sent out turned against you on the spot. Do you know why Su Mei was unwilling to tell you the truth about her sister being transformed into a demon species, even if she was in danger, even if she died? Because she knows your situation in the security bureau very well. That's why I don't want to join the security bureau, Sakura Fubuki. To get into the officialdom, you can't just rely on strength. Yes, I admit that you are really strong, but the security bureau is much more complicated than you think. The commander-in-chief of the Demon City's combat department was lectured by Yi Kai, but he didn't even say a word back. "Sister Fubuki, I do owe you 3 lives, and you can take them at any time. But, with your personality, you are in the security bureau by yourself, so take care of yourself." Beep, 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 beep. After saying that, Yi Kai immediately hung up the phone. He must scold Sakura Fubuki to wake her up. Yi Kai was lucky this time. The other party might have been ambitious, so he did not contact the people in the scientific research department. If the opponent was Injio, the commander-in-chief of the scientific research department, he would probably have become a puddle of black water by now. Yi Kai said this because he hoped Sakura Fubuki would be alert. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous for her to be like this in the security bureau. Once someone who can replace her position as Valkyrie appears in Demon City, she will most likely be replaced without mercy. If Sakura Fubuki hadn't saved him several times, Yi Kai would not have been willing to confront her despite her anger. Inside the command room of the operations department of the Magic City Security Bureau, Sakura Fubuki was alone in the minister's office, holding the phone in her hand with a confused expression on her face. Yi Kai's barrage of insults completely confused her. She has been the chosen one since she was a child. Her father was the previous Demon City Martial God, and she has been the heir to the Demon City Martial God since she was born. Every step was natural, and no one objected. This also led to Sakura Fubuki's life being free of headwinds and twists and turns. It was as if all this was destined since she was born. Sakura Fubuki is also the first Valkyrie in the history of Magic City, and is loved and supported by the people of Magic City. Perhaps it is because her life has been too smooth that Sakura Fubuki's personality is too single. If it were someone else, they might have noticed Su Mei's abnormality long ago, and Su Mei wouldn't even need to say anything. With her position as the Valkyrie of the Magic City, she would be able to find relevant clues quickly. But Sakura Fubuki naively thought that Su Mei had betrayed her and the security bureau. Although she was merciful in every way, it could not cover up her clumsy handling of the matter. Yi Kai didn't want to interfere in Fubuki's life, but this time, his trusted subordinates turned out to be other people's undercover agents. This is simply outrageous. Yi Kai's words continued to echo in Sakura Fubuki's mind. Although it was harsh, it also woke up Sakura Fubuki. This made Sakura Fubuki realize that the first adversity in her life had appeared. Oh! As she was thinking about it, Sakura Fubuki suddenly laughed. He was the commander-in-chief of the Magic City's combat department, but he was scolded by a young boy. If this were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it. In Sakura Fubuki's life, Yi Kai was the first person who spoke to him like this. After giving Sakura Fubuki a good beating, Yi Kai felt much better. Started researching to go to the desert capital, Sin City. According to the treasure map, the once-in-a-century storm is still 2 months away, so there's plenty of time. Now, what Yi Kai is considering is that the journey from Demon City to Sin City is very long. If it's just a wasted trip, it would be a bit of a loss. It would be best if you could accept a mission to Sin City from the Summoners Association. Yi Kai scanned the official website several times and actually found an escort mission. The other party was a caravan that was escorting a batch of supplies to Sin City. They had already found a summoner team and had already made a decision. But one of the combatants of the summoner team, named Princess and Knight, suddenly disappeared and could not go. Therefore, the Princess and the Knight team are in urgent need of a strong fighter. The reward is 20 million blue swords, but if it is divided among 4 people, each person will only get 5 million blue swords, which is not very high. But Ye Kai didn't care about this. He could eat and drink with the caravan without having to drive himself, and he could also get a reward of 5 million. Why not do it? Ye Kai made a prompt decision and accepted the mission to go to Sin City. But what Ye Kai never expected was that he didn't dislike others, but others disliked him a little bit. Black Silk Boss 007? The name doesn't sound like a good thing. If you're interested, you can come to our team to apply. If you can last more than 5 minutes after the fight, you'll be considered qualified. Okay. Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. Ye Kai smiled slightly. He wanted to see which bee was so arrogant. Chapter 63, Princess and the Knight Team. Following the other party's instructions, Ye Kai came to a wasteland in Area C. A huge caravan is getting ready to set off here. There are more than 20 armored transport vehicles that are as strong as a solid wall. Oh, I told you before, this kid is no good. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, we 3 can escort them. For safety's sake, let's find another person. As soon as Ye Kai reached the place where the caravan was gathering, he saw a man in knight armor, covering his chest and being carried out covered in blood. It seems that this guy, like Ye Kai, came here to apply for this task. This team called Princess and Knight is quite ruthless. It would be fine if they just looked down on others, but is it necessary to fight like this? Ye Kai walked inside and saw 3 summoners with dark skin and wearing strange costumes in an open space next to the caravan. You are the Princess and the Knight? Are you here to apply for a job too? That's right, Black Silk Boss 007. Please give me your guidance. Puff! As soon as Ye Kai finished saying the name, a girl dressed like an Egyptian female warrior slowly walked up to him and couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't he the Black Stockings boss? Why didn't you come here wearing black stockings? The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and her tone was slightly sarcastic, as if she had already determined that Ye Kai had no ability before the test even began. Ye Kai was not angry but just smiled. I am a big shot in black stockings. Not a big shot in black stockings. The girl looked like a local from Sin City and had dark skin. Because the climate in Sin City is very hot, the armor the girl wears is also very cool. Ye Kai glanced at the other person's dark thighs. Your black stockings are quite unique. Humph. I'll beat you to a pulp in a little while. After saying that, the girl rushed forward and wanted to attack Ye Kai. Ye Kai glanced at the other person. This little girl was very hot-tempered and didn't know how to tease. Leah, don't be rude. A woman with long black hair stopped Leah. She was wearing the same clothes as Leah. But whether in terms of temperament or cultivation, the two are not in the same class. As soon as the woman spoke, Leah retreated behind her respectfully. Hello, Mr. 007. Leah has lived in the desert since she was a child. She is outspoken. Don't take it to heart. I am the captain of the Princess and the Knights, Nefer. Nefer pointed to the burly man beside him and said, his name is Ulu. It's okay. We will all be partners in the future. Ye Kai nodded politely. TSK. Who calls you your partner? Tell us first if you can withstand URU's attack for 5 minutes. Leah on the side was obviously a little unconvinced. Then let's get started. After all, they were heading to the Long Sin City, so Ye Kai understood the other party's approach very well. As for him, Ye Kai, he also hoped that his companion would be an excellent summoner. I'm Sore. I saw URU, who was wearing heavy plate armor, stood up. A soul formation appeared under his feet, and 3 Shikigami were summoned immediately. Desert Scorpion, Affiliation, URU. Gray Bee, Star Rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Desert Poison. Appearance, about 2 meters long, with a pair of huge pincers and a poisonous needle at the tail that is permeated with venom. Combat ability, able to sneak underground flexibly, and attacks contain toxins. Skill, Venom Piercing CD, 10 minutes. Extend the stinger at the tail infinitely and quickly attack the enemy's body. Desert Vulture. Affiliation, URU. Gray Bee. Star Rating, 3 stars. Bonds, Desert Hawkeye. Appearance, The body is dark brown, and it is a large bird of prey. Combat ability. Able to fly for a long time and possesses strong endurance in the desert. Skill. Feather slash, CD, 10 minutes. Shoot out the feathers on the body, like a sharp knife, and quickly attack the enemy. Sand Soldiers. Affiliation. URU. Rank. A. Star rating. 3 stars. Bonds. Desert Guardian. Appearance. Humanoid terracotta warriors. Combat ability. Holding a spear, able to stab and attack flexibly. Skill. Phantom Stab, CD, 10 minutes. Instantly summons 5 clones to stab the opponent. Trigger Bond. Desert 3. A desolate aura will be triggered under the feet of each desert-type Shikigami on your side, with a diameter of 500 meters, and the enemy Shikigami will lose 2% of their health per second. Xia Lulu. Yikai summons Xia Lulu out. To deal with an opponent of this level, Xia Lulu alone was enough. What? Seeing that Yikai only summoned 1 Shikigami, the other party was puzzled. 1 is enough. What an arrogant guy. Ulu didn't waste any words and immediately ordered the Sand Soldiers to charge forward. At the same time, the Desert Scorpion buried its body underground, and vultures in the sky swooped down. Under the aura of desert bondage, Xia Lulu is continuously consuming her life. URU, teach this kid a lesson. Leo on the side was cheering for URU. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 3 Shikigami, Yikai remained calm. Dragon Roar LV4. When the 3 Shikigami gathered together, Xia Lulu's body immediately transformed into a dragon and instantly became huge. What? Faced with a quadruple-sized, 20-meter-tall dragon, not only the summoner team in front of them, but even the caravan of thousands of people were stunned by the dragon in front of them. The Sand Soldier's Phantom Thorn pierced the dragon's thigh, but could not break Xia Lulu's defense at all. The vulture in the sky was even knocked down by Xia Lulu with a slap. The Desert Scorpions underground hid underground and dared not move at all. The combat power of the 4-star SSSR was almost completely overwhelming, and URU's 3 Shikigami couldn't fight back at all. Xia Lulu, shoot towards the open space. Xia Lulu. Yes, master. Dragon's breath. I saw a huge dark dragon spewing out flames hundreds of feet high from its mouth, burning everything in front of it to scorched earth. This? Ulu looked at the huge ravine in front of him and fell silent. If this dragon breath attacks me, still fighting, Yikai glanced at Ulu and said, with his strength, he is qualified to be your teammate, right? I give up. Ulu turned around and looked at Leah helplessly, saying that although he also wanted to help Leah vent her anger, he really had no way to deal with an opponent of this level. Welcome to join the princess and the knight. Nefiel was very fortunate to see that Yikai was so powerful. With such combat power, he is just an A-level summoner and was almost buried by this name. Chapter 64. Tiger Empire. After demonstrating Xia Lulu's strength, Yikai naturally joined the team of princess and knight. The caravan set off immediately. The team sits in a separate armored vehicle, which is much smaller and more flexible than other transport vehicles. After all, the 4 of them had to protect a caravan of hundreds of people and hundreds of tons of cargo. I'm sorry. In our Sin City, everyone advocates the use of force. I'm sorry that I offended Leah just now. Please don't take it to heart. 007. Nefer treated Yikai to the special delicacies of Sin City. She was completely different from the hot-tempered Leah. Her every move was extremely graceful, as if she had received some kind of professional training since childhood. Kai was very satisfied with the gourmet night, which had a unique flavor. There are kasari, pita bread, mallow soup, roast pigeon, special salads, and century-old wine. Hey, Black Soap Boss is obviously not that kind of person. We are teammates now. Leah was very generous, waving her long black legs in front of Yikai's eyes. Come on, don't you like my natural black stockings? Come on, touch them, you're welcome. Ahem. Yikai declined politely. Your way of entertaining guests in Sin City is quite unique. Let's meet some other day, some other day. Come on, do one. Leah pulled Yikai to drink together, as if the person who had targeted Yikai before was not her at all. This world is so realistic. When you have no strength, anyone can look down on you. But once you have the strength, others will be eager to be friends with you. This situation is even more serious in Sin City, where resources are even more scarce. If you don't mind, can I summon my 2 Shikigami? They are both foodies too. Yikai looked at such a large table of delicious food and thought that Tina and Xiaolulu would definitely be very happy if they saw it. Of course I don't mind. We are well prepared this time and have sufficient food reserves, Nephiel said generously. After all, it was great to be in a team with a strong man like Ye Kai, so she naturally would not be stingy with some food. That's great. Ye Kai quickly summoned Tina and Xiaolulu. Tina, you useless summoner. You dare to call me a foodie? You're courting death. Xiaolulu, the master is so nice, he still remembers us when there are delicious things. Ouch! Looking at the table full of special dishes she had never seen before, Xiaolulu was delighted and let out a cry of joy. The other members of the team thought Xiaolulu was going to transform and were all shocked. Shigama, dodado, kaomoji, winku. But I never expected that Xiaolulu's voice was so cute and soft. Everyone was slightly stunned. They didn't expect that this girl, who could transform into a dragon, could have such a soft and cute side. Xiaolulu had a happy expression on her face as she ate. Sai for all sai. Xiaolulu. Tina, eat quickly, this kasari is so delicious. Tina, TSK. It's just a hodgepodge. What's so delicious about it? Tina took a little taste with a look of disdain and was stunned. She had never tasted this flavor in the Magic City. Delicious. Tina. No, I have to stay calm. I can't let that useless summoner see it. If you like it, just take more. Look at Xiaolulu's speed. If she were slower, there would be no food left on the plate. Seeing that Tina liked it, and unable to save face, Ye Kai took more food for her. Tina's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. Everyone was stunned looking at the happy scene between Ye Kai and the two Shikigami. They had seen people who had a good relationship with Shikigami, but this was the first time they had seen such a close relationship. If no one had seen Ye Kai summon them with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Tina and Xiaolulu were both world-destroying SSSR Shikigami. Come on, you are you, let's go. Ye Kai raised his glass towards Ulu. Ulu did not dine with him in the back, but drove in the cab. Thanks, you guys drink. Don't drive if you drink. Don't drive if you drink. Okay, safe travels, that's good. Ye Kai glanced at the big black man driving the car and immediately felt that he was very reliable. Since they were all locals of Sin City, Ye Kai was asking about the current situation of Sin City along the way. After all, he was going to Sin City to look for the ancient dust axe, so figuring out the surrounding environment was the most basic task. But I heard from Nefer that Sin City seems to be in unrest recently, and its relationship with the Tiger Empire is extremely tense. Sin City is also known as the Desert City, located at the border between the Hui Empire and the Longhua Empire. It was a small border country that did not belong to the four major empires. Just a few months ago, a royal family member of the Hui Empire visited Sin City and was unfortunately killed. This incident made the royal family of the Hui Empire very dissatisfied, and they demanded that Sin City sign various unequal treaties. But the pharaoh of Sin City is no pushover. There must be a reason why he was able to take root on the border between the two empires. The pharaoh directly rejected the other party's request and cut off many trade relations with the Hui Empire. This caused the relationship between the two countries to become extremely tense, and a war was imminent. In Ye Kai's impression, the Hui Empire has always been a very radical race. In recent years, it has been at constant war with the neighboring Longhua Empire and Xuanwu Empire. If the Hui Empire and Sin City go to war, the Longhua Empire will not sit idly by. After all, everyone knows the principle of losing the lips and the teeth. Ye Kai analyzed. Probably. I heard that the boss has sent someone to contact the royal family of the Longhua Empire and is negotiating cooperation between the two countries. Nefer couldn't help but look at Ye Kai with a new respect. This young man was not only very powerful, but also had knowledge of military and politics. I still hope that the two countries can resolve it peacefully. Ye Kai came here to look for treasure. He doesn't want to be affected by the war. After dinner, Ye Kai took a nap. It's just right to let Tina and Xiaolulu stand guard for me. Who is it? But as soon as he closed his eyes, Ye Kai discovered that the entire caravan had been stopped. What's going on? Is there a demon attack? Ulu was driving a small armored vehicle. I'll go check it out. As a member of the team, Ye Kai also put in his best efforts. At the front line of the caravan, a thin figure blocked the entire caravan. It's not a demon, it's a human, a bandit. Are all the bandits so bold nowadays? They come alone to rob a caravan? Ye Kai took a quick glance but couldn't see the other person's face, clearly due to the heavy wind and sand. So he said casually, "Why do I feel like I'm here to take a ride? How is that possible? We can tell from the looks of it that this is a caravan vehicle. We never pick up passengers. This is the rule on the road, and everyone understands it. Maybe he is just an idiot with a mental problem, Yikai said lightly. The figure who stopped the caravan suddenly sneezed, and Yikai didn't notice it until URU approached. The other party turned out to be Chapter 66 Legal Cat Petting Places. Chumo! Yikai was slightly stunned. Why did this woman come here? Boss Black Silk, do you know this guy? Yikai nodded. She is a friend of mine. Please get her in the car first so as not to delay the progress of the caravan. Nefert asked cautiously. Is it credible? Can. After Yikai signaled, Chumo was invited into the armored vehicle from the wind and sand. But Yikai could clearly feel that after Chumo came up, the other members of the team began to become alert. Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Yikai was defensive. No, Sister Mosey, what are you doing here? Yikai looked at Chumo in disbelief. Why can't I come? Chumo spread his hands, indicating that I can go wherever I want. What's it to you? How did you find me? Chumo took out the ocean heart pendant from her chest and said with a smile, You stinky little brother. You still want to escape from your sister's five-finger mountain? The team members looked at the two people wearing the same pendant and seemed to understand something. Black Silk boss, this must be Black Silk's sister-in-law. Leah put her arm around Yikai's shoulder and said with a smile on her face. At this time, Nefert and URU seemed to understand and immediately relaxed their vigilance towards Yikai and Chumo. Nefert, how about we give you a private room? The caravan seems to have some spare small armored vehicles. No. You misunderstood. We are really just ordinary friends. Don't worry, we understand. Seeing that the more he explained, the more confusing it became. Yikai simply pulled Chumo aside and asked in a low voice. Why are you following me? Do you know where I'm going? Inov, Sin City? Oh, you went to such a far place without telling me. It's really chilling. Right now, the relationship between Sin City and the Tiger Empire is extremely tense. There is a high possibility of a war. It is very dangerous. You should go back quickly. Are you worried about me? Chumo didn't care about that and pushed Yikai against the wall in the corner in front of everyone. Xiao Lulu covered her eyes. Demai. Master, there are so many people here. Don't tremble. Tina, useless summoner. Being pushed against the wall by a woman is so embarrassing. Hurry up and suppress her. When you get to the next town, you will return the same way you came. I'm going to Sin City because I have a mission. Why are you following me? During this trip to Sin City, Yikai always felt that there were dangers everywhere, and it was too dangerous to bring Chumo with him. I don't care. I'm going to follow you anyway. Your teammates don't mind, so why do you mind? After saying that, Chumo looked at the other members of the summoner team, as if asking, Do you mind? Of course I don't mind. It is not uncommon for summoners to bring their families with them when they go out on missions. It is normal. More people, more pairs of chopsticks. Yikai sighed helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't win against Chumo. After Chumo arrived, the atmosphere in the summoner team became more lively. The trip was also smooth. The journey, which was originally expected to take 10 days, took only 4 days, and we had already covered more than half of it. During this period, they were also attacked by some demons, but they were quickly dealt with by Yikai and Chumo. Chumo, on the other hand, attracted the attention of other team members because of his identity as a platinum summoner. At first, Leah thought that Chumo was Yikai's burden, but now it seems that the situation may be the opposite. This puts Yikai's position as the boss of the team in jeopardy. Currently, the caravan has arrived at the territory of the Hui Empire. According to Nephiel, the second half of the journey is the difficult part of this mission. Due to the tense relationship between the Tiger Empire and Sin City, people from Sin City will encounter a lot of hostility when they come to the Tiger Empire. I'll have to trouble 007 and Miss Mosey for the next thing. Our identities are not very convenient. Aha! Yikai nodded to show his understanding. At dusk, the caravan arrived at a big city in the Hui Empire. Due to continuous heavy rains, the caravan decided to rest here for 2 days and replenish supplies. The other members of the summoner team are all from Sin City. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the security work of purchasing supplies can only be undertaken by Yikai and Mosey. Arriving at the Warhammer tribe of the Hui Empire, Yikai couldn't help but be amazed when he looked at the city in front of him. Because the Hui Empire is different from the Longhua Empire. It is an empire where humans and orcs coexist. You can see a big dog and a little cat walking on the street everywhere. Yikai had only seen them on TV before. But when he actually entered the Warhammer tribe, Yikai found that he felt like he had entered Disneyland. A frivolous ragdoll cat passed by, and Yikai just felt itchy. He really wanted to try it. It must be so cool to pet such a big ragdoll cat. Didn't you just say that you would rather lie in an armored vehicle for the rest of your life? Chu Mo laughed at Yi Kai's naive appearance. Oh, if I hadn't bought a house in the Longhua Empire, I would really like to move here and settle down. Yi Kai was really attracted by the customs and culture of the Warhammer tribe. I heard that here at night, there are erotic services provided by orcs. Chu Mo raised his eyebrows at Yi Kai and hinted wildly. Holy crap, there's actually a legal place to pet cats. Now that I'm here, I have to contribute to the local GDP. Yi Kai chuckled. Ah! Chu Mo looked at Yi Kai and shook his head helplessly. You can masturbate, but I don't know if it's legal or not. Instead of seizing the opportunity to be with such a beautiful woman around him, he was actually fantasizing about a cat. I chased you for 300 miles to play with you, but you only wanted to pet a cat? Seeing that Yi Kai seemed very interested in cat cafes, a 50-year-old leopard print uncle suddenly came over and whispered in his ear. There's a cat cafe called Fashing that I often go to. Number 28 has a folded ear tabby. Trust me, it's right. It's okay. As a warrior, I have to try bravely. Who are you? Me? I'm Lei Ling, the chief of the Warhammer tribe. Thank you for your guidance, chief. Chapter 66. Divine Man. It was not until the evening that the escort work of the caravan was finally completed. Now is Yi Kai's free time. But he was not very free. After all, Chu Mo was always watching him. Yi Kai first took Tina and Xia Lulu to a snack street and ate from the beginning to the end of the street. As long as Tina and Xia Lulu like to eat it, Yi Kai never says no. Xia Lulu, Master, I want to eat this. Xia Lulu, and this. Xia Lulu, wow, this looks delicious. Tina only needs to follow Xia Lulu. No matter what delicious food Yi Kai buys, Xia Lulu will let Tina taste it first, and then eat it all in one bite. Tina only took a small bite of the ball, which was as big as a basketball, and Xia Lulu ate the rest. After eating, Xia Lulu asked Tina, Tina, what does it taste like? Is it delicious? Tina was chewing. Didn't you eat it too? Xia Lulu scratched her head. Huh? I ate too fast and didn't taste it. Tina, it's a little sour, a little spicy, and a little delicious. Xia Lulu nodded. Oh, that means it's delicious, I know. Yi Kai listened to the conversation between Tina and Xia Lulu and was completely confused. It turns out that when Xia Lulu eats, no matter what it is, she just stuffs it into her mouth. Did you imagine the taste later? As expected of Xia Lulu, this logic is very magical. Brother, you're spoiling Xia Lulu too much. What if she gets sick? She's already eaten more food than I can finish in a month. Chu Mo on the side reminded that although when Xia Lulu was with Su Mei before, Su Mei would often take her out to eat together. But there has never been anyone who spoils Yi Kai like this. It's okay. I'm the demon blood dragon girl. Let alone these things, I can even eat humans. Right, Xia Lulu. Yi Kai smiled and stroked the dragon horns on Xia Lulu's head, with a doting look on his face. Oh, that's right, before I followed Sister Su Mei, I used to eat people. Look, I told you. As he was talking, Yi Kai suddenly froze. Xia Lulu actually spoke? Yi Kai and Chu Mo looked at each other in amazement, and then looked at Xia Lulu, who had a bewildered look on her face. Wow, Xia Lulu, you can actually speak? Really? Xia Lulu, you actually mastered the human language? Xia Lulu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 50, gain language function. Yi Kai suddenly realized that it was the function of emotional interaction. A favorability of 50 points will allow you to gain the language function. In other words, as long as Tina's favorability reaches 50 points, this ice beauty will be able to speak. Thinking of this, Yi Kai looked at Tina with hope. Tina glanced at Yi Kai with a look of rubbish on her face. What are you looking at? Useless summoner. If you look at me again, I will stuff my black silk stockings into your mouth. Xia Lulu, come on, try to say another word. Chu Mo looked at Xia Lulu excitedly. This incident was a miracle in the history of Shikigami. Chu Mo seemed to remember that in the entire Blue Star, only Sin City had developed a talking Shikigami. There is only one Sin City, and that Shikigami also died in an accident. So, Xia Lulu is the only Shikigami on Blue Star who can speak so far. What are you talking about? Xia Lulu thought for a moment, then pulled the corner of Yi Kai's clothes and said, Master, I want to eat that marshmallow. Didn't you just eat? Chu Mo was relieved to see that Yi Kai had finally learned how to stop Xia Lulu from overeating. The one I just ate was green. I want to eat the red one. Good. Chu Mo. Asterisk, winky face. Never mind. I overestimated you. Tina, try first. After getting the red marshmallow, Xiao Lulu gave it to Tina first as usual. After Tina finished eating, Xiao Lulu took a sip. She swallowed the huge marshmallow in one bite. Yes, she swallowed it because she didn't chew the food she ate. Wow, 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 mommy, someone is eating a child. This bite scared a 9-year-old boy to tears. Seeing this, Chuamo quickly called Yi Kai aside and said, "Do you know how much money you have spent on food alone?" Yi Kai shook his head. How could he remember this? Xiao Lulu was responsible for eating, and he was responsible for buying. He had no idea. 125,832 yuan. On Blue Star, food is a luxury and many people survive on energy liquid. It's only 120,000, Xiao Lulu, you better work harder. Okay, Sai for all Sai. Looking at these three funny guys, Chuamo was completely convinced. However, Yi Kai was slightly stunned. The next time he bought something for Xiao Lulu, he secretly checked the balance. As expected, it really cost 125,832. Yi Kai himself didn't remember it, but Chu Mo remembered it clearly. Yi Kai was once again shocked by the woman's details. It's so horrible. She even remembers this, and she remembers all the things you did to offend her even more clearly. Just when Chu Mo had given up trying to stop Yi Kai from buying food for Xiao Lulu, suddenly, everyone in the entire snack street knelt down. The goddess Luo has arrived. The snack street, which was originally bustling with people, suddenly made way for a path. Everyone knelt on both sides of the street in submission, and there was complete silence. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing all kinds of gorgeous decorations, but with a body like a dwarf, was moving towards this side. The man was riding a half-naked slave, with chains in his hands, leading dozens of slaves to crawl in front of him. These slaves crawled on the ground like dogs, and were whipped by the men's whips from time to time. They were all ragged and blood-stained, without a single piece of healthy skin on their bodies, and some even had visible white bones. He was tortured beyond recognition. Yi Kai looked at the enslaved people and suddenly felt a pain in the wound on his left hand. I don't know why, but the hand that was bitten by when you last time hasn't healed yet. The scars were getting even deeper. Kneel down quickly. Chu Mo pulled the corner of Yi Kai's clothes. Judging from the situation, the other party must be the world nobles of the Sky City, the gods. Rumor has it that humans were attacked by demons and were on the verge of death. It was the gods who saved the last humans and built the last fortress of mankind, named Dragon Wasteland Continent. The four great empires are all within the Dragon Wasteland. It is also the powerful barrier of the Dragon Wasteland Continent that prevents the world-destroying demons from outside from entering. Otherwise, humans will not be able to hold on to this last piece of territory. Therefore, even the four great empires had to pay tribute and taxes to the gods of the Sky City every year and submit to them. P.S. Thank you all handsome guys and beautiful ladies for your support. Your support is my biggest motivation. Thank you. Lin Luochin, the smoking orange cat, and Lu Guang, who loves to eat Guzheng black tea. Please don't live up to your encounter with DD Miles. Yu Shinwu Akui. _ User 729871102 like. User 2429902 for Li Zongtong like Silent Piano, a love letter. Hacker Empire Yu Shinwu, Bobo Milk Tea. Navigation is not the wolf who loves to eat fancy ice cream. Palau Jia Tian Gang Jia Tian Supreme Steadfast Chio Shinliu, life reminder. Chapter 67 Orcs will never be slaves. In order to avoid any trouble, Yi Kai quickly recalled Tina and Xiao Lulu. Then, along with the crowd, they knelt down on both sides of the street and buried their heads deeply. This is the rule of the gods. In front of the nobles, gods and men of the world, even if the emperor of the Hui Empire comes today, you have to kneel down and keep your head down. Otherwise, the divine power, God's guards, around the gods will kill you instantly. The reason why the gods made the people of the entire Dragon Wasteland continent submit to them was not because of their past achievements or contributions to mankind. What they rely on is absolute force. Even the soul arrays used by summoners throughout the Dragon Wasteland continent were created by the gods. The combat power of each of the Kamui around him is comparable to that of a 5-star UR-level Shikigami. The 12 palaces of divine punishment command the mighty army, and the trial god of each palace is a summoner at the king level. Face the true god of Longhuang continent. Even Yi Kai could only avoid the limelight temporarily. The gods only have surnames, but no names. When they reach adulthood, they will inherit their parents' divine positions. Luo Shin rode on a slave and walked slowly through the snack street. He really enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped by thousands of people. The only ones who could hold their heads high in front of him were the loyal followers around him. The system detected new task information. Mission released. Challenge the gods. Mission information. Challenge the world nobles of Longhwang continent. Task reward. For each Shinwei guardian killed, you will receive a mysterious reward X1. For killing a Shinming man, you will receive a mysterious reward X3. Do you want to accept it? If you accept it but do not complete it, no new tasks will appear within 1 month. Challenging the gods. What are you doing? Isn't this assignment a bit hasty? System, do you want to kill me? Yi Kai simply ignored the task given by the system. Next to Yi Kai was an orc father and daughter. The girl was a little orc who looked only 5 or 6 years old. So cute. Xiao Neifu is very young. She doesn't know what the world's nobles are and what the gods are. She didn't understand why everyone around her was kneeling on the ground, motionless. After all, he's a little smart and has a bit of playful animality. She saw a group of slaves crawling on the ground, and she was about to crawl out. But fortunately, she was caught by Tiger Dad. There was dead silence all around, and no one dared to speak. The Tiger Dad could only desperately hold on to the little girl to prevent her from making trouble. If she caused the displeasure of the gods, it was very likely that everyone on the street would be buried with her. But Xiao Naofu didn't understand any of this. She only knew that Tiger Dad usually doted on her, and as long as she cried, Tiger Dad would definitely let her go out to play. No, no. At this time, everyone around was looking at Xiao Naofu with pleading eyes, and it seemed that she was about to cry. In the end, the Tiger Dad covered his daughter's mouth and nose to prevent her from crying out loud. At this moment, the little action below was seen by Luo Shun, and a playful smile immediately appeared on his face. When she walked in front of Tiger Dad, Luo Shun deliberately whipped the weakest slave around her with a whip, causing her to fall to the ground and unable to crawl. Luo Shun's steps stopped here. Little Naofu didn't understand why her father treated her like this, and she tried her best to prick him with needles, and Tiger Dad could only try his best to restrain himself so as not to alarm the gods. "Get up now, you idiot!" Luo Shun continued to whip the fallen slave. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the slave had fainted. On the surface, he was whipping the slave, but in fact he was just waiting for an opportunity for the axe in his brain to make a sound so that he could take advantage of it. Unfortunately, Xiao Naofu was no match for Tiger Dad in strength, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't make any sound. Seeing this, Luo Shun had no choice but to give up and let Shinwei burn the unconscious slaves into ashes with black flames. Amaterasu Black Flame. It is a heavenly fire that only exists in the castle in the sky. It is said that the Amaterasu Black Flame will never disappear until its prey is reduced to ashes. There are a total of 4 Kamui surround Luo Shun, and they all possess the ability of Amaterasu Black Flame. What a pity! I have one less slave. Who of you is willing to be my new slave? As soon as Luo Shun said this, all the people around her couldn't help but tremble slightly. Looking at the miserable conditions of those slaves, no one would want to become like them. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer? Isn't it an honor to be able to serve God? Luo Shun looked at the motionless crowd around her and was very angry. In his spiritual world, he is the supreme God, and it is a gift for these people to be his slaves. Shouldn't we rush to grab the first place? Why are we indifferent? Me. Let me serve Her Majesty Luo Shun. Just as Luo Shun was about to attack, a leopard print uncle stood up. Yi Kai glanced at the other person out of the corner of his eye. It was the uncle who recommended technician number 28 to him. The chieftain of the Warhammer tribe, Lei Ling. You. Luo Shun was not very satisfied when he saw that the other person was an old man, until one of his men whispered in his ear. He is the chief of the Warhammer tribe. Okay, very good. I will grant your wish. Just kneel down and crawl over there. When Luo Shun heard this, he immediately became interested. Seeing that the clan leader had stood up, many clan members wanted to step forward to stop him, but they were stopped by Lei Ling. He didn't say anything, just kept smiling, then slowly crawled to Luo Shun's side and took the initiative to tie the chain around his neck. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Luo Shun let out a disgusting laugh. Trampling the chief of the Warhammer tribe under his feet was like trampling the entire city under his feet. This feeling was so wonderful. In the orc tribe, the glory of a warrior is greater than life. As an orc, I would rather die in battle than be bullied. Orcs never be slaves. But in order to save the innocent people of the Warhammer tribe, Lei Ling, the tribe leader, gave up his most important honor. While beating Lei Ling, Luo Shen finally left with satisfaction. Many members of the Warhammer tribe were trembling and shedding tears. They wanted to resist very much, even if it meant death. But they knew that if they resisted, they would be killing Luo Shen. The Warhammer tribe will also soon be punished by the 12 zodiac signs of God and eliminated from the Dragon Wasteland continent. For the sake of the innocent lives of the entire tribe, they must not act impulsively even if it means humiliation and death. Luo Shen had just walked a short distance when Tiger Dad, who was standing beside Ye Kai, noticed that the small axe in his arms had stopped making any sound. The tiger father stared blankly at his child who had been suffocated to death, his mind going blank. Veins popped out on his face, he clenched his fists, his nails dug into his palms, and blood was dripping. Although he didn't make any sound, Ye Kai, who was standing by, heard his heart-wrenching roar. But even so, he did not choose to do anything extreme. Grass! Ye Kai couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a $5 mask from his pocket and was about to stand up and kill the damned dwarf. But before Ye Kai could put on the mask, Tiger Dad beside him pressed his head to the ground. Don't move! Ye Kai could clearly feel Tiger Dad's trembling palms. Even Ye Kai, a bystander, couldn't accept it, but the Tiger Dad who suffocated his own child to death still retained the last bit of rationality. That's right, Ye Kai can assassinate Luo Shen immediately, and whether successful or not, he can get away with it safely. But what about the entire Warhammer tribe? Where did they flee to? Even though it's not possible now, it doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. System. I, Ye Kai, have accepted the mission to challenge the gods. Challenge the gods. The mission is successfully accepted. You are a god, right? This time I'm going to kill him. P.S. Today is the 5th update, brothers. Please urge for more updates, please advertise, please backstab. I beg for a 5-star review, love you. Nung. Your encouragement is the greatest support to the author. Chapter 68 Godkiller. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Luo Shen's teasing laughter gradually faded away, the people on the whole street just stood there in a daze, unable to let go of the anger and humiliation in their hearts for a long time. Ice crystals suddenly floated in the June sky. It's snowing. It was as if even God could feel the earth's cry. Tiger Dad was the first to stand up and looked up at the sky where ice crystals were flying. His eyes suddenly became firm, and he slowly left with his little daughter in his arms. Luckily, that old man held you down just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Mo, who was standing by, said with lingering fear, the gods have ruled the Dragon Wasteland continent for hundreds of years. Even the soul formation of the contracted gods was created by the gods. What can you use to compete with others? Ye Kai didn't say anything, but just stood up silently and followed Tiger Dad. After seeing the ice crystals flying in the sky, the other party's expression changed. He must have made a plan. Want to kill God. The strength of one person is totally insufficient. Ye Kai needs help. Ye Kai. Chu Mo held Ye Kai's hand. She knew Ye Kai's temper and seemed to have known what he was thinking. Chu Mo shook his head tremblingly, as if begging him not to do this. Sister Mosey. Ye Kai suddenly turned around and hugged Mosey. You go back first, I will be back soon. Mosey kept shaking her head. No, the other party is a god, forget it. I'm sorry, Sister Mosey. In order to prevent Moz from falling into danger with himself, Ye Kai slashed Moz's neck with his hand knife. It hurts. Me. What are you doing? Moz felt a pain and slapped Ye Kai on the top of his head with her backhand. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't someone feel dizzy immediately after being stabbed in the back of the neck? Are all TV dramas lies? With your physique, you still want to knock me out? Forget it. After teaching Ye Kai a lesson and seeing that he had made up his mind, Chu Mo suddenly said with a firm look in his eyes, if you really want to kill a god, I'll accompany you. Sister Mosey. Ye Kai looked at Moz's serious expression and suddenly felt warm in his heart. You know, he is the god who rules the entire Dragon Wasteland continent. Don't be moved, let's go. If you have any hypocritical words, save them for when you die. Chu Mo resolutely walked in the direction where Tiger Dad left. She also wanted to kill that disgusting dwarf. Seeing Chu Mo's fearless look, Ye Kai's expression also became unusually firm. The two followed behind Tiger Dad, not far away. The two maintained a subtle distance. Tiger Dad knew that they were following him, and they also knew that Tiger Dad knew. But neither side broke through. We kept walking and walking until we came to a small forest. Yikai discovered that in the direction that Tiger Dad was walking, the ice crystals were falling faster and faster, and the temperature was getting colder and colder. Arriving at a secluded hill, Tiger Dad picked up a shovel, quietly dug a hole, and then buried Little Axe in it. The three of them observed a long moment of silence together. Tiger Dad suddenly said, "Lung Yueling, come out." A sharp cold wind whistled past, and a thin layer of frost immediately condensed on the surrounding environment. A barefoot girl was floating in the air, her long blue and white hair falling to her waist like a waterfall. He has the same dragon horns on his head as Xiao Lulu's, but the others are ice blue. Yi Kai glanced at the girl. Frost Dragon Girl. Affiliation: Lung Yueling. Rank: SSSR. Star rating: 5 stars. Bonds: Ice Dragon Shapeshifter. Appearance: can switch between the forms of Frost Dragon and Ice Maiden freely. Ice Maiden is a girl of about 17 years old, while Frost Dragon is a 5-meter-tall dragon with an ice-blue body. Combat ability: able to freely manipulate frost elements, cause damage, and control the opponent's actions. The Ice Maiden form is good at long-range magic, while the Frost Dragon form is better at close-range attacks. Skill. 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 Who are they? The girl spoke slowly, her voice icy cold and without any warmth. Tiger Dad turned to the two and asked, "Tell me, why are you following me?" Although Tiger Dad knew that Yi Kai was planning to join them in fighting against the gods, otherwise Tiger Dad would not have allowed him to follow him. But this kind of thing must be said by Yi Kai himself. After all, their opponents are gods, and most of them will never come back. "You can call me God Slayer," Yi Kai said calmly. "What an interesting God Slayer." Lung Yueling said, "If that's the case, you are welcome to join us. But before that, I want to test your abilities to see if you are qualified to kill gods with us." After saying that, Lung Yueling condensed a large ice ball with a diameter of 5 meters in front of her and smashed it towards Yi Kai. "Tina Xia Lulu." Yi Kai summoned the Shikigami to prepare for battle, but Chu Mo jumped up. Boom! He smashed the big ice ball into pieces with one punch and took Lung Yueling's attack with his bare hands. "Is it okay?" Chu Mo asked lightly. Of course. Lung Yueling knew very well that since the summoner could reach this level, it meant that she herself had received strong feedback from the Shikigami. Generally, summoners have to exceed the diamond rank before they can surpass the Shikigami in strength through feedback. Now can you tell us who you are? Since everyone is a partner, Chuemo also wants to know the other party's identity. Tiger King, left general of the Warhammer tribe. Lung Yueling, the right general of the Warhammer tribe. It turned out to be the left and right generals of clan leader Lei Ling. No wonder the Tiger King walked straight towards him after seeing the ice crystals falling from the sky. Early tomorrow morning, Luo Go will leave the Warhammer tribe. We will take action when they pass through Tiger's Mouth Gorge, because that is the territory of the Longhua Empire. This will help to prevent the 12 palaces of divine punishment from pursuing the Warhammer tribe. Lung Yueling said, "You have to think clearly. The other party is a god who has ruled the Dragon Wasteland continent for hundreds of years. Although the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment is not here, every divine guard around Luo Go has the strength of a 5-star UR. Amaterasu Black Flame, it is the heavenly fire that destroys everything. You still have time to retreat now." Tiger King and Lung Yueling are both warriors of the Warhammer tribe. In order to save the tribe leader Lei Ling chose to become a slave of the gods. They face death with equanimity, and dying on the battlefield is the highest honor of the tribe. But for Yi Kai and Chuemo, they had nothing to do with this matter at all. It would be good to have help, but they also didn't want innocent people to be involved. Yi Kai smiled slightly. "Doesn't Luo Go have 4 divine guards? One for each of us. Chuemo, no one should hold us back." P.S. Thanks to Kamisato Ayaka for the Shikigami submission, presented by Lung Yueling. Due to the needs of the plot, there are slight changes. Please forgive me. Chapter 69 Hunting Time. It was late at night, and the 4 had been waiting in Hookah Gorge for a long time. We found a secluded spot and built a fire. The 4 of them were worried, and each had his own secrets. Yi Kai took a look at the system panel. Unallocated experience points, 248,000. The experience points required to advance from the silver level to the gold level are 250,000, which is only 2,000 points short. At the beginning, Yi Kai planned to upgrade himself to the gold realm first to open up the vacancy for the 3rd Shikigami. But now that we are facing a powerful enemy, it is more important to upgrade Tina's star level first. Host is SSSR Shikigami. Tina, 243,000 experience points are allocated. Congratulations to the host, SSSR Shikigami. Tina has broken through to 4 stars. Unallocated experience points, 5,000. The Wind Sword Princess, Tina. Affiliation, Yekai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 4 stars. 0/576000. Bonds, Gale, Swordsman Ronin, Black Silk, JK, Dark Darkness added. Shikigami equipment. SSS famous sword, Dark Destruction. The demon blade from the depths of the Imperial prison is surrounded by the power of darkness. Anyone hit by Dark Destruction will be corroded by the power of darkness and will become its own shadow slave after death. Shikigami outfit. JK, Black Stockings. Combat ability. Tianyi Jinliu swordsmanship can manipulate wind blades and perform rapid slashing. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Skill. Tianyi Jinliu Furious Breath Slash, CD. 30 minutes. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, an irresistible sword-drawing slash. It can swing out thousands of wind blades in an instant. Skill. Wind Barrier. Generates a flowing airflow in front of you, forming a hurricane barrier to resist and rebound the opponent's attack. Skill. Mirror Image Clone Upgrade Level 4. Create 4 mirror clones with combat power only 40% of the original and receive 700% damage, lasting 30 seconds. CD. 5 minutes. Unlock new skill, Flash. Can teleport within a range of 500 meters. CD. 1 minute. Although Yekai now has 2 4-star SSSR Shikigami, he is still unsure when facing the 5-star UR's Kamui. After all, tomorrow's opponent is the god who rules the Dragon Wasteland continent. Who can calm down? Yekai looked at Lung Yueling beside him and wondered. The extreme cold dragon girl is obviously a Shikigami. Why can she speak? Chuamo once said that apart from Xia Lulu, there was only one talking Shikigami in Longwan continent, and that Shikigami was dead. Is it possible that there are people who have the ability to interact with each other emotionally? This is obviously unrealistic. Since we are all comrades in arms who will live and die together tomorrow, I might as well tell you. The Arctic Dragon girl suddenly split into 2, and a woman about 40 years old, wearing animal skin armor, split out from the body of the Arctic Dragon girl. She is the real Lung Yueling. This is my talent, SS level Shikigami Fusion. SS level talent, Shikigami Fusion, can make the summoner and Shikigami merge into one and fight. Seeing that both parties had demonstrated their talents, Yekai then summoned Tina and Xia Lulu. A-level Golden Light Spell. In front of the 2 of them, Yekai also demonstrated the talent he had when he devoured Shakuin. SS level, Double Feedback. Chuamo said, I don't need to show it, it means literally. This was also the first time that Yekai knew about Chu Mo's innate abilities. No wonder Chu Mo rarely summoned Shikigami and always relied on the summoner himself to fight. It turns out that she has double rewards. No wonder her own attributes are so strong. No wonder Chu Mo often said that Yekai had a poor physique and was indeed a little worse than Chu Mo, who possessed double repay. A-level Realm +1. Tiger King. My talent is very ordinary. I can only summon one more Shikigami than people of the same realm. The summoner's talent is equivalent to a summoner's trump card. Since everyone has exchanged their talents and abilities with each other, they have become good brothers. My brothers and I are connected in heart, and I share the brain with my brothers. Although Yikai's words were a bit deceptive, his SSS level, Star Soul Devourer, talent was too dangerous. Yikai had no choice but to do this. In short, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Even Tiger King and Lung Yueling knew that they had to wait until the gods arrived at the territory of the Longhua Empire before taking action. Yikai can naturally keep an eye on it. However, Yikai and Chu Mo both acquiesced to the decision to take action at Hookah Gorge. After all, if the action takes place in the territory of the Huai Empire, it would be easy for the other party to find out that it was the Warhammer tribe that did it. But after passing Hookah Gorge, it is the territory of Longhua Empire. By then, it will be very difficult for the people from the 12 Palaces of Divine Punishment to investigate. It's just a smokescreen. Although the chief of the Warhammer tribe has been arrested, they are still the most suspicious. But in the territory of the Longhua Empire, the Longhua Empire is also somewhat suspicious. This gives the Warhammer tribe some room to maneuver. Otherwise, Even if Lei Ling was rescued, the entire Warhammer tribe would probably be buried with him. After all, the last time the gods were attacked was 50 years ago. In the Dragon Wasteland continent, there used to be a country called Senta, and later they attacked the gods. Senta disappeared from the world map of Longhuang continent. I'll give you something good. The Tiger King threw a small bottle filled with flames to everyone. A glass bottle about 5 centimeters in diameter, containing a small, constantly jumping flame. What is this? Ye Kai asked. Explosive flame incendiary bottle. If you feel like you're dying, smash it on yourself. Even though this bottle is small, the flame inside is the 3 flavors true fire of our Tiger Power Empire, which is enough to burn your body to ashes. Ye Kai smiled slightly. It is indeed a good thing. I hope none of us will need it. Ye Kai knew very well what the Tiger King meant. Shunwei is a guard with 5-star UR strength. No one here dares to guarantee that they can definitely kill one. Once the action fails, it is very likely to implicate one's relatives, friends, and even family and country. If you lose the battle, use incendiary bottles to destroy the bodies and leave no clues for the enemy. The 4 of them knew that in this battle, no one could retreat. A sleepless night. Early in the morning, the 4 people stood on the top of Hookah Gorge, facing the sunrise in the distance. Here it comes. The Tiger King looked at the golden clouds flying in the sky and knew that the divine man had come. That is the mount exclusive to the gods, Jinxia. Take this city and go back to the tribe to drink together. Good. Chuemo also summoned specific Shikigami to change the appearance of several people. Silver Needle Granny. Affiliation, Chuemo. Rank, A. Star rating, 4 stars. Bonds, Toxin Trickster. Appearance, 80 centimeters tall, 90 years old, frail, old man. Combat ability, able to change the appearance of oneself or others through silver needles, and can also use flying needles to attack. Skill, Heavy Rain of Pear Blossom Needles CD, 10 minutes. Instantly shoots out hundreds of silver needles containing poison to attack the opponent. After changing his appearance, in order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Ye Kai also put on a $5 Monkey King mask. In ancient times, the Monkey King made a big fuss in the Heavenly Palace, and now there is a black silk gangster who kills gods. The 4 of them took their positions according to the plan. Luotian was lying on the huge golden cloud, when suddenly an ice wall rose from the ground, instantly piercing through the golden clouds and separating the 4 gods into 2. P.S. Let me briefly talk about the combat power system of this book. First of all, this book was conceived by the author when he was fighting in Hentang. Summoner Realm. No attributes, just population. Anyone who has played Cloud Top knows that it is the number of Shikigami. It doesn't mean that silver is definitely stronger than bronze. It just has 1 more monster. Grade. It means the cost of the card, E grade 1 cost card, UR grade 10 cost card. It represents the rarity and skill strength of the Shikigami, as well as the basic attributes. Star rating. Improves the base of basic attributes, which is multiplicative with quality. Summoner's own attributes. It all depends on the feedback from the Shikigami. If there are more Shikigami, the summoner's own attributes will exceed those of a single Shikigami. Bond. It is the halo, a property of great strategic significance, and the essence of auto chess. At present, this book is in its early stages, and the importance of bonds may not be much reflected, but in the later confrontations between strong opponents, this is the key to determining success or failure. Anyone who has played Cloud Top knows that whether you can beat your opponent depends on many factors, including ties, equipment, positioning, quality, and lineup restraint. This book currently only has 70 chapters, and the subsequent plot will slowly explain the system. Finally, thank you all the readers. Chapter 70, Divine Power. As soon as Lei Ling saw the ice crystal wall, he knew that Lung Yueling had arrived. The Tiger King directly summoned 6 wild beast Shikigami, and immediately they fought with a Kamui. The 6 Shikigami perfectly triggered the wild beast, 6, Bond, and their movement and attack speeds were extremely fast. At this time, Chuemo appeared and led away the other divine power. Lung Yueling, who had merged with the Arctic Dragon Girl, used ice cones to launch a surprise attack and also fought against the divine power. As several people started fighting with the Shunwei respectively, now only Luotian and a Shunwei were left above the golden clouds. Ouch! The dark dragon attacked, and the people on its back were Ye Kai and Tina. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Facing the surprise attack from the crowd, Luotian laughed wildly. A bunch of inferior creatures actually dared to challenge the authority of the gods. Today, I will let you know the true strength of the gods. Ye Kai looked at the divine power in front of him. Divine power. Affiliation. Godly man. Krink. Uer. Star rating. 5 stars. Bond god. Appearance. 2 meters tall, sturdy, wearing pure black armor, with bloodshot eyes. Combat ability. All round, holding the divine halberd, and able to control the Amaterasu black flame. Skill. 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 This was the first time that Ye Kai saw not an individual, but a race in the demon race's abode. Is this God? You shouldn't have come. Lei Ling looked at Tiger King and Lung Yueling, who were engaged in a tough battle, and for a moment he fell into deep self-blame. Although their appearances were disguised by Chu Mo as the patriarch of the Warhammer tribe, he recognized the two of them at a glance. Shun Wei, kill him. Let these ignorant creatures understand what true fear is. At Luo Shun's command, the divine power beside him instantly leapt and quickly attacked the chest of the dark dragon. God's machine kill. Shun Wei attacked continuously with a divine spear in his hand, and in an instant he swung out a sky full of thorns. Ye Kai immediately turned Xia Lulu back into human form, and the originally huge target disappeared instantly, allowing it to avoid Shun Wei's attack. Boom! Although Xia Lulu dodged Shun Wei's attack, the spiritual power that burst out from Shinji Sha instantly pierced a large hole in the mountain behind her. Ye Kai could even see a ray of light from the cave. The giant mountain with a thickness of 100 meters was actually pierced through. Is this the power of a 5-star UR Shikigami? This is too outrageous. But now is not the time for Ye Kai to be shocked. He must get rid of this dead dwarf in front of him. Tina. Flash. Tina's new skill after reaching 4 stars. Able to move instantly within a range of 500 meters in diameter, CD. 1 minute. For an agile, high-burst assassin like Tina, this is simply a magical skill. Tina appeared behind Luoshin with a flash, and the famous sword in her hand, Ami, was emitting a murderous aura. From the very beginning, Ye Kai's target was not the divine power, but the divine man behind it. Luoshin only felt a chill on his back, and the breath of death enveloped his whole body. Tina, kill him, please. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Tanichi Shinroki, Amaterasu's black flame. Shun Wei pointed his palm at Tina behind Luoshin. As spiritual power gathered, an ancient dark magic circle appeared and a powerful spiritual power burst out. There were no signs or traces. The two were several hundred meters apart. The black flame that could burn everything suddenly ignited on Tina's body. The Tiger King on the side was also fighting hard with a Shun Wei. As a summoner at the diamond level, with the talent of level +1, Tiger King can possess 6 Shikigami at the same time. 3-star A level, Tiger King. 3-star level B, 3-headed tiger. 3-star A level, Crazy Leopard. 4-star B rank, Kangaroo Boxing Champion. 3-star A level, 3-eyed Lone Wolf. 3-star S level, Leomon. Trigger Bond, Wild Beast. 6 all allied Shikigami gain plus 40% attack speed, plus 40% movement speed. Wild Beast Shikigami gain plus 80% attack speed, plus 80% movement speed. Triggering Bond, Mighty Tiger. 2 the Tiger Shikigami's combat power is doubled. The combination of Tiger's might and Wild Beast 6 makes the Tiger King's beast army extremely swift. With the support of the 6 Shikigami, the Tiger King's attributes are even more powerful. The Mad Beast Shikigami relied on its high-speed movement to jump back and forth beside Kamui, constantly attacking with its claws and sharp teeth. After a few rounds of fighting, Shun Wei's hands and feet were bitten tightly by the beast. Serious punch. The Kangaroo Boxing Champion used his skills and delivered a straight punch that hit Shun Wei right in the face. The Tiger King even took to the field personally, leaned down and rushed in front of Shun Wei, and attacked Shun Wei's body with his fist as big as a casserole like a storm. For a moment, Shun Wei was helpless. As the left general of the Warhammer tribe, Tiger King claims that his strength is not inferior to Sakura Fubuki of the Magic City. Realm +1. Although it is only an A-level talent, with the clever use of the Tiger King, the bond of 6 people can be completed at the lowest cost. Generally speaking, only summoners at the Star Glory level can do this. But the Tiger King was only at the Diamond level, and he completed the Wild Beast 6. With a series of operations, the Tiger King actually broke Shun Wei's black armor into pieces, causing black blood to flow out. Ah! divine guards. But that's all. Under the mad beast army of General Tiger, they can only God Machine kill. However, facing the Tiger King's army of wild beasts, even though his body was covered in blood, Shinwei's expression did not change at all. He stabbed wildly with a divine halberd in his hand. If it weren't for a few Shikigami who risked their lives to resist at the critical moment, the Tiger King would probably have died on the spot in an instant. Every time Shinwei attacks, his spiritual power is so vast that it is like an overwhelming tidal wave. The three-headed tiger, the mad leopard, the kangaroo boxing champion, and the three-eyed lone wolf were all poked into sieves in an instant. The Tiger King himself was also pierced through the lower abdomen. The wrist, left shoulder, and ribs were all seriously injured. There were 6 Shikigami, and 4 of them were killed instantly. Only Tiger King and Leo Mon were still surviving, and Tiger King himself had suffered great damage. Although Tiger King's tactics are correct, a person's resources are limited, and most of the experience is used to improve the realm, and 6 Shikigami must be trained. This results in all of Tiger King's Shikigami being of low quality and star rating, although they have a huge advantage in numbers and bonds. When facing an opponent of the same level, it will have unexpected effects and even crush the opponent. But when faced with a truly powerful Shikigami, the Tiger King's army of wild beasts seems somewhat vulnerable. Chapter 71 Bloody Battle. On the other side, the battle between Lung Yueling and Shinwei became even more intense. Shikigami summoning, Ice Giant. The 5-star SR level Ice Giant is 10 meters tall, and its entire body is composed of hundreds of tons of ice crystals, which are crystal clear. Although Lung Yueling and Tiger King are both the left and right generals of the Warhammer tribe, Lung Yueling is still only a silver-level summoner. All her resources were used to cultivate the Arctic Dragon Girl and the Ice Giant. Although the quality of the Shikigami is very high, the bonds between them are pitifully few. Only one was triggered. Ice 2. The Ice Shikigami's Ice attribute control is increased by 20%. Attacks have a frost effect, reducing the enemy's attack speed by 10% and movement speed by 10%, lasting 10 seconds, and can be stacked up to 5 times. The SSR Arctic Dragon Lady has the bonus of the fusion of Lung Yueling and an SR Ice Giant. Although the bond is only Ice 2, it is a bit thin, but Lung Yueling is still quite confident in dealing with a 5-star UR Shinwei without any constraints. The Ice Giant took the lead in attacking, and his fist, as big as a hill, slammed toward Shinwei. Facing the huge ice fist coming towards him, Shinwei's blood-red eyes showed no ripples at all. He raised his palm slightly and easily took the blow. The Kamui is only 2 meters tall, while the Ice Giant is 10 meters tall. There is a huge difference in size between the two. Even if the Ice Giant cannot defeat Shinwei in strength, this punch will at least push Shinwei back half a step. But what Lung Yueling never expected was that this punch was like a drop of water falling on a boulder, without the slightest ripple. Extreme Cold Storm. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Shinwei was dealing with the Ice Crystal Giant, Lung Yueling activated her ice-attributed spiritual power. In the area where Shinwei and the Ice Crystal Giant were, dense blizzards came one after another. Shinwei's body was continuously hit by the blizzard. At first, his body was only covered with a thin layer of frost until all 9 layers of the blizzard fell. Shinwei had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture by the extreme cold storm. The Ice Giant is originally an ice-attributed Shikigami, so the blizzard does not have much effect on him. Although Shinwei had been frozen by the extreme cold storm, Lung Yueling was very clear that the opponent was a UR-grade Shikigami and could not be easily defeated. Lung Yueling immediately transformed into a frost dragon, ready to finish off the enemy. Ouch! Dragon Roar LV5. The Arctic Cold Dragon Girl and the Demon Blood Dragon Girl are originally of the same race, and the Arctic Cold Dragon Girl also possesses the same Dragon Roar skill as Xia Lulu. Moreover, as a 5-star SSSR, the Arctic Dragon Girl is even more powerful. The originally huge frost dragon suddenly expanded 5 times in size. Let's kill Shinwei in one go. Dragon's Breath. The frost dragon once again used the same skills as Xia Lulu. The only difference is that what Xia Lulu spews out is the flames of hell, while what the frost dragon spews out is the biting ice. The bigger the body, the larger the area of ice it can spit out. An ice pillar 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long immediately formed in front of Lung Yueling. Such a large-scale attack not only froze the divine power that was fighting against himself, but also froze the divine power that was fighting against Shu Mo. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But this is not enough. Lung Yueling must give Shinwei a fatal blow. Ice Wing, Flying Slash. The frost dragon's wings instantly turned into sharp ice spikes and slashed towards the frozen divine might. Bear! However, at this moment, Shinwei, who was originally frozen and unable to move, the whole body was burning with the pitch-black Amaterasu black flame, which instantly burned all the ice and frost. Heavenly Secret Kill. Shinwei released the control and immediately launched a thrust with a divine halberd in hand. Ice Wing Flying Slash vs. Heavenly Kill. The huge ice wing slashed against the mighty sky-high thrust. The two collided and passed through each other's bodies. The black armor on Shinwei's left hand suddenly broke, and his entire arm was cut off by Ice Wing Flying Slash. Lung Yueling was not having an easy time either. The wings of the frost dragon were cut off by Heavenly Kill, and the back of the frost dragon was covered in blood. Lung Yueling was slightly stunned. Is this the strength of UR? It is rumored that UR is the top grade in the world of Shikigami, and its basic combat power is several levels higher than SSSR. After several rounds of fighting, the two sides seemed to be evenly matched and ended in a draw. But only Lung Yueling herself knew how big the gap in strength between the two sides was. Lung Yueling has already used all her skills, but divine power is just the tip of the iceberg. If it weren't for the SS-level fusion talent that greatly increased the strength of the Arctic Dragon Girl, it would be impossible to injure Shinwei. In the fight with Shinwei, Chuemo appeared to be more dangerous. Because all of her Shikigami are auxiliary or functional types, the only one who can counter the power of the gods is the summoner who receives double feedback from the Shikigami. Chumo's movement speed is extremely fast, and the double feedback from the Shikigami makes Chumo's own attributes surpass the Shikigami early on. Therefore, Chuemo has been practicing his fighting skills in an underground boxing gym. Because of the existence of double return, her way of cultivating Shikigami is completely different from that of other summoners. The divine spear that Shinwei was constantly waving was simply unable to hit Chu-Mo's nimble steps. After dodging a few times, Chu-Mo gathered his strength and hit Shinwei in the face with an elbow. The attack was successful, and Chu-Mo did not give Shinwei any chance to breathe. Knee strikes, whip kicks, and continuous attacks on Shinwei's lower three routes. For a moment, Shinwei was beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back, and the black armor on his body kept withering away. Heavenly Secret Kill. Shinwei saw that defending was not a solution, so he took the initiative to attack, sweeping out the divine halberd wildly and launching attacks all over the sky. Faced with the Tinji Sha that beat Tiger King and Lung Yueling so badly, Chuemo actually kept jumping backwards and dodged them one by one with his nimble steps. The last blow only grazed his cheek. For the first time, a slightly shocked expression appeared in Shinwei's calm red eyes. Even Ye Kai had to use Xia Lulu's transformation to avoid Shinwei's Tianji Sha, which was a way of speculation. As for Chuemo, he fought head-on and relied solely on his body skills to dodge. For humans, this is incredible. Taking advantage of Shinwei's slight distraction, Chuemo leaned forward and rushed in front of Shinwei. Bah! Chuemo threw a sky-high punch, hitting Shinwei's jaw hard. After a muffled sound was heard, Shinwei's body was like a rocket rising from the ground and was blasted into the sky by a punch. Chumo's eyes were sharp. He exerted force with his feet and actually jumped into the sky. He threw another overhead kick at Shinwei's body and kicked Shinwei back to the ground. Boom! The divine power at this moment was like a crashed meteorite, smashing a big hole in the ground and plunging into the ground. Échappé à 72 tonnes d'explosion. Wait until the smoke and dust on the ground dissipates. Shinwei slowly climbed out of the deep pit. At this moment, the dark armor on Shinwei's body exploded and black blood kept flowing. Even though Shinwei was seriously injured, Chuemo still didn't dare to relax at all. After all, his opponent was a UR-level Shikigami. Drive Aura. The seriously injured Shinwei inserted the divine halberd into the ground, and his spiritual power seeped into it. Instantly, a halo magic circle opened up within a range of 1,000 meters. Shinwei stood in the field, lowered his body slightly, and also assumed a boxer's stance. Chuemo was slightly stunned. Did the other party want to fight him in hand-to-hand combat? But this was exactly what Chuemo wanted. After all, she had never met an opponent in terms of fighting skills. Both parties rushed towards each other in one step. With the blessing of driving aura, Shinwei's speed and power achieved a qualitative leap. He exchanged punches with Chuemo continuously, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Chu Mo's fighting skills are mostly based on T-punches, using the hardest joints of humans as lethal weapons, and his fighting style is extremely ferocious. As for Kamui, as a human weapon created by the gods to rule the world, all its attributes are omnipotent. Speed, strength, endurance, attack power, defense power, etc. are all very balanced and powerful. Chu Mo could never have imagined that Shinwei actually possessed such powerful fighting abilities. Although Chu Mo is more skilled, Shinwei is far superior to her in terms of speed and strength. Moreover, Shinwei seemed to have endless energy in his body. Although Chu Mo still has a considerable advantage at present from a long-term perspective, Chu Mo is already at a disadvantage. After all, a UR Shikigami is originally a demon species, and its body functions are far superior to those of humans. As for Chu Mo, even though he received double the feedback from the Shikigami, he also greatly enhanced his own attributes as a summoner. But in the final analysis, Chu Mo is just a human being. Amaterasu Black Flame. At this moment, Kamui wrapped Amaterasu Black Flame around his fists. Faced with the black flames that could turn everything into ashes, Chu Mo became more and more timid and was instantly suppressed by the divine might. Soon, Chu Mo was exhausted and was caught by Shinwei, who punched him in the chest. Fortunately, Chu Mo had stripped off his spiritual outer coat in advance and blocked the burning of Amaterasu Black Flame. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death and the consequences would have been disastrous. Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a lingering fear as he watched the black flames completely devour his lost spiritual power coat. In the subsequent battles, Chu Mo was even more afraid of the black flames on Shinwei's fists, which made him unable to compete with him at all. Although he dodged Shinwei's punches, he also revealed a huge flaw and was hit in the lower abdomen by Shinwei's whip kick. After that, Shinwei took advantage of the black flames on his hands, deliberately used his fists to trick Chu Mo into making use of his body movements, and then attacked with his legs. Chu Mo was suddenly hit without any ability to defend himself. The powerful attack made Chu Mo's internal organs rupture, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mo was already at the end of his strength. The fist wrapped in black flames with divine power attacked Chu Mo. Chu Mo no longer had the strength to resist and was about to be hit by the black flames. At the critical moment, an icicle came and instantly froze Kamui's entire body. Chu Mo glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that it was Lung Yueling's dragon's breath that saved his life. Ye Kai, Tiger King, Lung Yueling, Chu Mo. All four of them were caught in a tough battle. Among them, Lung Yueling's decline was slightly less, while Tiger King and Chu Mo had basically been defeated. And on Ye Kai's side, the moment Tina performed Tianyi Junlio's secret art, Wind and Breath Slash, Kamui launched the long-range Amaterasu Black Flame. Without any flight trajectory, the black flame instantly ignited on Tina's body. Mirror image clone. Fortunately, the devil is 1 foot high and the road is 10 feet high. Ye Kai had already seen through the opponent's attack. I split apart on the spot. The moment the black flames were ignited, Tina immediately interrupted the release of Wild Wind Slash. Using Mirror Clone, he avoided the attack of Amaterasu Black Flame. The moment his main body disappeared, the Amaterasu Black Flame, which had lost its target, attacked the golden clouds. The black flames continued to devour the golden clouds. Ye Kai first let Xia Lulu fight Shinwei in close combat. As a heavily armored warrior, Xia Lulu's close combat ability is particularly outstanding. Taking advantage of the moment when Xia Lulu was dragging away the divine power, Tina and her 4 clones simultaneously wielded the Dark Destruction, launching wind blades to attack Luotian. However, the extremely fast wind blade was easily dodged by Luotian. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Luotian laughed jokingly. You think you can defeat me with such an attack? You are just daydreaming. Yeah. Ye Kai smiled slightly. Who said that my attack just now was to kill you? From the very beginning, Ye Kai's target of attack was not Luotian, but it was Lei Ling behind him. Lei Ling. Behind Luotian, a tall and agile figure was slowly standing up. Luotian felt a cool sensation on her back. It was the wind blade that had just shattered the chains on Lei Ling's body. I was fooled by this kid. Those chains are sealing rings. Once locked, one cannot activate spiritual power and can only be at the mercy of others. Now that the chains have been broken, Lei Ling, the patriarch of the Warhammer tribe, is no pushover. Lei Ling originally wanted to sacrifice himself to save the people of the Warhammer tribe, but now with the appearance of Tiger King and Lung Yueling, he has no choice. The only way to save the Warhammer tribe now is to kill Luoshan and all his divine powers. Don't leave anyone behind. Shikigami Summoning. Thor's Hammer. Thor's Hammer. Affiliation, Lei Ling. Rank, SSR. Star rating, 6 stars. Bonds, Thunder, Weapon Master, Shapeshifter. Appearance, in human form, he is a white-haired centenarian, and in weapon form, he is a Thunder Hammer. Combat ability. The human form has almost no combat power, but the weapon form can launch extremely strong lightning attribute attacks. Skill, skill, skill. Use thunder to shatter the darkness. Thunder Explosion. Lei Ling was originally a cheetah orc, extremely agile. He hugged Luo Shen and pointed the thunder hammer to the sky. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down. Boom! The thunder was deafening, as if it was going to destroy everything around it. Chapter 73. You are still young. You must not die. At this moment, all the summoners who were fighting hard against the might of God around them discovered this attack that resounded through the heavens and the earth. It's the god of war of the Warhammer tribe. Tiger King and Lung Yueling looked at each other. Although they were gradually losing the battle with Shunwei, as long as the clan leader was rescued, they still had hope. Even Chuamo couldn't help but sigh when he saw the attack of Thunder Explosion. What a strong spiritual pressure. When the dazzling thunder dissipated, everyone looked at the situation on Lei Ling's side. The godman, was he killed? Under everyone's expectant eyes, the figure held by Lei Ling gradually appeared. After being attacked by Thunder Explosion, the opponent's body was completely charred. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with shock, but not a bit of joy. Because the figure held by Lei Ling was slender and agile, which was completely inconsistent with Luo Shun's dwarf height of less than 1 meter. That is not a divine person, but divine power. How could this happen? Where are the gods? Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Beside the seriously injured Tiger King, the short Luoshan laughed cunningly once again. The Tiger King, who was closest to the god, discovered the key point. This guy. He actually switched positions with Shinwei. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. How is it? Isn't my shadow shift cool? Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Luoshan laughed triumphantly. Huh! The divine power in front of Lei Ling spewed out a cloud of green smoke from his mouth. His body was still paralyzed by the lightning of Thunder Explosion, and it kept making a sizzling sound. But even though his body had suffered such severe injuries, Shinwei was not dead yet. He turned around and stabbed Lei Ling's chest with his halberd. Puff! Blood gushed out of Lei Ling's mouth, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He couldn't believe that after being hit by his thunderblast, the opponent still had the strength to fight back. On the other side, Shinwei, who was fighting with Xia Lulu, also ended the battle. Shinwei was seen holding the divine spear high in his hand, impaling Xia Lulu in midair. Xia Lulu's chest was completely pierced by the imperial spear, and blood flowed down the black weapon, staining Shinwei's palm red. The battle between the 4-star SSSR and the 5-star UR has been decided. I'm sorry, Master. Xia Lulu looked at Yi Kai with shame. She had tried her best, but the gap between the two was too big. Xia Lulu. Yi Kai looked at the divine spear that pierced Xia Lulu's body, and his heart was broken for a moment. This child was obviously hurt so badly, but the first moment he saw Yi Kai, he actually apologized. TMD. How come these bastards are so powerful? Yi Kai originally thought that after he rescued Lei Ling, it would be a 5-on-4 situation, and these powerful gods would be defeated immediately. But no one expected that the power of the 5-star UR would be so strong. The Tiger King had basically lost his ability to fight, and Chuamo was also seriously injured. Although Lung Yueling was struggling to hold on, it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. Even Shinwei, who was hit by Thunder Explosion, still had the strength to fight back. On his side, the sneak attack failed, and Xia Lulu was seriously injured. No matter from which perspective, this battle plan has been a complete failure. What should we do in this situation? Yi Kai had a brainstorming session, calculating various possible developments in his mind. But no matter which method, with their current strength, there is no way to completely defeat the gods and the divine power. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The god smiled playfully, with a playful expression on his face. I think you should know that you can't defeat me with your strength. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There are 5 of you now, and I can let one of you live. How about that? The Tiger King smiled disdainfully. Luo go, before we came here, we didn't think about going back. Lung Yueling also looked determined. To die on the battlefield is the highest honor of the Warhammer tribe. Stop talking nonsense, it's still unclear who will win. Chu Mo slowly stood up. Even though her body was covered in wounds, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Since you have chosen to come here, you have already made preparations for death. No one thought about lingering on. Well said. Although Lei Ling's chest was pierced by the divine halberd, he counterattacked with Thunderbolt Slash and smashed towards the divine power in front of him. The lightning and thunder instantly blasted Shinwei away 100 meters. Hey kid, cheer up. Kill these guys, I will personally take you to find technician number 28. You are still young. You must not die before you have enjoyed such ultimate service. Hold head high. Ye Kai nodded. Although he didn't know why, Lei Ling's words instantly ignited his blood. Yes, that's right. I'm still so young. I can't die here. Xiao Lulu, it's time to fight back. Bloodburst. Xiao Lulu used the strongest skill of the demon blood dragon girl. Skill, Blood Rage. CD. None can only be used when HP is below 25%. Makes the blood in the body boil, bursting out violent blood, and enters a bloody frenzy state, burning 1% of life per second in this state, and increasing 1% strength and agility for every 1% reduction in maximum life. And gain an additional 100% life absorption, converting 100% of the damage caused into blood to heal itself. This powerful attack just reduced Xia Lulu's health limit to below 25%. Ouch! Xia Lulu roared, and a column of blood gushed out from under her feet and went straight into the sky. The divine halberd in Shinwei's hand was completely submerged in the blood column and broke into several pieces. When the blood column dissipated, Xiao Lulu had completely entered the state of blood frenzy. The blood in the body began to boil, and the red and white dragon horns on the forehead also became completely engorged and turned blood red. Surrounded by blood, with breath constantly coming out of its mouth, it had completely transformed into a violent beast. Xiao Lulu's current health is only 20%, which means she has lost 80% of her health. In the blood frenzy state, every 1% reduction in health will increase her strength and agility by 1%. At this time, Xiao Lulu has obtained an 80% bonus to strength and agility. Strength represents attack power and defense power. Agility represents attack speed and movement speed. Tina, that's it. Recalling the first time she fought against the demon blood dragon girl, Tina had her high shield of the Ronin bond pierced by a single blow from Xiao Lulu. Xiao Lulu, who entered the blood frenzy state, immediately sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Golden Light Mantra. With Xiao Lulu's original extremely high bonus, Ye Kai once again added the Golden Light Curse status to Xiao Lulu. For 3 seconds, increase attack and defense by 50%. Xiao Lulu's body was surrounded by blood and emitting a dazzling golden light. Chapter 74. Infinite Divine Power. In the blood frenzy state, Xiao Lulu will burn 1% of her health every second, which means that Xiao Lulu now only has a maximum of 20 seconds of action time. Bloodblade Flying Claw. Xiao Lulu consumed 5% of her life force again, transforming the raging blood in her body into blood energy, and the dragon's sharp claws instantly left 10 bloody marks. With the blessing of Golden Light Curse and Blood Frenzy, Xiao Lulu's attack was extremely fierce. Blood was seen flying, and Shinwei's chest was immediately hit by the bloody blade, leaving behind X-shaped crisscrossing scars. The blood continued to infect Shinwei's wounds, and the damage caused to Shinwei gradually turned into small round blood cells. Fly back into Xiao Lulu's body and continue to heal Xiao Lulu's body. After using Bloodblade Claws, Xiao Lulu's health has dropped to 12%. Moreover, the state of blood frenzy will cause Xiao Lulu to continue to lose life. But after causing damage to Shinwei, the small blood cells that flew back healed Xiao Lulu's life by 20%, restoring Xiao Lulu's life to 32%. This is the most terrifying thing about Xiao Lulu. When she is at low health, her own attributes will be strengthened, and the less blood she has, the more powerful she will be. And her attacks can cause 100% lifesteal. In this way, a virtuous circle can be formed. Unless the opponent can kill Xiao Lulu with one blow, she will only become more courageous. The Demon Blood Dragon Girl was originally a heavily armored warrior who manipulated blood to fight. Xiao Lulu's performance made Luo Shun slightly stunned. A mere 4-star SSSR could actually hurt a 5-star UR? With Xiao Lulu's counterattack, the situation on the battlefield immediately reversed. Lung Yueling can barely drag out one Shikigami at the moment, and on Chumo's side, Yikai has Tina's 4 clones to help, so they should be able to hold on for a while. Xiao Lulu was fighting against a Xunwei, while Lei Ling, as the god of war of the Warhammer tribe, was almost defeated by the powerful thunder attack. But in Yikai's opinion, the current battle situation is still not optimistic. Even if Lei Ling could deal with a Xunwei, his multiple use of lightning attribute attacks over a large area had consumed much of his spiritual power. As for Lung Yueling, defeat is only a matter of time. On Chumo's side, there were only a few of Tina's clones carrying the situation, and it was extremely urgent. As for Yikai, no matter how brave Xiao Lulu is, she cannot defeat the 5-star UR, even if she is a 4-star SSSR. It seems balanced, but once any point is unbalanced, the battle situation will collapse instantly. We must strike first. The most dangerous person now is Chu Mo. We must kill Luo Go before any problems arise on Chu Mo's side. Tiger King, do you still have any strength left? Ye Kai walked up to the seriously injured Tiger King and told him his battle plan. Like this? Will it work? The Tiger King covered the wound on his body, and the blood had dyed his entire armor red. Hit by Kamui's Shinji Sha. If it weren't for his several Shikigami who risked their lives to resist, the Tiger King would have died long ago. It will work! Ye Kai's eyes were determined. He had been observing Luo Go for a long time. Ye Kai has absolute confidence that his inference will not be wrong. Good! After listening to Ye Kai's plan, Tiger King chose to fight with Ye Kai. Whether we succeed or not, you and I will fight side by side, and we will be brothers in the future. Well, the time to kill God is today. The battle situation was changing every minute and every second. Ye Kai and Huang attacked Luo Shun. Although the Tiger King was seriously injured, Luo Shun did not fight back in the face of his attack, but just kept dodging. Sneak! Ye Kai activated an invisibility state that could last for 10 seconds and disappeared from everyone's sight. Now the 4 Shinwais are fighting alone. Although they have enough energy to return for defense, Luo Shun feels that there is no need. Just hold on for a while, wait until one of Chu Mo or Xiao Lulu is defeated, break their balance, and immediately wipe out this group of people. If we choose to let Xunwei return to defense at this moment, it will only give these people a chance to catch their breath. A bunch of ants? Luo Shun was already furious, and he wanted to immediately and completely destroy this group of bold and inferior creatures. While Tiger King was attacking Luo Shun, Ye Kai had already used stealth to get behind the opponent. The Tiger King threw a punch, and even though the wound in his lower abdomen was bleeding profusely, he still did not slow down the momentum of his attack. While Luo Shun was dodging, Ye Kai immediately broke out of his invisibility and stabbed Luo Shun's heart with the dagger in his hand. Humph! A mere trifle. Luo Shun had already seen Ye Kai's sneak attack and easily resolved it by dodging sideways. Beast King Fist. At the same time, Tiger King's last Shikigami, Leomon, had been waiting at this location for a long time. A Beast King punch hit Luo Shun directly in the face. Luo Shun has no way to escape. Tina. Ye Kai asked Tina to get ready immediately. Originally, Tina could have fully supported Chu Mo or Xiao Lulu, but Ye Kai had her on standby, waiting for the only chance to defeat Luo Shun. Kill God? Only one chance. Once you fail, there will be no hope at all once the other party has taken precautions. Facing Leomon's Beast King Fist, Luo Shun has no way to avoid it. Shua, Shapeshift, the goddess of Luo River who was about to be hit, turned into a mighty god with a ferocious look on his face. The Beast King's fist hit Shinwei's face, but the other party didn't show any reaction and didn't even blink. With a backhand halberd, he pierced Leomon's heart. Since then, all of Tiger King's Shikigami have died. In this short moment, Lung Yueling's Ice Crystal Giant was killed, and the Arctic Dragon Girl was also about to be killed. At the critical moment, Lung Yueling broke the fusion and blocked the attack for the Arctic Dragon Girl. Lei Ling's side was not as smooth as he had expected. After several Thunder Attribute attacks, Lei Ling's spiritual power was greatly depleted, and he was caught off guard by the counterattack of Xunwei. Not only did he fail to defeat Xunwei, but he fell into a disadvantage. Stinky brother, I'll go first. Chu Mo was already powerless to save the situation. All of Tina's clones were killed by the divine power. Chu Mo himself was unable to move and could only wait to die on the spot. As for Xiao Lulu, her life force is only 1% left, which has reached the critical point. Infinite divine power. Facing the barely alive Xiao Lulu, Shinwei used his most powerful killing move, gathering spiritual power in his mouth. The powerful spiritual power is constantly compressed. Kamui swallowed it in one gulp and covered his mouth with both hands. In an instant, Shinwei's belly swelled up like a huge ball. Then Shinwei let go of his hand, and a sharp black light flashed by. This strike took only 0.1 seconds. Xiao Lulu in front of him was instantly turned into nothingness, and a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground in front of Shinwei. No one could see the moves of infinite divine power clearly, nor did they know the shape of the light beam that came out of divine power's mouth, or how large its range was. I just knew that everything that faced it disappeared. Chapter 75 Big Flash. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A mere mortal dares to kill a god? Luo Shun used Shadow Change to exchange with the divine power in front of Chu Mo and resolved Yi Kai's series of attacks. Seeing that Shinwei was about to destroy everyone, he couldn't help but smile happily. Will humans ultimately be unable to shake God's position? Death is like the wind, always by my side. Tianyi Jinliu's secret art. Wild Wind Absolute Slash. At the moment when Luo Shun changed his position, Tina had already used her most powerful killing move. Ye Kai had long guessed that Luo Go would exchange with the Shinwei in front of Chu Mo, so he made Tina wait for a long time. The reason why he personally went into battle and cooperated with Tiger King was to force Luo Go to exchange positions. Moreover, Ye Kai has discovered that all the divine powers are controlled by Luo Go himself. At the moment when Luo Go was attacked before, Ye Kai could clearly feel that all the divine power paused for a moment. And the reason why Luo Go can avoid the attacks every time is because he can inherit the vision of all the gods. In fact, every sneak attack happened right under Luo Go's nose. He can easily dodge or avoid it by using teleport. That's why Luo Go can be so fearless and think he is invincible. Even the Wild Wind Slash predicted by Tina, Luo Go was able to avoid it. But if it is Wild Wind Slash combined with Quick Flash, that's different. Tina's Wild Wind Slash was clearly released towards the air in front of her, but the moment the wind blade appeared, Tina used Blink and instantly appeared behind Luo Shun. Luo Shun's body was knocked into the air, and the dark wind blades raged wildly, with thousands of dark wind blades constantly slashing. The sky can be broken, and gods can be slain. Today I will teach you so-called gods a lesson on the rules of the world. Use the ultimate skill first, and then flash. Ye Kai named this move Big Flash. Even Luo Shun, who possessed the vision of 4 powerful gods, could not react at all. This was the first time that Luo Shun was active outside the Sky City. When he came out, his father told him, "The whole world belongs to gods and people. You can do whatever you want because you are the son of God." I thought I could do whatever I wanted, but I didn't expect to run into Ye Kai and his gang of god killers. As Luo Shun's body was chopped into a bloody mist, the surrounding divine power also lost control and turned into wooden stakes that stood still. Congratulations to the host for killing the God-Man and obtaining the mysterious reward X3. Ouch! Xiao Lulu launched a fierce attack towards the Shinwei in front of her. While causing damage, small blood cells in the sky kept flying from Shinwei's body and back into Xiao Lulu's body. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star UR Shikigami, Shinwei Guardian, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Obtain mysterious reward X1. After killing Shinwei, Xiao Lulu restored her health to more than 50% through 100% life absorption. Xiao Lulu. Chu Mo looked at Xiao Lulu, who was fine, with a look of disbelief. Wasn't Xiao Lulu just destroyed by God's infinite power? Why did she come back to life? Chu Mo didn't know that the Maid outfit on Xiao Lulu was not just decoration. Maid. 1. When a Shikigami wearing a Maid receives fatal damage, 1% of his health will be retained, and he will be invincible for 3 seconds. Can only be triggered once within 24 hours. It was the bond of the Maid 1 that saved Xiao Lulu's life. Originally, the less blood Xiao Lulu had, the stronger her combat power was. The blood-locking function of the Maid bond is tailor-made for Xiao Lulu, and it's like a bug. Faced with the godly might who was already unable to move, everyone was ready to kill him. Wait a moment. Ye Kai called everyone to stop. What does it mean? Everyone is a little confused. If we don't destroy the divine might now, when will we? Let me do it. Let me do it. Ye Kai is the best at finishing off the enemy, not to mention that it was he who killed Luo Go and saved everyone from Shinwei. Before taking action, Ye Kai glanced at the owner of Shinwei. Affiliation. godly people. Even though Luo Go is dead, the divine power still shows that he is a divine being. This means that Shunwei does not belong to any individual, but to a race. The fact that he has not changed to a wild state means that he cannot be tamed. Then we can only kill him. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star UR Shikigami, Shunwei Guardian, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Obtain Mysterious Reward X1. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star UR Shikigami, Shunwei Guardian, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Obtain Mysterious Reward X1. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star UR Shikigami, Shunwei Guardian, and gaining 125,000 experience points. Obtain Mysterious Reward X1. Yikai immediately asks Xiao Lulu and Tina to destroy all the Shunwei. Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the Challenge God mission, receiving the Mysterious Reward X7, and obtaining the hidden title, God Hunter. God Hunter. All damage to gods is increased by 100%. Marvelous. Ye Kai was delighted. The attributes of this hidden title were so powerful. With this title, it would be much easier to deal with the gods in the future. Lung Yueling, are you okay? Hang in there. The Tiger King held Lung Yueling's seriously injured body. In order to protect the extreme cold dragon girl, Lung Yueling was pierced through the chest by the Imperial Divine Spear. I'm fine, I won't die. Fortunately, he was not hit in the vital parts and his life is not in danger for the time being. Sticky brother, Chu Mo hugged Ye Kai tightly. At that moment, she really thought that everyone would die. Ye Kai patted Chu Mo's back and let her cry in his arms. Lei Ling came over and wanted to say something, but when he saw the 4 people walking in pairs, he stopped talking and started drawing circles on the ground by himself. What's this? Ye Kai saw Lei Ling using his spiritual power to leave marks on the ground. It was a skull that looked as if someone had bitten someone in it. This is the mark of the Imperial Prison Gate. Indeed, it is most appropriate to pin the blame on the Imperial Prison Gate, which attempted to overthrow the rule of the gods. In the past, Ye Kai didn't know much about the gods, and he thought that this Imperial Prison Gate was some extremely evil entity. Now it seems that perhaps what Imperial Prison Gate did might not be a bad thing. There is no time to lose. Let's clean up the battlefield and leave quickly. After leaving Tiger's Mouth Gorge, several people planned to return to the Warhammer tribe. But in the jungle outside the tribe, Ye Kai stopped Lei Ling. Uncle, you can't go back. Besides, you can't come back to the tribe anymore. Why? The Tiger King expressed his confusion. Everyone had finally rescued the chief, so why couldn't he return to the tribe? Lei Ling nodded. You are right, I can never go back to the tribe again. Luoshin and all the gods were destroyed, including the dead slaves. Everyone in the Warhammer tribe knew that Lei Ling was taken away by Luoshin, so Lei Ling should have died in this battle. It would be very strange if Lei Ling returned to the tribe. The killing of gods is the top crime in the Sky City. The last country, Senta, which killed the God-Man, has now disappeared from the territory of Longhuang Continent. By then, the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment will definitely come to the Warhammer tribe to investigate the matter. After all, the last place where Luoshin appeared was in the Warhammer tribe. Those guys are different from Luoshin. The trial god is a summoner at the king level. Chapter 76 Mysterious Reward X7. Tiger King, listen to my orders. I will pass the position of the chief of the Warhammer tribe to you now. Lei Ling put the tiger tooth necklace on the Tiger King's neck. This is a token passed down from generation to generation by the patriarchs of the Warhammer tribe. Chief, I am no longer the chief. From today on, you, Tiger King, are the chief of the Warhammer tribe. The millions of people of the Warhammer tribe are now in your hands. Yes, for the glory of the tribe. The Tiger King looked at the necklace on his neck and suddenly felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He finally understood why Lei Ling would stand up without hesitation and choose to become a slave of the god under such circumstances. Thank you both for your help. I don't even know your names. Yekai, Chu Mo. If you two need my help in the future, just let me know. I will do it for you no matter if it means going through fire and water. It's the same for us too. Tiger King and Lung Yueling said immediately. To be honest, if Ye Kai and Chu Mo hadn't joined, Tiger King and Lung Yueling would not have been able to rescue Lei Ling from the four Shinwais with their strength. You are too kind. Today, you and I are both god slayers. After experiencing this life and death battle, we are all brothers who have shared life and death together. Ye Kai bowed slightly to the 3 people and said, If you need any help in the future, just ask. If it weren't for the help of these three people, it would be difficult for Ye Kai to fight against a Shinwei alone with his own abilities. Not to mention completing the Challenge God mission perfectly. Since we are so destined to be together, why don't we become sworn brothers? Suggested the Tiger King. Okay, Ye Kai agreed. The courage alone of being able to choose to confront the gods is enough to make the five people respect each other. What's more, he has experienced a life and death battle. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate heroes. In this battle to kill gods, none of the five can be missing. If any one of them is missing, it will be impossible to complete this mission. Lei Ling, I'm 47. Lung Yueling, 32. Tiger King, 39. Ye Kai, Atare. Chu Mo, 21. Sister Mosey, you're only 3 years older than me. Ye Kai looked at Mosey in shock. He thought, if you don't know how to talk, don't talk. What do you mean he's only 3 years older than you? Shouldn't it be how could he be 3 years older than me? Chu Mo rolled his eyes at Ye Kai. A girl 3 years older than you is a gold brick. Do you understand? It's a good day for us to be sworn brothers. Don't force me to hit you. The five men raised their glasses and drank together, becoming brothers outside the city. The eldest brother is Lei Ling, the second brother is Hu Wang, the third sister is Lung Yueling, the fourth sister is Chu Mo, and the fifth brother is Ye Kai. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Lei Ling quickly asked Tiger King and Lung Yueling to return to the Warhammer tribe. You must never let anyone know that you're injured. Brother, what are your plans next? Ye Kai asked Xiang Lei Ling. Me? What else can I do? The Warhammer tribe is my hometown, and I will always protect it in secret. Ye Kai admired Lei Ling's persistence very much. It is a blessing for the people of the Warhammer tribe to have a chief like Lei Ling. Lei Ling patted Ye Kai's shoulder meaningfully. Fifth brother, remember the teachings of elder brother, Fashion Cat Cafe, number 28, it's really great. Ha ha ha, I'll remember that. Seeing Lei Ling's serious tone, Ye Kai thought it was something else, but he didn't expect. Chu Mo on the side shook his head, and suddenly for a moment, he regretted becoming sworn brothers with them. *** winky face. The caravan will not set out until tomorrow, after returning to the Warhammer tribe. Ye Kai looked at the people coming and going in the tribe. Everyone was living peacefully as usual. As people of the Warhammer tribe, they did not know that a shocking god-slaying war had just taken place. Looking at their smiling faces, Ye Kai began to understand why Lei Ling was determined to protect this city at all costs. Maybe it's just for these simple smiles. After completing the Challenge God mission, Ye Kai not only gained 500,000 experience points, also received a mysterious reward X7. You know, these mysterious rewards are all good things. It was the first time that Ye Kai got 7. Open it quickly. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and obtaining the Shikigami costume. Nurse. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and obtaining the Shikigami costume. White silk. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and gaining 200,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and obtaining a favorability card. Increases Shikigami favorability by 30. Can only be used if it is below 50. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and unlocking the mysterious mall. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and unlocking the lucky draw mall. Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious reward and obtaining a Shikigami egg. White silk nurse. Nung. But it seems that I can't complete the bond of black silk. I don't know what the bond of white silk is. Never mind, nurse sister, of course it's white silk. Adding another 200,000 experience points. Ye Kai currently has 700,000 unallocated experience points. You can even choose to upgrade Tina or Xia Lulu to 5 stars. Ye Kai decisively used the favorability card on Tina. Congratulations to the host, SSSR, Shikigami. Tina, the favorability increased by 30. The current favorability is 50 points. The language function is enabled. In this way, Tina can also speak. I really want Tina to call me a useless summoner in person. Cough cough. Afterwards, Ye Kai browsed the system mall again. There is everything in there, from as small as a bowl of rice to as large as a random UR Shikigami. You can actually buy anything. The price of rice is 100 experience points, and the UR Shikigami requires 1 billion experience points. Ye Kai seriously suspected that this UR Shikigami was purely a decoration. Where the hell can I get 1 billion experience points? There are even quality improvement cards in the mall. and different qualities require different experience points. Yikai took a preliminary look and found that it only takes 500 million experience points to upgrade from SSR to UR. TMD Black Mall. It seems that if you want to obtain the highest level UR Shikigami, you definitely can't rely on this system mall. However, there are still many practical good things in the mall, such as 8 gates ninjutsu, 3 swordsmanship, close combat, cooking, and so on. Neither are particularly expensive. Let's look at something else first. After bidding farewell to the mall, Yikai arrived at the lottery interface, and a welcome voice immediately came from the system. The largest royal casino in the system is now online, with sexy dealers dealing cards online to entertain you. Yikai was slightly stunned. This BGM, so exciting. Come on, get ready. Today, I'm going to win all the pants off the system. Chapter 77. One shot to the soul. Hey. Today, let me, the king of gambling, teach your young system a lesson. Yikai took a look at the lottery rules. They were very simple. 10,000 experience points and a random gift pack. Any item can be obtained. Anyway, I have 700,000 experience points now, so I can take a bigger picture. Just do 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Wow. Love sister-in-law? All thanks for your patronage? 100,000 experience points evaporated in an instant? The system suppresses the host? Don't call this a lottery system. Just call it an experience value recovery system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden title. Nothing. 10 consecutive draws, get an extra random gift pack. Sure, give me a title, and then cheat me out of 100,000 experience points. Okay, then I'll do as you wish. Try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. One more. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kelly's Enhancer. Wow, Kelly's Enhancer? Yikai was just about to draw his knife when he suddenly discovered something strange mixed in with the words, "Thank you for your patronage." Kelly's Enhancer. The host can enhance weapons and equipment. Strengthen equipment? So far, Yikai only has one piece of equipment, the SSR level famous sword, Dark Destruction. I wanted to make a distinction before. The weapon and equipment rank does not have the R at the end, but for the sake of easy memorization, it is better to synchronize it with the Shikigami rank. SSR level famous sword, Annihilation, 9 strengthening stones required, success rate 100%. Reinforcement stone, materials needed to strengthen equipment, can be purchased in the system mall. After obtaining the enhancer, the reinforcement stone will also be added to the random gift pack in the lottery. Yikai glanced at the price of the strengthening stone. At 100 experience points each, it didn't seem very expensive. Since you can smoke, you might as well have another one. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. X6. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strengthening Stone X50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strengthening Stone X150. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strengthening Stone X50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strengthening Stone X1000. 100,000 experience points could originally be used to buy 1,000 strengthening stones, but Yikai drew 1,250. It was not a loss at all. Come again. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. X10. Yikai just opened 10, and all of them said, "Thank you for your patronage." Damn, I just earned 250 reinforcement stones, and the capitalists' ugly faces are exposed. Dog system. The way you eat is a bit ugly. Darker than a certain goose. Really fucking artificial intelligence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining kidney function increased by 10%. Smart and brave. System brother. It is indeed the most powerful system in the universe. This wave of huge profit. I am so blown away by this lottery system. Noon, come again. For a while, Yikai was completely addicted to the lottery system. He also used the remaining 300,000 experience points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. X22. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strengthening Stone X10500. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Enhanced Protection Voucher. Enhancement Protection Voucher. If the equipment fails to be enhanced, it will not be downgraded or destroyed. Value 500,000 experience points. Yikai made a lot of money from these 33 consecutive draws. 300,000 experience points will extract something worth more than 1,500,000 experience points. His net worth increased fivefold. But Ye Kai looked unhappy, because he didn't get what he wanted. Strengthening Stone X 11750, 1 Strengthening Protection Scroll. Ye Kai will start strengthening the famous sword, Dark Destruction. SSR level famous sword, Annihilation, 9 strengthening stones required, success rate 100%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +1. Attack power increased by 10%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +1, 36 strengthening stones required, success rate 90%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +2, attack power increased by 20%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +2, 81 strengthening stones required, success rate 80%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +3, attack power increased by 30%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +3, 144 strengthening stones required, success rate 70%. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +4, attack power increased by 40%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +4, 225 strengthening stones required, success rate 60%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +5, attack power increased by 50%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +5, 324 strengthening stones required, success rate 50%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +6, attack power increased by 60%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +6, 441 strengthening stones required, success rate 40%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +7, attack power increased by 70%. SSR level famous sword, Desolation, enhancement +7, 576 enhancement stones required, success rate 30%. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +8, attack power increased by 80%. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +8, 729 strengthening stones required, success rate 20%. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +9, attack power increased by 90%. The further you go, the lower the probability of strengthening becomes. However, the system shows that before strengthening to +10, failure will not lead to downgrade or damage. So Ye Kai just needs to focus on strengthening. SSR level famous sword, Darkness +9, 900 strengthening stones required, success rate 10%. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining. Famous sword, Annihilation +10, attack power increased by 100%. Holy shit, that's awesome. For the +10 wave, although the probability is only 10%, Ye Kai hit the target with one shot. Chapter 78. Lu Laoyan Neck is angry, afraid of Sugai. After the famous sword, Annihilation, was strengthened to +10, the entire weapon emitted a layer of dark light, which was completely different from the previous feeling. SSR level equipment. The attack power is increased by 100%, and Tina's combat power has made a qualitative leap in the future. Congratulations to the host for owning the first +10 equipment and obtaining the achievement. Enhancement Master. Enhancement Master. The success rate of equipment enhancement is increased by 5%. This achievement is very good, although it only has a 5% bonus. When the weapon is enhanced to +10 or above, the success rate is already very low, and the 5% bonus is particularly important. SSR level famous sword, Annihilation +10, 1089 strengthening stones required, success rate 10% +5%, 50% failure, 20% downgrade, 10% return to level 0, 5% equipment destruction. After strengthening +10, each level increase will no longer be 10% attack power, but will be doubled. Ye Kai was slightly stunned when he saw the system prompt. What the hell? After strengthening to +10, Not only is there a chance of regressing to level 0, but there is also a chance that the weapon will be destroyed. This is SSR level equipment, a magical weapon that cannot be bought even with money in the entire Longhua Empire. Ye Kai finally understood why this enhanced protection scroll was worth 500,000 experience points. Although the probability of destruction is very low, Ye Kai still dare not take the risk. That was his only SSR equipment. Fortunately, Ye Kai drew in enhanced protection scroll. You can give it a try. Bring it on. A beating heart, trembling hands. Ye Kai directly put the famous sword, Dark Destruction, into the enhancer. Reinforcement failed. The 4 big red words immediately made him discouraged. See? Hateful. Ye Kai was so angry that he was scratching his hair while walking alone on the street. No, I asked you to accompany me to buy clothes. Why are you like this? Chu Mo pouted and looked at Ye Kai angrily. Ye Kai ignored Chu Mo. After all, she had no idea that an enhanced protection scroll was an item worth 500,000 experience points. Just like that, Ye Kai felt heartbroken. Brother, show me. How about this one? Chu Mo took a fancy to a 4-style dress. After putting it on, she asked Xiang Ye Kai with anticipation. I thought to myself, this boy is a bit stupid. He must like this. Nice. Ye Kai didn't even look at it and blurted it out. Ye Kai. Chu Mo was furious when he saw Ye Kai's perfunctory response. Do you want to die? Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Even though he was sentenced to death by Chu Mo, Ye Kai remained indifferent. He was very dissatisfied because of the failure of the enhancement just now. But now there are no more enhancement protection coupons, and it is too risky to strengthen it again. Ye Kai was in a dilemma for a moment. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are achieved through risk. Asking for an enhanced protection voucher is a sign of cowardice. With a gambler's mentality, Ye Kai chose to strengthen again. Lu Lao Yanek is angry, afraid of Su Gai. Ye Kai closed his eyes excitedly. Success or failure depended on this one move. Chu Mo didn't know the existence of the system, nor could he see the data in Ye Kai's system panel. I just felt that the guy in front of me was very strange. He looked very pious, as if he was praying for something. Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening and obtaining famous sword annihilation plus 11. Attack power increased by 130%. Yeah, yeah. Ye Kai suddenly waved his fists and danced. The famous sword, Dark Destruction, not only increases the attack power by 30% at one time, but the light on the blade also becomes more dazzling. Woohoo! Take off! Are you okay? Chu Mo was completely confused. She had no idea what had happened to Ye Kai. Sister Mosey, that's so cool. I'm so happy. So, all the expenses today will be paid by me, young Master Yi. Go ahead and buy whatever you want. Ye Kai was so excited that he hugged Moz tightly. He wanted to share the joy in his heart with her urgently, but he couldn't, so Ye Kai could only express it in this way. Really, Chu Mo was very happy when he heard Ye Kai was paying the bill. Of course, you're going to bleed a lot today, so don't regret it. Don't worry, just buy it. Ye Kai quickly summoned Tina and Xia Lulu. In order to prevent Chu Mo from bothering him, Ye Kai asked Xia Lulu to accompany Chu Mo to buy clothes. He pulled Tina aside. Before summoning Tina, Ye Kai first put the famous sword, Dark Destruction, into the warehouse. Useless summoner, what are you doing? Tina glanced at Ye Kai. His eyes were full of disdain and arrogance. Because I used the favorability card on Tina before, Tina's favorability has reached 50 points, and now Tina can speak. Tina's coldness is her natural character. Even though her favorability has increased, she still looks at Ye Kai as if he is trash. Tina, I want to discuss something with you. Ye Kai chuckled, as if he was planning something. Explain. As long as you call me master like Xia Lulu does in the future, I will give you something good. Daydreaming. Tina snorted coldly, then touched her waist. Where's my knife? Give me the knife, quickly. We don't want the old knife anymore. I'll give you a more powerful one, but you have to call me master like Xia Lulu did. Ye Kai naturally couldn't give the plus 11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, directly to Tina, as this girl was a sword fanatic. Taking this opportunity, Ye Kai wanted to take her down completely. Hey. Ye Kai had already begun to imagine Tina serving him tea and water every day. He had a small whip in his hand. If Tina dared to say, waste summoner again, master, I will spank you. Ha. Sai for all Sai. Don't think I can't kill you just because I don't have a knife. Tina looked coldly at Ye Kai, who had a YY face. Ye Kai came back to his senses and was slightly stunned. He knew that Tina was not joking. After all, it was impossible to hide the look in your eyes that wanted to stab someone. Ahem, here you go. Seeing that his dream of greatness was shattered, Yikai could only hand over the +11 famous sword, Anmi, to Tina. If he wanted Tina to call him master, it seemed like he would never be able to do that in this lifetime. Tina looked at the famous sword, Dark Destruction +11, which was emitting a dark light. For the first time, surprise and shock appeared in her eyes, which had always been indifferent to fame and fortune. When Tina stroked the blade, she could clearly feel the powerful spiritual power emanating from the famous sword, Anmi. Compared with before, it is a world of difference. It is no exaggeration to say that the +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, increases the attack power by 130%, which is not inferior to UR weapons at all. Tina with SSSR equipment, although only 4 stars, is not inferior to the 5-star SSSR Shikigami at all. Now the attack power of the famous sword, Annihilation, has been increased by more than double. Now Tina's strength is probably close to that of a 5-star UR. Fighting a single Kamui should be no problem. Chapter 79, very smooth. Forget it, just don't shout. Yikai has given up completely. After all, having Tina call him master is a very magical thing. Because Tina and Xia Lulu originally have 2 completely different personalities. Do you like it? Seeing that Tina couldn't let go, Yikai asked with a smile. Tina looked at Yikai and nodded affirmatively. This was the first time Tina showed such an expression in front of Yikai, which was considered a great improvement. Tina's favorability +20, current favorability 70. After obtaining the +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, Yikai's favorability with Tina increased sharply, even surpassing Xia Lulu. Thanks, useless summoner, Tina said gratefully. She was extremely satisfied with the new famous sword, Dark Destruction. Tina was extremely fascinated by the powerful spiritual power. She couldn't wait to use the famous sword, Dark Destruction, to kill the enemy. Tina, among us humans, gratitude cannot just be expressed with words, but requires actual actions. Yikai hinted wildly. Actual action? Tina looked at Yikai with some confusion. Although Tina has gradually developed human emotions through the emotional interaction function, she is still essentially a Shikigami. Her emotional intelligence is only equivalent to that of a 6-year-old girl. Tina, the trash summoner makes me very happy, so I should make him happy too? Tina, how can I make him happy? Tina, how do you make a loser happy? After hearing Tina's thoughts, Yikai frowned and said, I spent 700,000 experience points and worked hard to strengthen a +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, for you. You're actually thinking about how to make a loser happy? That's a bit too much. If I had known that, I would have used those experience points to upgrade Xia Lulu to 5 stars. Tina, will you be happy if I do this? Tina, I think so. After some careful consideration, Tina walked up to Yikai, looking at him with starry eyes. Then she stood on tiptoe slightly and put her slender arms around Yikai's neck. The cold little mouth kissed directly. Not a single bit of defense. Yikai opened his eyes wide. He could never have imagined that his first kiss would be taken away by Tina. Ice cold, silky. In short, very smooth. But it was just a brief touch. Yikai felt regretful. Damn, I just forgot to stick out my tongue. How is it? Are you happy? Tina asked him with her little head tilted. Although it would be embarrassing to admit it directly, in order to instill in Tina the idea that you are right to do this, and you could do it often in the future. Yikai pretended to be calm and said, I'm very happy. That's good. Tina nodded with satisfaction. Tina, it turns out that it's so easy for a useless summoner to be happy. Cough, cough. After understanding the lottery system, Yikai began to check the last mysterious reward. Shikigami egg. A Shikigami can be hatched. The longer the incubation time, the higher the quality of the Shikigami. Remaining hatching time, 87580:08:59. Yikai took out the Shikigami egg from the system. It was a colorful oval-shaped egg, as big as a basketball. For a moment, Yikai fell into deep thought. 87,580 hours. Seriously? TM still needs a full 10 years? Brother, come here and pay the bill. Chu Mo, who was standing aside, shouted happily while holding a pile of clothes. Yarikome. Sir, the total consumption is 260,000. Seeing Yikai swiping the card readily, Chu Mo was happy all the way back. The joy that shopping brings to women is something that men cannot understand. Hey, it's a Shikigami egg. Chu Mo suddenly discovered the Shikigami egg in Yi Kai's arms. Where did you get it from? I just picked it up outside, Yi Kai said casually. Is this true? Chu Mo was half believing and half doubting. This Shikigami egg feels so special. It looks like it can hatch a high-level Shikigami. Seeing that Chu Mo seemed to know a lot about Shikigami eggs, Yi Kai asked, if it takes 10 years to hatch, what grade will it be? In 10 years, he will be at least SSR or above. SSR, Yi Kai murmured. Although SSR Shikigami are great, 10 years is too long. The host can use the spirit-infusing liquid to catalyze the Shikigami egg. Spirit infusion speeds up the hatching of Shikigami eggs. 10 experience points/hour. Yi Kai calculated that if he bought the spirit infusion liquid from the mall and forcibly hatched the Shikigami egg now, it would require about 800,000 experience points. Since the mall system and lottery system were launched, Yi Kai discovered that everything requires experience points. It seems that I can't slack off in the caravan anymore, and I have to fight monsters seriously. After returning to the caravan, Xiao Lulu seemed to like the Shikigami egg very much, so Yi Kai simply gave the egg to her for safekeeping. Although after defeating the God-Man, Yi Kai received a very rich system reward. However, the fight with the gods also made Yi Kai realize his own insignificance. You know, the 5-star UR's Kamui is just a small soldier mass-produced by the gods. It is rumored that in the city in the sky, the gods have an army of tens of thousands of powerful gods. Not only that, there are also the trial gods of the 12 palaces of divine punishment, each of whom is a summoner above the king level. So terrifying. It was a fluke that Yi Kai killed Luoshin this time. If you want to compete with the gods, you must go through some training. If a divine person is killed, the 12 palaces of divine punishment will definitely come to investigate the matter. Now, Yi Kai can only pray silently, hoping that the Warhammer tribe will be safe this time. The caravan will continue to head towards Sin City early tomorrow morning. Yi Kai is a little sleepy and is ready to have a good rest. Stinky brother. At night, Yi Kai was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a voice. Yi Kai looked at the time, and it was already past 10 p.m. Why are you waking me up in the middle of the night? Fashion Cat Cafe, do you want to go? Chu Mo said shyly. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. He must have heard it right. Chu Mo actually took the initiative to invite him to go to Fashion Cat Cafe in the middle of the night? What? Are you going to leave or not? Chu Mo urged. No. Why are you going to the Fashion Cat Cafe? What? Are you guys the only ones allowed to pet cats, but us girls aren't allowed to pet dogs? I just heard from the caravan that there's a particularly handsome Samoyed at the Fashion Cat Cafe. Hey, go by yourself. I'm sleepy. Yi Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't really want to go. It's my treat. In the blink of an eye, Yi Kai had put on his clothes. Walk. Chapter 80, Scarlet Cat Cafe. Since Chu Mo has invited me sincerely, I'd better obey your command. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Yi Kai and Chu Mo returned to the Warhammer tribe again. This time point is the main business hours of Fashion Cat Cafe. Handsome boy, pretty girl, come over and play. A bunny girl wearing black fishnet stockings is soliciting customers at the door. The pink light at the door filled the air with the smell of hormones. Fashion Cat Cafe is not just about cats. It provides a variety of services, as well as majestic Alaskans, energetic Huskies, handsome and healing Samoyeds, and so on. Sharing joy with others is worse than enjoying it alone. Since everyone has come to play, Yi Kai naturally summoned Tina and Xiao Lulu as well. Let's go. Sister Mosey is treating us today. Let's have fun. The 4 guests please come in. Seeing 4 guests coming at once, the bunny girl hurried to greet them. What services do you need? We have foot bath, massage, steam bath. Yi Kai took a look and found that the prices of the above services were relatively normal. Later on, something was not right. What is this ice and fire? Poison dragon drill. Exquisite SBA. These prices are a bit outrageous, basically several times higher than the above. Massage, 4 of you. Afterwards, the 4 of them were arranged into a small room. Yi Kai took the initiative to select technician number 28 recommended by clan leader Lei Ling. Sir, our technician will be here soon. Please wait a moment. The bunny girl left a cup of hot tea and left quietly. Although it was only 2 minutes, Yi Kai, who was sitting in the room, always felt that time passed unusually slowly. After a while, the crisp sound of high heels slowly came, as if every step was lightly stepping on Yi Kai's heartstrings. Knock, knock. Can I come in? A soft and cute girl's voice came from outside the door. Ahem, please come in. Soon, A cute and sweet folded ear tabby walked in. The cat girl is tall, delicate, and cute, with a pair of big watery eyes. She is very adorable. Yi Kai expressed his praise, saying that he was worthy of being the technician recommended by Brother Lei Ling. It's really too cruel. Master, technician number 28, I am happy to serve you. Bring it on. Yi Kai lay down on the bed, enjoying the exotic atmosphere of the Warhammer tribe. The thick pads of the cat girl's palms kept stepping lightly on Yi Kai's back. It felt like a cat was stepping on your back. Wait a moment. Yi Kai suddenly interrupted the cat girl's actions. What's wrong? Master, did I do something wrong? No, I have a small request. When you massage me, can you purr while you do it? Sure. Gulu gurgle gurgle gurgle, is that so? Yes. As soon as Yi Kai heard the cat girl's purring, he felt it all at once. There is a cat lady who purrs while stepping on your back. This feeling, it's really comfortable. Ozzel. Yi Kai lay quietly on the bed, enjoying the service of the cat girl. I was thinking in my mind that I should let Xia Lulu learn the skills from the cat girl so that I can enjoy it even if I don't come here in the future. Tina can't be counted on. After enjoying the cat girl's massage service for about 30 minutes, Yi Kai suddenly felt that it was not very satisfying. Yi Kai suddenly turned over and pressed the cat girl under him, which frightened her so much that she turned pale. Day Master, please don't shiver. If you need special services, please go to the front desk to choose other services. I am a serious cat girl and cannot shiver. No, don't be nervous. Yi Kai smiled and said, You've been stroking me for a long time. Let me stroking you too. The cat girl was a little confused. Just lie down and I'll give you a massage, understand? You'll give me a massage? The cat girl's face was full of question marks. She had been working here for several years and had seen all kinds of strange requests. But this was the first time for her to do it herself, like Yi Kai did. Just lie down, I will make you comfortable. After saying that, Yi Kai rolled up his sleeves and began rubbing the cat girl's back with his magic claws. Ha. It's so soft and comfortable. Yi Kai's hands began to wander over the cat girl's soft fur. The cat's head, cat's ears, cat's back, cat's tail, cat's belly. When you come to a cat cafe, of course you are here to pet cats. Yi Kai's technique was superb and immediately made the cat girl blush. Not satisfied with just stroking, Yi Kai dived into the cat girl's soft fur and began to pet the cat. Aha! Tamed. Just when Yi Kai was intoxicated and unable to extricate himself, the window in the room suddenly opened. Yi Kai suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and a strong spiritual pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. The cat girl under her had already fainted. Yi Kai, under the strong spiritual pressure, slowly looked towards the window. Just such a small movement made him sweat profusely. God, divine power. Yi Kai looked at the figure squatting on the window. Judging from the other person's figure and appearance, he was exactly the same as the previous Shinwei. The only difference is that the previous 5-star UR Kamui was wearing pure black armor, while the Kamui in front of him was covered in gold. Divine power. Affiliation. Godly man. Rank. UR. Star rating. 7 stars. Bond God. Appearance. 2 meters tall. Sturdy. Wearing golden armor. With bloodshot eyes. Combat ability. All-powerful. And able to manipulate Amaterasu's black flame. Skill. 7-star UR. No wonder the opponent's body exudes such a powerful spiritual pressure. It turns out to be the 7-star UR Kamui. Golden Shinwei is a general among ordinary Shinwei. Only the trial god of the 12 golden palaces can control Golden Shinwei. The god of trial has come to my door. The previous 5-star UR Shinwei had already made Yi Kai and others miserable. If Yi Kai had not killed Luo Go at the critical moment, even if they fought to the end, they could not defeat those 4 mighty ones. Although Tina has now obtained the plus 11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, she is still able to fight against the divine power. But the one in front of him is the golden might of the 7-star UR, and the manipulator behind it is the trial god of the golden 12 zodiac signs. Summoners at the king level or above, if the opponent wants to kill him. There is no possibility of escape. Yi Kai could never have imagined that the trial god of the 12 golden palaces had already come to his door just after the god-man died in the morning. Are the gods and people so efficient? Chapter 81. Stay away from the city of sin. Faced with the powerful golden divine might, Yi Kai kept trying to find a way to escape in his mind. But the current situation is a dead end. At this moment, the golden power before him began to move. Should I run? Or While Yi Kai was stunned for a moment, the golden divine power suddenly shot out a dart and then disappeared before his eyes. As the golden divine power disappeared, the powerful spiritual pressure also dissipated instantly. Huh. His originally tense body suddenly relaxed, and Yi Kai staggered and almost fell. It seems the other party's target is not me. Wait. At this moment, Yi Kai discovered that the dart that golden divine power had just shot was on the wall next to him, with a note nailed to it. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. What's the meaning? Golden Kamui. Pass me a note? No, Kamui is just a man-made weapon of the gods. It is the trial god of the Golden 12 Palaces who is conveying a message to himself. Who is the other party? What does he want to express? Yi Kai took down the note on the wall with an uneasy mood. There are only 4 big words on it. Stay away from Sin City. Is this what the trial god wants to convey to me? Stay away from Sin City? Why? Why would the trial god send him such a message? When he first opened the note, Yi Kai thought that the other party had discovered that they were the god slayers, and the content of the note would be some threats to him or bribe him to kill other people. But what Yi Kai never expected was that it was just 4 simple words. But if the other party didn't know that they were the god slayers, Yi Kai had never had any dealings with the gods. As the trial god of the Golden 12 Palaces, why would he convey such a message to me? It's so fascinating. The only explanation is that the note was not delivered to him. It was just that Yi Kai stumbled upon this place by accident. Maybe. Is that so? After thinking it over again and again, Yi Kai used his space ring to put the dart and the note into his secret space. Just think of it as keeping clues and think about it later. Swoosh! At this moment, 2 wind blades broke through the door. The wooden door of the small room was immediately cut into neat, diagonal pieces. Waste Summoner, are you okay? Tina was the first to break in, followed by Xia Lulu and Chu Mo. They were all attracted by the powerful spiritual pressure just now. Fine, Yi Kai said calmly. However, the golden divine power that just appeared did leave Yi Kai with lingering fears. Tina seemed to see what Yi Kai was thinking. She walked to the window to check, and then returned to his side. If anything happens, tell us. Don't handle it alone. Tina glanced at the marks on the wall and the unconscious cat girl on the bed, and her keen sixth sense seemed to have guessed something. Yi Kai looked at Tina and was slightly stunned. This was the first time Yi Kai felt that Tina's sense of smell was so sharp. In the past, I saw her with a sullen face all day long, and I thought she could do nothing except act cool. Now it seems that Tina is not only intelligent, but also knows how to read people's expressions and analyze Yi Kai's emotions. Previously, Yi Kai said that Tina's emotional intelligence was only that of a 5 or 6-year-old. It seems that he was too superficial. It's all right, Yi Kai said in a nonchalant manner. Staying away from the city of sin. Even Yi Kai himself didn't know what it meant. Telling Tina would only cause them more trouble. And why did I fall asleep? At this moment, the cat girl on the bed woke up dazedly. Seeing that the door of the room was all dry and broken, she thought that the guest was angry because she fell asleep. Master, I'm so sorry. It was so wonderful just now. I accidentally fell asleep. As soon as the cat girl said this, 3 pairs of eyes as big as copper bells stared at Yi Kai. That's not right. Everyone clearly ordered a massage service, so why did you let the cat girl enjoy it? Still asleep? What kind of operation is this? Chu Mo asked with a puzzled look on his face. Brother, did you secretly switch to some other service while we were away? I don't have any. If you don't believe me, ask cat girl. She's a serious technician. Yi Kai hurriedly explained. Don't slander me, don't slander me. Explanation equals concealment, and concealment equals the truth. Chu Mo looked at Yi Kai with disdain, then pulled Xia Lulu away. Go, 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 don't play with Yi Kai anymore, he's a bad guy. Ah, Master is a bad guy. Xia Lulu blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Kai half-believingly and half-doubtingly. Yes, that's right, big bad guy. An unexpected incident interrupted the happy time of several people. On the way back, Chu Mo and Xia Lulu kept discussing which one was more handsome, the Samoyed or the Husky. Yi Kai asked Xiang Tina curiously, What did you order? Tigress. Ah, I see. Tina is indeed extraordinary. Her hands are too weak. She's useless. Yi Kai curled the corner of his mouth. Is Tiger's strength still not strong enough? Overall, Xia Lulu and Chu Mo were quite satisfied with this trip to the Fashion Cat Cafe. After returning to the caravan, they quickly fell asleep. Only Yi Kai stayed awake all night. After all, the appearance of golden divine power made him worried. Facing the moonlight, Yikai sat alone on the roof of the armored vehicle. Stay away from the city of sin. Who is this message intended for? Yikai originally wanted to take out the note from the space ring and examine it carefully, but he accidentally touched the soft black scarf. He simply took out the scarf, and Yikai put it on slowly. Tom seems to have gone back to that winter. At that time, Yikai was only 13 years old and had just traveled to the world of Blue Star. He was originally an ordinary junior high school student on Earth, with a happy family and harmonious parents. From childhood to adulthood, I have never suffered any harshness and have lived under the protection of my parents like a flower in a greenhouse. But due to an accident, Yikai accidentally traveled to this cruel world. In the slums, the thin Yikai suffered all kinds of bullying. No parents, no friends, no one to rely on. The money he earned from moving bricks every day would be taken away by his roommate, who would only give him some energy liquid to keep him alive so that he could continue to help them make money. But Yikai, who had no money, could not afford to pay the protection fee to the Shark Gang, and was beaten half to death by the gang every time. That day was the second month since Yikai came to Blue Star. By then he had been tortured to such an extent that he seemed like a walking corpse. After a hard day's work, roommate Fei Bo walked straight up to Yikai and said, "If you don't want to be beaten, be more self-disciplined. P.S. Thanks. Dong Ling Guyuan Sun to Sheng Ji Blade. Explosive Sky Gang, Lao Li. Send the blade to remind you. Yuan Destroy Reminder Talisman X2. Lat Beihui Emperor Bobo Milk Tea. User 87920-245 Inspiration Capsule Send Blade. Inc. Sansanson's Bobo Milk Tea Razor Blade. Nightmare Blood Devil Blade Bobo Milk Tea. Kamizato Ayaka Bobo Milk Tea X2. Chapter 82 Meng Xinshin. Fei Bo is in his 20s, tall, and has two younger brothers behind him. Yikai had no room for resistance at all. Because he did not have any talent after testing, Fei Bo has been defined as a waste. Therefore, he can only stay in this dark underground city forever in his life. Kill me. Yikai raised his head, only to find that it was an endless underground, without even the sky. Seeing no hope, he no longer wanted to live. Kill you? Why should I kill you? If I kill you, who will make money for me? Fei Bo said jokingly. Sometimes, the weak don't even have the right to choose death. Ding, ding, ding. Just when Yikai was in despair, suddenly a tattered folding knife was thrown at his feet. It is winter now, and heavy snow is falling outside the city. The underground city has no heating facilities and the wind is biting cold. A girl in ragged clothes, covered with scars, and wearing a black scarf walked over. The girl was about the same age as Yikai, or even 1 or 2 years younger. Since girls develop faster than boys, the girl is half a head taller than Yikai. Pick it up and kill yourself, or? The girl pointed at Fei Bo and said slowly, "Kill him." Yikai looked at the rusty folding knife at his feet and trembled for a moment. Murder? The education Yikai received on Earth did not allow him to do this at all. Ha 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 ha. Fei Bo couldn't help but burst out laughing. A little brat is teaching another little brat to kill people. This is outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. The girl walked over slowly. She looked strange, with unkempt hair, half-dressed, and without even a pair of shoes. Her little feet were red from the cold, but she had a very delicate black scarf around her neck. Do you need a demonstration? The girl walked up to Yikai and asked calmly. Yikai stood there in a daze, not saying anything. He looked at the girl, who was about his age. Her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of cloudy mist, without any color. Need a demonstration? The girl asked again. I don't know why, but Yikai nodded as if possessed by a ghost. Okay, I'll teach you. The girl picked up the folding knife from the ground, slowly put her black scarf around Yikai's neck, and then walked towards Fei Bo. The scarf still carried the girl's body temperature, making Yikai, who was curled up in the corner, feel warm immediately. That heat, even if there was only a little temperature, it seemed to instantly ignite Yikai's whole body. This is Yikai, feeling warmth for the first time after traveling to this cold world. Brothers, let's have a tender meal today. Looking at the girl's frail body, Fei Bo suddenly smiled obscenely. After saying that, Fei Bo gave the girl a bear hug, trying to capture her. Rip! The girl nimbly dodged Fei Bo's arms and cut the tendons of one of his hands with a knife. As the other party looked surprised, the girl stabbed Fei Bo in the stomach with a folding knife. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, and in the winter, steam was rising. But the girl was only a 12 or 13-year-old child after all. Fei Bo was careless and underestimated his enemy, thinking that the girl would not dare to swing the knife at him at all. After Fei Bo reacted, even though he was seriously injured, he easily subdued the girl. F***CKU, Stinky BZ, I'm gonna kill you today. Fei Bo grabbed the girl's hair with one hand and lifted her into the air. The folding knife in the girl's hand also fell and was kicked aside by Fei Bo. The power gap between the two was too great. The girl's body was lifted into the air, and without a fulcrum, she could only struggle weakly. The girl suddenly looked at Ye Kai beside her. Her lips slightly moved, and she said silently, "Have you learned it?" Ye Kai looked at the folding knife that Fei Bo kicked to his feet. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became more and more rapid. "Learn it!" Ye Kai immediately picked up the folding knife at his feet and trotted over, bringing him to a distance of less than 1 meter from Fei Bo. Ye Kai threw the folding knife in his hand and stabbed it directly into Fei Bo's throat. Help me." Fei Bo quickly covered his neck where blood was gushing out. Seeing this, the two younger brothers behind him were so scared that they ran away. Then Fei Bo fell to the ground without a sound. Ye Kai's body was covered in blood, and the air was filled with the smell of scarlet. "I killed someone?" Ugh! Ye Kai fell to his knees on the ground, feeling dizzy, his stomach churning, and his body shaking uncontrollably. The girl quickly walked up to Fei Bo and began to search her for her belongings. "My name is Meng Xinshan." The girl threw 200 yuan to Ye Kai and said calmly, "It's okay. It was the same when I did it for the first time. You just get used to it. This money is for you." That was the first time Ye Kai and Xinshan met. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Kai looked at the starry sky above his head and remembered that when Xinshan left, she gave her scarf to Ye Kai. "Kai, from now on, you must leave the slums and go out into the world. Because when you see the sky full of stars, it's like you've seen me. We will definitely meet again." That final monologue seems like it happened just yesterday. But since Xinshan left, Ye Kai has never heard any news about her. It was as if Meng Xinshan had disappeared from this world. In fact, when he was in Shanghai, Ye Kai had tried to find out about Xinshan from many sources, but to no avail. Ye Kai stroked the scarf. It was still so soft and warm. If it weren't for this scarf and Meng Xinshan, Ye Kai would probably have died in the winter of the underground city in the second month of his time travel. "Xinshan, we will definitely see each other again." Ye Kai put away his scarf and returned to the armored vehicle. The next morning, the caravan was about to leave the Warhammer tribe. Lung Yueling and Tiger King personally saw them off. Eldest brother Lei Ling was unable to show up, but he also watched them from the distant hillside. "Mosey Xiaokai, come home more often in the future." In the hearts of Tiger King and Lung Yueling, after that bloody battle, they had become relatives of the Warhammer tribe. Ye Kai and Mosey nodded, and everyone hugged each other tightly. Although they were reluctant to leave, the current situation was not very convenient. It was too dangerous for Ye Kai and Mosey to stay in the Warhammer tribe, so it was better for them to leave early. Before leaving, Lung Yueling said, "You guys should leave quickly. We have received news that the Scorpio trial god of the Golden 12 Palaces, Lilith, is almost at the Warhammer tribe. You guys take care of yourselves too." Ye Kai frowned slightly. Obviously, Scorpio Lilith, who holds the title of trial god of the Golden 12 Zodiacs. It arrived last night. Chapter 83 Rashomon. The caravan continued to move towards Sin City, and the journey was smooth. Along the way, Ye Kai was always paying attention to the news about the Warhammer tribe. The news of the Godman's disappearance without reason has spread like wildfire, and the Imperial prison gate pattern that Lei Ling left at the scene really worked. Lilith is working with the Tiger Empire to investigate the Imperial prison gate forces lurking in the Warhammer tribe. It seems that everything is going relatively smoothly, and Lilith does not seem to doubt the Warhammer tribe. Ye Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. After opening the mall system and lottery system, Ye Kai discovered that the experience points were not enough. These 2 days, Ye Kai changed his previous laziness and began to rush to the forefront of the team. Whenever any demon appeared on the road, he was always the first to take action. Nefert's summoner team said that it was so comfortable to have such a great player to help them. With the plus 11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, Tina's strength skyrocketed. Just as a few 4-star A-rank Shikigami appeared to attack the caravan, they were solved by Tina's few basic attacks. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. 007. Have you ever thought about joining our team? Nefer invited them sincerely. After all, they were just temporary team members now. It would be great if a great player like Ye Kai could join them. Ah, I'm used to freedom. Ye Kai scratched his head and politely declined the other party's kindness. After all, Ye Kai's purpose of going to Sin City was to find the SSR equipment, the ancient dust battle axe. It would be very inconvenient to bring other people with him. The mere appearance of Chu Mo was already troublesome enough. Just as the two were talking, Ulu, who was exploring the way ahead, ran over in a panic. Sir! Wulu paused, as if realizing that he almost said the wrong thing, and quickly changed his words. Captain, Captain, a large number of bandits appeared ahead. Who is it? Nefert frowned slightly. There was only one day left to reach Sin City, and yet they encountered bandits at this time. It's Feng Gang. Quick, quick, quick. Change direction. Find a way to break out. After hearing the three words Feng Tianyi, Nephile's expression immediately became nervous, and he ordered the caravan to move. What? Do you know each other? Ye Kai asked. It was really abnormal that a group of bandits could scare the usually calm Nefer like this. Nephil paused, then said, Feng Tianyi is a very famous bandit in this area. He is very powerful. We will find a way to cut him off. You and Chu Mo will protect the caravan as it moves. Nefert's eyes were evasive, as if he was hiding something. It's okay. You guys protect the caravan's retreat. Let me meet Feng Tianyi. Ye Kai is in urgent need of experience points. Killing Shikigami and summoners is much faster than killing demon species. Although Nefer knew Ye Kai's strength, he still reminded him. That's fine, but 007, the opponent is very strong, so don't be careless. Don't worry, just help me take care of Chu Mo. Ye Kai was confident. After all, he had the A-level stealth talent. If he couldn't beat the opponent, he was also very good at running away. Thank you very much. Afterwards, Nefert and Leah began to lead the caravan away. Chu Mo was still in the armored vehicle, so she didn't know about it. Otherwise, she would never let Ye Kai stop the enemy. After the caravan evacuated, Yu summoned a vulture, which carried the two people and flew towards the direction where the thieves appeared. The closer you get to Sin City, the more severe the sandstorm climate becomes. The endless desert is almost barren. On a small sand dune not far away, a large number of armored vehicles were rushing towards the caravan. This convoy consisted of 50 small armored vehicles and was moving at an extremely fast speed. No wonder Nefer was so scared after hearing the names of these people. It seems that they're really powerful. No matter how you look at it, they don't look like a mob of bandits. We must stop them here. We must not let them get close to the caravan. Ulu led the way, leaping down from the vulture and summoning sand soldiers and desert scorpions to attack the enemy. Ye Kai did not act in a hurry. He first summoned Tina and Xia Lulu, and then let Xia Lulu switch to the form of the dark dragon, constantly looking for a suitable position in the air. After Yu launched the attack, the opponent's summoner also began to counterattack. Although their strength was comparable to Ulu's, the other side had the advantage in numbers, and Ulu soon fell into a disadvantage. Brother Yu, get out of the way! Ye Kai in the sky shouted loudly. Ouch! Dragon's breath! After finding the perfect output position, the dark dragon spewed out hellfire from its mouth. The rolling hot breath invaded, as if it was going to swallow up the entire convoy. After hearing Ye Kai's signal, Yu had the desert scorpion take him onto the sand. Faced with the overwhelming flames, the bandit convoy did not panic. A figure in a black robe jumped out of the armored vehicle and stood alone in front of the entire convoy. Shikigamusumonin, Rashomon. A soul formation appeared under the feet of the man in black, and a strange gate like a city wall suddenly rose from the ground and blocked his way. Rashomon. Affiliation? Rank: SR. Star rating: 6 stars. Bond: guard position. Appearance: a 20-meter long and 40-meter high steel wall with a Ghost King pattern carved on it. Legend has it that it is from the Gate of Hell. Combat ability: no attack ability, but extremely strong defense ability. Skill: transfer CD, 10 minutes. Since Rashomon does not have the ability to move, this skill is needed to change his position. After summoning, the Shikigami has an hour CD and cannot be summoned again. Shikigami like Rashomon were created specifically for defense. Xia Lulu's Dragon's Breath was completely blocked by Rashomon. When the flames dissipated, there was not even any trace left on Rashomon. As expected of a 6-star SR defensive Shikigami, even Xia Lulu's attacks could not break its defense. The man in black stood on the top of Rashomon in an instant. At this time, he was on the same level as Ye Kai on the back of the Dark Dragon. The two men were less than 100 meters apart. When they looked at each other, they both admired each other's amazing strength. Tina, kill him. However, the stronger the opponent, the more excited Ye Kai becomes. Let the opponent see the power of a 4-star SSR, equipped with the famous sword Dark Destruction plus 11. Chapter 84 Air Chase. But the other party didn't seem to want to get too entangled with Ye Kai. After the man in black blocked Ye Kai, the convoy began to attack the caravan quickly. Ye Kai was well aware of the strength of the man in black in front of him. If he didn't get rid of him, he probably wouldn't be able to leave here. Shikigami Summon, Scyther. Shikigami Summoning, Red Shadow Ninja. Spy Mantis. Affiliation? Gray B. Star Rating, 7 stars. Bonds, Assassin Bug. Appearance, a giant insect 3 meters tall with 2 sharp sickles as its arms. Combat ability, agile movements and swift attacks. Skill, Pounce. CD, 2 minutes. Move at high speed, and then attack the opponent instantly. Red Shadow Ninja. Affiliation? Grade S. Star Rating, 6 stars. Bonds, Assassin, Scorching Flame. Appearance, 2 meters tall, wearing a red ninja suit with a sturdy body. Combat ability, agile, good at ninjutsu and clones to confuse opponents. Skill, Phantom Clone. CD, 10 minutes. Summons 6 clones, but they are not entities but illusions. They cannot attack or be attacked. They last for 1 minute. Trigger Bond, Assassin. 2 Your Assassin Shikigami gains the Blink skill, CD. 5 seconds, can teleport 10 meters away. 6-star SR level Rashomon. 7-star B level Slime Mantis. 6-star S level Akashi. The opponent summoned 3 high-star Shikigami in succession. This person's strength is even above that of Tiger King and Lung Yueling. Although the grade is not particularly high, but with the blessing of high stars, its combat capability is not inferior to Ye Kai at all. No wonder the opponent's convoy was not panicked at all when facing Xia Lulu's Dragon's Breath. Such a strong man could not be defeated by Ye Kai in a short time. Xia Lulu attacked the caravan first. Ye Kai immediately changed his strategy and let Xia Lulu fly towards the convoy. Spy Mantis. Seeing Ye Kai running away, the man in black and the Red Shadow Ninja stood on the back of Scyther and chased after him. Ye Kai looked at the enemy chasing him closely behind him. He didn't expect that Scyther's speed was so fast. You should know that the upgrade of the 7-star B-level Scyther requires 1.37 million experience points, which is more than twice the 570,000 of the 4-star SSSR. If the training cost is the same, the B quality will indeed be much worse than SSSR. However, with a gap of more than 2 times, the basic attributes of the 7-star Scyther are far superior to those of the 4-star Xia Lulu. Moreover, Scyther is originally an agile Shikigami, and it will catch up with Ye Kai and others in a blink of an eye. Mirror Image Clone. Ye Kai made Tina split apart on the spot, and his main body cooperated with his 4 clones to continuously swing out sharp wind blades. The 5 Tina attacked at the same time, and all of a sudden, a blanket of wind blades rushed towards Scyther. However, what Ye Kai could never have imagined was that Scyther had completely avoided Tina's attack with its agile body movements. Fortunately, the wind blades slowed down the opponent's pursuit, allowing the opponent to put some distance between himself and him. But just when Ye Kai thought he could shake off the opponent's attack, a huge steel wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Transfer. The man in black used the only skill that could move Rashomon to move the huge Rashomon in front of Ye Kai. Because Ye Kai planned to let Xia Lulu ambush the convoy below, he descended in altitude in advance during the flight. Now the way is blocked by the huge Rashomon. At this time, the Scyther behind him had caught up. Faced with the unbreakable Rashomon, Ye Kai could only let Tina and his clone release wind blades to interfere with the opponent while bypassing Rashomon. Pounce! Facing Tina's wind blades, Scyther suddenly increased its speed, swung its arms continuously, and deflected all the incoming wind blades. At this time, the distance between Scyther and Dark Dragon has reached 10 meters. Scyther and Akatsuki activated the Assassin Bond at the same time, and the 2 Shikigami used the Blink skill to instantly come to the back of the Dark Dragon. Phantom Clone. The Red Shadow Ninja instantly summoned 6 Phantom Clones and launched an attack. The Phantom Clone is different from Tina's Mirror Clone. It is just an illusory image with no attack capability. It is purely for confusing the enemy's vision. Ye Kai didn't care whether the other party was real or fake, and directly ordered Tina's 4 clones to surround him. and Tina started a battle with Scyther. Since they had been stopped by the other party, Ye Kai simply let Xiao Lulu change back into human form. The opponents are all agile Shikigami, and the Dark Dragon's body is too large, so it can easily become a living target for the opponents. Without the support of the Dark Dragon, everyone fell to the ground. After arriving on the ground, Tina's mirror clones all turned into smoke because the time was up. Ye Kai's safety can only be protected by Xiao Lulu. Seeing this, Tina drew out the Dark Destruction in her hand, and the powerful Dark Attribute's spiritual power immediately stirred up a gust of evil wind. The +11 blade continuously emits a dark light. I thought it was going to be a fierce battle, but as soon as Tina drew her sword, the man in black and his Shikigami had already fled without a trace. Even the Rashomon in front of him was called back by the other party. The purpose of the man in black is very clear, which is to stop Ye Kai's actions. At this time, Xiao Lulu had just turned back into human form, and the transformation of the shapeshifter has a 5-minute CD. It's a vast desert. If Ye Kai walks, the day lilies will be cold by the time he gets there. But Ye Kai was not discouraged. The current situation is not as bad as imagined, although he is being dragged down by the opponent's strongman. But if you think about it from another angle, the opponent's strongman was also held back by himself. This wave is not a loss. Ye Kai began to walk towards the direction of the caravan, waiting for the CD of Xiao Lulu's transformation. It's just that Ye Kai came here from a long distance, thinking that he could kill everyone and earn some experience points. But in the end, he got nothing. No wonder Nephiel was so frightened when he heard the name of the bandit. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Tina, are you sure you can kill that Scyther just now? It's not a big problem, Tina said calmly. Yes, but it will take time. After getting Tina's affirmative answer, Ye Kai felt relieved. Although Tina is only 4-star at present, she has a +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, which is enough for her to kill opponents above her level. After walking a short distance forward, Ye Kai suddenly felt that he was about to collapse, so he simply sat down and rested. Seeing that Tina and Xiao Lulu were also being sunburned by the scorching sun, Ye Kai took out a few bottles of mineral water from his space ring and gave them to them. I had been staying in the armored vehicle with air conditioning on, so I didn't feel much. Ye Kai only now realized that this endless desert was like a steamer. Even the air was scalding hot, making the surrounding vision distorted. It would be a waste of energy to continue walking like this, so I should just stay here and wait for the CD of Xiao Lulu's transformation. Chapter 85 Desert Emperor. Ye Kai remembered that Nefert had said that the caravan was transporting only food. This group of bandits is well organized, disciplined, and highly purposeful. It didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment attack, but more like a long-planned, targeted robbery. But if the caravan's large armored vehicles were loaded with food, there would be no need to go to so much trouble. Moreover, Nefert could mobilize the entire caravan with just one word. She didn't look like a summoner hired by the caravan at all, but more like the boss of the entire caravan. Nefert must be hiding something from me. The caravan couldn't possibly be transporting food. Although the climate in Sin City is harsh and food is extremely scarce, many surrounding cities have food to export. So why transport it all the way from the Manhwa Empire? After Xiao Lulu's CD was restored, Ye Kai and Tina rode on the Dark Dragon and began to fly in the direction the caravan left. From a distance, Ye Kai saw thick smoke coming out of the caravan ahead. The troops of both sides were intertwined, and the battle was very fierce. One of the Shikigami, with a human body and a chicken head, wearing golden armor, is particularly eye-catching. The Emperor of the Desert. Affiliation, Nefer. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 5 stars. Bonds, Mage Field Summon. Appearance, 5 meters tall, with a chicken head and a human body, wearing golden armor. Combat ability, good at using summoning magic, fighting positional defense battles, and can fight one against many. Skill. 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 Ye Kai had just gained insight into the information of the Desert Emperor, but he didn't expect that Nefert also possessed an SSSR Shikigami. I saw that the Desert Emperor built a huge defense tower in front of the caravan. On the top of the defense tower was a sphere that gathered spiritual power and rotated continuously, constantly firing light beams to attack the opponent. Not only that, the Desert Emperor also summoned countless sand soldiers and lined up in front, making it impossible for the bandits to move forward. But although the Desert Emperor is strong, Nefert is weak and can only hold one position. Currently, the entire caravan has been intercepted by bandits. The battle was extremely brutal. Ye Kai asked Tina and Xiao Lulu to go and help, while he himself looked for Chu Mo's location based on the necklace on his neck. The dark dragon breathed out flames, and with Tina holding the dark destruction, Nafir's original decline was immediately reversed, and the bandits gradually lost. But even so, the bandits persisted and tried to break through Nefert's defenses. Several large armored vehicles filled with cargo had been overturned. Ye Kai walked up to check and found that they were indeed full of food. Didn't find anything else special. But looking at the desperate posture of this group of bandits, Ye Kai felt more and more strange. It's just a few carts of food. Is it that serious? Following the signal from the heart of the ocean, Ye Kai found Chu Mo. At this time, Chu Mo was holding an instrument in his hand and was taking advantage of the chaos to continuously explore around the caravan's armored vehicles. Chu Mo didn't seem to be affected by the battle, which made Ye Kai, who was somewhat worried about her safety, feel relieved. But judging from Chu Mo's whereabouts, she followed him to the caravan, and it seemed that she had some other purpose. Ye Kai still naively thought that Chu Mo was really coming to find him. Now, Ye Kai was right behind Chu Mo, but Chu Mo was concentrating on using instruments to detect the supplies transported by the caravan and was not observing the changes in the heart of the ocean. After inspecting several armored vehicles, the instrument in Chu Mo's hand finally responded and began to emit red light continuously. It seems that the things transported in the caravan are not just food. There is obviously something wrong with this armored vehicle. After completing the investigation, Chu Mo did not take any action. He just quietly installed a tracker under the car and then left quietly. But just as he turned the corner, a pair of big hands suddenly covered Chu Mo's mouth. Faced with the sudden attack, Chu Mo, who had extremely strong fighting skills, reacted extremely quickly. A crotch kick hits the opponent's crotch, and then an over-the-shoulder throw knocks him to the ground. Fuck, it's me. When she threw the other person in front of her, Chu Mo realized that the person who covered her mouth from behind was Ye Kai. At this time, Ye Kai was rolling on the ground, covering his lower body. Stinky brother, are you okay? No. Why did you cover me from behind for no reason? Chu Mo looked embarrassed and quickly squatted down to check Ye Kai's injuries. Sister, don't you even look before you make a move? Sima, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. The series of actions just now were all Chu Mo's conditioned reflexes after years of training, and were all instinctive reactions of the body. Does it hurt? Nonsense, I'll kick you in the balls. I don't have that thing. Chu Mo helped Ye Kai up and smiled awkwardly. Tell me, what is your real purpose in following me? Ye Kai asked in an extremely strange voice, with his legs clamped together. Chu Mo continued to play dumb. What's the real purpose? Oh, my stinky brother, you are so bad. I followed you all the way to Sin City. What other purpose could there be? Can't you guess it? Don't pretend. I saw you installing a tracker under the armored vehicle just now. Alas, I still can't fool you. Seeing Ye Kai speak directly to the point, Chu Mo stopped pretending. Now, can you tell me what you are here for? Why? Chu Mo raised his leg high and gave Ye Kai a big wall dong against the armored vehicle, then held his earlobe and said, You want to know what I'm here for? Unless you tell me, what are you here for? Going from Longhua Empire to Sin City to protect a caravan of 20 large armored vehicles. The share is only 5 million blue swords. You are so smart, you will definitely not take such a job. So, you're risking war and heading to Sin City. Stinky brother, what on earth do you want to do? Ye Kai, I'm here to look for treasure. Treasure hunting? SSSR level equipment, the ancient dust battle axe. Ye Kai handed his treasure map to Chu Mo. Holding the treasure map, Chu Mo put his legs down, looked at it carefully, and said with a smile, Such a precious thing. Do you trust me so much? Sister Mosey is not that person, and I'm going to give this battle axe to Xia Lulu. Since Ye Kai dared to show it to Chu Mo, he was sure that the other party would not covet his equipment. After all, Chu Mo is Su Mei's good sister. It is impossible for her to steal Xia Lulu's equipment. Little clever ghost. Chu Mo returned the treasure map to Ye Kai, then left without looking back. Hey, Sister Mosey, you haven't told me your purpose yet. Ye Kai quickly followed and asked. I'm sorry, I regret it. Chapter 86 Golden Stone. Sister Mosey, breaking your promise is not a good habit. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Nefer and the others about your affairs? Ye Kai stopped Mosey. You won't. Mosey leaned close to Ye Kai's ear and said with a smile. Besides, breaking one's word is the patent of us beautiful girls. Ye Kai looked at Mosey, who turned and left. He was stunned for a long time before he slowly uttered a word, damn. Since the other party didn't want to tell him, Ye Kai didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he came here to look for treasure. As for Chu Mo, there must be a reason why he didn't say anything. The battle outside had reached a fever pitch. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Chu Mo also began to join the battle. On Nefer's side, with the addition of Xia Lulu and Tina, the situation has basically stabilized. Especially the famous sword in Tina's hand, Dark Destruction, after killing the opponent, can turn the opponent into her own shadow slave. As the force gained strength, the bandits gradually began to lose. But simply holding a position is not very effective, as the bandits have already begun attacking the armored transport vehicles. After they blasted open the car door with artillery fire, they seemed to be looking for something among the grain cargo. When the bandits began to approach the armored vehicle that Chu Mo had just installed a tracker on, Nefert immediately abandoned the position he had been holding and drove the Desert Emperor towards this side. Due to the long battle, the Desert Emperor's spiritual power has been exhausted, and the person leading the opposing team is indeed the man in black that Ye Kai met before. Scyther was already bloodthirsty at this point, and the sickles on his arms were covered in blood. The Red Shadow Ninja was even more unpredictable, making it impossible for the caravan's escort team to resist him. Nefer, give up. Your Desert Emperor no longer has any spiritual power. No matter what you bring back from the Longhua Empire, don't even think about passing it through my hands. The man in black stood at the front of the bandits and spoke with great confidence. I will never let Sin City fall into the hands of you guys. Nefert's eyes were even more determined, and he was determined to defend the goods to the death. Bring the man out to me. The man in black snapped his fingers and asked his men to bring the dying Ulu over. You are you. Nefert avoided his gaze, unable to bear to see him covered in bruises. Your Highness. The man in black suddenly bowed to Nefer and then said respectfully, don't resist in vain. The army of the Tiger Empire will soon enter the country. When that happens, there will be a great loss of lives, and the people of Sin City will be killed and injured countless times. Surrender. This is the only way to survive in Sin City. Feng Tianyi, do you believe what you said? Don't think I don't know that you are from the Hui Empire. If you surrender, you will only be slaughtered by the enemy. Ye Kai hid aside, listening quietly to the conversation between Nefert and the man in black. It turned out that the man in black opposite was Feng Tianyi, and they were old acquaintances. It seems that this batch of goods is related to the war between the Tiger Empire and Sin City. One side advocates surrender, and the other side advocates struggle. Now, Ye Kai could guess with his toes that this batch of goods must contain military supplies that Nefert had imported from the Longhua Empire. The Longhua Empire knows the principle of the lips and teeth being interdependent. If the Hui Empire wants to attack Sin City, the Longhua Empire will definitely come to support it. Your Highness, this is your old subordinate. Don't you care about his life or death? Seeing that Nefer was firm in his stance, Feng Tianyi began to play the emotional card, trying to threaten her with Yu's life. Nefert suddenly looked up at the scorching sun above her head. The golden light stung her eyes, but Nefert did not dodge at all. Since we have chosen this path, we are the last shield for the people of Sin City. You go first. Nefer will be here soon. Nefert's eyes were full of excitement, and he refused to back down at all. Because she knew that she was the last line of defense for the people of Sin City, all she could do was not to retreat. Your Highness, avenge me. In order to avoid making things difficult for Nephiel, Ulu used up his last bit of strength to break free from the other party's restraints and took the initiative to collide with the blade in Feng Tianyi's hand. You. Nefer shouted loudly, then immediately took out 2 golden stones from his chest and threw them at the Desert Emperor beside him. What the hell? Everyone looked at Nefer's strange behavior, but no one knew what she was trying to do. The Desert Emperor swallowed 2 golden stones into his stomach, and a powerful spiritual power suddenly spread out. Immediately afterwards, golden light began to emanate from the body of the Desert Emperor. Sand Soldier summons. The Desert Emperor held high the staff in his hand, and as spiritual power continued to pour in, hundreds of Sand Soldiers immediately lined up in front of him. Sun Dist. Not only did he summon Sand Soldiers, but the Desert Emperor seemed to be filled with spiritual power and summoned 2 huge laser towers at once. How is this possible? Feng Tianyi looked at the Desert Emperor as he once again displayed his signature skill with an expression of disbelief. After the previous battle, the Desert Emperor had clearly exhausted his spiritual power, and it was impossible for him to summon Sand Soldiers again. There are indeed elixirs in the Dragon Wasteland continent that can speed up the recovery of spiritual power, but they all take time to recover slowly. This is the first time Feng Tianyi has seen an item that can fill up spiritual power at once. And the most important thing is that each Shikigami skill has a cold cut CD. Once released, you must wait until the CD is restored before you can release it again. The CD of Sun Disk is clearly 10 minutes long. But the Desert Emperor in front of him ignored this rule and summoned 2 laser towers in succession. What on earth did Nefer just feed the Desert Emperor? Not only did it instantly restore all of the Desert Emperor's spiritual power, but it also ignored the skill CD of the Shikigami. Go ahead. No matter what the other party uses, the Desert Emperor is just a spent force. Feng Tianyi refused to believe it and ordered his men to rush forward. Now that things have come to this, Feng Tianyi has no reason to retreat. If the thing that Nefer just used were to fall into the hands of the rebels, Sin City would be plunged into another bloody storm. However, facing the attacks of the bandits, the Desert Emperor, who ate the Golden Stone, not only recovered his spiritual power, but also improved his overall strength qualitatively. Under the defense of the Sand Soldiers and Laser Towers, even Feng Tianyi couldn't find any breakthrough. Seeing that the battle between the two sides was getting intense, Ye Kai also brought Tina and Xia Lulu to help. Although Nephiel had concealed a lot of things about the caravan from him, he had taken the money after all, and was still a member of the summoner team. Chapter 87: Arrival at Sin City. Ouch! Dragon's Breath. When Feng Tianyi once again summoned Rashomon to resist Xia Lulu's hellfire. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the storm of absolute slash. Tina, who had been restless, instantly swung out thousands of dark wind blades. She has wanted to cut down this steel gate for a long time. The +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, is coupled with the 30% penetration of the JK bond. Even a 6-star SR, Shikigami, specially created for defense, cannot resist Tina's breath of the wind. The originally indestructible Rashomon was constantly showing various cracks under the attacks of dark wind blades. Rashomon first cracked, then turned into fragments, and finally turned into fine powder. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 6-star SR, Shikigami, Rashomon, and gaining 151,200 experience points. Adding the experience points gained from previous battles, Ye Kai's undistributed experience points have reached 400,000 points. Tina lifted her hair in front of her forehead, with a murderous look in her eyes. Even Feng Tianyi was shocked by Tina's eyes and took a step back. That was his strongest defense. No matter how the Desert Emperor's laser tower shot, it remained unscathed. Even the Hellfire of the Demon Blood Dragon Girl cannot cause any damage to this 6-star SR Shikigami, who was born specifically for defense. Withdraw! Although he was very unwilling, facing the Desert Emperor and Tina, who had recovered their spiritual power, Feng Tianyi had no choice but to give the order to retreat. Don't chase an enemy who is desperate. Seeing the bandits leave, Nefert immediately repaired the caravan and did not dare to stop for even a moment. After the enemy left, the Desert Emperor, who had taken the Golden Stone, immediately lost his golden glow and fell to the ground in an instant. It seems that the Golden Stone that Nefert asked the Desert Emperor to eat should be some kind of item that overdrafts the body's functions. After the Desert Emperor was recalled by Neferter, Ye Kai could clearly see that the chicken head mark of the Desert Emperor had become much lighter. It seems that the Golden Stone has caused great harm to the Desert Emperor. Being able to restore all spiritual power and ignore function CD must come at a huge price. Thank you. Nefert walked up to Ye Kai and expressed his gratitude. After all, if Ye Kai hadn't held Feng Tianyi back in advance and then rescued him, the caravan supplies would have probably fallen into the hands of the bandits. Nothing, it's my duty. Ye Kai suddenly asked, Are you the princess of Sin City? Based on the conversation between Feng Tianyi and Neferter just now, Neferter must be the pharaoh's daughter. Yeah, Nefert nodded. Under the current circumstances, there was no need to hide it anymore. I'm afraid the supplies in the caravan aren't food. It's not food, but what it is specifically, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. It's better for Mr. 007 not to know, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Nefer said so, Ye Kai didn't ask any more questions. This must be the reason why Chu Mo refused to tell her. She didn't want Ye Kai to be dragged into this dispute for no reason. After more than an hour of rest, the caravan finally resumed its movement and began to move forward towards the Sin City. Ulu's departure made the atmosphere in the armored vehicle a little heavy, and the driver was replaced by Leah. The reliable man who obeyed traffic rules, did not drive after drinking, and did not drive after drinking, is no longer here. One day later, the caravan arrived at Sin City safely. Looking at the tall city walls and ramparts in front of him, Ye Kai couldn't help but sigh. After experiencing many hardships and dangers along the way, he finally arrived at this desert capital, Sin City. Having arrived at the destination, there was naturally no need for Ye Kai to stay with the caravan anymore. Before leaving, Nefer gave her earrings to Ye Kai. It was said to be worth 30 million blue swords, so it could be considered as extra compensation for his escorting them along the way. Ye Kai naturally did not refuse. After all, the price of this mission was originally more than 5 million. I guess Nefer offered such a low price at the beginning because he didn't want to arouse other people's suspicion. Let's go our separate ways. After the caravan left, Chuemo no longer had a good reason to follow them. She needed to act alone for the next mission. Okay. Ye Kai nodded, and then suddenly grabbed Chuemo, who was about to leave. If you need any help, contact me using the heart of the ocean. Seeing that Ye Kai was concerned about him, Chuemo smiled slightly. When Ye Kai was caught off guard, Chuemo kissed him on the cheek and then left quietly. Waste summoner, Tina on the side suddenly said. Ah! Ye Kai turned around and looked at Tina. Why did she suddenly call him? Is it good? What do you know about being happy or not? Ye Kai rolled his eyes at Tina, thinking what she was going to say. Humph! You're obviously secretly happy. Stop pretending. You useless summoner. You'll be happy just by a kiss. Oh, is that so? How did Tina know this? Xiao Lulu asked with wide eyes. Because I've tried it before. Ah! Master, Xiao Lulu also wants a kiss. I want to enjoy the same treatment as Tina. You can't be partial. Xiao Lulu pointed her finger at her chin, with an expression as if she had discovered a new world. Stop it. Ye Kai had no mood to kiss at this moment. For some reason, he always felt that Chu Mo's current situation was very dangerous. The situation in Sin City is really too complicated. Although Nephiel did not say it explicitly, I heard it from Feng Tianyi before. Ye Kai heard a word. Nefer was called rebels. It seems that the desert city has been controlled by Feng Tianyi and his gang, and Nefert, a princess, has been defined as a rebel by the government. No wonder Feng Tianyi and his gang are so organized and disciplined, because the army under his command are not bandits at all, but the regular army of Sin City. There is still more than a month left before the once-in-a-century storm. Ye Kai was not in a hurry at the moment. He was really worried about Chuemo. After calling Tina and Xiao Lulu back, he followed the induction of the heart of the ocean. After entering the Sin City, the caravan quickly moved underground. Chuemo followed the caravan, and Ye Kai followed Chuemo, and together they came to the secret base of the rebels. This is a huge underground cave with strict guards, but Chuemo, with his agile skills, had already hidden in the armored vehicle and had a smooth journey. Ye Kai also has an A-level talent, stealth. If he encounters a place that he cannot get into, he can just become invisible. Soon, the two of them arrived at a hall in the cave. The myths and legends unique to Sin City were carved all around, and the huge hall was packed with people. Everyone expressed their opinions and argued constantly, as if they were discussing something. Chapter 88, Stone of Life. The Hui Empire is one of the 4 great empires in the Dragon Wasteland continent. Our little Sin City is simply unable to compete. If we continue to act in this way, we will definitely be slaughtered by the Tiger Empire. A direct confrontation is not good. Allowing the enemy to kill us is not good. There is only one way, and that is to hand over our armed forces. In the hall, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was speaking passionately and indignantly. As soon as the question of handing over the armed forces was raised, the surrounding crowd suddenly became chaotic. You know, this is the headquarters of the rebel army, and there are people who advocate giving up resistance. Why do we have to surrender our armed forces? Huh? Why? Why? The man knocked on the table and explained. Because we don't have that many weapons to hand over. Since there aren't many armed forces, why not hand them all over? The man's words immediately aroused discussion among everyone. The situation in Sin City is very complicated now. The royal family that originally advocated fighting against the Hui Empire has basically been controlled by Feng Tianyi. Only the army led by Nefer was still struggling to hold on, but now the power of both sides was too unequal. It seems that what Esdika said is quite right. We really don't have much armed forces. Originally, Sin City was already defeated by the Tiger Empire, And now all the regular troops are under the control of Foam Tiani. If it doesn't work, let's surrender. The man's name is Estika, and he is the regional leader of the rebel army. Just when everyone was about to be bewitched by Estika, Nefert finally arrived with the caravan. We can't surrender. We can't surrender even a single armed force. We are the last shield for the people of Sin City. If even we surrender, what will happen to the people of Sin City? Nefer walked alone to the center of the crowd, raised his arms, and shouted, "Can the Tiger Empire be trusted? They have long wanted to annex Sin City. If we hand over our armed forces now, we will die. We now have only one way out, which is to fight to the end, defend our territory to the death." Nefert ordered the armored vehicle filled with cargo to be opened, and whole boxes of golden stones were transported out. As the daughter of the pharaoh and the last hope of Sin City, Nefer has always been their spiritual leader. These golden stones are called life stones. They can give us infinite power and lead us to take back the power of Sin City and fight against the Tiger Empire. Mourn for the dead, fight for the living, never surrender, never give up. Nefer's words immediately inspired people, and the rebels who were about to choose to surrender once again ignited the spark. At this time, Yikai had already knocked out a rebel and put on his clothes and blended into the crowd. Never surrender, never give up. Never surrender, never give up. Never surrender, never give up. The people kept repeating Nefer's last words, and in order not to arouse other people's suspicion, Yikai could only cheer along. Yikai looked at Nefer, who was surrounded by the crowd. This woman was noble and elegant, and she exuded an extremely powerful aura. She was born with the demeanor of a queen. No wonder, with just a few words, the morale of the rebels who had lost their morale was immediately boosted. Nefer asked Leah beside him to kill Estika directly, and said with a sharp look, "From now on, if anyone dares to say that he will surrender his armed forces, Estika will be his fate." With the death of Estika, Nefer completely extinguished the idea of the rebels surrendering. Yikai looked at the boxes of so-called Stone of Life. It turned out that it was the thing that was hidden in the caravan. Yikai has already witnessed the power of this golden stone. Not only did it restore all of the Desert Emperor's spiritual power, but it also made the Desert Emperor stronger than his peak state. These stones actually contain such powerful spiritual power. What are they made of? Who gave it to Nefert? What does Chuamo want to do by following this group of stones? What exactly does the message of the golden divine power, "Stay away from the city of sin," mean, and to whom is it conveyed? At this moment, Yikai had too many questions in his mind. The forces in Sin City are so complex that I originally thought it was just a war between Pharaoh and the Tiger Empire. I didn't expect the power struggle within Sin City to be so serious. Which of the two forces is right and which is wrong? Yikai found it difficult to draw a conclusion for a moment. "Your Highness, the regular army is coming and they have discovered our base." Just then, a panicked soldier ran over. When they heard that the regular army was coming, the synagogue was in chaos. At the critical moment, Nefer had to take charge of the situation. "Don't panic, everyone. These regular troops have arrived at the right time. Let them see how powerful this Stone of Life is." Nefer remained calm in the face of danger, distributed the Stone of Life to the fighters of the rebel army, and then let Leah lead everyone to fight. After wearing the Stone of Life, their bodies began to emit golden light, and they immediately felt full of strength. In the confrontation with the enemy, even if the body is severely injured, there will be no feeling of pain. Each of them turned into a brave and fearless god of war. The rebels, who were originally outnumbered, had the bonus of the Stone of Life and were able to instantly kill all the regular troops. Yikai was mixed in the crowd. He saw Chu Mo quietly slip out of the armored vehicle and then took away a few life stones in the chaos. Yikai had been following her quietly, secretly protecting Chu Mo's safety. Yikai was not very interested in these golden stones. Although the power of this life stone is great, Yikai has also seen its side effects. After taking the Stone of Life, the Desert Emperor gained greater power, but then fell to the ground. Even after returning to Nefer's body, the Shikigami mark began to weaken. This stone doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Taking advantage of the war, Chu Mo and Yikai also successfully escaped. Suddenly, Yikai discovered that Chu Mo had disappeared, but the Ocean Heart necklace showed that Chu Mo was clearly nearby. "Brother, what are you looking for?" Chu Mo appeared from behind Yikai and patted his shoulder. "What exactly do you want to do?" Yikai asked. "It's not convenient here. Let's talk somewhere else." Seeing Yikai was so persistent, Chu Mo felt that he had no choice but to tell him his purpose. But now the two armies are fighting and the situation is very dangerous. It is not the time to talk. Chapter 89, Does your hotel provide hot water? After getting the golden stone, Chu Mo's mission was completed. The two came to a secluded alley. I came here this time to track down the whereabouts of the life stone. The Summoners Association doesn't know much about it at the moment. We only know that this is a substance that can overdraw life to gain power. Chuamo looked at the egg-sized stone in his hand and frowned slightly. You just saw that after the rebels carried the stone of life, their fighting power was unstoppable. In just a few minutes, they broke through the encirclement of the regular army. But this power will cause irreversible side effects on vitality. The Summoners Association is currently investigating the source and composition of these stones. The situation in Sin City is too complicated right now. There are external enemies and internal troubles, and there is also the stone of life involved. My stinky brother, I advise you to forget about this treasure and leave Sin City as soon as possible. It is important to save your life. Chu Mo patted Ye Kai's shoulder, although she really wanted to stay and continue his adventure with Ye Kai. But after all, she still has a mission to accomplish, and she must bring the Stone of Life back to the Longhua Empire to report. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ye Kai knew clearly what Chu Mo said. There is no way he would completely disregard his life for a piece of SSSR equipment. Once the situation reaches a stage where Ye Kai can no longer control it, he will leave Sin City immediately. I will take the Stone of Life back to Longhua Empire right away. We will meet again later. Well, be careful on the road. Ye Kai smiled and nodded. Seeing that Chu Mo had successfully completed her task, Ye Kai was very happy for her. After seeing Chu Mo off, Ye Kai finally put his mind at ease. After a long journey these days, Ye Kai rented a room at the border of Sin City and planned to take a hot bath and have a good rest. Only then did I realize that this is a desert city and water is the most scarce commodity. But Ye Kai had been following the caravan all the way and hadn't taken a bath for a long time. Tina and Xia Lulu have also developed bad habits because of Ye Kai, and now they have to take a shower before going to bed. Useless summoner. This is the room you opened for 1,000 mana? There's not even water. Tina just came out of the bathroom with a dissatisfied look on her face. Xia Lulu also stared at Ye Kai eagerly and expressed that she also wanted to take a bath. Hey, I'll go down and ask the boss if there's any hot water. Ye Kai shook his head helplessly. Other Shikigami were parasitic in their master's body and did not need to take a bath or eat. It's all my fault. I spoiled them too much. Since Tina and Xia Lulu unlocked the language function, they're becoming more and more like humans. Ye Kai came downstairs to the hotel and asked the curly-haired proprietress who weighed at least 200 kilograms. Does your hotel provide hot water? Ah! After hearing Ye Kai's question, the proprietress, who had originally had a calm expression, was suddenly frightened and panicked, as if she had seen something terrible. Ye Kai picked his nose and said, No, I just want some hot water. Is it that scary? But soon, Ye Kai discovered something was wrong. People around began to dodge deliberately, and a guest who was eating salad even buried his head in the plate. Ye Kai followed the people's frightened gazes. Of course. A man in black slowly approached from behind Ye Kai and said with a smile, Water is the most precious resource in our Sin City. If you need water so much, why not go to the Pharaoh's palace and have a seat there? You can get as much water as you want. It's Feng Tianyi. No, I still prefer to stay in a small hotel. It's more relaxing and comfortable. Ye Kai stared at the other party vigilantly. It was Ye Kai who had previously thwarted the regular army's ambush, so Feng Tianyi must have come with ill intentions. Sit down and talk. Okay. Ye Kai nodded, and the two found an empty seat. Since the other party didn't take any action, Ye Kai just waited and watched. What's your name, sir? 007. What a nice name. As for who I am, I'm sure you've already heard of me, Mr. 007. As the Imperial Master of the Desert City, I can arrest you right now as an accomplice of the rebels. Feng Tianyi's tone was gloomy, with a hint of threat in his words. Really? Do you think you can catch me? Ye Kai smiled slightly. I am just an ordinary summoner of the association. If the national teacher really wants to force me to join the rebels, I can only obey your orders. What Ye Kai meant was that if you regard me as an enemy, then I will really join the rebels and fight against you. Just kidding. There's no need to be nervous, Mr. 007. Feng Tianyi's original intention of this trip was to find out Ye Kai's attitude. Naturally, he did not want Ye Kai to become an enemy of the regular army. The State Master's jokes are of such high quality that they can actually make me feel a little cool in this hot Sin City. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. 007. Feng Tianyi smiled awkwardly, and then continued to ask. Mr. 007 doesn't seem to be from Sin City. What is your purpose in coming here? The situation in Sin City is very complicated right now. I advise Mr. 007 to leave as soon as possible. I need to do something and leave soon. Ye Kai knew Feng Tianyi's intention, so he reassured him. Don't worry, I don't want to get involved in the internal struggle of your Sin City. Haha, Mr. 007 is a smart man. It's better to be like this. After saying that, Feng Tianyi left the hotel. The moment the door of the hotel was opened, Ye Kai saw a large number of troops waiting outside the door. If Ye Kai had said something wrong just now, or if Feng Tianyi felt that Ye Kai and Nefer were in cahoots, the other party would probably take action immediately. However, Ye Kai had already calculated that Feng Tianyi did not want to be his enemy. If he wanted to take action, he would have done it right away. There would be no need to sit down and talk. After Feng Tianyi left, Ye Kai walked slowly to the front desk of the hotel. Boss, give me 2 buckets of hot water. Ye Kai patted the counter of the hotel. The 200-kilogram proprietress had already been frightened by Feng Tianyi and had crawled underneath. Is the Imperial Master gone? The proprietress asked tremblingly. Yeah. Ye Kai nodded. After getting a positive answer, the proprietress came out from under the counter. After making sure that Feng Tianyi and his gang had really left, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the proprietress's expression, she seemed quite frightened. Coupled with the reactions of other people, Feng Tianyi almost frightened the people of Sin City. From this point, it is not difficult for Ye Kai to see who is right and who is wrong between the regular army and the rebel army. Since ancient times, those who fail to win the support of the people will surely fail. But none of this concerns Ye Kai. He just wants hot water now. You want hot water? Then the proprietress pointed to the sign behind her, which read, Hot water, 10,000 blue knives a bucket. Ye Kai took a quick look and thought it was quite affordable. Give me 3 buckets. There are only 2 barrels left. If you need them, I'll have someone send them up to you later. All right, 2 buckets is fine. It's better than nothing. Chapter 90, how about we take a shower together? 3 people, 2 buckets of water. How do I wash this? How about this, you 2 take a shower together, and I'll take a shower alone. Ye Kai suggested. Why should a useless summoner like you wash a bucket by yourself? Tina was obviously a little unconvinced. Ye Kai scratched his head. How about we take a shower together? Chi. Tina turned her head away, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. Why should Tina take a bath with the master? No. Xiao Lulu also wants to take a bath with the master. When Xiao Lulu heard that Ye Kai wanted to take a bath with Tina, she immediately became unhappy. Well, how about this? I have a perfect idea. You say. Tina glanced at Ye Kai out of the corner of her eye and always felt that his method was not a good idea. Ye Kai, then let's wash together, the 3 of us. This way the distribution is fair and reasonable. Xiao Lulu, good idea. Nung, what a good idea. Tina grabbed Xiao Lulu, who was rushing towards Ye Kai, and said helplessly, Okay, Xiao Lulu and I will take a shower together. Although Tina was very reluctant, this was the only solution at the moment. Tina doesn't want to take a bath with the master? Xiao Lulu looked frustrated and a little lost. Fool. Tina shook her head helplessly. If it weren't for her presence, there was no telling what would have happened to Xiao Lulu, the stupid dragon, after being tricked by the useless summoner. After that, Tina carried hot water and forcibly took Xiao Lulu into the bathroom, and did not forget to turn around and tell Ye Kai, Don't peek, or I'll chop you off. Don't worry, I just need to listen to the sound. There was a chill in Tina's eyes, but it did not affect Ye Kai's wild thoughts. Abnormal. Tina glanced at Ye Kai out of the corner of her eye, then immediately closed the bathroom door. Bang! From the sound of the door slamming, it can be seen that Tina is very angry. Tina is thin and cool. Xiao Lulu is cute and slightly plump. The 2 of them take a bath together. Will you help each other wipe their bodies? Although Tina's breasts are also big, will she feel inferior facing Xiao Lulu's huge dragon breasts? The bodies of the Shikigami are so cold. Would the water temperature be too hot for them? Strange questions flooded into Ye Kai's mind one by one. Oh, my damn curiosity. Xiao Lulu and Tina stayed in the bathroom for more than half an hour. Ye Kai was puzzled. There was such a small wooden barrel and so little water in it. What were they doing in there for a whole half hour? The hot water that I used has turned into warm water. What are you looking at? Pervert. Tina changed into the pajamas that Ye Kai had bought specifically for them. The thin lace made Tina's graceful body faintly visible, which was very nice. Xiao Lulu was wearing a cute dinosaur pajamas, which was very cute and adorable and very consistent with her temperament. As soon as Yi Kai entered the bathroom, he smelled the body fragrance of a young girl. Very light, but smells good. After taking a shower, Yi Kai could finally have a good sleep. The temperature in Sin City was abnormally hot. Yi Kai tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. Even after taking off everything except his underpants, he was still very hot. The only electric fan in the hotel was blowing hot air. Is this the upper room for 1,000 blue knives? Yi Kai suddenly felt that he had been cheated. He became more and more irritated and couldn't sleep. Master, why did you take off all your clothes? Xiao Lulu glanced at Yi Kai, who was only in his underwear, and asked with her little head tilted. Chi, perverted summoner, what weird things are you doing again? I'm hot. Yi Kai is very annoyed now. Is it hot? Xiao Lulu looked doubtful. She didn't feel it at all. Since the Shikigami are originally cold-blooded demons, their bodies are cold even in the blazing Sin City. That's right. Your body is cold. Yi Kai suddenly realized. He still remembered that he had thought about it when he first slept with Tina. If it is a hot summer, the Shikigami's cool body can be used as an ice pack pillow. Perverted summoner, what do you want to do? Tina glared at Yi Kai, and her hand seemed to be looking for the famous sword, Anmi, beside her pillow. This made Yi Kai feel a chill before he even hugged him. Wait, Tina, calm down. You useless summoner. I am very calm now. At this time, Tina had already touched Anmi and was ready to draw her sword at any time. I'm very hot now. I want to use your body to cool down. Yi Kai clearly felt that Tina was about to draw her sword and quickly explained, Hold it for a while. Just let me hold it. Oh, well, master. Of course you can. Xiao Lulu seemed to have understood and immediately opened her arms, ready to accept Yi Kai. No, Tina said coldly. Xiao Lulu, you must not believe him. I know these perverted routines very well. At the beginning, they say they just want to hug you, and then they will rub against you and will never go in. Don't believe it. Xiao Lulu, do you believe me? Since Tina could not be relied upon, Yi Kai tried to guide Xiao Lulu. Yes, I believe in the master. Xiao Lulu nodded. Then let me hold you. No. I said no, and it means no. Forget about it, you perverted summoner. Although the famous sword, Anmi, in Tina's hand was not unsheathed, it was already placed on Yi Kai's neck. Hateful. In desperation, Yi Kai could only give up the idea. But there were two big ice packs right in front of me, and I couldn't even hold them. It was such a waste of resources. Etc. A sudden idea came to Yi Kai's mind. Suddenly, I thought of a great idea. Since Tina won't let him go, but Xiao Lulu does, why not call Tina back? Hee. Then you can do whatever you want. Ha ha ha. I'm such a fucking genius. Yi Kai Jin couldn't help but smile. He did it right away. Just as Yi Kai was about to take action, Tina suddenly stood up. Since Yi Kai was lying down at this time, Tina could look down at him. That look was like looking at a pile of garbage. Quite contemptuous and disdainful. Perverted summoner, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. If you do anything bad to Xiao Lulu after you summon me back, just wait. The next time I come out, I will definitely chop you into a bloody mist. It's over. That smile just now betrayed me. Damn, this woman Tina is so annoying. If I had known this would happen, I should have reported you in the test square. Chapter 91 Sleeping. Yi Kai stood up suddenly and looked at Tina with red eyes. In fact, it is not inferior at all. Tina, just wait for me. The day I turn things around will be the day you kneel down and call me daddy. Oh, forget it. I'll just let you hug me. Seeing Yi Kai sweating profusely, Tina softened her heart and compromised. But I'm warning you, perverted summoner, you'd better not do anything weird. Don't worry, I'm a serious summoner. I want a helicopter. I want to fly to space with you. I want to melt together with you. Melting in a galaxy. On the surface, he was not surprised by praise or criticism, but in his heart, it was like he was on a jet plane, soaring into the sky. But you just have to hold it. Tina pointed at Xiao Lulu's chubby tail and said. Yi Kai frowned. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't he just rest his head on Xiao Lulu's breasts and hug Tina's long legs? He just asked me to hold Xiao Lulu's tail? Are you kidding me? Don't I have any respect? I refuse. I want to use my pillow. Then you should sleep alone. It's so hot that you'll die. You perverted summoner. Tina knew that Yi Kai was going to make some weird requests, so she immediately nipped his idea in the bud. Okay then. Yi Kai knew Tina's character very well. It was okay to be a tail, but it was better than having no tail at all. After accepting Tina's conditions, Xiao Lulu slept between the two of them, and then threw her chubby tail to Yi Kai. Yi Kai tried to touch Xiao Lulu's tail with his hand. Plump, soft, and cool. You know what? It's really good. Oh. After holding Xiao Lulu's tail, Yi Kai suddenly felt much more comfortable. Xiao Lulu's tail is not bone-chillingly cold, but rather slightly refreshing. Although it is not as good as breasts, it is definitely a great way to cool down in the summer. Perverted summoner, stop making weird noises. You don't understand how cool this feels. Yi Kai held Xiao Lulu's tail and became more and more reluctant to let go, and held her tighter and tighter. The entire tail was tightly held by Yi Kai. This unprecedented feeling made Xiao Lulu's body tremble slightly. Xiao Lulu, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, just let the perverted summoner hold my feet while you sleep. Seeing that Xiao Lulu was a little uncomfortable, Tina asked with concern. No, it's okay, Tina, it just feels a little weird because no one has ever held my tail before. This is the first time, so it's a little sensitive. I should be able to get used to it after a while. Xiao Lulu smiled lightly, then hugged Tina tightly. Tina and Xiao Lulu have a very good relationship. Ever since they stopped resting in Yi Kai's body, they sleep in each other's arms every night. Originally, Shikigami did not need to sleep, but after Tina and Xiao Lulu stayed with Yi Kai for a long time, they gradually learned human habits. I eat 3 meals on time every day and sleep at night. However, Shikigami's sleep is different from that of humans. Their sleep is very light, even when they sleep with their eyes closed. But they know about any slight disturbance outside. Yi Kai knows this very well because he gets up every night to urinate. Whenever he came out of the toilet, there would be 2 pairs of eyes as big as copper bells staring at him. Then you can hear Tina secretly complaining in her heart. Chi, what a useless summoner. He can't even control when to go to the toilet, and he gets up in the middle of the night every night. However, Yi Kai would like to make it clear here that he does not have to get up every night. Tina is exaggerating a bit here. Cough, cough. With Xiao Lulu's cool and refreshing tail, Yi Kai finally had a good sleep comfortably. The next morning, a breeze blew by. Yi Kai was still lying in bed and taking a nap. While sleeping, Yi Kai vaguely felt something light and thin covering his face. Suddenly, he had trouble breathing. I opened my sleepy eyes and was greeted by the faint scent of laundry detergent. What the hell? Yi Kai took off the thing covering his face and saw that it was a piece of soft cloth with a teddy bear lace printed on it. In order to confirm what the thing that disturbed his sleep was, Yi Kai stretched it out completely in front of his eyes. Master, good morning. Useless summoner, hurry up and get up and eat. Every morning when I wake up, I can hear Xiao Lulu and Tina greeting me in different tones. It is so happy. Perverted summoner, what are you doing? Tina glanced at Yi Kai and found that this guy was playing with her panties in his hands. It turned out to be, just when Yi Kai saw clearly what this soft thing was, a chill that made his back chill. When Yi Kai realized something was wrong, Tina had already pounced over here. It's not like that, Tina, listen to me explain. It's the wind. Before Yi Kai could finish speaking, Tina kicked Yi Kai in the waist. Oh shit. Sigma. This woman is really murderous. After Yi Kai's explanation, Tina realized that the panties she and Xiao Lulu had hung by the window were blown onto Yi Kai's face by the wind, causing the misunderstanding. Tina, you kicked me and reduced half a pound of kidney to 2 ounces. Tell me, what should I do? Yi Kai was unyielding and immediately acted like a parent scolding a child. So a kick in the face next time? Next time, and a kick in the face, what are you thinking? Oh, yo. Yi Kai immediately pretended to be extremely exhausted. To deal with someone like Tina, force is definitely not the way to go. You have to win her sympathy and let her know the seriousness of her behavior. Are you okay? Why don't you go to the hospital? Seeing this, Tina immediately came over to support Yi Kai. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be dying. Tina, it seems that I can't be so harsh next time. The useless summoner is a human being and can't be treated as a demon. Seeing that Tina took the bait, Yi Kai quickly lay in her arms. I'm fine, just let me sleep well at night. Really? It's okay. You can lie down wherever you want tonight? Okay. Yi Kai looked embarrassed. Since you asked me to do so, I will respectfully obey your order. Chapter 92 Breakthrough 5 stars. After finishing his breakfast while holding his waist, Yi Kai brought Tina and Xiao Lulu to the 4S shop of the shoddy armored vehicle. Yi Kai spent a full 5 million blue knives to buy a small sand armored vehicle. In the desert environment, armored vehicles are essential for travel. Wow, what a cool armored car. Can I drive it? Xiao Lulu looked at the armored vehicle with excitement and was eager to try it out. Of course, Ye Kai drove the armored vehicle to the sand outside the city, and then taught Xiao Lulu how to operate it step by step. Although Xiao Lulu usually looks dull, she has a very high talent when it comes to chariot driving. In just a few minutes, Xiao Lulu had mastered the basic operations of the armored vehicle. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. It took more than an hour of careful instruction from the staff before he could barely drive. Xiao Lulu actually learned it in just a few minutes, which makes me look stupid. No, it must be because I taught you well. Ah, that's right, that must be the case. With a gold medal lecturer like me, I can naturally produce outstanding students like Xiao Lulu. Not only that, after Ye Kai's guidance, Xiao Lulu became self-taught and was able to perform various tricks by looking at the instruction manual. Things like sand drifting, Z movement, and even rocket launching. Seeing that Xiao Lulu was so talented in operating machinery, Ye Kai silently smiled like an old father. Suddenly, a sandstorm arose. In the yellow sand, a huge figure appeared in front of the armored vehicle. Dune Giant. Affiliation. Wild. Rank. A. Star rating. 6 stars. Bonds. Desert Guardian. Appearance. A giant 20 meters tall, made entirely of sand and stone. Combat ability. Although it moves slowly, its attack and defense power are extremely high. It is difficult to break its defense with ordinary attacks. Skill. Sandstorm Fist CD. 5 minutes. A punch that gathers all the strength of the body, with astonishing destructive power. Just as Ikai saw the information of the Dune Giant clearly, the opponent had already stepped on it. If the 20-meter-tall hill giant stepped on the armored vehicle, Ye Kai's 5 million blue swords would be destroyed in an instant. Xiao Lulu, hurry up! Ye Kai was panicking, but Xiao Lulu's eyes were calm, as if everything was under her control. Xiao Lulu was seen supporting her chin with one hand, turning the steering wheel with one hand, operating it with an expressionless face. A beautiful drift passed by the feet of the Dune Giant. It seemed thrilling, but it was actually very stable. Ye Kai glanced at Tina, who was about to drink tea. Because of Xiao Lulu's drift just now, not a drop of tea in Tina's hand was spilled. Tina also glanced at the Dune Giant above and silently put down the steaming cup of tea in her hand. There was a cold light in his eyes. Flash! In an instant, Tina, who had just put down the teacup, disappeared into the armored vehicle. 10 seconds later, Ye Kai received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6-star A-level demon species, Dune Giant, and gaining 21,600 experience points. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. What the hell? Is it so fast? Without waiting for Ye Kai to react, Xiao Lulu drifted at the limit again, then opened the car door and took Tina back into the car. Tina and Xiao Lulu performed the operation smoothly without any unnecessary movements, which immediately shocked Ye Kai. When Tina came back to drink her tea, the cup was still steaming. In ancient times, Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong with warm wine, and now Tina kills the demon with warm tea. In ancient times, Fujiwara Takumi used drainage ditches to turn corners, and today, Xiao Lulu performs a perfect Z-shaped drift on the sand. These two guys are something. Ye Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was a waste. How could I, Ye Kai, be so worthy as to summon you to Xiao? After another investigation around the ruins, with the tacit cooperation of Tina and Xiao Lulu, Ye Kai gained a large amount of experience points. This made Ye Kai discover a problem. There were originally very few wild demon species around the city of Sin. Due to the harsh climate, the living environment of the demons is also poor, and most of them hide in the sand and are difficult to be found. But after getting closer to the ruins, Ye Kai could clearly feel that the frequency of the appearance of demons had increased. Although Ye Kai is not very clear about the principle behind this place is definitely a good place to improve one's own strength and fight monsters. In the following period of time, Ye Kai took Tina and Xiao Lulu to practice in this area every day. So-called training. It was nothing more than Ye Kai staying in the armored vehicle to enjoy the air conditioning and cheering for Xiao Lulu and Tina. Life is extremely comfortable, especially after Ye Kai was kicked by Tina, now after practicing every day and returning to the hotel. Ye Kai sleeps wherever he wants. Today he rests his head on Xiao Lulu's breasts. Tomorrow he rides on Tina's long legs. He hugs her left and right, and does whatever he wants. Just like this, day after day, a month passed. Easily, you get more than 2 million experience points. After a day of pleasant training, Ye Kai returned to the inn again. There were only 3 days left before the big sandstorm appeared. Ye Kai took a bath and lay comfortably in bed, thinking about how to allocate these 2 million experience points to maximize combat effectiveness. After thinking for a long time, Ye Kai still had no clue. After all, when Ye Kai was resting his head on Xia Lulu's big dragon breasts, his mind was full of her breasts. Xia Lulu's breasts completely restricted Ye Kai's thinking. Sure enough, Ye Kai changed his position and rested his head on Tina's thigh. The idea is obviously much clearer. Tina and Xia Lulu are both currently 4 stars, and the experience required to upgrade their star is 576,000 points. This time, Ye Kai treated them all equally and decisively allocated 1,152,000 experience points to them, upgrading them all to 5 stars. Congratulations to the host SSSR Shikigami, Tina, for breaking through to 5 stars. The Wind Sword Princess, Tina. Affiliation, Ye Kai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 5 stars. 0/10125000. Bonds, Gale, Swordsman Ronin, Black Silk, JK, Dark Darkness added. Shikigami equipment. SSS famous sword, Dark Destruction. The demon blade from the depths of the Imperial Prison is surrounded by the power of darkness. Anyone hit by Dark Destruction will be corroded by the power of darkness and will become its own shadow slave after death. Shikigami outfit. JK, Black Stockings. Skill, Mirror Image Clone Upgrade LV5 CD. 5 minutes. Create 5 mirror clones with combat power only 50% of the original and receive 600% damage, lasting 30 seconds. Unlock new skills. Death is like the wind, passive skill. Tina will get double the critical hit rate, but the basic critical hit damage will be reduced to 150%. For every 1% of critical hit rate that exceeds the limit, an additional 1% of critical hit damage will be added. Chapter 93 Improving Combat Power. Looking at the new passive of the 5-star Tina, Ye Kai-an was very excited. Although the critical strike rate is doubled, the critical strike damage is reduced by 50%. Without the blessing of high critical strike rate, this passive will become useless. Moreover, it is almost impossible to increase the critical hit rate of the Shikigami to over 100% only through the bonuses of equipment and other bonds. Therefore, this passive ability was born for the Black Silk bond. Black Silk. 2 Shikigami wearing Black Silk gain 20% critical strike chance, dealing double damage. Black Silk. For Shikigami wearing Black Silk gain 40% critical hit chance, dealing double damage. Black Silk. 6 Shikigami wearing Black Silk gain 80% critical strike chance, dealing double damage. Black Silk. 8 Shikigami wearing Black Silk gain 160% critical strike, dealing double damage. Also gains an additional 100% critical strike damage bonus. If Ye Kai can complete the bond of Black Silk, 8, and combine it with Tina's passive, he will be invincible. Although Tina's basic critical damage has dropped to 150%, the double critical rate is 320% critical, which is a full 220% overflow. For every 1% excess critical hit rate, an additional 1% critical hit damage is added, plus the additional 100% critical hit damage from Black Silk. 8. Then Tina's critical damage is 470%. Moreover, with a 320% critical hit rate, even if you encounter an anti-critical attribute, every hit will be a critical hit. Every attack does almost 5 times the damage, which is simply invincible. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. To complete the bond of Black Silk, 8, the first and most basic requirement is to be able to summon 8 Shikigami. Need to reach the legendary king realm that surpasses the king realm. The legendary king is an existence that surpasses the 12 golden palaces. When gods and humans see it, they have to take a detour. This is obviously too far away. But if it is Black Stockings 6 combined with Tina's passive, it will have a 160% critical hit rate and 210% critical hit damage. In normal 80% critical rate, 200% critical damage. The critical damage is only 10% higher. If the opponent does not have the critical damage resistance attribute, the critical rate will only increase by 20%. The passive income is very low. Therefore, Tina's passive skill of Death Like the Wind can only undergo a qualitative change after she has collected all the Black Silk. 8. It seems that Ye Kai still has to work harder, as he has a long way to go as he shoulders a heavy burden. If you want to unleash Tina's true strength, you have to reach the realm of a legendary king. Take it slow. You can't become fat in one breath anyway. After Tina was upgraded to 5 stars, Yikai discovered that the experience value required to upgrade to 6 stars was 10,125,000 points. 5 stars and 6 stars are the dividing line between high-grade Shikigami. The experience points required to upgrade the Shikigami are star level X star level X grade X 1000. However, after 5 star, the experience required to level up SR, SSR, SSSR, and UR Shikigami will become star level X star level X grade X 1000. However, the experience gained from killing Shikigami or demons will not be increased. Yikai suddenly realized that after reaching 5 stars, the training cost of Shikigami above S grade would increase by a multiple of 1 grade on the original basis. Tina is an SSR Shikigami, and the experience required to upgrade to 6 stars has increased by 9 times. That's why it reached an astonishing number of over 10 million. Similarly, after the Summoner's Realm is upgraded to gold, the experience points required will increase exponentially, but the experience points gained from kills will not increase. Therefore, in the Dragon Wasteland continent, summoners who can upgrade SR Shikigami to 5 stars or above, and those who can upgrade to the Gold Realm or above, are extremely rare. After Tina was promoted to 5 stars, Xia Lulu followed closely behind. Congratulations to the host. SSR Shikigami Xia Lulu has reached 5 stars. Devil Blood Dragon Girl, Xia Lulu. Affiliation, Yikai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 5 stars, 0 out of 10, 125, 000. Bonds, Dragon Blood Demon, Shapeshifter, Maid Black Silk. Shikigami Equipment, none. Shikigami Outfit, Maid Black Silk Stockings. Dragon's Roar upgraded to level 5, CD, 10 minutes. Emits a Dragon's Roar, increasing its size to 5 times, lasting for 30 seconds. Unlock new skill, Devouring the World, CD, 60 minutes. Xia Lulu can devour everything. If she can digest it, she can convert it into her own energy. If she cannot, she will cause great harm to herself, or even death. After being upgraded to 5 stars, Xia Lulu actually gained the ability to devour everything, making her a gluttonous foodie. However, although this skill seems invincible, it must be used with caution. If you have poor digestion, you may suffer backlash. Now Yikai is also a man who owns 2 5-star SSSRs. After receiving support from Tina and Xia Lulu, Yikai's own attributes once again made a qualitative leap. Suddenly, I felt full of strength. The Shikigami's feedback rate is 20%, and coupled with the hidden title of Double Flying that Yikai had previously obtained, it has been increased by an additional 20%. So Yikai's return rate is 24%. The current Yikai has 24% of Tina's basic attributes, and also has 24% of Tina's basic attributes. The ability should not be underestimated. With the remaining experience points, Yikai first raised his own realm to gold. Yikai. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Profession, gold summoner. 0/20 million. Talent, SSS level, Star Soul Devourer. A level, Golden Light Curse. A level, Stealth. Shikigami. Tina, 5-star SSR, Wind Sword Princess. Xia Lulu, 5-star SSR, Demon Blood Dragon Girl. Title, Cowardly Rat, Double Flying, LSP, Master of Enhancement. Nothing gained, God Killer. There were exactly 600,000 experience points left, and Yikai used all of them to buy Culture Medium in the System Mall. I plan to hatch all the Shikigami eggs in one go. 71. 59. 59. System prompt. In the last 3 days, please do not use Culture Medium and let the Shikigami egg hatch automatically. Otherwise, the catalysis may fail. Yikai has been waiting for more than a month, so a few days won't make a difference. However, a huge sandstorm was about to come in just 3 days, and Yikai had to enter the ruins immediately, so he would have no time to train and familiarize himself with the new Shikigami. But it's not a big problem. Now that Tina and Xia Lulu have both been upgraded to 5 stars, Yikai's combat effectiveness is no longer the same as before. What Yikai needs to do now is to make full preparations in advance. The ruins under the desert only have an hour to enter and exit. If you miss the opportunity, you will most likely be trapped under the desert for 100 years. That's no joke. Chapter 94. Descendants of Pharaoh. Yikai originally wanted to rest for a few days and wait quietly for the arrival of the sandstorm. But at this critical juncture, the decisive battle between the Sin City rebels and the regular army began. The entire Sin City was in turmoil. And according to reliable sources, the army of the Tiger Empire will soon invade the Sin City. The general leading the team was Yi Kai's sworn sister, Leng Yueling. The regular army led by Feng Tianyi advocated laying down their arms and surrendering to the Hui Empire, but the rebel army led by Nephiel insisted on fighting to the death. Originally, the rebel army with very few numbers was no match for the regular army, but the lifestone that Nephiel brought from the Longhua Empire instantly doubled the combat power of the rebel army. The regular army has been gradually suppressed. If this continues, Neferta will most likely take back power in Sin City. But these were all what Ye Kai heard from other people, and the war in Sin City had nothing to do with him. Ye Kai just hopes that the struggle between the regular army and the rebels will not affect his entry into the ruins. These days, the entire Sin City is in turmoil and war. Fortunately, before this, Ye Kai had stored enough food and water resources, as well as a huge amount of fuel in the space ring. These days, the hotel has been affected by the war many times, so Ye Kai simply drove an armored vehicle out of the city. Anyway, Ye Kai has stored a huge amount of fuel, so no matter what happens in Sin City, he can enjoy the air conditioning comfortably in the armored vehicle. It's just that the space in the armored vehicle is a bit narrow, and it's a bit crowded to sleep with Tina and Xiao Lulu at night. During this period, Ye Kai discovered something very strange. That is, a huge arc mark appeared on the edge of Sin City. It didn't exist before, it just appeared in the past few days. However, Ye Kai was about to enter the underground ruins, so he didn't care. On the morning of the third day, Ye Kai took a look at the Shikigami egg. 38:24. There are only 5 minutes left before the big storm arrives. Ye Kai got off the armored vehicle. It was already noon. The scorching sun makes the entire desert like a furnace. A piece of scrap paper lay at Ye Kai's feet, motionless. There was a calmness all around, with no sign of a storm. Is this the final calm before the storm? Looking at the Sin City not far away, you can hear the sound of artillery shells exploding and the smoke rising at any time. I'm afraid that now in Sin City, it's no longer just a struggle between the regular army and the rebels. The army led by Leng Yueling is probably already here. War is ultimately inevitable. Ye Kai could only pray silently, hoping that Leng Yueling would be safe. However, the two forces in Sin City are constantly at odds with each other. As one of the four great empires, it should only be a matter of time before the Tiger Empire wins this war. Just as Ye Kai was looking at the city of Sin, suddenly, a team of armored vehicles drove towards Ye Kai. Ye Kai frowned slightly. Who on earth was the other party, and why did he come here at this critical moment? The armored vehicle team stopped in front of Ye Kai, and a familiar figure walked out of it. 007, you really came here for this big storm. Feng Tianyi, with a small army behind him, walked towards Ye Kai. Seeing that the opponent was coming aggressively, Tina and Xiao Lulu also leaned on Ye Kai's left and right, ready to fight at any time. Ye Kai felt very strange. Why did the other party also know about the once-in-a-century storm? His treasure map had always been kept in the space ring, and there was no way anyone could see it. I don't understand what the Imperial Master is saying. I just saw that the war in Sin City was going on, and I hid here to relax. Ye Kai tried to muddle through. As the leader of the regular army, why did Feng Tianyi come here at this time? Shouldn't he have a final battle with Nefer in Sin City? Could it be that Mr. 007 is having sex in the car with two beautiful Shikigami here? Feng Tianyi said jokingly, not believing Ye Kai's words at all. Good idea. Then Ye Kai glanced at Tina and Xiao Lulu. Tina, how do you want to die? Xiao Lulu, what is sex in a car? Can you eat it? 007, stop playing dumb and tell me how you know about the underground ruins. Feng Tianyi looked at Ye Kai as if he were a thief, as if these underground ruins had originally belonged to him. Since the other party even told him about the underground ruins, there was no need for Ye Kai to pretend anymore, but Ye Kai was also very curious. I was just about to ask how the Imperial Master knew about this once-in-a-century storm and the underground ruins. Feng Tianyi stared at Ye Kai intently, thinking, could it be that you are also a descendant of the previous pharaoh? The previous pharaoh? The descendant? Just as Ye Kai and Feng Tianyi were confronting each other, several armored vehicles chased after them from a distance. Oh no! Nefer and the others are chasing us. Let's go! Towards the eye of the storm. Seeing that Nefer's convoy was chasing after them, Feng Tianyi simply left Ye Kai behind and drove towards the top of the ruins. Ye Kai was puzzled. What is the eye of the storm? The storm hasn't even arrived yet. How does this guy know where the eye of the storm is? Could it be that Feng Tianyi knew information about the big storm even more detailed than the treasure map? without waiting for Yi Kai to finish thinking. Suddenly, a shadow covered the sun, and the whole world changed color in an instant. Yi Kai looked at the scraps of paper that had just been lying motionless at his feet. At this moment, they were picked up by the breeze and were dancing in front of his eyes. The breeze only lasted for less than a few seconds and was followed by a sky full of sand and dust. The direction Feng Tianyi was heading was exactly where the eye of the storm was. Yi Kai quickly got into the armored vehicle. It turned out that Feng Tianyi knew the location of the ruins better than he did, so it would be right to follow him. Xiao Lulu, follow that guy. No problem. Although the wind and sand blocked the view ahead, Xiao Lulu, who had an excellent sense of direction, was still able to sense the location where Feng Tianyi last disappeared. Unable to see anything, Yi Kai could only hear the sound of wind and sand hitting the armored vehicles. Now Yi Kai can only trust Xiao Lulu's feelings. Yi Kai originally thought that he was the only one who knew about the existence of the ruins, but he did not expect that Feng Tianyi knew it even more in detail than he did. He could even predict the location of the eye of the storm, which was really weird. And what Feng Tianyi said, "Are you also a descendant of the previous pharaoh?" This means that Feng Tianyi is the descendant of the previous pharaoh. Only the descendants of the pharaoh know the existence of the ruins. That's why Feng Tianyi considers himself as a descendant of the previous pharaoh. Wait, Nefer is the daughter of the pharaoh and the descendant of this pharaoh. Feng Tianyi is the descendant of the previous pharaoh. In other words, the war in Sin City seems to be a battle between the regular army and the rebels, but in fact it is a war between the new and old pharaohs. Yi Kai originally thought that Feng Tianyi was just a sorcerer who controlled this pharaoh, or a spy of the Hui Empire. I didn't expect that there were so many complex relationships hidden in it. Thinking of this, Yi Kai felt more and more uneasy. Sin City, what is going on? Boom! With a loud bang, the entire armored vehicle seemed to fall into an abyss and began to fall continuously. Chapter 95 Underground Ruins. The entire armored vehicle continued to fall, with collision sounds around it. Yi Kai subconsciously hugged Tina beside him, and the two of them were thrown all over the place in the armored vehicle. Even though the surroundings were shaking violently, Yi Kai still did not let go and held Tina tightly in his arms. Boom! 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 Yi Kai just felt the world spinning. After a long time, everything around finally quieted down. The armored vehicle had been completely deformed and dilapidated after falling continuously. Bump! Xiao Lulu kicked open the deformed car door and slowly walked out of the driver's seat. Since Xiao Lulu was wearing a seatbelt, she was less impacted. In addition to the bloodline of the Dark Dragon, Xiao Lulu's body is naturally quite strong. The entire armored vehicle was stuck in the rubble. After Xiao Lulu cleared the rocks, she was able to barely open the back door and drag Tina and Yi Kai out. The continuous impact made Yi Kai dizzy, and he rested on the ground for a long time before he came to his senses. Tina, are you okay? Are you okay? I have the shield of Ronin's bond. This level of impact can't break my defense. Why are you protecting me? Stupid summoner. Tina said she disliked him, but she was still patiently supporting Yi Kai. I'm glad you're okay. Yi Kai felt relieved when he saw that Tina and Xiao Lulu were both safe and sound. Master, are there really treasures in a place like this? Xiao Lulu couldn't help but ask as she looked at everything around her. The storm had stopped at this time, and Yi Kai could even look up and see the sky above his head covered with dark shadows. It was gray, as if night had just fallen, but also as if dawn was about to break. There are ruins everywhere. A storm that happens once in a century left only 1 hour to explore the ruins. Yi Kai had thought that there was a magnificent palace beneath the sand, but he did not expect it to be so dilapidated. The huge, ancient city looks like a huge ruin, with nothing in it. Is this the underground ruins? Yi Kai suddenly had the illusion that he had returned to the city of sin again, but this city of sin was even more desolate. The storm blew up the sand above the ruins, bringing a century-old empty city back to light. Yi Kai stood in front of an abandoned leaning tower and asked Tina to take him to the top of the tower. Standing on the commanding heights of the ruins, Yi Kai could even see the Sin City with thick smoke billowing out of it in the distance, and the ruins under his feet seemed as if they were carved from the same mold as the Sin City. Every building around here is so similar. Why is there such a highly similar underground relic in the north of Sin City? It's so strange. But now is not the time to waste time thinking about these things. Several minutes have passed since Yi Kai fell. There is only 1 hour to search for the ancient dust axe in the ruins. A big storm will soon hit again, burying the ruins underground once again. Careful! Suddenly, Tina on the side swung out several wind blades, knocking away the flying poisonous arrows. Only then did Yi Kai realize that there were countless pairs of demon eyes staring at them from the moment they stepped in here. They were already surrounded by demons. Countless demons hidden in the sand and stone ruins began to stir. The poison arrow just now was shot by a 3-star B-level poison arrow lizard. No wonder the frequency of demon species appearing increased significantly after he got close to the ruins. It seems that this relic has been buried underground for hundreds of years and has become a gathering place for demons. There are tens of thousands of demon species living here. Among them are also many high-level demon species. Tina, Xiaolulu, let's go. Now is not the time to fight with the demons. Yi Kai quickly fled to the location indicated on the treasure map. Before arriving at the ruins, Yi Kai had already engraved every detail of the treasure map in his mind, and he just climbed to the commanding heights to determine his position. There were a huge number of demons around, so Yi Kai did not choose to let Xiaolulu transform into a dark dragon and fly in the sky. Because in situations like this, the number of demons is too large. Once in the air, without any cover, you will just become a sitting duck for the demons. Using the ruins as cover, Yi Kai quickly moved through the ruins. There is less than an hour left now. After finding the ancient dust axe, Yi Kai must still retain enough time to retreat. This makes time even more urgent. As Yi Kai continued to move forward, he discovered that the demons chasing them were running in another direction. It seems that a new target has been found. I remember that before Feng Tianyi headed towards the eye of the storm, Nephiel and the rebels also chased after him. It is very likely that in addition to Feng Tianyi, Nephiel, who possesses the Desert Emperor, has also entered the ruins. Looking at the Sun Disk defense tower being built not far away, Yi Kai knew that Nefer was fighting the demons. Thanks to Nephiel, the number of demons chasing Yi Kai and his men has decreased a lot, which makes Yi Kai's movements faster. But even so, Yi Kai still didn't dare to take it lightly, because Feng Tianyi seemed to know the terrain of the ruins better than him. Since the other party knew about the existence of the big storm and the underground ruins, he might also know about the existence of the ancient dust battle axe. We can't let this guy get there first. After a chase with the demons, the final location shown on the treasure map finally appeared in front of Yi Kai. It is a magnificent palace with carved railings and jade bricks, which forms a sharp contrast with the desolate and dilapidated surroundings. It's here. Yi Kai could conclude that the ancient dust battle axe was in this palace. The moment Yi Kai discovered the palace, someone had already taken the lead and pushed open the door of the palace. "Boss, you go in first, we'll cover you." Amid the resistance of Feng Tianyi and his men, he entered the palace alone. Feng Tianyi rushed all the way, and like Yi Kai and the others, a large number of demons gathered behind him. Those who were left behind him fell in a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, it was eaten up by the demon. But after eating those people, the demons did not enter the palace to chase Feng Tianyi, but stopped collectively at the door of the palace. It seems that for these demons, this palace is their forbidden area. But this caused huge trouble for Yi Kai, as hundreds of demons gathered at the entrance of the palace. With an encirclement in front and pursuers behind, Yi Kai was suddenly in a dilemma. But it seems that once you enter the palace, these demons will no longer chase you. Tina, death is like the wind, always by my side. Tina understood immediately. The secret of Tianyi Jinliu, the storm of absolute slash. In an instant, he swung out thousands of dark wind blades, immediately cutting a bloody path at the entrance of the palace. The system notification sounds of various kills kept ringing in Yi Kai's mind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Kai and Xiaolulu rushed over. However, because the number of demons around was too large, the two of them were surrounded by demons again halfway through their charge. Ouch! The dragon roars. Chapter 96. Breaking through the siege. With Xiaolulu's dragon roar, the body of the dark dragon instantly grew to 5 times its size. After being upgraded to 5 stars, the size of Xiaolulu's dragon's roar was once again enhanced. The huge dark dragon instantly shook away the surrounding demons. Xiaolulu held Yi Kai and continued to charge towards the palace. Under the cover of Tina's wind blade, Xiaolulu and Yi Kai finally arrived in front of the palace. But even this short distance of more than 10 meters was extremely difficult. The demon species brought by Feng Tianyi plus the demon species brought by Yi Kai himself. The two groups of demon species gathered together. Even Xiaolulu, who has the bloodline of the demon dragon, found it difficult to break through for a while. Tina, Xiao Lulu used her body to protect Ye Kai tightly, and then shouted to Tina, who was waiting for her at the palace gate. The two women's eyes met, and they seemed to have made a decision. At this time, the attacks from the surrounding demons continued to bombard Xiao Lulu. Even though she had the bloodline of a demon dragon, she was already covered in wounds. Bloodblade Flying Claw. Xiao Lulu transformed her own blood into blood energy and created 10 bloody marks straight ahead. Under the Bloodblade Flying Claws, several more demons were killed by Xiao Lulu. At the same time, Tina also cast Mirror Clone. Together with her original body, there were a total of 6 Tinas, continuously releasing wind blades towards one point. Tina and Xiao Lulu cooperated tacitly and immediately opened a breakthrough among the heavily surrounded demons. Ouch! Xiao Lulu roared, and the dragon's sharp claws grabbed Ye Kai tightly and then threw him towards the palace. Ye Kai also understood Xiao Lulu's intention in an instant. The moment he was thrown out by Xiao Lulu, Ye Kai summoned the scarred dark dragon behind him back into his body. Under the projection of the dragon's strange power, Ye Kai's body was like an arrow shot from a bow, shooting straight towards the palace gate. He threw Ye Kai steadily into Tina's arms. Although Xiao Lulu was forced to be recalled, Ye Kai arrived at the palace gate safely. Xiao Lulu, you've worked hard. Just rest in my body for a while. Feng Tianyi had already entered the palace. Without further ado, Ye Kai and Tina followed in. As soon as they entered the palace, they were attacked by Feng Tianyi. The Red Shadow Ninja used Phantom Clone, and several afterimages were real and fake, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The slime mantis on the side was even more eager, with its wings flapping constantly, as if ready to attack at any time. On Ye Kai's side, after Xiao Lulu was recalled, she could not be summoned again for a 5-minute CD. Tina had used most of her skills in the previous battle and was in a vacuum period. Facing the ninjutsu attack from the Red Shadow Ninja, Tina could only use the wind barrier to resist. Tina, don't worry about me, kill Scyther first. Ye Kai decided to burn his boats. Instead of being stared at by the other party, he would rather take the initiative to attack and kill the other party. The best defense is offense. Instant kill. Tina, who was originally protecting Ye Kai, suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Scyther. The famous sword in his hand, Ami, was unsheathed. The +11 Ami emitted a faint fluorescence, and a dense, murderous aura came towards him. Ye Kai hid behind Tina's wind barrier and dealt with the Red Shadow Ninja. But facing the Red Shadow Ninja with the Assassin's Bond, any barrier is futile. Assassin, to your Assassin Shikigami gains the Blink skill, CD, 5 seconds, and can teleport 10 meters away. An Assassin-type Shikigami with a teleportation skill with an extremely low CD. Although the distance is not far, it can be used frequently to catch the opponent by surprise. The Red Shadow Ninja directly flashed behind Ye Kai and was about to attack. But everything was within Ye Kai's expectations. While the Red Shadow Ninja flashed, Ye Kai had already used stealth to escape. On the other hand, after Tina broke through to 5 stars, the 7-star Belevel Scythe was no match for her. Not to mention that Tina also had the +11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, in her hand. In just one encounter, Tina cut off Scyther's arms. Without the scimitars on its arms, Scyther completely lost its ability to attack and could only flee in panic. Feng Tianyi could never have imagined that Tina's strength improved so rapidly in just 1 month. The Scyther, who had been fighting back and forth with Tina before, was now no match for her at all. But even though Scyther was about to be killed by Tina, Feng Tianyi did not let the Red Shadow Ninja go over to support it. Instead, he let the Red Shadow Ninja surround him to prevent himself from being disturbed by Night Kai. At this time, Feng Tianyi was standing in front of a crystal coffin. He took out the jade pendant from his chest and continuously injected spiritual power into it. A space barrier actually opened in front of the coffin. Congratulations to the host for killing the 7-star B-rank Shikigami, Scyther, and gaining 137,200 experience points. At the same time, Tina also completely killed Scyther. Feng Tianyi took advantage of the time that Scyther was using its life to delay him and took the Red Shadow Ninja into the space barrier. This is the Pharaoh's tomb? Ha 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 ha. Father, I finally found it. Feng Tianyi looked at the different dimension in front of him and laughed wildly. Before my eyes was a huge mountain of skulls, with bones all over the ground. Ah, ah, ah. The birds in the sky kept making strange noises, and there were black bugs wriggling inside the bones under their feet. The whole space exudes a gloomy and weird feeling, which makes people's scalp tingle. At the top of the mini-skull mountains, there is a huge canine skull, and on top of the skull is an ancient double-edged battle axe. The battle axe is 2 meters long, pitch black with a dark red luster. The whole battle axe exudes the aura of ancient relics, as if it has the power to create the world. If Yikai guessed correctly, this was the SSSR weapon he had been looking for, the ancient dust battle axe. The moment Feng Tianyi entered the space barrier, Yikai, who was in stealth mode, also followed in quietly. Yikai's guess turned out to be correct. As the descendant of the previous pharaoh, Feng Tianyi seemed to know the underground ruins very well. It was indeed right to follow him. At this time, Feng Tianyi also discovered Yikai's presence. You? How did you get in? It doesn't matter. Yikai smiled and said, "Thank you for helping me find the ancient dust battle axe." After saying that, Yikai summoned Xiao Lulu out. Although he didn't have time to call Tina back, so Tina was still outside the palace. He was facing Feng Tianyi, who was only the Red Shadow Ninja. Xiao Lulu alone is enough. Chapter 97 Laws of Heaven and Earth. Who are you? Why do you know about the existence of the ancient dust battle axe? Feng Tianyi stared at Yikai with vigilance. He didn't understand why this guy was everywhere and always ruining his good things. Ever since the ambush on the caravan, Yikai seemed to be against him at every turn. What do you want to do? You are a dying person. You don't need to know so much. Wait. Feng Tianyi paused, then said, "Brother, I think you may be mistaken. Since we are all descendants of the pharaoh, we can each take one of the ancient dust battle axe and the rain Kirin." Oh. Yikai gave a faint smile. Use a Qilin? I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Yes, let's join forces and take the ancient dust battle axe from the Desert Grim Reaper, and then go to the Moon Dew Fairyland to contract the Rain Qilin. Feng Tianyi saw that Yikai seemed to be interested, so he told his plan. Which one do you choose, the ancient dust battle axe or the Rain Qilin? Let's rebuild the city of Sin one by one and restore the glory of Pharaoh. Yikai pretended to think for a while. Which one to choose? Only children make choices. As an adult, I want them all. I don't lack any Shikigami at the moment, so I'll choose the ancient dust battle axe. Get the equipment in front of you first, then that fairy Du Qilin won't be able to escape. Okay. Feng Tianyi nodded to show his agreement. Although Yikai had only dealt with Feng Tianyi a few times, this man's mind was not that simple. On the surface he agreed very well, but who knows what evil plans he was up to behind the scenes. However, according to Feng Tianyi's words, this ancient dust battle axe seems to be guarded by a demon called the Desert Death God. Moreover, only Feng Tianyi knows where Yu Lu Xianzu is. Although this guy is very cunning, he is still useful for the time being. Brother, you don't seem to know much about the ruins. Feng Tianyi asked tentatively. Yikai frowned. This guy, he tried to kill me when he was plotting against me, but now he calls me brother in a very affectionate way. Seeing that the other party began to test him, Yikai directly took out the treasure map. This is passed down from my ancestors. My father asked me to find the ancient dust axe and the rain Qilin to restore the glory of the pharaoh. Since the other party thought he was a descendant of the pharaoh, Yikai took advantage of the situation. Then he turned the tables on Feng Tianyi. You keep calling me the descendant of the pharaoh, but I've never heard my father's generation mention that. Are you trying to cheat me out of the treasures left by the pharaoh? Brother, you don't know this. In fact, this underground ruins is the Sin City from 100 years ago, but it was buried by this sandstorm. The descendants of the pharaoh, who survived at that time, were divided into 2 factions. One faction is the current Nefer family. Their family has the Desert Emperor, so after the Sin City was buried, they quickly rebuilt a new Sin City according to the blueprints. The other faction is our Feng family. Originally, our family had a Desert Death God of the same level as the Nefer family, but that storm trapped the Desert Death God in the Pharaoh's tomb. So, our Feng family has no way to compete with the Nephil family and gradually declined. Fortunately, I have been patient for many years, lurking in Sin City, and finally seized the power of Sin City. Now, as long as we get the ancient dust battle axe and rain Qilin from the Pharaoh's tomb, our Feng family will be able to restore the former glory of Sin City. Feng Tianyi became more and more excited as he spoke, and the smile on his face became more and more unbridled. Brother, you should also be a descendant of our Feng family, because only our Feng family knows that this sandstorm will strike again 100 years later. Yikai took advantage of the situation and said, "Great. After all these years, I finally found the organization. Okay, I'll help you get the ancient dust battle axe first, and then you can help me contract the Yuza-Chilin. The two reached a consensus and began to walk towards the highest skull mountain. As soon as I arrived at the foot of the mountain, I saw that all the surrounding skeleton mountains began to tremble slightly. In an instant, the earth shook and skeleton remains kept rolling down. A demon wearing golden armor, like the Desert Emperor, slowly emerged from Skull Mountain. The only difference is that the Desert Emperor has a chicken's head and a human body, while the Desert Death God has a dog's head and a human body. Desert Death. Affiliation. Wild. Rank. SSSR. Star rating. 6 stars. Bonds. Desert Death Warrior. Appearance. 5 meters tall, wearing golden armor, with a dog's head and a human body. Combat ability. Attacks can absorb the soul in the body and restore itself. Ancient magic can make the enemy weak and unable to move. Skill. 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 This Desert Death God was originally the pharaoh's Shikigami. After the pharaoh's death, he became a wild demon and has been guarding the ancient dust axe in this tomb. For 6-star SSSR Shikigami, you should know that for SR and above Shikigami, after 5 stars, the experience required to upgrade the star will increase exponentially. Correspondingly, the strength of a 6-star SSSR is far superior to that of a 5-star SSSR. You use the Red Shadow Ninja's Phantom Clone to confuse this doghead, and I will find a way to get the ancient dust battle axe. Good. Feng Tianyi was slightly stunned, while he started to order him around directly. Although the two have their own ulterior motives, on the surface they are in a state of win-win cooperation. Feng Tianyi didn't want to just give up, so he followed Yi Kai's instructions and asked the Red Shadow Ninja to use Phantom Clone in an attempt to attract the attention of the Desert Reaper. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. The Desert Grim Reaper waved the battle axe in his hand, and a magic circle of light immediately appeared under the feet of the Red Shadow Ninja's clone. The aura array can burn the soul of a living being. If it is a soulless substance, it will be destroyed immediately. The Desert Reaper used a move, Law of Heaven and Earth, to instantly destroy all of the Red Shadow Ninja's clones. This caused Yi Kai and Xiaolulu to be quickly targeted by the Desert Death God. Although the Desert Grim Reaper's Law of Heaven and Earth is very powerful, the range of the spiritual light magic circle is not very large. This guy Feng Tianyi seemed to be very nice on the surface and promised to cover Yi Kai. But in fact, all the clones of Red Shadow Ninja were standing together just to let the Desert Reaper kill with one blow. But it depends on how long it takes. While the Desert Reaper was attacking the Red Shadow Ninja, Yi Kai had already transformed Xiaolulu into a dark dragon and flew over. This Desert Reaper looks powerful, but it seems that he is not good at attacking air units. Weak and powerless. Just as Xiaolulu flew over the head of the Desert Death, the other party actually cast an ancient magic, and Xiaolulu's body was surrounded by a desolate aura. Suddenly, his whole body became weak, and he fell from the air in an instant. Soul-sucking slash. Just as Xiaolulu fell to the ground, the battle axe in the hands of the Desert Death God was wrapped in spiritual light and smashed hard towards the head of the Dark Dragon. Chapter 98. Empty Hands. A dark red light shone from the Desert Grim Reaper's eyes, and the battle axe in his hand turned sharply and smashed down fiercely. This powerful blow was about to hit Xiaolulu's head. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiaolulu used the shapeshifter to transform back into human form and escape the attack of the Desert Reaper. Boom! The Desert Reaper's soul-draining slash struck down with the force of thunder, and the soul smashed onto the skeleton mountain beneath its feet. A violent roar resounded through the sky. A big hole was immediately smashed into Skull Mountain, and the mountain, which was originally made of debris, began to collapse continuously. Boom! As if a snow mountain was collapsing, countless skeletons rolled down from above. Yi Kai on the side couldn't help but admire. Is this the strength of a 6-star SSSR? If this attack from the Desert Grim Reaper had hit Xiaolulu, she would probably have been either dead or seriously injured. As Skull Mountain collapsed, Xiaolulu's weak body began to sink gradually. Since Xiaolulu had just been summoned by Yi Kai, it would take at least 5 minutes to recall her back into the body. Now Yi Kai faces 2 choices. Either take advantage of the chaos and continue running towards the ancient dust axe at the top, or turn back to save Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu's body is affected by the Desert Grim Reaper's weakness, which will slow down her attack speed and movement speed by 99%, decreasing by 10% per second. It takes 10 seconds to fully recover, and within these 10 seconds, Xiao Lulu is likely to be attacked again by the Desert Reaper. Seeing this, Ye Kai immediately turned back and pulled Xiao Lulu's sinking body out of the wreckage. Good brother, thank you for your cover. While Ye Kai was fighting with the Desert Reaper, Feng Tianyi took advantage of this excellent opportunity to climb to the top of the mountain, less than 10 meters away from the ancient dust battle axe. Roar! Death is coming. Just when Feng Tianyi was about to seize the ancient dust battle axe, a powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from the body of the desert death god. Countless desolate auras of death entangled the body of the desert death god, followed by its roar. The body of the desert grim reaper actually grew by more than 20 times. The originally 5-meter-tall desert grim reaper instantly turned into a behemoth that soared into the sky. As the desert grim reaper grew larger, so did the battle axe in its hand. The powerful impact force generated by the transformation even instantly knocked Ye Kai and Xiao Lulu away. Is this the Grim Reaper? Ye Kai looked at the desert Grim Reaper, who was nearly 100 meters in front of him, with a dense, murderous aura wrapped around his whole body. The skull mountain next to it now looks like a small hill in front of the desert death. Feng Tianyi, who was approaching the top of the mountain, once again entered the attack range of the Desert Reaper. Soul-sucking slash. The giant axe in the hands of the Desert Reaper was charged again, and spiritual light gathered. Originally, Soul Draining Slash has a 5-minute CD, but in the state of Death Coming, Soul Draining Slash will reduce the CD by 90%, so the Desert Reaper once again launched a powerful attack. He swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped it down with such momentum that it seemed to split the entire Skull Mountain in two. The ancient dust battle axe was right in front of Feng Tianyi, but similarly, the Desert Death God's giant axe was also behind him. Empty hands, S-level talent. Empty hands. Able to steal items within a 10-meter range, CD, 60 minutes. Feng Tianyi used his innate skills. At a distance of 10 meters, an ancient magical weapon immediately appeared in Feng Tianyi's empty hands. The ancient dusty battle axe on the top of the skull has disappeared. Ha ha! Father, I finally got this SSSR magic weapon. Feng Tianyi looked at the ancient dusty battle axe in his hand and suddenly became excited. This was the magic weapon he had dreamed of for many years. At this moment, it is in my hands. But in his excitement, Feng Tianyi immediately realized a problem. The attack of the Desert Reaper is imminent. Although Feng Tianyi has obtained the ancient dust battle axe, how to escape has become a fatal problem. The Red Shadow Ninja stood in front of Feng Tianyi, but the giant axe instantly split it into two, and it seemed that there was no resistance at all. In a desperate situation, Feng Tianyi could only try his best and held the ancient dust battle axe in front of him, trying to resist the attack of the Desert Reaper. As the magic weapon of SSSR, the ancient dust battle axe can indeed block the attack of the Desert Reaper, but that is based on the condition of equal strength. Now all of Feng Tianyi's Shikigami have been killed. Without the Shikigami's support, he is just an ordinary mortal. However, even with the help of the Shikigami, Feng Tianyi was no match for the Desert Reaper's charged attack. Boom! The 100-meter-long giant axe chopped down, and the earth shook instantly. The skull mountain in front of them was instantly split into two. Feng Tianyi was also smashed into the wreckage underground by the Desert Reaper's attack and disappeared along with the ancient dust battle axe. Ye Kai and Xiao Lulu were blown away by the airflow generated by the Desert Reaper's transformation and were observing all this in the dark. The strength of a 6-star SSSR is so terrifying. If Tina, who possesses the plus 11 famous sword, Darkness, were here, she should be able to fight him. It is a bit difficult for Xiao Lulu, who has nothing in her hands, to defeat the Desert Death. Master, your balls are broken. What? Ye Kai quickly propped up his crotch and took a look at his friend, but he was still worried, so he reached out and grabbed him. Fortunately, it's not broken. You scared me, but my balls are fine. Ye Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lulu's sudden words almost scared him to death. This is what I'm talking about. Xiao Lulu took out the Shikigami egg that she had been keeping. I saw that the colorful eggshell had begun to crack, and the whole egg was trembling slightly, as if a small life was about to be born from it. The system detected new task information. Mission released, the third Shikigami. Task information. Contract the third Shikigami in your life. Task rewards. Rewards are given according to the quality of the Shikigami. Great, Xiao Lulu, my Shikigami egg finally hatched successfully. Hey master, I'm awesome, right? I'm an expert at hatching eggs. Thanks to Xiao Lulu for taking care of me these days. Ye Kai touched Xiao Lulu's forehead and praised her. Looking at the Shikigami eggs that kept breaking, Ye Kai felt extremely hopeful. His white silk nurse costume was about to get moldy in the warehouse, but now it was finally put to use. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the Shikigami hatched from the Shikigami egg would be a wet nurse with more milk. But at this moment, Xiao Lulu's mind was not at all on the broken Shikigami egg. She stared at Kazalin's big eyes, tilted her head, and stared at Ye Kai's crotch curiously. Master, you still have eggs, right? Let Xiao Lulu take care of them for you. I can hatch eggs very quickly. After saying that, Xiao Lulu reached out to take out the eggs. Chapter 99. Traces of the Mountains and Swamps. Dame, Xiao Lulu, you can't take this egg. Ye Kai quickly stopped Xiao Lulu's monkey from stealing the peach. Seeing that Ye Kai didn't let her hatch the eggs, Xiao Lulu immediately became unhappy. Why? Does the master think that the eggs Xiao Lulu hatched are not good enough? Doesn't he want to give them to Xiao Lulu to keep? No, Xiao Lulu, please listen to my explanation. I have to take care of these 2 eggs by myself. Ye Kai scratched his head. To be honest, he really didn't know how to explain to Xiao Lulu. If only Tina was here at this time. She will definitely stop Xiao Lulu. Master, do you have 2 more? When Xiao Lulu heard that Ye Kai still had 2 eggs, stars immediately sparkled in her eyes. Since there are 2, it's okay to give me 1. This. Ye Kai was completely stunned. When he thought about giving away an egg, he shuddered all over. But if I don't explain it clearly to Xiao Lulu, what if at night when she goes to sleep? What should I do if I get attacked by Xiao Lulu? This stupid dragon is really likely to take one down. This is no joke. Xiao Lulu, it's like this egg, it is... Budzi. Just when Ye Kai was about to explain everything to Xiao Lulu, he suddenly heard a smacking sound from the side. It seemed as if someone was eating next to him, enjoying the meal very much. As the Shikigami egg continued to break, countless green fireflies flew out from the cracks. At some point, a pure and beautiful girl appeared beside Ye Kai and Xiao Lulu. He was catching the fireflies that flew out of the Shikigami egg and feeding them into his mouth. This ball of light tastes like the petals of Qingxin. It's delicious. Mumu likes it very much. The girl has long blue hair, which is tied into a naturally drooping ponytail at the back of her head. There is a strand of pubic hair on the top of her head, which is very cute. 2 small black and red unicorn horns grew on both sides, and a golden cowbell hung around its neck. She was wearing a white short cheongsam with golden patterns, a tight backless one-piece dress underneath, and black stockings with mysterious patterns on the sock hoops. Question mark? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Is this the Shikigami that he hatched? Strange. Why can he speak as soon as he comes out? Doesn't it take a favorability level of 50 to talk? I have insight. Yuzekulin, Mumu. Affiliation. Wild. Rank. UR. Star rating. 5 stars. Bonds. Fairy beast. Ice archer. Appearance. A humanoid unicorn beast. Except for the unicorn horn on its head, it is basically the same as a human girl. Combat ability. He has the blood of the fairy beast Qilin, and his physical functions are very strong. He has a strong archer talent and is good at long-range attacks. He can also flexibly control the ice element and perform elemental combat skills. Skill. Use a Qilin? Ye Kai looked at the girl in front of him. Isn't this the demon species in Yuelu Fairyland that Feng Tianyi mentioned? Why are you here? Moreover, it was actually a UR-grade demon species. Apart from the Kamui created by the Godman, this was the first time that Ye Kai saw a wild UR Shikigami. Not only can she speak, she also has her own name. Mumu. Ye Kai remembered that Chu Mo once said that the only Shikigami in the world who mastered human language was in Sin City. But it seems to be dead. Perhaps the Shikigami that Chu Mo was talking about was Mumu in front of him. She was just buried in the underground ruins and was not dead. Looking at the harmless little girl in front of him, Ye Kai was very happy. The other party seems to be very easy to deceive, so why not make a contract with this UR Shikigami first and put the one hatch from the Shikigami egg aside for now. Moreover, the system gives the task of the 3rd Shikigami, and the rewards are based on the grade of the contracted Shikigami. I don't know what kind of good things the system will reward me with for the UR grade Shikigami. Thinking of this, Ye Kai became even more excited. Little Mumu, do you want to join me in felling trees? Question mark. Mumu looked at Ye Kai blankly and didn't answer. Seeing that Ye Kai's attention was all on him, Mumu took the opportunity to hug the Shikigami egg and then sneaked away. Mountain and lake unicorn traces. Moo Moo leaves behind an ice lotus and teleports a distance. The ice lotus continues to taunt surrounding enemies for 5 seconds, attracting enemy attacks. When the ice lotus is destroyed or the duration ends, it will bloom violently, freezing surrounding enemies. Fuck. Shigama. Dodado. Kaomoji. Winku. Yikai was just making his own wishful thinking, but who knew that this little girl actually stole his Shikigami egg? Yikai felt them all over. Not only did he not catch the UR Shikigami, but the other party also stole his Shikigami egg. The girl in front of him instantly turned into an ice crystal lotus. The ice lotus emitted a layer of cold air with icy attributes. Yikai and Xiaolulu instantly began to attack the ice lotus as if possessed. 5 seconds later, the ice lotus exploded and froze Yikai and Xiaolulu into ice cubes. After a long time, Xiaolulu finally broke free from the freezing control, then broke the ice on Yikai's body and rescued him. As expected of a UR-grade Shikigami, with one skill, he can not only escape himself, but also control the opponent for a long time. Damn it, my balls are gone! Yikai was going crazy. This trip was a complete loss of both the wife and the army. He not only failed to find the ancient dust battle axe, but now his Shikigami egg had also been taken away. Just as Yikai was scratching his head in worry, suddenly a space barrier opened beside him. Nefer and Tina came out. After Feng Tianyi and Yikai entered the palace, Nephiel, who followed closely, also broke through the siege and followed. When Nefer saw Tina, he knew that Yikai was also in the pharaoh's tomb. Nefer finally understood the purpose of Yikai's trip to Sin City. You are missing your balls? Nephiel looked at Yikai with a frown. He didn't expect to discover something so incredible as soon as he came in. How did you get in? Yikai was about to ask when he suddenly realized. Like Feng Tianyi, Nefer is a descendant of the pharaoh, so naturally, he also has ways to open the tomb. In this way, Tina is back by his side, which is really great. It's a good thing the eggs are gone, to prevent you, a perverted summoner, from doing anything wrong. As soon as Tina came in, she glanced at Yikai out of the corner of her eye, with 3 parts of contempt and 7 parts of ridicule in her eyes. I don't know how to comfort you, but accept my condolences. Nefer also patted Yikai's shoulder with sympathy. No, it's not what you imagined. You misunderstood. For some reason, Yikai's explanations always seemed so pale and powerless. It's okay, 007. In my heart, you will always be a brave and fearless man. I won't tell anyone about your disability, don't worry. Nefert bit his lip, his eyes full of sympathy and pity. P.S. Thanks to Half-Immortal Beast, Ganyu, for the Shikigami submission. Moo Moo presents it. Chapter 100 Xiaolulu, take the axe. Xiaolulu, how come the useless summoner's egg disappeared? Tina asked Xiaolulu curiously. It was stolen by someone, Xiaolulu said truthfully. Were they all stolen? Only one was stolen. Yeah, I understand. Tina nodded and comforted him with a hint of sarcasm. It's okay, don't be too sad, there's still one. Yikai is like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his pain. Not only was the Shikigami egg stolen, but there was also a misunderstanding. Sometimes, Yikai really wanted to take off his pants and show them. My balls are plump and strong. Very good. Forget it. Yikai didn't want to explain anymore. Destroy it, I'm tired. I don't want to discuss the egg issue anymore. Since Nefert is also a descendant of the pharaoh, he should also know about Yuzuchilin. The UR Shikigami Yikai no longer has any hope, but he still has to ask the little girl to return her egg. Moreover, the Shikigami eggs have already hatched, which means that Yikai has been in the underground ruins for nearly 40 minutes. He doesn't have much time left. Nefer, do you know Mumu? You have seen Yuzuchilin? Nefer said in surprise. I only heard the legend of Mumu from my parents. She is the only Shikigami in the world who controls human language, but Tina and Xiaolulu seem to be able to speak, but at least they used to be able to. Yuzuchilin is the guardian fairy beast of Sin City. She stays in Moon Dew Fairyland. Although she can communicate with humans, she has always been a wild demon species and has never signed a contract with any summoner. Mumu's name was given by the former pharaoh. The pharaoh had the method to enter the Moon Dew Fairyland and became friends with Mumu. Mumu likes to eat Qing Xian's petals very much, so Pharaoh prepared a lot for her. In exchange, Mumu will cast ice magic to bring rain to Sin City. So that's how it is. Yikai suddenly remembered the ancient mural he had seen before. There was a fairy beast in the rain. It seemed that the painting was of Mumu. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Well, Ye Kai was about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Lulu. The master's eggs were stolen by her. Sima. It turns out that your egg was stolen by Yuza Qilin. Nefertle's face suddenly understood. Ye Kai shook his head helplessly. Well, the question came back to the point again. On the other side, the Desert Reaper had returned to his original size. In the ruins, he found the ancient dust battle axe and Feng Tianyi, who was on his last breath. The Desert Death God took the ancient dust axe from Feng Tianyi's hand and once again placed it on the top of the giant dog bone. Blood kept gushing out of Feng Tianyi's mouth. His body had reached its limit, and even the Desert Death God was too lazy to give him a fatal blow. He could only watch helplessly as the ancient dust battle axe, which he had already obtained, slipped away again. I wanted to say something, but I no longer had the energy. Ye Kai looked at Feng Tianyi, and it seemed that he was almost dying. Let's put Mu Mu's matter aside for now and get the ancient dust battle axe first. Ye Kai suggested. Feng Tianyi is finished. The Desert Reaper has just used many skills. Now is its vacuum period. Let's get the ancient dust battle axe first. Okay, let's put it this way. The ancient dust axe is yours, and the Desert Death is mine. Nefert looked at the Desert Grim Reaper not far away. The Desert Emperor and the Desert Grim Reaper were both Pharaoh's Shikigami. Okay, Ye Kai nodded. Although he has not spent much time with Nifl, compared to the cunning and sophistry Feng Tianyi, Nifl is definitely a trustworthy teammate. Ye Kai has the 5-star SSR Tina, the 5-star SSR Xiao Lulu, and the plus 11 famous Sword Dark Destruction. Nefer also has a 5-star SSR Desert Emperor. It wouldn't be a big problem for the two of them to team up to deal with a Desert Reaper who was in a skill vacuum period. Sand Soldier summons. The Desert Emperor waved this kind of magic staff, and suddenly hundreds of sand soldiers lined up in front of him. After seeing the Desert Emperor, the Desert Death seemed to be stunned for a moment. They were originally teammates fighting side by side, but unexpectedly, they became enemies at this moment. Ye Kai asked Tina and Xiao Lulu to assist the Desert Emperor in the battle, while he turned on stealth and quietly came to Feng Tianyi's side. Star Soul Devourer. Without anyone noticing, Ye Kai used his talent to devour Feng Tianyi. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the other party. The other party has an S-level talent, Empty Hands. Do you want to save it? Yes. Ye Kai had already noticed this talent when Feng Tianyi used it for the first time. Although Empty Hands cannot improve one's combat capability, it can steal any object within 10 meters, which is definitely effective at critical moments. Congratulations to the host for killing the Platinum level summoner, Feng Tianyi, and gaining 625,000 experience points. By the way, I also added a knife. After devouring Feng Tianyi, Ye Kai ran towards the top of the giant dog bone. At this time, the Desert Reaper is facing 3 5-star SSR Shikigami at the same time, and the ultimate move of Death Coming has also entered CD. Even if Ye Kai was discovered, the Desert Reaper would have no chance to stop him. Empty Hands. Ye Kai displayed his S-level talent and finally got the Ancient Dust Battle Axe in his hands. SSR equipment, Ancient Dust Axe. All skill attack power plus 35%. Each attack that hits an enemy absorbs 5 points of magic power. Killing an enemy will gain 20 points of magic power, up to a maximum of 100 points. When the magic power reaches 100 points, you can release God's Descend to Earth, immune to all damage for 5 seconds, CD, 10 minutes. The moment he got the Ancient Dust Battle Axe, Ye Kai had already checked all the attributes of this magical weapon. As expected of an SSR weapon, it even comes with such a powerful skill as God's Descend to Earth. Although it needs to be constantly recharged during the attack, it is perfect for Xiao Lulu who is engaged in long-term combat. At the same time, facing the siege, the Desert Reaper was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Xiao Lulu, take the axe. Ye Kai threw the Ancient Dust Battle Axe to Xiao Lulu. The Dragon Girl leaped up and steadily caught the SSR-level magic weapon. Ouch! I saw Xiao Lulu, a maid wearing black silk stockings, holding an Ancient Dust Axe and chopping from the air. Boom! Under the critical hit of the black silk bond, the Desert Reaper's battle axe was instantly split in half by Xiao Lulu, and the golden armor on his body shattered. Blood gushed out. Chapter 101. The New Pharaoh. The battle axe containing ancient magical power was wielded vigorously in Xiao Lulu's hands, and it chopped wildly at the body of the Desert Death God. After obtaining the Ancient Dust Battle Axe, Xiao Lulu's face showed extreme excitement. and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with her new equipment. Xia Lulu's favorability plus 10, current favorability 60. After each hit of the Desert Reaper's body, blood-colored magic energy would fly to Xia Lulu. The magic energy continued to revolve around the ancient dust axe, and under Xia Lulu's continuous attacks, it soon gathered to 50 points. Coupled with the huge number of sand soldiers and Tina's dark wind blade, the Desert Reaper was soon beaten all over and had no power to resist. After suffering continuous severe blows, the Desert Death God's body could no longer support itself, and he could only kneel on one knee in front of everyone. Desert Death God, I, Nefer, am a legitimate descendant of the Pharaoh. Come, join the Desert Emperor in assisting me and restoring the glory of the Pharaoh. Seeing that the Desert Reaper was at the end of his strength, Nefert slowly walked up to it and stretched out his hand to invite the Desert Reaper to join him. The Desert Emperor stood beside Nefer. They were both Pharaoh's former Shikigami and teammates who fought side by side. It is the duty of the Desert God of Death to guard the Pharaoh's tomb, and he will never surrender no matter what. But since the Desert Emperor has recognized Nefertiter, the Desert God of Death also chose to be loyal to the new Pharaoh. As the soul contract was concluded, a dog-head mark appeared on Nefert's shoulder. Congratulations. Now, I should call you the new Pharaoh. Ye Kai congratulated him from the side. It was not difficult to see from people's attitude towards Feng Tianyi that he was bound to lose this battle for the Pharaoh. Now Nefertiter possesses both the Desert God of Death and the Desert Emperor, and she is now the well-deserved new Pharaoh. Thank you for your help, Mr. 007. If you need anything in the future, the people of Sin City will do their best to help you. Nefert bowed and thanked him. It was all thanks to Ye Kai's help that he got to where he is today. If it weren't for Ye Kai, the lifestone of the Longhua Empire would probably never have been delivered to the hands of the rebels. Without that batch of lifestones, Nefer would have no capital to compete with Feng Tianyi. Now, without Ye Kai's help, she alone would have no way of making a contract with the Desert God of Death and gaining the title of Pharaoh. Let's leave now without further delay. Nefer looked at the time. They had been in the underground ruins for a full 50 minutes and had to retreat immediately. Wait, my egg is still in Yuza Chilin's hand. I have to get it back. Although Ye Kai also knew that the current situation was very urgent. But that was the Shikigami egg that I had spent a lot of time and experience to cultivate, and I had to get it back. I heard from Nefer before that only the Pharaoh knew the location of the Moon Dew Wonderland. Now Nefer has contracted with both the Desert Emperor and the Desert God of Death. Maybe she has a way to find the thief. Nefer was stunned for a moment, then said, 007, let's go. Even if we find your egg, it's been so long, can we still get it back? Maybe. Your eggs have been eaten by Moo Moo. Nephiel scratched her head, although it was difficult for her to imagine this scene. Yuza Chilin was a fairy beast after all. Why would she steal Ye Kai's eggs? Maybe she wanted to roast them and eat them. Although this idea is absurd, it cannot be ruled out. Don't worry about this. Just tell me how to go to Yuelu Shinzong to find Moo Moo. Ye Kai was too lazy to explain. It was up to Nefer to decide what to think. The storm is about to come, and every minute and every second now is life. Oh well. Seeing that Ye Kai was so persistent, Nefer could only tell him where the Yuelu fairyland was. Maybe this is a man's obsession with his balls. Nefer summoned the Desert Death God, and after signing a contract with Nefer, the Desert Death God was reduced to 1 star. But this did not affect it from activating its spiritual power at the same time as the Desert Emperor, opening a space vortex in the tomb. Inside is the Moon Dew Fairyland. It can only be opened when Moo Moo, or the Desert Emperor and the Desert Death God are present at the same time. Go and come back soon. I'll wait for you outside for 5 minutes. If it takes more than 5 minutes, I'm sorry. Ye Kai looked at the scene in the space vortex. Inside was a dense jungle, and the fairyland was full of green vitality. Thank you. Time was running out, and Kaido had no time to think. He took Tina and Xia Lulu directly into the Moon Dew Fairyland. After passing through the narrow space vortex, the world inside suddenly became clear. All around are towering trees whose tops cannot be seen, bright flowers, and lush green grass. The air is fresh and full of the fragrance of nature. 2 fluttering butterflies were chasing each other in front of Ye Kai. The sunlight shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled light. The chirping of insects and the singing of birds make it seem like a fairyland. This is the Moon Dew Fairyland? Everything around is so quiet and beautiful that makes people linger. Rustle. Suddenly, Yikai discovered that the grass was making a sound. Now is not the time to marvel at the beauty of nature. The key is to find your own Shikigami egg. Following the traces of the constantly moving grass, Yikai hurriedly chased after it with Tina and Xiaolulu. The opponent moved extremely fast. Although he couldn't see clearly what the opponent was, Yikai always had a feeling. She is Moo Moo, who is running away. Separate and capture them. Yikai asked Tina and Xiaolulu to flank them from both sides, while he continued to chase from behind. Yikai, you two should be careful. The opponent is a 5-star UR demon. Xiaolulu, yes, master. Tina, gee, what's the big deal? I can chop her to pieces in a minute. Tina and Xiaolulu were obviously much faster than Yikai, and they quickly got in front of each other. Just as Moo Moo was about to be caught, the other party turned back and fled to the side. But all this was within Yikai's expectations. He had been waiting in the direction where the other party was turning back for a long time. Damn thief Moo Moo, where are you going to run? Yikai pounced on him like a hungry tiger and pinned him to the ground. Hey! Suddenly, a scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard from the originally quiet and beautiful Moon Dew Fairyland. A little deer that was drinking water was staring blankly at the grass beside it. The birds on the trees were flying around. The jungle had not been so lively for a long time. Fuck. Chapter 102. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Yikai looked at his palm covered with thorns, and then he realized that the guy they were chasing was not Moo Moo at all, but a porcupine with a back full of thorns. The little guy was frightened by Yikai and took advantage of the pain to run away in shame. Tina and Xiaolulu also rushed over after hearing the noise. Master, are you okay? Xiaolulu asked with concern, looking at Yikai's stabbed hands. Tina looked at the porcupine's fleeing figure and said, Is this the 5-star UR demon you mentioned? Life is so unpredictable. Yikai could never have imagined that the guy he had been chasing for half a day turned out to be a porcupine with a back full of sharp thorns. The situation is so urgent now, and Yuelu Fairyland is so big. Where should we go to find Moo Moo? Ha 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 ha. This makes me laugh to death. There are actually people stupid enough to catch a porcupine with bare hands. Just when Yikai was at a loss, a girl with long blue hair was looking at his embarrassing appearance and laughing. Yikai was slightly stunned. Isn't this guy in front of me the Yuza-Chilin that I've been looking for? It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Tina, Xiaolulu, catch her for me? Yikai quickly asked them to take action. This time, they couldn't let this female thief get away. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be so petty. I'm just laughing. Moo Moo looked at Yikai's ferocious eyes and explained while running away. After a chase, Yikai followed Moo Moo to a tree hole emitting green fluorescent light. Yikai remembered that these green balls were the energy that had been continuously emerging from the Shikigami egg. It seemed that the Shikigami egg that was stolen by Moo Moo was in this tree hole. You guys, don't be angry. Moo Moo is treating you guys to this. It's delicious. Moo Moo grabbed all the green energy around him in his hands and then slowly handed it to Yikai, hoping that he could calm down. Looking at Moo Moo's pure and lovely appearance, Yikai found that she seemed to have no ill intentions. Moo Moo handed the green energy ball to Yikai's palm, and fluorescent light surrounded Yikai's wound. Soon, his hand, which was bleeding from being stabbed by the porcupine, recovered immediately. It's amazing. It turns out that these little balls can not only be eaten, but can also heal wounds. Moo Moo stared with her ethereal big eyes. She only realized now that she had always eaten them as snacks before. The reason why Moo Moo stole Yikai's Shikigami egg was because he wanted to eat the green fluorescent light. Where are my balls? Give them back to me quickly, Yikai said angrily. It was all because of Moo Moo that he was misunderstood by so many girls. It's gone, Moo Moo said a little embarrassedly. It doesn't matter if the egg is gone. Just give me what's inside. Yikai glanced at the colorful eggshell on the ground. After such a long time, the Shikigami inside should have hatched long ago. Tina frowned and listened to the conversation between Yikai and Moo Moo. She felt dizzy. What was this? But Angel Sister's balls are really delicious. Can you please not take her away? When Moo Moo heard that Yikai was here to retrieve his things, he looked at the Angel Sister in the tree hole and felt very reluctant. But the egg originally belonged to Yikai, and he stole it because he was greedy. Now Yikai wanted to take it away, and Moo Moo did not stop him. Although Moo Moo is a little playful and naughty, he is still an upright and kind fairy beast at heart. Yikai followed Moo Moo's gaze and slowly walked into the tree hole. For a moment, Countless green fluorescent lights surrounded Yi Kai's body. In the center of these energy balls, a naked girl was hugging her knees, curled up and floating in the air. Behind the girl, there is a pair of white wings, soft and light, like an angel. No wonder Moo called her angel sister. Angel of conviction. Affiliation, not contracted. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 1 star. Bonds, angel, holy light, healing. Combat ability, has 2 forms, holy light and conviction. In the holy light state, it has powerful healing and auxiliary abilities. In the conviction state, it has excellent control ability and can also add buff, debuff status, to the enemy. Skill, green starlight, CD, none. 1 is automatically generated every 10 seconds, and a maximum of 100 can be stored. Holy light state, green fluorescent starlight can heal injuries and restore life. Conviction state, the green starlight will turn into poison, causing continuous damage to the enemy. Is this the Shikigami that was hatched from the Shikigami egg? Surprisingly, it's an angel. Yi Kai couldn't wait to turn her into a white silk angel. Hey, since the Shikigami hatched from Shikigami eggs are different from wild demon species, Yi Kai's contract with the Angel of Judgment went very smoothly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSSR Shikigami, Angel of Judgment. The mark of the Angel of Judgment Shikigami is a pair of white wings. Yi Kai is very satisfied with his 3rd Shikigami. Just call Ikaros. The Angel of Condemnation, Icarus, successfully named. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd Shikigami mission, achieving SSSR, and obtaining the host skill, 8 Gates of Duinjia. Automatically practicing. Congratulations to the host. You have mastered the super powerful physical skill, 8 Gates of Duinjia. 8 Gates of Duinjia. By accelerating the blood flow in the body, it unlocks the channels that bind the human body's potential, thereby gaining powerful strength. Price. If the overdrawn potential exceeds the limit that the body can bear, it will cause irreversible damage or even death. Open the door. Remove the restrictions on the brain to achieve 100% of the body's ability. Overload the body's energy to increase strength and speed. Xiaomin. Remove the limit of physical fatigue. Overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. Life Gate. Further increase strength and speed. The body begins to become engorged and turn red, the last safe zone of the 8 gates. The body begins to emit green energy. Injury Gate. Increase strength and speed again. The body begins to be damaged, entering the danger zone of the 8 gates of Duinjia, truly entering the 8 gates of Duinjia state. Dumin. Increase strength and speed exponentially on the original basis. At the same time, the load on the body will also increase exponentially. This will be the case for every gate after Dumin. Jingmin. You can enter a semi-open buffer state, which means that you maintain the green energy emitted after opening the door, but your body remains unchanged to reduce your own consumption load and damage. When needed, you can instantly open up your full combat power. Shock Gate. The last gate before the Death Gate. The body begins to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat. After it is released, even the slightest touch on the body will cause severe pain. Just one punch can severely injure the enemy. Death Gate. The final gate that will kill you if you use it. Your body will begin to emit red steam generated by the evaporation of blood. You can use it in a similar way to an air cannon to attack the air or move in the air. You can use it continuously for a short period of time until you die, or you can use it all at once to release energy fluctuations that are powerful enough to distort space. After the end, you will lose consciousness, and your body will be like a burnt and carbonized tree, and it will begin to collapse from the most severely damaged part and turn into dust. Chapter 103 Barefoot and Gentle. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Yi Kai had seen it in the system mall before. It was a skill worth 50 million experience points. After contracting with 3 Shikigami, although Yi Kai received strong feedback, his combat effectiveness has always been weak because he has no skills of his own. But after practicing the 8 Gates Ninjutsu, things were completely different. Just by reading the introduction of the system, Yi Kai could clearly feel the power of 8 Gates Ninjutsu. It could develop the body's potential to the greatest extent and was simply a magical skill. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. First gate, open. Yi Kai tried to run the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu that he had just successfully practiced. After activating the opening gate, Yi Kai could clearly feel the changes brought about to his entire body. Although it was only the first gate of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, The accelerated flow of blood in his body had completely activated Ye Kai's entire body. Both strength and speed have made a qualitative leap. Not only that, the organs throughout the body are activated. Sight, smell, hearing, touch, taste. Even the five senses have become completely different from before, more sensitive and clearer. Marvelous! Ye Kai likes this feeling very much, but while Eight Gates enhances the body's potential, it also puts a huge burden on the body. After trying it, Ye Kai closed the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Now that the Shikigami egg has been found and the system task has been completed, it is time for Ye Kai to retire. Little Mumu, do you want to go out with me? When I reach the Platinum Realm, I will let you be my 4th Shikigami. Before leaving, Ye Kai tried to abduct Mumu. I don't want to. I don't like being a human Shikigami. Mumu likes to be free. Being my Shikigami will give you freedom. Moreover, I can let Ikaros feed you green starlight every day. I remember Nefertari once said that Mumu liked to eat the petals of Qingshin's flower very much. Pharaoh took advantage of this and let Mumu bring rain to Sin City. Then I can take advantage of her love for food and trick her away. Really? Nung? Mumu looked at Ye Kai excitedly at first, but soon rejected his invitation rationally. I don't want it. As a mature fairy beast, I have to withstand all kinds of temptations in life. Oh well. Ye Kai looked at the time. Although he felt it was a pity, the 5 minutes were about to be up. He must evacuate from Yuelu Fairyland. If there is enough time, Ye Kai really wants to kidnap Mumu away. With a little regret, Ye Kai began to return the same way. Hi, you're finally back. Let's get out of here quickly. There are only 5 minutes left before the storm hits again. Seeing Ye Kai coming out of the Moon Dew Fairyland, Nephiel, who was anxiously waiting outside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Ye Kai was going to die for his egg. After the two came out of the pharaoh's tomb, the demons outside were gathering at the entrance of the palace. During the time that Ye Kai was away, Nefer had used the remaining experience points to upgrade the Desert Reaper to 4 stars. The strength of Ye Kai and Nephil is no longer the same as before they came in. Time was running out, so the two of them didn't waste any time and started to break out directly. The Desert Reaper cooperated with the Desert Emperor. The two former pharaohs, Shikigami, worked together seamlessly, and with the addition of Tina and Xia Lulu, they quickly fought their way out. When the two broke through to the exit of the ruins, there were only 2 minutes left before the next big storm. No matter what kind of treasures you get in the underground ruins, leaving safely is the most important thing. Finally caught up, the two smiled at each other, and this treasure hunt in the ruins came to a successful conclusion. There are still 2 minutes, enough for them to successfully leave the storm area of the ruins. What are your plans next? Ye Kai asked Nephil as he evacuated. Sin City is now suffering from war. Even though she has inherited the title of Pharaoh, she is temporarily unable to quell the war. I will lead my people out of the Sin City first. With the help of the Desert Death God and the Desert Emperor, I will surely restore the glory of the Pharaoh. Nefer looked into the distance with an extremely determined look in his eyes. 007. Why don't you join me in a big fight? Ah, a big fight? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Why did he suddenly want to do a big fight? Yes, join my team. And from now on, you will be the Pharaoh's greatest hero. Oh, so that's what you're doing? Just do it yourself. I won't get involved, but I still wish you success. Okay then. After being rejected by Ye Kai, Nefer seemed a little disappointed. If he could get a powerful partner like Ye Kai, restoring the glory of the Pharaoh would be much easier. Just as the two of them left the ruins, Ye Kai suddenly discovered that there were several very strange circular arcs on the outskirts of the ruins. It seems that there are similar marks outside the City of Sin. Nefer, what is this for? Ye Kai remembered that Feng Tianyi once said that the current Sin City was rebuilt by the Nefer family, and she should know these strange arcs. Ah! Nephiel was also confused by the arc on the ground. Nefer didn't even notice these strange arcs, but after hearing what Ye Kai said, she seemed to have seen similar marks outside the City of Sin. I've seen it outside of Sin City before, but it wasn't there before. It just appeared recently. I've been busy fighting for power with Feng Tianyi, so I didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing what Nefer said, Ye Kai also remembered it. When he was exploring the surrounding environment of the ruins in Sin City, no similar arcs appeared. It was only in the last few days before the big storm. What are these arcs for? And why do the ruins have the same arcs? Ye Kai looked at it carefully, and based on the arc of these marks, it seemed that a giant circle was drawn outside the ruins. The entire ruins are wrapped in it, and the arc outside the City of Sin should also be wrapped in it. Forget it. Let's just leave now. Ye Kai suddenly remembered the note delivered by Shinwei. Does stay away from Sin City really only refer to the war in Sin City? After much thought, Ye Kai still felt that the best thing to do was to leave this place as quickly as possible. No matter what the arc mark is for, I have already obtained the ancient dust battle axe, which is enough. Why bother myself? Leave. Suddenly, a pitch-black scythe of death fell from the sky. The evil aura slowly rose from the sickle, transforming into the shadows of countless resentful souls, constantly emitting eerie and strange sounds. A ghostly figure kept flashing around, like 100 ghosts parading at night. When it's dazzling, a pair of icy, smooth, white bare feet lightly touched the Grim Reaper's scythe. You can't leave. P.S. The Sin City arc is coming to an end. Thank you all for your continued support and love. Mua. Special thanks. Nor is it real character summoning. The immortal who loves crispy whitebait gives a thumbs up x66. Chapter 10, for Who is it? On top of the huge Grim Reaper scythe, the girl was wearing a black and blood-red gothic dress, with her long black hair tied into a braid that fell leisurely on her shoulders. Her slender body was so weak and boneless that it looked like it would be pushed down by the slightest touch. The shy face was slightly intoxicated, and the beautiful features were half blocked by the bangs, revealing the burgundy right eye with a mysterious and strange aura. Have you forgotten me so quickly? The girl's lips moved slightly, revealing an upward arc, and her mature and queenly voice was charming and fascinating. Who are you? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Listening to the other party's words, the two seemed to know each other, but Ye Kai had no impression at all. Where did you get the romantic debt? Useless summoner. Tina on the side glanced at Ye Kai. Lilith. Nephiel looked at the girl in front of him with horror, and he collapsed to the ground in fear. Lilith. The 12 zodiac signs of divine punishment. Ye Kai looked at Nefer, who was sweating profusely. Could it be that the girl in front of him was the trial god of the zodiac? Why would the trial god appear here? Could it be related to the information conveyed by Shinwei? Staying away from the city of sin, does it mean staying away from the trial god in the 12 palaces of divine punishment? But the golden divine power originally obeyed Lilith's orders. What is going on? You and I have no grudges against each other. Why are you trying to stop us from leaving here? Ye Kai asked under pressure. You guys? No. It's you can't leave. She can't. Lilith smiled frivolously, then pointed at Nefer beside her, indicating that she could leave if she wanted to, and she would not interfere. The only person who is not allowed to leave is Ye Kai. Why? Ye Kai couldn't understand why the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment would target him. Could it be that the news of killing the godman has been leaked? Why? No reason. I said you can't leave, so you can't leave. Lilith said lightly. Nephiel stood up slowly. Although she didn't know what was going on, according to Lilith, it seemed that this matter had nothing to do with her. Can I leave? Nephiel asked tentatively. Facing the god of trial, beads of sweat the size of beans had already seeped out of her forehead. Whatever you want. From beginning to end, Lilith didn't even look at Nefert, as if she was a transparent person. There is only 1 minute left before the sandstorm. If we don't leave the ruins, we will most likely be buried underground. Nephiel was caught in a dilemma for a moment. On one side was Ye Kai, who had helped him many times, and on the other side was the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment. But the other party's target seemed to be only Ye Kai, and had nothing to do with himself. What should I do? Should I run away? Nephiel clenched her fists so tightly that her long nails dug into her flesh. She wanted to use the pain to warn herself to stay awake. Now she has just obtained the titles of Desert Death God and Desert Emperor, and has finally inherited the title of Pharaoh. She must not die in this place. On his shoulders lies the heavy responsibility of restoring the glory of Pharaoh. Nephil suddenly shouted, 007. Quick, run in different directions. Sand soldier summons. Let the Desert Emperor summon sand soldiers to hold Lilith back, and then try to escape with Ye Kai. Although she wanted to leave alone as if nothing had happened, Nefert didn't like to owe favors to others. She couldn't pretend that she didn't know Ye Kai and leave alone. Isn't it just the god of trial of the 12 palaces of divine punishment? What's there to be afraid of? How can you know there is no hope if you don't try? Nefer's sudden action shocked Ye Kai, who was standing beside him. Ye Kai originally thought that Nefer would leave quietly and alone. After all, she had already gotten what she wanted, and there was no reason for her to vent her anger on the god of trial. This woman is good to deal with, and when something happens, she really goes for it. Ah! Let's play together. Seeing that Nefert actually took the initiative, Lilith's mouth curled up, revealing an extremely excited expression. Lilith pulled up the Grim Reaper's scythe from the ground, and her body moved back and forth like a ghost. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. What a fast speed! Even the agile Tina couldn't help but marvel at Lilith's amazing speed. Lilith's ghostly afterimage was almost everywhere. In less than a second, hundreds of sand soldiers around were all hit by fatal attacks. Turns into sand and dissipates with the wind. Nefer originally wanted to use the time delayed by the sand soldiers to escape, but before she could take a step, all the sand soldiers had been killed. When Nefer came to her senses, Lilith's scythe of death was already on her neck. Is this a test of God's fighting power? This is too horrible. It was not until this moment that Nefer realized that his life and death were completely in the hands of the other party. If Lilith lets her go, she can go. If she doesn't let her go, she can't go at all. Tina, you useless summoner, are you really doing nothing? Xiaolulu, master, let's take action too. Yi Kai, forget it, don't struggle in vain. Xiaolulu, but the sandstorm is coming soon. Yi Kai, why are you panicking? Isn't she still here? Yi Kai on the side was having a secret conversation with Tina and Xiaolulu. For some reason, Yi Kai had a feeling. It seems that it is right not to leave the ruins. You go now. However, Lilith put away the Grim Reaper's scythe and did not attack Nefer. Instead, he let her go. There are only 30 seconds left before the big storm arrives. The dark sky was beginning to become stormy, and a storm big enough to bury an entire city was about to arrive. 007, I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Although Nefer was very sorry, she had no choice but to abandon Yi Kai and leave alone under such circumstances. The other party is the trial god of the 12 zodiac signs. Trying to challenge the gods is already a dead end. Since Lilith had spared her life, it would be ungrateful if Nefer didn't leave, etc. Just as Nefer was about to leave, Yi Kai suddenly stopped her. If you believe me, stay where you are and don't leave. What? Nefer didn't understand what Yi Kai meant. Don't leave? Was he going to watch himself being buried by the storm? Perhaps staying here is the safest. Yi Kai looked at the sky where the weather was changing suddenly. A big storm was about to come. Chapter 105, not important. Lilith basically ignored Nefer's existence, but she just wouldn't let Yi Kai leave. This coincides with the message conveyed by Golden Kamui before. Stay away from Sin City. Now Yi Kai has concluded that the note was meant for him. Combined with the arc-shaped mark that appeared on the outskirts of Sin City before the storm came, Yi Kai suddenly felt that the most dangerous place now was not the ruins, but the current Sin City. Although Yi Kai didn't know why Lilith, the 12 zodiac signs of divine punishment, would behave like this, but Yi Kai could vaguely feel it. Lilith, it seems, is helping herself. Otherwise, Yi Kai would not be able to find any reason for Lilith to keep him here. As the god of trial, Lilith has just demonstrated her strength. If Lilith wanted to get rid of Yi Kai and others, she could just do it directly. Moreover, Yi Kai has always had a question. Lei Ling only left the mark of Emperor's Prison Gate at the scene where the god was killed. Lilith immediately thought that this time the god-slaying incident was caused by Emperor's Prison Gate. Yi Kai had not even left the Warhammer tribe for a few days, and the influence of Imperial Prison Gate in the Warhammer tribe had already been wiped out by Lilith. As Lilith, one of the 12 signs of divine punishment, it is impossible for her to act so rashly. Moreover, killing gods is a taboo for gods. The last country that killed gods has disappeared from the territory of Longwang continent. Yi Kai even suspected that Lilith already knew that he was the real godslayer. But for some special reason, Lilith concealed the matter and took the initiative to put the blame on the Imperial Prison Gate. Nefer, trust me, stay away from Sin City and return to the ruins along the same route. At this time, the storm has arrived. After saying that, Yi Kai started to rush into the ruins with Tina and Xiaolulu. Good boy. Seeing that Yi Kai was obedient, Lilith immediately showed an expression of approval. Several people have started to return the same way, but Nephiel is still standing there in a daze. If she rushed out at this moment, there might be a glimmer of hope. But if they follow Yi Kai and Lilith back to the ruins along the same route, they will most likely be buried underground again by the storm. As time passed, the storm completely blocked the view. While Nephiel was hesitating, she had already missed her last chance to leave the ruins. Forget it. I can only take a gamble. In desperation, Nefer could only follow Yi Kai and return to the ruins along the same route. Maybe deep down in Nephiel's heart, she was willing to believe Yi Kai. So even though she had the opportunity to leave just now, she chose to stay where she was. After returning to the ruins, although there were tens of thousands of demons inside, due to the presence of Lilith's aura, the demons did not dare to show up and all hid in the sand. Nephiel couldn't even believe it. She remembered that when she and Yi Kai broke through, a large number of demons gathered at the door. At this moment, there was not even a single one. The entire ruins were in deathly silence. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Seeing that Nefert finally chose to believe in himself, Yi Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, this woman had just chosen to attack the god of trial for her own sake. Although he was a bit reckless, Yi Kai could feel that the other party treated him as a partner. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to this extent when Lilith ignored her. Therefore, Yi Kai didn't want Nefer to encounter any accident. Booz, 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 booz. Suddenly, the entire ruins began to tremble violently. It must be the storm outside that is constantly beating against the ruins. Sand and gravel began to fall from the ceiling of the ruins, as if it was being covered by the storm outside. 007, it looks like we're both going to be trapped in this underground ruin. Nefert frowned slightly. It seemed that her choice was wrong. Why are you panicking? Isn't Lilith here? Yi Kai said confidently. No matter how powerful the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment is, it is impossible for him to violate the laws of nature. Since the trial god is with us in this underground ruins, it means that this place is safe. This is also an important reason why Yi Kai dared to return to the ruins. After hearing Yi Kai's explanation, a fire of hope seemed to rekindle in Nefer's eyes. Recalling what Lilith said when she first met Yi Kai, "Have you forgotten me so quickly?" No wonder Yi Kai is so confident. It turns out this guy has known the god of trial for a long time. But Yi Kai's next words immediately overturned Nefer's guess. "Lilith, do we know each other?" Yi Kai asked tentatively, although he was sure that he could not have any dealings with the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment. But judging from Lilith's actions, there seems to be an inexplicable relationship between them. Finally, I remembered to ask this, Yi Kai. Lilith's face was full of anticipation, and she actually called out Yi Kai's name accurately. Even Nephiel, who was standing by, only knew the code name, Black Silk Boss 007, but the god of trial actually knew Yi Kai's full name. Nefert was slightly stunned, and a bold idea popped into her mind. Could it be that it was really as Tina said, that the 12 houses of divine punishment Scorpio Lilith was the romantic debt that Yi Kai owed outside? Although this statement is outrageous, judging from the current development, it is already outrageous, and there is no need for another outrageous guess. Two negatives equal a positive. This conjecture, on the contrary, seems somewhat reasonable. But who I am doesn't matter now. Lilith stared at Yi Kai closely and gave him an intriguing smile. Don't worry, none of you will die. Unimportant? This is Lilith's answer. But this answer just verified Yi Kai's guess. It doesn't matter. It's not that I don't know her. It seems that I and Lilith are inextricably linked. Who is it? Yi Kai kept searching in his mind for information that might be related to Lilith. But I can't find it. Could it be that Meng Xinshan? No, this is impossible. Meng Xinshan and Lilith, no matter their personality or appearance, can never be the same person. Then, who is the other party? Why should I help myself? Lilith, what do you want to do? Don't think about it anymore. Lilith smiled faintly. Who am I? Who am I? Even if I am someone else, what can I do? Forget it. No matter what answer you get, it won't change your life at all. If you have this time, you might as well think about how to survive in this world. Don't provoke the gods anymore. The farther away, the better. This is my final advice to you. Chapter 106, Huge Magic Circle. As Lilith spoke, the noise outside the ruins ended. The storm seems to have stopped. Hello. Yi Kai was about to say something when Lilith had already walked out of the ruins. Yi Kai and Nefer followed closely behind when Lilith pushed open the door to the ruins. The long-lost sunlight suddenly shone in, stinging Yi Kai's vision. What's going on? Shouldn't the endless yellow sand pouring in from the gate of the ruins? Shouldn't they have been buried underground? Yi Kai and Nafel walked out quickly, and everything they saw made them at a loss. Is this a hallucination? Nefer looked at the endless desert in front of him and was in disbelief for a moment. Yi Kai, on the other hand, was shocked, but he seemed to have expected it in his heart. Outside the ruins, the sky was cloudless and the sun was scorching. The endless yellow sand desert was unusually quiet, as if the big storm just now had never existed. But this is all normal. What shocked Yikai and Nephiel was that the city of Sin could be seen from the location of the ruins. But now, there is nothing but yellow sand. It was as if Sin City had never existed. It disappeared completely, and the ruins behind them were completely exposed on the ground. Yikai understood instantly that the once-in-a-century storm would indeed come again. But what it would bury was not the underground ruins, but the entire Sin City. No wonder Lilith asked Yikai to stay away from Sin City when he was in the Warhammer tribe, and now she is even blocking his way. If he left the ruins after obtaining the ancient dust battle axe, he would be completely buried by the storm, just like Sin City. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nefert kept shaking her head. She couldn't accept the reality before her. It's a mirage. It must be a mirage. Sin City is the home that the Nefer family worked hard to build, and it also contains her companions who fought alongside her, and tens of thousands of people. And now, it has disappeared out of thin air. Nefer couldn't accept all this. She walked towards the city of Sin like a possessed person, trying to change her position and dispel the mirage before her. Yikai looked at everything in front of him. Although he had expected it, the fact that an entire city disappeared in front of him in an instant still shocked him greatly. The one who led the troops to attack the Sin City was Lung Yueling. Could she also be buried in the Sin City? If Lilith had not stopped Yikai, he would probably have been buried in the yellow sand by now. How do you know that the storm will bury the city of Sin? Yikai couldn't help but ask Lilith, who was standing beside him. Who are you, and why did you save me? Meng Xinshan, is that you? It must be you, right? Yikai held the black scarf in front of Lilith and asked. As early as when he was inside the ruins, Yikai quietly took out the scarf that Meng Xinshan left for him. Apart from Xinshan, Yikai really couldn't think of who Lilith could be. If it really is Xinshan, she will definitely recognize me when she sees this black scarf. Xinshan, I know it's you. You said we would meet again. Lilith just smiled faintly, with an intriguing expression. Meng Xinshan? Who is that? After saying that, Lilith walked into a different dimension. When Yikai chased after her, she had disappeared without a trace. Its spatial ability. Yikai ended up with nothing. Who Lilith is remains a mystery. Lilith's answer echoed in Yikai's mind. Really, it doesn't matter anymore? Ah, damn it, it's all a lie. It's all a lie. Everyone, where did you go? Leah, where are you? When Yikai walked up to Nefer, she was standing in the place that originally belonged to the city of Sin, frantically throwing the sand below with her hands. Here, all of them are her relatives, comrades in arms, and fellow citizens. It is also the home that Nefer wants to protect all his life. That's right. Nefer suddenly had an idea. She caught a desert scorpion and contracted it to be her own Shikigami, then have the desert scorpion go underground. But in the end, nothing was gained. Due to the pressure of the sand, the deeper you go, the greater the pressure becomes, so the desert scorpion can only dive to a depth of less than 100 meters in the sand. In other words, the storm just now had buried the Sin City at least 100 meters under the sand, or even deeper. The people inside might have been crushed. Faced with the scorching sun above his head, Nefer, exhausted both physically and mentally, could no longer hold on and collapsed in the desert. Well, Yikai carried Nefer back to the ruins, left some food and water, and asked Tina to look after her. Although the ruins have been unearthed, there are still many demons inside. As for Yikai himself, he asked Xia Lulu to transform into a dark dragon, took him to the center of the ruins, and then flew into the sky. As the dark dragon flew higher and higher, the full picture of the ruins gradually appeared in Yikai's eyes. He could also see the arc-shaped marks around it. Around the ruins, the arc-shaped mark formed a huge circle, covering the entire ruins. Is it just a circle? Yikai was very curious. What exactly was this circle for? Why did the same circle appear around Sin City before a big storm? As Lilith of the 12 Zodiacs of Divine Punishment, why did she know that the storm was not going to bury the ruins, but the Sin City where war was raging? Could it be that all this is man-made? Someone started this great storm, causing the once-buried Sin City to reappear and then burying the current Sin City. What is the purpose of doing this? Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat slid down Yikai's temple. When Yikai flew to a suitable distance and position, he was surprised to find that in addition to the outer circle, there were also many marks inside the ruins below. Those marks can only be seen at special angles. Yikai quickly took out paper and pen from a space ring. Find a suitable position in the air and keep switching perspectives. After several hours of exploration and discovery, Yikai finally drew the full picture of all the marks on paper. It turned out to be a huge magic circle. As for what this magic circle was used for, Yikai had no idea. Perhaps this is the root cause of the coming big storm. Yikai's guess was correct. The so-called once-in-a-century storm was actually man-made. Someone wiped out the entire Sin City. Moreover, the ruins also have the same magic circle. This shows that this tragedy in Sin City is not the first time. Someone replicated this disaster that happened 100 years ago. Who is it? Why do this? Chapter 107. Minimally invasive surgery for you. When Yikai descended from the sky above the ruins, it was almost dusk. Nefer still hasn't woken up. The destruction of her hometown and the departure of her relatives and comrades have dealt a severe blow to her body and mind. The temperature difference in the desert is huge, so Yikai put his coat on Nefer's shoulders. This time's exploration of the ruins allowed Yikai to not only obtain the ancient dust battle axe, but also gain more than 500,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host SSSR Shikigami, Ikaros, for breaking through to 2 stars. Congratulations to the host SSSR Shikigami, Ikaros, for breaking through to 3 stars. Congratulations to the host SSSR Shikigami, Ikaros, for breaking through to 4 stars. Using the abundant experience points, Yikai trained Ikaros to 4 stars in one go. The Angel of Condemnation, Icarus. Affiliation, Yikai. Rank, SSSR. Star rating, 4 stars. 0/576, 000. Bonds, Angel, Holy Light, Healing. Favorability, 20. Combatability, has 2 forms, Holy Light and Conviction. In the Holy Light state, it has powerful healing and auxiliary abilities. In the Conviction state, it has excellent control ability and can also add debuff status, to the enemy. New skill, Life Connection LV4 CD, 5 minutes. Ikaros sends out a soul chain to connect to the target. Holy Light state, restores 1.4% of the target's maximum health per second, increases its strength and agility by 40%, and increases movement speed by 50%. Conviction status, lose 1.4% of the target's maximum health per second, reduce its strength and agility by 40%, and reduce its movement speed by 50%. New skill, Emergency Rescue. CD, 30 minutes. Ikaros injects a large amount of spiritual power into the target of Life Connection and consumes 50% of his current health. Holy Light state, restore the target based on the health points consumed. Conviction state, causes real damage to the target based on the health points consumed. New skill, Angel, passive. 30% chance to be immune to all damage. And restore 1% of your maximum health per second. As a supportive Shikigami, Ikaros' skills can not only heal and enhance teammates, but also weaken and damage enemies. It can help its own side while also posing a threat to the enemy, making it a very comprehensive Shikigami. After upgrading it to 4 stars, Yikai decisively equipped Ikaros with the Shikigami costume, Nurse, and the Shikigami costume, White Tier. As the damn Holy Light shone again, Ikaros put on the pure white guard uniform. The voluptuous Ikaros filled up the short nurse's uniform, with white angel wings, white nurse's short skirt, and white and warm skin. The pure white over-the-knee stockings were tightly tied to the fair and soft thighs, connected to the torn transparent suspenders, along the fleshy thighs from the absolute area, all the way to the short skirt. She is holy yet pure in temptation, just like the mature older sister next door. Trigger Bond, White Tear. One, the Shikigami wearing White Tear has the skill Purification. CD, 5 minutes. Purification. Dispel all debuffs, debuff status, on yourself or your teammates. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden title, Black and White Madman. Shikigami wearing White Tear can also be counted as Black Tear Bond. The title of Black and White Demon is very powerful. In this way, even if Ikaros is wearing white silk, it will not affect the bond of 8 black silks formed by Yikai in a later stage. It's over. I have a fever and need the care of the nurse. Yikai touched his cheek. Ikaros' white torn nurse uniform did make him feel a little hot. Icarus, patient, do you have a fever? Let Icarus help you. Ikaros slowly walked in front of Yikai and stroked Yikai's forehead with his warm little hands. As Yikai was sitting on a stone pier, Ikaros leaned over slightly, and her big breast with plenty of milk suddenly burst the top button. The quality of the new Shikigami costume seems to be not very good. Yi Kai was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that the symptoms of fever were getting worse. This angle is a complete pervert's first-person perspective. Yi Kai's gaze followed the stretched collar, and he entered a completely new world. Icarus. Patient, you do have a very high fever. Chi. Perverted summoner. Have a fever? I think you were just horny. Tina glanced at Yi Kai fiercely, with a look of contempt. Ikaros. Let me use green starlight to heal you. A healing smile spread across Ikaros's face as countless green energy balls flew out of her chest. Then it slowly flew towards Yi Kai's body. However, green fluorescent starlight was unable to heal Yi Kai's injuries. Ikaros frowned in doubt. Strange. Why can't my green firefly starlight cure patients? It's so strange. The patient obviously has such a severe fever. Why does the green fluorescent starlight always show that the target's health is full and no treatment is needed? Ikaros, let me handle the perverted summoner's illness. Tina had been enduring Yi Kai for a long time, and a suffocating coldness emanated from her body. I think the perverted summoner needs a small, minimally invasive surgery. Once I cut off his only remaining ball, he won't be so horny anymore. Okay. I'm much better. Seeing that the famous sword Anmi in Tina's hand had been unsheathed, Yi Kai immediately felt better. Ikaros watched Yi Kai's fever subside so quickly, and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. I thought Tina was just an assassin-type Shikigami, but I didn't expect that she was actually a supporting Shikigami with strong healing ability. It's just that the scalpel in her hand is a little strange, and it feels like it exudes a strong breath of death. Afterwards, Yi Kai took out food from his space ring and distributed it to everyone. After replenishing their strength, Yi Kai decided to let Xia Lulu carry everyone away from the ruins and head to the nearest city. Leah. Nefert's body was still very weak, and he would murmur from time to time. Although Ikaros can help her recover her physical strength, the inner trauma can only be healed by time. After carefully placing Nefer on the back of the dark dragon, Yi Kai was about to set off, but he found a figure hiding in the corner of the ruins. Come out. I've seen you. Yi Kai looked at the corner where Moo was hiding and said with a smile. Judging from the other person's appearance, he seemed to want to leave with me. Yi Kai. Ikaros used green fluorescent starlight to abduct invite Moo over. Ikaros. All right, patient. Under Yi Kai's instigation, Ikaros spread his white wings, slowly flew to Moo's side, took out a few green fluorescent starlight from his chest, and gave them to her to eat. Ikaros's starlight is delicious. Sai for all Sai. Moo ate green starlight with a happy expression on his face. Afterwards, no one knew how the angel and the fairy beast communicated, but Ikaros successfully tricked Moo onto the back of the dark dragon. Moo, welcome to join us. No, I just want to be with Ikaros. I will never become your Shikigami. Chapter 108. Gentle and polite, brother in front and brother behind. For safety reasons, Yi Kai let Xia Lulu land on the territory of the Manhwa Empire. After all, Nefert is among them, and it is not a wise choice to enter the territory of the Hui Empire now. But the ruins were a little far from the border with the Manhwa Empire, which resulted in Xia Lulu carrying everyone in the sky for a whole night. Afterwards, Yi Kai spent another 3 million to buy a small armored vehicle. Same model, same configuration. Although the armored vehicle cost 2 million less this time, Yi Kai still looked unhappy. Because this also shows that Yi Kai was severely slaughtered in Sin City. Damn it, they actually ripped off outsiders. We are preparing to return to the Magic City. What are your plans next? Sitting in the armored vehicle, Yi Kai quickly turned on the air conditioner and asked Nefert beside him. I don't know either. Let's say goodbye here. Thank you for saving my life again. Nephiel expressed her gratitude to Yi Kai. If it weren't for Yi Kai's final dissuasion, she would probably have been buried under the yellow sand along with the Sin City. Some things, Yi Kai wanted to persuade Nephiel to be more open-minded, but was interrupted by the other party. Don't worry, I won't be upset. Even if I'm alone, I will definitely restore the glory of the Pharaoh. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just let it go. Before leaving, the two left their contact information with each other and watched Nefert's back as he left. This girl, who looks weak in appearance, seems to be much stronger inside than she imagined. I hope time can heal everything. After bidding farewell to Nefer, the group set out on the journey back to the Magic City. Originally, Yi Kai wanted to replace Xia Lulu in driving. After all, she hadn't slept the whole night and carried everyone for such a long time. But Xia Lulu insisted on driving herself, and said she was not tired at all. Seeing that Xiao Lulu was so insistent, Ye Kai could only let her do what she wanted. He didn't expect that this stupid dragon had such a strong desire to drive. I'm obviously very tired, but the addiction is still so strong. With the addition of Ikaros and Moo Moo, Ye Kai's team gradually grew stronger. There was laughter and joy along the way, and it was quite lively. It was the first time for Moo Moo to leave Sin City, and she was full of curiosity about everything around her. She always held Ikaro's hand, and the two of them were like inseparable best friends. Bump! But just as everyone was eating hot pot and singing songs, an accident suddenly happened to the armored vehicle. Due to fatigue driving, Xiao Lulu directly crashed into a large armored vehicle coming towards her. Ah! It was not until the moment of crashing into the car that Xiao Lulu woke up belatedly, with her saliva all over the steering wheel. Sorry, master. Xiao Lulu poked her little hands in front of her and looked at Ye Kai with an apologetic look on her face. Sigh. Ye Kai touched the dragon horn on Xiao Lulu's forehead helplessly, and he really couldn't bear to blame the child. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Remember, don't drive while tired in the future. Useless summoner. It's all your fault. You've been too dependent on Xiao Lulu. Tina immediately put all the blame on Ye Kai. Well, let's get off the car and see what's going on. Brother, I'm sorry. Because it was Xiao Lulu's fatigue driving that caused the car accident. Ye Kai apologized to her as soon as he got out of the car. After sitting in the armored vehicle for a long time, everyone was a little tired, so Tina and the others followed Ye Kai out of the vehicle. Hey, Master Lei, come and see. There's so many sisters, wow. They are all top-notch. A large group of people suddenly rushed out from the large armored vehicle. The young man in the lead had white hair and was called Lei Xiao by everyone. In response to Ye Kai's apology, the other party simply ignored him and instead turned his gaze to the Shikigami behind him. The arrogant and domineering sister in black JK stockings, Tina, the adorable lowly in black maid stockings, Xiao Lulu, the mature sister in white nurse stockings, Ikaros, and the innocent fairy beast in sexy Cheongsam, Mumu. The Ye Kai girl group is a beautiful sight wherever they go. Fuck, who is this guy? He has so many top-notch girls around him, and they're all different. He's having fun. This scene is so fantastic that I even doubt whether it is a mirage. Sister, this small armored car is too crowded. Come sit in our car. The other side was outnumbered, and seeing that Ye Kai was alone with 4 girls, with no one behind him, they treated Ye Kai as a transparent person and teased the girls behind him wantonly. Lei Xiao, the leader, didn't take Ye Kai seriously at all. He said jokingly, "You are so polite and polite. You damaged my car, but I won't make it difficult for you. Just compensate me 40 million blue knives. If you don't have one, that's fine. A sister is worth 10 million blue knives." Ha 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 ha. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to choose. Although Tina always scolded Ye Kai, she was the first one to stand up and draw her sword when she saw him being ridiculed like that. Tina, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Only I can bully my summoner. Ye Kai was moved at first, but after hearing Tina's voice, he realized that he was just being sentimental. Ye Kai told Tina not to attack, then glanced at the opponent's armored vehicle. The enemy's car was obviously more than 10 times the size of his own. The front of his own armored vehicle was dented, while the enemy's car only had some paint scraped off. Calling you brother is just a courtesy. Ye Kai slowly walked in front of the 4 girls, blocked them behind him, and said calmly, "In that case, I'll give you 2 choices. My car is worth 5 million. Either you compensate me for it, or you bury it with my car." Ah ha 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 ha. Ye Kai's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Boy, do you know who I am? Lei Xiao waved his hand and saw dozens of small armored vehicles behind the large armored vehicle. With a gesture from Lei Xiao, Ye Kai and others were surrounded in an instant. I am the eldest son of Fenglei Group, Lei Xiaodian. When Lei Xiaodian introduced himself, he patted his chest, looking like he was the only one who was superior to others, and said, "Tremble, young man." Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Lei Xiaodian? He seemed to have killed a man named Lei Xiaojia in the slums before. Can only summon a pea shooter, a fool with E-level talent. It was this idiot who colluded with the Shark Gang and exploited Ye Kai in the slums for 5 years. What is your relationship with Lei Xiaojia? Ye Kai asked indifferently. You know my 3rd brother? Huh, it's too late to try to get close to me now. Besides, the 3rd brother has been dead for a long time. Although I love him very much and have a lot to say to him, even if he is still alive, it will be useless. I tell you, you and your girl, Don't even think about escaping today. Lei Xiaodian said this extremely arrogantly, thinking that Yi Kai mentioned Lei Xiaojia's name to get close to him. I think you misunderstood. I just wanted to tell you that I killed your third brother before. Yi Kai smiled slightly. He had long wanted to try out the power of 8 gates. Don't you still have a lot to say to him? How about this? I'll help you and send you down to talk with him all night long. Chapter 109, Attacking His Weakness. What? You killed my third brother Xiaojia? Lei Xiaodian looked at Yi Kai in disbelief. His expression first fell into extreme grief and anger, but after only a second, he began to laugh wildly. Hee, you are the monkey wearing the cheap mask, right? I've been looking for you for a long time. Today, I will cut you into pieces and avenge my third brother. After saying that, the soul formation appeared under Lei Xiaotian's feet. Shikigami Summoning, Ice Archer. Shikigami Summoning, Machine Gun P. Shikigami Summoning, Triple Shooter. As a summoner at the gold level, Lei Xiaotian is on a completely different level from his uneducated brother. He summoned 3 Ace Shikigami of the P Shooter family in succession. A 3-star C-rank Shikigami that can spit out ice bullets and slow down the enemy's movement speed, Ice Shooter. It looks the same as P Shooter, a plant with spray guns, but it's ice blue. There is also a 3-star B-rank Shikigami, Machine Gun P, whose attack speed is 3 times that of P Shooter. It looks like P Shooter with a steel helmet and a few gun barrels inside the shotgun. The last one is a 3-star A-rank Shikigami called Triple Shooter, which is a rhizome with 3 P Shooter sprayers growing on it. Not only is his attack speed 3 times that of the P Shooter, he can also fire bullets in different directions. Trigger Bond, Archer. 2 each time your Archer Shikigami attacks. There is a 20% chance to trigger a combo, resulting in 2 attacks. Trigger Bond, Position. 2 if your position type Shikigami does not move within 5 seconds. They will form a position within a 5-meter radius of their original location. While in the position, their damage is reduced by 20%. Do you think I'm just like that useless brother who can only summon an ordinary P Shooter? After summoning 3 Shikigami, Lei Xiaotian smiled confidently. Little devil, you chose the wrong opponent. Today, I will let you know what cruelty is. For some reason, looking at Lei Xiaotian's arrogant expression, Yi Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. Because the other person makes him feel like he has gone back to the past. Just like a game where you have already completed the second round. But when you pass by the novice village, the boss at the door suddenly says something very childish to you. None of you are allowed to take action. Let me do it alone. Yi Kai told Tina and the others not to take action, saying that he alone was enough to deal with an opponent of this level. 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate, open. Open the door. Remove the restrictions on the brain to achieve the goal of exerting 100% of the body's ability. Overload the body's energy to increase strength and speed. After activating the 8 gates, Yi Kai moved extremely fast. The 3-star P Shooter family, no matter whether it was ice bullets, machine gun bullets, or triple bullets, could not hit Yi Kai at all. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lei Xiaotian and kicked at the opponent's abdomen. Yi Kai is a summoner who has 3 SSSR Shikigami as his support. With the blessing of 8 gates of ninjutsu, Yi Kai now also possesses terrifying combat power. So fast, Lei Xiaotian was unable to react at all and could only stand there in a daze, waiting to die. Shikigami Summoning, Shield Guard. Fortunately, a summoner nearby summoned a 3-star D-level defensive Shikigami in front of Lei Xiaotian. Yi Kai's flying kick directly broke the Shield Guard's giant round shield, and Lei Xiaotian behind him was also knocked dozens of meters away. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star D-rank Shikigami, Shield Guardian, and gaining 5,400 experience points. While killing the Shield Guard instantly, Lei Xiaotian was kicked so hard that blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and he suffered severe internal injuries. This was the first time that Yi Kai used the 8 gates ninjutsu in actual combat. This blood-boiling feeling reminded Yi Kai of the time he ran under the sunset. That was his lost youth. 100. I want to fight 100. Yi Kai got in a position, stretched out his index finger, and shook it left and right in front of everyone, full of provocation. Let's go together, kill him. After being kicked by Yi Kai, Lei Xiaotian suddenly felt as if his internal organs were shaking. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and he was struggling to exert his strength. Seeing that Yi Kai was quite powerful, the people around him rushed forward. There were at least hundreds of people, including several summoners. Tina, do we really not need to help the master? Xiao Lulu looked at Yi Kai with some concern and a very guilty expression. After all, This dispute was caused by her. Don't worry, I will save him when he is about to die. Tina said lightly. It's okay, Xia Lulu. Even if the patient is injured, I will help him heal. Ikaro said with a smile. All along, Yikai had been hiding behind them, waiting for his chance to act, and had never fought in front of them, so the girls were a little worried about Yikai's safety. But among the crowd, Yikai's performance completely exceeded their expectations. With the 8 gates activated, Yikai was able to handle the crowd with ease. Even when facing siege from summoners and Shikigami, Yikai was able to handle it with ease. 8 gates of ninjutsu. Second gate, rest gate, open. Shiomen. Remove the limit of physical fatigue. Overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. In this battle where 1 is against 100, Yikai was extremely excited and even opened the shiomen of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The strength has once again made a qualitative leap. Tina looked at Yikai in front of her, and she suddenly recalled the scene when they first met. She was seriously injured, and it was Yikai who contracted her by chance. I remember that Yikai was still a weak summoner at that time, and the two of them were fighting with the shark gang in the slums. The two cooperated perfectly, killing people indiscriminately. Tina was responsible for killing people indiscriminately, and Yikai was responsible for the cackle. Time flies, it passes in a flash. In just a few months, Yikai has grown into a summoner who can stand on his own. When Yikai was carrying out missions with Chu Mo, he learned a lot of fighting skills from her. With the guidance of many powerful Shikigami, he coordinated the skills of 8 gates ninjutsu. Now Yikai kicks every kid he encounters. With his own strength alone, he killed everyone without leaving a single one alive. In just a few minutes, more than half of Lei Xiaotian's men had been killed. Lei Xiaotian, who was hiding nearby, saw that the situation was not good and quickly ordered his men to change their target. Brothers, hit the snake at its weakest point. Quick, catch those girls first and attack his weak spot. Chapter 110, Shikigami Pleasure System. Seeing that no one together was a match for Yikai, Lei Xiaotian thought quickly and planned to capture these girls first. Then use Yikai's weakness to threaten him. No matter how powerful he is, he will have no choice but to surrender, etc. Yikai was having a great time playing, and everyone around him ran away. Lei Xiaotian thought Yikai was anxious, and he couldn't help but smile slightly and began to admire his own calm judgment. Weak spot. Seeing everyone rushing towards Tina and the others, Yikai was slightly stunned. Isn't it my weakness? You seem to have made a mistake. Tina drew her famous sword, Anmi, while Xia Lulu swept through the enemy with the ancient dust axe. Mumu shot an icy arrow that could hit the target from 100 steps away. Before Ikaros could make a move, the rest of the people all fell in a pool of blood in just one encounter. In the last second, Lei Xiaotian was still admiring his own wit, and in the next second, he completely realized his own stupidity. These girls are too strong. Lei Xiaotian's team of hundreds of people was reduced to just him in a flash. Only then did he realize that the weak spot in the other team was Yikai. Didn't I tell you to wait? Yikai walked slowly to Lei Xiaotian and shook his head helplessly. Now, all the sandbags that I used for practicing the 8 gates of ninjutsu were broken up by them. Brother, please leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Lei Xiaotian rolled and crawled to his knees in front of Yikai with a strong desire to survive. Brother, I am the eldest son of Fenglei Group, one of the 4 major families in Modu. If you spare my life, I can give you anything you want. Yikai squatted in front of Lei Xiaotian and gently patted his cheek with his hand. I still like the way you were before. Please recover. Rubberman? Seeing Yikai's playful expression, Lei Xiaotian seemed to have no intention of letting him go. He suddenly stretched his arms several meters, and then used the elasticity of rubber to quickly punch Yikai's head. But the 8 gates state does more than just increase strength and speed. It can develop all the potential of the human body, including the 5 senses. Under the visual enhancement of 8 gates of ninjutsu, Lei Xiaotian's seemingly sudden sneak attack could not escape Yikai's discerning eyes. As soon as Lei Xiaojia made a move, Yikai stood up and delivered a flying knee, then hit him in the jaw with a backhand. The human jaw is the only movable bone in the skull and is also the weakest. It is connected to the vagus nerve, and once it is severely damaged, the patient may faint or die. Congratulations to the host for killing the Gold Realm Summoner, Lei Xiaotian, and gaining 125,000 experience points. After wiping out Lei Xiaotian and his group, Yikai gained nearly 500,000 experience points. Star Soul Devourer. Yi Kai used his talent to devour Lei Xiaotian's body. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring and obtaining the S-level talent, Rubber Man. Do you want to save? Rubber Man can turn his body into rubber within a certain period of time, change shape freely, and use elasticity to attack quickly. Although Yi Kai didn't want to be the Pirate King, he still decisively kept this talent. Well done, useless summoner. Tina slowly walked up to Yi Kai and praised him lightly. To be honest, after Yi Kai opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Shu Gate, his combat capability skyrocketed, which really impressed Tina. Tina's favorability plus 10, currently 80. The system detected new task information. Mission released. Conquer Shikigami. Task information. Raise the favorability of a Shikigami to 100 points. Task reward. Unlock the Shikigami pleasure system. Pleasure system. When the Shikigami's pleasure reaches 100 points, the rank will be upgraded. UR Shikigami cannot be upgraded. System prompt. Shikigami's pleasure is different from its favorability. Pleasure cannot be retained and must reach its peak within a certain period of time. Otherwise, it will gradually decrease to 0 points. To reach 100 points of pleasure, the Shikigami must reach the peak both physically and mentally, neither of which can be missing. Pleasure system? Yi Kai was slightly stunned. This thing can actually improve the rank of the Shikigami? This means that as long as Tina and the others are happy and the pleasure level reaches 100 points, they can be upgraded from SSSR to the top UR. This is too powerful. You have to know that in the Dragon Wasteland continent, apart from the powerful weapons made by the gods, there are only a handful of UR Shikigami. Currently, Tina's favorability is 80, Xiao Lulu's favorability is 60, and Ikaros only has the initial 20 points. Yi Kai looked at the cool and stunning Tina in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the first Shikigami I conquer is none other than Tina. Chi, I'm just praising you. Don't get carried away, you useless summoner. Seeing that Yi Kai was staring at her with increasingly strange eyes, Tina glanced at him fiercely out of the corner of her eye with an extremely arrogant expression on her face. Looking at Tina's appearance, it is hard for ordinary people to imagine that she is the one with the highest favorability among Yi Kai's many Shikigami. After all, with a personality like Tina's, even if the favorability reaches 100 points, in her eyes, Yi Kai is still that useless summoner. However, judging from the sudden increase in Tina's favorability just now, Yi Kai has basically concluded it. If you want Tina's favorability to reach 100 points, simply trying to please her will not have any effect. As soon as Yi Kai activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu and performed some operations, Tina was impressed and her favorability towards him increased instantly. If you want to conquer a strong and cold queen, you must completely conquer her with your charm so that she will fall in love with you. As the saying goes, younger sisters look at the frequency, while older sisters look at the needs. Yi Kai must create opportunities for himself, make Tina need him, and then take action in time, so as to win Tina's heart. Tina's favorability has now reached 80 points, which is a good start. After dealing with Lei Xiaojie and his group, Yi Kai released the state of 8 gates of ninjutsu. In an instant, Yi Kai felt sore all over, as if his body had been hollowed out. The overdrawn potential of 8 gates would put a huge strain on Yi Kai's body. Yi Kai stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Luckily, Xiao Lulu, who was standing by, was quick to catch him. Chi, useless summoner, you wither too quickly. You don't last long at all. Tina's favorability -5, current favorability 75 points. Damn, my favorability has actually dropped. As expected, both women and female Shikigami like men who last longer. Chapter 111. Meeting the Valkyrie of the Magic City again. Since this was the first time that the 8 gates of ninjutsu were open to the resting state, Yi Kai's body was not able to fully adapt to the situation for a while. Although 8 gates can stimulate the full potential of the human body, it also puts a heavy burden on the body. While gaining power, you also pay a corresponding price. It seems that if Yi Kai wants to open the 8 gates for a long time, he will need a long time to adapt. After staying there for a while, Yi Kai slowly walked towards Lei Xiaotian's giant armored vehicle. He was very curious as to why the eldest son of the Fenglei group would appear near Sin City with so many people. Although Lei Xiaotian and his group were quickly dealt with by Yi Kai, there was still a giant armored vehicle, more than 20 small armored vehicles, and a team of more than 100 people, including many summoners. Judging from the size of the team, it is already quite large. No matter how you look at it, these guys don't look like they're here for sightseeing. Yikai found the key to the giant armored vehicle from the bodies of the crowd, and then opened the container at the back. Inside the cargo box where no light could penetrate, pairs of timid and helpless eyes looked over. The huge cargo box was filled with a group of children with chains around their necks. And judging from their appearance, these children are all from Sin City. They must have been abducted by the Fonlay group. However, it was a blessing in disguise that they escaped the disaster. Yikai looked at the dark-skinned children in the carriage. The oldest was only about 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. But without exception, they all wore heavy chains. If they were left in the desert, these children would most likely not survive long. Now Sin City has been buried by sand and wind. Perhaps these children are the last bloodline of Sin City. Master, these little guys are so pitiful. Let's help them. Seeing how pitiful they were, Xiao Lulu begged Yikai. Yeah. Yikai nodded, then took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the Longhua Empire Security Bureau. Now, Yikai is not sure whether Fonlay Group will have reinforcements. It is safest to leave this matter to the Security Bureau. After anonymously providing the children's addresses, Yikai found the key and asked Xiao Lulu to open the chains on the children. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big brother. After being rescued, the children surrounded Xiao Lulu to express their gratitude. Don't worry, there will be someone from the law enforcement team to take you to a safe place soon. Xiao Lulu picked up the youngest girl, stroked her cheek, and said comfortingly. In the past, Xiao Lulu was Su Mei's Shikigami and a member of the Security Bureau, which also cultivated her pure and honest character. The little girl asked innocently, will the law enforcement uncle take us home? Faced with the little girl's question, Xiao Lulu was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Their home no longer exists. Yes. At this moment, Yikai brought all the water and food from Lei Xiaoyan's car and distributed them to the children, saying with a smile on his face. Yikai, don't worry, Xiao Lulu, the Security Bureau of Magic City will definitely give the children a warm, new home. Xiao Lulu looked at Yikai, and her originally melancholy heart suddenly became clear. Xiao Lulu's favorability plus 10, currently 70 points. Yikai's warm gesture was immediately recognized by Xiao Lulu. Children, remember, the environment outside is very dangerous. You must not leave the carriage and wait quietly for the rescue of the law enforcement team uncles. Do you understand? I know. These children are very sensible. After being rescued, they didn't cry or make a fuss, which is really heartbreaking. Currently, Yikai is located within the Longhua Empire. The nearest human city is Mo-Du, which takes about a full week to reach. In order to ensure the safety of the children, Yikai personally drove a giant armored vehicle and sent the children out of the Demon City. After instructing the children not to leave the car, Yikai drove a small armored vehicle to a secret place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Magic City Security Bureau. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to the children before the Security Bureau arrives, Yikai has been watching over the children in secret. Yikai didn't leave until the Security Bureau took the large armored vehicle away. Let's go too. After seeing the children leave safely, Yikai finally put down the big stone in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, he found that the girl in the armored vehicle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's strange why there is one more person. There are only 4 people including Moo Moo, but there is a 5th girl in the armored vehicle. Long time no see. Sakura Fubuki slowly turned around and waved to Yikai. It's you. Yikai was slightly stunned. He always had an ominous premonition in his heart. When did this woman come in? You seem to be very unwelcoming to me. Sakura Fubuki smiled and said, it's been a while since we last met. Your harem is getting stronger and stronger. What harem girl group? They are all my Shikigami. Moo Moo on the side immediately denied. I am not your Shikigami. Oh, recently, your taste has changed. Sakura Fubuki glanced at the white stockings on Ikaro's legs. She thought Yikai only liked black stockings. It has only been 2 months since they last met, but Sakura Fubuki can clearly feel that the spiritual power in Yikai's body is no longer what it used to be, and even his aura seems to be several times stronger. Even she couldn't help but sigh that this boy's growth rate was really amazing. I still remember the scene when the two met for the first time. Yikai was still an ordinary person who was almost killed by the skeleton axeman. In the blink of an eye, he had become the master of 3 SSSR Shikigami. Tell me, what's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? Yikai went straight to the point. When he saw Sakura Fubuki, he always had a bad feeling. Wherever the Valkyrie of Demon City appears, nothing will happen. Oh, it's said that the debtor is the boss. I'm the creditor of your 3 lives. please be polite to me. After saying that, Sakura Fubuki began to release her spiritual pressure, trying to overwhelm Yikai with her momentum. But this time, she didn't get what she wanted. Yikai is no longer the young boy who had just started out. Although he cannot say that he can handle Sakura Fubuki's spiritual pressure with ease, he is not as timid as before. The two looked at each other, and the two spiritual powers collided with each other, tit for tat, neither giving in. Chapter 112 Maid attributes maximized. Seeing that Yikai's spiritual pressure could actually compete with her own in a short period of time, Sakura Fubuki was slightly stunned. She thought that the boy in front of her had indeed become stronger after not seeing him for 2 months, but she didn't expect him to become so strong. But even so, there is still a certain gap between her and the Valkyrie of Demon City. Sakura Fubuki frowned slightly and began to increase her spiritual pressure on Yikai. The two spiritual pressures that were originally balanced with each other immediately became one-sided. Sweat began to appear on Yikai's forehead. Just when Yikai was about to be overwhelmed by Sakura Fubuki's momentum, Tina beside him suddenly grabbed Yikai's hand. At this moment, Tina's eyes were shining coldly, and the spiritual pressure of the two merged into one, gradually beginning to reverse Yikai's decline. Soon after, Xiao Lulu and Ikaros also stood beside Yikai. No matter how strong Sakura Fubuki is, she won't be able to gain any advantage against Yikai and all his Shikigami alone. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Yikai and his Shikigami were united, Sakura Fubuki suddenly retracted her spiritual pressure and couldn't help laughing. For some reason, Sakura Fubuki actually felt envious of the tacit understanding between Yikai and Tina for a moment. Even I really want to join in? Okay, let's get back to the topic. After the spiritual pressure confrontation just now, Sakura Fubuki has fully recognized Yikai's strength. Go ahead. Yikai already knew that the appearance of Sakura Fubuki was definitely not that simple. First of all, on behalf of the Magic City Security Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude to you for rescuing these children and personally sending them here. Although Yikai and his men had been hiding in the dark, they could not deceive Ing Fubuki's eyes at all. From the mouths of those children, Ing Fubuki had roughly known the whole incident. Then, is there any reward? Yikai asked excitedly. Have? What a reward! I think you must like the recognition from the Valkyrie of the Magic City. Such a supreme honor. Tisk, Yikai knew it would be like this. The Magic City Security Bureau was searching everywhere. It was the right decision not to join the Security Bureau in the first place. Who is the other party? Sakura Fubuki suddenly asked seriously. Lei Xiaodian, Fonlei Group. Another one of the 4 great families in Demon City. After getting Yikai's answer, Sakura Fubuki couldn't help but frown. The Demon City has been very unstable recently. The one family, which was one of the 4 major families, was involved in an experiment to transform humans into demons. Today, Fonlei Group, one of the 4 major families, has been caught up in a new turmoil. Ing Fubuki continued to ask, let me ask you one last question. You seem to have just returned from Sin City. I heard that the entire Sin City became an empty city overnight. What happened? When the Sin City was buried underground by sandstorms, the Sin City, which was originally at war with the Hui Empire, suddenly disappeared. Because the Great Storm completely changed the terrain, and Sin City was originally rebuilt according to the appearance of underground ruins. When someone came to the deserted ruins, they thought it was the City of Sin. But all the people were gone. Tens of thousands of people from Sin City and thousands of soldiers from the Tiger Empire all seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and there was no news of them since then. It's not that Sin City became a deserted city overnight. Due to the relationship between Su Mei and Ing Shueishue, Yikai did not hide the relevant information about Sin City. After getting rid of the ancient Dust Axe and Lilith, Yikai told Sakura Fubuki everything about the Sin City storm. After 100 years of storm, the ruins reappeared and the sinful city was buried. If these things hadn't come from Yikai's mouth, Sakura Fubuki probably wouldn't have believed a word of it. It's simply magical. Do you recognize this? Yikai simply handed the huge magic circle he found above the ruins to Sakura Fubuki. Perhaps she could see some clues. Sakura Fubuki stared at the magic circle and examined it carefully. I don't know much about these things, but this magic circle, I seem to have seen it somewhere. What? Are you sure? In the Demon City? Could it be that the Demon City is also covered by this magic circle? If so, the Demon City is likely to be the same as Sin City. Although he didn't know the true purpose of this magic circle, Yikai's intuition told him that it must be very dangerous. I'm sure, but it's in the magic city, but it's not as big as you said. It's just a very small magic circle, very similar to yours. It's been too long, I can't remember exactly when I saw it. Thinking of this, Sakura Fubuki seemed to have found some clue. As she spoke, her whole body turned into a few pink petals and disappeared. Hello! Yikai suddenly felt like someone had hung up the phone on him. This Sakura Fubuki always came and went without a trace. It was so rude. But judging from Sakura Fubuki's expression, she must have discovered something extraordinary. If Sakura Fubuki had really seen the same magic circle in the Magic City, she would most likely be able to follow the clues and find out the mastermind behind burying the Sin City. It would be better to tell Sakura Fubuki everything about Sin City. These messed up things should be handed over to the Security Bureau for investigation. After returning to the apartment he hadn't visited for a long time, Yikai lay down directly on the soft big bed and immediately felt a lot more relaxed. The fatigue of the long journey these days has made Yikai physically and mentally exhausted. Now he just wants to hold Tina, Xiao Lulu, and Ikaros and sleep peacefully. Since no one had lived in the apartment for more than 2 months, a lot of dust had accumulated in the room, which made Xiao Lulu very busy. As soon as she entered the room, she started cleaning inside and out. Seeing Xiao Lulu busying around, the other girls felt a little embarrassed and went over to help. But Yikai is different. He is thick-skinned and doesn't even try to help when the broom falls over. He just lies there with a clear conscience. As soon as she finished cleaning the room, Xiao Lulu immediately prepared a milk bath for Yikai and then rubbed Yikai's back. Master, is the water temperature suitable? Xiao Lulu asked with concern while running hot water. The maid's attributes are maximized. Useless summoner, you are such a grown-up, but you still need Xiao Lulu to help you with everything. Aren't you ashamed? Tina rolled her eyes at Yikai and was quite dissatisfied to see him ordering Xiao Lulu around like this. But Xiao Lulu never got tired of it, so Tina couldn't say much. It's okay Xiao Lulu smiled as she rubbed Yikai's back and said, it's Xiao Lulu's honor to be needed by the master. It's my honor to have a partner like Xiao Lulu. Yikai stroked the dragon horn on Xiao Lulu's forehead with a satisfied look on his face. Xiao Lulu, don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. You rub my back first, and I'll rub yours later. We can benefit each other. This is what true partnership means. Yeah. Xiao Lulu nodded happily. You wish, perverted summoner. If you dare to deceive Xiao Lulu again, I will chop you up in a minute. Xiao Lulu, don't listen to him. I will take a shower with you and scrub your back. Chapter 113, Reporting the Valkyrie. After taking a shower, Xiao Lulu gave me a full-body massage. This little life was so wonderful. Icarus, patient your hand. While Xiao Lulu was giving Yikai a massage, Ikaros discovered the wound on his hand bitten by Wenyu. Oh, you mentioned this. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Only then did Yikai pay attention to the wound on his hand again. The wound has been there ever since when you bit it last time. There is no sign of healing, but it has not gotten worse either. Ikaros. Let me see. Ikaros sat next to Yikai, and the plump, white thighs were fully presented in front of him. Grabbing Yikai's hand, Ikaros tried various treatments. But no matter whether he used green fluorescent starlight for treatment or the purification of white silk bond, he could not heal the scars on Yikai's hands. Strangeness? Ikaros frowned. It seemed that her treatment method was unable to heal the wound at all. Moreover, Ikaros checked Yikai's health points and found that he was always at full capacity. This proves that he was not harmed in any way. Let me see. Xiao Lulu, who had been riding on Yikai and giving him a massage, also came over with a curious look on her face. She doesn't know any medicine. She's just curious. Xiao Lulu, don't stop. Yikai urged Xiao Lulu to increase the strength of her hands. This little girl would forget the work in her hands if she was distracted. Sorry, master. Xiao Lulu then concentrated on massaging Yikai. TSK. This useless summoner really knows how to enjoy himself. While admiring Ikaros' voluptuous thighs, enjoying Xiao Lulu's exquisite massage, and listening to Tina's nagging with contempt on her face, Yikai instantly felt the deep kindness of this world. He yawned contentedly, and his consciousness gradually began to blur. When Kai opened his eyes again that night, it was already early morning of the next day. Maybe they were too tired during this period. The girls were still sleeping. The first feeling Yikai had when he woke up was that his entire left arm felt sore. Xiao Lulu rested her head on his shoulder, and her slightly plump body pressed on Yikai's left arm for the entire night. Yikai now felt that his entire arm had lost all feeling. However, seeing that Xiao Lulu worked so hard to massage herself last night, Yikai did not wake her up. I'm already numb, so it doesn't matter. On the right is Tina, who is sleeping peacefully. Her long black hair spread out on the white sheets, and she held Yi Kai's hands in both her hands. Unlike Xiao Lulu, although Tina would also hold Yi Kai's hand when sleeping, she would not stick to Yi Kai as tightly as Xiao Lulu. Sometimes, she would sleep soundly all night just by holding one of Yi Kai's fingers. On the other side of the big bed, Ikaros and Moo Moo were hugging each other, and Yi Kai glanced at them casually. A slender thigh directly crossed over Xiao Lulu's shoulders and rested on Yi Kai's lower abdomen. The two girls hugged each other tightly, their white limbs entangled together. For a moment, Yi Kai couldn't tell whether the leg belonged to Ikaros or Moo Moo. Even though 5 people slept in one bed, there was still plenty of space in Yi Kai's big bed. After all, among all of Yi Kai's furniture, this bed is the most expensive. It is worth 200,000 blue knives and was originally designed for 8 people. It is a super large bed of 8 x 8 m. Now Yi Kai has Xiao Lulu in his left hand and Tina in his right hand. They were all still sleeping, and Yi Kai didn't have the heart to disturb them. He could only look at the ceiling to kill time. Suddenly, he thought of the wound caused by Wen Yu, and Yi Kai felt a lingering fear. I remember that at that time, I clearly heard the system's prompt, congratulating the host for killing the opponent and gaining experience points. Wen Yu must be dead, but why did the palm that was bitten by her become like this? And even SSSR healing Ikaros couldn't cure it. After much thought, Yi Kai decided to asking Fubuki to introduce him to a more capable doctor. But Yi Kai couldn't move his hands now. After groping on the bed for a long time, Yi Kai finally found his mobile phone at his feet. Yi Kai thought quickly and lifted the phone with his left foot and operated it with his right foot. It's pretty crappy, but it's barely usable. It's mainly Xiao Lulu and Tina, who work so hard every day and are at the forefront of every battle. Yi Kai really couldn't bear to disturb them, so he could only work hard himself and let the girls sleep a little longer. Yi Kai raised his head, carefully turned off the sound and vibration of his mobile phone, and then tried to type with his toes. You know what? Although it's a bit slow, this method really works. Black Silk Big Boss 007. Sister Fubuki, I need your help with something. Luoying Chue Shue. Sure, one favor for one life. I thought that as the commander-in-chief of the operations department of the Magic City Security Bureau, Sakura Fubuki would be slow in replying to messages, but I didn't expect that the other party replied within seconds. Black Silk Big Boss 007. You reply so quickly, I'm gonna anally fuck you for slacking off at work. Black Silk Boss 007. Wrong number, it's a report. Sorry, the message sending failed. The other party is not your friend. A red exclamation mark appeared on the WeChat page, and Yi Kai's message failed to be sent. Even his friends were deleted by Ing Fubuki. Since his toes were not very flexible and the phone screen was too far away, Yi Kai could not see clearly. Moreover, Xiao Lulu was not at all peaceful when she slept. Not only did she keep turning over, but her tail was also sweeping back and forth. It greatly affects Yi Kai's typing. Shigama, dodado, kaomoji, winku. Yi Kai was confused. Shit, this is the end. Otherwise, just run away quickly. He actually sent a message to anally bang the Magic City Valkyrie. He would probably be hunted down by the Magic City Security Bureau. Or just flee abroad. Yi Kai feels that the Longhua Empire is no longer very safe. But Yi Kai felt that he could still save himself, and began to try to add Sakura Fubuki as a friend. The other party rejected your friend request. The other party rejected your friend request. The other party rejected your friend request. With Yi Kai's unremitting efforts, after adding it 101 times, Sakura Fubuki finally agreed. Without waiting for Yi Kai to explain, Ing Chushua said directly, if you have any last words, say them quickly. Black Silk Big Brother 007. This rubbish input method means report, not anal explosion. It's a wrong word. Luoying Chueshua. You still want to report me? Is this any different from anal sex? Black Silk Gangster 007. There is a big difference. Oops. I was kidding. Luoying Chueshua. Humph. Who are you? Don't think I don't know. Don't blame the input method for everything. If you don't type those 2 words often, they won't appear. Black Silk Big Boss 007. Just listen to me, and I will give you kidney stones. Luoying Chueshua. I don't want your kidney stones, so you'd better go to the hospital to have them aborted as soon as possible. Black Silk Boss 007. No, it's a stone, not an explanation. Yi Kai was directly torn apart. This dog is playing tricks on me than the input method. Chapter 114 Selling Xiao Lulu. Luoying Chueshua. Are you typing with Geo? Sakura Fubuki originally wanted to mock Kai for having hands that looked like feet, but she could never have guessed that the person on the other end of the phone was actually chatting with her with his feet. Black Silk Boss 007. Forget it, let's get to the point. Black Silk Gangster 007. I want you to help me find a better doctor to treat me. Luo Ying Chueshua. If you need kidney stone surgery, you don't have to come to me. You can find any hospital in Shanghai to do it. Black Silk Boss 007. No, you misunderstood. When I was dealing with you before, I was bitten by him, and the wound has not healed yet. Falling cherry blossoms and blowing snow. Where did you bite? Black Silk Big Brother 007. Just on the hand, where else can I bite? No, does it matter where I bite? Luoying Chueshua. I thought it was some special part. Black Silk Big Boss 007. Sis, can we have a normal chat? Luoying Chueshua. Am I the one who is abnormal? You want to anally bang me right away? Who is abnormal between us? Black Silk Gangster 007. Okay, my question. Black Silk Big Boss 007. Let's get down to business. Can you help me find a good doctor? Please. Luoying Chueshua. Sure, one life. Luoying Chueshua. And can you reply faster? I'm also the Valkyrie of the Magic City. I've been waiting for your message. Don't I have any dignity? Since Kai was typing with his feet, basically every message took more than a minute to edit. This resulted in Sakura Fubuki replying immediately, while Kai was taking his time. Sakura Fubuki was a little angry, recalling that Kai had scolded her before. She also saw a video this morning, which seemed to be about some boys deliberately denying the self-worth of girls in order to control their thinking and PUA them. PUA, the art of pickup, originally referred to improving emotional intelligence through systematic learning. Later, it referred to people who use emotions to control the thinking of the opposite sex. When replying to messages, I usually pretend to be busy, but in fact I have nothing to do just to create that feeling. Let the girl reply immediately, thus sending the message that his time is more valuable than the girl's. The more Sakura Fubuki thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Why did this sound so much like Kai? No wonder there are more and more female Shikigami around this kid. He must be using this method to control these girls. Wait, Su-mei gave the demon blood dragon girl to him in the first place. Could it be that she was also PUA'd by this guy? Humph, Kai, just wait for me. If I really find out that you are PUAing others, you will definitely die a miserable death. Black Silk Boss 007. Okay. Kai agreed to Sakura Fubuki's conditions. It's just one life, and he already owed 3 anyway. This one is not bad either. But what Kai didn't know was that just as he was hesitating and typing these 3 words with his toes, the woman's brain circuit has already thought about a lot of problems, and he has been defined as a scumbag who PUAs others. Luo Ingchueshua. Okay, I'll introduce you to the director of the medical department of the Magic City Security Bureau tonight. I'll be busy now, or I'll be anally fucked by you. Kai sighed helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't get over the hurdle of anally exploding the Valkyrie of Demon City. Master Awo. By the time Kai and Ingchueshua finished their conversation, Xiao Lulu had woken up. Seeing that Kai had woken up a long time ago, but not having the heart to disturb her, Xiao Lulu lay on his chest and called out to him in a sweet voice. Seeing Xiao Lulu's well-behaved appearance, Kai stroked the dragon horn on her forehead lovingly. Kai felt that Xiao Lulu and Tina were like 2 opposites. If Kai was with Tina every day and was always scolded and despised, he would definitely feel annoyed. But if Kai only stays with Xiao Lulu every day, after a long time, he will definitely feel a little bored. The 2 of them seem to be each other's harmonizer. It makes Kai feel very comfortable to be with them. With Kai touching her forehead, Xiao Lulu rubbed against Kai with a comfortable look on her face. The dragon's big breasts pressed against Kai's lower abdomen, crispy and soft. Xiao Lulu tilted her little head and looked at Kai with an innocent face. A bit disgusting. Cough, cough. Kai quickly pulled his right hand away from Tina and then took Xiao Lulu off her body. Xiao Lulu, don't crawl on your master in the morning from now on. The owner has a relative, an uncle named Chun, who comes to see me almost every morning. He is very fierce and has a very hot temper. It would be very dangerous for girls to meet him. Kai explained to Xiao Lulu while he was putting on his clothes. Oh. Xiao Lulu nodded in a silly way, then asked, why didn't Xiao Lulu see that uncle? Kai paused, then said, because only mature dragons can see him. You are still young and cannot see him. Oh. Xiao Lulu scratched her head and asked in a confused manner, Master, has that uncle left now? Yikai glanced down. Not yet, but he will leave soon. What the hell? Tina scratched her hair, seeming to be still a little grumpy after waking up. Hearing Yikai and Xia Lulu discussing about their uncle, Tina quickly reminded Xia Lulu. What did the perverted summoner tell you? Don't believe him. He is probably trying to frame you again. The owner said that he has an uncle who comes to see him every morning. Only mature adults can see him. Xia Lulu said truthfully. She suddenly remembered what Yikai said. That Uncle Chin had not left yet, so she quickly asked Tina beside her. By the way, the master said Uncle Chan is still here right now. Can you see him? TSK. What uncle? Tina said angrily. Xia Lulu, don't believe him. I went back to the slums with him. He is a dead orphan. Hey, that's too much. An orphan is an orphan. Can you please not add the word death to it? Yikai quickly interrupted Tina. This damn girl. She's going too far. Puff. Xia Lulu suddenly smiled happily. She had always believed in Yikai's words, seeing that Tina couldn't see her uncle either. I thought Xia Lulu was the only child, but it turns out Tina is one too. Hey, you silly child. Tina touched Xia Lulu's forehead lovingly, smiled bitterly, and said, You just trust him too much, and you won't even know that he has sold you out. Master, will you sell Xia Lulu? Xia Lulu asked Yikai, who had just walked into the bathroom. Of course not. Even if I sell Tina, I won't sell you. Hey. After getting Yikai's affirmative answer, Xia Lulu smiled with satisfaction. Sell me? You useless summoner. Believe it or not, I will dismember you right now. P.S. Do a questionnaire. It's about whether people like to watch the plot line or the emotional line. Since this is my first time writing, I don't know what everyone likes to read. I will try to write content that everyone likes to read. Chapter 115. 100 times a day. After a quarrel, Tina and Xia Lulu both got up and put on their clothes. Only Ikaros and Moo were still sleeping. Yikai discovered when he came back from the ruins that Ikaros was a guy who particularly liked to sleep. She basically sleeps for more than 16 hours out of 24 hours a day. Moreover, Ikaros is different from other Shikigami. She is in a deep sleep state, unlike Tina and Xia Lulu, who will wake up at the slightest disturbance. Even though Yikai, Tina, and Xia Lulu were making so much noise, Ikaros showed no signs of waking up. Although Moo in her arms had woken up, he still curled up greedily in Ikaros' arms. Their sleeping position was even stranger, like two kittens forming a circle. Yikai didn't care. There was nothing to do at the moment anyway. They like to sleep, so just let them sleep enough. When it comes to the management of Shikigami, Yikai has always done as he pleases. They do whatever they like, and Yikai never interferes. But sometimes Xia Lulu is spoiled a little bit, and Dai Too Long is always getting into trouble. However, Yikai's food and daily life have always been taken care of by Xia Lulu. So no matter what trouble Xia Lulu gets into, Yikai still loves her the most. The older sister looks at the demand, the younger sister looks at the frequency. Xia Lulu, as long as you keep pampering her, her favorability will continue to rise. Moreover, Xia Lulu's favorability has reached an astonishing 82 points, surpassing Tina. Let's eat. As Yikai's girl group grows bigger and bigger, Xia Lulu now has to cook more and more meals every day. But fortunately, with Tina's help, it wasn't very tiring. Tina is usually very mean to Yikai, but like Yikai, she dotes on Xia Lulu. Even though the hot meal had been served on the table, Ikaros and Moo were still sleeping soundly. Wake up, lazy little cats. Yikai walked up to them and slapped Ikaros hard on his round butt. The two fleshy and elastic buttocks were shaking duong when Yikai spanked them. It's already this late, and he still hasn't gotten up. Yikai has to take drastic measures. A palm-sized red mark immediately appeared on Ikaros' fair skin. Yikai originally wanted to treat Moo equally and give him a hard slap on the butt as well. Exclamation point. But he was quickly glared back by Moo. Yikai then lowered his raised wrist, thinking to himself, Wait until I sign a contract with you, and I will beat you 100 times a day. Ikaros, who was severely spanked by Yikai, woke up slowly, sat up and stretched for a long time. 5 minutes later, the girls finally sat neatly at the dining table. Xia Lulu kept picking up food for Yikai and kept asking him if it tasted good. Not to mention, Xia Lulu's cooking skills are comparable to those of a 5-star hotel chef, and the dishes she cooks are very homely, without those fancy decorations, and the taste is delicious. Delicious. Xia Lulu is the best. Xia Lulu's favorability +1, current favorability 83. After receiving Yi Kai's praise, Xia Lulu's favorability level increased again, and she was already showing a trend of leaving Tina far behind. Could it be that the first Shikigami I conquered was Xia Lulu? Not bad, ha ha ha. It's only a matter of time anyway. Tina can't escape. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. It would be best if we could reach 100 points at the same time, but boom, boom, boom. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Yi Kai's thoughts. Tina, go open the... Yi Kai originally wanted to tell Tina to open the door, but after receiving the murderous look from the other party, he changed his order. Ikaros, you go. This little fat girl, yes, let her move more. Although Icarus and Xia Lulu are both slightly chubby, Xia Lulu is cute and adorable while Icarus is sexy and mature. Both of them are the ceiling of the slightly plump world. Oh! Ikaros was also very obedient and walked out with a piece of butterbread in his mouth. After living with Ikai for a long time, the girls adapted to the human life of eating and sleeping. Only Moo Moo didn't need it. She slept just to stay close to Ikaros. She didn't need to eat either. She only needed to eat Ikaros's green fluorescent starlight. Ikai, guess what I found? As soon as Ikaros opened the door, Sakura Fubuki rushed in anxiously. What did you find? Ikai asked indifferently. His expression was indifferent, because no matter what news Sakura Fubuki told him, it would not make him more comfortable than the food cooked by Xia Lulu. It's time for breakfast. Sakura Fubuki's originally excited mood suddenly calmed down after she smelled the delicious food. Well, how about some? Okay. Sakura Fubuki agreed decisively and was just waiting for Yi Kai to say this. In order to deal with the magic circle, Sakura Fubuki worked day and night and finally found a clue. Sakura Fubuki picked up the bowl and chopsticks and wolfed down the food. No hurry, let's talk after we finish eating. That! Xia Lulu, hurry up, pour a glass of water for senior sister Che. Otherwise she'll choke to death. Seeing that Ing Shue had something stuck in her throat, Yikai quickly asked Xia Lulu to pour her a glass of milk. Gurgle. Oh, that was close. I almost died. After drinking a glass of milk, Sakura Fubuki finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and smiled with a look of relief. This series of operations left Yikai stunned. Is this still the calm, arrogant, and majestic Valkyrie of the Demon City? Yikai felt that since the anal explosion incident, Sakura Fubuki's funny nature had gradually been activated. Yikai, look at this. Then, Sakura Fubuki took out a blueprint from her chest with a serious look on her face. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Yikai quickly made room on the table for Sakura Fubuki to put the drawing there. I went to Longu Mountain to meet Master yesterday. Although this diagram has undergone many changes, he has confirmed that it is undoubtedly the human body training formation. Ing Fubuki's face was solemn. After coming down from Longu Mountain, she did nothing. The first thing she did was to tell Yikai the news without stopping. The human body is a formation? Are you sure? Yes. My master was once Mr. Wu from the Imperial Academy in Longdu. He is highly respected in the entire Longhua Empire. Longdu is the imperial capital of the Longhua Empire, and the Imperial College is a place for teaching princes of successive generations. This shows the status of Mr. Wu in the Longhua Empire. Could it be? After getting Sakura Fubuki's affirmative answer, a very terrifying speculation suddenly appeared in Yikai's mind. Chapter 116, Human Body Training. You say. Sakura Fubuki seemed to have also seen through Yikai's guess. Is there a possibility that the war between the Tiger Empire and Sin City was originally a cover-up? The other side just wanted to provoke a war and then use the human body to practice formations and refine some special things. And that once-in-a-century storm was completely a cover-up for this evil act. Combining everything that happened before, Yikai made a bold guess. The other party wanted to conduct large-scale human training, so they provoked this war. I always thought that the Pharaoh camp where Nefer should be the righteous side. But now it seems that Nefer is just a pawn. The person who transported the Stone of Life to Nefer from the Longhua Empire is most likely the mastermind behind this human training. Without the intervention of the Stone of Life, the rebels led by Nefer would never be able to defeat Feng Tianyi. If Feng Tianyi completely seized power in Sin City, he would advocate surrendering to the Hui Empire. This war wouldn't have to happen, and the mastermind behind it wouldn't have any justification. So, these guys provided Nefer with the Stone of Life, which caused the civil war in Sin City to continue and also cut off Sin City's only chance to surrender to the Tiger Empire. Ing Fubuki's expression was extremely solemn. You think the same as me? That descendant of the pharaoh named Nefer. Can you still contact her now? Things are becoming more and more confusing. Who on Earth could have planned such a huge human training? What on Earth have nearly 100,000 humans been trained to do? Moreover, it is very likely that the relics from 100 years ago were completely wiped out by the other party using the same method. As for Nefer, Yi Kai could contact her. I can contact her, but she just lost her family and home. These things are just our guesses. It's not appropriate to tell her now. There is nothing wrong with this. This is no longer a matter between the Tiger Empire and Sin City. The other party's conspiracy is likely to threaten the entire Dragon Wasteland continent. The only remaining world of mankind may be in danger. Sakura Fubuki continued. Now we must find Nefer and ask her to tell us who provided the Stone of Life. Okay. Yikai also agreed with Sakura Fubuki's approach. At this moment, Yikai suddenly thought of another person. By the way, Chuimo followed me before, and it seems that he was secretly investigating the Stone of Life. In addition to us, the Summoner Association seems to be investigating this matter as well. That's great. I'll go find Chuimo to exchange information now, and you find a way to contact Nefer. Yeah. Yikai paused, then said, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. I always feel that there is something wrong with the director of the Science and Technology Department of the Magic City Security Bureau. You should be careful. Don't worry, I understand. Every failure makes one wiser. After being severely scolded by Yikai last time, Sakura Fubuki had already understood the interests involved. Because Yikai was right. If he had been in the Security Bureau at the beginning, he would have been able to control the situation. After Sume learned that her sister had been transformed into a demon, she did not keep it a secret and secretly investigated the matter on her own. From now on, Sakura Fubuki has to take control of the situation herself and think about how to survive in the Security Bureau. Instead of just relying on the title of the Valkyrie of the Magic City and being manipulated by others. The only person she could trust now was Yikai. So after learning about the human body transformation array, Sakura Fubuki found him as soon as possible and told him everything. Hello. Before leaving, Yikai suddenly called Ing Shue and said slowly, Sister Fubuki, please be careful. The power behind this incident is likely to involve a god. God? Ing Fubuki was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Yikai would say that. I remember that Lilith of the 12 Palaces of Divine Punishment also appeared in the Tiger Empire at that time. I always feel that there is some connection between them. Yikai did not tell Sakura Fubuki about Lilith's appearance in the ruins. He just reminded Sakura Fubuki to be careful. But Yikai could clearly feel it from Lilith's words. Even if the mastermind behind this incident is not a god, he is still related to the gods. Ever since Lilith asked Yikai to leave Sin City, he knew everything about the storm, and he must have known about the human body's training as well. It is even very likely that Lilith was behind this. As for why the other party wanted to protect him secretly, Yikai was still unclear. There is a high probability that the other party is a minion of the god, so Sakura Fubuki is likely to be in danger. Although the Valkyries of Demon City are extremely rare in the entire Longhua Empire, they are nothing compared to the powerful gods. I see. When Sakura Fubuki saw that Yikai didn't seem to be joking, she knew what was going on. Seeing the other party leave, Yikai also began to contact Nephiel. Black Silk Gangster 007. Are you there? I don't want to disturb you, but I have something urgent to tell you. Marie Antoinette. You say. Yikai was slightly stunned. What was going on? After Sakura Fubuki replied to the message immediately, Nephiel also replied immediately. Did I get a buff that guarantees that my messages will be replied to instantly? No. No? Ha 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 ha. That can only be explained by my damn charm. Maybe it's just because the other person was taking a shit when you sent the message. Yikai told Nefert truthfully about his and Sakura Fubuki's speculations. Sin City Queen. Are you sure? Black Silk Boss 007. I'm just not sure. So I need you to come over and help with the investigation. Marie Antoinette. Okay, I'll be right there. After all, this matter is related to the blood feud of the entire Sin City. If Yikai's speculation is true, then Nefer was used as a pawn of the opponent and personally pushed the city of Sin into the abyss of human body training. After sending the message, Nefer looked towards his hometown with deep eyes and clenched his fists tightly. This kind of thing was a huge blow to Nefer, but it also gave Nefert immense motivation. Sin City was destroyed by a storm of nature, and Nefert could do nothing. But if the destruction of Sin City was caused by someone behind the scenes, she would never allow it. Even if it cost her life, she would avenge her comrades and people in her hometown. Chapter 117 Zhuge Wuxin. Yi Kai always felt that there were some unspeakable secrets hidden in this human body training formation. If the person behind the scenes is really a divine being, then perhaps he can solve the mystery of the mass-produced UR Kamui. The reason why the gods have been able to rule the Dragon Wasteland continent for so many years is all due to the power of UR. Perhaps the creation of the power of UR is closely related to the disappearance of the Sin City. Due to this trip to Sin City, the food and water resources in Yi Kai's space ring have been almost consumed. Yi Kai then brought the girls to the market to start stockpiling resources, allowing them to choose some of their favorite foods. Xiao Lulu was the most enthusiastic about this aspect and began to recommend it to Ikaros, who had just arrived in the human world. In the Dragon Wasteland continent, food is originally a very expensive item. In a short while, hundreds of thousands of blue swords were spent by Xiao Lulu. Although Yi Kai repeatedly reminded her to buy food that could be stored, Xiao Lulu still bought a lot of food that was easy to spoil. "It's okay, master. They won't go bad. I'll just store them in my stomach." Xiao Lulu grinned happily. She seemed to know that Yi Kai doted on her very much, so she was a little unscrupulous. "Buy whatever you want to eat, but don't eat it all at once, or you'll get a stomachache." Yi Kai pinched Xiao Lulu's chubby cheeks lovingly. "Forget it. What else can I do about my spoiled child?" I took a look at the balance in my bank card and saw that there were only a few million blue dollars left. If Xiao Lulu continues to use it this way, she won't be able to hold on for long and will soon become a pauper. It's simply a money-eating beast. Just when Yi Kai was thinking about whether or not to do a few more things in the Summoners Association, he suddenly remembered the necklace that Nephilim had given him. It is said to be worth 30 million blue knives. But money is a small matter. This necklace is obviously made in Sin City. Now Sin City has become an empty city. Scarcity makes things valuable, so this necklace will definitely sell for a good price. Besides, the necklace was Nefert's personal belongings, so maybe we could get some clues from it in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Kai came to the auction house in the Magic City. Quick, take this gentleman to the VIP room." The shopkeeper with a magnifying glass in his right, I was very knowledgeable. When he saw that the necklace was indeed made with the craftsmanship of Sin City, he immediately invited Yi Kai to the VIP box upstairs for a detailed discussion. Following the shopkeeper, Yi Kai brought the girls to the top floor of the auction house. "Everyone, please come in." The shopkeeper opened the door and invited Yi Kai and others in with a smile on his face. The Magic City auction house is the property of the Zhuge family, which, together with the Wen family, the Lei family, and the Sima family, is known as the four major families of the Magic City. Almost one-third of the private industries in Shanghai are controlled by four major families. The VIP boxes are also divided into different levels. Being invited to the top floor of the Magic City auction house is enough to prove the value of this necklace. "Welcome to the Magic City auction house. I am the boss here, Zhuge Wuxin." In the exquisite box, a handsome man was sitting leisurely on the sofa. On the tea table in front of him were placed various tea sets, like a landscape painting with a long history. The man had long flowing blue hair tied into a wolf tail that was neither long nor short. The slightly narrowed eyes and the half-smiling lips give people a sense of mystery that is completely unpredictable. "Yi Kai." Yi Kai nodded politely. "Mr. Yi is so lucky. Every girl behind him is a stunning beauty. He is really the envy of others." Zhuge Wuxin praised as he fiddled with the tea set on the table. The water in the box was boiling, but the tea set in front of Zhuge Wuxin had not been used for a long time. This shows that it has been a long time since there has been a guest that Zhuge Wuxin could personally receive. From this point, Yi Kai could infer that the necklace that Nefert gave him was no longer the same as before. Zhuge Wuxin poured a cup of hot tea for Yi Kai and the girls around him. "The best one, Yunding Long Jing, please try it, Mr. Yi." Zhuge Wuxin's secretary, who was wearing a Chong Sam, served tea to Yi Kai and others. As the heir of the Zhuge family, the female secretary beside Zhuge Wuxin is naturally no ordinary person. But even though she is tall and has outstanding looks, if you look at her alone, she could be considered a first-class beauty. But when standing in front of Tina, Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, and Mumu, he seemed to pale in comparison. No matter what it is, the most feared thing is comparison. Good tea. Yi Kai was born in a slum, so naturally, he couldn't appreciate the taste of tea. But the tea that Zhuge Wuxin can brew, personally, must be of top quality. Then let's get down to business. After carefully examining the necklace, Zhuge Wuxin said quietly, "It is indeed a workmanship from the city of Sin, and it is a tribute from the pharaoh." Now Sin City has become a deserted city overnight, and the pharaoh's civilization has disappeared in an instant. Now the price of items related to Sin City has risen sharply. Your necklace is exquisitely crafted and made of special materials. My preliminary estimate is that it is worth at least 100 million blue swords. My suggestion is that if Mr. Yi is not in a hurry, the necklace can be left in our auction house. I will promote the exhibition in advance and hold the final auction in 3 days. By then, all the well-known bosses in Demon City will come, and the price will definitely satisfy you. According to international practice, our auction house only takes a 5% commission. Zhuge Wuxin always had the same expression and tone of voice at all times, and it was impossible to tell any of his mental activities. Good. Ye Kai decisively agreed to promote the exhibition in advance, which was also what Ye Kai hoped for. Selling the necklace for some money is not a big deal. Ye Kai still hopes to find the person who provided Nefer with the Stone of Life through this necklace. I'll give you a 10% commission. I hope Brother Zhuge can increase the publicity efforts. Gentle. Zhuge Wuxin still maintained her original smile. No wonder Mr. Yi has so many beauties around him. I believe that no matter which woman it is, there is no way to refuse such a domineering boss. Then wait for good news from Brother Zhuge. After signing the auction contract, Ye Kai took the girls away. Zhuge Wuxin personally saw him off. Mr. Yi, I see that your forehead is black. I'm afraid there will be a bloody disaster today. Don't mind. My Zhuge family has the ability to tell fortunes for generations. If you encounter any trouble, you can contact me. If I can help, I, Zhuge Wuxin, will do my best to help you. Chapter 1:18 Slurp. Ye Kai frowned. Zhuge Wuxin, this guy, always had a polite smile on his face. It's impossible to guess what he's thinking. I don't know whether this guy can really tell fortunes or if he has hidden meaning behind his words. Trust me, you're going to need my help. Zhuge Wuxin sent Ye Kai out of the auction house, and even the female secretary who had been with Zhuge Wuxin for 5 years looked confused. Ye Kai couldn't even get any information about Zhuge Wuxin from the people around him. Zhuge Wuxin, just like his name, you can't see any of his inner thoughts, but it's not that they don't exist, it's just that you can't guess. After leaving the auction house, Zhuge Wuxin's words kept echoing in Ye Kai's mind. Ever since Ye Kai's team has grown larger, his small motorcycle can no longer bear the weight. The sand-armored vehicle cannot be driven on the road. Now there are 5 people riding on a motorcycle, with Tina and Xia Lulu in the front and Ikaros and Mumu in the back. Ye Kai felt that he was almost suffocated by the crowd in the middle. After selling Nefer's necklace, Ye Kai vowed to buy a maglev car. Otherwise, if this continues, you will suffocate to death sooner or later. And driving like this is really tiring. If you are seen by the traffic enforcement team, you will be fined. Due to the overload and Ye Kai's severely obstructed vision, he was very slow on his way back. Just as Ye Kai was driving his scooter leisurely, a luxury car worth tens of millions of blue dollars sped past. The girls' skirts were all lifted up, and Ye Kai could see everything clearly through the rearview mirror. Oh, just slow down. The scenery along the way is also quite nice. For a moment, Ye Kai's mood suddenly improved. After a while, Ye Kai's motorcycle carrying 4 girls caught up with the luxury car in front. I saw the car owner parked on the side of the road smoking. When I saw Ye Kai driving a broken motorcycle slowly with his 4 sisters, I suddenly felt that my luxury car was not so attractive anymore. Looking at Ye Kai's departing back, the car owner finished a whole pack of cigarettes, but still couldn't figure out where he had lost. I ride my beloved motorcycle, and it will never get stuck in traffic. Ye Kai hummed a little tune and led the girls through an alley. Just when I was thinking about whether I should be on top or riding below if there was one more Shikigami, a black poisonous snake suddenly emerged from the alley and was about to bite Ye Kai's calf. Fortunately, Tina was quick and used her long black stockings to kick the venomous snake away. But Tina herself was bitten on the calf by another poisonous snake. Ah! Tina frowned slightly, and Ye Kai quickly stopped the car. Are you okay, Ikaros? Go check on Tina. Seeing that Tina's legs seemed to have lost the ability to move, Ye Kai quickly carried her to the back seat. Then he took off Tina's shoes and slowly rolled her black stockings down her thighs. When touching the wound, Ye Kai clearly felt Tina's body tremble slightly. Starting from the place where Tina was bitten by the poisonous snake, half of her leg had begun to turn black, and it was spreading to her whole body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Ikaros quickly used green fluorescent starlight to treat Tina. Ikaros. No, this is an encrypted virus targeting Shikigami, and ordinary treatment methods cannot decrypt it. Ah, what should I do then? Ye Kai was in a panic. Zhuge Wuxin was right. He really was going to be in a bloody disaster. Icarus, I can decipher it, but it will take time. In the meantime, I need the patient's help. Oh, tell me, how can I help you? Icaros. This virus is specifically targeted at Shikigami and is harmless to humans. Patients only need to help slow down the spread of the virus while I crack it. Can. Icaros. Let's get started. Icaros. I will be responsible for cracking it, and you will be responsible for sucking the virus out. Suck. Suck out? Yikai was slightly stunned. How could he suck like that? Icaros. Use your mouth to suck it in, quickly, or the virus will spread everywhere in no time. Oh. Yikai nodded quickly, then held Tina's calf in his palm. That. I know, hurry up. Chi. Seeing Yikai hesitating, Tina glanced at him and snorted. Tina's entire calf had turned black. Yikai made a quick decision and slowly put his mouth on the wound. The warm touch made Tina tremble all over. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 76. As soon as Kai's mouth touched Tina's skin that night, his favorability increased by 1 point. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 77. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 78. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 79. Icarus, patient, don't stop. Yikai did not dare to relax at all and continued to help Tina detoxify. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 80. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 81. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 82. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 95. Unknowingly, Tina's favorability towards Yikai has reached an astonishing 95 points. Icarus. Okay, the virus has been cracked. With the help of Yikai, Icaros has prepared a potion to cure the virus. Slurp. But Yikai seemed to be unable to hear Icaros' words at all, and was still working hard to help Tina absorb the venom. Chapter 119 Freebies. Icaros has already made the antidote, and at this time, all he had to do was inject Tina with it. But seeing that Yikai and Tina seemed to be enjoying themselves, he did not disturb them. Yikai sucked it greedily, and Tina enjoyed it wantonly. Xiao Lulu, Icaros, and Moo Moo stood silently by and watched their performance. After a long time, Yikai and Tina seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Why are these three girls staring at them? Especially Xiao Lulu, with her pair of ethereal big eyes, staring like copper bells. It was as if the UNMO people had discovered a new world. Yikai and Tina looked at each other and realized that they had been stared at for a long time. This feeling is like being publicly executed, so embarrassing that you can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with your toes. Especially Tina. Her shy little face turned red from her neck to her ears. Tina, it's over. They all saw my true inner self. Tina, what should I do? What should I do? Could it be that the useless summoner has also seen how happy I am? Tina, forget it, just in case, let's just kill him. Thinking of this, Tina's hand began to unconsciously touch the famous sword Anmi at her waist. Icaros, since the antidote was already made, why didn't you remind me? Yikai quickly stood up and passed the blame to Icaros, who was standing beside him. Icarus, patient, I clearly reminded you just now. In fact, Yikai also vaguely heard Icaros' voice at that time. But at that time, Yikai was having a great time. It's a bit of selective deafness. Fortunately, Icaros' favorability did not reach 50 points, so she could only swallow her bitterness and not say anything. Yikai is still quite smart. If he were to put the blame on Xiao Lulu, she would most likely refute it. If it was given to Icaros, who couldn't speak, this situation would never happen. After the antidote was injected into Tina's calf, the black venom quickly stopped spreading. As expected of Icaros, so awesome, Yikai quickly praised Icaros' medical skills, saying that she had really been wronged just now. Icarus, patient, although the virus has been killed, I still need you to help Tina suck out the dead virus. Well, it seems that this is the only way. Yikai nodded seriously, as if he had accepted some difficult commission. Wait, since the virus has been killed, it would be the same if Xiao Lulu sucked it out. Tina said suddenly. Icaros on the side nodded to indicate that it was correct. Hateful. The perfect opportunity to improve favorability is gone. To avoid being attacked again in the alley, the group decided to go back and suck the venom out of Tina. Anyway, the virus has been killed, so there is no need to rush. Along the way, Yikai did not give up and kept thinking about how to get back the lost opportunity. Seeing that the capture of Tina is within reach, Yikai will never give up. It's like you take your girlfriend out on a date, out to dinner, and to a movie, And after you've gone through all the steps, she actually says she wants to go home. How can this be tolerated? After returning to the apartment, Yikai directly exchanged the right to purchase any truckload of delicious food with Xiao Lulu. Successfully obtained the opportunity to heal Tina from Xiao Lulu. Xiao Lulu, are you still not well? Tina was lying alone in the guest room, waiting anxiously. Perverted summoner, why is it you? However, it was Yikai who opened the door. Oh, Xiao Lulu seems to have gone out for something, so let me help you with reluctance. After finishing the job, Yikai looked at Tina's favorability and fell into deep thought. Tina's current favorability is 95. There is no increase? What's going on? Could it be that this time, the way I sucked was wrong? Or, if you want to conquer Tina, this method alone is not enough. It still goes back to the old saying that older sisters focus on needs while younger sisters focus on frequency. Tina's needs have just been met, and now in the same way, it can only be icing on the cake. After finishing the job, Yikai silently lit a cigarette. This time he suffered a huge loss. He promised to buy a truckload of food for Xiao Lulu, but Tina's favorability did not increase at all. It's really a case of losing both the lady and the army. Hey, Tina, this woman, just put on black stockings and left after having fun, and her favorability didn't increase at all. Isn't this freeloading? It seems that these last 5 points of favorability are not so easy to obtain. Although the poisonous snake in the alley turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Yikai, he gained a lot of favor from Tina. But it is too strange that an encrypted virus specifically targeting Shikigami would appear in an ordinary alley. Moreover, this guy Zhuge Wuxin said that his forehead was black and he would have a bloody disaster. This guy seemed to have known about this for a long time. Could it be that the poisonous snake was placed there by Zhuge Wuxin? But I have no grudge against him, so he has no reason to do this. If we have to say that Zhuge Wuxin wanted to kill Yikai, it was nothing more than wanting to take Nefert's necklace for himself. But as the heir of one of the 4 major families, he would directly look for an opportunity to kill the customer just for a necklace worth only 100 million blue knives. The layout seems a little smaller. Perhaps those squinting eyes with the same unchanging expression could really tell fortunes. As for who attacked him, Yikai had no idea. But it doesn't matter. Since I don't know, I might as well just lure myself into a trap. Since the opponent chose to attack Tina, he should have a certain understanding of his own combat power and think that Tina is the strongest among all his Shikigami. In the evening, Yikai went to the center of Magic City as agreed to meet the director of the medical department introduced to him by Ing Fubuki. On the way to the agreed location, Yikai deliberately walked into an abandoned factory. In order to give the enemy the wrong impression that Tina was no longer able to fight, Yikai even summoned Tina back into his body. Roar! In the darkness, a pair of scarlet animal eyes let out a low growl. Did you deliberately go to a remote place? With the sound of the beast's gentle footsteps, a girl riding a giant wolfhound appeared in front of Yikai. Bow bow, it seems we have been underestimated. This guy is deliberately luring us into the trap. Chapter 120, Bomb and Shadow Wolf. Yikai used his eye of insight to read the information of the wolfhound under the girl. The Frost Wolf King. Affiliation? Rank, A. Star rating, 5 stars. Bonds, Wild Beast Ice. Appearance, a giant wolfhound with a length of 5 meters and a sturdy body, and flowing blue hair that looks handsome. Combat abilities, agility, biting, clawing, and the ability to spit out freezing air from the mouth. Skill, absolute freezing air. CD, 10 minutes. Breathe out icy air from the mouth, freezing the objects in front of it. Snort. Touching the hair on the Frost Wolf King's neck, the girl smiled contemptuously. He showed his sharp fangs, as if he didn't take Yikai seriously at all. The girl was wearing simple leather armor, her long brown hair was slightly frizzy, and her eyes were as sharp as the frost wolf beneath her. The wolf ears on the top of its head were standing up high, and the wolf tail behind it was folded tightly, and it was obvious that it was not a good guy. It was not difficult for Yikai to see that the girl was a summoner with the talent to transform into an orc. Although he looks young, he exudes an unruly wildness. Boom! And behind Yikai, an extremely arrogant and even a little morbid voice suddenly sounded. It seems that the other party did not come alone. Shadow Wolf, kill him quickly. I'm still waiting to watch the fireworks show. The person called Explosion by Shadow Wolf is also a girl of the same age as her. Both of them look very small, not only in age but also in height, only about 150 centimeters. If Shadow Wolf is a wild little loli, then Bao Bao behind Ye Kai is a typical gothic loli. Bao Bao has long blue hair tied into two long braids. The deep red pupils reveal a Yandere and arrogance. He had a magazine strapped to his chest and a Gatling gun slung around his waist. His expression was extremely excited, and his mental state seemed unstable and somewhat sick. Ye Kai glanced at the two little Lolas and said, "You are the ones who released the snake to attack Tina? Umph. What about attacking your ace Shikigami first? That's just a trick put up by your employer." Shadow Wolf said disdainfully, "We are the peerless heroes in the mercenary world. We are well known. To deal with a mere A-rank summoner like you, we simply cannot use such despicable means." Bao Bao behind him was also very arrogant. "Do you like to be beaten into a sieve by me, or do you like to be blown into pieces?" Heh. Ye Kai spread his hands. "You two don't have big breasts, but you have big mouths." The total value of Shadow Wolf and Blast's two pairs of A's is less than two tails. Woo-da-da-da-da. Bao Bao didn't waste any time. He just picked up the Gatling gun and fired at Ye Kai. While shooting, he also dubbed the video himself. That almost morbid cry was louder than the sound Gatling originally made. The Gatling gun with blue flames in Bakugo's hand is not just a firearm, but a Shikigami. Shark Gatling. Affiliation. Explosion. Rank. SSR. Star rating. 5 stars. Bonds. Thermal weapons machinery. Appearance. A Gatling gun with shark graffiti. Combat ability. Gatling machine gun that fires infinitely with blue flames. Bullets only need to be filled with spiritual power. Skill. Form switch. CD. 10 seconds. You can switch between Shark Gatling and Shark Bazooka. Gatling has a fast attack speed, while Bazooka has strong destructive power. Faced with the incoming bullets, Ye Kai neither dodged nor evaded. Rubberman. S-level talent. Rubberman can turn his body into rubber for a certain period of time, change shape freely, and use elasticity to attack quickly. Some people said that the previous local multiplication was too big to enter, and now it has been changed to the Rubberman talent. Ye Kai activated the innate skill that he had previously devoured Lei Xiao Dian, and directly withstood Bao Bao's crazy shooting. After the bullet hit Ye Kai's body, due to the characteristics of the Rubberman, the bullet did not penetrate his body, but instead stretched his rubber body. In the end, all the bullets were bounced back by Ye Kai. After the rubber stretches and rebounds, the bullet shot at me have been reflected back, and they are still very lethal. Faced with a reflected bullet, Bao Bao quickly rolled over to dodge. Switch form. Seeing that the bullets could not cause any harm to Ye Kai, Bao Bao switched the Gatling gun on his waist to the Shark Bazooka on his shoulder. As Bao Bao's finger pulled the trigger, a rocket launcher with shark graffiti printed on it was fired towards Ye Kai. But Ye Kai used his rubber physique, blew air into his stomach, and instantly turned his body into a round rubber balloon. The flying rocket was instantly bounced away by the rubber balloon. Ye Kai could even control the direction and launch the rocket towards Shadow Wolf on the side. Absolutely refrigerated air. The Frost Wolf King immediately exhaled cold air from his mouth, freezing the entire rocket launcher into an ice sculpture. The rocket launcher that was about to explode turned into a dud. "Xiao Lulu Moo Moo, please don't do anything. Let me teach these two little girls a lesson." After absorbing Lei Xiaoyan's Rubberman talent, Ye Kai has practiced many moves. Today, let these two overconfident little Lolas see how powerful Ye Kai is. When Bakugo saw that Ye Kai had something, he also put in all his strength and began to summon all his Shikigami. Shikigami summoning, 5-star C rank, G1 suicide robot. Bonds, machinery, thermal weapons. Shikigami summoning, 5-star B rank, G2 Viper Cannon. Bonds, mechanical, thermal weapons. Shikigami summoning 5-star A rank, G3 Predator. Bonds, machinery, thermal weapons. Trigger bond, mechanical. For your mechanical Shikigami's attack skills can enter a charging state, increasing their destructive power by 20% per second, and can be charged for up to 10 seconds. Trigger bond, thermal weapon. For your thermal weapon Shikigami's magazine refill consumes 50% less spiritual power. When releasing a skill, there is a 40% chance that the skill will not enter cooldown. The G1 suicide robot is a small robot that is only 20 centimeters tall and looks like a grinning monkey. Self-destruction. Under the trend of explosion, the metal shell of the G1 self-destruct robot suddenly turned red, and its movement speed suddenly increased by 500%, rushing towards Ye Kai. P.S. Thanks to Wastecat for the character submission. The wild little lowly shadow wolf is here. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you. There will be some minor changes according to the plot. Please forgive me. For those who haven't made arrangements yet, don't worry, just come one by one. Chapter 121 Guama Guamalo. The originally dull G1 self-destruct robot suddenly went into a violent state and pounced towards Ikai. With the cost of self-destruction, there is no doubt that the destructive power is considerable. It is necessary to intercept the suicide robot before it gets close to you. But Yikai himself does not have any means of long-range attack. If he attacks the self-destructive robot at close range, he will fall into the opponent's trap and be directly affected by the explosion. Master, be careful. Xiaolulu looked at the self-destructing robot running towards Yikai and reminded him with concern. She knew very well that Yikai only knew a few physical skills and would be very uncomfortable with this kind of attack. So Xiaolulu was very worried about Yikai's condition, but due to Yikai's order, they could not intervene. Although Xiaolulu really wanted to help, she could only watch from the side. Seeing Yikai in a panic, Tina and his body also said, "Useless summoner, stop pretending. If you really can't do it, let me do it. Today I will show you the new moves I developed." The second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the rest gate, open. Facing the attack of the self-destructive robot, Yikai smiled slightly. Directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. It's time to show some real skills. 8 gates ninjutsu stimulates human potential by accelerating blood flow. Now Yikai has obtained the talent of Rubberman. The accelerated blood combined with the rubber physique is equivalent to directly activating the second gear. After opening the Shiomen, Yikai used his rubber physique to form an air pump under his feet, continuously charging energy into his body. As Rubberman's second gear was turned on, Yikai's skin began to turn red, and white steam continued to emerge. Gumalo Gumalo, retractable jet pistol. Yikai stretched out his arm, aimed at the self-destructive robot attacking him, and quickly punched it. After stretching, the rubber-like arm quickly punched forward like a slingshot with full elasticity, instantly sending out a wave of energy. Like a bullet, it hit the self-destruct robot instantly. Boom! Hit by Yikai's jet pistol, the self-destructive robot exploded instantly. The powerful destructive force instantly caused the entire abandoned factory to tremble. An intense smoke and flames ignited in front of Yikai. With such a powerful force, if Yikai were to be hit head-on, he would either be killed or seriously injured. The suicide robot is a special Shikigami. Its body will always be hidden in the summoner's body, so it will not die even if it self-destructs. But it will take a long time to produce the next self-destruct robot. Wow, the master is so handsome. Xiaolulu immediately turned into a little fangirl and cheered for Yikai. Well done, useless summoner. This attack was also recognized by Tina. Even Ikaros on the side couldn't help but admire. The patient is bullied by Tina every day, and I thought he was weak, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Mumu seemed to have sensed the changes in Yikai. The current Yikai was completely different from when he first met Yuji. Don't be so proud. Seeing that Bao Bao's self-destructive robot did not pose a threat to Yikai, Yingling on the side could no longer sit still and immediately launched an attack on Yikai. Jumping down from the body of the Frostwolf King, the Shadow Wolf and the Frostwolf King attacked Yikai from both sides. Although Shadow Wolf is a human girl, she can run fast on all fours like a wild beast. His slender limbs were extremely agile, his posture was graceful, and his speed was comparable to that of his own Shikigami. Bao Bao, cooperate with me. Okay. The two little Lolas looked at each other. While Shadow Wolf and Frost Wolf King launched a close-range attack on Yikai, Bao Bao provided fire support from behind. But even if they cooperated perfectly, Yikai in the second gear state was extremely fast, and there was no way to catch him. Fruit Mamu, retractable jet tomahawk. After dodging the Frost Wolf King's attack, Yikai instantly leaped into the air, stretched out his right leg, and launched a flying whip kick at the Frost Wolf King below. With the help of the elasticity of the rubber body and the 8 gates, this attack was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Boom! The Frost Wolf King was hit on the head by Yikai and fell directly into the ground. The concrete floor cracked immediately, like a huge spider web. Frost Wolf! Shadow Wolf looked at the Frost Wolf King with some heartache. Yikai's attack was so fast that she couldn't see clearly how the Frost Wolf King was hit by Yikai. The Frost Wolf King has already suffered a severe blow. Laser shock. Just as Yikai was attacking the Frost Wolf King, Bao Bao, who had been watching from a distance, finally seized the opportunity. The G3 Predator is a set of 3 small drones. At this time, it had flown to Yi Kai's side and surrounded him tightly. As white electric light flashed from the drone's muzzle, the powerful electric shock cannon directly hit Yi Kai's body. Sizzle sizzle. White electric energy filled Yi Kai's entire body, emitting a dazzling light. The G3 Predator's laser shock has a full 100,000 volts. In addition, laser shock triggers the bond of thermal weapon 4, and when the skill is released, there is a 40% chance that the skill will not enter cooldown. This resulted in the G3 Predator using a skill, but laser shock did not enter CD and could be used again. Great! Perfect strike! Woohoo! Seeing that G3 Predator triggered the bond of refreshing skills, Bao Bao in the distance looked excited. Because once the G3 Predator's attack hits the enemy, it refreshes the skill CD. What follows will be a nightmare for the other party. Laser shock will usually paralyze the opponent, and then Bomb can use the mechanical for bond to allow G3 Predator to charge on the spot. Mechanical, for the attack skills of your mechanical Shikigami can enter a charging state, increasing their destructive power by 20% per second, and can be charged for up to 10 seconds. If you can charge for 10 seconds, the next laser shock will increase its destructive power by 200%, enough to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. I saw that the muzzle of the G3 Predator began to gather white energy, and it was obvious that it had entered the charging state. The Shikigami in the charging state cannot move, but the previous laser shock has already controlled Yekai, so Baku can safely let the G3 Predator charge on Yekai's face. This is the horror of the two bonds of Machinery 4 plus Hot Weapon 4. When combined perfectly, it can create extremely terrifying suppressive force. Owner, seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao Lulu ignored Yi Kai's orders and directly took out the ancient dust battle axe, ready to provide support. Ikaros on the side was also ready to go. Chapter 1, 22 Jet Storm. Guma Mug Mug Luo Flexible Jet Storm. However, just when Xiao Lulu and others were preparing to provide support, Yi Kai, who was clearly hit by the G3 Predator's laser shock, took advantage of the G3 Predator's charging period and immediately counterattacked. Yi Kai stretched out his arms and waved his fists quickly forward. Fire numerous rounds of jet pistol in succession. The overwhelming shock wave instantly destroyed the G3 Predator that was still accumulating power. Boom! 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 Followed by 3 loud explosions. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star A-rank Shikigami, G3 Predator, and gaining 62,500 experience points. Not only that, Jet Storm also destroyed the G2 Viper Cannon next to Bao Bao. Boom! Poor G2 Viper Cannon. It was killed before it could even use its skills. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star B-rank Shikigami, G2 Viper Cannon, and gaining 50,000 experience points. How is this possible? Bao Bao looked at Yekai in disbelief. She couldn't believe how someone could be hit head-on by a laser shock and yet appear to be fine. Xiao Lulu, who had just raised the ancient dust axe and was about to attack, almost sprained her waist. Everyone looked at Yi Kai in confusion, completely unable to understand what he had done to resist the attack just now. Even Xiao Lulu, who had the physique of a dragon, could not guarantee that she would be able to counterattack in a short period of time after being hit by a laser shock at such a close distance. Yi Kai, how'd he do it? Sorry, I'm a rubber man. I don't conduct electricity. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Since rubber is an insulator, Yi Kai did not suffer any damage after being hit by the laser shock. Since the G3 Predator is a small drone, it is difficult to be hit by the attack. Therefore, the illusion of being paralyzed was also deliberately created by Yi Kai in order to trick Bao Bao into charging up his power for an attack, so that the G3 Predator can become a living target for itself. Shikigami summoning 5-star A-rank Flame Wolf King. Bonds, Wild Beast, Scorching Flame. Shikigami summoning 5-star A-rank Forest Wolf King. Bonds, Wild Beast Forest. Talent activated. Transformation, Shadow Wolf King. Bonds, Wild Beast, Darkness. In addition to the Frost Wolf King summoned by the Shadow Wolf before, the bonds are Wild Beast and Ice. Trigger Bond, Mad Beast. For allied Mad Beast Shikigami, gain plus 40% attack speed, plus 40% movement speed. Shadow Wolf summoned 3 Shikigami, and together with itself, it completed the Wild Beast 4 bond. This broadened Yi Kai's horizons. The summoner's realm was not high enough, so he had to use the summoner's own abilities to make up for it. Ox. The previous attack caused serious consumption of Yi Kai's energy. Although Yi Kai was in the state of activating the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he could not feel any fatigue in his body at all. Although this state allows him to keep moving forward courageously, it may exceed the critical point that his body can withstand. It is very likely to be life-threatening. 8 gates is also a double-edged sword. While it enhances human potential, it also overdraws your physical strength. Ikaros. Hold me. Yi Kai asked Ikaros to hold him with life connection. It's time for a quick resolution. Life connection LV4. Ikaros sends out a soul chain to connect to the target. Holy light state. Restores 1.4% of the target's maximum health per second, increases its strength and agility by 40%, and increases movement speed by 50%. Conviction status. Lose 1.4% of the target's maximum health per second, reduce its strength and agility by 40%, and reduce its movement speed by 50%. A white light flew out from Ikaros' chest and connected to Yi Kai's back. White fluorescence represents the holy light state, and if it is black, it represents the conviction state. After completing the life link, Yi Kai suddenly felt that his strength and speed had made a qualitative leap. In the 8 gates of ninjutsu and Rubber Man's second gear states, even Shadow Wolf, who possesses the wild beast for bond, is no match for Yi Kai in terms of speed and strength. Since Bao Bao's shark machine gun could not cause any damage to Yi Kai's rubber physique, Bao Bao could only switch to the form of a shark rocket launcher and provide support from the rear. Although the shark rocket launcher had high destructive power, it had no way of hitting the extremely fast Yi Kai. With Ikaros' life connection, Yi Kai's fighting style became more ferocious. Facing the Wolf King's bite, Yi Kai did not dodge. At the same time as the other party bit his arm, Yi Kai also hit the Wolf King's head hard with a jet pistol. Although Yi Kai's arm was covered in blood, with a muffled sound, the Frost Wolf King, who had been attacked once by Yi Kai before, was killed after being hit by the jet pistol. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star A-rank Shikigami, the Frost Wolf King, and gaining 62,500 experience points. Due to the frost attribute of the Frost Wolf King, a thick layer of frost condensed on Yi Kai's left arm that was bitten by the Frost Wolf King. But even so, under the state of life connection, the wound on Yi Kai's left arm is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The recovery of 1.4% of maximum health per second is not a small amount. Boom! Use your machine gun to attack the one with wings. Shadow Wolf immediately saw the clue and asked Bakugo to attack Ikaros. No wonder Yi Kai dared to fight in this life-risking way, because this white light can not only enhance his attributes, but also has extremely strong recovery ability. Da-da-da. Bao Bao immediately switched the shark rocket launcher to a Gatling gun and fired at Ikaros next to Xiaolulu. Since the light of life connection can reach up to 50 meters, even though Ikaros is holding Yi Kai's hand, her real body has always been next to Xiaolulu. Facing the explosive attack, Xiaolulu on the side directly turned the ancient dust battle axe to form a barrier in front of her, completely blocked the bullets fired by Gatling gun. Seeing the situation, Bao Bao switched to the shark bazooka to attack, but all the flying rockets were directly blown up by Xiaolulu. With Xiaolulu's protection, explosive attacks could not get close to Ikaros at all. If Yi Kai hadn't ordered her not to take action, Xiaolulu would have already dealt with them with the ancient dust axe. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star A-rank Shikigami, Flame Wolf King, and gaining 62,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star A-rank Shikigami, the Forest Wolf King, and gaining 62,500 experience points. While Bakugo and Xiaolulu were struggling, Yi Kai also dealt with all of Shadow Wolf's Shikigami. Run! At this time, Bao Bao and Yingling looked at each other, and when they saw that the situation was not good, they prepared to run away. Fruit Bun Luo. Chapter 123 Tortoise Shell. Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Yi Kai immediately stretched out his rubber arms and caught Bakugo and Shadow Wolf, who were running away in different directions. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the rubber arm continued to retract, the powerful rebound force instantly pulled the two people in front of Yi Kai. Boom! The two little Lolas collided fiercely, and after a dizzy spell, they fell beside Yi Kai. After a hard fight, Yi Kai defeated the two men completely by himself. Although he borrowed a little bit of Ikaros' power in the process, it did not affect Yi Kai's outstanding performance in this battle at all. Not bad. Not bad. The useless summoner finally has something to show for himself. After dealing with the two little Lolas, Yikai also summoned Tina out of his body. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 96. I'm dying of suffocation. As soon as she finished praising him, Tina rolled her eyes at Yikai. Since Tina had been outside all the time and hadn't been in Yikai's body for a long time, she was actually a little bit uncomfortable. The mission was accomplished. Yikai immediately closed the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The long battle almost left Yikai's body exhausted. But in front of many girls, Yikai is also a person who cares about his face. Although he could barely stand, Yikai still pretended to be calm. Xiao Lulu, tie them up. Yikai took out a rope and a collar that restricted spiritual power from his space ring and asked Xiao Lulu to tie up the two little Lolas. Although the two little guys are young, they're very powerful. To be on the safe side, they must be arranged. Because he was so tired, Yikai staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, a slightly cool little hand supported his shoulder. Yikai was slightly stunned. It turned out to be Tina next to him. Tina, you useless summoner. Hold on. Tina saw clearly all of Yikai's subtle movements. This time, Tina did not embarrass Yikai in front of everyone, but silently supported him behind his back. Got it, master. Seeing that there was finally work to do, Xiao Lulu became very enthusiastic. After putting restraining collars on Bakugo and Shadow Wolf, they were also tied up in a tortoiseshell bind. Xiao Lulu, did you tie them up in such a weird way? They are still children. Tina looked at Xiao Lulu's familiar technique and asked in shock, where did you learn that? My master taught me. He said this way of tying is the strongest, and he made me learn it by watching a video. Xiao Lulu recalled the method taught by the video blogger while operating it. Fold the rope in the middle and put it around your neck. Tie knots at the clavicle, the middle of your chest, your sternum, and your pubic bone. Pass it around your hips and tie a knot slightly above your back. Pass the rope through the back of your neck and pull it apart. Wrap it from your armpits back to the hole in front of your chest. Pull the rope apart to create a diamond shape. Adjust the position from top to bottom while tightening the rope. Finally, gather the rope around your waist. Tina looked at Yikai viciously, her eyes full of murderous intent. Hey, perverted summoner, why are you teaching Xiao Lulu some weird things? Ahem. Yikai quickly winked at Xiao Lulu and asked her to change to a normal way of tying the clothes. Xiao Lulu, didn't I say that this method can only be used against extremely vicious female criminals? Oh, I understand. Xiao Lulu nodded. It seemed that these two little Lolas were not vicious enough. Perverted summoner, I beg you not to instill weird ideas into Xiao Lulu anymore. After controlling Bakugo and Shadow Wolf, Yikai asked Ikaros to heal himself with green fluorescent starlight while interrogating the two little Lolas. Tell me, who sent you two here? Shadow Wolf snorted coldly. TSK, we are professional summoner mercenaries. It's a pipe dream to ask us for information about our employer. Bao Bao, that's right. Shadow Wolf continued arrogantly. I advise you to let us go right away. Bao Bao and I are the favorites of the Witch Mercenary Group. If you offend the Witch Mercenary Group, you will be dead. Bao Bao, that's right. Yikai picked his nose. I see you two little guys still don't understand who is in control of the situation. I am a vicious and cruel bandit. I'm a pervert. I advise you two to confess quickly. Otherwise, be careful or I'll beat your butts to pieces. Facing Yikai's threat, Shadow Wolf was not moved at all. He laughed and said, You're still spanking me. That's hilarious. How can you call yourself a pervert? Bao Bao, that's right. Well, you won't tell me, right? You asked for it. Yikai immediately put on a bad face. Xiao Lulu, bring me my whip, candle, and pliers. Yes, master. Xiao Lulu brought these tools over from the side, and when Yikai took the rope from the space ring, he also brought all these things out. Hee. Yikai's face was gloomy, with a weird smile on his lips. The whip and pliers in his hands were covered with scarlet blood, which was horrifying. In fact, it was Yikai who splashed the red paint to scare people. It's okay. There's no need to rush to talk. Let Uncle check your bodies first. Hee. Yikai's expression was exaggerated and looked a bit abnormal. The girls standing by also had the same idea, and all had distorted expressions on their faces. I say. Yingling and Bao Bao were so frightened that their scalps went numb. They thought they had really met a pervert. The Wen family hired us to kill you. When Tianzeng said that he must pay for his daughter's blood debt with blood. Big brother, you'd better leave the Magic City as soon as possible. Now, all the young generation of the Wen family are dead. When Tianzeng has gone mad. Even if he uses up all the financial resources of the Wen family, he will kill you. Under Yi Kai's coercion, Yingling and Bao Bao confessed everything. Aha! Yi Kai nodded, very satisfied with their answers. It seems that a deal with this arrogant lowly, we should teach her a lesson. Once they knew they were afraid, they would naturally behave themselves. Yi Kai gave each of them a red pill, and then said, "This is the 7 days heartbreak powder that my Yi family developed uniquely. From today on, both of you must listen to me and come to me every 7 days for injections of the antidote. Otherwise, you will die within 3 hours. This kind of poison cannot be detected in any hospital or by any means. If you don't want to die, just listen to my instructions. If I'm happy, I'll give you the recipe for detoxification. Do you understand?" The two little Lolis looked at each other and were immediately frightened by Yi Kai and broke out in cold sweats, nodding repeatedly. "I understand. Call the boss. Boss. Boss." Chapter 124. This script is wrong. Okay, you two go ahead. I'll contact you when the time comes. Yi Kai waved his hand, signaling Xiao Lulu to let them go. The two little girls were so stunned by Yi Kai's trick that they were completely lost. In fact, that was not the 7 days heartbreaking powder at all. It was all made up by Yi Kai. Shit, it's over. We're late. Yi Kai subconsciously looked at the time. It was already 8:40 in the evening, and the scheduled meeting time with Sakura Fubuki was 40 minutes later. The most important thing is that there was not a single urging message or missed call on Yi Kai's mobile phone or WeChat. But the more this happened, the more Yi Kai felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Because the eve of a storm is always calm. Leaving behind the confused Bakugo and Shadow Wolf, Yi Kai directly transformed Xiao Lulu into a dark dragon and flew directly towards the destination. In the noisy neighborhood, a dark dragon was seen landing in the crowded crowd. There are clear regulations in the city center of Shanghai. Unless under special circumstances, the summoner cannot summon a large Shikigami to the center of the demon city. "Stop. Sir, please show me your ID." As soon as Yi Kai landed, he was surrounded by law enforcement officers from the security bureau. "I'm sorry, it's urgent. Please help me." Yi Kai, an A-rank summoner of the association. "May I ask why you are summoning a large Shikigami here? Your behavior has seriously disrupted the security of the fortress in the demon city." Yi Kai quickly contacted Fubuki. "Black Silk Gangster 007. I'm right at the door of the barbecue restaurant. I was delayed just now because of something, so I asked Xiao Lulu to turn into a dragon and fly over here. Now I've been stopped by the security bureau's law enforcement team. Come out and pick me up quickly. Luoying Chueshua. Just say my name." "Well, I'm a friend of the Valkyrie of Demon City. Please give me some help, brothers." Yi Kai did as he was told. "Ha ha ha. You're still a friend of the Demon City Valkyrie. Kid, can you please stop bragging so much?" The law enforcement captain saw that Yi Kai was handsome but dressed in ordinary clothes, so he said sarcastically, "If you were Sakura Fubuki's friend, then I am Sakura Fubuki's boyfriend. Brothers, arrest him for disturbing the peace in the city center. I advise you not to resist, and do not let our security bureau use force." Seeing that Yi Kai was talking nonsense, the law enforcement team started arresting people directly. Black Silk Boss 007. "Sister Fubuki, it doesn't work if I tell you your name. People won't believe it. Falling cherry blossoms and blowing snow. Give the phone to the other person. I really am Sakura Fubuki's friend. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself." Sakura Blowing Snow voice. "I am Sakura Blowing Snow. Let him in." The law enforcement team leader also sent a voice message using Yi Kai's mobile phone. Black Silk Boss 007 voice. "Sakura Fubuki, you are a fraud law enforcement officer. Believe it or not, I can catch you through the internet." As soon as the message was sent, pink petals were seen falling from the sky. A woman wearing the combat uniform of the Magic City Security Bureau suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Just by looking at that long flowing pink hair, it is certain that it is Sakura Fubuki herself. "Sister Fubuki, your name doesn't work well either. What do you know? Our law enforcement officers in the Demon City are strict in their duties. Even if you are a friend of the Valkyrie, you have no privileges." Fubuki walked up to the other person and said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work. I was indeed the one who called him over. There are some urgent matters that need to be dealt with." "Yes, that makes sense." Seeing the Valkyrie of Magic City in person, the law enforcement officer saluted in neat military posture. "You just said, you are my boyfriend?" Sakura Fubuki asked coldly. Even though Sakura Fubuki seems to be a little bit self-indulgent in front of Yi Kai, In the eyes of the people in the Magic City, she is still the almighty Valkyrie. Every word and action carried the pressure of the Demon City's highest combat power. I still remember that when Yikai first met Sakura Fubuki, he was so nervous that he was suffocated. No, I thought it was a liar, so... Faced with Sakura Fubuki's pressure, the law enforcement captain broke out in a cold sweat. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Sakura Fubuki turned into a wisp of petals and suddenly disappeared. Yikai walked up to the captain of the law enforcement team, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Brother, come on, I believe in you. Who cares about the Valkyrie of the Magic City? Let's go straight to her." After many twists and turns, Yikai finally arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet Sakura Fubuki. Barbecue restaurant in an elegant small private room. Fubuki, which one do you think is better? This one or this one? I feel they're all pretty much the same. Hey, it's time for you to dress up. Why are you wearing combat uniforms when you go out on a date? No wonder the boy stood you up and was nearly an hour late. If it were me, I wouldn't even go to pick him up. I would just call the director of the Public Security Law Enforcement Department and have them punish this kid severely and lock him up for a few more days to teach him a lesson. He dared to let our Magic City Valkyrie wait here. He's giving him face. Shinting, it's not a date. I'm just an ordinary friend asking me to do something for you. Really? Who is so honorable that he even asked you to come and receive him in person? Just a fool. As soon as Yikai walked outside, he heard someone calling him an idiot. Ahem, I'm late. I encountered some problems on the way. I'm really sorry. Seeing that Fubuki and the director of the medical department hadn't ordered yet, Yikai quickly said, "Whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for it." Sitting next to Sakura Fubuki was a woman with long silver hair who looked to be about the same age as Sakura Fubuki. Let me introduce you to Lu Xinting, the director of the medical department of the Magic City Security Bureau. Fubuki took the initiative to introduce the two parties. This is Yikai, a good friend of mine. Hello, Minister Lu. Don't be so polite, just call me Xinting. Although Lu Xinting looks gentle and quiet, she has a very generous personality. In comparison, Sakura Fubuki seemed a little embarrassed at this moment. Even the tone of his voice was lower than usual, which was very abnormal. Is this the little brother you mentioned? The one who makes you feel very different? Lu Xinting whispered in Fubuki's ear. Although they meant to avoid Yikai, the two of them sat opposite him. Yikai heard Lu Xinting's whisper clearly. It turns out that the image of me in Sakura Fubuki's heart is like this, a little brother who feels different. You, keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? Where's your aura as the Valkyrie of the Magic City? Show it out and make him kneel down and sing Conquer for you. As Sakura Fubuki's chief military advisor, Lu Xinting said proudly, "He looks okay, a bit handsome, and although he is not a good match for our Fubuki, he is still okay. I wonder what his character is like. Why are you out on a date with 4 sisters?" Lu Xinting looked at the girls behind Yikai and didn't quite understand what Yikai was doing. "They are all my Shikigami," Yikai quickly explained. "I always feel that something is not right about today's dinner. Wasn't it Sakura Fubuki who introduced the doctor to treat my hand injury? Why does it feel like a blind date, and my best friend is here to check it out? This script is wrong." Chapter 125, Barbecue and Wine. Shikigami? Are all 4 of them humanoid girls? Sure. Lu Xinting praised. Generally speaking, the rank of a human-formed god is relatively high. Wait, I know this one. Isn't this Su Mei's SSR, Demon Blood Dragon Girl? Yes. Yikai nodded. Since the Demon Blood Dragon Girl was originally prepared by the Security Bureau for the Valkyrie's successor, Lu Xinting recognized her at the first sight. I remember she was wearing armor before, but now she's wearing a maid with black stockings. She looks pretty good. Lu Xinting looked at Xia Lulu, then glanced at the other Shikigami. Maid black stockings, JK black stockings, Chong Sam black stockings, Nurse white stockings. Your XP is quite unique. Ah, XP. Yikai's brain exploded. What was going on? Are all older sisters so direct when chatting? Do you start with XP? Are you not shy at all? We are all adults now. Calm down, calm down. Then Lu Xinting glanced at Fubuki beside her. Our Fubuki looks especially beautiful even when wearing stockings. I have her black stockings photos. I'll add her as my WeChat friend and send them to you later. Okay. For some reason, Yikai responded as if possessed by a ghost. No, that's off topic. Misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding here. Sister Xinting, that... Yikai was about to explain something, but was immediately interrupted by Lu Xinting. How old are you? 18. She's a little small, but sister-brother relationships are quite popular these days. As the saying goes, A woman who is 3 years older than her husband holds gold bricks. The older she is, the more gold bricks she holds. That, I know. Being with our Fubuki is more or less stressful. After all, she is the Valkyrie of the Demon City. She is indeed a bit majestic, but Fubuki is actually a very approachable girl in private. You will know once you get to know her better. Lu Xinting kept talking to herself, and the topic became increasingly off-topic. All right, Sakura Fubuki, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help it. He quickly stopped Lu Xinting, who was chattering and asking questions. Let's get down to business. Okay then. Although Lu Xinting was still not satisfied, since Sakura Fubuki had already spoken, she had no choice but to give up. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Lu Xinting. The two were good friends who joined the security bureau at the same time. Now Lu Xinting is already a mother of 3 children. And Fubuki will be over 30 in 2 years, but she still has no boyfriend. But she was so anxious. Now Lu Xinting feels that she and Sakura Fubuki have less and less topics to talk about. What bad intentions could a best friend have? Lu Xinting just wanted to sell Sakura Fubuki as soon as possible and share her parenting experience with her. By then, they will be good friends who could talk about anything. Seeing that the topic was finally brought back by Sakura Fubuki, Yikai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally understood why Sakura Fubuki didn't have a boyfriend even though she was almost 30. Who can resist this best friend? She starts talking about XP right away. It's too exciting. Sister Xinting, could you please help me take a look? Yikai thought he was finally going to help him with the injury on his hand, but what he never expected was, Boss, 10 skewers of spicy shrimp, 10 skewers of bone-in meat, 10 skewers of potato skin, 10 skewers of chicken wings, 10 skewers of kidneys. Lu Xinting actually ignored him and started ordering food directly. After all this time, I finally get back to the topic. Only then did Yi Kai realize that ordering food was the real issue. No one cared about his injury at all. After Lu Xinting finished ordering, Yi Kai took the ordering menu and added a 0 after all the 10s. Ondertskivish. Sakura Fubuki was slightly stunned. This was too much. There are thousands of skewers here and there. Yi Kai smiled awkwardly. It's okay, they often eat with me. Even if there are 7 of us, we can't eat so much. Yeah, it's true that we can't finish it all, but it's enough for her alone. Yi Kai smiled and stroked Xiao Lulu's dragon horn. I'm sorry to embarrass you. This child is from a demon dragon. Ing Chueshue and Lu Xinting looked at each other, feeling intimidated. Because in their eyes, except for being summoned in battle, Shikigami are usually dormant in the summoner's body. Yi Kai was the first one to take a Shikigami out for a walk every day and buy food for them. No one mentioned the wound on Yi Kai's hand, and everyone seemed to have forgotten about it. Anyway, no one cares about Yi Kai's life or death, so let's finish the barbecue first. How about some beer to liven things up? Lu Xinting suggested. Sure, whatever you want. Although Yi Kai had taken Xiao Lulu and Tina to eat many delicious foods, he had never drunk alcohol. Thank you all for coming. Drinks are free. Please feel free to drink. I'll toast to all of you with a bottle of wine first. Since Yi Kai ordered thousands of skewers of barbecue at once, the proprietress was extremely enthusiastic and provided comprehensive service to Yi Kai's private room. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Everyone enjoy your meal. The proprietress was also quite polite. She blew a bottle of wine to express her gratitude right away and then left. Master, can I drink this? Xiao Lulu asked in a silly way, holding the bottle of wine. Of course you can. Xiao Lulu, show your strength. The drinks are free. Then teach this young proprietress a lesson. Yi Kai encouraged Xiao Lulu. The proprietress must have said this because she saw that Yi Kai ordered so much barbecue and therefore couldn't drink much. But she may not know that there is a very powerful dragon in Yi Kai's team. Meeting his fate, come. Let's go. Lu Xinting livened up the atmosphere. Good. Everyone was eating skewers and drinking, having a great time. Gurgle, gurgle. The girls around Yi Kai were probably drinking for the first time. After drinking a bottle of beer, the expressions on people's faces are different. Tina looked slightly tipsy and happy, as if she particularly liked it. Ikaros, who only took a sip, also said it tasted good. Moo Moo had a strange expression on his face, and he kept making faces and complaining. Xiao Lulu, who was highly expected by Yi Kai, drank a bottle of beer. A pair of ethereal big eyes have begun to look at each other. Ouch! Xiao Lulu howled drunkenly, and flames came out of her mouth. The whole box was almost burned down. Xiao Lulu, are you okay? Master, it's so strange. Why is the whole world spinning? After saying that, Xiao Lulu fell head first to the ground. The tongue and the mouth stuck out, stretched out very long. Knocked over by a bottle of beer? This magic dragon is just too lame. It's over, it's over. Seeing Xiao Lulu's state, Yikai suddenly looked panicked. It's okay. Useless summoner, Xiao Lulu is just drunk. It shouldn't be a big deal. Seeing that Yikai was so worried, Tina comforted him. That's not what I'm talking about. Yikai quickly ran to the back kitchen. I'll ask the kitchen to stop grilling first. Xiao Lulu fell down and can't finish it at all. Asterisk, asterisk, winky face. I thought he was worried about Xiao Lulu, but it turns out he was worried about no one eating the skewers. Chapter 126 Ultraman Who Can Drive an Excavator. That was a close call. Yikai went to the kitchen and came back feeling relieved. Fortunately, I got there quickly. The boss lady hadn't baked yet. Xiao Lulu was lying on the ground in a big shape. Although the decoration inside the store was nice, and the entire private room had wooden floors. But Yikai was still worried that Xiao Lulu would catch a cold, so he took off his coat and put it under Xiao Lulu. Awu! Xiao Lulu mumbled incoherently, her long tongue hanging crookedly on her chin, and the whole dragon was completely broken. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lulu's cute look immediately made the girls around her laugh out loud. Yikai even used his fingers to tease Xiao Lulu's tongue, which was soft and wet. Super fun. Even though Xiao Lulu fell down, it did not stop everyone from drinking. Everyone drank and chatted, talking about everything from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life, from ancient and modern times to the universe and space. But no one mentioned the injury on Yikai's hand, as if everyone had forgotten the original purpose of this party. Do you know what Fubuki's famous saying was? She said that there are two types of people you shouldn't marry. One type is those who already have a partner, and we shouldn't do such immoral things. The other type is those who don't have a partner, and we shouldn't marry those who others don't want. Another time, I remember that was Fubuki's only boyfriend, and the boy asked her, "Do you want to go to his house? He is the only one at home." Guess what Fubuki said? She said, "Are you an orphan? You are the only one in the family." Then the next day, they broke up. The man said goodbye to Fubuki and said a lot of sweet words trying to keep her. But Fubuki said directly, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that you are an orphan." Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. As Sakura Fubuki's best friend, Lu Xinting revealed many unknown little secrets of Sakura Fubuki. It makes sense. Yikai couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Sakura Fubuki had such a cute side. If Lu Xinting didn't say it, no one would know that the Valkyrie of Magic City could be so hardcore. Alas, to be honest, our Fubuki is really difficult to deal with. Lu Xinting looked at her sisters beside her and shook her head helplessly. Sakura Fubuki looked confused. Really? I feel fine. Lu Xinting said earnestly. Chushu, you know what? You can be a difficult fish to catch, but you can never be a stubborn donkey. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Yikai couldn't hold it in any longer. She actually compared the Valkyrie of Magic City to a stubborn donkey. In the whole Magic City, I guess only Lu Xinting dared to say that. However, from the sentence, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that you are an orphan," Yikai already knew how stubborn Sakura Fubuki, this 28-year-old donkey, was. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Xinting suddenly asked tentatively, "Yikai, what kind of girls do you like?" Ah! Yikai was stunned and thought for a while in his mind. Just when Yikai paused, Sakura Fubuki, who was quietly eating skewers on the side, suddenly cast an expectant look at him, as if she really wanted to know the answer from Yikai's mouth. Well, girls I prefer. 1. If you know swordsmanship, you need to be quick and strike with a cool posture. 2. Can fly, can breathe fire, and believe in light. It would be best if you can transform into Ultraman, but if that doesn't work, a dragon will do. 3. Be gentle and kind, and provide enough milk. Don't let the child go hungry in the future. It would be best if you can heal the trauma of my body and soul. Yikai said seriously, for he can fish, skip stones, dismantle and repair motor vehicles, mix concrete, drive an excavator, and is a Yandero with a dual personality. I like all of these. After hearing Yikai's answer, Lu Xinting and Ing Shueishue on the opposite side were stunned. The first point is understandable if he knows swordsmanship, but starting from the second point, it becomes more and more intriguing. Can fly, can breathe fire, can turn into Ultraman. It's totally out of this world. Although point 3 is still normal, but point 4. What the hell is this Yandero with dual personality who can drive an excavator? Lu Xinting felt numb all over. She originally thought that Sakura Fubuki was already difficult to deal with. I didn't expect to meet my match today. The ironness of these two people is comparable to the collision of Mars and the earth. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Seeing that the other party seemed a little surprised, he expressed his confusion. Hey, don't you think so? Come on. A female Ultraman who can fly, breathe fire, punch concrete, drive an excavator, has great sword skills, big breasts, and a gentle body is really cool, okay. Speaking of this, Ye Kai's eyes were twinkling with stars that were hard to conceal, and his tone was filled with longing and excitement. Haha, it's really cool. Lu Xinting responded with an expressionless face. These two guys, one doesn't want the one who has a partner, and the other doesn't want the one who doesn't have a partner. One is to find an Ultraman who can drive an excavator. Lu Xinting had a headache. She is in the Security Bureau and has the title of the most beautiful matchmaker in the Magic City. She didn't know how many couples she had successfully brought together among the young people in the Security Bureau who were too busy with work to have time for love. But today's situation put Lu Xinting under a lot of pressure. Sister, let's just give up. I'll try my best. I really can't defeat this Ultraman. Lu Xinting looked at Ing Shueishua helplessly, saying that she really couldn't handle a straight man like Ye Kai. Ye Kai, let's check your hand first. Lu Xinting decided to give up. Ye Kai was slightly stunned. He almost forgot about this. Why do you think of looking at hands at this time? Weren't we having a pretty good chat about our standards for choosing a partner? I saw green fluorescence condensed on Lu Xinting's hand, covering Ye Kai's entire palm. The wound on your hand, was it caused by someone biting you? Lu Xinting frowned. I can no longer find any substances from the outside world in your body. Ye Kai was stunned. What do you mean? If a virus enters your body, it has now become homogeneous with you. In layman's terms, it has become a part of your body. What? Ye Kai couldn't believe it. Could it be that when you was not dead and entered his body through Mayami's talent? Have you become homogenized with yourself? Chapter 127, I Want to Kiss You. Take it easy. Lu Xinting comforted her. The ultimate goal of any virus is not to kill the host, because if the host dies, the virus will die as well. Since it has become homogenous with you, it means it has no intention of attacking you. Maybe the wound on your hand will heal soon. So, Sister Xinting means, just ignore it for now? Don't worry, based on my years of experience, there will be absolutely no problem. If the other party wanted to harm your body, you would have been poisoned long ago and would not have waited until now. As the director of the Magic City Medical Department, Lu Xinting has decades of medical experience and has seen all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Lu Xinting had seen cases like Ye Kai's before. It had been so long that she couldn't remember clearly, but Lu Xinting vaguely remembered that it was a little girl. Chubby and very cute. Oh well. Since the minister of the medical department said so, Ye Kai could only ignore it for the time being. If there are any problems, you can always contact me. The dinner was basically coming to an end as Ye Kai arrived on the Dark Dragon. Now his means of transportation has also been damaged by drinking. On the way back, everyone sat in Lu Xinting's car. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking. As the heads of the Security Bureau, Lu Xinting and Ing Fubuki must set an example. So, the driver is a translucent jellyfish sister, a 6-star SR level Shikigami, and as Lu Xinting Shikigami, although her driving skills are not as good as Xiao Lulu's, the magnetic levitation car she drives is very stable. I'm really happy today. I'm glad to meet Sister Xinting. I'm also sorry to bother Sister Chueishue for taking care of me. Back downstairs of the apartment building, Ye Kai waved goodbye. Bye-bye. With the roar of the engine, Lu Xinting and Ing Chueishua drove away. Ye Kai looked at the wound on his hand. Although he didn't find the answer, this might be the best answer. Maybe I was just worrying too much. Looking up at the moonlight above his head, Ye Kai started to go home with Xiao Lulu on his back. Barbecue, is it delicious? Ye Kai asked the girls behind him with a smile. Aha! The girls nodded one after another, and Ye Kai could see that everyone seemed very happy today. After returning to the room, Ye Kai asked Ikaros to take care of Xiao Lulu, give her a bath, change her clothes, and then put Xiao Lulu comfortably on the bed. In fact, as long as Ye Kai summons Xiao Lulu back into his body, Xiao Lulu will be recovered when she wakes up tomorrow morning. This tedious process can be omitted. But since unlocking the emotional system, Ye Kai has been staying with the Shikigami for a long time. The relationship between them and themselves is no longer just that of summoner and contractor. Whether it is Tina, Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, or Moo Moo, in Ye Kai's eyes, they are a group of cool, cute, intellectual, and naughty girls with completely different personalities. But at the same time, they are all innocent and cute. Therefore, Yikai would rather treat them as his partners or even friends rather than cold fighting tools. Unless there are special circumstances, Yikai is willing to let the girls live in this world like humans. Even though this would be troublesome, Yikai enjoyed doing it. That useless summoner. While Ikaros and Moo Moo were taking care of Xiao Lulu, Tina suddenly pulled Yikai to the balcony nearby. The bright moonlight sprinkled on Tina's slightly tipsy face, which was delicate and beautiful, with cold eyes and a little drunkenness. The pure and lustful expression immediately made Yikai's heart beat faster. Ever since Xiao Lulu, Ikaros and others have been around Yikai, Yikai and Tina have had very few opportunities to be alone. If Yikai remembered correctly, this was the first time the two of them were alone in a small environment after Tina activated her emotional system. Different from her usual cool and aloof self, Tina was now slightly tipsy with a light blush on her cheeks. Her soft lips were tender, and she said, "Can you still get that?" "Which one?" Yikai was stunned. Tina, who was usually not very proactive, actually pulled him to the windowsill alone. What did she want to say? "It's the one we always eat barbecue and drink." "Beer." "Yes, yes, yes." "Tina, do you like it very much?" Yikai suddenly realized. He had noticed at the dinner that Tina seemed to have a special liking for wine. "Yeah," Tina nodded. "If you like, Tina, I'll prepare some for you in the refrigerator." Yikai said with a smile. Besides beer, there are many other kinds of wine in the human world, such as white wine, red wine, yellow wine, etc. There are many kinds, you can also try them. Seeing that Tina liked wine so much, Yikai was also very happy. Because this was the first time Yikai knew about Tina's hobbies. It had always been Xiao Lulu who ate and drank as much as she wanted, while Tina seemed to be not interested in any food. If drinking can make Tina happy, Yikai would naturally be willing to satisfy her small request. Tina tilted her head and glanced at Yikai. Strange? Useless summoner. In this situation, shouldn't you trick me into a kiss like you did to Xiao Lulu? Why are you so kind all of a sudden? You agreed to my request for no reason. There must be something fishy going on. Puff! Yikai suddenly found it funny and touched Tina's head with some warmth. It turned out that Tina called herself to the windowsill and wanted to complete some unspeakable deal with her. I didn't expect that in Tina's heart, I was such a person. I remember the last time I touched Tina's head, I risked breaking a bone. Now that my favorability is 96, I should be able to do whatever I want with him. Tina felt the warmth of Yikai's palm. For some reason, she felt a little comfortable being rubbed gently by him. Seeing that Tina did not resist, Yikai smiled slightly and held Tina's cheeks with both hands. "I want to kiss you. Can I kiss you anytime? Do I need to exchange it for wine?" Yikai held Tina's soft lips and said lightly. Under the influence of alcohol, Tina's body temperature continued to rise. For some reason, Tina had a completely different feeling from the last time she kissed Yikai. Remember before, it was Yikai who made the plus 11 famous sword and me for himself, so Tina rewarded Yikai with a dragonfly lightning kiss. But this time, Tina stared at Yikai with wide eyes, looking at a loss. Under the bright moonlight, the outlines of the two people are particularly clear. Tina could clearly feel Yikai's breath and warm touch, as if her whole body was filled with his emotions. Chapter 128, Even the moon blushed. This feeling made her body tremble slightly. The breath of the two people, mixed with alcohol, stirred together strongly. Even the moon outside the window blushed. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 97. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 98. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 99. Tina's favorability +1, current favorability 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the Capture Shikigami mission and unlocking the Shikigami's pleasure level, and rewarded with 10 million experience points. Pleasure system. When the Shikigami's pleasure reaches 100%, the rank will be upgraded. UR Shikigami cannot be upgraded. System prompt. Shikigami's pleasure is different from its favorability. Pleasure cannot be retained and must reach its peak within a certain period of time, otherwise it will gradually decrease to 0%. To reach 100% pleasure, the Shikigami must reach the peak both physically and mentally, neither of which can be missing. After unlocking the pleasure system, Yikai could see a small pink heart above Tina's head. As the two continued to kiss, their love was constantly being filled. 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%, 15%. It seems that as long as this little heart is filled up, Tina's happiness level can reach 100%. SSR Tina can break through to the highest UR quality. Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, and Moo Moo, who had just finished taking a shower, happened to pass by and saw Yi Kai and Tina entangled with each other. The three of them lay on the sofa, chins in their hands, quietly admiring the scene before them. Xiao Lulu stared with her big, ethereal eyes and seemed to sober up all of a sudden. What are they doing? They seem very happy. Xiao Lulu asked in a low voice. Ikaros, kissing. Moo Moo. I know. This is an important process for human reproduction. As long as they kiss, the woman will get pregnant and give birth to a child. Xiao Lulu. Tina is so cunning. She got me drunk on purpose and secretly had a baby with her master. Damn it, Xiao Lulu wants one too. Icarus. Xiao Lulu, don't listen to Moo Moo. She doesn't understand anything. Kissing is just a way for lovers to express their love to each other. It won't give birth to children. Moo Moo. I've seen many people have children after kissing. Icarus. Stupid, that's because they did other things besides just kissing. Moo Moo. What else? Why didn't I see it? Icarus. How could I let you see such an embarrassing thing? As the fairy beast of Sin City, Moo Moo has actually lived in the human world for hundreds of years and has always been in a free state without a summoner. Although Moo Moo hides in Yuelu Fairyland most of the time, he occasionally comes to the human world to play. I've seen it before. After kissing, the boy would beat the girl with a stick. The girl was beaten so hard that she felt like she was going crazy. She was so loving just now, but she turned hostile to me in a moment. So, men's words are deceitful, so you should never believe them. Although Xiao Lulu didn't know what Moo Moo was talking about, she nodded as if she understood. Will the master also hit Tina with a stick at that moment? Phew. Ikaros couldn't help but find it funny to see two ignorant little guys discussing the forbidden fruit. Let's all go back to bed and pretend to sleep. Maybe they will. Okay. Xiao Lulu and Moo Moo nodded, indicating that they really wanted to watch it. Okay, it will be bad if Xiao Lulu and the others come out and find out. Suddenly, Tina pushed Yi Kai away. Then I looked at the living room guiltily. Fortunately, they didn't seem to notice. In the moonlight, a long thread connected the two people's lips. Tina blushed as she looked at the crystal-clear silk. She sucked it back in her mouth shyly. In the end, Tina's happiness level remained at 20%. Back in the bedroom, both of them looked embarrassed. Strange. Why are these guys all asleep? Yi Kai looked at the girls who were sleeping soundly and felt something was wrong. These guys usually play and fight in bed until very late. What's wrong with me today? I'm sleeping like a dead pig so early in the morning. And judging from Xiao Lulu's tongue, this guy seemed to have sobered up. Because when she was drunk, her tongue was always hanging out. Now that I have it in my mouth, I must have sobered up. Yi Kai smiled slightly. He could guess with his toes that these three guys were definitely pretending to sleep. These little guys must have noticed that they and Tina were kissing on the windowsill, and then they lay on the bed one by one pretending to be corpses. Xiao Lulu is the most innocent, so it definitely wasn't her idea. It must have come from Ikaros and Moo Moo. They are all asleep? Tina seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Normally, Xiao Lulu would stay with her for a long time before going to bed. However, Tina did not notice the detail that Xiao Lulu had sobered up and thought that these guys were drunk, so they went to bed early. Since leaving the windowsill, Tina's happiness level has been declining and has now dropped to 0%. Let's go to bed quickly. Do you want to wash first, or should I? Tina asked. I'll go first. I feel so tired in my back and waist ache all over. I used the 8 gates for too long today, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Okay then. Tina recalled Kai's performance tonight and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Compared to the last time, Yi Kai's strength has reached a higher level. At this rate, Tina always felt that the boy in front of her would surpass her one day. After taking a comfortable bath, Yi Kai lay on the bed with 1,000 thoughts in his mind. Tina's lovely and charming appearance in the moonlight kept appearing in front of his eyes. Now that my favorability with Tina has reached 100 points, can I? Hey, it shouldn't be cut now. The bad thoughts in Yi Kai's mind are constantly sprouting. Suddenly, a thin figure quietly stepped on his back. Tina. Yi Kai was lying on the bed. Although he didn't look back, he could clearly feel that the girl standing on his back was Tina. Like a flirtatious kitten. After all, Xiao Lulu and Ikaros are both slightly plump, and when they step on his back, the overall size and weight will be completely different. Only Tina could have this feeling of floating like a small boat. Aren't you feeling sore in your waist? Let me help you massage it. Tina thought Yi Kai's performance today was great, so she decided to reward him. Can you? Yi Kai asked. Strange? Why did Tina take the initiative to massage him today? This made Yi Kai a little flattered. You know, if Xiao Lulu presses it twice normally, Tina will roll her eyes at him. Let me try. Tina's feet were slightly cold. Every time I stepped on the sore spot on Yekai, I felt like an ice compress was healing. Moreover, Tina's light weight made every step she took very soft and just the right amount of force. Oh, it feels good, it feels good. Chapter 129. The Little Overlord of the Demonic City. While Yi Kai was enjoying Tina's backstepping service, in the one family's mansion, when Tian was scolding his men, the dim moonlight sprinkled on Wen Tianjing's body, making his cheeks distinctly light and dark. In just a few days, the successive departures of Wan Hao and Wen Yu made Wen Tianjing look much older. As one of the four major families in Shanghai, the Wen family is so glorious. But now, none of Wen Tianjing's descendants are left, as they all died tragically at the hands of others. Looking at the oil painting on the wall, Wen Yu and her 8 sisters playing in the fields, it is so nostalgic. It's really sad. Those 2 elementary school students are the professional killers you hired. When Tianjing's words burst out, he was furious. If Wen Hao deserved to die, then why did his gentle and lovely little daughter, who was highly expected by the family, suffer such treatment? As a father, Wen Tianjing is determined to avenge his children. But how could he know that in fact all his 8 daughters were killed by Wen Yu? Until now, Wen Tianjing still refuses to believe that Wen Yu would participate in the transformation of demon species. In Wen Tianjing's eyes, Wen Yu has always been a well-behaved and lovely daughter. I'm sorry, master. Please give me another chance. Faced with Wen Tianjing's anger, the subordinates who hired the witch mercenary group broke out in a cold sweat. Besides, since the mission failed, the witch mercenary group has already returned double the commission. Do you think what I need now is money? I just want Yi Kai's life. Give you a chance? Who will give my children a chance? When Tianzeng grabbed the man's neck and powerful water-attributed spiritual power burst out. Water dungeon. Countless streams of water gushed out from Wen Tianjing's palm and instantly swallowed the other party. In the dark room, a huge bubble of water condensed. Gurgle, gurgle. The whole person was immersed in the water and had no way to breathe. He could only struggle in despair, begging the master to spare his life. But judging from Wen Tianjing's expression, he has gone crazy. Ever since when you left, Wen Tianjing's personality has changed drastically, from a calm and steady business tycoon to the impulsive and crazy state he is today. Ye Kai, right. Let me, the little overlord of Magic City, meet you in person. Wen Tianjing's eyes flashed coldly, full of murderous intent. When he was young, Wen Tianjing was also a talented young man who was very successful in Shanghai and was known as the Little Overlord. He is no pushover to become the head of one of the 4 major families in Magic City step by step. Such a strong water attributes spiritual power, worthy of being the head of the Wen family. In the dark corner, a man wearing a clown mask gradually emerged. Injio, I will personally take action this time. I will not allow failure unless I succeed. I will cut this brat into pieces even if it costs the Wen family's honor. Okay, this guy has always been very close to Ing Fushue, and your son was also killed by Su Mei. Ing Fushue was clearly present at the time, but it was her inaction that killed Wen Hao. Injio's voice was long and strange, giving people goosebumps. All along, it was Injio who instigated the matter, making Wen Tianjing believe that Yi Kai was the one who killed Wen Yu. Since Patriarch Wen is personally taking part in the battle, I, Injio, will naturally lend my full support. I will hold backing Fubuki, and with Patriarch Wen's skills, it will be no problem for you to deal with a small Yi Kai. Chapter 130, Yi Kai and Tina had a hearty fight. The content has been sent. Chapter 131, Black Silk Destroyer. I held Tina for a while to keep her warm. But no matter how hard Yi Kai tried, the little love heart on Tina's head could only reach 90% after all. There was always that little bit short. More than an hour later, Yi Kai carried Tina to the bathroom. It seems that the system is right. If you want to reach 100% pleasure, you can't rely on just one aspect. The Shikigami's physical and psychological needs must be met at the same time. Tina, let me ask you a question. Do you have any wishes? Desire? It's just something I really want to do. How about we come back after we finish washing? Tina leaned in Yi Kai's arms, her long wet hair making her look particularly shy. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Tina to be so strong. As the sound of water in the bathroom began, The three little guys who were pretending to be asleep immediately adjusted their postures. Three little heads gathered together. He looked excited, and seemed even more excited than Ye Kai and Tina. That's how they beat him. That's how they beat him. I've seen it before. Moo said excitedly. It feels like Ye Kai is taking revenge and beating Tina several times. Xiao Lulu scratched her head. Tina is usually so fierce. Why didn't you fight back today? Ikaro sighed. You'll know when you get beaten. The next morning, Ye Kai got up exceptionally early. In the past, he would sleep until Xiao Lulu made breakfast, and then he would dither for a long time before getting up. Time for breakfast, girls. Ye Kai leaned against the bedroom door and knocked gently. Not only did he get up early today, he also made breakfast for everyone for the first time. Xiao Lulu was the first to wake up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said drowsily, Master, why did you get up so early today? You must be starving. I'll make breakfast for everyone. Xiao Lulu didn't hear clearly what Ye Kai said and thought he was urging her to get up and cook. Xiao Lulu, you don't have to do it today. I've already done it myself. The girls all tilted their heads and looked at Ye Kai, who had a bright smile on his face. What happened? The sun rose from the west. This guy is usually lazy and likes to eat a lot. He even wishes Xiao Lulu could feed him the food. What happened today? And make breakfast for everyone. It seems like I'm dreaming. I'd better sleep for a while. Mumu looked confused. He felt that this scene was too unreal. So he simply lay on the pillow and fell asleep again. Whatever you want. Ye Kai ignored the reactions of the other girls and instead gently picked up Tina, who was a little too lazy to get out of bed. You eat. I don't want to eat. I want to sleep for a while. Tina buried her head in Ye Kai's arms, hiding from the morning sun. Tina was busy until late at night yesterday and felt like she didn't get enough rest at all. Tina is usually very self-disciplined. She gets up with Xiao Lulu every morning and helps her in the kitchen. But today, she also wants to be willful and have a good sleep. Tina was curled up on his chest like a lazy kitten. Ye Kai didn't have the heart to wake her up again, so he put Tina back into the quilt with a doting look on his face. Before leaving, he scratched her nose. As a result, only Xiao Lulu accepted the breakfast that Ye Kai carefully prepared. Xiao Lulu, what do you think Tina's dream is? But even so, Ye Kai did not feel lost at all. Instead, he asked Xiao Lulu with hope on his face. Dream? That's what she wanted to accomplish most. Ye Kai had been thinking about this matter all morning. Although last night, the little love heart on Tina's head had reached 90% several times. But Ye Kai couldn't break through the remaining 10%. Ye Kai had already tried to get Tina's pleasure level to 100%, and that alone would definitely not work. Tina's psychology must also be brought to a peak. Therefore, the most urgent task now is to figure out what Tina wants most. Tina is usually closest to Xiao Lulu, and the two are together day and night. Perhaps she should be able to know some answers from Xiao Lulu's mouth. Xiao Lulu pointed her finger at her chin, thought seriously for a while, and then said respectfully, I know that the thing Tina said most often is that she wants to chop the master off. Having the master killed should be Tina's dream. Ye Kai sighed slightly. This stupid dragon's train of thought is so strange. You can't blame Xiao Lulu. You can only blame yourself. Why ask this idiot when there are so many people to ask? Thank you, Xiao Lulu. I already know. Although he was shocked, Ye Kai still touched the dragon horn on Xiao Lulu's forehead affectionately. Ye Kai was too busy last night and had no time to check the attributes of the title, Black Silk Destroyer. Do you think of this system at this time? Call them and they come. Wave them and they go. Sorry, the system you called is out of service area. Hey, the most powerful and handsome system in the universe. Don't be angry. Yesterday was a special case. We are brothers, so let's not be angry with each other. Black Silk Destroyer. When causing damage to the enemy, it will damage their clothing, causing a clothes exploding effect. Exploding clothes? Is it so cool? Tear the other person's clothes and then make him die of shame? If you want to understand it this way, there is no problem. Faced with Ye Kai's top-level understanding, even the system expressed admiration. This wave, Ye Kai, is in the atmosphere. With the title of Black Silk Destroyer, Ye Kai feels that his combat effectiveness will rise to a new level. Come on, I'll take you to buy something delicious. After breakfast, Ye Kai suddenly pulled Xiao Lulu out. I remember that Ye Kai had promised Xiao Lulu the right to purchase as much food as she wanted in a truckload. He always keeps his word when he promises Xiao Lulu. After all, you can fool anyone, but you can't fool the cute Xiao Lulu. This is not appropriate. Great! Xiao Lulu looked excited when she heard that she wanted to buy food. Xiao Lulu's favorability +1, current favorability 84. Arriving at the supermarket downstairs, Ye Kai gave Xiao Lulu 100,000 blue knives and let her choose by herself. He himself came to a winery and could smell the aroma of wheat from a distance. Ye Kai would not forget his promise to buy delicious food for Xiao Lulu, and he would definitely not forget his promise to buy wine for Tina. Perhaps tasting all the fine wines in the world is Tina's dream. But whether it is the wine from the winery or the supermarket, the quality feels very average. Ye Kai just picks them at random and let Tina try them first. If she really likes drinking, she might as well spend money to buy a winery. But buying a winery should be very expensive. Ye Kai looked at the balance in his card and found that there was very little left. I'm also thinking about buying a maglev car, but I don't have the money. Ye Kai's financial situation can only be alleviated after Nefer's necklace is auctioned. Opening his phone, Ye Kai checked the information about the necklace. Zhuge Wuxin really didn't lie to him, and the other party did spend a lot of money on publicity. Many business tycoons and collectors have expressed interest in this necklace. By then, perhaps Nefert's necklace could be auctioned off at a sky-high price. Although Zhuge Wuxin can't open his eyes, he is quite efficient in doing things. The fortune-telling is quite accurate. I remembered Tina's menstruation last night. It can be considered a bloody disaster. But Zhuge Wuxin kept saying something, and I would definitely need his help. Ye Kai expressed his confusion. For most things, Ye Kai hopes to get something for nothing, but for this kind of thing he still hopes to be self-reliant. No outside help is needed. Chapter 132 6-star Tina. Back in the apartment, Ye Kai placed a variety of drinks in the locker. At this time, Tina, Ikaros, and Moo had already gotten up and started eating breakfast. I still prefer the beef noodles made by Xiao Lulu. Moo pouted and said that the breakfast made by Ye Kai was far inferior to that made by Xiao Lulu. Like a child, he played with chopsticks and poked the noodles on the plate randomly. Ikaros on the side also smiled and expressed his agreement. After all, Xiao Lulu is a professional. Ye Kai only does it occasionally, so naturally he can't compare with her. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. I think it's pretty good. Only Tina pursed her lips and smiled faintly. When Tina said this, the girls immediately looked at her sideways. Normally at this time, shouldn't Tina be the first one to stand up and mock Ye Kai? What happened today? He actually took the initiative to speak up for Ye Kai, and this pancake is really bad, okay? The wine is in here. There are all kinds of it, but don't drink too much. Ye Kai looked relieved. Even if everyone doesn't like the breakfast he makes, Ye Kai will be satisfied as long as he gets Tina's approval. These are not like beer. They can make you drunk easily. Ye Kai reminded Tina, but when he looked at Tina, he found a problem. The black stockings on Tina's legs. Why are they torn? Under the JK skirt, Tina's black stockings are full of various irregular holes. The white thighs, faintly visible through the holes in the black stockings, are even more attractive. Who can stand it? Since black stockings are easily damaged, Tina's black stockings have been pulled several times in previous battles. But after Tina changes her pajamas and puts them on again, the black stockings will return to their intact state. After all, this is not ordinary black stockings, but a system's Shikigami costume. Ye Kai originally thought that the next morning, Tina's black stockings would return to their original state as usual. But I didn't expect that at this moment, it was still in the same state as it was after being torn apart by me yesterday. Asked the system immediately. What's going on? Aren't your black silks supposed to heal themselves automatically? How did it become like this? The Shikigami costume, black silk, can indeed be automatically repaired, but in the case of last night, you, as the host, took the initiative to change the shape of the black silk. So the system saves the whole form of the black silk by default. If the host wants to restore it, just click on the restore button on the system interface. Oh, so that's how it is. I have to say, I give full marks to the system for this operation. This system can handle it, damn ginkgo. Host, do I need to restore Tina's black silk outfit to its original state? Well, okay, I understand. I won't restore it for now. Yes, the one who knows me best is the black silk development system. It's comfortable to get along with such a ginkgo system. It not only avoids the embarrassment of LSP, but also brings the pleasure of LSP. It is such a blessing in life to be able to activate such a system. It's impossible to recover, it's just right this way. If you really need to recover, you can just wait until Ye Kai tears it off next time, and then recover. After all, in this state, there is no pleasure in tearing it apart. Tina, who was eating noodles at this time, also noticed Ye Kai's gaze. Tina, still looking at it, it's all because of you. Such beautiful stockings. Why did you mess them up like this? It's so embarrassing to wear them now. Tina, please change it for me quickly. Yikai, I only have 2 pairs, and this is not ordinary black stockings. To trigger the black stockings bond, you must wear it. Tina, perverted summoner, please find a way to fix it for me. This is too embarrassing. Yikai, it's already like this. There's no way to fix it. For the sake of our bond, Tina, just make do with it. Tina, well, okay then. Just when Yikai and Tina were communicating in their hearts, they suddenly received a task from the system. The system detected new task information. Mission released, 6-star Shikigami. Task information, upgrade the first Shikigami to 6 stars. The Shikigami quality must not be lower than SSSR. Mission reward, spiritual time house. After receiving the task information, while everyone was having breakfast, Yikai sat alone on the sofa and checked the system panel. Yikai, race, human. Gender male. Age, 18 years old. Profession, gold summoner. 0/20 million. Talent, SSS level, star soul devourer. A level, golden light curse. A level, stealth. S level, rubberman. S level, magical hands. Skill, 8 gates of Duinjia. Shikigami, Tina, 5-star SSSR, Wind Sword Princess. Xiaolulu, 5-star SSR, Demon Blood Dragon Girl. Ikaros, 4-star SSSR, Angel of Judgment. Title, Cowardly Mouse, Master of Enhancement, Flying in Threesome, Gaining Nothing, LSP, Black Silk Destroyer, God Killer. Unallocated experience points, 15.42 million. Yikai first upgraded Ikaros to 5 stars. After all, they are all 5-star, so we can't be partial. Congratulations to the host for allocating 1,125,000 experience points and upgrading the SSSR Shikigami, Ikaros, to 5 stars. Life connection upgraded to LV5 CD. 5 minutes. Ikaros sends out a soul chain to connect to the target. Holy Light State. Restore 1.5% of the target's maximum health per second, increase its strength and agility by 50%, and increase its movement speed by 50%. Conviction status. Lose 1.5% of the target's maximum health per second, reduce its strength and agility by 50%, and reduce its movement speed by 50%. Gain new skills. Soul draining passive. When Ikaros' spiritual power is exhausted, he can use his life to convert it into spiritual power. If his life is insufficient, he can use his lifespan to convert it into life. When Ikaros was upgraded to 5 stars, the level of his life link was also upgraded. Both SSSR and UR Shikigami have an exclusive skill that grows with their level. Increasing Ikaros' star level not only improves Ikaros' own combat attributes, but also improves the strength of the entire team. After all, Ikaros' skills can serve as teammates. I still remember the feeling of being chained by Ikaros last time. The 40% enhancement in strength and agility almost transformed Yikai. He alone beat all of Shadow Wolf's Shikigami, and now that his rate has been raised to 50%, it's icing on the cake. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of improving Ikaros is still very high. For SR and above Shikigami, the experience required will increase exponentially after breaking through to 5 stars. It would cost 10.12 million to upgrade to a 6-star SSSR. Now Yikai only has enough experience to upgrade 1 Shikigami to 6 stars. You must choose carefully. After a second of careful consideration, Yikai decided to upgrade Tina to 6 stars first. Cough cough. There is no emotion involved among the 4 of them. It is purely for the consideration of the team. It's definitely not an unspoken rule. Chapter 133 Spiritual Time House. Congratulations to the host for allocating 10.12 million experience points and breaking through the SSSR Shikigami. Tina to 6 stars. Skill, Mirror Image Clone upgrade to level 6, CD. 5 minutes. Creates 6 mirror clones with combat power only 60% of the original and takes 500% damage. Lasts for 30 seconds. System prompt. When a Shikigami is upgraded to 5 stars or above, it will no longer gain new skills. It will only significantly improve its own attributes. But when you break through to the 9th star, you will gain the ultimate skill. As Tina and Ikaro's strength increased, Yikai's own strength also made a qualitative leap after receiving the feedback from the Shikigami. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission 6-star Shikigami. Reward, Spiritual Time House. After receiving the system reward, Yikai had a time ring in addition to the space ring. Spiritual Time Room. Like the space ring, it can open a different dimension. But the spirit time house is not used to store items, but for cultivation. The passage of time in the spiritual time house is different from that in the real world. One day in the real world is equivalent to 1 year in the time house. There are also various training equipment in the time house, and you can even create a mirror image of yourself to strengthen your training. Yikai looked at the second ring on his hand. Unlike the silver space ring, the time ring emitted a dim, golden glow. It was as if time was flowing between one's fingers. After obtaining the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Yikai has been suffering from lack of time to practice. As a result, his body was unable to adapt to the load of the 8 gates ninjutsu, and in the hand-to-hand combat with Tina, he failed several times because of the last 10%. In the process of using the 8 gates several times, Yikai has begun to find that he has adapted better each time. Now that I have the time ring, after training in the spiritual time house for a year or so and mastering the 8 gates ninjutsu, I will be able to take off immediately. By then, maybe I could break the rules and make Tina's pleasure reach 100% just by physical means. Then he did the same thing and sent Xia Lulu and Ikaros directly to UR. But before entering the spirit time house, Yikai still had some things to deal with. With the auction imminent, I'm sure that besides business tycoons and collectors, someone else has already noticed this necklace. Yikai first called Zhuge Wuxin and asked him about the auction. As Yikai expected, according to the information provided by Zhuge Wuxin, during this period, many people did ask about the information about the seller of the necklace. But according to the rules of the auction house, Zhuge Wuxin did not disclose any information about Yikai. Moreover, the other party was also very smart. He did not ask one person multiple times, but used multiple people to confuse Yikai's vision. But according to what Zhuge Wuxin said, among these people, there was a wealthy businessman from Longdu, which was very strange. The other party was very interested in the necklace, and said that he was willing to pay any price as long as he could meet Yikai. If Yikai guessed correctly, this so-called wealthy businessman in Longdu should be the mastermind behind the transaction with Neferter. The destruction of the entire Sin City is very likely related to this person. Tell him that I can't meet him now, but I can make an appointment with him alone after the auction is completed. Okay. Yikai made his intentions clear to Zhuge Wuxin. Although Yikai can find out the other party's identity if they meet now, he is still facing assassination by the Wen family. After Bao Bao and Yingling failed, Wen Tianzong would definitely not give up. If we rashly meet the other party now, we will most likely be attacked from all sides. After hanging up the conversation with Zhuge Wuxin, Yikai began to contact the 2 little Lolas. Yikai created a 3-person chat room. Black Silk Gangster 007. How is the situation? You haven't reported to me in so many days. Do you not want the antidote? Shadow Wolf, hello boss. I'm a crazy guy, Bao Bao, hello boss. Black Silk Boss 007. What did Wen Tianjing say? Shadow Wolf. Boss, this is the situation. Due to the failure of the mission, the Witch Mercenary Group has paid Wen Tianjing double the commission. I'm a madman. We are both facing the wall and reflecting on our mistakes because we failed the mission. Shadow Wolf. As for the situation on Wen Tianjing's side, we have no way of knowing it now. I am a crazy person. That's right. Shadow Wolf. Boss, please be kind and give us sisters the antidote. We are of no use to you now. Black Silk Gangster 007. Well then, since you have no value anymore, just go die. Shadow Wolf. No, boss, calm down. Black Silk Gangster 007. I will give you 2 a chance now. After the task is completed, I will give you the antidote and set you free. As for the assassination attempt by the 2 of you against me, it will also be written off. Shadow Wolf. Boss, tell me what you need us to do. Black Silk Boss 007. You 2 go back to Wen Tianjing now and say that I only managed to win the game because of some despicable tricks I used. Black Silk Boss 007. Now you must volunteer to fight for the honor of the Witch Mercenary Group, assist Wen Tianjing, and then provide me with information. Shadow Wolf. Is this possible? I'm a lunatic. I'm not very good at lying. Seeing that the 2 little Lolas were a little hesitant, Yikai directly used his trump card. Black Silk Big Boss 007. That depends on how good your acting skills are. If it's not good, don't come to me again in the future. Black Silk Big Boss 007. Just be more careful in your next life. Shadow Wolf. Okay, let's do it. I'm a lunatic. Boss, make sure the mission is accomplished. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Since Wen Tianjing wants to kill me so much, then prepare a big gift for him. Longdu is the imperial capital of the Longhua Empire. Since the people who set their eyes on the necklace came from there, They must be no ordinary people. It is better to let the snipe and the clam fight each other and then profit from it. It was arranged that after the auction was over, Yikai would meet these two groups at the same time. After arranging everything, Yikai opened the spirit time house. A golden space vortex appeared in front of Yikai. Only the wearer can enter the spirit time house, and no other creatures are allowed to enter. And you need to pay 1 experience point every minute. It seems that there is no free lunch in the world. Yikai now has nearly 4 million experience points. 1 experience point per minute, that's 520,000 per year, which is quite cost-effective. Then, try practicing for a year first. I'll give you a day off today. You can move freely in this room. After I leave, Tina will be your team leader. You all must obey her orders. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to summon all of you back into my body. Chapter 134, I Want to Fight 10. Where is the master going without us? Xiao Lulu looked at the golden space in front of her curiously and expressed her desire to go along with it. I also want to take you in, but I am the only one who can enter this space. I will let you go today and play at home. Yi Kai stroked the dragon horn on Xiao Lulu's head comfortingly and then said, there may be a big operation tomorrow, so you should stay away to avoid any accidents. In fact, Yi Kai really wanted to let the girls go out and move around freely, but the current situation did not allow him to do so. When Tianzheng has already set his sights on him. If the other party takes advantage of Yi Kai's absence and defeats the girls one by one, things will be troublesome. Really, Tina was also a little unconvinced and walked straight towards the golden vortex. Tina's graceful figure passed directly through the golden vortex, but did not enter any other space. It was as if I had passed through a transparent barrier. Why would I lie to you? Hey, Tina, I didn't expect you to not believe me. I'm so sad. Yi Kai felt a little sad. He didn't expect that he and Tina had become so close, but she actually suspected that he was lying. I really can't get in. Tina looked incredulous. The golden vortex in front of him seemed like a 3D projection to any life except Yi Kai, an illusory and non-existent image. Oh, we just don't want to part with you, Tina said comfortingly. To be honest, ever since being contracted by Yi Kai, everyone has been following him closely. It always feels weird to suddenly split everyone's day. Master, what are you going to do? Xiao Lulu asked curiously. Practice. Ah, well, I can't bear to leave you either. Seeing that Tina and Xiao Lulu were reluctant to leave, Yi Kai walked over to them and gave them a big hug. The farewell with Tina was a little different. In addition to the hug, there was also a sweet kiss. Xiao Lulu was immediately dissatisfied with the different treatment. She clung to Yi Kai and said coquettishly, Master is partial. Xiao Lulu also wants a kiss. Onaji. Duh. Oh, handakuten. This? Just when Yi Kai was hesitating, Tina on the side was very generous and told him to kiss her quickly and not to waste time. Mua. In desperation, Yi Kai had to give Xiao Lulu a kiss. Oh, it's such a blessing to have a Shikigami wife as sensible as Tina. Yeah, Nung. Xiao Lulu's favorability +1. Current favorability 85. After receiving Yi Kai's kiss, Xiao Lulu was finally happy. She let go of Yi Kai and threw herself to Tina. He looked playful, as if showing off to Tina. Look, I have one too. Then I'll go first. We'll be waiting for you at the apartment. After waving goodbye to the girls, Yi Kai walked into the spirit time house reluctantly. You should know that 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year in the time house. The girls were only separated from Yi Kai for 1 day, but Yi Kai himself had to be separated from the girls for a whole year. I just conquered Tina, and now we have to live apart long distance? Duh. This is too painful. Suddenly, there was a moment when Yi Kai began to regret it. If it weren't for the impending confrontation with Tianzheng and the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Kai would have been reluctant to part with Tina. After Yi Kai entered the golden vortex, the entrance to the spirit time house disappeared from the room. As soon as Yi Kai left, the girls immediately put away their lost expressions. Great, the master is not here today, so I can play as much as I want. Sai for all Sai. Xiao Lulu immediately showed an excited expression. Although she was really reluctant to leave Yi Kai, she was also really happy that Yi Kai was gone and she could play as she pleased. Why don't we just blow up the apartment? Moo Moo suggested. Icarus. It exploded. Where are we going to sleep from now on? Okay then. Moo Moo paused, then said, but we can only play in the apartment, which is really boring. Ikaros. Tina, can we go out and play? Tina was a little embarrassed. After all, this was her first time as a team leader. Looking at the girls with different ideas, Tina began to feel a little unsure about what to do. Thinking that Yikai has always been their head patriarch, he must have a headache every day. It seems that I have to be nicer to him in the future. When I kick him in the waist, I should use 10% less force. Although I also want to take everyone out, but the useless summoner just said that there will be an operation tomorrow, so we should wait here for him to come back. Ah, that's so boring. Mumu looked unhappy. Xiao Lulu thinks so too. Just when the girls were expressing their frustration, Mumu suddenly had an idea. I'll take you to play in the Moonlight Wonderland. Mumu opened a green space vortex in front of everyone, and then said, my space is open to everyone. It's not as stingy as someone else's space, which can only be entered by him alone. Uelu Fairyland is Mumu's other dimensional space. Going there to play doesn't count as leaving the apartment. Okay then. After Tina agreed, the girls cheered and came to Uelu Fairyland with Mumu. Akio. After passing through a short time and space tunnel, Yikai finally arrived at the spiritual time house. As soon as he came in, Yikai sneezed. There was no warning at all. It was as if someone was cursing me behind my back. After arriving at the spirit time house, the world in front of me suddenly became clear. This place seems to be at the top of the cloud or rooftop high in the clouds. Yikai stood on a formation wall of about 100 square meters, surrounded by the clear sky. There are scattered white clouds, and there is no wind, so the shape of the clouds will not change, and it will always remain the same as it was at the beginning. Welcome to the Spirit Time House. This is the host world. You can summon puppets at will and modify their attributes and appearance. A system panel immediately appeared in front of Yikai. Initial doll. Unnamed. Strength. 100%. Agility. 100%. Additional attributes. None. The picture shows a puppet model exactly like himself, which is slowly rotating, allowing Yikai to observe and operate at 360 degrees. Looking at himself in the system panel, Yikai said that there is only one such handsome man in the world. Then he quietly changed all the original dolls into cross-eyed ones, and named it Cockfighting Doll. After modifying the appearance of the doll, Yikai decided to try it out first. As the Little Ip Man of the Magic City, Yikai directly summoned 10 fighting cock dolls. 10. I want to fight 10. Chapter 135. Your friends are delicious. 10 cockfighting dolls immediately appeared in front of Yikai. Except for the cross eyes, the other appearance features are exactly the same as Yikai, even down to every hair. These 10 puppets have exactly the same attributes as Yikai himself. Facing 1 against 10, Yikai is naturally no match, and these puppets are completely replicated, both in terms of physical functions and combat thinking. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 20 hands of equal strength. For a moment, Yikai was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate, open, open. Yikai immediately activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu. After his physical potential was fully stimulated, he gradually became able to handle the attacks of the 10 puppets with ease. Since the skills have been turned off in the puppet status bar, the 10 puppets in front of you cannot use any skills. Otherwise, even if all 10 puppets activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Yikai would be killed in minutes. After activating the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Yikai was able to deal with the attacks of the 10 puppets with ease. Although the puppet's combat experience and methods are the same as his own, Yikai in the open door state is far superior to the puppets in terms of speed and strength. After all, this is training, not a life-and-death battle. At the beginning, Yikai did not increase the difficulty, but after activating the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he continued to fight with the puppet. 10 minutes later, Yikai defeated all the puppets. Then 10 puppets were arranged. The attributes are still the same as before, mainly training one's own endurance. After beating 10, another 10 come. Gradually, Yikai felt a little bored. It would be nice to have some music while practicing. After opening the system panel, Yikai actually found the song ordering function of the Spirit Time House. At this moment, of course, we have to sing Jay Chou's Compendium of Materia Medica. As the prelude of Compendium of Materia Medica sounded, Yikai immediately found the feeling. This rhythmic music made him full of energy. But I've been a fan of Jay Chou for decades. The prelude of Jay Chou's songs is really amazing. The clever combination of various musical instruments, coupled with the Chinese-style texture, is simply awesome. Songs from more than a decade ago are still the trend in the music scene of the manhwa empire today. No rebuttal will be accepted. But let me be honest, people are not perfect either. In Jay Chou's songs, only the prelude is worth listening to. Why do I say so? because you need to be a member to follow this. Fortunately, Yikai has a system, so he can listen whenever he wants. If Hua Tuo were alive again, Chongyang would be cured. Foreigners come to learn Chinese characters, which inspires our national consciousness. After selecting a background music, Yikai became full of energy and practiced the 8 Gates ninjutsu for a full hour. A total of more than 70 puppets were killed. Just treat it as a set of training. After closing the 8 gates, Yikai lay on the wall of the formation, looking at the unchanged sky, and rested for a while. Because he had only opened the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Even after an hour of training, Yikai's body did not seem to be overly burdened. Practice for an hour, rest for an hour. This went on for more than a week, until I no longer felt the pressure from the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Yikai began to increase the intensity of his training. With the second gate of the 8 gates unlocked, fight 10 puppets with 200% strength and 200% agility. Yikai named it Cockfighting Doll Number 2. This intensity of training continued for more than half a month, and then the third door was opened to challenge the Fighting Cock Doll Number 3 with stronger attributes. Proceed step by step in this way to allow your body to fully adapt to the strength of the 8 gates. The Spirit Time House has 2 forms: Cultivation form and Leisure form. When practicing, the entire time house will turn into a cloud-top array wall. In the leisure mode, there will be restaurants, bathrooms, and various entertainment facilities. Can sing karaoke, play games, etc. But I can't connect to the internet, so I can only play some standalone games. After all, the passage of time here is different from outside. Although every day of training in the Spirit Time House was fulfilling, Yikai still couldn't suppress his longing for the girls. Unknowingly, Yikai had been practicing in the Spiritual Time House for more than 3 months. In the sky above the formation wall, the shadows of young girls often appear. Tina's shy arrogance, Xiao Lulu's cute and silly appearance, Ikaros's intellectual gentleness, and Moo Moo's willful liveliness. Occasionally, I would think of Tina sitting on my waist. Whenever he thought of this scene, the shyness and tenderness in Tina's eyes would make Yikai feel itchy. I don't know if Tina and the others are thinking about me too at this time. On the other side, Yikai had been practicing in the Spiritual Time House for 3 months, and 6 hours had passed in the real world. Come on, everyone, try my dinosaur food. In the densely forested Moon Dew Wonderland, Xiao Lulu was standing by a campfire, roasting a huge and delicious dinosaur. After sprinkling cumin and salt, the fragrance immediately filled the entire jungle. Hearing Xiao Lulu's call, the girls all hurried over. Tina, delicious. Moo Moo, wow. As expected of Xiao Lulu, it's so delicious. Icarus, Xiao Lulu's craftsmanship is really amazing. Xiao Lulu cut off the cooked dinosaur meat and shared it with everyone. The dinosaur meat has a fragrant aroma, a delicate texture, and a strong chewy texture. Everyone praised it, but as he was eating, Moo Moo seemed to discover something was wrong. Wait, Xiao Lulu, where did you get this dinosaur meat? Oh, it's like this. Just now, a Tyrannosaurus Rex came over and said it wanted to eat me up. I responded with a roar, and then I roasted it. Little bus. Moo Moo was suddenly stunned. That roaring Tyrannosaurus Rex was Moo Moo's good friend for many years. The two of them used to play together often. Xiaoba? Oh, it seemed to say its name was Xiaoba. How did you know that? Moo Moo. Since Xiao Lulu is also a member of the Dragon Clan, she can understand the language of dinosaurs. Woo woo woo. It's my good friend. Woo woo woo. When Moo Moo thought that his friends in Moonlight Fairyland had turned into delicious barbecue, he couldn't help but burst into tears. But the dinosaur meat made by Xiao Lulu is so delicious. Although it felt sinful, Moo Moo still started eating with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Tina patted Moo Moo's shoulder, but I have to say, your good friend is really delicious. Ikaros, I think so. Whoa, Xiaoba, let our friendship be buried in my stomach. Moo Moo turned his grief and anger into appetite and started eating with big mouthfuls. Chapter 136, I'm back. The girls happily ate the dinosaur meat and played freely in the Moon Dew Wonderland. It seemed that no one remembered Yikai. Wait, I feel like something is missing. It was Tina who first noticed something was wrong. The girls looked at each other. Although they had a lot of fun during those 6 hours, they did feel like something was missing. But for a moment, it seemed that I couldn't tell. I felt it too. Moo Moo said, Ikaros, something is missing. What is it? Xiao Lulu seemed to feel it as well. Everyone had a lot of fun, and the dinosaur meat was really delicious. But something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Tina clapped her fists. Oh, I see. There is no wine. Such high-end ingredients. If you don't drink wine, it's such a waste. Yes, yes, yes. Moo moo. Open the door. I'll go get the drinks at the master bot. The girls suddenly realized, how can they not drink in such a good atmosphere? Xiao Lulu hurriedly moved all the drinks that Yi Kai had placed in the locker into Yu Lu Xianzong. Come on. Cheers! The girls raised their glasses and drank. They had a lot of fun during the 6 hours without Yi Kai. While chatting and laughing, Xiao Lulu shot another roe deer and made a hot pot. Whoa, Xiaoqi. What's wrong with you, Xiaoqi? Why do you emit such an alluring fragrance? Oh, the girls ate hot pot and sang songs, and their laughter continued to ring out in the moonlight fairyland. But it was different for Yi Kai in the Spirit Time house. The boring training made him feel like his days were long. The key point is that he is in the time house, where one day in reality is like 1 year, and every day feels like a year. Now it has become a situation where every day feels like a year, and every day feels like a year again. While everyone next door was living in peace and prosperity, Yi Kai could only practice hard in silence. But in order to be able to protect the girls he loves, Yi Kai must continue to become stronger. Next, Yi Kai will face unknown forces of Wen Tianzong and Long Du, and he must master the 8 Gates ninjutsu proficiently. In every previous battle, it was Tina and Xiao Lulu who charged forward, while he could only make some strategic deployments. As a qualified summoner, Yi Kai must be able to stand on his own. As time passed, before we knew it, the day had come for Yi Kai to come out of seclusion. A whole year. Counting the days since Yi Kai obtained the system, it has only been a few months, but now he has been practicing in the Spirit Time house for a whole year. Although the passage of time was different, Yi Kai's age did not increase. Still 18 years old. But after a year of settling down, he is no longer the same as before. Behind Yi Kai were the remnants of 100 fighting cock dolls, number 10. Even the number 10 puppet with 999% strength and 999% agility was instantly solved by Yi Kai after activating the 8 gates of ninjutsu. However, these dolls were scanned by the system when Yi Kai first entered the Spirit Time house. It is not the puppet with 10 times the attributes of him 1 year later. Today, Yi Kai stands in front of the puppets. After 365 days of training, Yi Kai's figure is completely different from theirs. Now, Yi Kai has completely mastered the 8 gates. Yi Kai has already tried and used the previous 7 doors. The last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the death gate, will burn one's own life until it ends. Yi Kai just hopes that he will never need it. I took a look at the countdown of the Spirit Time house, and it was time for me to leave. Yi Kai looked at the agile figure in the mirror and smiled slightly. After tidying up a bit, he opened the golden vortex and returned to the real world from the spiritual time house. The girls must be missing me so much after not seeing me for a whole day. Yi Kai seemed to be able to imagine that the moment he walked out of the golden vortex, the girls would rush to hug him. He would definitely knock himself down in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Yi Kai was filled with excitement. After 365 days, I can finally see the girls again. Let the hugs and cuddle harder. Rub me as much as you want. Asterisk, asterisk, winky face. But ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. There were no jubilant cheers or scrambles to hug. In the silent room, besides Yi Kai, who looked dumbfounded, there was only a fly flapping against the glass window. Yi Kai opened the window and let the headless fly fly out. The apartment, which Yi Kai had been away from for a whole year, felt both familiar and unfamiliar. What was familiar was the placement of every item in the apartment, but what was unfamiliar was the empty room, with no trace of the girls at all. In Yi Kai's impression, every time he returned to the apartment, he was with the girls. Xiao Lulu in the kitchen, Tina practicing sword in the living room, Ikaro sleeping on the sofa, and Moo Moo watering the flowers and plants on the balcony. Where are the people? Where did they all go? There is a connection between the summoner and the Shikigami, but within a radius of 100 miles, Yi Kai could not sense the breath of the girls. What's going on? What happened during the day I was away? Could it be that when Tianzong took action in advance? But there was no sign of fighting in the entire apartment. Did something happen outside? Did Tina take the girls out? But judging from the Shikigami marks, the girls are in good condition. Each Shikigami mark is vivid and bright, without any signs of dimming. Just when Yi Kai was at a loss, a confused voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? In the green space vortex, Moo Moo was the first to walk out. She stared at Yi Kai for a long time, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression a little dull. Her whole look distracted, as if she had lost her way. Even from a distance, Ye Kai could smell a strong smell of alcohol. Soon after, Ikaros and Tina also walked out of the Moon Dew Fairyland. When they saw Ye Kai's expression, they were all stunned. "Who are you?" Only Xia Lulu had no expression, because she was carried on Tina's shoulders and was obviously drunk. The girls all had blushing faces and confused expressions. The whole house was filled with the smell of a young girl mixed with the scent of alcohol. A particularly strange chemical reaction occurred. Ye Kai quickly opened the locker to check, and sure enough, all the wine he bought had been taken out. No wonder everyone is so drunk. "Stop! Who dares to touch the useless summoner's things?" Tina immediately drew out the famous sword, Anmi, from her waist and pointed it at the air next to Ye Kai and said. Apparently, Tina was so drunk that she couldn't even see where Ye Kai was. Ikaros and Moo Moo, who were standing by, tripped over the coffee table in the room after taking only 2 steps, and then there was no sound anymore. Obviously, Tina is the most sober-minded among them. Chapter 137, Let's Role Play. Seeing the girls lying in all directions, it was no wonder that no one greeted Ye Kai when he returned from training. Strange? Why do you have the aura of a useless summoner? Based on the induction between the Shikigami and the summoner, Tina seemed to recognize Ye Kai in front of her. Are you stupid? I am the useless Zhao. Bah! I am Ye Kai. Ye Kai frowned. It seemed that he still trusted Tina too much. The first time she was made a team leader, she made all the members lose their jobs. The auction will begin in the evening, and a fierce battle is waiting for Ye Kai. All of them have lost their ability to move. Waste summoner? Tina tilted her little head and stared at Ye Kai blankly. In front of her, there were 3 swaying figures of Ye Kai. But no matter which one it is, he is completely different from the previous Ye Kai. After a whole year, 365 days of uninterrupted training, Ye Kai's body has become extremely strong. Even through the clothes, you can still feel the perfect lines of the body. Even the contours of the face have become clearer than before. He was just a little handsome before, but now he is really handsome. The exquisite face and the unparalleled masculinity brightened up Tina, who was already confused. Then she bit her lower lip shyly. Tina, you. Ye Kai had never seen Tina like this before. Compared to the tipsy Tina last time, the drunk Tina now is even more fascinating. Tina just tilted her head and looked at Ye Kai in front of her. Being drunk, coupled with Ye Kai's original changes, she couldn't tell who the man in front of her was. But from the man's body, Tina could vaguely sense the scent of Ye Kai. Otherwise, Tina's famous sword, Ami, would have been unsheathed long ago. Who are you? I'm the person you want to see the most. Looking at Tina's cute appearance, the frustration of being unwelcome was swept away, and Ye Kai began to slowly approach Tina. It has been a whole year since I last saw Tina, and Ye Kai's sword has been thirsty for a long time. Hey, you don't come over here. Tina swayed, trying to warn the approaching man. Ye Kai smiled faintly, and the more Tina retreated, the closer he got. If you come over here again, I won't be polite. Oh, how rude of you. Ye Kai glanced at the other girls who were already drunk as a puddle, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Could this be the gift Tina prepared for him? Knowing that he was about to come back, he got Xia Lulu and the others drunk in advance, so that their world of 2 will not be disturbed. Ah! Just as Ye Kai was getting closer, Tina wielded Anmi and stabbed at him. Shaking figure, blurred eyes. Ye Kai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a set of exciting swordsmanship this gangster has. Ye Kai grabbed Tina's arm with his backhand, turned around, and picked her up by the waist. Let me go! Let me go! Klung! As the famous sword, Anmi, fell to the ground, a crisp sound was heard. Tina had been carried into the bedroom by Ye Kai. When you take a sip, you can smell the fragrance of wheat after the alcohol evaporates. Like a strong, girly strawberry flavor. Sweet and delicious. The space-time wormhole swallowed up some of the content. Chapter 138, The Skull of the Skeleton King. When Ye Kai opened his phone, he received messages from Ying Lang and Bao Bao. The two have returned to Wen Tianjing as planned, and told Wen Tianjing that Ye Kai will appear at the auction house. There is the best time to assassinate Ye Kai. Shadow Wolf. Boss, the Wen family has already made a plan. Wen Tianjing will come personally to assassinate you. I'm a madman. Boss, be careful. Black Silk Gangster 007. Everything is going according to plan. On the other hand, Ye Kai also made an appointment with Zhuge Wuxin to meet the buyer of the necklace at the auction house. At that time, the two gangs will appear at the same time. To ensure that everything was foolproof, Yikai still dialed Sakura Fubuki's number. After all, Yikai was not very clear about the opponent's combat strength, so to be on the safe side, Yikai decided to let the Magic City's top combat force to escort them. Beep beep beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unanswered. Please call again later. Yikai made several calls in a row, but there was no response from Sakura Fubuki. Sakura Fubuki did not even reply to the message on WeChat. Is that strange? Where did the buff of girls replying to my messages 100% of the time go? Is it not good at all? Ahem. The system detected new task information. Mission released, challenge diamond. Mission content, defeat a diamond level summoner. Task reward, mysterious reward X1. Although Yikai had no way to contact Sakura Fubuki, fortunately Yikai had told her about his plan before. He hoped that she would come to help him in time after seeing the message. Nefer will arrive in the Magic City in 2 days, if Yikai can catch him in advance. Maybe things will go more smoothly. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without risking the tiger's den. Yikai can only act as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Give them some hangover-sobering soup before bathing and changing their clothes. They should be fine soon. Seeing that Yikai had also woken up, Tina walked over from the living room. As the captain of the Shikigami team, Tina admitted that she got them all drunk even though she knew there would be a mission later. As the captain, she has an unshirkable responsibility. So after Yikai fell asleep, Tina quietly pulled herself out of his arms, took care of all the little ones, and moved them to the big bed to rest. Thanks for your hard work. Yikai got up and touched Tina's head. After taking a shower in the bathroom, the girls woke up in a daze. Only Xia Lulu had her limp tongue hanging on her chin, and the whole dragon was still like a puddle of mud. They were about to set off, and Yikai had no time to wait for Xia Lulu to recover, so he simply called her back into his body. Oh! After calling Xia Lulu back, Yikai couldn't help laughing as he looked at her Shikigami mark. Because Xia Lulu's dragon head avatar, the two eyes turned into Adat. This is too vivid. Sure enough, Xia Lulu, who got drunk easily after drinking a bottle of beer, couldn't handle these stronger liquors at all. I don't know how long it will take to return to normal. Fortunately, Ikaros and Moo Moo were still relatively sober. The only person missing from the entire team is Xia Lulu, so there shouldn't be any major problems. After summoning all the girls except Moo Moo back into his body, Yikai changed into a black sports outfit and pulled his baseball cap slightly lower before leaving to hide his expression. This time Yikai has to act secretly. It is too inconvenient to parade the girls around the city. After all, they are all outstanding and will attract other people's attention wherever they go. Moo Moo also took off her Chong Sam and put on a red sportswear. The two of them walking together looked like a pair of brother and sister. After a year of settling down, Yikai's aura and appearance have undergone earth-shaking changes. Maybe now, if he walked past Wen Tianzheng like this, the other party might not be able to recognize him. Everything is ready. Night falls, and it is now the prime time at 8 p.m. The inside and outside of the Magic City auction house were surrounded by people of all kinds. Rumor has it that the final treasure today is an obsidian necklace from the royal family of Sin City. Not long ago, the entire Sin City disappeared overnight. An ancient desert civilization disappeared from the map of Dragon Wasteland continent in an instant. According to Zhuge Wuxin's propaganda, this necklace inherits the civilization and destiny of the Pharaoh clan. It even contains the secret of the disappearance of Sin City. A series of hype has brought this necklace to a height that it did not originally belong to. Even Nefer himself only offered 30 million blue knives for the necklace, but Zhuge Wuxin raised the starting price to 100 million blue knives. I have to cooperate with Zhuge Wuxin's marketing methods. The power of capital is unmatched. There were countless distinguished families coming here to appraise treasures. In addition to the big families in Shanghai, I heard that there were also many wealthy businessmen from outside. Of course, most of them were citizens who came to join in the fun and reporters who were vying to report on the event. But most people were turned away by the auction house because they did not have an appointment. The hustle and bustle of the city gave some small vendors a chance to see business opportunities. Outside the auction house, various small stalls were set up for visitors to kill time. Baked yam, hot, delicious, and sweet. Chapter 139. Mom, I want to eat roasted yam. Baked yam, hot, delicious, and sweet. Mom, I want to eat roasted yam. Eat it. Eat big pieces. Are 2 pieces enough? Yes, that's enough. Thank you, Mom. You are so kind. In the crowded crowd, A steaming bicycle vendor was hawking his wares on the roadside. Different from the mechanical hawking of other small vendors in the surrounding area, this roasted yam stall suddenly came up with something new. By using a simple prop like a loudspeaker, they managed to recreate a scene of harmonious and loving parent-child interaction, which was original and instantly elevated the level. Want to eat this, new annual? Uh-huh. At this time, a couple dressed in gorgeous clothes came to the stall with their cute little girl and bought a portion of steaming roasted yam. The woman looks noble and elegant in her gothic long skirt. The man was tall and straight, dressed in a suit and tie, and was a humble and gentlemanly man. It's delicious. The little girl named Nguyen was wearing a princess dress and holding a small pink parasol. As long as Nguyen likes it. The woman squatted down and stroked Nguyen's forehead lovingly. Thank you, Mom. Nguyen ate the hot yam carefully with a satisfied smile on her face. The mother is gentle and the girl is pretty and cute. This scene is very similar to the scene with shouting, so harmonious and loving. Nguyen, you must be tired. Come, Daddy will hold you. The man next to her picked up Nguyen, and with his strong arms, he held Nguyen high up with just one hand and held her tightly in his arms. Mua! Nguyen kissed her father on his bearded chin and smiled happily. After leaving the small stall, the family of three walked straight into the auction hall. Sir, please come in. Master Zhuge has been waiting for you for a long time. When passing by the door, the man skillfully took out the invitation letter from his pocket. From the security guard's flattering expression, it can be seen that they are important guests of the auction house. Following behind the family of three was a brother and sister in sportswear. Like the couple with the little girl in front, they were also special guests of this auction. They quickly broke through the heavy siege outside and came into the auction. After going through untold hardships, Ye Kai finally squeezed in. The scene was packed with people, red flags waving, gongs and drums beating, and firecrackers blasting. Can't say it's big. That's pretty big. This population density almost prevented the protagonist Ye Kai from getting in. Fortunately, the number of people inside the auction was strictly controlled, and the outside was indeed surrounded by 3 layers of security. But after breaking through the siege, the inside suddenly became clear. The level of the crowd has also risen by more than 1 level. Although not all of them are celebrities, they are all well-known figures in the Magic City. As for these characters, Ye Kai didn't seem to know any of them. Everyone was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, which was extraordinary. While this big brother is so handsome, just as Ye Kai was about to sit down, a little girl's childish voice suddenly came from behind him. Ye Kai frowned and turned his head slightly, and saw a little girl whose wrist was tightly held by her parents. Although there are many freckles on her round face, it does not affect her cuteness at all. At this time, Ye Kai was highly alert to any contact with anyone, even if the other person was a little girl. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Seeing this, the mother hurried over to greet Ye Kai, saying that she felt a little embarrassed because her daughter was too enthusiastic. Only then did Ye Kai notice that he seemed to be too nervous, which would arouse other people's suspicion. You're so cute too. Ye Kai immediately relaxed, then slowly squatted down and pinched the little girl's face. Hello, my name is Yi Jinwan. The little girl didn't seem afraid at all when facing the strange Ye Kai, and even expressed her desire to get to know him. What a lovely name. What about you, big brother? My name is Xiaohei. Xiaohei? What an interesting name. Although it was their first meeting, Ye Kai always felt that this little girl had a unique affinity. Nguyen, it's time for us to go. The father urged. They had to rush to the auction. Goodbye, brother Xiaohei. This little bear is for you. Before leaving, Nguyen handed the teddy bear in her pocket to Ye Kai, then waved goodbye while jogging. Goodbye. Ye Kai waved his hand and looked at the backs of the family of 3 as they left. He always felt that something was wrong. The moment the couple made physical movements, Ye Kai seemed to hear a subtle sound. It's like a slight sound of joints rubbing together, very strange. I didn't expect you to have fans, Mumu muttered softly. Ever since Ye Kai left yesterday, Mumu felt that his entire appearance and temperament had changed a lot. Isn't this a very normal thing? After all, who wouldn't like someone as outstanding as me? Humph, I just don't like it, Mumu said proudly. I only like Icaros. You should release Icaros quickly. It's so boring. I really want to eat green starlight. Be patient and follow my instructions. Don't make any trouble. Otherwise, I will never let you play with Icaros again. Damn it, you little summoner. How dare you order this immortal beast around? With Ye Kai's entry, the auction gradually began. The first item to be auctioned was a stunning treasure. It is a piece of equipment made from the skull of the Skeleton King. An A-level spiritual weapon, the mysterious shield. The Skeleton King is a powerful 6-star SR demon species in the Skeleton Valley outside the Demon City, and the skull is the hardest part of the Skeleton King's entire body. A shield made of it is indestructible and is definitely not an ordinary product. Starting price, 30 million blue knives. The price of an A-level spiritual weapon, 30 million blue swords, is not high. In the Dragon Wasteland continent, Shikigami equipment is often more expensive than the Shikigami themselves. As soon as the price of the shimming shield was announced, it immediately attracted everyone's crazy rush to buy it, and the entire auction house was full of bids. Even Yi Kai couldn't help but want to buy it. I still remember when I was just starting out, I was chased by this guy, and Tina was only 2 stars at that time. Unexpectedly, things have changed, and the Skeleton King, who once dominated the entire valley, has a skull knocked off and made into equipment. It's really sad. I wanted to buy it as a souvenir, but I had nothing, not even a penny, so I could only watch others shout. 41.5 million once, 41.5 million times, 41.5 million 3 times. Make a deal. In the end, the Skeleton King skull was bought by the Sema family, one of the 4 major families, for 41.5 million, which lived up to the Skeleton King's fame. Chapter 140 Lunchbox with Egg. With the end of the mysterious shield, the items in the auction soon began to go down in price. None of the following collections is worth more than 10 million. There was even an A-level Shikigami, whose asking price was 15 million blue swords, but no one bid. It ended in dismal fashion. As the saying goes, first suppress and then promote. Those unsatisfactory auction items in the middle were also deliberately arranged by Zhuge Wuxin. Next, we have the grand finale of this auction, the treasure of Sin City, the relic of the pharaoh, the necklace that can unlock the mystery of the ancient ruins, the Desert Star. The host kept talking nonsense, and even Yi Kai in the audience felt embarrassed. The audiences in the audience were all so excited that they couldn't wait to rush on stage to grab the tickets. Yi Kai was not idle either. Based on the information provided by Ying Lang and Bao Bao, he had basically determined Wen Tianjing's location. He was sitting less than 5 meters in front of Yi Kai. According to Shadow Wolf, Wen Tianjing came alone this time and did not bring any forces from the Wen family with him. Firstly, Wen Tianjing wanted to avenge his daughter personally. Secondly, Wen Tianjing is confident that he can defeat Yi Kai. But the more the other party is alone, the more vigilant Yi Kai should be. This man didn't seem to take him seriously. In fact, judging from Wen Tianjing's expression, he exuded an aura of determination to win. Let's not talk about whether the information about Shadow Wolf and Bakugo is true or false. Since Wen Tianjing is so confident, Yi Kai naturally has to respond carefully. But now, even if Yi Kai walked past Wen Tianjing wearing a baseball cap, the other party might not be able to recognize him. Now that the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark, Yi Kai is still in a relatively safe situation. As long as he finds someone else from Longdu, Yi Kai will be able to fully grasp the enemy's actions. I'll give you 110 million, 120 million, 130 million, 200 million. I'll give you 200 million, 210 million. After Zhuge Wuxin named Nefert's necklace Desert Star, its value skyrocketed. In just a few minutes, it broke through the 200 million mark. And the value is still rising continuously, and there is no way to stop it. At this moment, Yi Kai finally witnessed the power of capital. A small necklace, after being hyped by capital, actually reached such a high value. It's incredible. This kid Zhuge Wuxin is quite something. No wonder the Zhuge family can become the leader of the 4 major families in Magic City. With a round of whack-a-mole bidding, the price of Desert Star has been raised to a sky-high price of 250 million. After the price exceeded 200 million, there were basically only 2 companies bidding. One is a well-dressed, elegant, wealthy foreign woman, while the other is a nouveau riche with a big beard, wearing a mink coat on a hot day, and a big gold chain around his neck. After asking Zhuge Wuxin, Yi Kai learned that the rich man was actually a stooge arranged by the auction house itself. And that well-behaved female businessman was the one who had threatened to meet Yi Kai before. It seems this woman is the mysterious force from Longdu. 250 million at a time. 250 million twice. Just when Yi Kai and everyone else thought this was a done deal. 300 million, I'll pay. 300 million. A young voice interrupted the host's final blow, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was a little girl who spoke in the most childish voice, yet gave the most domineering price. Yi Kai looked over and saw that it was the little girl, named Yizhuan, whom he had met at the door before. 300 million? Are you crazy? Is it a little girl? She's not screaming randomly, is she? This is the Magic City auction house. They conduct asset appraisals before entering. If you don't have 300 million in assets, you can't put up a 300 million sign. Could it be that the child was naughty and raised it by mistake? A child with a baby voice called out a sky-high price of 300 million, and the people around him immediately cast strange looks at him. The entire auction house was in an uproar. Are you sure it's 300 million? Seeing this, the host quickly confirmed. After all, it was raised by a child, so it doesn't seem convincing. Sure. The father beside Nuan stood up and calmly faced the doubts around him. He said domineeringly, "It's just 300 million. So what if the child raised it by mistake? I want this necklace. Wow, Dad is so handsome." Nuanyuan looked at her father's tall and mighty figure and became infatuated with him. Be good. Don't touch Daddy's sign next time. Got it? Mom carried Nuanyuan back to her seat and sat her down. Her words were gentle, and there was no hint of blame in her voice. What kind of fairy couple are they? Their child randomly held up a sign saying 300 million. My father actually wants to buy the necklace? And from beginning to end, he never participated in a bidding, which means they didn't want it before. Even the wealthy female businessman looked embarrassed. It seems that the price of 300 million has exceeded her limit. Fuck, you lunatic. I don't want to play anymore. The local tyrant picked up the ashtray next to him and smashed it on the ground. Then he threw Yang's mink coat and left angrily. Having concluded his textbook performance, now that the price had been paid, it was time to leave. When the price of 300 million was announced, everyone could only look on with dismay and expressed regret. In the end, the Desert Star was sold for 300 million yuan. Even Zhuge Wuxin, who had been manipulating things in the background, was very excited. It had been a long time since a treasure was sold at such a high price in the auction house. With a 10% commission, Zhuge Wuxin made a net profit of 30 million blue knives just from this necklace. What was the name of that extra just now? Although their expressions were a bit exaggerated, overall their acting was pretty good. Zhuge Wuxin instructed his men, add an egg to his lunchbox. Okay, lunchbox with egg is Zhuge Wuxin's usual jargon, which means to give the extras an extra 100,000 blue dollars in performance fees. Desert Star was completed at a price of 300 million, and Ye Kai also called to congratulate. As expected of you, Brother Zhuge, it's such a pleasure to work with you. I'm willing to give up another 5% of the reward plus the previous 10%, a total of 15%. The necklace worth 30 million was sold for 300 million, so Ye Kai was naturally grinning from ear to ear. Zhuge Wuxin made an indispensable contribution to this auction. Ye Kai was not a stingy person. Zhuge Wuxin increased the value of the necklace tenfold, so Ye Kai had to express his appreciation in some way. Then I will obey your orders and accept it. It is refreshing to cooperate with such a generous person like Mr. Yi. Chapter 141 Jiangdong, 5 Tigers. After the auction ended, people began to leave. As Ye Kai expected, the man who won the necklace also expressed his desire to meet him. Ye Kai looked at the teddy bear given by the little girl thoughtfully, and then agreed to the other party's request, and let Zhuge Wuxin reveal a piece of information to the other party intentionally or unintentionally. The behind-the-scenes seller of Desert Star was actually the Wen family. Afterwards, Ye Kai invited them to an empty square. The family of 3 arrived as promised, followed by Wen Tianzeng, Ying Lang, and others. Ye Kai deliberately let Ying Lang tell Wen Tianzeng that as long as he followed the buyer of the necklace, he would be able to find him. So after the family of 3 took the picture of the necklace, Wen Tianzeng followed them all the time. But when all the people in the plan appeared in the square, Ye Kai himself did not show up. It was an abandoned square with only a few children playing around and no one else. I've been following you for so long. Come out and talk. The man had already noticed Wen Tianzeng following behind him and deliberately waited until here before speaking. You have good eyesight. You can actually detect my whereabouts. Since they had been discovered by the other party, there was no need for Wen Tianzeng, Ying Lang, and Bao Bao to hide any longer. The 3 of them immediately appeared in front of the other party. At this moment, Ye Kai was hiding in the dark. All the protagonists in his plan are already here. Ye Kai had also long realized that the family of 3 were not ordinary people. Although the man was very smart, he first used the female businessman to cover up his tracks, and then let the little girl get the necklace by accidentally taking a photo. Then he made an appointment to meet me to dispel Ye Kai's vigilance. But during the encounter in front of the auction house, Ye Kai had already discovered their flaws. At that time, Because Yi Kai's expression was too tense, the other party noticed something strange. From that time on, the man had noticed Yi Kai. But he didn't dare to determine Yi Kai's identity, so he asked the little girl to give Yi Kai a teddy bear with a tracker. In this way, Yi Kai's position can be detected. If Yi Kai was just a passerby, then it wouldn't matter. But if Yi Kai was an enemy, then they could predict Yi Kai's actions in advance and make corresponding countermeasures. But it was this action, after being discovered by Yi Kai, that directly confirmed their identities. This family of three is from Longdu. In fact, Wen Tianzheng has been very careful. He has always kept a very safe distance from this family. But Yi Kai used the teddy bear given by the little girl and asked Mu Mu to secretly put it on Bao Bao, which exposed the whereabouts of Wen Tianzheng and the others. You asked me to come here, but you followed me secretly. What does that mean? Asked the man in a well-dressed suit. The teddy bear doll appeared on Bao Bao's body, which made the man mistakenly believe that all this was a trap set by Wen Tianzheng. Moreover, Yi Kai had previously asked Zhuge Wuxin to quietly reveal the information that the Wen family was the seller behind the scenes, which further confirmed this action. In the man's eyes, Yi Kai, whom he met at the door of the auction house, should be just a small follower of the Wen family. The one who actually set up the trap and lured them here was actually Wen Tianzheng. Ask you? I don't understand what you were talking about. Wen Tianzheng had already lost his patience and asked directly, Tell me, Yi Kai, where is he? What Yi Kai? The man also asked, Tell me, where did you get the necklace? Hand over Yi Kai, and I will let you live. Don't challenge my patience. Wen Tianzheng was already angry at this time. He followed for a long time, but did not see Yi Kai himself. How dare you, the small Wen family, speak so arrogantly in front of me? The man smiled confidently. Forget it. I don't expect you to confess honestly. I will torture you to extract a confession when we get to the prison in Longdu. Each side asked questions that were completely baffling to the other. Just as the man and Wen Tian were confronting each other, Bao Bao on the side suddenly fired a burst of shots at the man with a sharp Gatling gun. The battle that was about to break out was instantly ignited by the explosive attack. Of course, this was also an order given secretly by Yi Kai. Black hole! Facing the Gatling gun that was emitting blue flames, the man simply stretched out his palm in front of him, and a black vortex opened in front of him. All the exploding bullets were sucked into the vortex. Although Bao Bao's attack did not cause any damage, she completely started the battle. Wen Tianzheng also took the initiative to attack. Shikigami summoning 5-star SR, Gan Ning, Bonds, 3 Kingdoms General, 5 Tigers of Jiangdong, Warrior. Shikigami summoning 5-star SR, Taisher CI, Bonds, 3 Kingdoms Generals, 5 Tigers of Jiangdong, and now. Shikigami summoning 5-star S Zhoutai, Bonds, 3 Kingdoms Generals, 5 Tigers of Jiangdong, Guardian. Shikigami summoning 5-star A, Chengpu, Bonds, 3 Kingdoms Generals, Jiangdong, 5 Tigers Mage. Shikigami summoning 5-star S, Ling Tong, Bonds, 3 Kingdoms Generals, 5 Tigers of Jiangdong, Warrior. Wen Tianzheng stopped talking nonsense, and a soul formation appeared under his feet. 5 human-shaped gods stood in front of Wen Tianzheng, holding weapons and wearing armor. The 5 Tigers of Jiangdong were as powerful as a surging wave. Trigger Bond, Warrior. 2 increases damage of your Warrior Shikigami by 20%. Trigger Bond, 3 Kingdoms General. 5 after entering battle. Your 3 Kingdoms General Shikigami gains 3% strength, 3% agility, and 3% skill damage every second, capped at 300%. This will be cleared upon leaving battle. Battle Judgment. If the attack hits the enemy Shikigami, or the enemy Shikigami's attack hits you, then you enter battle. Within 10 seconds, if the attack does not hit the Earth Shikigami, or the attack does not hit the Earth Shikigami, then the player is considered out of combat. Trigger Bond, Jiangdong 5 Tigers. 5 The first attack of your Jiangdong 5 Tigers Shikigami within 5 minutes will trigger a ghost ship collision. The size, speed, and impact of the ghost ship are affected by the star level of the Shikigami. As expected of the little overlord of Demon City, is this the legendary 5 Tigers of Jiangdong? The man faced Wen Tianzheng's 5 Shikigami without any fear on his face, but rather some excitement. Dear, take your daughter and hide aside first. I can take care of this place by myself. But, can you really do this alone? The woman picked up the little girl and moved aside, looking very worried. Wow, Dad is so handsome, come on. Dad, defeat those bad guys. Nguyen was in her mother's arms, cheering for her father with all her might. Chapter 142, Divine Machine 1000 Performances. I'll give you one last chance, Yikai. Where are you? How dare you, a mere summoner, act rashly in front of me, Haisha? I will let you see the unique skills of the Dragon Capital Puppet Master. Thousand Machines God Performance. The man's spiritual power burst out, and countless soldiers charged out from the black vortex. Kill! Suddenly, the whole square was filled with shouts of killing, and countless soldiers with weapons swarmed in. There were shield soldiers lined up in the front, swordsmen and axemen engaging in close combat, archers supporting from the rear, and even cavalry charging into battle. The number of soldiers was so huge that it could be as many as several thousand. Even Yikai, who had been hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Even a summoner at the Glory King level can only summon 9 Shikigami at most. This man named Haisha actually summoned thousands of soldiers at once. Could it be that a puppeteer is more terrifying than a summoner? Carefully observing the soldiers summoned by Haisha, Yikai discovered that they had one thing in common. That is, all the soldiers were like clockwork puppets. There are obvious traces of splicing on the face and joints. When it moves, it makes a series of cluck, 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 cluck sounds. Haisha, like the puppet soldiers, had a dark red light in his eyes, and these puppet soldiers seemed to be controlled by him through his mind. How dare you, a small army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, attack the 5 tigers of Jiangdong? Facing thousands of puppet soldiers, there was no fear in Wen Tianjing's eyes. The Shikigami summoned by Wen Tianjing were transformed from the heroic spirits of the Three Kingdoms period, and each of them was a famous general who was brave and good at fighting and could defeat 100 enemies alone. A mere few thousand puppet soldiers are no problem at all. Taisher Ci, explore. As the vanguard scout, Taisher Ci rushed into the enemy army with a double halberd in hand. You wait in the city while I spy on the enemy's strength. 5 people fighting against 1,000, and they're doing it all by themselves. Isn't this just asking for death? Yikai saw Taisher Ci trapped in the enemy camp alone, while the other 5 tigers of Jiangdong were watching from the sidelines. This is too confident. Yikai was confused. Could it be that the puppeteer from Longdu was so vulnerable? Taisher Ci rushed into the enemy camp alone, but was soon surrounded by hundreds of swordsmen and axemen. The black army of puppets swallowed up Taisher Ci in an instant. The densely packed figures made it impossible for Yikai to see what was happening inside. Whirlwind. The twin halberds in Taisher Ci's hands were named Kuanggu, and were 2 short halberds with blades on both sides. Pull your arms apart and spin at high speed. The surrounding swordsmen and axemen were beaten to pieces. The double halberds in Taisher Ci's hands were powerful and could cut through iron like mud, let alone the puppet soldiers. After Taisher Ci's attack hit the enemy, it also triggered the bond of famous generals of the Three Kingdoms, and his strength, agility, and skill damage all increased at a rate of 3% per second. As long as Taisher Ci does not leave the battle, it will continue to stack up to 300%. Not only that, the bond of 5 tigers of Jiangdong, Taisher Ci, is also triggered after hitting the enemy. The first attack every 5 minutes will trigger the Ghost Ship effect. Ghost Ship. Summon a translucent Jiangdong warship within a 10-meter range. The Jiangdong 5 Tiger Shikigami can ride and control the warship. The higher the star level and quality of the Shikigami, the larger the warship, the faster the speed, and the longer the travel distance. Taisher Ci raised the double halberds in his hands. Bring the boats. Just in front of Taisher Ci, a 10-meter-long ghost ship with the Eastern Wu flag flying high was seen speeding towards him. Wherever the ghost ship went, the puppet soldiers were all scattered and crushed. Taisher Ci leaped up and landed steadily on the deck of the ghost ship. In this way, the ghost ship summoned from the enemy army brought Taisher Ci, who was trapped in the battle, back to Wen Tianjing. After a while, hundreds of puppet soldiers were turned into a pile of wooden chips. This series of operations directly killed 1/10 of Haisha's puppet soldiers, and Taisher Ci himself did not suffer any harm. What a great way to consume the enemy without causing any damage. Even Yikai in the dark couldn't help but praise him, saying that he was worthy of being the great General Taisher Ci of Jiangdong. No wonder when Tianjing looks so confident. The bond between the 5 tigers of Jiangdong is indeed a bit IMBA. Abbreviation for imbalanced, meaning unbalanced, a term used in real-time strategy games. As expected of a Jiangdong native, he drives this boat really well. Yikai also secretly sighed that it was a good thing that he did not show up. Although he is now completely different from the past, he has not only mastered the 8 gates proficiently, but also has the 6-star SSSR Tina, Ikaros, and Mumu in charge. Defeating Wen Tianzong is indeed a piece of cake, but the combat strength of Longdu is still unknown. If they're attacked from both sides, it will be hard to say. Don't ask why Xiao Lulu is not there, because Dai Tu Long is still drunk. Wen Tianjing's strength should be above Leng Yueling's, and he should be able to deal with at least 2 Shenweis. No wonder Wen Tianjing was so confident that he actually assassinated Ye Kai alone. The title of the little overlord of the Demon City is indeed well-deserved. However, Wen Tianzong might never have dreamed that there was Ye Kai who couldn't even beat Su Mei. Today, there is a fighting force of 20 Shenwei. Even higher. Now Ye Kai can come forward at any time and kill Wen Tianzong directly. But he prefers the feeling of sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. When Haisha and Wen Tianzong are both defeated, he will be able to defeat both of them without any effort. This is the safest way. Moreover, what Ye Kai faced was not only Haisha and Wen Tianzong, but also the mysterious forces of the Wen family and Longdu. Who can guarantee that only Wen Tianzong and Haisha are here? The return of Bao Bao and Yinglang was too smooth. Perhaps Wen Tianzong was just taking advantage of the situation and let Yinglang pass false information to him. As the patriarch of the Wen family, even if Wen Tianzong wanted to kill Ye Kai personally, would there be no one to protect him? As for Haisha, a mysterious organization from Longdu that planned to destroy Sin City, is he the only one who comes to carry out the mission? With a family and 2 burdens to support? This is obviously not common sense. Both sides are just trying out their skills and testing each other's strength. Ye Kai was not in a hurry, so he hid aside secretly. When both sides had revealed their cards, it would not be too late for him to show up and reap the benefits. Archers shoot. Seeing Wen Tianzong being so arrogant, Haisha's face darkened, and he ordered the thousands of archer puppets lined up in the back to shoot a rain of arrows. Zhou block it. Thousands of arrows poured down. Zhou, the most muscular of the 5 tigers, stood in front with a look of disdain on his face. Zhou was born fierce. Unlike other Jiangdong generals who wore armor, Zhou was shirtless, revealing his strong muscles. The scars all over his body were earned from being the Lord of Jiangdong. They were the glory of a man. Chapter 143. The Ghost Ship of Plague Fire. Golden Bell. Zhou, fight like a bear or a tiger, without sparing your life. Facing the rain of arrows, Zhou used his spiritual power to prop up a golden protective shield in front of everyone. Ding 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 ding. The rain of arrows hit the golden protective shield, like rain hitting an umbrella, making a crisp sound. However, Zhou under the golden bell was as steady as a rock. Such a painless attack really made him lose interest, and he even yawned and mocked Haisha. On the contrary, it was Zhou himself who, because of the enemy's attack, triggered the bond of famous generals of the 3 kingdoms, and his own attributes were constantly increasing. Directly used the opponent's attack as a tool to stack buff. Bang! 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 Not only that, while Zhou was resisting the rain of arrows, the puppet archers behind Haisha were suddenly attacked by an inexplicable force, and dozens of puppets exploded on the spot. Question mark? Looking at the puppet that kept exploding, Haisha was confused. The 2 sides were dozens of meters apart, and the puppet archers were lined up in the rear. Why would they attack for no reason? Moreover, Haisha did not find any enemies behind him. What was going on? Could it be that the puppet soldiers I summoned malfunctioned? But even if there was a malfunction, the puppet was not a machine, so how could it explode? At most, it would fall to the ground and be unable to move. The other party? What did he do? Fortunately, Ye Kai, who possesses the Eye of Insight, sees through everything. It is Zhou passive skill, unyielding. If Ye Kai didn't have the Eye of Insight, he would be just like Haisha, completely confused about what was happening. Unyielding. After being hit by an enemy attack, the enemy will be rebounded regardless of whether you are damaged or not. Rebound damage is 30% of the attack power, equivalent to a punch with 30% of the power. Oh my god! It turns out that those puppet soldiers were killed by Zhou rebound. First, Taisher Ci came and went freely without any injury or consumption. Later, Zhou stood still with his anti-armor and shot the opponent to death. These 5 tigers of Jiangdong each possess unique skills. Cheng Pu, burn it! Wen Tianzong had already lost his patience. These puppet soldiers were just numerous and had no killing power at all. Just let Cheng Pu release large-scale damage skills to kill these guys. Cheng Pu is an old general of the Eastern Wu. Although his beard is white, his former heroic spirit remains. Raise the staff in your hand. Burn the rebels with blazing fire. Plague fire. As the spiritual power in Chengpu's staff surged out, a ray of heavenly fire suddenly ignited in the shield soldier puppet. Pestilence fire, originally the fire of plague, spread very quickly among the puppet soldiers. The attack hit, and Chengpu also triggered the bond of the five tigers of Jiangdong. A ghost ship was summoned from the plague fire. Since Chengpu was only an A-rank Shikigami, the ghost ship he summoned was not as big or as fast as the one summoned by Taisher Ci before. However, this does not mean that Chengpu's ghost ship is weaker than Taisher Ci's. Bear, bear, bear! The pestilence fire instantly ignited the ghost ship, and the ghost ship suddenly turned into a violently burning fireball. The ghost ship carrying the blazing pestilence fire cuts through Haisha's puppet army. In an instant, a sea of fire was left behind, the ghost ship bound by plague fire, and five tigers of Jiangdong. This attack directly destroyed a quarter of Haisha's puppets, far superior to Taisher Ci's previous ship. Gan Ning, Ling Tong, charge. The assassin, guard, and mage among the five tigers of Jiangdong have all performed, and now it's the warrior's turn. Gan Ning was surrounded by iron chains, and his march was like thunder. 100 riders raided the Wei camp, and his feat shocked the world. Ling Tong's silver spear drives straight in, injuring the enemy from thousands of miles away and taking his life in a moment. After Chengpu dealt with the shield soldiers blocking the front, Haisha's puppet army no longer had the protection of the front row. Gan Ning and Ling Tong defeated them easily. The bond of the five tigers of Jiangdong was triggered again, and the cross-collision of the two ghost ships caused Haisha's puppet soldiers to be routed. Ghost ship is a Shikigami of the Kodo 5 Tigers type, and can be triggered after the first attack hits every 5 minutes. 5-minute CD, calculated separately for each Shikigami. In other words, in 5 minutes, the five tigers of Jiangdong can summon 5 ghost ships respectively. Coupled with the bond of famous generals of the three kingdoms, the more you fight, the braver you become. As long as you are in battle, the attributes of the Shikigami will continue to increase. Quite a bug. Before Gan Ning and Ling Tong could fully stack the buff of famous generals of the three kingdoms, thousands of puppet soldiers had already fallen to the ground without a single one left. The five tigers of Jiangdong easily defeated Haisha's puppet army without any effort and without any injuries. 1,000 Machines God Performance. The name is quite intimidating. I didn't expect that the puppet soldiers were all scum. Ye Kai originally thought that this puppeteer would be very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so weak. Facing Wen Tianjing's five tigers of Jiangdong, he was like a prop puppet for testing damage. Although Chengpu is the lowest grade A-rank Shikigami among the five tigers, his plague fire combined with a ghost ship is very eye-catching, and the large-scale attack will maximize the damage. If we were to select an MVP, Ye Kai felt that Chengpu's performance in this battle deserved it. 1,000 Machines God Performance? Wen Tianjing said disdainfully. I don't have time to chop wood here. I advise you to tell me Ye Kai's whereabouts as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will die ugly. Huh, I'm just playing with you. Seeing that all the puppet soldiers were dealt with by Wen Tianjing, there was no surprise on Haisha's face, as if 1,000 Machines' divine performance was just testing the combat effectiveness of the five tigers of Jiangdong. I admit that your Jiangdong five tigers are quite powerful, but only a little bit. Haisha smiled slightly and prepared to attack again. Puppet technique, etc. However, just as Haisha was about to take action, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. Your puppet is too slow. Let me do it. I saw a tall woman walking out from behind Haisha. Ye Kai recognized her. She was the wealthy female businessman who appeared at the auction house. It turned out that she was in cahoots with Haisha, and Longdu's secret organization indeed consisted of more than just Haisha. Oh! Ye Kai smiled slightly. The hidden forces of both sides were slowly emerging, and this was exactly the result he wanted to see. The wealthy female businessman walked in front of Haisha and looked at Wen Tianjing's five tigers of Jiangdong with contempt. You, the outdated generals, are worthy of being called the famous generals of the three kingdoms? The five tigers of Jiangdong. Let me tell you what a true three kingdoms general is. The tiger of Jiangdong, Shikigami summoning 6-star SSR, Zhou bonds. Three kingdoms general, blazing flame, mage. Zhou? The figure of the Grand Commander of Eastern Wu gradually emerged in the opponent's soul formation. Wen Tianjing stared with eyes wide open, a look of disbelief. Chapter 144 Ship arrives. How is this possible? Why can you summon the Grand Commander of Wu? Zhou. Wen Tian was looking at the long-haired man opposite him, who was wearing a flame armor and looked very heroic. This man was none other than the Grand Commander of Jiangdong, Zhou Yu. Although the five tigers of Jiangdong were all famous generals of the Eastern Wu, they were slightly inferior to Zhou Yu, who defeated Chow's 800,000 troops in the Battle of Chibi. You, what exactly are you? Wen Tianjing's face was filled with horror. The only people who could summon Zhou Yu were the Sun family, who were once on par with the Zhuge and Sima families. In the Magic City back then, there were actually only three major families. The Zhuge family owns the Shikigami of the famous generals of the Shu Kingdom. The Sima family owns the Shikigami of the famous generals of the Wei Kingdom, and the Sun family owns the Shikigami of the famous generals of the Wu Kingdom. 100 years ago, for unknown reasons, the Sun family, which was once one of the three major families in the world, disappeared without a trace from the Magic City overnight. As for the four major families now, the later Wen family and the Lei family are far less powerful than the original three-way competition between the Zhuge family and the Sima family. Although the Wen family controlled the five tigers of Jiangdong, they were originally just subordinates of the Sun family. Back then, Wen Tianjing's grandfather, Wen Lan, became the teacher of the Sun family's heir with his extraordinary talent. The five tigers of Jiangdong were originally only temporarily in Wen Lan's hands, and were to be passed on to the descendants of the Sun family afterwards. But at this critical moment, the Sun family disappeared without a trace from the entire Demon City. Wen Tianjing's grandfather also tried to find his master, but there was no trace of him. In desperation, Lan Diwen inherited the mantle of the Sun family with the help of the five tigers of Jiangdong. However, the only famous generals of Wu State left were the five tigers of Jiangdong from the Wen family. Naturally, they were unable to compete with the Zhuge and Sima families. In desperation, the Wen family took the initiative to give up their territory and allowed the Lei family to intervene. The two families joined forces to barely gain a foothold in the Magic City. Fortunately, the Zhuge family and the Sima family have been at odds for many years. If the two families had joined forces to annex each other, there would be no four major families in the Demon City today. And the woman in front of him actually summoned a Shikigami that only those with orthodox Sun bloodline could possess. Could it be that the Sun family, which was once one of the three major families in Shanghai, has returned? Facing Wen Tianjing's doubts, the woman pretending to be a wealthy businessman replied indifferently. Sun Ling. As Wen Tianzong expected, the other party was indeed a member of the Sun family from that time. And Sun Ling Shikigami is not just Zhou Yu. You are worthy of calling yourself the Little Overlord? Let me show you what the real Little Overlord of Jiangdong is. Shikigami summoning 6-star SSR, Sun Tzu. Bonds, Three Kingdoms General. Overlord, Warrior. Shikigami summoning Alta-star Sir Dekiao. Bonds, Three Kingdoms General, Sisters Mage. Shikigami summoning 6-star SSR Xiaoqiao. Bonds, Three Kingdoms General, Sisters Mage. Shikigami summoning 6-star SR, Huanggai. Bonds, Three Kingdoms Generals, Blazing Flame, Guardian. Trigger Bond, Three Kingdoms General, 5 after entering battle. Your Three Kingdoms General Shikigami gains 3% strength, 3% agility, and 3% skill damage every second, capped at 300%. This will be cleared upon leaving battle. Trigger Bond, Sisters, to your sister Shikigami share the damage they take and reduce it by 20%. Trigger Bond, Mage, to all Mage Shikigami skill damage increases by 20%, skill CD decreases by 20%. Trigger Bond, Blazing Flame, to when your Blazing Flame Shikigami skills hit the opponent, they will cause continuous true damage. 2% attack power per second, lasting 10 seconds. Can be stacked up to 5 times. After Zhou Yu, Sun Ling summons Sun Tzu, Huanggai, De Qiao, and Xiao Qiao. And all of them are 6 stars. Faced with such a powerful lineup, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Wen Tianjing's forehead. He, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, began to retreat subconsciously. I'm lucky. I actually met the 5 tigers of Jiangdong who were left in the Magic City. Sun Ling smiled and said it's a good opportunity to recycle them as well. Ride the wind and waves. Sun Tzu. The boat is coming. Sun Tzu held high the huge anchor in his hand. As the Lord of Jiangdong, even without the bond of the 5 tigers of Jiangdong, he could summon the warships of Dongwu. Moreover, Sun Tzu's Dongwu warships, unlike the bond of the 5 tigers of Jiangdong, can only sail for a few seconds as a means of advance or retreat. Sun Tzu's warships were truly capable of sailing for a long time, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Sun Tzu summons a Wu warship that can sail for a long time, which can be freely controlled and carry teammates. CD. 10 minutes. Sun Tzu's warship carried Zhou Yu, Huang Gai, De Qiao, and Xiao Qiao, and attacked when Tianjing's 5 tigers of Jiangdong together. The warship uses air as flowing water and is extremely fast. Zhou Tai stopped them, facing the orthodox Sun bloodline when Tianjing knew he was no match for them. So he asked Zhou Tai to stay behind to cover their retreat, while he fled in panic with the other Shikigami. Ash! Zhou Tai shouted loudly and punched Sun Tzu's warship. But how can a flesh and blood body resist the enemy's warships? It's just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhou Tai, who was regarded as a discarded pawn by Wen Tianjing, was instantly knocked away by Sun Tzu's warship. Success! But when Wen Tianjing saw this, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. Zhou Tai summoned a ghost ship with Wen Tianjing and other Shikigami, preparing to escape. Because in the battle just now, except for Zhou Tai, Wen Tianjing's other Shikigami have already triggered the bond of 5 tigers of Jiangdong. Among them, only Zhou Tai's ghost ship has not yet entered the CD. That's why when Tianjing let Zhou Tai throw that punch that looked like an egg hitting a stone, with the purpose of hitting the target and then triggering the bond of the 5 tigers of Jiangdong to summon the ghost ship and escape. Want to leave? Oh, it's too late. Sun Ling looked at Wen Tianjing, who was about to escape, his expression confident and without a trace of panic. Zhou Yu, your destiny is in my hands. I control the whole world. How can you guys reach my reach? The east wind is strong. Zhou Yu, who was standing on the bow, suddenly burst out with spiritual power in his hands, just as when Tianjing got on the ghost ship and prepared to escape. A hurricane hit, causing the ghost ship that was about to leave to stay where it was. The strong wind resistance made it unable to move at all. Boom! At the same time, Sun Tzu's warship attacked and collided violently with the ghost ship. At once, everyone flew up. When Tianjing now understood that he had no way to escape, so he might as well fight to the death in order to survive. But the following battle instantly plunged Wen Tianjing into despair. Cut the waves! Sun Tzu, the little tyrant of Jiangdong, raised the anchor high in his hand and struck from the sky, immediately causing huge waves. A column of water gushed out from the ground from bottom to top. When Tianjing and the 5 tigers of Jiangdong were all rushed into the air. Chapter 145, Wind Sword Princess. The skills of the 5 tigers of Jiangdong had been used in previous battles and were currently in a vacuum period. Sun Tzu fought 1 against 2, with the anchor in his hand waving wildly, and overwhelmed Gan Ning and Taisher Ci. However, Cheng Pu's Plague Fire was no match for Zhou Yu's Karma Fire and was quickly defeated. Even the 2 elders who had been secretly protecting Wen Tianjing came out to rescue him, but they were no match for De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. In just a few minutes, the Wen family's forces were completely defeated. Sun Tzu stepped on Wen Tianjing to the ground with his foot, and the huge anchor was against his neck. Now, I will take back the Shikigami that originally belonged to our Sun family. Just as Sun Ling was preparing to recall the 5 tigers of Jiangdong and capture Wen Tianjing. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, countless dark wind blades attacked from the darkness. Fortunately, Haisha on the side summoned puppet soldiers to stand in front of Sun Ling and blocked the wind blade attack for her. At this time, when Tianjing had been completely defeated, the 5 tigers of Jiangdong had lost their combat capability and had become lambs to be slaughtered. Sun Ling wanted to take back the 5 tigers of Jiangdong, but Ye Kai insisted on being the executioner. The puppet soldier killed by the dark wind blade was transformed into a shadow slave controlled by Tina under the power of the famous sword Dark Destruction. Let me... Seeing another enemy appear, Haisha immediately volunteered. In his previous fight with Wen Tianjing, he was just trying out his skills, but was overshadowed by Sun Ling. His daughter Nuanyuan was watching from the side, so he was the one who took care of this girl in black JK stockings. Thousand Machines Performance. Haisha once again summoned his army of puppets and attacked towards the place where the girl in black stockings appeared. The dozens of puppets that had just become shadow slaves were quickly swallowed up by the reappearing army of puppets. Tina was alone and surrounded by thousands of puppet soldiers. But Ye Kai remained indifferent to this, because it was just a mirror image of Tina, just to confuse Haisha and Sun Ling's vision. On Wen Tianjing's side, Ye Kai had already ordered Tina and her other clones to encircle him. After breaking through the 6-star level, the attack power of Tina's clone has reached 60%. Although it can only last for 30 seconds, and the damage it suffers is several times that of the original body, it is still no problem to hold back Sun Ling's Shikigami for a short period of time. and Tina's real body is being chained by Ikaros with life connection. Death is like the wind, always by my side. Tieni Junlio secret art. Wild wind absolute slash. Tina drew out the darkness sword in her hand, and a dark breath swept over. The powerful spiritual power of the six-star SSR, Shikigami, immediately made Sun Ling aware of something unusual, and he ordered his Shikigami to withdraw from Tina's attack range in advance. Sea of Destiny. Among the sisters, De Chao summoned a magic circle on the spot, and a stream of water flowed slowly under everyone's feet. After the water formed a circle around everyone, De Chao teleported them all to Sun Ling. The thousands of wind blades from the Kuangfeng Jueshizhan had already killed Wen Tianzheng and his Shikigami. It doesn't matter if De Chao ran away with the other Shikigami. Ye Kai's original target was not them, but Wen Tianzheng and his 5 tigers of Jiangdong. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star SR Shikigami, Gan Ning, and gaining 87,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star SR Shikigami, Taishir CI, and gaining 87,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star S-level Shikigami, Zhou Tai, and gaining 75,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star S-level Shikigami, Ling Tong, and gaining 75,000 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 5-star A-level Shikigami, Chung Pu, and gaining 62,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the diamond-level summoner Wen Tianzheng and gaining 625,000 experience points. After killing Wen Tianzheng, Ye Kai instantly gained more than 1 million experience points. As for Haisha, shit, it's actually a clone? After great efforts, Haisha finally let his puppet army defeat Tina's clone. But when Tina's clone turned into a phantom, Haisha realized that he had been deceived. Wow, Daddy is such a lame duck. Nuanyuan, who was standing by, seemed a little unhappy when she saw Haisha making a fool of himself several times. After dealing with Wen Tianzheng, it was Haisha and Sun Ling's turn next. Tina, Komeon. The mirror clone still has half of his 30 seconds left. The clone is still there, so Ye Kai decides to strike while the iron is hot and attack the opponent. Ye Kai was slightly stunned, only to see Tina standing there blankly, as if she had not heard his instructions. Sun Ling and Haisha on the opposite side also looked at Tina in shock. The two sides remained in a stalemate for several seconds. After a long while, Sun Ling was the first to speak. Mirror clone and Wind's absolute slash. Wind Sword Princess. Even Haisha, who was standing by, was puzzled. She is not dead? Sun Ling and Haisha recognized the Wind Swordsman at a glance from the skills Tina had just performed. Ye Kai was slightly stunned, judging from Tina's expression. They seem to know each other. Ye Kai, Tina, what's going on? Who are they? How do they know you? At this time, Tina slowly came back to her senses. Her eyes were wandering, and she explained in panic. They have wanted to conquer me before, but failed. Tina is lying. Ye Kai could see Tina's thoughts at a glance. How could she, who was always calm and composed, look so panicked? It seems that this mysterious organization from Longdu must be no simple matter. Recalling the scene when I first met Tina in the test square, the entire periphery of the demon city is shrouded in a spiritual barrier. Whenever a powerful Shikigami enters the demon city, an alarm will be sounded. But Tina is a wild 5-star SSSR demon species. How could the Magic City's spiritual barrier not react at all when she came to the test square in the slums? It seems that Tina's appearance at that time was most likely related to Longdu's power. It's okay. I'm here. Ye Kai saw Tina's inner uneasiness and stopped giving orders to attack. Instead, he walked to Tina's side, gently held her little hand, and calmed her down. It's really the Wind Sword Princess. That's great. If we bring back the surviving Sword Princess, we will definitely be rewarded by Sister Wu. After learning about Tina's identity as the Wind Sword Princess, Haisha and Sun Ling smiled at each other, then slowly walked towards Ye Kai. The Wind Sword Princess seems to have a new master. She has changed a lot. The Shikigami abandoned by Sister Wu has only one way to go, death. Then kill her and her current master together. Chapter 146. The Young Man. It's that handsome older brother. Dad, you have to work harder and don't let others outdo you. Nuanyuan seemed to recognize Ye Kai as well and kept cheering her father on. To the little girl, it seemed like a game, but Haisha and Ye Kai, who were about to fight, knew very well that this game might very well determine their life or death. You don't even let your own people go? or are they your pawns? Haisha asked calmly when he saw Yi Kai kill when Tianzeng and his Shikigami. Pawns? Not really, but I still want to thank you for helping me solve a big problem. For Yi Kai, when Tianzeng is just an uncertain factor in his life in the Magic City, it would be best if he could resolve the issue as soon as possible. Now, the opponent's combat power is basically clear. Sun Ling's Dongwu Shikigami, plus Haisha's army of puppets. There is no need to say much about Sun Ling's strength. The fact that she was able to instantly defeat Wen Tianjing, who had the 5 tigers of Jiangdong, has already proved her strength. But Ye Kai felt a little strange about the black demon standing beside him. Apart from being able to summon some soldiers, it seemed that it had no unique abilities. Besides, who would carry out a mission with their family? The woman simply retreated to the side with the little girl, and Haisha didn't even send a puppet soldier to protect them. No one would expose their weaknesses to the enemy. Perhaps, the woman behind Haisha also possesses considerable strength. Otherwise, judging from the current combat power, Haisha is far inferior to Sun Ling. Since there might be some unknown secret between Tina and them, Ye Kai asked Tina before taking action. Tina, are you okay? If not, let's retreat. No, kill them. At this moment, Tina was staring at the two of them like a hawk, with murderous intent in her eyes. This chill even turned into spiritual power visible to the naked eye, covering Tina's body. With Tina as the center, the air within 10 meters around her was affected by this murderous intent. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Ye Kai on the side was slightly stunned. Although Tina's eyes often showed murderous intent, this was the first time Ye Kai had seen such a strong aura. Even when he was kicked in the waist last time, Ye Kai had never seen Tina have such a strong murderous intent. Okay, I'll hold Sun Tzu and Huanggai back, and you take care of the mage. Mumu will provide remote support from behind, and Ikaros, you hold Tina and keep her safe. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The third gate, the gate of life, opens. Life gate. Further increase strength and speed. The body begins to become engorged and turn red. The last safe zone of the 8 gates. The body begins to emit green energy. After opening the gate of life, Ye Kai's blood began to boil, and his entire skin turned a light red, not very dark. Outside the red skin is a layer of green energy covering Ye Kai's body. Everything is ready. Ye Kai takes the lead and rushes ahead. Tina was waiting behind him for her chance to act. Facing such a powerful opponent like Sun Ling, it was the first time that Ye Kai fought side by side with the Shikigami and rushed to the front line. Ye Kai activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the enemy's camp in a flash. Huang Gai, the old general of the Eastern Wu, held a shield in one hand and a mace in the other. As a defensive Shikigami, he immediately stood in front of Ye Kai. Huang Gai, my old bones are nothing. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Drink! Facing the 6-star SR level Shikigami, Huang Gai, Ye Kai roared, leaped up, and kicked him hard with a side kick. The green energy of 8 gates of ninjutsu surrounded Ye Kai's whole body. This powerful blow immediately created a gust of wind. Fire shield. The veteran Huang Gai got into position, holding a round steel shield wrapped in flames in front of him. He stood firmly in a horse stance, then used his shoulder to block the kick, trying to withstand Ye Kai's kick. Bump! With a dull thud, Ye Kai's side kick hit the iron shield in Huang Gai's hand. Huang Gai steadied his body and stood still as a mountain. As expected of a 6-star SR level Shikigami, he is not at all weak against Ye Kai, who has opened the gate of life. Bear, bear, bear! Huang Gai did not suffer any damage from Ye Kai's kick, but his own body was burning with flames. Fire shield. Wrap flames around the shield, increasing the shield's defense by 100% for 1 minute. If the opponent's attack hits the fire shield, the shield will be attacked by the flames. Seeing Ye Kai being so reckless, Sun Ling sneered and said, "This is the first time I've seen a summoner rush to the front by himself. I thought he would be very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be such a reckless man. You don't even know the most basic battle rules of a summoner, yet you dare to challenge me? I'm really offended." Sun Ling laughed at Ye Kai's fighting style. After all, as the core of the team, the summoner has always been the most crucial existence. The summoner not only has to give battle orders to the Shikigami, but also has to constantly analyze the situation. In all battles, you should be in the safest position. This is also the most basic rule for summoners. After all, if a Shikigami dies, you can capture and train it again. But if the summoner dies, the entire Shikigami team will be disintegrated instantly. How to protect yourself in battle is the first lesson in every summoner's life. Even after reaching the diamond level and being able to summon multiple Shikigami, one's own attributes will become as powerful as the Shikigami due to the feedback from the Shikigami. However, when facing opponents of equal strength, the summoner must still be in the safest position at all times. It is impossible to achieve absolute, overwhelming strength, and no summoner will rush in front of the Shikigami. Because as long as you are killed by the opponent's Shikigami's concentrated fire, it means the battle has failed. The risk is too great. Moreover, although Shikigami have independent consciousness, they do not have the flexible and adaptable thinking of humans. Therefore, once the summoner takes the lead, the orders given to the Shikigami will inevitably become hasty, which will not be worth the effort. The purpose of Shikigami's feedback is always to enable the summoner to have better self-protection capabilities, rather than to allow the summoner and Shikigami to fight together. You can't rush in front of all the Shikigami alone. In the opinion of the experienced Sun Ling, a summoner like Ye Kai can only be described in 3 words: a greenhorn. And, judging from the number of Shikigami summoned by Ye Kai, he seems to be just a summoner at the gold level. It's just a coincidence that he picked up a few of her heads. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. Even in Sun Ling's eyes, the current Ye Kai is not as good as when Tianjung, who was just defeated by her. Chapter 147: Giant Tribe Foot Stinky Seal. Flash. While Ye Kai was attacking Huanggai, Tina had already instantly appeared behind Qiao. Faced with Tina's sudden attack, Sun Ling didn't take it seriously. Ye Kai's reckless behavior just now had made her let her guard down. Moreover, Sun Ling knew that Tina had just found a new owner a few months ago, so her star rating was probably not very high. Although Qiao is a support Shikigami, her star rating is there after all, so there is no need to worry. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6-star SSR Shikigami, Qiao, and gaining 172,800 experience points. But what Sun Ling never expected was that at that moment she didn't take Tina seriously. The pitch-black sharp blade in the opponent's hand has pierced Qiao's heart. Qiao, Sun Ling, I'm going? At the moment her figure disappeared, Qiao kept looking deeply at Sun Tzu, who was standing beside her, and then disappeared with the wind. How is this possible? Sun Ling, who was at the back, suddenly turned pale. The confident expression suddenly turned into one of incredible shock. Swift Swordsman actually killed her own auxiliary Shikigami, Qiao. I have to admit that this result was indeed caused by Sun Ling's own carelessness. Around Qiao, there are clearly Xiao Qiao, Zhou Yu, and Sun Tzu. If Sun Ling had paid attention to Tina's sudden attack at the moment, no matter which Shikigami he sent to support her, this result would not have happened. From this point of view, the current strength of the Windsword Lady is at least above 6 stars. Sanchi, come up. Everyone else, disperse. Every failure makes one wiser. After seeing Tina's strength, Sun Ling immediately let Sun Tzu fight against her, while Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao quickly retreated. Seeing his wife killed, Sun Tzu was furious and waved the anchor at Tina. On the other side, Ye Kai shook off the flames on his body, and his whole body was wrapped in green energy. Huanggai's fiery backlash actually did not cause any harm to Ye Kai. But I have to admit that Huanggai's defense is indeed good, and he actually blocked his kick. Good news also came from Tina. The auxiliary Qiao had been killed by her. Even Ye Kai himself did not expect that it would be so easy. It seemed that he was underestimated by the other party. However, except for Huanggai, all the opponent's Shikigami are 6-star SSR. After arousing their vigilance, it will not be so easy. Tina will have to face 3 Shikigami alone later, and Ye Kai can no longer delay. Third gear. Facing the defensive Shikigami Huanggai, Ye Kai also decided to fight quickly and decisively. Ye Kai bit his finger and blew air into his body, using the properties of Rubber Man to swell part of his body. Ye Kai's fist was like a balloon, which he blew into a huge mountain. Fruit Mom, the retractable giant elephant spear. Ye Kai stretched his mountain-like arms backwards and then shot towards Huanggai in front of him. Flame Barrier. Huanggai immediately used his strongest defensive skill to form a flame barrier in front of himself. Boom! Followed by a rumbling sound that resounded through heaven and earth. The giant's elephant spear was like a high-speed train, smashing everything in front of it. Huanggai's flame barrier was like a small flame rising in front of Ye Kai, but in the next moment, it was extinguished by the giant's elephant spear. Huanggai, Gongjin, protect our Jiangdong. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6-star SR Shikigami, Huang Gai, and gaining 151,200 experience points. What? As one crisis after another arose, the shock on Sun Ling's face never stopped. Looking at Yi Kai's giant-like arms, Sun Ling was completely stunned. Who the hell is this guy? That was a 6-star SR defensive Shikigami, and he was actually killed head-on by a gold-level summoner? And what about those arms that can stretch and change size freely? No wonder this guy is so confident. What a terrifying fighting power he has. In just one encounter, Sun Ling lost 2 Shikigami. I didn't expect that such a small demon city would have such a terrifying and powerful person. Sun Ling thought that since the Valkyrie Sakura Fubuki of the Magic City had arrived, she was also capable of fighting. Even if she was defeated, she could not lose so badly. This person's strength is probably above that of Sakura Fubuki. Haisha, what are you still standing there for? If you don't take action, we will both die here. At this time, Sun Ling was already furious. Huang Gai and Qiao were both signature gods of their Sun family. She didn't expect that they would be eliminated so quickly by the other party. The remaining Sun Tzu, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Qiao cannot be destroyed in her hands. Why are you in such a hurry? You are just a fool. I have already said that you summoners are useless. If the Shikigami dies, everything you have worked so hard to cultivate will be gone. My puppet army is better. It is inexhaustible. Seeing that Sun Ling felt sorry for Huang Gai and Qiao, Haisha on the side started to make sarcastic remarks. But it was these few words that caught Ye Kai's attention. This guy, after seeing the strength of himself and Tina, did not show any panic at all. What's going on? Could it be that Haisha's strength is greater than Sun Ling's? 100 Machines' divine performance. This time, it was no longer a huge army of thousands of puppets that emerged from the vortex of black evil. Instead, they are evil ghosts with disheveled hair and made of wood. Their limbs are long and slender, but they have no hands or feet. Instead, they have 4 sharp blades. Chuckle, 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 chuckle. Hundreds of evil ghost puppets made strange noises and pounced towards Ye Kai. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. It seems that Haisha intends to get rid of the summoner directly. Although Ye Kai's Rubberman characteristic can make him immune to physical attacks like fists and kicks, he is still afraid of blade slashes. Faced with hundreds of evil ghost puppets floating in the air, these aerial units, although the destructive power of Gear 3 is strong, are not easy to hit. Moo Moo, cover me! Ye Kai winked at Moo Moo, then transferred the air in his body to his feet. The mountain-like fist immediately returned to its original shape and turned into a barefoot immortal. Fruit Mom, flexible and retractable, giant clan seal. Ignoring the attacks from the ghosts, Ye Kai stretched out his feet and rushed towards Sun Ling. As Ye Kai's feet became bigger, his athlete's foot seemed to become more intense. Although Ye Kai immediately pinched his nose with his hands, it was of no avail. Because the smell was so irritating to the eyes, it had already begun to affect Ye Kai's own vision. This kick is the stamp of the giant's stinky feet. I wonder if the opponent can withstand it. Chapter 148 Abandoned. Tina, on her side, faced the siege of Sun Tzu, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Qiao alone, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Dance! Xiao Qiao. The beauty is fragrant under the scorching sun, and the beauty is charming under the moon. Lowly Xiao Qiao's weapon is a huge fan. She fanned up a hurricane under Tina's feet and instantly knocked her into the air. Seeing that Tina was briefly controlled by Xiao Qiao, Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu immediately launched an attack. Fire Arrow. Zhou Yu used 2 skills in succession. He first used Flowing Fire Arrow to release 3 small balls of burning fire on the ground, and then used East Wind Disaster to create a hurricane. The hurricane blew up the hellish fire, and new flowing fire arrows continued to form in front of Zhou Yu, attacking Tina. In a flash, a sea of fire was rushing towards Tina. At the same time, Sun Tzu also raised the anchor, ready to hit Tina. Fortunately, the passive effect of the famous sword, Dark Destruction, turned Qiao into a shadow slave, restraining Sun Tzu's actions. Sun Tzu, go ahead. That's just a ball of controlled spiritual energy. Smash it, and then attack the Wind Sword Princess. Seeing that a mere shadow slave restricted Sun Tzu's movements, Sun Ling, behind him, hurriedly urged him. The Wind Sword Princess is an agile Shikigami, and Xiao Qiao finally caught her chance and blew her up. Now is the best time to kill her, and we must not miss it. But no matter what order Sun Ling gave, Sun Tzu remained indifferent. Sun Tzu also knew that this dark shadow was just a shadow slave controlled by the opponent and would automatically disappear after 30 seconds. But it does have the shadow of De Qiao. Even if it is a shadow slave, Sun Tzu wants to spend more time with it. Sun Tzu did not respond, so Sun Ling had to place all his hopes on Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao. They are all 6-star SSR Shikigami. It is not easy for Tina to fight against 3 of them alone. If Sun Ling had not been careless at the beginning, allowing Tina to kill the support De Qiao, Tina's current situation would be even more dangerous. But just when Tina was about to be hit by the opponent's attack, Ye Kai's huge giant seal came. What's that smell? Is it miasma? Sun Ling covered his nose and ordered all the Shikigami to give up chasing Tina and retreat quickly. Boom, boom, boom. This kick, accompanied by the smell of athlete's foot, crushed everything around it. Especially the eye-irritating athlete's foot, which makes people cover their mouths and noses and retreat. Even the gods and Buddhas in heaven have to avoid its edge. Sun Tzu. If you have any questions about domestic affairs, ask Zhang Zhao. If you have any questions about foreign affairs, ask Zhou Yu. Congratulations to the host for killing the 6-star SSR, Sun Tzu, and gaining 172,800 experience points. Although Gear 3 can enlarge any part of the body and has great destructive power, its attack speed is actually not as good as Gear 2. I thought that no one would be able to block an attack from such a long distance. Ye Kai's original intention was to help Tina out of the predicament, but he didn't expect that Sun Tzu would die with the Qiao Shadow Slave. At this time, the 100 ghosts of Haisho were already very close to Ye Kai, and countless sharp blades were stabbing straight at him. Flowing Sky shooting technique Frost Arrow. Facing hundreds of ghosts, Mu Mu, who was far behind, was already prepared. She charged the ice bow in her hand to its full power and shot several ice arrows towards Ye Kai. After the Frost Arrow hit the evil ghost puppet, a burst of cold air immediately filled the air, freezing all the evil ghost puppets in front of Ye Kai. You actually froze my 100 Machines God performance with just one strike. Haisho was slightly stunned. 100 Machines Divine Performance is a more powerful puppet skill than 1,000 Machines Divine Performance. Although the number is 10 times less, the combat power of each puppet has increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, the fewer the number of puppets, the more concentrated Haisho's control will be, and the stronger the puppets will be. But even the evil ghost puppet was frozen by a single attack from the opponent, which shows how powerful the opponent's Shikigami is. Dang, dang, dang. Looking at the ice sculptures falling from the sky, Ye Kai gave Mu Mu a thumbs up. You have to know that Mu Mu is a 5-star UR level Shikigami, and Ye Kai can fully believe in her strength. After a round of attacks, Sun Ling lost another powerful Shikigami. However, Ye Kai was not without injuries as well. His retracted leg had been ignited by Zhou Yu's karma fire. Hot, hot, hot. The burning hellfire burned Ye Kai's legs, and the burning of the hellfire also triggered the passive damage of Scorching Flame. Scorching Flame. 2. When a Shikigami of your ally hits an opponent with a skill, it will cause continuous true damage. 2% attack power per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Can be stacked up to 5 times. Although Ye Kai quickly expelled the fire from his feet, the multiple damages from the fire had already stacked up to 5 layers of the Scorching Flame bond. It is constantly causing real damage to Ye Kai's body. Looking at his burnt soles, Ye Kai was slightly stunned. He wondered if fire therapy could cure athlete's foot. But the smell of burnt feet soon responded to Ye Kai. Not only could he not do it, but it also emitted an even more disgusting smell. The taste is like the snail noodles that have become mushy overnight. Moreover, when Zhou Yu's east wind blows strongly blue, the smell spread throughout the entire square, wafting its fragrance for miles. In the future, it's better not to use this kind of move unless it's a life and death situation. At this time, Tina also broke away from Sun Ling and returned to Ye Kai with a frown on her face. Your giant tribe's foot stinky seal is too strong. It contains physical, mental, and visual attacks, and it is continuous damage. The main thing is that it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, so patients should use it with caution. Ikaros and Mu Mu also looked embarrassed. I understand. Ye Kai withdrew the change to 3rd gear. He smiled awkwardly, mainly because he didn't have slippers like Luffy in the comics that could change size at will. As his feet grew bigger, his shoes burst. Although only Ye Kai's legs were burned by the hellfire, the multiple stages of continuous damage and the true damage of the Scorching Flame bond still caused considerable trauma to Ye Kai. It can be seen that the power of Zhou Yu's karma fire is very strong, and should not be underestimated. Fortunately, Ikaro's green starlight can not only treat Yikai, but also has the effect of relieving pain. Soon Yikai's injuries healed. It feels so good to have a nanny by my side. After several rounds of fighting, only Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao were left on Sun Ling's side. Sun Ling, you stay here to cover us. I'll retreat first, Haisha said coldly. Haisha and Sun Ling have all witnessed Yi Kai's strength. If this continues, both of them will most likely die here. Haisha's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing cold sweat to break out on Sun Ling's forehead. Am I going to be abandoned too? Just like the Wind Sword Princess before. Just accept your fate. As the captain of the action team, Haisha has absolute say. But you can rest assured that I will bring back all the information safely. Your sacrifice is not without value. Sister Wu will reward you. Chapter 149. The Burning of Red Cliffs. I'm already dead. What reward do I need? Sun Ling said unwillingly. You saw that all my Sun family Shikigami were destroyed, and you think I have no value to use anymore, so you want to abandon me. Go in peace. Even if you die, the Sun family will still have value in Sister Wu's eyes. But if you disobey, the entire Sun family will perish in Longdu. Haisha walked up to Sun Ling and said calmly that in this situation, he had to use the entire Sun family to threaten Sun Ling so that she would be willing to die and buy time for himself to escape. Ha ha ha, I get it. Sun Ling smiled self-deprecatingly. She already knew that she would die today. If she resisted, the entire Sun family would be implicated. She only hated herself for not performing well in front of Sister Wu. If she was the team leader in this operation, the person who died would be Haisha. It's a pity that the Sun family gave up everything and came to Longdu, thinking that they were leaving the tiny city of Magic City to seek better development, but they never expected this would be the outcome. You have to buy me some time so that I can go back and say a few good words for your Sun family in front of Sister Wu He. Before leaving, Haisha did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks in Sun Ling's ear. After Haisha escaped safely and returned to Longdu, he naturally would not say a good word for Sun Ling in front of Sister Wu. If he told Sister Wu the truth, it would mean that he failed to give proper command, and he would definitely be punished by Sister Wu. Not only will Haisha not tell Sister Wu about Sun Ling's sacrifice, he will also slander her for treason. In this way, Haisha can completely clear himself of all wrongdoing. All the responsibility will be on Sun Ling. As for the Sun family, if we talk about Sun Su, De Qiao, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Qiao, all the high-level Shikigami of the Sun family have been eliminated. Then the Sun family would naturally have no use to any use, even if Sun Ling died heroically. According to Sister Wu's personality, she would abandon the entire Sun family without hesitation, because Sister Wu would never give a second glance to someone who had no value. Just like the Wind Sword Lady, who was ruthlessly abandoned. The Wind Sword Lady followed Sister Wu for so many years, but in the end, she was ruthlessly abandoned because of a trivial matter. Haisha has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Now he just wants to escape, and then he can make excuses for everything. Zhou Yu, Xiao Qiao, let's go. Sun Ling had already made up her mind to die. While Haisha was escaping, she rushed towards Yikai with the last two remaining Sun family Shikigami. Mumu, hold them back. Tina, Ikaros, and I will go after Haisha. Seeing Haisha running away, Yikai didn't want to stay entangled with Sun Ling for too long, so he took Tina and chased after him. Dual field. But just as Yikai and the others were catching up, Sun Lingzhong created a spiritual field and wrapped Yikai in it. Your opponent is me. You can't go anywhere. Sun Ling used his talent to trap Yikai and the others. S-level talent. Dual field. The summoner opens a field barrier with himself as the center. The first summoner to touch the barrier will be regarded as a dual target, and a 1v1 battle will be carried out. After the selection, except for the summoners and Shikigami of both sides, everyone else will be ejected from the barrier due to force majeure. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Before the domain ends, neither party can leave the domain until one of them dies or the talent effect ends. When your summoner and Shikigami are in the area, the damage they receive is reduced by 20% and the damage they cause to the enemy is increased by 20%. Originally, Tina was almost catching up with Haisha, but after Yikai was enveloped by the dual field, Tina, as Yikai's Shikigami, was naturally forcibly pulled back into the field and was unable to break through. Tina is an agile Shikigami to begin with, and with the movement speed bonus from Ikaros lifelink, she is extremely fast. Haisha brought his family with him, so it was only a matter of time to catch up with him. However, it was Sun Ling's dual field that restricted Tina's pursuit. Wind Blade! Tina immediately drew out her famous sword, Dark Destruction, and slashed at the barrier, trying to break through it by force. But the pitch-black wind blade suddenly disappeared the moment it touched the barrier. It was like rain hitting the sea, without a single ripple. This is the innate domain displayed by the other party. Unless we kill Sun Ling, none of us can get out. Ye Kai saw through Sun Ling's innate abilities through the eye of insight. No wonder Haisha was not panicked at all when he escaped. It turned out that it was because of Sun Ling's talent. It's a pity that at the moment the domain opened, Ye Kai failed to give Mu Mu the order to pursue. Since Mu Mu is not Ye Kai's Shikigami, she has been bounced out of the barrier. However, Ye Kai is not sure about Haisha's strength for the time being. If he lets Mu Mu chase him alone, Ye Kai is a little worried. Then kill her. Tina looked at Sun Ling. There was murderous intent in her eyes, and she seemed to be afraid that after Haisha escaped, the news that she was still alive would spread. Fire arrow. Zhou Yu continued to release the evil fire in front. Ye Kai knew very well that as long as the opponent used East Wind Catastrophe again, a sea of fire would form in front of him. At this moment, Sun Ling was hiding in the corner of the barrier. The opponent probably wanted to use the sea of fire to form a barrier in front of him, and then hide in the corner to buy time. But Tina has the skill Blink, which allows her to break through the sea of fire and rush directly into them. However, in the previous battle, Tina had already used the Blink skill, and Sun Ling and Haisha seemed to know Tina very well. So Sun Ling asked Zhou Yu to hold on to East Wind Catastrophe, all the time, probably wanting to blow it away when Tina broke through. Flash! But when the two sides were in a stalemate, Tina seemed a little anxious. Without waiting for Ye Kai's order, he used Flash to launch the attack on his own. East Wind Disaster. The moment Tina appeared behind Sun Ling, Zhou Yu immediately set off a hurricane. Not only did he blow the attacking Tina several meters away, but he also formed a sea of fire in front of him. The burning of Red Cliff. Zhou Yu unleashed his ultimate move, spewing out a raging fire that covered the entire sky in front of him. Tina, who was blown away by the East Wind Catastrophe, was right in the sea of fire formed by the flowing fire arrow and was hit by the blazing fire once again. The Ronin bond shield on Tina's body was instantly broken. Moreover, when the enemy is trapped in the flowing fire arrow, the karmic fire emitted by burning chibi can also form a fire rope, trapping the enemy firmly in the karmic fire and burning them continuously. Xiao Qiao. Kill her. Seeing Tina being hit, Sun Ling immediately asked Xiao Qiao to finish her off. At this time, Ye Kai had already realized the coming of danger. Ye Kai had already experienced the power of flowing fire arrow. Although Zhou Yu's instantaneous burst damage was not very high, Ye Kai's legs were only hit by the hellfire, causing considerable damage. Tina is originally an agile assassin Shikigami. Although she has strong explosive power, her health is very low compared to Shikigami of the same star level. Now she is in the flames of karma and is controlled by the other party. The situation is extremely dangerous. Chapter 150, They are all my partners. But what's worse is that Xiao Qiao on the side has already started waving his fan, preparing to launch a second attack on Tina. The reason why Ye Kai is different from other summoners is that he can fight on the front line while giving orders to the Shikigami. It is because his Shikigami possesses an emotional system, which enables him to have independent consciousness and respond flexibly during the battle. So Ye Kai can do two things at the same time. This is an advantage, but sometimes it is also a disadvantage. Just like now, Sun Ling was holding on to Zhou Yu's skills, and Ye Kai could also hold on to Tina's Blink. Then let Ikaros connect to himself and take the lead to deceive the skills. The opponent Shikigami only have two fragile mages. As long as Ye Kai rushes forward, Sun Ling can only let Zhou Yu release East Wind Catastrophe to block it. Once the opponent releases Zhou Yu's Hurricane first, Tina will release Blink to rush forward. Then Sun Ling will definitely die. But Tina, who had independent consciousness, was a little impatient and directly disrupted Ye Kai's plan. The emotion system give Shikigami human-like emotions, but as long as they are human, they will make mistakes. This is a double-edged sword. But these are no longer important. What Ye Kai has to do now is to try every possible means to solve the current predicament. Save Tina. Ikaros, quick. Heal Tina. Emergency rescue. Ikaros injects a large amount of spiritual power into the target of life connection and consumes 50% of his current health. Holy Light State. Restore the target based on the health points consumed. At this time, Xiao Qiao had already thrown her fan away. Blooming Dance? The high-speed rotating fan contained powerful spiritual power. At this moment, Tina was in Zhou Yu's fire, and her body was trapped by the red rope, so she had no way to dodge. There was no chance to even release the wind barrier. Go to hell? Xiao Qiao's attack gave Sun Ling hope of survival. As long as the strongest of the Yakai Shikigami, Wind Sword Princess, is eliminated, the other Shikigami will not be a threat. The long-range Shikigami who shoots arrows looks very powerful, but what surprises Sun Ling is that she is not Ye Kai's Shikigami. Swift Sword Lady means that Ye Kai is the only one left as an auxiliary. By then, maybe we can even launch a counterattack. Although Ye Kai himself is very strong, even if he is not good enough, Sun Ling can rely on Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao to deal with him in this dual field. As long as he can hold on for 30 minutes, Sun Ling will be able to escape. In short, as long as the Wind Sword Lady dies, she will have a chance to survive. If the Wind Sword Lady does not die, she will definitely die. In the dual field, Sun Ling and his Shikigami have 20% increased damage and 20% damage reduction. If this fan hits Tina, she will definitely die. Although Ikaros emergency rescue have been transmitted along the spiritual power line of life connection. But now Tina's Ronin shield has been broken, and her body is constantly being burned by the hellfire. Ye Kai was worried that even if Ikaros emergency rescue was transmitted, Tina would still be killed instantly by Xiao Qiao's fan. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The 4th gate, the gate of injury, open. 2nd gear, drive. In a hurry, Ye Kai immediately opened the wound. Injury gate. Increase strength and speed again. The body begins to be damaged, entering the danger zone of the 8 gates of Duanjia, truly entering the 8 gates of Duanjia state. And using the characteristics of Rubber Man, he formed an air pump in his legs, continuously adding pressure to the body, turning on 2nd gear to further increase his speed. Even during a year-long training, Ye Kai rarely opened the injury gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Because starting from the injury gate, you have already entered the danger zone of 8 gates of ninjutsu, and the potential you gain afterwards will begin to continuously burn your own life. After opening the wound gate and 2nd gear, Ye Kai stretched out his rubber arms and wrapped them around Tina's waist. He tried to pull her back from the sea of fire, but Zhou Yu's fuse was connected to the ground, which made it impossible for Ye Kai to rescue her. During the period of control, even recall is impossible. However, Zhou Yu's fuse has a duration. Since there is no way to rescue Tina from the sea of fire, he can only block the attack for Tina first. Opposite Xiao Qiao's high-speed spinning fan, Ye Kai used his retractable rubber arms to pull himself in front of Tina. As soon as he entered Zhou Yu's karma fire, Ye Kai felt an intense burning sensation. This kind of pain is like having 10,000 needles constantly piercing your skin, gnawing at your bones and heart. You useless summoner, get out of the way or you'll die. Tina shouted in panic, trying to break free from the tinderbox to stop Ye Kai's actions. She had always been in Zhou Yu's sea of fire, so she naturally knew the power of this karmic fire. Zhou Yu is a 6-star SSR Shikigami, and this hellfire is no joke. At this time, Xiao Qiao's fan had already arrived in front of Ye Kai. Golden Light Curse. Ye Kai used his A-level talent, Golden Light Curse, which could increase his attack power and defense power by 50% within 3 seconds. Ye Kai has no use for his attack power now. It is mainly this 50% defense that allows Ye Kai to withstand Xiao Qiao's fan in the fire of hell. A golden light suddenly appeared on Ye Kai's body. He put his arms in front of him and used his body to resist Xiao Qiao's fan attack. The high-speed rotating fan kept hitting Ye Kai's body, and as he was in Zhou Yu's karma fire, Ye Kai's life was rapidly declining. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This is the first time I've seen a summoner blocking damage for a Shikigami. Ye Kai's abnormal behavior frightened Sun Ling. She has been a summoner for so many years and has fought against countless powerful people. But no matter which summoner, he always stands in a safe position and directs the actions of the Shikigami. Like Ye Kai, he rushes in front of the Shikigami when attacking, and when the Shikigami is in danger, the summoner himself will block the damage of the Shikigami skills. In Sun Ling's eyes, Ye Kai is simply a freak. Can't understand. Ha 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 ha. You'll be buried with your Shikigami, idiot. Sun Ling laughed and shouted, but it's a good thing this way, because you've already lost because of your stupidity. It seems that you don't understand the way of survival of a summoner at all. Shikigami are originally the combat tools of the summoner. Since they are tools, they should be discarded without hesitation when it is time to discard them. You are still too young. Just as Sun Ling was laughing and mocking, a voice that would never surrender suddenly sounded from the raging sea of fire. Tool? Just like you, abandoned by your teammates as a discarded pawn? Yi Kai sneered, and powerful spiritual power burst out from his body, instantly knocking Xiao Qiao's fan away. You must be joking. Tina, Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, and Moo Moo are all my partners. No one can touch my woman. Chapter 151. Tina's past. Tina looked at Yi Kai's back, standing in front of her, with a look of surprise in her eyes. For the first time, she felt that this man's back was so majestic. Under the effect of the golden light spell, Yi Kai is like a hero saving the world, sweeping away Tina's inner fear and anxiety. In fact, Tina's heart began to waver when she saw Haisha and Sun Ling for the first time. Although Tina did not have the ability to act independently because her emotional system had not been activated before, her memories and emotions were real. She still remembers what her previous master, Long Wu, said to her. Sword Princess, you are no longer of any value. Go to hell. I don't want to see you again. I'm asking you to lead a group of modified demons to attack the test square. Sakura Fubuki is right there. Don't run away. I want to see you chopped into pieces by the Demon City Valkyrie with my own eyes. Dragon Dance then drives Tina to attack the test square and then cancels the contract on the way. Tina was once one of Long Wu's most powerful Shikigami, accompanying her master through countless life and death battles. Tina gave her best in every game, because Tina knew very well in her heart that in Long Wu's place, worthless Shikigami would be ruthlessly abandoned. So Tina tried her best to show herself so that she could be valuable to Long Wu. But what Tina could never have imagined was that Long Wu ruthlessly abandoned Tina and forced her to death because of a compliment from her beloved man. Tina was just praised by the man. Xiao Wu, your Windsword Princess is so beautiful. The former ace Shikigami was destroyed just because of a man's careless words. This let Long Wu's jealousy run rampant, and he abandoned Tina. So when Tina saw Yi Kai for the first time, her eyes were full of contempt. She thought Yi Kai would treat her as a tool for fighting, just like Long Wu. At first, Yi Kai did so. The first time Tina was summoned was to kill the shark gang in the slums. Yi Kai's behavior further confirmed Tina's thoughts. So Tina hated Yi Kai even more. He has never given Yi Kai a good look, and this guy Yi Kai is not only as shameless as Long Wu, but also lustful. They are simply the worst of the worst. So every time Tina drew her sword against Yi Kai, she really wanted to kill this guy. The words useless summoner were also full of contempt and disdain from the heart. But after spending a long time with Yi Kai, Tina slowly discovered that this shameless and lustful guy gave her a very strange feeling. When he wasn't fighting, he always summoned himself outside. Eat with yourself and sleep with yourself. But Shikigami don't need to eat or sleep. At first, Tina felt that Yi Kai's behavior was stupid, and she thought that Yi Kai was a third-rate summoner who knew nothing. Later, Tina felt that Yi Kai was becoming more and more strange. He would make himself take a bath, change into other clothes, and buy himself different food. In short, whatever Yi Kai eats, she can also eat. That feeling was something Tina had never experienced before at Long Wu. Even though Yi Kai only spends $2 on a haircut, he would spend $398 on styling himself. This made Tina feel valued for the first time. When following the dragon dance, only when Tina keeps killing enemies will she get a look of praise from them. But when sleeping with Yi Kai, he would always stare at me secretly, and it was as if he was the only one in his eyes. He never gets angry when he calls him a useless summoner. He would make weapons for himself, and if I just responded to him with a light kiss, he would be so happy that he would show off all day long. Even if he was kicked in the waist, he had no complaints. In the underground ruins, even though he knew he had the shield of Ronin Bond, he still foolishly protected himself. Everything that Yi Kai did silently for her made Tina feel that she was not a tool. She can also live like a human, have human emotions, and even love someone. Later on, Yi Kai became more and more excessive. He actually bullies himself, but Tina is really happy with him. The incomparable happiness, this feeling, made Tina reluctant to leave. So after meeting Haisha and Sun Ling, Tina couldn't wait to get rid of them. If Long Wu knew that he was still alive, he would never let Yi Kai go. With Yi Kai's current strength, he has no way to compete with the royal family of the Longhua Empire. Tina wanted to protect her own and Yi Kai's happiness, but because of this eagerness, she put both herself and him in danger. In fact, when Tina was tied up by Zhou Yu's fire rope, she already knew that she was doomed to die. Perhaps, as long as he died, Longwu would not bother Ye Kai anymore. If that's the case, then her death is also a good option. So when Xiao Qiao's fan flew over, Tina was not that scared in her heart. Once, her last owner chose to let her die. But now, for Ye Kai, Tina is willing to sacrifice herself. But just when Tina was completely desperate, that man appeared. He was like a hero descended to earth, radiating dazzling golden light. With a loud roar, he blocked Xiao Qiao's fan with his body. At this moment, Ikaros, emergency rescue, had also been transmitted to Tina's body. It allowed her life, which was about to end, to be restored. But the situation of the two is still very dangerous. After all, they are still in Zhou Yu's sea of fire. If we don't find a way out, both of us will die. Since you like to be a hero so much, I will help you. Go to hell. Spirit Blade. Upon seeing this, Sun Ling immediately went into battle himself and released a spiritual blade towards Ye Kai. Spirit Blade is a summoner's long-range attack method, which is to release spiritual power to form a spiritual blade to attack the opponent. Not every summoner has many talents like Ye Kai, so summoners generally learn some spiritual skills for attack and defense, and Spirit Blade is one of them. As a summoner at the diamond level, Sun Ling has strong spiritual power, and the lethality of the Spirit Blade she releases should not be underestimated. Chapter 152, Xia Lulu's appearance. But at this time, the time control of the fuse on Tina had been released. Waste Summoner. Wind Barrier. Tina immediately created a wind wall in front of Ye Kai to block Sun Ling's attack. At this time, Ye Kai turned around, and their eyes met. Seeing that the other was still alive, they smiled at the same time. Useless Summoner. Leave it to me. However, before Tina could finish her words, Ye Kai summoned her back into his body. Although Ikaros gave Tina a sip of emergency rescue, Tina, whose health limit had already been reduced, was still in a hellfire. The situation is already very dangerous. What Ye Kai has to do now is to ensure Tina's absolute safety. Sneak. After recalling Tina, Ye Kai immediately used his A-level talent of stealth and disappeared in Zhou Yu's Karma Fire. If Ye Kai remembered correctly, Xiao Qiao should also have a control skill called Dancing. Therefore, it is safest to escape in stealth now. Ye Kai has been in Zhou Yu's Karma Fire for a long time. If he is controlled by Xiao Qiao again, his life will be in danger. Disappeared. Sun Ling was very puzzled. How many abilities did this guy have hidden? The figure who was clearly in the Sea of Fire just now disappeared in an instant. Taking advantage of the 10 seconds of stealth, Ye Kai quickly retreated to Ikaro's side. Quick, get rid of the burning on me. At this time, Ye Kai was already entangled in the Karma Fire and was suffering from continuous and accumulating damage. Purification. Dispel all debuffs on yourself or your teammates. CD 5 minutes. Fortunately, Ikaros' White Silk Bond has the Purification skill, which removes the burning damage on Ye Kai. Zhou Yu Sea of Fire can last for 5 minutes. Sun Ling hid in a corner with 2 Shikigami and did not take the initiative to attack. After all, Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao had already used their skills in the battle just now. Sun Ling was very careful and was paying close attention to Ye Kai's movements. Tina was seriously injured and forced to be recalled, and Ye Kai himself was also covered in wounds. Now he only has 1 auxiliary Shikigami left. Ikaros used Life Connection to lead Ye Kai, and then used Green Fluorescent Starlight to continuously heal both of them. Emergency Rescue. Although it can instantly restore a large amount of teammates' health, it will also consume Ikaros' own life. Compared to Sun Ling, Ye Kai's situation seems to be worse. Kill him while he's sick. At such a critical moment, Sun Ling decided to take decisive action. If he waited for Ikaros to heal Ye Kai's injuries, it would be too late. At this time, the offense and defense changed. Sun Ling, who had been on the defensive, rushed towards Ye Kai with Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao. Ye Kai's whole body was charred black, and the states of 8 Gates of Ninjutsu and Second Gear had been cancelled. Although he managed to save Tina from the Sea of Fire, he is now seriously injured. Moreover, basically all combat-type talent skills have been used, and his own spiritual power and physical strength have reached their limits. Facing Sun Ling's attack, Ye Kai could only reluctantly stand up and prepare to fight. Although he was seriously injured, Zhou Yu was in a period of skill vacuum, so he only needed to guard against Xiao Qiao. But the opponent is a 6-star SSR, high-damage mage-type Shikigami. In Ye Kai's current state, can he really withstand it? Just when Ye Kai was at a loss, he glanced at his arm. Hee, Sun Ling, it seems your luck is not very good. Ye Kai, who had been frowning, suddenly smiled easily. You are still being mysterious when you are about to die. Zhou Yu's Karma Fire is one of the 10 great divine fires. I know very well how powerful it is. Sun Ling didn't believe Ye Kai's tricks. In her eyes, Ye Kai just wanted to delay time so that the auxiliary Shikigami could recover for him. Don't I know what kind of situation you are in? Don't try to fool me with the tricks you use to fool children. You are soft everywhere except for your tough mouth. Yeah. Ye Kai smiled slightly, and a soul formation appeared under his feet. This? You actually still have a Shikigami? No, this is impossible. If you still have a Shikigami, you would have summoned it long ago. Why do you have to wait until now? Sun Ling still didn't believe it. Zhou Yu Xiao Qiao, go ahead. Shikigami summoning. Demon Blood Dragon Girl, Xia Lulu. A girl in a black maid outfit appeared in the magic circle, holding a huge axe engraved with ancient characters in her hand. Ouch! As soon as she came up, Xia Lulu let out an excited dragon roar. At the critical moment, Xia Lulu finally sobered up. She's just a Shikigami. Xiao Qiao, kill her. Now is the best time to deal with Ye Kai. Even if the opponent summons a new Shikigami, he cannot stop Sun Ling's murderous intent. Because this is her only chance to defeat Ye Kai. Once Ikaros heals Ye Kai's injuries, she will be defeated. The stars are dazzling. Xiao Qiao activated her special skill, and a spiritual power circle opened under the little Loli's feet. Any local unit that entered the circle would be attacked. The magic circle lasts for a total of 10 seconds, during which time Xiao Qiao's movement speed will be greatly increased. Xiao Qiao with dazzling starry sky activated is like a mobile turret. The moment the edge of the magic circle touched Xia Lulu, stars formed by the gathering of spiritual power fell from the sky and hit Xia Lulu's body. Faced with Xiao Qiao's unique skills, Xia Lulu stood where she was without any resistance, allowing the starlight power to attack her body. Fire arrow. Zhou Yu, who was standing by, also created a small ball of fire under Xia Lulu's feet. Zhou Yu's fire arrow is like Ikaros' green starlight, in that multiple copies can be stored at the same time and there is no skill CD. Although without the cooperation of East Wind Haodong, a large sea of fire cannot be formed. But if you just stand there like Xia Lulu, you can still be very lethal. Ah, this is so funny. I thought you would summon a life-saving straw at the critical moment, but I didn't expect you to be such a fool. Sun Ling, who was originally a little afraid, couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Xia Lulu standing still and getting beaten. Because all the Shikigami before Ye Kai were very powerful. Whether it was Tina or Ikaros, they all had their own special combat abilities. As for the silly maid in front of me, haha, it seems like it was a false alarm. Now Sun Ling finally understood why Ye Kai didn't summon the Shikigami in the first place. It turned out that he was an idiot who couldn't move. Chapter 153, Scarlet Glimpse. Under the continuous attacks of Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao, Xia Lulu's health soon dropped below 20%. Blood Rage makes the blood in the body boil, bursting out violent blood, and enters a bloody frenzy state, burning 1% of life per second in this state, and increasing 1% strength and agility for every 1% reduction in maximum life. And gain an additional 100% life absorption, converting 100% of the damage caused into blood to heal itself. It can only be released when the health value is less than 25%. I saw scarlet blood entangled around Xia Lulu's body. An ancient blood magic circle appeared under his feet, and in an instant, a column of scarlet blood wrapped around Xia Lulu's body and rushed straight into the sky. Ouch! At this moment, Xia Lulu roared again. But this time, it was no longer a soft cry, but a wild growl. After using Blood Frenzy, the blood flowing from Xia Lulu's body continuously transformed into blood energy that wrapped around her body surface. Scarlet blood enveloped Xia Lulu's body, and her dark red eyes emitted flowing light. With misty breath coming out of his mouth, he began to enter a state of frenzy. Blood Frenzy will provide Xia Lulu with high strength and agility, and at the same time, have 100% life absorption. This increases Xia Lulu's combat capability exponentially. I remember that when fighting with Su Mei, Xia Lulu relied on this skill to temporarily suppress Tina. Moreover, Tina had one more SSR-level Shikigami equipment than Xia Lulu at that time, which shows the horror of Blood Frenzy. Tina's special skill is Breath of the Wind, while Xia Lulu's special skill is Blood Rage. However, because the use of Blood Frenzy has a blood volume limit, and Ye Kai dotes on Xia Lulu very much, he has never let her suffer any serious injuries. Therefore, Xiao Lulu basically had no chance to use her unique skills. But in the current situation, Xiao Lulu needs to face two 6-star SSR Shikigami and a diamond-level summoner. Ye Kai must not give Sun Ling a chance to react and must kill her in an instant. The time has come. Ikaros connect with Xiao Lulu. After Xiao Lulu entered the state of blood frenzy, Ye Kai asked Ikaros to hold her with Life Connection. Life Connection not only provides Xiao Lulu with a large number of attributes, but also recovers 1.5% per second, which just offsets the life burning of blood frenzy and adds an additional 0.5% recovery per second. The powerful blood energy directly repelled Zhou Yu's Karma Fire, and Xiao Lulu turned into a Scarlet Phantom. The ancient, dusty battle axe that was originally carried on the shoulder was now dragged on the ground, constantly rubbing against the bluestone floor of the square, making noises. With sparks and lightning all the way, he was almost catching up with the speed of 6-star SSR Tina. Ye Kai, just kill Sun Ling. According to the original plan, they were going to capture Haisha and Sun Ling. But judging from the current situation, perhaps they only need to ask Tina to find out the other party's identity. So fast. In the reflection of Sun Ling's pupils, he saw a scarlet shadow shaking in the shape of a Z and getting closer and closer. Xiao Lulu broke through the defense line of Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao and came directly in front of Sun Ling, waving the ancient dust axe in her hand and chopped wildly. As a warrior, Xiao Lulu's attack method is completely different from Tina's. Tina's attack is instantaneous burst, while Xiao Lulu's attack is continuous output. The huge axe struck Sun Ling's frail body without any mercy. I saw blood and blood mist mixing together, and blood splattered everywhere. Just by looking at the reflection projected on the spiritual power barrier, one can feel the scene of Sun Ling's flesh and blood flying everywhere. Too brutal. After getting rid of Sun Ling, Xiao Lulu immediately turned her attack and attacked Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao with her axe. The two mages without any skills had no chance to fight back at all in front of Xiao Lulu, who was in a violent state. Congratulations to the host for killing the diamond-level summoner Sun Ling and gaining 625,000 experience points. With Sun Ling's death, the barrier formed by the dual field also disappeared. As for Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao, Ye Kai let Xiao Lulu avoid their vital points. The combat capabilities of these two SSR-level Shikigami are very outstanding, so Ye Kai decided not to kill them for the time being, as he might be able to sell them for a good price if he kept them. It's a pity that the battle with Sun Ling lasted too long, allowing Haisha and his men to escape. Surprise! Ye Kai and his companions had just come out of the duel field when they saw two huge ice sculptures standing in front of Ye Kai. Moo Moo on the side grinned and put on an expression as if he wanted to praise me quickly. Ye Kai took a closer look and found that the two big ice sculptures were Haisha and his wife. Sure, Moo Moo, you arrested Haisha all by yourself? Ye Kai gave Moo Moo a thumbs up. He didn't expect that even without his instructions, Moo Moo could complete the task so beautifully. It was really worth it to contract Ikaros in the first place. Not only did I get an extra powerful assistant, but I also picked up a UR fairy beast for free. The battle was successful, but Sun Ling died in the battle and Haisha was captured by Moo Moo again. Ye Kai walked slowly to Sun Ling, whose body had been chopped into a pool of blood by Xiao Lulu. Star Soul Devourer. Ye Kai devoured Sun Ling's flesh and blood and successfully obtained the other party's talent. Congratulations to the host for swallowing the S-level talent dual field. CD. 24 hours. Sun Ling's talent is very buggy and can be very useful at critical moments. Afterwards, Ye Kai asked Xiao Lulu to release the blood frenzy state, first used a limiter to seal Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao's spiritual power, then tied them up and threw them into the space ring. Although Xiao Lulu had just sold a lot of blood, the blood frenzy state has 100% life absorption. The attack just now directly filled Xiao Lulu's health, and she did not need Ikaros' treatment at all. Wait, where's the little girl? At this time, Ye Kai walked over and found that the little girl was not among the two people caught by Moo Moo. When I caught up with them, the little girl had disappeared. I thought she was just a child, so I didn't pay much attention to it. We've fallen into a trap. That little girl must be the real black evil. These two must be puppets. Ye Kai asked Moo Moo to thaw the ice, and it turned out to be just as Ye Kai expected. As the frost on Moo Moo's face melted, the man in the suit and the woman beside him turned into scattered puppets. Or let the other party run away. Ye Kai frowned. Although the workmanship of Haisha and that woman is quite exquisite, they cannot be distinguished with the naked eye. But when meeting Haisha at the auction house, Ye Kai heard a sound similar to joint friction from him. He was not clear at first, but after knowing that the other party was a puppeteer, Ye Kai guessed it. Haisha and that woman are both puppets. The little girl is the real puppeteer. Chapter 154. You are all great. Congratulations to the host for completing the Challenge Diamond mission. Task Reward. Mysterious Reward X1. The host has killed 2 Diamond Realm summoners in succession, exceeding the mission target, and has received an additional Mysterious Reward X1. After killing Wen Tianzeng and Sun Ling, Ye Kai obtained 2 mysterious rewards. Open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Double Experience Scroll. After using it, the experience points you gain will double within 1 month. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery ticket package. After opening it, you can get 1888 lottery tickets. This Double Experience Scroll is a good thing, and after using it, its effect lasts for a month, which is amazing. As for this lottery ticket gift pack, the probability is really hard to say. Ever since he created the plus 11 famous sword Ami last time, Ye Kai has indeed not touched the lottery system for a long time. After accumulating good luck for so long, it's time to make great achievements. Opening the Lucky Draw gift package. Congratulations to the host for winning 998 lottery tickets. Lottery ticket. You can draw a gift package once in the lottery system. In the system mall, 1 lottery ticket is worth 10,000 experience points. This wave directly won 9.98 million experience points, which is a huge profit. Ye Kai put the scattered black evil into the space ring. Perhaps he could find some clues from this scattered body. The scene was too chaotic, so Ye Kai summoned Xia Lulu and Ikaros back into his body and left the square. Now, the real puppeteer has escaped, but Tina should know the other party's information. In order to avoid being targeted by the other party again, Ye Kai took Moo back to the apartment quickly. After a thrilling and bloody battle, Ye Kai was exhausted. Zhou Yu's karma fire is indeed powerful. If he had not practiced in the Spirit Time House for a whole year and mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu, it would be hard to say who would win the battle between him and Sun Ling. After making sure it was safe, Ye Kai summoned the girls again, including Tina, who was seriously injured. I'm sorry, Tina dragged her seriously injured body and fell into Ye Kai's arms, her tone full of guilt. I should be the one to apologize. Ye Kai gently hugged Tina's bruised body and asked Ikaros to treat Tina with green fluorescent starlight. He stroked her head and said comfortingly, "It is indeed my fault that I did not protect you well." This reminded Ye Kai of the scene when he first met Tina. At that time, in the test square, Tina was standing in front of him with injuries all over her body, just like now. If it weren't for my impulsiveness, no one would be in danger, and Yi Nuanyuan might not have been able to escape. Sun Ling's dual field is too buggy. Even if we can kill her in a short time, Yi Nuanyuan will still escape. Ye Kai analyzed, but next time, don't act on your own. I don't want to see you get hurt. Yeah, Tina nodded, but Yi Nuanyuan hit it very well. I always thought that Haisha was the real puppeteer. I guess Sun Ling will never know until she dies that her partner has always been a puppet. At this point, Moo on the side scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have let that little girl escape. Xia Lulu, blame me. If I wasn't drunk, those people would not be our opponents at all. Ikaros, I didn't cooperate well with everyone. As a supporting Shikigami, I should help everyone take damage when necessary. Okay, don't feel guilty, you all did a great job this time. Tina's performance remained stable. She killed the opponent's support in 1 second at the start of the game. Ikaros has been working hard to assist everyone. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Moo performed beyond his normal level. He captured Haisha all by himself without my order. Xia Lulu also saved the day at the critical moment and completed the harvest. Ye Kai opened his arms and hugged the girls together, with a look of relief on his face. Anyway, you are all great. This was the first time that everyone faced a strong opponent. Although there were indeed many problems in teamwork, the overall result was still good. Moreover, the girls all have a heart that cares about their friends, and Ye Kai is already very satisfied. I believe that everyone will perform better next time. Ye Kai himself must continue to become stronger so that he can protect the girls around him. By the way, Tina, Haisha, and Sun Ling, who are they? Ye Kai asked. They are all Longwu's followers. Tina's injuries have improved a lot under Ikaro's treatment. The eldest princess of the Longhua Empire, Longwu, Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Although he had never been to Longdu, as a citizen of the Longhua Empire, he had heard of the eldest princess of the Longhua Empire. Haisha and Sun Ling kept talking about Sister Wu, and it turned out that they were referring to the eldest princess of the Longhua Empire. No wonder these guys are so confident. The backers behind them are actually the royal family of the Longhua Empire. If Long Wu is the mastermind behind the human body training, the matter becomes even more confusing. At first, Yi Kai's biggest suspicion was the high and mighty gods, because why these guys possess such powerful strength has always been an unsolved mystery. Perhaps the secret of God's power comes from the human body training in Sin City. But now, the clues point directly to the Longhua Empire, which makes people even more confused. Useless summoner, I'm sorry I lied to you before. Actually, I used to be the Shikigami of Longwu. Tina looked at Yi Kai cautiously. She originally wanted to get rid of Sun Ling and Haisha, so that Yi Kai would not be implicated by Longwu. But now that Yi Nuanyuan has run away, Tina needs to tell Yi Kai everything. Let's leave the Magic City as soon as possible, preferably away from the territory of the Longhua Empire. Or, useless summoner, hand me over. Before Tina could finish her words, a thick palm covered her lips. Yi Kai smiled slightly. What a joke, it's just a dragon dance. Do you think we will be scared? At this time, Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, and Moo Moo were all standing behind Yi Kai. Idiot, hand you over? You didn't even ask if the others would agree or not. That's right, that's right. Don't worry, Tina. We will never leave you alone. Xiao Lulu was the first to hug Tina tightly. The two of them are the sisters who have spent the longest time together and have the best relationship. We will be together forever, never separate. The girls gathered around Tina and hugged her together. Although we didn't spend much time together, we ate, slept, practiced, played, and drank together every day. Really happy. Even Moo Moo, who is not a Yekai Shikigami, has unknowingly integrated into this big family. And Yi Kai, like the head of this big family, serves as the spiritual pillar of the girls and brings everyone together. Thank you. A hint of tenderness flashed in Tina's eyes. She really felt happy to know Yi Kai and everyone. Chapter 155, All Heart and Eyes. After regaining morale, Yi Kai began to think about his next move. From the conversation between Sun Ling and Haisha, Yi Kai could roughly guess what kind of person the sister dance they were talking about was. Although Tina did not tell Yi Kai the specific situation, but Yi Kai knew very well that Long Wu was a woman who used everyone as tools and would ruthlessly abandon them once the tools were no longer of any use. Tina's worries are not groundless. Yi Nuanyuan and Sun Ling are just Long Wu's subordinates. Now Yi Kai is facing the power of the royal family of Longhua Empire. If the other party knew that Yi Kai killed Sun Ling, contracted with the Wind Sword Princess, and had a close relationship with Nefert's necklace, I will definitely not let Yi Kai go easily. It seems I have no choice but to run away. Fortunately, Nefel's necklace was sold for 300 million blue swords. After deducting the 15% handling fee, there were more than 250 million blue swords left. When leaving the auction, Zhuge Wuxin had already transferred the money to Yi Kai's card. Just as the sun shines through the night, the dawn steals across the horizon. Just when Yi Kai was about to pick up the bucket and leave, he suddenly received a call from Zhuge Wuxin. Hello? Brother Zhuge, what can I do for you? After all, others had just helped him earn more than 200 million yuan, so Yi Kai's tone was still very grateful. Nothing, just checking to see if you're still in the Magic City. Still there for now, what's wrong? Yi Kai was slightly stunned. How did Zhuge Wuxin know that he was going to leave the Magic City? Could it be that he knew that he was going to run away? If you're still here, don't leave. I have already solved your worries. Zhuge Wuxin said calmly on the other end of the phone. What's the meaning? I have captured the little girl who was a puppeteer under Long Wu for you. After saying that, Zhuge Wuxin directly sent a picture to Yi Kai on WeChat. Yi Kai opened it and saw that it was indeed Yi Nuanyuan, who was tied up and thrown next to Zhuge Wuxin. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. I've already sent someone to pick up your good friend Nefer. He should be able to arrive in the Magic City tomorrow afternoon. Zhuge Wuxin's words were like bombshells, constantly exploding in Yi Kai's ears. Not only the little girl, the other party also knew everything about Longwu and Nefer. Yi Kai originally thought that he was the one who planned and strategized everything, but he didn't expect that the mastermind behind all this was actually Zhuge Wuxin. It seems that the Zhuge family's ability to become the leader of the four major families in the Magic City is not just due to fortune-telling. Hello? Brother Yi, are you still there? Zhuge Wuxin asked when he saw that there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Yes. Yi Kai just responded briefly. Don't be afraid, Brother Yi. Zhuge Wuxin seemed to have guessed the doubts in Yi Kai's heart. Why are you so nervous? Relax a little. We are friendly forces. Why should I trust you? Do you remember what I told you before? You will have a bloody disaster soon. How is it? It's accurate, isn't it? I also told you at that time that you would definitely need my help. I was right, wasn't I? Now, haven't I helped you a lot? Yikai was slightly stunned. Could this be a bloody disaster? He thought the bloody disaster referred to Tina. However, it must be said that it is not clear whether Zhuge Wuxin is an enemy or a friend. But the other party did help him a lot. Now that Yi Nuanyuan was caught, Yikai no longer had to run away. Okay, I know you won't be able to accept it right now. How about this? Come to my house tomorrow night, and you can have a good chat with Nefert when you meet him. Are you threatening me with Nefer's life? Yikai said vigilantly. Brother Yi, what I'm saying is that you shouldn't be so vigilant. I've already said that we are friendly forces. I think you may be mistaken. I'm not very familiar with her. We were just employer and summoner in the past. If you want to use her to threaten me, I think your wish will fail. Even though Yikai and Nefer are close friends, she is now in Zhuge Wuxin's hands. Yikai assumes that Zhuge Wuxin's purpose is to threaten him with Nefer. At this time, pretending not to care about the other person's life or death may be the greatest help to Nefer. You're going to embarrass Nefert. I remember Nefert told me that you two are good friends who share life and death. Zhuge Wuxin saw that Yikai still didn't trust him, so he said, forget it. You should talk to her yourself. Then Zhuge Wuxin hung up the phone. Yikai quickly contacted Nafel. Black Silk Gangster 007. Nefert, where are you now? Marie Antoinette, I'm almost in Mordor. To Yikai's surprise, Nefert responded to his message in seconds. He originally thought that Nefert had been controlled by Zhuge Wuxin, but now it seems that Nefert's situation should be relatively safe. At least, I can move freely for now. Black Silk Boss 007. You are with someone from the Zhuge family now? Marie Antoinette. Yes, I asked them to pick me up. Black Silk Gangster 007. What? Yikai was getting more and more confused. Did Nefer ask Zhuge Wuxin to pick her up? What was going on? Marie Antoinette. I'll meet you and talk when I get there. Black Silk Big Boss 007. No, let's talk it out face to face. After saying that, Yikai made a video call directly. After confirming that no one was watching around, Yikai whispered, Nefer, if you feel threatened, just blink. Don't worry, I told Zhuge Wuxin all about your situation, just to let him help you secretly. As for the relationship between Zhuge Wuxin and me, when I arrive in the Magic City, I will tell you everything in detail, don't worry. Nefer said firmly. In the past, I even dared to resist the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment for you. How could I harm you again? No, I'm also worried about your safety. I feel like Zhuge Wuxin is full of tricks, except for Pai Yinzi. Please, I'm a girl. Can you speak more politely? Ahem, just be careful. After making sure that Nefer was safe and sound, Yikai hung up the phone with relief. Now the whole story is finally clear. It turns out that it was Nefert who told Zhuge Wuxin about his own affairs. No wonder this guy knew him so well. But now we cannot rule out the possibility that Zhuge Wuxin is using Nefer. However, at present, this possibility seems extremely small. Everything was moving in a good direction. After all, Zhuge Wuxin helped him capture Yi Nuanyuan, which was really a big help to him. Chapter 156 Midnight Cinema. Afterwards, Yikai told everyone the news that Yi Nuanyuan was captured by Zhuge Wuxin. Since he didn't have to run away, Yikai simply took a shower, lay comfortably on the bed, and started to play badly. With Ikaro's continuous efforts and treatment, Tina's injuries have healed. At this moment, the girls all changed into their pajamas and lay down on the bed with Yikai to rest. Suddenly, when Yikai was passing by the living room, he suddenly found a courier package. What's this? Why didn't Yikai remember receiving such a large express package? Oh. This was delivered by the courier when the master was practicing. Xiao Lulu said after taking a look. I see. Yikai often buys things online. Many of the electrical appliances and decorations in this house were bought by him online. As for when he bought it, he has completely forgotten. Without thinking twice, Yikai started opening it. When he tore open the foam bag, he found the projector that Yikai had bought before. Master, what is this thing? Xiao Lulu asked excitedly while lying on the bed. Wait until I install it, and you'll know. Yikai chuckled, and after a series of operations, he finally crashed the projector into the wall of the bedroom with great effort. Yikai's bedroom is the largest room in the entire apartment. After all, it has to accommodate his 8mm big bed. With such a large space, the projector screen is naturally very large, almost filling up the entire wall. What movie do you want to watch? After finishing the installation, Yi Kai asked excitedly. Tina, action movies. Xia Lulu, a romance movie. Icarus, a forbidden film. Moo Moo, will management film. Wow, each one is more exciting than the last. But there's a kind of movie that can satisfy the needs of all four of them at the same time. But Yi Kai couldn't let the children be corrupted, so he projected an episode of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf on the big screen. Xianjiang, Mianjiang, Lazy Yang Yang, Fiangyang, Remiamian, Red Wolf, Grey Wolf. Don't look at me as just a sheep. As the theme song of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf sounded, Yi Kai left the girls alone, opened the system himself, and prepared to draw the lottery. The system detected new task information. Mission released, promoted to Platinum. Task content, raise the Summoner's Realm to the Platinum Realm. Task reward, 10 million experience points. As soon as he opened the system interface, Yi Kai received new task information. To be promoted to a Platinum Summoner, one needs 20 million experience points, but Yi Kai currently only has more than 3 million. However, I have opened a double experience scroll before, and I can use it to quickly gain experience points. After accepting the task, Yi Kai went directly to the lottery page. After all, the main purpose of opening the system was to use those 998 lottery tickets. Let me start with a 10-year shot to calm you down. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. The first thing that comes up is thank you for your patronage. X10, plus a gift package for the Nothing Gained title, which is directly thank you for your patronage, X11. It's still the familiar taste and the same familiar recipe. A high-quality system produced by Tian Mei. Yes, very nice. Then Yi Kai continued to increase his strength and pulled out 100 times in a row. Apart from some strengthening stones, nothing was found. It's okay. There are plenty of lottery tickets anyway. Just continue with the draw. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Hateful. Looking at the screen full of thank you for your patronage, Yi Kai couldn't help but say with gritted teeth. At this moment, the scene of Big Bad Wolf being teased by the lambs was playing on the screen. The girls all looked at Yi Kai standing aside, thinking that Yi Kai's emotions resonated with the unfortunate Grey Wolf. Master, don't be discouraged. Big Grey Wolf will definitely catch the lamb. Xiao Lulu on the side quickly comforted him. But Yi Kai was so engrossed in the lottery at the moment that he didn't react at all. Strange. Why is the master ignoring me? He seems to be in a trance. The naughty Moo Moo rolled to Yi Kai's side and shook his little hands in front of his eyes. Because the bed is so big, the girls often roll around on it. Really? That useless summoner can't see us. Tina also tried quickly and found that Yi Kai really didn't react at all. Icarus. Is my soul leaving my body? Hey, since Yi Kai is not here, we can watch another movie. At this time, the clever Moo Moo took out Yi Kai's mobile phone from his pocket. Then the girls immediately gathered together and began to discuss what movie to play. Icarus. Change it quickly. My Yang is too coquettish and doesn't look good at all. Tina. Fiang Yang is just a big idiot. Xiao Lulu. What is this app called Muggle Video for? Moo Moo. Just click in and take a look and you'll know. Tina. There's an app lock? Oh my goodness. There must be something fishy going on here. Moo Moo. It can be cracked based on the fingerprint distribution on the screen. Watch me. Xiao Lulu. Success, success. I curse this. Tina. You are such a useless summoner. You have something interesting to watch, but you are eating it all by yourself, leaving us here to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. The girls gathered together and started browsing the Muggle Video app on their phones. Tina. Xiao Lulu. Ikaros. Moo Moo. At this time, Yi Kai had no idea that his privacy had been leaked and was participating in the lottery without knowing it. 998 draws. There are only 8 draws left. Yi Kai's current battle results are not very ideal. There are only a few strengthening stones, 8 enhanced protection tickets, some Shikigami equipment below A level, several Shikigami eggs with very ordinary patterns, as well as some sundries and a few very ordinary skill books. After 990 draws, there wasn't even one kidney function plus 10% result. It's too dark, so dark. I want to call 12315 to complain. Chapter 157. I've seen this trick before. Although he didn't get anything good, Ye Kai used the strengthening stone to strengthen Xiao Lulu's ancient dust battle axe to +10. After nearly 1,000 draws, Ye Kai now has more strengthening stones in his system than can be used up. After weapons and equipment are enhanced to above +10, there is a risk of them breaking. However, Ye Kai still has 8 enhanced protection coupons, so it's not a big problem to start doing it. SSSR level famous sword Darkness +11. 1331 strengthening stones required. Success rate 10% plus 5%. 50% failure. 20% downgrade. 10% return to level 0. 5% equipment destruction. Whether to use equipment protection coupons to prevent equipment from being destroyed. Yes, it is better to be safe than sorry. Ye Kai decided to protect Tina's equipment to prevent it from exploding. Strengthening. Reinforcement failed. Damn it. Come again. Another equipment enhancement protection coupon was used. Strengthening. Reinforcement failed. A blanch. Come again. Come again. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1. 5 remaining. Strengthening. Reinforcement failed. Demotion. Unfortunately, the SSSR level sword Darkness +11 enhancement failed and was downgraded to the sword Darkness +10. Sigma. It's over. Not only did we fail to get into the top 12, we were relegated instead. How am I going to explain this to Tina later? Anyway, there are plenty of strengthening stones, so come again. Come again. SSSR level famous sword Darkness +10. 1,000 strengthening stones required. Success rate 10 plus 5%. 50% failure. 20% downgrade. 10% return to level 0. 5% equipment destruction. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1 for remaining. Reinforcement failed. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1. 3 remaining. Reinforcement failed. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1. 2 remaining. Reinforcement failed. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1. 1 remaining. Reinforcement failed. Equipment enhancement protection ticket -1. 0 remaining. Reinforcement failed. Damn it. All strengthening failed, and Ye Kai cracked on the spot. Devu, sha. Now, not only did I not get anything good after more than 900 draws, but Tina's famous sword, Dark Destruction, was downgraded. It's really a case of losing both the lady and the army. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 times you gamble, you lose. This crappy enhancer directly blew up Ye Kai's mentality. At this moment, Ye Kai went crazy and scared the girls around him. I thought they were caught watching a movie secretly. The girls gathered together and whispered cautiously. Xiao Lulu looked nervous. Just now, did the master find out? Moo stared at Ye Kai for a while and found that he didn't seem to notice. Probably not. Icarus, what if the patient finds us later? Tina would never allow such a socially fatal scene to happen. If we find out, we will just kill him. At this moment, the action, romance, taboo, and gangbang movies that they want to watch are playing on the screen. The girls were terrified at the thought that Ye Kai might come back from his trance at any time. But it was this sneaky feeling that made the girls feel extremely excited, and their faces flushed. Oh, I've seen this move before. The last time the master beat Tina, he did it the same way. As she watched, Xiao Lulu accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Although Ikaros and Moo quickly covered her mouth with their hands, it was too late. What? Oh. Tina's eyes widened. Could it be that the last time I had that thing with the useless summoner, they all saw it? From the evasive looks from Ikaros and Moo, Tina had basically determined the answer. Tina dived into the quilt. It's over. Her authority as the team leader will be gone forever. Really social death. Even Xiao Lulu knows about it. The 3 girls could only watch Tina in embarrassment. They wanted to go up and comfort her, but they didn't know how to start. On the other hand, Ye Kai was almost driven crazy by the system. Now the equipment enhancement protection coupons are gone, and the equipment has been downgraded to a lower level. Ye Kai would never allow such a thing to happen. No protection scroll. Anyway, there is only a 5% chance of equipment being destroyed, so nothing should happen. The probability of success is 15%. How could I be so unlucky? And the last time, Ye Kai succeeded in strengthening when he didn't have the equipment strengthening protection scroll. Enhanced protection? Humph. That's a sign of cowardice. Be brave and fearless. Let's skip the fancy process and go straight to strengthening. With a fluke mentality, strengthening, congratulations to the host for the successful enhancement. Obtained. SSSR weapon, famous sword, darkness +11, attack power +130%. Sure enough, The brave are awesome. Directly returned to plus 11. Without any hesitation, Ye Kai decided to go to level 12. Strengthening. Congratulations to the host for the successful enhancement. Obtained. SSR weapon, famous sword, darkness plus 12, attack power plus 190%. Nung. Invincible. Ha ha ha. The attack power is directly increased to 190%, and when combined with the 6-star SSR Tina, the output is as beautiful as a painting. If gods stand in the way, kill gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas. Ye Kai felt that he had already mastered the nature of this strengthening system. 12 was not enough, so he went for more. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Strengthening. Congratulations to the host for the successful enhancement. Obtained. SSR weapon, famous sword, darkness plus 13, attack power plus 280%. Nung. Woo. Take off directly. What did I say? This strengthening system is indeed like this. With a protection roll, you will fail every time. Without it, you will succeed in seconds. Why not just create a plus 15 famous sword, dark destruction, instead of reducing Dragon Dance to a dumpling skin? Continue. Strengthening. Reinforcement failed. Ye Kai's heart skipped a beat, but fortunately, although the enhancement failed, the equipment was not rolled back and not damaged. Fortunately, it was okay. Strengthening. Reinforcement failed. Strengthening. Congratulations to the host for the successful enhancement. Obtained. SSR weapon, famous sword, darkness plus 14, attack power plus 400%. Nung. Who else? I just want to ask who else? SSR weapons, attack power plus 400%. Any UR equipment can just beat them, okay? The plus 14 famous sword, dark destruction, had transformed its light from the faint plus 11 dim light into an extremely dazzling dark light. If this is plus 15, it will blind your eyes. There's one last thing. Let me, Ye Kai, create an eternal myth for this world. Go, go, go. Strengthening. Chapter 158, the relationship between Shikigami and their master. As Kelly's enhancer continued to emit sparks of forging, Ye Kai watched the melting point of the metal forging. My heartbeat started to accelerate. The bright light gradually appeared. Suddenly, 4 big words appeared. Strengthening failed. But fortunately, it was just a failure of strengthening. The famous sword, Dark Destruction, was neither downgraded, nor regressed, nor was it broken. But Ye Kai looked closely at the plus 14 famous sword, Darkness, and the dazzling light in the night kept flickering. Could this failure of strengthening be a warning to the system? The attack power has now reached plus 400%, which is several levels higher than the previous plus 11 of 130%. People should be content. Once it is rolled back or damaged, there is really nothing left. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk, and only hard work can lead to success. Being able to strengthen the famous sword, Dark Destruction, to plus 14 was also achieved by relying on his courage to gamble and fight. Since it could be enhanced to plus 14, why not plus 15? It was as if 2 little men appeared in Ye Kai's mind, arguing with each other constantly. One advised him to stop, while the other encouraged him to continue. But Ye Kai's inner goal of plus 15 only has the last bit left. Just this once, when it reaches 15, stop immediately. Believe in yourself. You can do it. With an uneasy mood, Ye Kai threw the famous sword, Anmi, into Kelly's enhancer. As the saying goes, one thought can lead to heaven or hell. Success or failure depends on this one. Strengthening. The other side. As a Shikigami, Tina has obviously followed the Dragon Dance for a longer time, and the idea that Shikigami are tools has always been deeply rooted in Tina's mind. But just a few months of getting along with Ye Kai broke Tina's thinking of all those years. Here with Ye Kai, she never felt like a tool, but more like a partner fighting side by side. Well, it is indeed a master-servant relationship. Xiao Lulu nodded in agreement. However, Xiao Lulu's master-servant relationship is completely different from what Tina understands. Because in Xiao Lulu's eyes, Ye Kai has always been regarded as the master. But this master and servant relationship is also similar to the relationship between partners. No, it's not about rulers and the ruled. Icarus. Xiao Lulu, the master and servant that Tina talked about, is different from the master and servant you understand. Mumu. What Tina said is that they use the Shikigami as tools. I have seen many summoners do that. For example, when they encounter a higher quality Shikigami, they will throw away the original Shikigami, or let the Shikigami block their own attacks. This is a common operation. This is the original relationship between summoners and Shikigami. In the beginning, humans subdued demons in order to use Shikigami as combat tools. That's why I don't want to become a human Shikigami. I can be free and alone without having to obey anyone's orders. How wonderful it is. Xiaolulu didn't quite understand what she heard. She just felt very happy being with Yikai and everyone else. But I feel very happy to be with you. I want to live with my master forever. Moo moo. That's because Yikai is different from other summoners. Although I haven't known him for a long time, I can clearly feel that he has always regarded us as partners, sometimes even more than his own life. More than your own life. Xiaolulu nodded. Moo Moo's words reminded her of Su Mei, who once used life conversion to save her. Like Su Mei and Yikai, they both try their best to protect their companions. Tina touched Xiaolulu's head and said with a smile, "You are such a lucky child. Several masters have been very kind to you." Ikaros. The patient is indeed different from other summoners. I have seen other Shikigami spend most of their time in the body of the summoner. There are very few people like us who can live like humans every day. At this time, the girls turned their attention to Yikai, who was concentrating on strengthening his equipment. Everyone smiled at each other and felt very lucky to have met him. The girls all recalled every detail of their meeting, acquaintance, and friendship with Yikai. The image on the screen reflected warm light, shining on the girls' faces. The atmosphere in the entire bedroom suddenly became warm. Chapter 159 Boom. When Xiaolulu heard this, she was immediately in awe. "Really? Tina, do you mind?" "No." Tina smiled and said, "I definitely won't do that to you. But if that useless summoner dares to touch other women, I will definitely kill him. Then next time, when you play, take me with you." "That's not good. I can give some guidance off the court." Xiaolulu. "Ikaros, Moo Moo. Do you want to come together?" Moo Moo said with disgust. "I don't want it. I only like Ikaros." After saying that, Moo Moo threw Ikaros to the ground and buried his little face in her chest. "Ikaros, what about you?" "Ikaros, I..." Before she could finish, Moo Moo quickly interrupted Ikaros. "Ikaros can't do that either, she's mine." Ikaros looked at Moo Moo with embarrassment. Although he didn't answer, he still acquiesced. Seeing that Ikaros and Moo Moo didn't want to join, Xiaolulu looked disappointed. "Hey, it's a pity that you two are not coming." "Idiot. This kind of thing isn't going to be more fun the more people there are." Tina pinched Xiaolulu's chubby face, then pointed to the curtain and said, "Study hard and watch carefully, so that you won't be clueless when the actual combat drill comes." Ouch! The heavens are blessed, the earth is blessed, and the Jade Emperor shows his divine power. I am willing to exchange Zhuge Wuxin's 10 years of life for my success in strengthening this time. Bring it on! Strengthening, watching, Kelly's enhancer, creating equipment. Yikai's heart was pounding. Equipment enhancement is originally a gamble. But now, Yikai's bet has changed from the plus 11 famous sword, Dark Destruction, to the plus 14 famous sword, Dark Destruction. From small-time gambling, it suddenly became a big-time gamble. The continuous high-intensity stimulation made Yikai's heartbeat accelerate continuously and gradually, without him realizing it. Even Yikai himself didn't realize that he seemed to have fallen in love with this feeling. Reinforcement failed. Unfortunately, your SSSR equipment, Famous Sword Annihilation plus 14, failed to be enhanced. Due to force majeure, the equipment has been destroyed. Equipment destroyed. Equipment destroyed. Equipment destroyed. The system's prompt sound kept circling in Yikai's mind, like a bolt from the blue, making his mind go blank. Yikai, who was originally sitting at the head of the bed, collapsed completely. Gone. The plus 14 famous sword, Dark Destruction gone. Duh. Zhuge Wuxin is really not a good guy. Even his lifespan is poisonous. Because of his momentary greed, plus 15 not only failed to succeed, but exploded directly. The Shikigami equipment that had accompanied Tina for so long was destroyed by herself. Originally, he wanted to give Tina a surprise. He thought that with a plus 15 famous sword, Dark Destruction, he would make Tina fall in love with him at first sight and directly break through the pleasure level of 100% and be promoted to a UR Shikigami. Now, Yikai felt that not only his famous sword, Anmi, had exploded, but he would also explode on the spot when facing Tina's anger. "You dog system, get out of here! There must be something fishy going on." "Alas, you yourself exploded when you were strengthened, so don't blame me. My strengthening probability is completely fair, just in open. To be honest, I also feel it's a pity. The famous sword plus 14, Dark Destruction, is gone just like that. I was so excited just now. I thought you were going to be 15. Tell me the truth. Are you setting a trap for me? When I had the Equipment Enhancement Protection scroll, it never succeeded once, but when I didn't use it, it always succeeded. Plus 14 means smooth sailing. Plus 15 means explosion directly. There must be a ghost. You are my host, and I also hope that you can succeed in strengthening. But the failure of strengthening is entirely due to your greed. If you had stopped at plus 14, nothing would have happened. The famous sword, Dark Destruction, with plus 400% attack power, has already surpassed UR level equipment. But if you insist on going to level 15, I can't do anything about it. Just accept your fate. Yi Kai's head was buzzing and his heart was still beating wildly. The scene of Kelly Enhancer, constantly creating equipment, appeared in front of Yi Kai's eyes like a slideshow. He could never believe that the famous sword, Anmi, which had just emitted such a strong glow, had exploded into pieces. But the system is right. No one forces oneself to strengthen. From the very beginning, Yi Kai did it voluntarily, knowing that equipment enhancement is a gamble. The more you play, the bigger the gamble. Even though he had already been strengthened to plus 14, he still couldn't satisfy his inner desires. This was a trap set by the system, but no one had forced him from beginning to end. If Yi Kai stops at plus 14, he will get a SSR weapon that increases the attack by 400%. But it was the last bit of greed and the last bit of luck that hurt himself. But if he didn't have that greed, Yi Kai would not have been able to strengthen the famous sword, Dark Destruction, to plus 14. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling. It's not because everyone who gambles will lose, but because everyone who gambles to the end will lose. Because when gambling, the feeling of ups and downs can make people feel extremely thrilling and exciting. Gradually, people will become addicted to this feeling and constantly seek greater stimulation. If he becomes obsessed with this feeling, even if Yi Kai succeeds in strengthening to plus 15 today, in the end, he will still think about going to plus 16 or plus 17. In the end, everyone will fail miserably. Gambling may feel good for a while, but in the end, it's all just a passing cloud. Oh! Yi Kai suddenly smiled helplessly. Maybe the plus 14 famous sword, Anmi, did not originally belong to him. Things won through gambling will eventually be lost in the same way. Thinking of this, Yi Kai felt relieved. The heart, which had been beating due to the high-intensity stimulation, gradually calmed down. Like waking from a dream. Forget it, it's gone. Maybe Tina has used this knife for a long time and might want to replace it with a new one. After calming down, Yi Kai closed the system panel and planned to watch a few episodes of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf to ease his mood. But the moment he looked at the screen, the 4 girls who were leaning against him and watching the video suddenly jumped up from the bed. As if a dying person sat up in shock, he pounced on Yi Kai. He only saw some white images on the screen. Before he could see clearly what they were, he was pushed down on the bed by the girls. After knocking Yi Kai down, Tina quickly winked at Xia Lulu, who was standing beside her, and whispered, "Quick, quick, turn off the video." Chapter 160. The End of Gamblers. The space-time wormhole swallowed up some of the content. Please automatically connect the content, please understand. From the author's shyness. Tina, do you love me? Love? Tina frowned slightly. She didn't understand what love was. I don't know what love is, but I know that I am very happy with you, and I want to be with you forever. Then let me put it another way. Yi Kai asked tentatively. Who is more important, me or the famous sword Anmi? Stupid. Of course you are important. Tina stroked Yi Kai's cheek and said with a smile, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I just want to know where I stand in your heart. Then I'll tell you now, you are the most important person in my heart. Tina climbed along Yi Kai's waist and to his ear, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. You are more important than Xia Lulu, okay? Hearing this, Yi Kai finally felt relieved. Since I am so important in Tina's heart, it seems that it is no big deal to strengthen and break the famous sword Dark Destruction. It is just a small matter. Haha, not worth mentioning. Small things, all small things. Then if I tell you that I have destroyed your famous sword, Dark Destruction, you probably won't be surprised. What? Before Yi Kai could finish his words, Tina kicked him from the head of the bed to the sofa in the living room. It flew out of the bedroom door accurately and landed on Ikaros, who was lying on the sofa. Damn! I was careless again. Yi Kai felt a pain, but fortunately Ikaros' fleshy body served as a cushion for him. Waste summoner. But that's not the end of the story. Under Tina's questioning, Yikai had no choice but to tell her the whole process in detail. That's my favorite weapon. When Tina thought that her weapon had been strengthened and exploded by Yikai, a look of sadness appeared in her eyes. Xia Lulu, who had just finished taking a shower, came over to comfort her. Tina, don't be sad. Master is really so greedy. Ikaros, if only I had stopped at plus 14. Moo moo. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The girls comforted Tina one after another. Now the girls have formed a united front. Yikai is in a very uncomfortable situation and can only be criticized by everyone. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, let alone 4. In desperation, Yikai could only apologize and think of ways to save the situation. It's okay, Tina. I still have 300 million in my hand, plus I have Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao. If I sell the 2 SSR level Shikigami, I will definitely make a lot of money. When the time comes, I can buy you any weapon you like, right? TSK. I want my famous sword, Dark Destruction. I want an identical one. Yikai frowned. Okay. I'll find a way for you. Yikai knew that the famous sword, and me, had exploded and would definitely not come back. But Tina is angry now, so Yikai can only go along with her wishes. After a while, when she calms down, he will understand. Alas, in the final analysis, this matter is indeed Yikai's own fault. Strengthening equipment is indeed a bit too much. If you were more cautious, you wouldn't lose everything. Even when sleeping at night, Tina didn't stay close to Yikai. She was like a little wife who was angry. She hugged Xiao Lulu with her back to him. Why? Yikai sighed helplessly. Today I can only hug my right arm with my left arm. Is this the fate of a gambler? Doh. Chapter 161. The 4th Shikigami. While the girls were asleep, Yikai opened the system panel again by himself. He remembered that he had drawn 998 times, and there were only 8 left. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Yikai decided to just finish the last 8 draws. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing the thank you for patronage messages appearing continuously, Yikai felt no wavering in his heart. He just wanted to waste all these harmful lottery tickets and didn't expect to win anything good. It doesn't matter even if all 8 of them say, thank you for your patronage. Until the last one, Yikai didn't hold out any hope. But it was this unintentional action that resulted in the penultimate lottery ticket drawing a strange item. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Platinum Heart. Heart of Platinum? What the hell? Platinum Heart. Summoners below the Platinum Realm can use it to advance to a higher realm. It turned out to be an item that could directly improve one's realm. Yikai was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Is this the system's consolation prize? Yikai's current summoner realm is exactly gold, so using this Platinum Heart is perfect for him. Congratulations to the host for using the Platinum Heart and breaking through to the amazing Platinum level as a summoner. Congratulations to the host for completing the promotion to Platinum mission. Receive 10 million experience points as reward. The system detected new task information. Mission released. The 4th Shikigami. Mission information. Successfully contracted your 4th Shikigami. Mission reward. Investigator Shikigami costume. Black silk Shikigami costume. Investigator? Yikai was slightly stunned. What kind of Shikigami costume is this? The system is not user-friendly at all. Is there not even a preview? Driven by curiosity, Yikai opened the search engine on his mobile phone and directly typed in the 3 words investigator. It looks like a black tight leather jacket, but the investigator mentioned by the system may be different from this. To confirm, Yikai continued browsing and found that the various investigators on the website were generally of this type. While Yikai was browsing, messy windows kept popping up. 5 minutes later, Yikai's phone immediately turned blue screen and was infected with a virus. Oh shit, what's going on? Is this investigator so fierce? Just by randomly jumping to a few web pages on the search engine, Yikai's phone was completely broken. He was completely confused and tried several times but couldn't restart his phone. This is outrageous. Forget it. I can only take it to the mobile phone shop for repair tomorrow. Now Yikai's summoner realm has reached platinum, and he can contract a 4th Shikigami at any time. The Mumu in front of us is undoubtedly the best choice. Needless to say, the quality is the highest level you are among all the Shikigami. Moreover, Mumu has a good relationship with Ikaros, Tina, and Xiao Lulu, and they have a certain emotional foundation. Although Yikai remembered that Mumu said that she was unwilling to become a human Shikigami, it was not impossible for him to contract her now. Thinking of this, Yi Kai's mind began to emerge with the image of Moo Moo wearing the investigator's uniform. The black tight leather jacket, paired with black suspender stockings, tightly wraps up the originally exquisite figure, which is simply mouth-watering. And I don't know if the system's investigator uniforms have a zipper that goes all the way down the collar. But forget about Moo Moo. With Ikaros around, Moo Moo can become his own extra staff Shikigami. He doesn't need to occupy a Shikigami position and can get a 5-star UR for free. As for this black silk investigator, let's wait and see. Slurp. In fact, the investigator's uniform does not necessarily have to be given to one's 4th Shikigami. Leave it to Tina to do her costume change. Not bad either. Haha. And Tina's Tsundere personality makes her very suitable as an investigator. Thinking of the scene where Tina broke into a secret base alone and was captured by him, Yi Kai's heart began to gradually become wanton. That unyielding look, that arrogant look, but she can only let me control her. It's very nice. After being infected with the virus, Yi Kai's phone is no longer playable. Tina was hugging Xia Lulu at the moment and ignored him, so he could only fall asleep. Before going to bed, Yi Kai used his last lottery ticket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the favorability card. Favorability card. Increase the favorability of the designated Shikigami by 30 points. Can only be used when the favorability is below 50 points. Yi Kai also checked the favorability of the Shikigami. Currently, Tina, 100 points, Xia Lulu, 92, Ikaros, 40. I haven't paid attention to the favorability for a while. Xia Lulu's favorability is approaching 100 points, and even Ikaros' favorability has reached 40 points without me noticing. Congratulations to the host for using the favorability card. The SSSR Shikigami Ikaros has his favorability increased to 70 points. Yi Kai knew very well that the favorability of Shikigami would also fluctuate. Looking at Tina's back, although she seemed very angry, her favorability level remained at full level. It seems that Tina did not blame herself, maybe because she really liked the famous sword, Dark Destruction. Back then, when Yi Kai gave Tina the plus 11 famous sword, and me, her favorability surpassed Xia Lulu's for the first time. Although the famous sword, Dark Destruction, is broken now, Tina's favorability has not decreased. It can be seen that Tina did not lie. In her heart, she is indeed much more important than a weapon. It was already late at night, and the girls were divided into 2 groups and hugged each other. Tina and Xia Lulu, Ikaros, and Moo Moo all seemed to have fallen asleep. Yi Kai slowly approached Tina, wanting to hug her from behind. After such a long time, Yi Kai has become accustomed to the feeling of sleeping with Tina and Xia Lulu in his arms. Suddenly, he feels a little uncomfortable sleeping alone. Just as Yi Kai was hesitating, Tina, who was standing beside him, suddenly took his arm and put it on her shoulder. Yi Kai didn't know whether Tina was asleep or not. Was it intentional or accidental? But none of this matters anymore. Yi Kai followed Tina's movements and stuck close to her back. Then he buried his face in Tina's black hair, contentedly inhaling the girl's faint body fragrance, and then fell into a sweet sleep. Chapter 162 Leisure Time. Early in the morning, Yi Kai woke up from his sleep. As usual, it was another sunny morning. Xia Lulu had already prepared breakfast in advance, and Tina was inviting Yi Kai to eat. As for the incident of Yi Kai strengthening and exploding his famous sword, Dark Destruction, it seemed as if nothing had happened. As the saying goes, when friends have a quarrel, they fight at the head of the bed but make up at the foot of the bed. Looking at Tina's usual expression, Yi Kai knew that the cloudy sky had turned sunny. After breakfast, Yi Kai took everyone out. There were still many things to deal with today, so he first took his phone to the repair shop to check for viruses. Young man, please stop browsing unknown websites. The old man who repaired the phone wore an eyepiece and easily unlocked the virus on the phone. When he handed the phone to Yi Kai, he did not forget to remind him earnestly. There are so many beautiful girls around me, don't look at them anymore. But your taste is quite unique. You like investigators, right? Ha ha, cough cough. The old craftsman who repaired the mobile phone gave Yi Kai a meaningful look, as if he was admiring another hero. Yi Kai took the phone with some embarrassment. Why did he look at my browsing history when he was just repairing my phone? Not professional at all. No wonder Edison got into trouble back then. It seems that when looking for a repairman for electronic products, you must find a professional. You must protect your privacy at all times. Thinking of this, Yi Kai decided that in future Shikigami, he must contract a computer expert who understands code. Afterwards, Yikai took the girls to the 4S store, ready to buy a sports car of his choice. As the girls around Yikai grew older and older, the original motorcycle could no longer meet their travel needs. Xiaolulu is more talented in driving, so Yikai simply lets her make the choice. Although Yikai was reluctant to admit it, this dullard was indeed very talented in some areas. Judging from the operation of the sand-armored vehicle, Xiaolulu's driving sense was simply beyond his reach. If Xiaolulu were left to make the choice alone, it would probably not take more than a few minutes. But under the influence of Ikaros, Moo, and Tina, the four girls spent the entire morning shopping in the 4S store. I don't know when, but Moo actually learned how to take pictures. He took Yikai's phone and started taking pictures. The girls had a lot of fun. After all, they finally had this kind of free time, and they had contributed a lot during the battle, and Nephil would not arrive until the afternoon. I have an appointment to meet Zhuge Wuxin and Nephil in the evening. It's still early, so there's no rush. Yikai, just let them play. Yikai, what are you doing? Come over and join us. Moo called Yikai, who was sitting nearby drinking tea. Although he refused at first, he was still dragged to the front of the car by the girls and took photos with them. Looking at the girls' youthful smiles under the guidance of Moo, Yikai felt that Tina, Xiaolulu, and Ikaros were becoming more and more like real girls. As Yikai expected, he was just pulled over to take a photo and then used as a photo tool. Seeing Yikai's expression of despair, the salesperson next to him was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. This guy really doesn't know how lucky he is. After some trouble, Xiaolulu finally chose a phantom SUV worth 30 million blue knives. As expected of a luxury car worth tens of millions, the luxurious interior coupled with the streamlined metallic texture is simply perfect. Although the car was chosen by Xiaolulu, Yikai really likes the Phantom's high-tech center console, with electronic gear shifting and no obstruction between the driver and the co-pilot. This makes it easier to interact with the person in the front passenger seat while driving. There is also a large space in the back row, and the seat backs can be folded down, revealing a soft leather bed. As expected of Xiaolulu, this car is a good choice. I like it. After learning about the performance of Phantom, Yikai praised it highly. The driving and control of this car is really great. It only takes 3 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 meters. Especially the sound of the motor is really amazing. Seeing that Yikai also liked the car she chose, Xiaolulu was very happy. Xiaolulu's favorability +1, current favorability 93. Yes, the driving feel is very strong. Although the driving feeling described by Yikai and Xiaolulu were not on the same level, everyone reached a consensus anyway. After walking around for a morning, Yikai felt a little hungry. Since there was still plenty of time, Yikai took the girls to eat a hot pot first. Just as the sun shines through the night, dawn steals across the horizon. Just after eating a piece of tripe, Yikai received a call from Sakura Fubuki. Hey, why is your phone turned off? I've been looking for you all over the world. Where have you been? As soon as Yikai pressed the answer button, Sakura Fubuki's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Because after she completed a confidential mission, she looked back and found that Yikai had called her and left her many messages. Then when she called back, Yikai's phone was infected because he visited some unknown websites, so the call could not be connected. Combined with Yikai's previous message, Fubuki thought he was in some danger. Unexpectedly, Yikai said leisurely, I'm eating hot pot. Eating hot pot? Are you okay? Yeah. Yikai paused and said, I have already taken care of the matter here. It was safe and sound. Thank you for the concern of the Valkyrie of the Magic City. That's good. Is it convenient for you now? I gave your previous information to Chuamo, and she already has some clues. You said, I'm in Hot Pot City now, it's noisy here, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about this matter anymore. It is very likely to involve the royal family of the Longhua Empire, as well as many other forces such as the Imperial Prison Gate. The gate of the Imperial Prison? Yikai was slightly stunned. Yikai already knew about Longwu, but he didn't know much about the gate of the Imperial Prison. It is the underground force that once bewitched Su Mei and attempted to overthrow the four empires and become the enemy of the gods. Fubuki continued, the batch of life stones that Nefer obtained is very likely related to human body transmutation. Where is she now? Can you take me to see her? Nefer will arrive in the Magic City tonight. I've already made an appointment to meet them. You can come along then. They? Sakura Fubuki was slightly stunned. Who are you referring to? There is also Zhuge Wuxin. Nefer seems to be very close to the Zhuge family. As for what kind of relationship they have, I don't know at the moment. But after we meet tonight, I will ask clearly. Yeah, that Zhuge Wuxin, you'd better be careful. Chapter 163. The Strange Girl on the Subway. Why? Do you know Zhuge Wuxin well? Yi Kai asked with interest. Yi Kai had countless questions about Zhuge Wuxin. This person, who was both an enemy and a friend, always had a polite smile on his face, which made people unpredictable. Especially those eyes which are always slightly narrowed. You cannot see his demeanor and expression. When playing games with him, you're always in a situation where the enemy is in the dark and you are in the light, which is very disadvantageous. Ing Fubuki said worriedly, I don't know much about him, but I have met Zhuge Wuxin a few times. That feeling is very strange. I can't explain it, but I always feel that this person is hiding a lot of unknown secrets. According to the top secret intelligence of the Security Bureau, Zhuge Wuxin disappeared in the Ghost Empire for a period of time. After returning, his personality changed drastically. After returning from the Ghost Empire, Zhuge Wuxin, relying on his own strength, seized the position of heir to the Zhuge family from his younger brother Zhuge Wuji. The Phantom Empire is not one of the four great empires. Like Sin City, it is a small country in the Dragon Wasteland continent. Moreover, the Phantom Empire is known as a land of horror and is also the origin of the Gate of Imperial Prison. The place is shrouded in miasma all year round, and even those who claim to be gods cannot set foot there. Zhuge Wuxin once disappeared in the Ghost Empire for a period of time? Does that mean he is very likely related to the Imperial Prison Gate? Yi Kai guessed. If Sakura Fubuki didn't say it, Yi Kai would have never heard these things from anyone else. She actually told him the top secret of the Magic City Security Bureau. It seems she really trusts him. Yes, and Zhuge Wuxin has never been liked by the old patriarch Zhuge. He was able to take the position of patriarch from Zhuge Wuji immediately after returning. Maybe it was the behind-the-scenes operation of Imperial Prison Gate. As she spoke, Sakura Fubuki suddenly asked, Have you decided on a meeting place? They said we were going to Zhuge's house, but I plan to wait for Nefer to arrive and change the meeting place temporarily. Yi Kai still has this sense of vigilance. If he really went to Zhuge's house, he would be putting his entire fortune and life in the hands of others. He would never make such a low-level mistake. Moreover, Yinu Anyuan is still in Zhuge Wuxin's hands, and Yi Kai can be said to have half a handle in Zhuge Wuxin's hands. How about this? Let's change the meeting place to Shanghai Metro Line 3. Ing Fubuki said, I just happen to have some things to deal with here, so if you guys come over, I won't have to make a trip. Besides, the last time you were assassinated by Wen Tianzheng, I happened to receive a secret mission from the Security Bureau in advance. I don't think this was a coincidence. Someone must have done it on purpose. It's a good opportunity for you to come here. If possible, let's find this person together and kill him directly. Sakura Fubuki's words were cold. Although he couldn't see her expression at that moment, Yi Kai could feel the chill in her heart through the phone screen. Yi Kai nodded. Compared to before, Sakura Fubuki's words seemed much sharper than before. If the previous Sakura Blizzard was just a simple Valkyrie of the Magic City, without any other concerns, then the current Sakura Blizzard is the veritable director of the operations department of the Security Bureau. Sumei's death made her deeply aware that it was not enough to just cultivate her own spiritual power. If she wanted to have a say in the Security Bureau, she must have her own power. In a blink of an eye, it was already the time agreed with Zhuge Wuxin. According to the plan with Sakura Fubuki, Yi Kai temporarily changed the meeting place to Metro Line 3 in the center of Demon City. This is a subway line going to the suburbs. Although 8 o'clock in the evening is the peak travel time, the carriages of Metro Line 3 are still very deserted. The agreed location has just been changed, so it will take some time for Zhuge Wuxin and Nefer to arrive. Yi Kai brought Mu Mu into the carriage in advance, and they each found a corner to sit down. There were only a few scattered people in the silent carriage, a couple sleeping in each other's arms, a trembling old man, and a few office workers browsing their mobile phones. There was no communication between passengers, which made the roar of the maglev track particularly loud. A girl in a brown windbreaker walked slowly from the previous carriage to Yi Kai's front, then reached out and grabbed the ring in front of Yi Kai. The girl had long twin ponytails, a furry cat ear hairpin, and a pure white medical eye patch on her left eye. Although part of her delicate face was covered, her rosy cheeks still made her look delicate and charming. Even though she was wrapped in a thick windbreaker, Yi Kai could still feel the girl's tall figure. But Yi Kai felt it was a little strange. The subway was so empty. Why did the girl have to stand in front of him and pull the ring? You could just find a seat and sit down anywhere. Unless it's not convenient for her to sit down now. Yi Kai looked at the strange girl carefully. Her face was flushed, her lips were drooling, and she was breathing rapidly. The girl was standing right in front of Yikai, less than 10 centimeters apart from each other, under the special lighting of the subway. The breath she exhaled formed a light mist in front of Yikai's eyes. She was gentle, panting softly, and judging by her expression, she was very nervous. Ah? At this time, the girl also noticed Yikai's gaze. The two looked at each other, but just this quick glance frightened the girl so much that her whole body trembled. That panic-stricken look was as if his unspeakable secret had been discovered by a stranger. Shy, fearful, uneasy, helpless, and mixed with a little excitement. Yikai glanced at the collar of the girl's windbreaker and found that she was wearing a leather collar around her neck. There are even traces of hemp rope below the collar. She was wrapped in her windbreaker, with shy and trembling eyes, looking at Yikai. When Yikai was wondering if the other party had any special hobbies, something fell from under the girl's windbreaker to his feet. Scare? The girl panicked, and the only eye she showed was full of fear. You dropped your stuff? Yikai picked it up quickly and wanted to return it to the girl immediately, but when he took a closer look, he found that it was actually a remote control. Still pink. There is only one button on it. When the girl saw Yikai's finger approaching the pink button, the blush on her face became even more intense, and she quickly shook her head to indicate that he absolutely did not want to do that. Oh. I saw a wicked smile on Yikai's face. Don't want. You just say no? Then I will lose face. I want to. Chapter 164 Tiger Fong Vampire. Seeing the girl's nervous expression, Yikai naturally knew that she must have come to the subway to seek happiness in this outfit. With the attitude of doing good deeds without leaving a name, why not let the other person feel the real happiness? Thinking of this, Yikai pressed the button on the remote control without hesitation. Let love, like the impact of the tide, drive away the boredom of life and reach the peak of life. Click. When the spring in the button rebounds, a crisp sound is heard. The girl's wide eyes looked like a glowing night pearl. Yikai smiled slightly and said, "It's just a small favor, no need to thank me." Boom! Just as Yikai pressed the button, suddenly, a violent explosion sounded. The entire carriage was shaking violently, and the people inside were suddenly shocked. The girl in front of Yikai also staggered and sat on him. The two looked at each other, and at that moment, Yikai suddenly realized that the remote control in his hand was not a source of happiness, but a terrifying attack. But all this is just the beginning. Boom! 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 As the deafening explosions continued, Yikai could even see the blazing flames spreading towards this side. If nothing unexpected happens, this carriage will explode soon. Moo Moo! When Yikai called out Moo Moo's name, the other party had already come to his side and opened the space vortex of Yuelu Shinzo. Without giving Kaido time to think, the two of them immediately escaped into the other dimension. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the jungle of Yuelu Fairyland. The powerful impact sent Yikai and Moo Moo flying several meters away. The destructive force of the explosion even broke through the space vortex, and a fire snake burst out from it. Fortunately, Moo Moo closed the space vortex in time, and the situation calmed down. Phew, that was close. Yikai was still in shock. In a situation like this, there is no possibility of survival unless you have spatial skills. Yikai, what did you do? Moo Moo was still in shock. After all, the situation just now was really too dangerous. I just wanted to help her. This is a lesson learned the hard way. If you find a remote control on the ground, don't press any buttons randomly, because it is most likely not TD, but ZD. Yikai realized belatedly that the girl with twin ponytails was still under him. It must be because the previous situation was too chaotic, and Moo Moo and I inadvertently brought the other party in. Yikai was slightly stunned. At this moment, his hands were resting on the girl's chest. No wonder. Yikai felt the ground was so soft. Although there was a thick windbreaker between them, Yikai's hands could still clearly feel the elasticity inside. The girl seemed to be seriously affected by the explosion. After shaking her head, she turned around and looked at Yikai with a blank face. I'm sorry. I didn't know that remote was a bomb. Wait, a bomb? Yikai suddenly remembered that Sakura Fubuki said that she had to deal with some things in the subway station. Could it be that they are looking for bombs buried in the subway? Could it be that I blew Sakura Fubuki to death? Thinking of this, Yikai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It seems that it is better not to pick up things on the ground in the future. Thinking back to the passengers in the subway, Yikai always had a very strange feeling. It was very likely that they were all disguised as members of the security bureau. I hope Sakura Fubuki is okay. Why did you attack the subway in the Magic City? Ye Kai looked at the girl who was pressed under him, feeling the softness of her chest, and a familiar feeling surged into Ye Kai's heart. This feeling is the same as Tina's, a little warm and a little cool. It's a demon species? Ye Kai quickly used the Eye of Insight to scan the other party. Night Ranger. Affiliation. Wild. Rank. SSSR. Star rating. 5 stars. Bonds. Night Elf. Gunner. Ranger. Appearance. A vampire girl holding 2 guns and prefers to act in the dark. Combat ability. Agile. Good at long-range shooting. Shikigami equipment. S-level. Dark dual guns. Skill. Rhapsody of the Night. Magnificent debut. CD. 30 minutes. The 2 guns gather the power of the dark night and fire wildly at the surroundings. The silver barrage will completely cover the surrounding area, creating a 360 degrees no dead angle, indiscriminate attack. Skill. 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 It turned out to be a wild SSSR demon species. From the strange girl at the beginning, to the terrorist who attacked the subway later, to the vampire Night Ranger now. The girl's identity keeps changing in a short period of time. Ye Kai was stunned. How could a wild demon enter the city center of the Demon City and carry out such a sophisticated terrorist activity? This is obviously unscientific. There is only one possibility. That is, her master had been killed in the explosion in the subway just now. After the summoner dies, the contract will be automatically terminated and the Shikigami will return to the wild state. Ye Kai removed one hand from the girl's chest and slightly pried open her upper lip. As expected, the vampire's pointed fangs were immediately revealed in front of Ye Kai, with a ferocious expression on his face. Since it was a wild SSSR demon species that came to his doorstep, Ye Kai naturally would not miss it. It happened that the 4th position was vacant. Vampire investigator. Just thinking about it makes me feel so nice. Especially those pointed fangs, they're so cute. But I heard that tiger teeth can injure people, but I don't know if it's true or not. For serious academic issues like this, it is not advisable to rely on hearsay. You have to practice it yourself before you can have a say. But before Ye Kai could make the first move, the Dark Ranger took the initiative to open his windbreaker, and the scene inside stunned Ye Kai. It was not the tortoiseshell bundle he had imagined, but a pair of pitch-black gun muzzles. The Night Ranger was wearing a black cape, holding 2 guns in his hands, pointing them at Ye Kai's pants. Sneak! In desperation, Ye Kai immediately used his talent to escape. The Night Ranger, who was about to pull the trigger, lost his target and could only shoot randomly based on his feeling. Then he got up from the ground and jumped back to distance himself from Moo Moo. There was indeed a set of ropes inside her windbreaker, but they were not hemp ropes as Ye Kai thought, but hooks used to pull herself. The Night Ranger shot the grappling hook at a nearby tree and flew into the air like a swing. Chapter 165, Famous Sword Flying. Like Night Ranger and Moo Moo, both are Shikigami that are good at long-range attacks, so it is necessary to keep a certain distance between yourself and the enemy. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The Night Ranger used a grappling hook to constantly shuttle through the jungle and kept shooting at Ye Kai with his double guns. I want to capture her alive to be my 4th Shikigami. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, Ye Kai directly summoned Tina, Xiao Lulu, and Ikaros. We must capture this little vampire with tiger teeth. The Night Ranger is only a 5-star SSR demon, while Ye Kai not only has the 6-star SSR Tina, but also Moo Moo, who has lived in Yuelu Fairyland for 100 years and is very familiar with the terrain here. Master, look at me. Xiao Lulu took the lead, but her sweeping attack was dodged by the Night Ranger, and she was knocked down by the opponent's slide. Then the Night Ranger did a beautiful backflip and fired at Xiao Lulu with both guns, using the recoil of the guns to stop his entire body in the air. Faced with the silver-glittering spiritual energy barrage, the knockdown Xiao Lulu could only cross her arms to resist. Fortunately, Xiao Lulu was a heavily armored warrior with thick skin and strong flesh, so she was not seriously injured. What a beautiful body movement. Ye Kai on the side couldn't help but admire, and the idea of recruiting Xiao Huya under his command became stronger and stronger. Both Tina and Night Ranger are agile Shikigami, but the difference is that Tina relies on her unparalleled speed, while Night Ranger relies on his nimble and changeable body movements. Xiao Lulu quickly stood up, holding the ancient dust battle axe, and rushed to the front, intending to capture the opponent first and give Ye Kai a surprise. Who knew that the Night Ranger was so agile and Xiao Lulu had so much strength, but nowhere to use it, and was numbed by the Night Ranger holding 2 guns. Not only did he not touch the opponent's hair, but he was also hit by several volleys of bullets from the Night Ranger. Waste Summoner. Just as Xiao Lulu was fighting with the Night Ranger, Tina walked up to Ye Kai and stretched out her right hand holding the knife to his face. What's wrong? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Where's the knife? Tina said unhappily. No matter what the quality is, you have to give me a weapon to deal with it. Oh. Ye Kai looked at Tina with empty hands and scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao haven't been sold yet. Ye Kai looked around and picked up a very straight wooden stick from under his feet. Well, just make do with it for now. Tina looked at the branch in front of her and rolled her eyes at Ye Kai. I'm a dignified SSR Shikigami, and you want me to use a branch? Don't I have any dignity? Although Tina looked disgusted, she still took the wooden stick from Ye Kai's hand and waved it twice to try out the feel. Tina attached the wind-attributed spiritual power to the wooden stick and immediately swung out several wind blades. Although the killing power is not comparable to the dark wind blade of the famous sword Annihilation, it must be said, this stick feels pretty good, Tina said with a smile. Let's call it famous sword, flying dance. Seeing Tina calmly accepting the wooden stick he gave her, Ye Kai felt guilty all of a sudden. It was all his fault that he was greedy for a moment and strengthened and blew up the famous sword, Dark Destruction, which resulted in the loss of Tina's favorite sword. I didn't expect that Tina would like a fire stick that I picked up so much and gave it such a nice name. Famous sword flying dance? Wait, flying waste? Ye Kai realized it later he didn't expect that Tina had actually hinted at him. Mirror clone? Seeing Xiao Lulu being defeated, Tina immediately summoned 6 clones and attacked the Night Ranger from different directions. But the Night Ranger still used the grappling hook to move freely in the air. But Tina is no pushover. As an agile assassin, she's the fastest among everyone present. Just as the Night Ranger was about to be surrounded by Tina's clones, the Night Ranger who had been running away suddenly made a surprise attack. Used a rope to swing back. Rhapsody of the Night, grand debut. The Night Ranger's figure kept flipping, and he kept shooting in various postures between Tina's clones. His movements were so swift that he formed a 360 degrees shooting range with no blind spots and no regular patterns. Swish, swish, swish. The continuous sound of gunfire was like a rhythmic nocturne. The Night Ranger made a grand appearance and instantly shot all of Tina's clones to death. Perfect movements, simply picturesque. Even Tina, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at him with admiration. No wonder the other party could easily pull Xiao Lulu. It seems that he really has something. You know, this is the clone of the 6-star SSR Tina, which has 60% of the original's attack power. Although it can only exist for 30 seconds, its combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Even though Tina's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced by the famous sword Feiwu, as a 5-star SSR Shikigami, being able to kill all of Tina's clones in an instant is already amazing. Ikaros, hold me. The performance of the Night Ranger really amazed Ye Kai. He asked Ikaros to use Life Connection to provide attributes for himself. Second gear. Then he started the extremely fast second gear and prepared to go into battle himself. Mumu, harass her with a bow and arrow. Tina, cut her hook. After formulating the battle plan, Ye Kai decided to go into battle himself. If everyone is asked to work together to kill the Night Ranger, with Ye Kai's team combat capabilities. Obviously, this is a very easy thing to do. But if the goal is to capture him alive and don't want him to suffer too much harm, it will be a bit of a hassle facing a Night Ranger who is so swift. After Tina's clone was killed, Moo in the back immediately shot ice arrows to attack the Night Ranger. As Ye Kai expected, Moo's arrows were all dodged one by the opponent's nimble body movements. At the same time, Ye Kai also used the Rubber Man's retractable arms to shuttle through the woods like a Night Ranger, and came in front of her in an instant. As Ye Kai approached, Night Ranger shot out his grappling hook and prepared to escape. Instant kill. Tina flashed away, and with the famous sword in her hand, she swung out several wind blades, cutting off the grappling hook of the Night Ranger. The Night Ranger, flying in the air, suddenly lost his balance and began to fall. Fruit Mom, retractable jet siege cannon. Ye Kai seized the opportunity, stretched his retractable arms, then put his palms together and hit the Dark Ranger's chest. After the Dark Ranger was hit by Ye Kai, his clothes suddenly exploded. With just one strike, her black cloak burst apart, revealing the vampire's fair and smooth skin. Black Silk Destroyer. When causing damage to the enemy, it will damage their clothing, causing a clothes exploding effect. Ye Kai smiled slightly, It seemed that one blow was not enough. Goma Mug Mug Luo, Stretchable Jet Storm Blows. Chapter 166, let's call it Night Chant. The violent attacks continued to bombard the body of the Night Ranger. Without a grappling hook, she was completely helpless in the face of Yi Kai's high-frequency attacks. This is a common problem for all agile Shikigami. Although they are fast and have strong explosive power, once they are suppressed by the opponent, it is difficult for them to find a chance to fight back. At this point, heavy armored fighters like Xia Lulu will not face the same situation. Although Yi Kai's attack seemed fierce, he was actually restraining his strength. After all, his main goal was to capture the opponent and make him his own Shikigami. If the appearance is broken, that would be bad. Under Yi Kai's large-scale attack, the Dark Ranger's black cloak had been completely torn apart and was about to burst out. The girl quickly crossed her arms across her chest. This was the first time she had seen such an attack. The blow did not cause much damage to his body, but his clothes seemed to have suffered a devastating blow. Soon, the girl was stripped naked under Yi Kai's attack. Then, the girls occupied the four corners of east, south, west, and north respectively, surrounding the extremely shy Night Ranger. At this time, the Night Ranger, who was holding two guns, was already in a panic. Facing the burning gazes of Yi Kai and the girls, he didn't know where to block. If I throw one more punch, your last line of defense will burst completely. Yi Kai eliminated the second gear, state, and slowly walked to the side of the Night Ranger, with a hint of threat in his words. The Night Ranger looked at the last piece of cloth left on his body, and looked at Yi Kai with his big watery eyes, begging him not to do this. As long as you agree to be my Shikigami, you can wear beautiful clothes and black stockings like these young ladies. How about that? Yi Kai extended his hand to the vampire girl, ready to conclude a contract. But the vampire girl shook her head, her eyes full of helplessness and fear. That encounter in the subway was the first time she and Yi Kai met. She didn't understand the man in front of her, nor did she want to become his Shikigami. I'm not asking for your opinion. Don't refuse a toast. Yi Kai smiled slightly and decided that no matter what he said today, he would capture this little vampire with tiger fangs. Although a forced melon is not sweet, it can quench your thirst. I don't know what happened, but after the vampire girl heard if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished by the wine, the shyness on her face immediately turned into a blushing smile. Then she suddenly threw herself into Yi Kai's arms. Night Ranger is actively concluding a contract with the host. Without waiting for Yi Kai to sign the contract, the vampire girl actually took the initiative to transform into a wisp of spiritual power, and then transformed it into a Shikigami mark and engraved it on Yi Kai's arm. The Night Ranger's Shikigami mark is a pair of crossed guns, which is unique. Although Yi Kai couldn't understand why the vampire girl's transformation was so drastic, the contract was successfully concluded. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the contract and obtaining the SSSR Shikigami, Night Ranger. Unnamed, the Night Ranger is also a vampire. Let's call him Night Chant. Just use the same surname as me. I wonder if the little guy with tiger teeth will like it. Congratulations to the host for successfully naming himself Night Ranger, Night Chant. After the contract was successful, Yi-In was downgraded from 5 stars to 1 star. However, Yi Kai still had more than 13 million experience points, which directly brought Yi-In back to 5 stars. Congratulations to the host for allocating 9,000 experience points and breaking through the SSSR Shikigami, Night Song, to 2 stars. Gain new skills, Shadow Power LV2. CD, Passive. In Darkness, all attributes increase by 60%. Congratulations to the host for allocating 72,000 experience points and breaking through the SSR Shikigami, Night Song, to 3 stars. Gain new skill, Slide. CD, 10 seconds. Knock down the opponent with a slide tackle, then move away and continuously strafe in mid-air, and you can stay in the air. Congratulations to the host for allocating 243,000 experience points and breaking through the SSSR Shikigami, Night Song, to 4 stars. Gain new skill, Ammunition Expert. CD, 2 minutes. Refill your dual guns with spiritual bullets of different attributes, 100 rounds. Explosive Bomb. Fire attribute attack. It will explode after hitting the enemy, causing range attack. Ice Bomb. Ice attribute attack will produce a freezing effect after hitting the enemy. Silver Bullet. Light attribute attack, which will produce an electric shock effect after hitting the enemy. Electric Shock debuff. When attacked by any attack, 50% of the Night Ranger's attack power will be added. Piercing Bullet. non-attribute attack. After hitting an enemy, it will not only cause damage, but also penetrate the enemy's body to cause damage to other enemies behind it. Each time an enemy is penetrated, the damage decreases by 20%. Corrosive bullet, dark attribute attack. After hitting the enemy, it will cause a corrosive effect, causing continuous true damage. Congratulations to the host for allocating 576,000 experience points and breaking through the SSSR Shikigami Night Song to 5 stars. Obtain new skill, Dark Night CD, 24 hours. Open the spiritual power barrier and create your own domain. Change the surrounding 5 kilometers area into a dark shadow world. The power of shadow is upgraded to level 5, and all attributes are increased by 150% in darkness. Congratulations to the host for completing the 4th Shikigami mission. Rewards: Shikigami Costume Investigator, Shikigami Costume Black Silk. Umediatede afterwards, Yekai summoned Yin. Without hesitation, he assigned the Shikigami costume he had just obtained to her. As the damn holy light shone again, Yin put on her new outfit. From the previous black cloak, he changed into a black tight leather jacket. Black is still the main color of the Night Ranger, but compared with the previous cloak, the leather jacket that fits close to the skin makes the originally exquisite figure clearly visible in front of Yikai. The tight, wrapping feeling makes Yin even more sexy and seductive, and the ultimate charm is about to emerge. The streamline that fits the skin shows off the girl's unique figure to the fullest. That's very. The black outfit is classy and has a super A temperament. It looks perfect on Yin. Chapter 167. Punish me as much as you want. Especially the zipper at the neckline, which is very convenient. Yin looked at his new look and expressed satisfaction. The tight black leather jacket fits the female body perfectly, and the air will flow along the S-curve, so there is no resistance at all when moving. Yin really likes the elastic material and the tight wrapping feeling. After contracting the SSR, Yikai's own attributes once again made a qualitative leap. Today, Yikai already has 3 5-star SSSR Shikigami and 1 6-star SSSR Shikigami. With the joining of the agile Yin, the combat effectiveness of the entire team has been improved. Welcome to join us. After Yin became Yikai Shikigami, the girls came up to him one after another to express their welcome. Tina, I'm the team leader Tina. When the useless summoner is not here, you can ask me any questions. Xiaolulu, that slide you did just now was so cool. Teach it to Xiaolulu too. Ikaros, I am the auxiliary of the team. If you are injured in the battle, leave it to me. Mumu. Although Mumu is not Yikai Shikigami, she is a good sister to everyone. Night Song? The opponent who had just been chasing and blocking him suddenly became a new partner, which made Yin difficult to adapt for a while. Yin, don't be shy. Tina and the others are easy to get along with. Yikai smiled and said, if you want to practice, go find Tina. If you want something delicious, go find Xiaolulu. If you are injured, go find Ikaros. If you want to play, go find Mumu. Yin, please, give me your guidance. Yin looked at everyone's sincere eyes and gave a shy smile. Generally speaking, there is not much communication between Shikigami. After all, with other summoners, everyone spends most of their time parasitizing in the summoner's body. Only during battle will the summoners Shikigami communicate with each other, but it is basically just strategic communication. So Yin doesn't really understand things like cultivation, eating, playing, and sleeping. Yin, what are your hobbies? Yikai suddenly asked. He seemed to be particularly fond of this new Shikigami, because Yikai could clearly feel that Yin's personality was shy and timid. She had just joined this big family, so he should give her more care. Yin, hobby. Just what do you like to do normally? Yin poked his finger shyly and said shyly, I want master, male master, employer master, to punish me as much as he wants. Not only Yikai, but even the girls beside him were stunned. Want the master to punish you to your heart's content? What kind of weird request is this? Yin looked at Yikai with embarrassment. She knew that her hobby would be difficult for everyone to accept for a while, but she still mustered up the courage to say, Master just said that he would punish me. Do you still keep your word? When did I say I was going to punish you? Yikai was confused. He didn't say that. I'm not that person. Yin said with a look of grievance. But Master clearly told me before that if I don't accept the toast, I will have to drink the penalty wine. Isn't this a punishment for me? Yikai suddenly realized it turned out it was this sentence. But if you don't accept the toast, you should drink a forfeit. This doesn't mean you want to punish others, but it means you shouldn't be ungrateful. Forget it. It's normal for a Shikigami to not understand the breadth and depth of human culture. Punishment. Yikai furonit. At first he thought he had misunderstood Yin, but he didn't expect that she was even more. Yin. Yes, master, you must keep your word. Punish me as much as you want. You don't have to care about Yi Yin's feelings at all. Yi Yin hugged Yi Kai tightly, with a shy expression on his face, as if he was waiting for punishment to come. This child. For a moment, Yi Kai was a little embarrassed. This strange request was really a headache. You don't have to care about Yi Yin's feelings at all. I don't know where this little girl learned these bad habits. However, looking at Yi Yin's expectant expression, Yi Kai decided to fulfill her small request. Who made me soft-hearted? Well then, I will punish you by making you stand still and not move. Yi Kai gave a wicked grin and started to perform with Yi Yin. Seeing Yi Kai's naughty look, Yi Yin's expression became even more shy. Whoa, master is so bad. While talking about Yi Kai's good and bad qualities, he strictly followed Yi Kai's punishment and stood still obediently. Yin, master, please ravage me as much as you want. Then here I come. Yi Kai chuckled, and in order to satisfy Yi Yin's request, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed the other's chubby face. Rub it. The girl's collagen kept changing shape in Yi Kai's hands. This feeling was so addictive. Yi Kai didn't stop until Yi Yin's little face turned red. Night chant. Woo woo woo. Yi Yin's favorability +5, current favorability 25. Yi Kai was slightly stunned. No way, this can also increase favorability. Okay, the punishment is over. Yi Yin frowned, and his expression was a little disappointed. It's over so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet. Master's time is so short. Hey, where did this silly girl come from? Yi Kai touched Yi Yin's little head lovingly. He was not a tyrant, so why should he punish his Shikigami at every turn? Moreover, in Yi Kai's eyes, Yi Yin is just like Tina and the others. They are all his friends. Everyone is equal. Don't talk about punishment or no punishment anymore. Got it? Yi Kai tried to educate Yi Yin and make her change her wrong thoughts. But changing a person's inherent thinking is not something that can be done overnight. Yi Yin, I don't want to. I just want the master's punishment. Okay. Yi Kai nodded helplessly. Well, let's take it slow. Since this little girl Yi Yin likes me, I can use this method to improve her favorability first. As for the follow-up matters, let time take its course. Chapter 168. The 10 Hells of Hell. After successfully signing a contract with Yi Yin, Yi Kai's black silk bonds finally totaled to 4. Black silk. For Shikigami, wearing black silk gained 40% critical hit chance, dealing double damage. Under the powerful black silk bond, Yi Kai's Shikigami have nearly a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit with each attack, which is a huge boost to the entire team. And Tina, because of the passive of death, is like the wind. Tina will get double the critical hit rate, but the basic critical hit damage will be reduced to 150%. For every 1% of critical hit rate that exceeds the limit, an additional 1% of critical hit damage will be added. Her critical hit rate has reached an astonishing 80%. Although the critical hit damage has dropped from 200% to 150%, even though the burst is not that high, the output is more stable. An 80% critical hit rate is already very high, and basically every hit will be a critical hit. Yin, why did you attack the subway? Although it was Yi Kai who pressed the button to blow up the subway, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating this matter. Yin, my previous summoner was called Red Devil. He was the one who asked me to bring the remote control of the explosives to negotiate with the Security Bureau. Red Devil? Yin, he is from Imperial Prison Gate. It's the Imperial Prison Gate again. Yi Kai frowned slightly. This organization called Imperial Prison Gate has appeared in his ears quite frequently recently. Moreover, this fellow called Red Devil actually possesses an SSR Shikigami, so he must hold a high position in Imperial Prison Gate. Maybe someone important. However, judging from the status when scanning Night Song, the Red Devil should have died in the explosion just now, so Night Song became a wild creature. Now that the crisis has been resolved, Yi Kai decides to leave Uelu Fairyland and return to the Magic City subway to investigate the whereabouts of Sakura Fubuki. If explosives are the bargaining chip between Imperial Prison Gate and the Security Bureau, then the representative sent by the Security Bureau is most likely Sakura Fubuki. Yi Kai called all the girls back into his body, then poked his head out from the moon, Dew Fairyland. The entire subway has been reduced to ruins in the explosion just now. The space vortex of Uelu Fairyland was in the collapsed rubble, and there was no one around. Ding ding. As soon as he came out of the space vortex, Yikai's cell phone immediately regained signal. A text message from Sakura Fubuki came. Luoying Chueshue. Yikai, are you guys here yet? There was an accident on the subway. Let's talk somewhere else. Because Yikai arrived at the subway early, Sakura Fubuki didn't know that he was on the subway. Black Silk Gangster 007. Are you okay? Falling cherry blossoms and blowing snow. There's nothing serious here, but the situation is very complicated now. The Security Bureau was originally negotiating with the Imperial Prison Gate, and the other party used the explosives buried in the subway as a threat. Originally, everything was normal, and the other party had no intention of detonating the bomb, but I don't know what happened. The entire subway suddenly exploded. Black Silk Gangster 007? Really? I'm not sure, I just arrived. Luoying Chueshue. Fortunately, I have been at the back, otherwise I would have really fallen into the hands of these bastards. Seeing that Sakura Fubuki escaped, Yikai finally felt relieved. The whole thing is blamed on Imperial Prison Gate. After all, Yikai is also a victim. He just picked up a toy on the ground. Coming out of the rubble, Yikai followed Sakura Fubuki's instructions and came to the outside of the ruins. As the subway was bombed, the two had to change locations and meet on a nearby rooftop. Seeing that Yikai and Moo Moo were covered in dust, Ing Chueshua said apologetically, "If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have called you to the subway. These guys from Imperial Prison Gate are getting more and more outrageous. I thought it was just a negotiation, but I didn't expect them to really explode. Maybe there was some accident," Yikai said embarrassedly. He couldn't tell Sakura Fubuki that he was the one who caused the explosion. "Why? Do you have any information?" No, I just find it weird." Yikai quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what exactly does Imperial Prison Gate want to discuss with the Security Bureau by threatening the Magic City subway?" "Those guys want Ingio." As the director of the Security Bureau's Scientific Research Department, Ingio has a lot of experimental intelligence of the Security Bureau in his hands, so the Security Bureau will naturally not hand him over easily. That's why the two sides are in a stalemate. But all this was broken by a handsome guy passing by. The two waited for a while on the rooftop and then saw a luxurious magnetic levitation car speeding over and stopped smoothly in front of them. "Sorry, I'm late because I had some things to deal with." Zhuge Wuxin and Nifile slowly walked down from the car. After changing the meeting place twice, the group finally met on the rooftop. The subway exploded. "Are you okay?" Nephiel walked up to Yikai and asked with concern. "Phoenix." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yikai kept Nefer by his side. "Brother Yi, are you so afraid of me? You even brought the Magic City Valkyrie with you when you met me. I just helped you make hundreds of millions and captured Yinu Anyuan for you. You really don't give me any face at all." In response to Yi Kai's vigilant behavior, Zhuge Wuxin's face remained as calm as ever. He was not angry because of Yi Kai's hostility towards him. Instead, he said directly to Ing Fubuki, "Since the negotiation just now was terminated, let's start again." Ing Fubuki was slightly stunned. "What do you mean? How did Zhuge Wuxin know about the negotiations? Could it be? Although there were some minor accidents in the plan just now, my ultimate goal was still achieved. It's really great to be able to meet the Valkyrie of the Magic City." Zhuge Wuxin spoke straight to the point. He had known for a long time that the Security Bureau would not hand over Ingio easily, so Zhuge Wuxin's initial plan was to make a feint to the east and attack in the west in order to capture the Valkyrie of the Demon City, Sakura Fubuki. Are from the Imperial Prison Gate? Sakura Fubuki found it hard to believe that the heir of one of the four major families would be related to the Imperial Prison Gate. Gate of the Imperial Prison, one of the 10 Yama Kings, Zhuge Wuxin. Are you the 10 Kings of Hell of the Imperial Prison Gate? Sakura Fubuki subconsciously tightly gripped the blade at her waist, thinking that Zhuge Wuxin was only related to the Imperial Prison Gate, but what she never expected was that the other party was actually the legendary 10 Kings of Hell. Those people from Imperial Prison Gate that Sakura Fubuki had killed in seconds before were just minions. The 10 Kings of Hell were the real leaders of Imperial Prison Gate. Rumor has it that the 10 Kings of Hell at the gate of Imperial Prison are capable of rivaling the 12 palaces of divine punishment. Yikai on the side felt a sense of power. Although he did not know what kind of organization Imperial Prison Gate was in the entire Dragon Wasteland continent, only Imperial Prison Gate dared to challenge the gods of the Sky City. Without any strength, how dare you compete with the god who created the Soul Formation? You crazy people! Luckily, the Security Bureau dispersed everyone in the subway. Do you know how much damage bombing the subway in the Magic City would bring to the Magic City? Sakura Fubuki was furious when she thought that the explosion was caused by the man in front of her. As the Valkyrie of the Magic City and a hero who protects the entire city, she will never allow anyone to do evil in the Magic City. Chapter 169, God Zhao Yun. Yakura Fubuki, don't be nervous. Although the plan to attack the subway was indeed planned by me, I really didn't intend to blow up the subway station. Zhuge Wuxin explained. The subway bombing was really just an accident. Moreover, this accident also caused heavy losses to their Imperial Prison Gate. Don't try to quibble anymore. Ing Chueshue didn't believe Zhuge Wuxin's words at all. She stared at him warily, and then said to Yi Kai on the side, Yi Kai, take Nefer away first. I will help you hold back Zhuge Wuxin. The other party actually revealed his identity, which he had hidden for many years, so he must be very sure. Sakura Fubuki did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The soul formation under her feet appeared, and 5 powerful Shikigami appeared immediately. Facing the 10 kings of hell at the Imperial Prison Gate, even as a Valkyrie of the Demon City, she had no idea what to do and could only give it her all. Even Yikai had never seen Ing Fubuki look so nervous. It seemed that the opponent was so powerful that she was beyond the scope of the Demon City Valkyrie. Sakura Fubuki only hopes that she can buy enough time for Yi Kai to escape. Maybe she is not Zhuge Wuxin's opponent, but she should be able to delay Zhuge Wuxin for a while. Seeing that Sakura Fubuki had summoned her own Shikigami, Zhuge Wuxin also symbolically summoned a Shikigami to demonstrate his strength. Summon Shikigami, God Zhao Yun. I saw a bolt of lightning strike in front of Zhuge Wuxin, and suddenly a strong wind blew. In a flash, a majestic figure appeared. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. The Shikigami summoned by Zhuge Wuxin was wearing bright silver armor, with lightning flashing all over his body. The dragon-like spear in his hand was even more powerful and emitting cold light. God Zhao Yun. Affiliation, Zhuge Wuxin. Rank, Wer. Star rating, 6 stars. Bonds, Lonely God, 3 Kingdoms General, Warrior. Combat ability, Deified 3 Kingdoms Hero, Thunderous Force, unrivaled in the world. Taking the head of an enemy general in a huge army is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Skill, skill, skill. It turned out to be a 6-star UR Shikigami, God Zhao Yun. Yikai was slightly stunned. No wonder Zhuge Wuxin was so confident. As expected of the 10 kings of hell of the Emperor's Prison Gate, they are indeed qualified to challenge the gods. The 6-star UR Shikigami is even 1 star higher than Mu Mu, who was beside Yikai. The courageous God Zhao Yun in front of him is definitely not the same as Sun Ling. There are 2 grades between SSR and UR. Moreover, this is just one of Zhuge Wuxin's Shikigami. Since there is God Zhao Yun, Yikai cannot guarantee whether Zhuge Wuxin will summon God Guanyu, God Zhongfei, God Ma Chao, and God Huangzhong next. Quick, take Nefer first. Seeing that Zhuge Wuxin was so powerful, Sakura Fubuki prepared to rush forward with her own Shikigami to delay the opponent's actions. No need, Sister Fubuki. After taking a look at Nefer beside him, Yikai carefully analyzed the relationship between her and Zhuge Wuxin and spread his hands helplessly. If I'm not mistaken, Nefer, you are also from the Imperial Prison Gate. Considering everything that happened before, Yikai should have realized long ago that Nephile and Zhuge Wuxin had been in the same group from the very beginning. Well, Yikai, I did join the Imperial Prison Gate a long time ago, and the Revolutionary Army in Sin City was also established by Brother Wu Xian. It's a pity that the action to retake the power of Sin City ultimately failed. Nefer said sincerely, you don't have to be afraid. Imperial Prison Gate is not as evil as you think. These are all stereotypes made up by the gods and the royal families of the 4 empires. In fact, Imperial Prison Gate has always been a revolutionary team determined to overthrow the rule of the gods. Didn't I invite you to join Pharaoh's team before? Actually, I just wanted you to understand this revolutionary team and then join the Imperial Prison Gate. This is what I want to explain to you face to face when I come to the Magic City this time. Facing Nefer's words, Ing Chueshue also had some doubts. Yikai, don't believe them. The group of lunatics who just blew up the subway are these people. They're doing whatever they want under the banner of revolution. I know you won't believe anything I say, but we really didn't blow up the subway. My original intention was to make a feint to the east and attack the west. I pretended to threaten the Security Bureau and demand the director of the research department. In fact, I was waiting for an opportunity to arrest you. Zhuge Wuxin was very confident and directly revealed his entire plan. He actually threatened to arrest Sakura Fubuki. I'm afraid in the Magic City, only Zhuge Wuxin, the king of hell and the 10 courts of hell, would dare to say such a thing. I believe you. Yi Kai on the side nodded. Maybe what Zhuge Wuxin said was true. After all, it was he who blew up the subway. Brother Yi is still a true brother. Although you are wary of me everywhere, you still have to stand up and speak for me at the critical moment. Zhuge Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils, which were only a slit, shrank again. He seemed to have thought of something from Yi Kai's words. Why did Yi Kai, who had always been extremely wary of himself, suddenly believe what he said for no reason? Could it be that this guy is related to the subway explosion? Or does Yi Kai know who the person who blew up the subway is? At this moment, Yi Kai also noticed the subtle changes in Zhuge Wuxin's eyes for the first time. The two looked at each other, and Yi Kai clearly realized that the other party had begun to doubt him. It seems that Zhuge Wuxin's eyes and expression have not remained unchanged, but I just didn't notice it before. Perhaps, even Zhuge Wuxin himself did not notice the subtle movement of his pupils shrinking. But Yi Kai caught the other party's change. The two of them were observing each other, and Yi Kai seemed very relaxed compared to the nervous Sakura Fubuki. Because Yi Kai knew very well that if Zhuge Wuxin wanted to harm them, he would never introduce himself right away and talk here. Moreover, facing Sakura Fubuki, who summoned 5 Shikigami at once, Zhuge Wuxin only summoned 1 Shikigami. Obviously, he didn't want to fight with himself and Sakura Fubuki. What do you want to do with Ing Chushue? Yi Kai asked directly. I want to work with her. Zhuge Wuxin then looked at Yi Kai and said with a smile, You two, I want to cooperate with you. Since you two are in the same team, that's great. A strange smile appeared on Zhuge Wuxin's face. This was the first time Yi Kai saw emotions on his face. Chapter 170. Liberating the Magic City. Cooperate? Yi Kai said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Your divine Zhao Yun's dragon gallbladder spear is almost poking my face. Is this called cooperation? The Longdan spear in the hand of God Zhao Yun is more than 2 meters long. Although Yi Kai's words are a bit exaggerated, they are not groundless. To be honest, this God Zhao Yun spear is really handsome, straight and long, with dragon patterns on it, very cool. Although some of Yi Kai's Shikigami use swords, axes, bows and arrows, and dual guns. But I feel that none of them are as cool as using traditional spears. For the next Shikigami, Yi Kai must also contract one that wields a spear. Such a long gun. It must be very painful if it pierces Pianzi's body. Zhao Yun, come back. In order to express his sincerity, Zhuge Wuxin summoned the god Zhao Yun back into his body, and then said calmly, Don't get me wrong, I summoned the Shikigami just to express my sincerity. The strength of our Imperial Prison Gate is very strong. Tell me, what do you want to do? We are going to liberate the Demon City. Facing Yi Kai's question, Zhuge Wuxin opened his eyes for the first time. Although he was still very young, his words were majestic. Liberate the Magic City? Sakura Fubuki still did not let down her guard. What nonsense are you talking about? It is you, Imperial Prison Gate, who want to occupy the Magic City. Don't you think that the current Dragon Wasteland continent is too inhumane? How many people can only live in underground fortresses without sunlight? Zhuge Wuxin said firmly. What we, Imperial Prison Gate, have to do is to bring the people underground back to the light of day, so that everyone can live like a human being, rather than a tool for population reproduction. Yi Kai on the side was slightly stunned. Zhuge Wuxin's words inadvertently touched his heart. As soon as Yi Kai traveled through time, he found himself in an underground village in the slums. He had personally experienced the darkness there. In the entire underground village, human life was worthless, even worse than a mouse. If it weren't for Meng Xinshin, Yi Kai might not have lived through the moment the system was activated, and would have turned into a pile of bones in the underground city, with no one caring about him. Brother Zhuge, it is not easy to let the people in the fortress see the light of day again. It is not something that can be done by just shouting slogans. Yi Kai came from the slums, and he understood how absurd the ideals Zhuge Wuxin talked about were. If we want to get all the people in the slums back to the surface, we must solve the problem of human living environment. Judging from the current human territory in Longwang continent, it is not enough to allow the people underground to return to the surface. Unless you Imperial Prison Gate can break the city barrier, develop human territory into the demon species territory, and redevelop human civilization on Blue Star. Otherwise, all of this is just wishful thinking? Or is it that you, the Imperial Prison Gate, have always been using this slogan to deceive people everywhere? Yikai was right. What Imperial Prison Gate was going to do was tantamount to changing the entire world, which was easier said than done. You are right. If we want to let the people in the underground city see the light of day again, we must expand the human territory on Blue Star. Zhuge Wuxin spoke righteously, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So, what we Imperial Prison Gate have to do now is to overthrow the rule of the gods. But before that, we must first liberate the 4 empires that are dependent on the Sky City. I originally planned to liberate Sin City first, but I never expected that Sin City actually hid the secret of human body training. I know that you two have been tracking down clues about human body training, so I chose you to join the Imperial Prison Gate. This strange human body training array may be the secret of the gods' rule over the Dragon Wasteland continent. As long as you solve it, you can find the gods' weaknesses. Zhuge Wuxin continued. As long as the gods still exist, the Dragon Wasteland continent will never be able to obtain true human rights. Brother Yi, you have met the gods in the Hui Empire. You should know very well what they do. Join us and create a new world together. Although Zhuge Wuxin's words touch people's hearts, they also move the justice-loving Sakura Fubuki and Yikai. But as the Valkyrie of the Demon City, Sakura Fubuki's mission has always been to wipe out the evil gate of the Imperial Prison. She would never be deceived by Zhuge Wuxin's words. This is how you deceived Su Mei in the first place. Recalling Su Mei's collaboration with Imperial Prison Gate, this is Sakura Fubuki's lifelong pain. If it weren't for the appearance of the Imperial Prison Gate, perhaps Sakura Fubuki would have no reason to convince herself to take action against her beloved disciple. I'm sorry about Su Mei, but you also killed 2 of our brothers. At the beginning, it was Su Mei who took the initiative to find us, but because her master was the dignified Valkyrie of the Demon City, Su Mei never made up her mind to join the Imperial Prison Gate, but maintained close cooperation with us. Zhuge Wuxin looked into Ing Chueshue's eyes and said, "The Security Bureau of Magic City is extremely corrupt. Do you remember the group of children escorted by the Fenglei group? They were captured in Sin City and were going to be brought back to the Security Bureau for experiments. It has always been your Security Bureau Director Lei Luo who has been manipulating all this behind the scenes." Hearing Zhuge Wuxin's words, Sakura Fubuki was shocked. Fenglei Group is one of the 4 major families in Magic City, and the manipulator behind it has always been Lei Luo, the director of the Security Bureau. If it weren't for Director Lei Luo, how could the small Lei family have joined forces with the One family to fight against the powerful Zhuge and Sima families? At this moment, Sakura Fubuki also started to have doubts in her mind. When Yikai was being hunted by Wen Tianzheng, it was indeed the director of the Security Bureau, Lei Luo, who temporarily assigned her a confidential task. This led to Yikai taking risks alone in the auction house. Maybe Zhuge Wuxin did not lie. Fortunately, Sakura Fubuki had learned her lesson a long time ago, and the group of children that Yikai rescued had been adopted by her and kept in a secret safe house. Sakura Fubuki had been wondering before. A group of children from Sin City were captured and taken to Demon City even though she had not reported it. But Lei Luo seemed to have foreseen this matter and kept asking her to investigate it, and specifically asked her to find the children from Sin City by name. Seeing that Ing Chushue's eyes were wavering, Zhuge Wuxin continued, "Ing Chushue, join us. I have planned everything. I will eliminate the Wen family, the Lei family, and the director of the Security Bureau, Lei Luo. I will arrange for you to become the new director of the Security Bureau, so as to truly liberate the Magic City." Chapter 171, Main Mission. Good. Sakura Fubuki nodded and actually agreed to Zhuge Wuxin for the first time ever, but she had a request. "I can help you eliminate the Lei and Wen families, including the director of the Security Bureau, Lei Luo, but I will not join the Imperial Prison Gate." No matter how you look at it, Sakura Fubuki's request seems to be an attempt to get something for free, to have Imperial Prison Gate help her eliminate dissidents, but she doesn't want to give anything in return. The reason why she made such a request was that she hoped Zhuge Wuxin and the others would give up the idea and retreat when they saw difficulties. "That's great, Brother Wuxin," the Valkyrie agreed. Seeing that Sakura Fubuki agreed to cooperate, Nephilim on the side danced with joy and didn't seem to mind her almost unreasonable request. However, Yikai felt that it was normal for Nefer to not understand what Sakura Fubuki meant, but Zhuge Wuxin did not seem like someone who would suffer a loss. He shouldn't agree. "Okay, I promise." However, Zhuge Wuxin's answer surprised Yikai and Ing Fubuki. "Actually, there is such a good thing? Fubuki was obviously a little unconvinced. Why should I believe you? How could such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky happen? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Facing Fubuki's doubts, Zhuge Wuxin seemed full of sincerity. How about this? I will help you kill Ingio first as a gift for meeting you. Okay. Sakura Fubuki nodded. Since Zhuge Wuxin said so, Sakura Fubuki naturally had no reason to refuse. Yi Kai and Ing Chueshue had long felt that there was something wrong with Ingio. When Wenyu's laboratory was destroyed, it was this guy who secretly silenced Bai Long. Zhuge Wuxin agreed to help him get rid of him. So why wouldn't Sakura Fubuki do it? What happens next depends on Zhuge Wuxin's performance. Anyway, the initiative is always in her hands. As long as the news that Zhuge Wuxin is the king of hell spreads, the entire Zhuge family will be expelled from the Longhua Empire. What about you? Brother Yi, do you want to join us and do something big together? Seeing that Sakura Fubuki had been dealt with, Zhuge Wuxin turned his gaze to Yi Kai standing beside him. The system has detected the main mission information. Mission released. Sky and Imperial Prison. Choice A. Join the Imperial Prison Gate and overthrow the rule of the 4 great empires and the gods. Task reward. SSS level talent fusion. Choice B. Refuse to join the Imperial Prison Gate and continue to be a free man. Mission reward. SSSR level weapon. Demon sword. Bloodthirsty. Choice C. Refuse to join the Imperial Prison Gate and reveal Zhuge Wuxin's information to the gods, thus joining the Sky City. Quest reward. SSSR Shikigami. Roaring Sky Dog. Main quest. 3 options. An SSS level talent, an SSR level weapon, and an SSR Shikigami. It is worthy of being the main quest. No matter which choice you make, the reward is god level. However, even if the system did not detect the task information, Yi Kai had already made a decision in his heart. It is impossible for Yi Kai to offer Zhuge Wuxin's information to flatter the gods, so option C is passed first. Although Yi Kai destroyed Tina's famous sword, Dark Destruction, it is very reasonable to use a magic sword, Bloodthirst, at this time. But compared to this, Yi Kai has something more important to figure out. It is rumored that the Gate of Imperial Prison has infiltrated every inch of land in Longhua continent. Is it true? Yi Kai asked. That's right. The spark of revolution has been ignited and will soon spread across the Dragon Wasteland continent. I agree to cooperate with you, but I also have conditions. Is it the same as Sakura Fubuki? Zhuge Wuxin was very clear that Yi Kai had always been highly vigilant towards him, and after learning of his identity as the King of Hell, he would definitely not trust him easily. But as long as they agreed to cooperate, Zhuge Wuxin would be very happy. Because everyone who agrees to join Imperial Prison Gate is the same. At first, they were unwilling to believe that Imperial Prison Gate had such a powerful force, nor were they willing to risk their lives to fight against the gods. But in the end, without exception, they were all infected by the revolutionary fire of Imperial Prison Gate and took the initiative to choose to join Imperial Prison Gate. No, I choose to join you, Yi Kai said seriously with a firm expression, and he didn't seem to be joking. Join us? Really? Zhuge Wuxin and Nefer smiled at each other. Even Zhuge Wuxin, who never showed his emotions, showed a happy smile on his face. Sakura Fubuki, who was standing by, didn't understand Yi Kai's behavior at all. It was obvious that if he just did the same as himself, he could get help from Imperial Prison Gate and cut off all ties with them. I've already set a good example for him. Why doesn't this guy learn from it? Did he completely believe Zhuge Wuxin's words, or did he have other plans? Real. Yi Kai nodded, then said, However, I have 2 conditions. Tell me about it. Zhuge Wuxin said, First, I want you to help me find someone named Meng Xinshin. Second, I want you to help me investigate someone, the trial god of Scorpio, the 12 houses of divine punishment Lilith. The reason why Yi Kai agreed to join Imperial Prison Gate was to use their powerful intelligence network to find Meng Xinshin. And there is Lilith. Even if she is not Meng Xinshin, she must have a close relationship with Meng Xinshin. That's all. In Zhuge Wuxin's opinion, Yi Kai's request seemed too simple. It's no problem to find someone. As for Lilith, Imperial Prison Gate also has some of her files. If you want to see them, I can give them to you at any time. Even if you want to investigate Lilith in depth, I can agree to that. Then it's a deal. Seeing Zhuge Wuxin being so straightforward, Yi Kai will also fulfill his promise and become a member of Imperial Prison Gate. It's great to have your help. Please rest assured that I, Zhuge Wuxin, will definitely do what I say to liberate the Magic City. Yi Kai, From now on, we are comrades who live and die together. Imperial Prison Gate, Nefer, codename Yin. Please give me your guidance. Imperial Prison Gate, one of the 10 Yama Kings, Zhuge Wuxin, codename Qi. Please give me your guidance. Zhuge Wuxin and Nephiel formally introduced their identities in Imperial Prison Gate, as if they were welcoming new colleagues and partners. Ye Kai then noticed that both of them were wearing a ring with a code name on it. Ye Kai smiled faintly. Should I also come up with a cool code name, so that I can appear more sociable? The code names of members of Imperial Prison Gate are all given by the 10 Kings of Hell after comprehensive selection. After you officially join Imperial Prison Gate, your code name will be given. What? I can't choose for myself. Ye Kai said somewhat disappointedly. I hope the code name you give me is not too lame, otherwise I will quit. Chapter 172, Dead Soul Bug. This is for you. Zhuge Wuxin threw a ball of dark spiritual power in front of Ye Kai. The spiritual power turned into a tadpole wandering around, and after circling around Ye Kai, it landed on the ring finger of his left hand. Then, the tadpole wrapped around Ye Kai's fingers and eventually turned into the shape of a ring. This is the Dead Soul Bug of our Imperial Prison Gate. When a unique code appears on your Dead Soul Bug, it means that you have officially become one of us. The Dead Soul Bug is an important means of communication between the members of Imperial Prison Gate. Brother Yi, try to bring the Dead Soul Bug with you. Do you feel that our spiritual power is different? Following Zhuge Wuxin's instructions, Ye Kai tried to feel the spiritual power in him and Nefer. He was surprised to find that after he put on the Dead Soul Worm, the spiritual power of the people around him who also had the Dead Soul Worm would emit a dark and misty breath. Very easy to identify. Zhuge Wuxin continued. The Dead Soul Bug can sense all the people around who are also wearing the Dead Soul Bug within a range of 500 meters. But don't worry, the Dead Soul Bugs won't have any effect on your body. But if you sense the breath of the Dead Soul Bugs around you and it changes from black to white, then you have to be careful because it means that the other party has betrayed the organization. So, as long as the scent emitted by the Dead Soul Worm is black, it is trustworthy. Ye Kai was quite shocked. He didn't expect that the tiny Dead Soul Bug had such a function. This is a bit like the Heart of the Ocean that Chu Mo gave him before, except that Chu Mo's is a two-person version, while the Dead Soul Worm can be shared by multiple people. I didn't expect that there would be so many companions around. After bringing the Dead Soul Bug, Ye Kai slowly walked to the edge of the rooftop. He could clearly feel that within a radius of 500 meters, in addition to Zhuge Wuxin and Nephiel, there were many people from the Imperial Prison Gate. They all exuded a black mist. If it is white, it means it is an enemy and has betrayed the Imperial Prison Gate. This thing is quite useful. It allows you to clearly distinguish whether the people in your organization are friends or enemies. Codename, Sora? Just as Ye Kai was sensing the breath of his companions around him, the word empty appeared on the Dead Soul Worm in his hand. Yes, Kong, that's your codename, Zhuge Wuxin said. After you bring the Dead Soul Bug, it will analyze your personality and then give the data for analysis and match it with your codename. Ye Kai looked at the word empty on the Dead Soul Worm and murmured, Empty? Does it mean no self? It seems that my personality has transcended the scope of the self. This Dead Soul Bug's personality analysis is quite accurate. I am also a person who has no 5 aggregates. After getting the codename Kong, Ye Kai suddenly felt that his status had improved. I didn't expect that in front of the Dead Soul Bug, who analyzed personality, my personality would be so vast. As the King of Hell, I can see the analysis of the Dead Soul Worm. It says, form is emptiness. Zhuge Wuxin said calmly. What? What does it mean? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. Doesn't it mean extraordinary and otherworldly? It means exactly what it says. The personality analysis on the Dead Soul Bug says that you are lustful, but have a strong sense of justice. Ahem, that's enough. I never believe in horoscopes. Ye Kai quickly interrupted Zhuge Wuxin's words. At this time, Sakura Fubuki on the side had already laughed out loud. The word empty was instantly sublimated under Ye Kai's explanation, but no one expected that. It actually had the literal meaning. Form is emptiness. Sakura Fubuki gloated. I think this Dead Soul Bug is quite reliable. What the hell is this? What does color is emptiness mean? Color is not the color of beauty. It refers to the color of things that have form and can be sensed. Color is emptiness. Emptiness means that matter is empty. It reflects the idealistic viewpoint of the F religion. You, Imperial Prison Gate, have obviously suffered from your lack of culture. Ye Kai continued to refute, even though he was an LSP and even the system had been certified. but I don't admit it. It's okay, Brother Yi, this is just a code name, don't take it to heart. From now on, you have officially become a member of Imperial Prison Gate. Zhuge Wuxin said. I am your extradition officer, which means I am your direct superior. Of course, we are all brothers in the future. We are very casual in Imperial Prison Gate, and there is not much distinction between superiors and subordinates. You can still call me Brother Zhuge. Congratulations to the host for completing the Sky and Imperial Prison mission. Trigger option A reward, obtain SSS level talent fusion. After completing the main quest, Yi Kai obtained a new SSS level talent. Fusion. You can fuse your two Shikigami into one. The combat ability and rank will increase with the different attributes of the two Shikigami. Lasts for 5 minutes. CD. 24 hours. 2 in 1? Some strange images began to appear in Yi Kai's mind. Tina's long hair, Xiao Lulu's dragon horns, Tina's slender waist, Xiao Lulu's fleshy hips, and a fat dragon tail. A perfect pear-shaped figure. Simply YYDS. Tina plus Xiao Lulu equals Shauna? Or Tilyalu? If I play with Shauna at this time, would it be considered a group sport? He, as expected of a man whose code name is sex, is empty. Soon, Yi Kai received ridicule from the system. Brother Yi, I will ask the brothers in the intelligence department to retrieve the files about Lilith. It may take some time. Since Yi Kai has already joined the Imperial Prison Gate, Zhuge Wuxin will definitely fulfill his promise. Next, I will also deal with Injio according to the agreement. If there is any information, I will contact Brother Yi through the Dead Soul Bug. After saying that, Zhuge Wuxin drove away with Nefer. Yi Kai and Ing Chueshua looked at the direction where Zhuge Wuxin left and fell into deep thought. Yi Kai, you must not believe everything Zhuge Wuxin says. Imperial Prison Gate is an extremely dangerous organization. You must be careful. Don't worry, Sister Fubuki, I know what I am doing. In fact, there are benefits to me joining the Imperial Prison Gate. If they really want to harm the Demon City, I can also know some information in advance. Yi Kai is not a fool either. Once I find out that these guys are doing something unknown under the banner of liberating the Magic City, I will not sit idly by. Chapter 173. Portrait of Shinshin. At the same time, Yi Kai met Zhuge Wuxin. Injio was also meeting with Lei Luo in private. Damn it, these lunatics from Imperial Prison Gate have no moral principles and almost blew me to death. Injio leaned against the dark alley. The clown mask on his face was half broken, and one arm was hanging at his knee, bleeding. It seems that he was also caught in the explosion and was seriously injured. It's so strange. I clearly feel that Imperial Prison Gate has other intentions in this negotiation. They have no reason to blow up the subway. Lei Luo looked at Injio's injuries and felt very puzzled. Moreover, during the negotiation process, the other party's emotions were very stable, and it did not seem like he was acting on impulse. But it was even less likely that he had planned this for a long time. In short, this subway explosion was outrageous. Even Lei Luo, the director of the Security Bureau, had no clue. Maybe these guys really want to kill me. Poor my brothers, most of my trusted men in the Security Bureau were killed or injured in this explosion. This time, the command of the operation is entirely under the charge of Injio. All the security personnel on the subway are his subordinates. Originally, Injio was planning to capture the people from Imperial Prison Gate alive, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually blow up the subway. It was almost a case of both parties dying together. Thinking back to the scene at that time, Injio was still a little frightened. This time he had fallen into a trap, and it was all his fault for being too careless. Injio was certain that the other party would not blow up the subway, because although the Imperial Prison Gate was notorious in the Four Empires, they had actually always been under the banner of harmonious coexistence. In fact, Imperial Prison Gate rarely does things like wanton destruction. Are you okay? Lei Luo looked at the injuries on Injio's body and thought that he needed to rest for a while. You won't die for now, Injio said coldly. Who is Injio? As the director of the Scientific Research Department of the Magic City, he has the support of Lei Luo in the Security Bureau. He has always been the one to plot against others, but he didn't expect that today he would be plotted against by others. This made Injio very unhappy. I already have some clues about the children in Sin City. I guess the reason why Imperial Prison Gate wanted to kill me this time is probably because of this incident. Injio could never have imagined that the subway bombing was just an accident. He thought that it must be the Imperial Prison Gate targeting him. Really? Lei Luo's expression immediately became excited when he heard the news about the children. My men are following them, but what's strange is that the guy who hid these children seems to be from our Security Bureau. Injio said. Our security bureau must have been infiltrated by the Imperial Prison Gate. Forget about that for now. Finding the children is the key. Lei Luo's eyes were ferocious, and in the dark alley, he looked like a vicious beast. I've been following this research for more than 10 years. If I am not mistaken, the reason why we have been unable to create Shinwei is probably due to the problem of the experimental subjects. Although when used gene sequence can transform the demon species, the life stone cultivated by the human body has never been able to fuse the transformed demon species with the life stone. According to the text on the fallen angel's steel, the divine might was clearly forged in this way. The gods have also been using the people of Sin City to forge the real stone of life and forge divine might, thereby ruling the entire Dragon Wasteland continent. But the life stone we refine cannot achieve such an effect. It must be because the people of Sin City have some special bloodline. As long as we find these children, we will also be able to forge divine power. By then, not to mention the director of the Security Bureau of the Magic City, the entire Longhua Empire will be ours. In fact, the mastermind behind Wenyu's underground laboratory has always been Lei Luo. He used the Fenglei Group and the Security Bureau to secretly research the transformation of demon species, the training of the human body, and the forging of divine power. But even if he used the method of the gods to forge the divine power, Lei Luo's experiment had never been successful. But this time, the divine man took action again and refined all the people in the Sin City into life stones. This seemed to make Lei Luo find the reason why he had always failed. Perhaps, only the people of Sin City could forge divine power. But now, the only people left in Sin City are the children escorted by the Fenglei Group. In order to distance himself from the matter, Lei Luo asked his nephew Lei Xiaotian to escort him. But he never expected that this action would cause him to lose a group of the most important test subjects. Well, my people will report to me once there is new progress. Blood continued to ooze out of Yin Zhio's mouth, and his entire body began to shake. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Send me back to the Security Bureau first. It seems that this time, the crazy people from Imperial Prison Gate really want to kill me. Send more people to protect me. Lei Luo asked his two men to hold Yin Zhio, and then said confidently, the Imperial Prison Gate is not that arrogant. Don't worry, the Security Bureau is as solid as a rock. Even if the 10 kings of hell from the Imperial Prison Gate come, I can protect you. After returning to the apartment, Yi Kai summoned all the girls. Yin, master, has an enemy appeared? Where is he? Yin looked around vigilantly, thinking that he was about to engage in a battle. Because, generally speaking, summoners summon Shikigami for battle. It is rare to let Shikigami move freely like Yi Kai did. Yin, don't be nervous. I'll show you around our love nest. As the team leader, Tina carefully took care of Yin and taught her what eating, bathing, and sleeping were. Yi Kai, who was standing aside, took out the black scarf that he had always regarded as a treasure from his space ring and stroked it gently. Feeling the warmth of the plush, I seemed to hear the words Shinshin once said, we will definitely meet again. For this reason, Yi Kai did not hesitate to join the Imperial Prison Gate that was fighting against the gods. Opening the drawing software, Yi Kai depicted Meng Shinshin's appearance 5 years ago, based on his memory. He has long black hair that is always messy, small and delicate facial features, a somewhat indifferent expression, and a frail body, but he contains tremendous energy. Relying on the memories in his mind, Yi Kai drew a self-portrait of Meng Shinshin to make it easier for Zhuge Wuxin to help find it. Black Silk Gangster 007. Zhuge Wuxin. This is Black Silk Gangster 007. Portrait of Meng Shinshin. Zhuge Wuxin looked at the picture sent by Yi Kai and fell into deep thought. The portrait that Yi Kai sent him was speechless. How should he put it? The quality was not even as good as the simple sketch of his 3-year-old daughter. No wonder Yi Kai couldn't find the person he was looking for. Judging from this picture, even if he put it on the real person's face, he probably wouldn't be able to match it. Zhuge Wuxin. Brother Yi, I have a professional painter here. If it is convenient, come over and tell him what you want, and he will help you draw. Chapter 176. You have played with the Shikigami to a great point. 174, 175. Cent. The next morning, Yi Kai arrived at Zhuge Wuxin's auction house as promised. Yes, both are SSR Shikigami, and their appearance and abilities are outstanding. The two Shikigami can be matched together. If they are sold as a bundle, they can be sold for a conservative 200 million blue swords. Zhuge Wuxin looked carefully at Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao, who were tied up by Yi Kai, and expressed his admiration. But Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao were both Shikigami of the Sun family. If they were sold on the market, people from Longdu would definitely come looking for them. I can only sell it on the black market, and the price may not be so ideal. Yi Kai waved his hand generously. It's okay, it's lower. How about this? Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao can be handed over to the other members of our Imperial Prison Gate. I think it's very suitable. Zhuge Wuxin suddenly said. It doesn't matter who you give it to, just give the money. Yi Kai doesn't care. It doesn't matter who he gives it to, as long as the price is right. Alas, comrade, your awareness is a bit low. Once you join the organization, we are all one family. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. Imperial Prison Gate will not forget your contribution to the organization. Yi Kai finally understood that Zhuge Wuxin was just trying to get something for nothing. Don't give me that shit. I don't have any money. Even the God of Heaven won't give it to me. You have to open up this situation, Zhuge Wuxin said helplessly. Alas, if the organization had not lost a powerful SSR Shikigami due to the previous subway explosion, I would not have been so shameless to ask you for Xiao Qiao and Zhou Yu. Having said that, Yi Kai frowned slightly. The SSR Shikigami that Zhuge Wuxin was talking about could be the Night Ranger. Yin. If that were true, Yi Kai would feel a little embarrassed. Brother Zhuge, since we are all companions now, I have something I want to tell you. Yi Kai thought for a long time and decided to summon Yi Yin, intending to tell him about how he accidentally blew up the subway. After all, Yi Kai is now a member of the Imperial Prison Gate, and truth will eventually come out. If he is discovered later, it will cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. However, Imperial Prison Gate has many members, and the Red Devil is not a direct member of Zhuge Wuxin. The 10 Kings of Hell are the 10 great leaders under the leader of Imperial Prison Gate. They are the first king of Qin Guang, the second king of Chu Jiang, the third king of Song Emperor, the fourth king of Corner, the fifth king of Yama, the sixth king of Yinqing, the seventh king of Taishan, the eighth king of Metropolis, the ninth king of Pingding, and the 10th king of Zhuangchakra. Zhuge Wuxin is the king of the 10 palaces, while the Red Devil came for support from the king of Equality in the 9th palace, so he doesn't know much about the Night Ranger. Zhuge Wuxin glanced at Yi Yin and said casually, Is this your new wife? Her outfit and figure are absolutely stunning. Brother Yi, you are the one who can play with the human form god. As expected of you, the man codenamed Sora after the analysis of the dead soul bug. You are awesome. You have figured out the Shikigami aspect. Combining the scene when Yi Kai first came to the auction house, as soon as he entered the door, there were 4 beautiful women in black stockings and long legs. Even the beautiful secretary beside Zhuge Wuxin felt ashamed. Especially Tina. Her black stockings were torn into a fishing net by Yi Kai. It was obvious how fierce Yi Kai's techniques were usually. Other summoners choose Shikigami based on their combat capabilities or bond combinations. I have to say, you're getting more and more perverted the more you play. Zhuge Wuxin said jokingly, thinking that Yi Kai was showing off his Shikigami in front of him. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. A girl looks like a completely different person when she changes into new clothes, not to mention that Zhuge Wuxin doesn't know much about the Night Ranger. No, you didn't understand the point. This Shikigami is the SSSR that your Imperial Prison Gate lost, Night Ranger. What? Zhuge Wuxin tried to open his eyes wide to show his shock, but his eyes were too small to make any difference. Here's what happened. Yi Kai arrived at the subway in advance, and then accidentally picked up the remote control dropped by the Night Ranger. When returning the remote control, he accidentally touched the story of the button and told Zhuge Wuxin the whole story. It's you. At this moment, Zhuge Wuxin finally understood why the subway in Magic City suddenly exploded. But I have a question. Did you really accidentally touch the button on the remote control? It's such a big remote control, but there's only one button. Is it really such a coincidence? Zhuge Wuxin looked at Yi Kai indifferently. Obviously, there was no expression on his face, but his slightly narrowed eyes looked like a fox staring at you. This made Yi Kai feel uneasy. He knew. He couldn't hide it from Zhuge Wuxin. I had no choice but to confess and get leniency. Well, I thought it was TD, but it turned out to be ZD. Zhuge Wuxin was puzzled. Even if it is TD, it is someone else's TD. Why did you press it? Who can resist a TD button that falls in front of you for no reason? Any normal person would want to press it. Come on, no normal person would press that. Zhuge Wuxin, who usually had a blank expression on his face, was made to look very unhappy by Yi Kai. No. Yi Kai was stunned. Is there no one like him? Will it? No. Will it? Zhuge Wuxin shook his head helplessly. Ye Kai's reason sounded outrageous and even absurd. But for some reason, when it came out of Ye Kai's mouth, it suddenly became reasonable. You are worthy of being the man with the code name, Kong. Ye Kai, it has to be you. Since you helped me capture Yi Nuanyuan, I'll give Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao to you. In this situation, it would be a bit inconsiderate if I asked Zhuge Wuxin for money again. But don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Burying the subway is really too dangerous. Especially if you're handing the remote control to a little girl. Don't wear a windbreaker even if the little girl has to hold it. The most important thing is that the grappling hook hidden in the windbreaker should not be exposed. And the remote control must be held tightly. Must be held tightly. Must be held tightly. Important things should be said 3 times. Otherwise, it is easy to be misunderstood. Even if the remote control was not picked up by me on the subway that day, but by someone else, the tragedy would still happen. This is a painful lesson. As one of the 10 leaders of the Imperial Prison Gate, I hope you will learn from the experience and not make such a low-level mistake again. Okay. As he spoke, Ye Kai began to act like a leader. Those who don't know would think that he is the leader of the sect who is above the 10 kings of hell. Zhuge Wuxin was a little confused. To be honest, if he was a normal person, this disaster could have been avoided, right? However, Zhuge Wuxin is indeed responsible for this matter. After all, man proposes, God disposes. He could never have imagined that there would be a pervert in the car that day. Forget it. This is indeed an accident. Zhuge Wuxin sighed helplessly. After all, the Red Devil came with support from the other 10 kings of hell. Now that the person is gone, Zhuge Wuxin has to apologize, and now the Dark Ranger has been contracted by Ye Kai, and Ye Kai happens to join his team. This is indeed a bit hard to explain. In short, Ye Kai's reason would definitely not work. Although Zhuge Wuxin thought that Ye Kai was not lying. This is because he knows Ye Kai very well. But for those who don't know that Ye Kai is a pervert, this reason seems far-fetched. It seems to be made up no matter how you look at it. Therefore, Zhuge Wuxin not only had to compensate Zhou Yu and Xiao Qiao to the other party, but also had to make up a story for Ye Kai that sounded more reasonable. By the way, has Yi Nuanyuan found out any information? Is there any direct relationship between Long Wu and Lei Luo? Regarding the training of the human body, this is what Ye Kai is more concerned about. Moreover, as Yi Nuanyuan is Long Wu's subordinate, Ye Kai also wants to learn more information about Long Wu from her. Although Long Wu doesn't know now that Tina is in Ye Kai's hands, Ye Kai knows very well that there will be a big battle between him and Long Wu sooner or later. And Tina later told me about her experience at Long Wu. That woman, Long Wu, actually abandoned the Shikigami with whom she had been living day and night and fighting side by side, just because of a joke made by a man. No matter how you look at it, he is a selfish and extremely self-centered person. Long Wu is the person behind Lei Luo. However, judging from Yi Nuanyuan's memory, she and Sun Ling came to the Magic City, this time not only to investigate the necklace, but also to investigate Lei Luo. This guy Lei Luo seems to have his own ambitions. He is trying to break away from Long Wu's control. Chapter 177 Singer Zhuge Xinqing. Yi Nuanyuan's memory? Ye Kai was slightly stunned. You can read her memory? Let me introduce you to my sister Zhuge Xinqing. Under Zhuge Wuxin's guidance, a beautiful girl in a pleated skirt came up. Her shoulder-length pink curly hair was very eye-catching. No need for you to introduce me. I know Sister Xinqing myself. As soon as he saw Zhuge Xinqing, Ye Kai immediately came up to her, quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen, and said excitedly, Sister Xinqing, can you sign an autograph for me? Zhuge Xinqing was a famous singer in the early days of Shanghai, but she was Ye Kai's idol. Especially her song Love You. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I am thinking of you. If I am woken up by my phone in the middle of the night, it's because I care about you. Sweetheart singer Sister Xinqing. That is Ye Kai's beautiful memory in the slums. Although Sister Xinqing is nearly 40 years old now, she still looks like a beautiful girl. The moment he saw Sister Xinqing, Ye Kai seemed to be back in the slums, and the situation when he just met Meng Xinqian. Thinking back to running under the sunset, that was my lost youth. Of course. Zhuge Xinqing smiled sweetly. Although the ravages of time had made her skin not as plump as before, this was a fact that could not be avoided. When she smiled, she was still very sweet. Thanks. After getting Zhuge Xinqing's autograph, Ye Kai was as happy as a child and held it in his hands as if it were a treasure. Are you the Ye Kai my brother has been talking about lately? I heard your codename is Kong, but I feel like you're pretty cute. Zhuge Xinqing originally thought that the man codenamed Kong would be very strange. After all, Zhuge Wuxin's explanation. Form is emptiness. Sounds like a weird person with some bad habits. After all, everyone who joins Imperial Prison Gate has outstanding performance in a certain field. But often this type of people are also extremely paranoid in some mental area. Therefore, you will often encounter some eccentric people with strange thoughts in the gate of Imperial Prison. Zhuge Xinqing has long been accustomed to it, and is not surprised at all. Sister Xinqing, are you also a member of Imperial Prison Gate? Yeah, my codename is Song. Zhuge Wuxin introduced. Xinqing is from the intelligence department of Wulong Palace. Her talent is called memory reading. She can see the memory images of others from their minds and extract them. Ye Kai could never have imagined that his idol not only could sing and dance, but was also a talented summoner. Although I am a singer, my purpose is to get in touch with some big bosses through the entertainment industry and obtain information. Zhuge Xinqing smiled helplessly, but I'm almost out of fashion now. I'm not as popular as before. I guess I'll have to quit soon. She is almost 40 years old, and now she takes part in some variety shows or singing programs, but she has very few shots, and her exposure and popularity are not as high as before. Who said that? You vote, I vote. Sister Xinqing can still dance at 80. Seeing Sister Xinqing say this, Ye Kai felt distressed. She was a beautiful memory of Ye Kai's generation. Thanks. Zhuge Xinqing smiled faintly. She knew that Ye Kai was comforting her. As a singer, her golden age of career has passed. It's time to leave this position to young and beautiful newcomers. Afterwards, Zhuge Wuxin asked his men to bring Yi Nuanyuan over. The little girl, who was only 5 or 6 years old, has now become a middle-aged woman in her 30s. This is a common disguise technique used by puppeteers. Usually, they transform themselves into children to deceive their opponents and make them let down their guard. Mumu was able to escape because of Yi Nuanyuan's disguise skills. Yi Nuanyuan was placed on a stool without any restraints on her body, but she looked distracted and seemed to have lost consciousness. This is a normal phenomenon. Memory is originally a part of the human soul. During the memory reading process, the human soul will be temporarily extracted, causing the main body to lose consciousness and perception. Zhuge Xinqing projected the memory scenes in Yi Nuanyuan's mind in front of Ye Kai like a slide and kept playing the important scenes in it. In Yi Nuanyuan's memory, Lei Luo, like them, was a follower of Long Wu. Lei Luo has always been in charge of the research on demon transformation and human training experiments, with Long Wu supporting them from behind. But just before that, Lei Luo's demon species transformation laboratory was destroyed, which made Long Wu Lei Ting furious. When sending Yi Nuanyuan and Sun Ling to cooperate with Lei Luo to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, the two discovered that there were obvious discrepancies between the demon species transformation test report that Long Wu received and the test report from Lei Luo's underground laboratory. After some investigation, Yi Nuanyuan discovered that Lei Luo seemed to have concealed the results of the human body transformation experiment. Originally, Yi Nuanyuan was going to bring this information back to Longdu to report, but unexpectedly, Ye Kai used Nefer's necklace to bring Yi Nuanyuan and Sun Ling back. Yi Nuanyuan and Sun Ling were eager to make contributions, and they wanted to bring both contributions to Longwu. In this way, they would definitely be rewarded generously. So on the way out of the Magic City, the two turned back. In Longwu, value is the most important thing. Working under Longwu, everyone is trying desperately to prove themselves useful, because anyone who is worthless will be abandoned by Longwu without hesitation. Only after they have demonstrated their own value can they rise to prominence when the 7th prince, supported by Longwu, comes to power. Otherwise, you will only become cannon fodder. Although Longwu is extremely selfish, in Yi Nuanyuan's memory, she appears to be a calm and composed woman who is not easily surprised by fame or disgrace. But Ye Kai knew very well that the more such a woman was, the more vicious and cruel she was in her heart, and she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Brother Yi, you are in a very dangerous situation now. Ever since you participated in the incident at the Demon Species Transformation Laboratory, Lei Luo and his gang have started to pay attention to you. Zhuge Wuxin analyzed. I suspect that when Tianjing's assassination of you was planned by them behind the scenes. And the reason why Lei Luo was willing to help the Wen family and fight against the Zhuge and Sima families was to use Wen Yu as an exchange. Ye Kai was shocked. This meant that when Tianjing knew from the very beginning that his daughter had been used as a test subject. But for the sake of the Wen family's wealth and status, he had to compromise and cooperate with Lei Luo. He had known for a long time that the people who killed Wen Yu were Lei Luo and Yin Jiao behind the scenes. But he insisted on assassinating Ye Kai to avenge Wen Yu. It was just because of his inner self-blame and shame that made him afraid to face the reality. So he transferred all his sins onto Ye Kai in order to give himself an explanation. What a person who deceives himself and then gets deceived by others. People like Wen Tianzheng are really disgusting. It also touched the top 10 outstanding figures in Shanghai. Haha. He is nothing more than a scumbag who sold his daughter for his own ambition and cannot face the evil in his heart. Chapter 178, New Trial God. In other words, the people who are conducting the experiments on demon species transformation and human training are the Security Bureau of the Demon City. Ye Kai frowned slightly, judging from the information he had now. The biggest behind-the-scenes figure that can be found in this matter is Longhua Empire's eldest princess, Longwu. But Ye Kai couldn't guarantee whether a larger force would emerge if he continued the investigation. Longwu alone has already implicated the royal family of the Longhua Empire. If it weren't for the support of the Imperial Prison Gate behind him, Ye Kai really wouldn't dare to continue following up on this matter. After all, the forces and people involved in this matter have such a huge influence on the entire Longhua continent. Zhuge Wuxin walked up to Ye Kai and patted him on the shoulder. The Security Bureau, as an administrative department directly under the Longhua Empire, I didn't expect that it would do such a cruel and inhumane thing. Even the imperial family of the Empire is their protector. Our current goal is to liberate the Magic City and let our people take charge of the Security Bureau. The most suitable person at the moment is Sakura Fubuki. Since Brother Yi has already joined us, I believe the Valkyrie of Magic City should be here soon. But Brother Yi, you'd better help us persuade them. The Security Bureau of Magic City is already so corrupt. There's no need to work for them anymore. Ye Kai nodded. Yakura Fubuki's beloved disciple died indirectly due to the transformation of the demon species. I was also involved in this matter. I don't need to say more. I believe she will make the right judgment herself. I hope so. Zhuge Wuxin was a little unsure about Sakura Fubuki's inner justice. After all, Sakura Fubuki has been trained as a Valkyrie of the Demon City since she was a child. She has always been instilled with the idea that the Security Bureau is justice and the Imperial Prison Gate are all evildoers. It is difficult to break through the inherent thinking that has been subtly instilled in us since childhood at a certain point. At this time, some external help is needed. It was because of this kind of thinking that after Su Mei came into contact with the Imperial Prison Gate, Sakura Fubuki had the idea of cleaning up the sect. Don't worry, Brother Zhuge. Sister Fubuki may be a bit rigid, but I believe she can distinguish right from wrong. Seeing that Zhuge Wuxin was a little worried, Ye Kai comforted him. Maybe sometimes we have different positions, but since Su Mei left, I feel that Sister Chueshua has changed a lot. Since she chose to cooperate with you, it means that she is no longer so hostile to the Imperial Prison Gate. Without revealing your identity, she has already stepped half a foot into your organization. It's us. Zhuge Xinqing corrected on the side. Yes, Sister Xinqing, it was us, it was a slip of the tongue. Ye Kai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He had just joined Imperial Prison Gate and was still not used to it. But I didn't expect you to choose to join the Imperial Prison Gate directly. At that time, I thought you would be like Sakura Fubuki and just cooperate with us. Recalling the meeting on the rooftop, Ye Kai's choice did surprise Zhuge Wuxin. What's so surprising? I also have something I want your help with. Besides, when it comes to human training, the forces involved are getting bigger and bigger. I don't rely on you. It's really beyond the ability of Sakura Fubuki and I to handle it alone. Ye Kai smiled slightly. As for you, I was surprised that you revealed your identity as one of the 10 Kings of Hell right from the start. I was really scared. Aren't you afraid that we will throw your information to the gods and exchange it for an official position in the Sky City? Oh, you won't. Zhuge Wuxin said confidently. Brother Zhuge, I think you could act a little dumber sometimes. Ye Kai put his hand on Zhuge Wuxin's shoulder and frowned slightly. Otherwise, it would be really stressful to communicate with you. I feel like you can see through my thoughts all the time. I've already said it. Our Zhuge family is the best at fortune-telling. Then help me calculate whether I can find Meng Xinqian. Getting back to the point, Ye Kai's main purpose in joining Imperial Prison Gate was to find Meng Xinqian. Zhuge Wuxin's eyes narrowed into an arc, and he said mysteriously, "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed." By the way, didn't you say you found a professional painter for me? Where is he? That's me. Zhuge Xinqing took out an electronic drawing tablet from her bag, held it with one arm, and held a pen in the other hand, looking very professional. I didn't expect Sister Xinqing to be so versatile. Not only can she sing and dance, she can also draw. Ye Kai's admiration for Zhuge Xinqing increased even more. She is indeed the singing queen of Shanghai and an all-round artist. Yeah, that's right. Longer legs. Add a black scarf and see the effect. With the continuous efforts of Yi Kai and Zhuge Xinqing, they finally drew a full-body portrait of Meng Xinqian. After the painting was finished, Zhuge Wuxin came over immediately. After all, after seeing Yi Kai's soul painting style, he was also very curious about whether Meng Xinqian looked like the same as Yi Kai painted. Picture. Brother Zhuge, how is it? Is it similar to the one I drew? In Yi Kai's opinion, his portrait only needs a little optimization to look like it does now. Although the details are not enough, Yi Kai has a firm grasp on the spirit. Well, I can't say they are exactly the same. I can only say they have nothing to do with each other. Zhuge Wuxin didn't know where Yi Kai got his confidence from. There was no comparison between these two pictures. Hey, is it so difficult to admit that someone is better than you? Yi Kai spread his hands and said, by the way, have you retrieved the information about Lilith for me? Lilith's information is also here. Zhuge Xinqing switched the electronic drawing board to graphic mode. Knowing that Yi Kai was coming, Zhuge Wuxin had already made arrangements last night. The above shows the investigation that Imperial Prison Gate has conducted on Lilith over the years. Name Lilith. Gender, female. Age, unknown. Appears to be a girl in her 20s. Identity, castle in the sky, one of the 12 zodiac signs of divine punishment, Scorpio, trial god. Realm, summoner of the king. Talent, unknown. Similar to the ability to create illusions or move at high speed. Lilith has been in charge of the trial god of Scorpio for less than 5 years, and is a new trial god of the 12 zodiacs of divine punishment. Moreover, Lilith's method of becoming the trial god was simple and crude. After capturing King Guangqin, one of the 10 kings of hell, she successfully joined the Sky City and became a god. Then, as a god-man, he directly challenged the former Scorpio trial god Ace. It is rumored that at the Fengshan Ridge under the Sky City, Lilith and Ace fought for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally killed Ace with a slight advantage, becoming the new Scorpio trial god. P.S. Thanks to a silly painter, Ling Yue Fox, for helping with the painting. Codename 129 Hey 399 Hey 6873. If you need him to draw a picture, you can find him. He is really great. The previous Shadow Wolf was also a Shikigami he contributed. Thanks again. Chapter 179. The Man Exiled by the World. In the eyes of God, strength is everything. The 12 palaces of divine punishment, as a symbol of the power of gods and men, represent the punishment for everything in the Dragon Wasteland continent. The position has always been held by those who are capable. As long as you are a divine man, you can challenge the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment at any time. As long as you kill the opponent, you can become the new trial god. This has been the unchanging rule of the Sky City for hundreds of years. But in the hundreds of years of history, there have not been many changes in the 12 palaces of divine punishment, and there is only one person like Lilith who has directly ascended to the throne of the god of trial from an outsider in history. As the aristocracy among the gods, the 12 palaces of divine punishment are able to control the golden divine power, which is higher than the divine power level. For hundreds of years, they have been inherited by the originally noble bloodline of the gods. Lilith is the only one who breaks this rule. Because of this, Lilith is also hailed by many gods as the shame of the Sky City. However, after joining the Sky City, Lilith will be injected with the blood of the gods and become a true god. But her original identity as a lower world has never been recognized by the stubborn gods. During these years, Lilith received many challenges from gods and even made a series of unfair rules that were disadvantageous to Lilith during the battles. But without exception, these people were killed one by Lilith. Although there are still many gods in the Sky City who do not obey her, her powerful strength makes these gods afraid, and they can only submit to her tyranny. Because she was not welcomed by most gods in the Sky City and was even ostracized by other trial gods, Lilith was often sent to the Dragon Wasteland continent to perform some cleaning tasks. Slaughtering humans who rebelled against the gods became Lilith's most common task. In the 4 great empires, Lilith is also known as the most brutal trial god. Therefore, Lilith is notorious and unwelcome both in heaven and underground. Wherever he goes, he will be cursed and hated. Before Lilith became the trial god, there was no information about her, and no such person existed. Lilith is just a code name given by the gods to the new trial god. As for who Lilith was before she became the trial god, no one knows. After reading Lilith's information, Yi Kai slowly exhaled the breath he had been holding for a long time. What's wrong? Brother Yi. Zhuge Wuxin saw that Yi Kai had a frown on his face and a serious expression, and it seemed that he had many doubts in his heart that he couldn't resolve. Lilith is a weird guy. Yi Kai found it difficult to understand Lilith's series of actions, from an unknown person to becoming a trial god, and then being abandoned by the world. Neither gods nor humans could accept her existence. She seemed to be exiled from the entire Dragon Wasteland continent. I'm also wondering why such a mysterious Lilith would help you in Sin City, and she seems to be very familiar with you. Zhuge Wuxin also had no idea. I heard from Nefer that you and Lilith are having an affair. Is that true? Oh. Yi Kai shook his head helplessly. Maybe. I really had an affair with her. But I just forgot. Although this was just a joke from Nafel, if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Before Yi Kai entered the Sin City, Lilith specially sent Golden Divine Power to inform him to stay away from the Sin City, which was about to be buried and formed by human bodies. When the big storm came and Yekai and Nefer were about to return to Sin City, Lilith even came out personally to stop them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Yi Kai would have been refined into the Stone of Life by the huge human body refining array in Sin City. But in Yi Kai's impression, he and Lilith had no intersection. Even before Nefer recognized Lilith, Yi Kai had no idea who Lilith was. It was this person, whom Yi Kai had no impression of at all, who saved him from danger time and time again. It's really weird. Maybe just as Nefert said, I really had an affair with her. Zhuge Wuxin even joked, since Brother Yi has an affair with the god of trial, otherwise we can directly instigate rebellion against the god of trial and overthrow the 4 empires and the city in the sky. It will be just around the corner. Brother Zhuge, do you think there is a possibility that because I am very handsome, the god of trial simply wants to tease me? Not very likely. Puffed. Zhuge Xinqing even chuckled. You are really cute. Hey, it's unlikely. In other words, this possibility is not ruled out. Yi Kai brushed his bangs on his forehead. It's all my fault for my charm that has nowhere to go. Without any bonus, he captivated the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment. If you choose female attractiveness at the beginning, the task reward will be plus 1,000%. Wouldn't that be tempting all living beings and causing chaos in the world? It's terrible. Back to the point, Yi Kai naturally knew that there was a man who would capture the 10 kings of hell and challenge the god of trial, and would do so even if he was exiled from the whole world. She must have her reasons. How could a person who is so clear about his own ideas and goals be bound by love? Lilith appeared for less than 5 years, which was exactly the time when Meng Xinchen appeared and disappeared. But Meng Xinchen is obviously 1 or 2 years younger than Yi Kai. At that time, Yi Kai was only 13 years old, and Meng Xinchen was even younger than him. Just imagine, how can a child of 11 or 12 years old capture the 10 kings of hell and defeat the trial god of the Sky City? Moreover, when Meng Xinchen and Yi Kai first met, they clearly couldn't even beat Fei Bo, and it took the two of them working together to kill each other. He couldn't even handle a thug from the slums, but in the blink of an eye, he became Scorpio's trial god. This is obviously illogical. So if Lilith is not Meng Xinchen, then who is Lilith? Why should she help herself? Where was Meng Xinchen during the years she disappeared? After reading Lilith's information, Yi Kai felt that he was back to the starting point of the problem and had no clue about anything. What Yi Kai hopes now is that Imperial Prison Gate can find Meng Xinchen through this portrait. In this way, Yi Kai will have one less question in his mind. But then again, it was like joking with Neferter, saying that he and Lilith were having an affair. It seems absurd, but it is not impossible. Meng Xinchen is Lilith, although more absurd and unreasonable. But at the same time, it is not impossible. Even the security bureau that protects the city is secretly a criminal force that transforms demons and harms the people. This world is already absurd enough. If we use normal thinking to explain it, we will never find the answer. Why not just make a bold guess? Chapter 180. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Brother Yi, I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on the information about Meng Xinchen and Lilith for you. Don't worry, I will notify you immediately once there is any news. Thank you. No, our first mission is to liberate the Demon City. Brother Yi, we need your help. The system detected new task information. Mission released. Liberate the Magic City. Mission content. Assist the Imperial Prison Gate to take the power of the Demon City away from Lei Luo. Task reward. Mysterious reward X1. No problem. Since I am now a member of the Imperial Prison Gate, I will definitely do my best in any reasonable mission. Ye Kai decisively accepted the system task. In fact, even if there was no task, Ye Kai would choose to assist Zhuge Wuxin. After all, he was still counting on the Imperial Prison Gate to find Meng Xinshan. And Lilith's intelligence was not read in vain. What do you need me to do? Ye Kai asked directly. I need you to help me find the missing children in Sin City. As for devouring the leaderless Wen family and eradicating Lei Luo, I will handle it myself. After Wen Tianjing's death, the Wen family was leaderless. These days, Zhuge Wuxin has begun to use the power of the Zhuge family to invade the Wen family's territory. As for Yin Jiao, this is the gift he promised to Sakura Fubuki. Zhuge Wuxin will come forward in person to ensure that everything goes well. When the Demon City is in chaos, Zhuge Wuxin will arrange for someone to expose Lei Luo's ugly behavior, and then have someone nominate Sakura Fubuki to the position of director of the Security Bureau. And Ye Kai just needs to help find those children. Because those children were rescued by Ye Kai and later handed over to Ying Chueshue. But according to Zhuge Wuxin's spy in the Security Bureau, the entire Security Bureau did not receive any reports about those children. In other words, it is very likely that Sakura Fubuki was keeping this matter in mind. Those children should still be in Sakura Fubuki's hands. After explaining his guess, Zhuge Wuxin said earnestly, I am worried that Lei Luo has already set his sights on these children. Although Ying Fubuki has many confidants in the Security Bureau, her foundation is weak after all. With her power, it will be difficult for her to protect these children. And when Tianzhong was trying to assassinate you, Lei Luo deliberately sent Ying Chueshue away, which means they had already begun to suspect Ying Chueshue. Not only those children, but also Sakura Fubuki will be in danger now. She is a stubborn person, and you are familiar with her. See if you can find out the location of the children. Zhuge Wuxin is one of the 10 kings of hell of Imperial Prison Gate. Although his combat power is certainly not as good as that of the trial god of the 12 palaces of divine punishment. Otherwise, Imperial Prison Gate would have defeated the Sky City long ago, and it wouldn't have to work underground like it does now. But Zhuge Wuxin is the think tank of Imperial Prison Gate. All his personnel arrangements will not waste a single penny. He has control over who is suitable for what position. Although letting Ye Kai participate in the mission to assassinate Lei Luo would make the operation much easier, it is only the icing on the cake. The current Sakura Fubuki did not fully trust the Imperial Prison Gate. She did not even report the group of children to the Security Bureau, let alone tell the Imperial Prison Gate. Taking advantage of the relationship between Ye Kai and Sakura Fubuki is the key to finding those children. As expected of Brother Zhuge, that's brilliant. Ye Kai shrugged. I'll give it a try. Ye Kai admired Zhuge Wuxin's arrangement very much. He, a newcomer who had just joined the Imperial Prison Gate, was able to be immediately assigned to the most suitable task. This kind of ability to strategize is something that not everyone can do. I believe that with your strength, there will be no problem. I'll try my best. After leaving the auction house, Ye Kai tried to contact Sakura Fubuki several times, but the other party did not respond. He must be carrying out some mission. After all, she is the Valkyrie of the Security Bureau, and Ye Kai's contact with her is often interrupted, which Ye Kai is no longer surprised by. But when Ye Kai returned to the apartment, he found that things were not as simple as he had imagined. That's strange, Master. I clearly remember that when I was cleaning yesterday, this vase was not in this position. Not only Ye Kai, but even Xia Lulu discovered it. The entire room showed signs of having been searched. It seems that the people from the Security Bureau are already ready to take action. Although the opponent's method was very detailed, in Ye Kai's eyes, many flaws were still revealed. Fortunately, there was nothing valuable in Ye Kai's home, and all the important items were placed in his space ring. Someone has been here. Who? Is there a thief in the house? Since the other party has begun searching Ye Kai's apartment, it proves that they have already started taking action. Perhaps, just as Zhuge Wuxin said, Sakura Fubuki's current situation is very likely to be in danger. Just as the sun shines through the night, the dawn steals across the horizon. Just when Ye Kai was trying to contact Ying Fubuki again, the other party called him directly. Ye Kai, come to Area C, abandoned factory number 138. Sakura Fubuki spoke quickly, as if something urgent had happened. Okay, I'll be there right away. What exactly happened? Without thinking too much, Ye Kai asked Xia Lulu to turn into a dark dragon and flew everyone out directly. I have been placing the children you rescued earlier in the safe house in Area C. I heard from Zhuge Wuxin that he asked me to remind you that Lei Luo might have set his sights on you, so be careful. It's too late. My people have been attacked by the enemy. I will rush over now. You come to support me immediately. Don't tell Zhuge Wuxin the specific location. These children seem to be the key to the human body training experiment. We can't trust them completely now. Okay, be careful. I'll be right there. Nieyu, tell me. It was Ing Chueshue who asked you to do all this, right? Lei, Luo, you beast. I will never betray Sister Fubuki. At the same time, in the safe house where Sakura Fubuki hid the children, everything here was completely controlled by Lei Luo's men. Lei Luo arranged this place as a place to abuse children, then took photos to collect evidence, and finally tortured the people in the operations department to force a confession, forcing them to write that Sakura Fubuki was the mastermind behind everything. All the members of the operations department, who were originally responsible for the security of the safe house, have now been arrested by Lei Luo and tied to the tiger bench, including Sakura Fubuki's most trusted subordinate, team leader Nieyu. They were covered in blood, their bodies were covered with electrodes, their lips were twitching, and their words became unclear. Of the 7 combat troops, only Nieyu was still alive. The others had been tortured to death. Still being stubborn, huh? Seeing that Nieyu still refused to answer according to his wishes, Lei Luo pointed his finger and had someone stuff a piece of rag in her mouth. Then they turned on the power and began the electric shock torture. Sizzle. Chapter 181. 4-Season Sword Spirit. The moment the power was turned on, Nieyu, who was tied to the tiger bench, was seen twitching all over. The electric current passed through the electrodes attached to her skin and spread throughout her body. The entire safe house was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and the children were so scared that they cried out loudly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a pity that all of them had their hands and feet tied, and their mouths were sealed with black tape, so they could only make woo-woo sounds. Under the constant electric shock, Nieyu's body began to foam at the mouth and twitch and spasm. Incontinence on the spot. Stop. While Nieyu was still conscious, Lei Luo quickly asked someone to turn off the power. After the electric shock stopped, Nieyu's body instantly went limp. It looked distracted, hopeless, and helpless. Under such inhumane torture, life is worse than death. But she had a rag in her mouth, so she didn't even have the chance to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Tell me, as long as you give the confession, I want and identify Sakura Fubuki as the murderer who kidnapped and abused the children. Not only can you get out of here alive, I will also train you to become the next generation of Demon City Valkyrie. How about it? Lei Luo slowly walked in front of Nieyu and said jokingly. He is 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build, a black eye patch on his left eye, and a ferocious face. In front of Lei Luo, the female team member who was tortured and bleeding looked like a dying kitten. Pooh! Nieyu's body had begun to lose control, and he could only stare at Lei Luo. He wanted to spit in his face, but his body had already become numb after suffering the strong electric shock. Even a simple action of spitting cannot be completed. The saliva sprayed all over his mouth. Ha ha ha! Seeing Nieyu in such a state of embarrassment, Lei Luo clamped her chin with his hands and finally asked, "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I can still throw this basin of dirty water on Sakura Fubuki's head. You are so pitiful. If you just open your mouth and admit it, you can become the Valkyrie of the Demon City. But you chose to die. What a pity. I'll give you 5 seconds to choose. If you still refuse to change your mind, I'll turn on the switch for a full 10 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Until the end, Nieyu didn't say a word. The electric shock of just 1 minute had already made her feel worse than death. It is conceivable that in 10 minutes, she would definitely die on the tiger bench like the rest of the team members. Nieyu had already prepared herself to face death with equanimity, but the pain of the electric shock still made her feel timid. No one would not be afraid of that feeling of being worse off than death. I thought that by joining the operations department of the Magic City Security Bureau, I would be able to protect the city's safety, contribute to the people of Magic City, and then achieve great things. At worst, he would have died on the battlefield fighting against the demons. But Nieyu never expected that she would die at the hands of her own people. The greatest crime in this city turned out to be the supreme commander of the Magic City Security Bureau. Her faith collapsed in an instant. Sister Chue Shui, where are you? When he was near death, Nieyu began to have hallucinations, as if he saw pink petals falling all over the sky. As the cherry blossoms fluttered down from the sky, the restraints on her body were cut off, and a familiar figure appeared before her. Xiaoyu, here I come. Sakura Fubuki quickly picked up Xiaoyu, who was slumped on the stool, then took off her coat and wrapped her thin body. Glancing at the other dead team members and the tied-up children, Sakura Fubuki's eyes shone with a chilling light. Minister Fubuki, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When seeing Sakura Fubuki's arrival, there was no trace of surprise in Lei Luo's eyes. He had even guessed that she would come. Lei Luo, if you have anything to say, just come to me. They are all members of the security bureau who are willing to die for them. Why don't you even let your own people go? A soul formation appeared under Sakura Fubuki's feet, and 5 Shikigami were summoned instantly. 7-star S-rank Shikigami, Jinja. Bonds, Sword Spirit for Seasons, Thunder. 7-star S-rank Shikigami, Grain and Ear. Bonds, Sword Spirit for Seasons, Scorching Flame. 7-star S-rank Shikigami, Bai Lu. Bonds, Sword Spirit for Seasons, Gale. 7-star S-rank Shikigami, Winter. Bonds, Sword Spirit for Seasons, Ice. 5-star SSR level Shikigami, Phantom Sakura. Bonds, Sword Spirit, Illusion. 5 sword spirits with flashing light appeared around Sakura Fubuki. Like the Thor's hammer used by Jinling and Lei Ling and the Shark Gatling gun used by Bao Bao, they are all weapon-type Shikigami. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a summoner to use multiple weapon-type Shikigami. But Sakura Fubuki possesses S-level talent, sword-wielding, so she can control 5 sword spirits at the same time. The waking of insects with its flashing silver lightning, the grain and ear with its blazing red flames, the white dew with its swift green winds, the biting winter with its white frost, and the phantom Sakura with its pink flower shadows. Facing the murderous Sakura Fubuki, Lei Luo remained very calm. As the director of the Security Bureau, he was very clear about Sakura Fubuki's abilities. He actually dared to wait here for Sakura Fubuki to appear, so he naturally prepared a response plan. What do you mean by members who are willing to die for the Security Bureau? They are criminals who are conducting terrorist experiments just like you. As the director of the Security Bureau, it is reasonable for me to clean up the mess in order to protect this city. Lei Luo had already planned everything. Even if Sakura Fubuki didn't show up, he had already arranged various charges for her. Shameless. Sakura Fubuki could never have imagined that while she was still hesitating whether to believe in the Imperial Prison Gate, Lei Luo actually took the initiative. Fubuki, you have been working under me for a long time. Lei Luo, never fight a battle without any confidence. Don't try to resist. Lei Luo said confidently. There are thousands of biochemical demons outside that I transformed. When you came here, you had already fallen into my trap. Just surrender, and I will give you a dignified death. Otherwise, I will also tie you to the tiger bench and give you the pleasure of electric shock. Oh! Ing Fubuki sneered, put Nye Yu on the Bailu's sword, and took him to a safe place. Lei Luo, you underestimate me. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Ing Fubuki so calm, Lei Luo couldn't help laughing and said, You are just a dog raised by the Security Bureau. The Valkyrie of the Demon City? Ha ha ha. She's just the most vicious of these dogs. When you bare your teeth to your master, you are already a dead dog. P.S. Thanks to Yan Shaosung for contributing to Jinja, Grain and Ear, Bailu, and Winter Shikigami. Nung. Chapter 182. Thunder and Lightning. Don't speak nonsense here, just because you are Long Wu's dog. Ing Chueshua looked at Lei Luo coldly. We are different from you. We are all living people with flesh and blood. Working under Long Wu was like being a dog begging for mercy. So Lei Luo betrayed Long Wu and started a new business. He secretly studied the casting of Shenwei and attempted to overthrow the rule of the Longhua Empire. I am Long Wu's dog. Sakura Fubuki's words seemed to have touched Lei Luo's sore spot, making his expression become ferocious. That bitch Long Wu will be trampled under my feet sooner or later. When that day comes, I will make her pay back 10-fold or 100-fold for the humiliation she has inflicted on me. As he spoke, Lei Luo's whole body was shaking, and even his empty left eye began to ache slightly. Just because he did a small wrong thing, Long Wu had his left eye dug out and forced him to eat it himself. Lei Luo will always remember the taste of his eyeballs. It was not just blood, but humiliation. He was not respected by Long Wu as a human being at all. It was as if he was just a tool for her amusement and entertainment. Long Wu, is it delicious? Lei Luo, delicious. Long Wu, you are such a good dog. If I ask you to eat, you really eat. If I ask you to eat your own shit, you won't hesitate either? Lei Luo, woof woof woof, I'm a good dog. Long Wu, ha 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 ha, you're such a jerk. Since you're a good dog, I'll spare your life today. After eating his own eyeballs, Lei Luo was forced to smile. From that time on, Lei Luo secretly swore in his heart that one day he would repay the humiliation of that day double. We also need to let Long Wu know what it feels like to be humiliated like a dog. But gradually, Lei Luo had lost himself, and before he knew it, he had become the same person as Long Wu. In the end, I became the person I hate the most. In fact, I have never believed that a woman like you is the strongest fighter in the Demon City. After a moment of madness, Lei Luo's expression began to become serious. In his heart, he always felt that Sakura Fubuki's status as the strongest fighter in the Demon City was undeserved, and he had long wanted to compete with her. As the director of the Magic City Security Bureau, Lei Luo is also a diamond-level summoner. In addition to this, a large number of killers and modified biochemical demons had already been deployed in the safe house. For a moment, Sakura Fubuki was surrounded by demons and summoners. Scatter, Phantom Sakura. Sakura Fubuki held Huanying to her chest and saw Huanying's slender pink blade gradually turned into wisps of cherry blossoms flying in the sky. Moreover, even the figure of Sakura Fubuki herself turned into scattered petals. This is Huanying's ability. The cherry petals that appear and leave every time Sakura Fubuki comes from the illusion performed by Huanying. In fact, Sakura Fubuki herself did not disappear. She just stood there without moving. But as long as you see the pink petals produced by Phantom Sakura, it means that you have fallen into Phantom Sakura's illusion. Next, everything you see is what Sakura Fubuki wants you to see using illusion. Seasonal changes Jingzhe. 4 seasons. For when you have gathered all 4 seasons, Jingzhe, Mangzhong, Bailu, and Lindong, you can switch the attributes represented by the 4 seasons at will, and the changed fetters will be converted to take effect for all. Jingzhe, a spring thunder startles all things. Its attribute is spring thunder. Grain and ear, cereals with awns can be planted. Its attribute is the scorching heat of summer. White dew, 18 basins of the end of heat. Do not expose yourself during the white dew. The attribute is the strong wind of autumn. Winter is over. The stars are shining brightly. The attribute is winter ice. Although the attributes of each of Sakura Fubuki's sword spirits are different, with the blessing of the 4 seasons bond, the attributes of each sword spirit can be changed at will. During the change of seasons, Jingzhe, the 4 sword spirits that originally had different attributes all changed into thunder attributes. The Thunder 4 bond was immediately activated. Thunder 4 increases the attack speed of your own Thunder Shikigami by 40%. When attacking, there is a 40% chance of triggering a lightning chain, causing electric damage to 5 surrounding enemies. Sakura Fubuki, who possesses the 4 seasons bond, can switch the attributes of her 4 weapons at will, perfectly triggering the 4 bonds of Thunder 4, Blazing Fire 4, Gale 4, and Winter 4. At this time, there are many enemies around, and Sakura Fubuki decisively switches to Jingzhe's Thunder attribute. By triggering the lightning chain, she can continuously deal electric group damage. Moreover, the bond of the 4 seasons can change the attributes that can only be triggered by Thunder-type Shikigami to be effective for all Shikigami. In other words, not only Jingzhe, Mangzhong, Bailu, and Lidong, which have changed their properties, can trigger the electric arc. Even the phantom cherry blossoms that are no longer there can be triggered. Sakura Fubuki's 4 sword spirits rush forward, and when attacking, they continuously triggered lightning chains, causing electric damage to the people around them. Scatter, Simbin Sakura. What's even more terrifying is that Sakura Fubuki uses her special skill of Phantom Sakura, turning the flying cherry blossoms into sharp blades, which she slashes at the surrounding enemies. The falling cherry blossoms continuously triggered chains of lightning, instantly turning the entire safe house into a flash of lightning, just like the time when spring thunder exploded. The lightning chains were continuously stacked and transmitted, instantly turning all the surrounding summoners, Shikigami, and transformed demons into charcoal. You are worthy of being the Valkyrie of the Demon City. Your performance is still stable. Lei Luo, who had been hiding behind, smiled grimly when he saw this, with a chilling conspiracy in his eyes. But don't think you can defeat me like this. There are still thousands of transformed demons outside. Can you kill them all? Ha 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 ha. After a burst of wild laughter, Lei Luo threw a bag of medicine powder on Sakura Fubuki's body. This is a powder that attracts the attacks of the modified demons. Once you get it on you, you will be torn into pieces by the biochemical demons. Moreover, among the thousands of biochemical demons outside, There are also inferior divine powers forged by me. Although they are not as powerful as the divine powers of the gods, they are also very strong. You are dead. Sakura Fubuki, who was hit by the powder, was slightly stunned. She had clearly used Huanying's illusion to make herself disappear from the other party's sight. Why could Lei Luo still find her exact location? You? Can you see me? Of course, I know your talent very well. The Valkyrie of the Magic City seems to come and go without a trace, but in fact, she only uses the cherry blossom petals of the Phantom Sakura to create a visual illusion. And, my right eye has been equipped with a special lens before this. Your illusion has no effect on me at all. Lei Luo already knew Sakura Fubuki's moves and was prepared to deal with them in advance. Although his strength is not as good as Sakura Fubuki's, there are thousands of biochemical demons around him. Even if Sakura Fubuki is a god, she can't escape. Chapter 183 Fusion. Swift Wind Dragon Girl. Illusion is a technique that uses the five senses to cause the human body to have a wrong perception of the surrounding objects, thereby achieving the purpose of killing people invisibly. The five senses are sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Illusions seem powerful and elusive, making them hard to guard against. However, as long as the contact of the five senses is eliminated from the root, the occurrence of hallucinations can be effectively prevented. Sakura Fubuki's phantom cherry blossoms are a visual illusion created using flower petals. As long as the right remedy is used, it is not impossible to break it. But if you don't take precautions, your own spiritual power will be disrupted after falling into the enemy's illusion. After this, external intervention is needed to break the illusion. Otherwise, the person who is under the illusion will find it difficult to break the illusion by himself and can only be at the mercy of others. Since there are many types of illusions, it is difficult to be effective without targeted prevention. So without Sakura Fubuki's information, Lei Luo would probably have been beheaded by now. While Sakura Fubuki and Lei Luo were fighting, undercurrents were also surging outside the safe house. Yikai has found this place based on Sakura Fubuki's location. At this time, there is only one sentence displayed on his mobile phone. I will handle the matters inside myself. You just need to help me block the biochemical demons outside. This seemingly simple sentence left Yikai dumbfounded. The safe house is located underground in an abandoned factory, and the entire ground is densely packed with biochemical demons. There are 1, 2, 3, and 4 stars. Although they are not particularly strong, their numbers are huge. Who can stand this? Seeing this scene, Yikai began to suspect whether Sakura Fubuki had activated a monster-sucking cheat. How did they gather so many demons? There were more demons than in the underground ruins of the fucking Sin City. Yikai was so scared that he immediately clicked on the double experience scroll. Congratulations to the host for using the double experience scroll. In the next month, the host's experience from killing summoners, shikigami, and demons will be doubled. Girls, let's have a good time. Although the number of opponents is large, the experience points that come to your doorstep cannot be missed, and Yikai also wants to test his new talent. Yikai let Ikaros lead Yi-In and started shooting at the biochemical demons. Congratulations to the host for killing the 3-star E-level demon species, the biochemical zombie. Congratulations to the host for killing the 2-star B-level demon species, the biochemical 2-headed demon. Congratulations to the host for killing the 1-star E-level demon species, the biochemical beetle. Although the system kept sending out reminders about gaining experience by killing demons, Yi-Yin's firepower alone was not enough to resist thousands of demons. Moreover, Yikai was surprised to find that one of the biochemical shikigami was able to withstand Yi-Yin's hundreds of shots before being killed. Congratulations to the host for killing the 4-star SR-level demon species, inferior Shinwei, and gaining 95,600 experience points. Defective Kamui? Yikai was slightly stunned. No wonder the shikigami just now looked a little familiar. It turned out to be a second-grade Kamui. Moreover, there are not just one, but many such shikigami. I have insight. Defective Shinwei. Affiliation. Fallen Angel. Rank. SR. Star rating. 4 stars. Bond none. Appearance. A 2-meter-tall humanoid god wearing pitch-black armor and holding a spear. Combat ability. All-round. Skill. Pseudo-god machine kill. CD. 30 minutes. Continuously stabs forward, causing dozens of attacks in an instant. Whether in terms of properties or appearance, it is so similar to the divine power created by the gods. No wonder Lei Luo wanted to conceal the experimental results. He actually mastered the technology similar to creating Shinwei. although its properties are far inferior to those of the divine power made by the gods. If this kind of thing can be mass-produced, its combat power will be no joke. It can withstand Yi Yin's ordinary 100 bullets. Although it is a second-grade divine power, its defense is still as strong and durable as ever. Recalling the battle with the god Luogo in the Warhammer tribe, the terrifying suppressive power of the gods might still lingers in Ye Kai's mind. In that battle, Ye Kai, Chu Mo, Tiger King, Lung Yueling, and Lei Ling, even if the 5 of them worked together, they still couldn't defeat the 4 divine powers. He was even suppressed and beaten by the 4 Shinwais the whole time, and was unable to compete with them at all. If Ye Kai had not dodged and killed Luogo at the critical moment, I'm afraid all 5 of them would have died under the mighty Yushinji. Although Ye Kai's current strength is no longer what it used to be, every time he recalls the hard battle back then, he can't help but shudder. Fortunately, this time he was facing a 4-star SR, inferior Shinwei. Coupled with Ye Kai's current Shikigami combat power, he is nothing to be afraid of. Ammunition expert, explosive bomb. Because there were too many biochemical demons around, Yi Yin filled his dual guns with explosive bombs with fire attributes. After filling the explosive bomb, the bullets fired by Yi Yin will produce range explosion damage. Boom! 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 Every bullet will cause a fiery explosion, and the scene is extremely spectacular. Furthermore, with the blessing of the Black Silk, for Bond, each flaming bomb has a 40% chance of critical hit, and the amount of damage is quite terrifying. On Ye Kai's side, he also activated the 8 gates of ninjutsu and started fighting. Tina and Xiao Lulu were in the battle line, fighting bravely. Mu Mu, on the other hand, stood back to back with Yi Yin. Both of them were Shikigami capable of long-range attacks. Providing their backs to each other was a sign of the best trust they could show to each other. Although the opponent has more than 2,000 biochemical demon species, Ye Kai's combat power is too luxurious, including 6-star SSR Tina, 5-star SSR Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, Yi Yin, plus a 5-star UR Mu Mu. In just 10 minutes, half of the 2,000 demons were eliminated by Ye Kai and his team. But as the skills entered a vacuum period, the girl's speed in killing biochemical demons began to slow down. However, it is only a matter of time before these guys are eliminated. Ye Kai decided to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to try out his new talent. SSS level. Fusion. Let's start with Tina and Xiao Lulu. Ye Kai let Tina and Xiao Lulu get close together, and then used his fusion talent. Fusion of SSR, Shikigami Tina, and SSR, Shikigami Xiao Lulu is in progress. Please select the main body. Main body? Wouldn't it be possible that the fusion results would be different if different subjects were chosen? What is the difference between Shana and Tilu? There are many demons around now, and the high-burst assassin obviously does not have enough continuous output. So let's choose Xiao Lulu, who is a warrior. Main. Xiao Lulu, deputy. Tina. Infusion. Tina and Xiao Lulu's figures turned into 2 spiritual powers at the same time, then collided violently with each other and turned into a huge ball of light. Suddenly, strong winds blew around the light ball, and lightning and thunder appeared. Even the sky began to flicker. Fusion successful. 6-star UR Shikigami, Swift Wind Dragon Girl, Tilyalu. Chapter 184 6 Dark Dragons. As the fused spiritual power ball began to fade and the halo dissipated, the figure of a young girl gradually appeared in front of Ye Kai. The girl hugged her knees with her hands, like a newborn baby, holy and radiant. The next scene reminded Ye Kai of the Sailor Moon he watched when he was a child. The girl's body continued to stretch, and the Shikigami costume began to appear on the girl's body little by little. Since the main character is Xiao Lulu, the Shikigami is still dressed as a maid with black silk stockings. The girl stretched out her slender arms, and the black and white lace bracelet immediately appeared. Then came the maid headband on her forehead, then the maid apron around her body, and finally the slender black stockings and Lolita-style leather shoes. The most detailed thing is the black sock ring tied around the thigh. Although Tilula looks more like Xiao Lulu, her entire body shape is more similar to Tina. My height also grew from 165 centimeters to 170 centimeters. She used to be a plump maid wearing black stockings, but now she has become a tall and thin maid. Not only did her body inherit Tina's height and thinness, but even the chubby tail on her, but became slender and capable. This feels like a warrior with half-tank gear now has full damage output. It lacks Xiao Lulu's cuteness and has more of Tina's thunderness. But Xiao Lulu is the main character after all, And the Wind Dragon Girl, overall, still looks more like Xiao Lulu. After all, they are both dressed as maids. Congratulations to the host for completing the fusion for the first time and obtaining the title of Fusion Monster. Fusion Monster. The duration of SSS level talent fusion is only 5 minutes, but after having this title, if you do not use spiritual power to fight after fusion, you can maintain the fusion state for a long time, up to 1 hour. Fusion Monster? Without entering combat, you can maintain the fusion state for up to 1 hour? Yikai always felt that the system was hinting at something. But 1 hour is a bit disrespectful. Who am I, Yikai? Can you please stay for at least 3 hours? System, extend it to 3 hours. I usually play games for at least 3 hours. If you don't believe me, ask Tina. The title of Fusion Monster is essentially to keep the two Shikigami in a fused state and adapt to the same body. What the hell are you thinking about? And your 3 tricks, this system doesn't know about them yet. The last time you played a match with Tina in the bathroom, it only took 30 minutes. Please don't brag about it taking 3 hours. Thank you. Cough, cough, cough. Dog system, tear down my station. I'm not bragging about this. The last time I was in the bathroom was because it was my first time playing a game in a new venue and a new environment, so it was inevitable that I was a little nervous and excited. Next time, it will definitely not be like this. And the most important reason is that I'm afraid that if it goes on for too long, it will arouse suspicion from the girls outside. You know, Time, everything is under my control. You know nothing. Nothing. Just wait and see. I'll give you an overtime game next time, and then you'll know what it means to dominate the game and take control of the entire situation. If I play a game with Tilyalu, would it be considered multiplayer? Is this considered a violation? Ouch! Tilyalu roared like a dragon, and her voice changed from a cute little girl's to a sexy mature lady's. Tilyalu switched to the dark dragon form. Even the previously burly dark dragon began to become agile after integrating Tina's attributes. Dragon's Roar 6. With a dragon roar, the originally huge dark dragon instantly expanded to 6 times its original size. Mirror Clenelf 6. In an instant, 6 huge dark dragon clones appeared in the abandoned factory. Ouch! The dark dragons roared towards the sky, and Yikai stood behind the 6 dragons. It felt like a divine soldier descended from the sky, and he was extremely shocked. The biochemical demons that had originally swarmed over were all stunned by the dark dragons. Faced with a group of 6 dark dragons of such huge size, they had no chance to fight back at all. The combination of Tina and Xiao Lulu, Dragon's Roar plus Mirror Clone is simply a BUG. 6 huge dark dragons continued to wreak havoc among the group of biochemical demons. Originally, 1 dark dragon was enough to cause a devastating blow. This time 6 of them came at once, and it was simply devastating. Not only Yikai was stunned, but even Ikaros, Yi-In, and Mu-Mu, who were standing beside him, were all dumbfounded. As expected, it is a 6-star UR level Shikigami, Wind Dragon Girl, Tilyalu. Yikai didn't need to go on the field himself. With 6 dark dragons over 30 meters tall, dealing with the biochemical demons in front of them was as easy as stepping on an ant. The scene was like 6 anteaters sharing the ants in an anthill. The BGM from Attack on Titan seemed to ring in Yikai's mind. The scene and shock at this moment were as if a giant had broken through a 1,000-year-old wall. In just a few minutes, the entire abandoned factory was razed to the ground. The biochemical demon species also turned into experience points. The entire ground fell silent. The Wind Dragon Girl tried her hand at it and killed all the biological demons around her. Fortunately, Yikai was quick and captured a second-rate Shinwei from under the Dark Dragon's feet. If he had been a little slower, not even the dregs would have been left. 2,000 demon species. With the blessing of the double experience scroll, Yikai gained nearly 5 million experience points this time. If this were outside, I don't know how long it would take to kill 2,000 demons. I also have to thank Brother Lei Luo for the gift package of experience points. After 5 minutes, the effect of the fusion talent disappeared, and Tina and Xiao Lulu also naturally decomposed. After throwing the defective Shinwei into the space ring, Yikai decided to go to the underground safe house to check on Sakura Fubuki. Yakura Fubuki, even if you kill me, you will die here. Your body has been coated with powder that attracts biochemical demon species. Thousands of demon species will rush over soon and tear you into pieces. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Lei Luo's tendons had been cut by Sakura Fubuki, and he knelt down in front of her. But even so, Lei Luo's expression was still crazy, and he thought he had not lost. Because he knew very well that he mastered the techniques trained by the human body, and Sakura Fubuki could not kill him. However, Sakura Fubuki, who was contaminated by the powder, would surely die facing thousands of biochemical demons. Yeah. Ing Fubuki stepped on Lei Luo's head, rubbed his face on the ground, and said coldly, "Don't you think it's strange? Your demon army should have arrived a long time ago. Why? There is no movement at all until now. Humph. It's only a matter of time. You will definitely die miserably." Lei Luo's face was covered in blood and dust, but he still refused to give in. Although he himself sensed something unusual, logically speaking, his army of 2,000 demons were clearly waiting outside, and once the powder was spilled, the entire safe house should have been destroyed by the demons immediately. Why has it been so long and there is no response at all? This is so weird. Don't fool yourself. Your demon army won't come, Sakura Fubuki said lightly. So much time has passed, and I don't know what Ye Kai's situation is outside. Now that Lei Luo has been dealt with, I must support him immediately. To be honest, there are thousands of biochemical demon species outside. Ing Shueshue originally just thought that Ye Kai could help her by some time, but she didn't expect that he could hold on for so long. Chapter 185. Yes. After tying Lei Luo to the sword spirit, Ing Chushua did not dare to slack off at all and hurried out to support Ye Kai, who was in danger. Hopefully this guy is okay. Those are 2,000 modified biochemical demon species. Sakura Fubuki has powder on her body that can attract attacks from biochemical demons. If she goes out at this time, she should be able to lure away the demons that are surrounding him and save Ye Kai from life and death. Ye Kai, you have to hold on. For some reason, Sakura Fubuki always had an ominous premonition in her heart, and the scene of Ye Kai being eaten by demons kept appearing in her mind. The more this happened, the more anxious Sakura Fubuki became, and she rushed outside without stopping. At this time, Ye Kai was also rushing inside. He was also very worried that Sakura Fubuki would fall into Lei Luo's trap and encounter some accident. Just like that, the two of them bumped into each other at the corner of the passage. After a full year of training in the spirit time chamber, Ye Kai's body became as hard as steel. Sakura Fubuki's head hit Ye Kai's chest muscles, and it was like hitting a hard rock wall, and her head was buzzing. This caused Sakura Fubuki to have a stress reaction, and she subconsciously prepared to draw her sword to defend herself. After seeing the appearance of the boy in front of her clearly, Sakura Fubuki was overjoyed. "I'm glad you're okay." Ye Kai was also very worried about Ing Fubuki's condition. "What's the situation in there? Are you okay?" "It's okay. I have captured Lei Luo, but we lost several brothers." When she thought of her teammates being tortured to death by Lei Luo, Sakura Fubuki's face was full of guilt. Sacrifice is inevitable. By the way, what about the demons outside? How did you hold them back? Sakura Fubuki was very curious. How did Ye Kai manage to hold off an army of 2,000 demons for such a long time alone? If it were Sakura Fubuki herself, she probably wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Delay? I didn't think of delaying them. That! Sakura Fubuki glanced at the girls in black stockings behind Ye Kai. They didn't have any scars on their bodies and didn't look like they had experienced a battle at all. "You didn't tell Zhuge Wuxin the location of this place, did you?" Sakura Fubuki thought about it, and thought that this was the only possibility. Now, Zhuge Wuxin must be helping to resist outside the abandoned factory. In the Magic City, no one has this ability except the Imperial Prison Gate. How is that possible? Even if I wanted to inform Zhuge Wuxin, I would have told you in advance. Ye Kai said, "It was indeed Zhuge Wuxin who asked me to come find you. He felt that you and the children were in danger, so he asked me to come find you, but you asked me not to tell Zhuge Wuxin the specific location of the children. How could I tell him? Then what method did you use to resist the army of demons outside?" Sakura Fubuki was stunned and felt that her brain was not enough. "That's easy. Just kill them all?" Ye Kai said calmly. To be honest, when Ye Kai saw such a huge number of demons, he also thought it would be a bloody battle. But I didn't expect that the Wind Dragon Girl was so powerful that she took care of all the opponents in a short time. Kill. Sakura Fubuki widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. Ha. Even Lei Luo, who was tied to the sword spirit at the side, laughed sarcastically after hearing Ye Kai's words. "You are kidding me. You can kill the 2,000 demons I transformed." Ye Kai didn't say anything. He walked up to Lei Luo and slapped him twice. Snap. The blow was so heavy that Lei Luo's 2 front teeth were blown out instantly, and even his entire facial muscles were completely deformed. A prisoner should behave like a prisoner. I'm talking to the Valkyrie. Is it your turn to interrupt? After teaching Lei Luo a lesson, Ye Kai returned to Ing Shue and said calmly, "Don't worry, I have dealt with all the demons outside. Handle it? Are you alone?" "Well, it's just me." "That's an army of 2,000 demons. Their combined combat power is probably greater than that of a family like the One family. How can you possibly handle it alone?" Ing Fubuki was a little bit unconvinced and asked him to tell the truth. "What method did you use?" "Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you." Ye Kai gestured with his hands and said vividly, "It's very simple. I just chopped down a knife from area C to number 130 and then to number 138 without blinking an eye." "Can you be serious at this moment?" Ing Fushua gave Ye Kai a cold look, but in her heart, she couldn't feel disgusted with Ye Kai's childish behavior at all. If it was his subordinates or colleagues who behaved like this while doing serious work, she, as the Valkyrie of the Magic City, would have lost her temper long ago. But for Ye Kai, Sakura Fubuki actually found it a bit funny. Although this rascal was usually not serious, he was very reliable at critical moments. Originally, he was only asked to drag out the demon species, but Ye Kai made the entire safe house watertight, and not even a demon species broke in. It was also with Ye Kai's help that Sakura Fubuki was able to subdue the opponent without being disturbed by the demon species. "Ha ha ha, you arrogant kid. You were just talking nonsense." Lei Luo, whose cheeks were as swollen as a pig's head, still refused to believe his failure. He always believed that his army of demons would arrive soon. Lei Luo looked at Ye Kai viciously, his eyes full of hatred. This is the person. He constantly sabotaged his plans. If Ye Kai hadn't ruined Wen Yu's underground laboratory, Long Wu wouldn't have sent Sun Ling and Yi Nuanyuan to investigate. He concealed the report on the human body training experiment, so no one would know about it. He was just a little bit away from using those children from Sin City to complete the forging of divine power, and then the entire Longhua Empire would belong to him, Lei Luo. All of this is Ye Kai's fault. Ye Kai saw that Lei Luo still had some illusions about his army of demons. Although he wanted to slap him twice, looking at his current state, he thought that physical attacks would be of no use. "You have to use mental attacks." "Ah, yes, I am the yellow-haired boy, and your demon army is invincible. How about this? Let's go outside and take a look at your subordinates now." Ye Kai winked at Ing Chushue and asked her to take Lei Luo outside for a closer look. Although Sakura Fubuki was a little worried, after all, there were 2,000 demon army, but seeing Ye Kai so confident, Sakura Fubuki had no choice but to do as he said. To be honest, she also wanted to see the scene outside and see how Ye Kai defeated the army of 2,000 demons. Chapter 186 Mental Attack. When the three of them left the safe house and came to the ground, Sakura Fubuki was shocked by everything they saw. The abandoned factory had been razed to the ground, and the ground was filled with rubble and the crushed corpses of demons. The surroundings were filled with huge footprints of unknown creatures. "Are you sure that it was you who chopped and killed everyone with your sword?" Ing Fubuki looked at Ye Kai with a face full of confusion. "Don't worry about the details. Anyway, I solved it." Ye Kai smiled and spread his hands, looking relaxed. "No, this is impossible." Lei Luo roared in horror as he looked at the ruins in front of him, his mouth opening wider than Xia Lulu's. While shouting, he kept shaking his head. "It must be an illusion. It must be Sakura Fubuki's illusion. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha. My demon army can't be destroyed like this. Sakura Fubuki, your illusion technique is really poor. Isn't this scene too exaggerated? It's impossible to convince people at all. You can't fool me. You can't fool me." Seeing Lei Luo start to shout crazily, Ye Kai knew that his mental attack had worked. For a man like Lei Luo, no matter how many slaps you give him, you may not feel as relieved as you do now. Shrimp and pork heart are the most deadly. Is it fun to lie to yourself? Ye Kai picked up a piece of defective Shinwei wreckage from the ruins nearby and slapped it on Lei Luo's face to make him face the reality. "You know what? The inferior Shinwei you made is really good. Ha, the experience points are quite high." Ye Kai said jokingly. "This sentence is the truth. You, who are you?" The wreckage of the inferior divine power collided with Lei Luo's body, making him face the reality completely. His dream of a great future had been shattered. Lei Luo is very clear about the combat power of these demons, and even 3 Sakura Fubuki may not be able to destroy them. So when Lei Luo looked at Ye Kai, fear began to appear in his eyes. Who is this man? It doesn't matter who I am. Ye Kai didn't want to waste any more time talking to Lei Luo. After knocking him out, he returned to the underground safe house with Sakura Fubuki. The children are fine for now, but they need to be moved immediately. Chueshua hurried to Nieyu's side. Suyu, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital right away. When Yikai saw the tragic situation in the safe house, he thought that the battle between Sakura Fubuki and Lei Luo must have been very brutal. Ikaros, help with emergency treatment. Seeing that some of Sakura Fubuki's subordinates were still alive, Yikai quickly asked Ikaros to go up and treat them. Thanks. Under Ikaros' treatment, Nieyu's injuries gradually improved, and Sakura Fubuki was full of gratitude. Looking at the girls around Yikai, there was one more compared to the last time when they were having barbecue. Now Yikai's team is growing stronger and stronger, with high-burst assassins, charging warriors, supporting healing assistants, long-range control shooters, and fire coverage gunners. In the past, Chueshua thought that Yikai was a really ungrateful guy. She, the Valkyrie of the Demon City, wanted to be his disciple, but he rejected her. I didn't expect this guy to grow so fast. The last time we met, Sakura Fubuki said that this guy would probably catch up with her soon. But what he never expected was that the opponent's strength had surpassed his by a long way. Yikai. Sakura Fubuki suddenly walked in front of him and said with emotion, "What's wrong?" Yikai was slightly stunned. He was untying the children. "This time, you saved me. You've always wanted to repay me. You owed me 3 lives before, but now you only have 2 left." Sakura Fubuki said with a smile. Time flies, and the big boy in front of him is no longer the kid who was chased by a 1-star E-level demon in the test square. "Oh, Sister Fubuki, that's not how you calculate it." After untying the children, Yikai slowly stood up. After going through so much, Yikai's initial awe of Sakura Fubuki has gradually turned into friendship. He has fully recognized this Valkyrie, who was once stubborn and rigid, but now has her own justice in her heart. "I owe you 3 lives, and I'll always owe you that. From now on, Sister Fubuki, if you need anything, I'll be there for you whenever you call." Yikai smiled slightly. He had long regarded Sakura Fubuki as a partner who would share life and death with him. "What do you need on call?" Sakura Fubuki suddenly put her hands in her pockets and started to feel shy. "Of course." Yikai nodded. As friends, it is natural to help each other. "Wait, need? Demand?" Something seems wrong. Nieyu's injuries were too severe. Although Ikaro's treatment saved her life, she still needed long-term recuperation. After dealing with Lei Luo, Yikai asked Mumu to take Nieyu to the hospital, while he and Fubuki started to move the children. In the current situation, although the Security Bureau is very unreliable, Sakura Fubuki still does not intend to hand the children over to the Imperial Prison Gate. These children seem to be very important to Lei Luo and Imperial Prison Gate. Both forces were trying their best to fight for them. It's not that Sakura Fubuki doesn't trust Imperial Prison Gate, but these children are the last trump card between Sakura Fubuki and Imperial Prison Gate. Moreover, Sakura Fubuki also wanted to use these children to test the gate of the Imperial Prison. After transferring the children safely, Chueshua asked Yikai to tell Zhuge Wuxin the children's location, but on the condition that these children must be protected by her and would not be handed over to the Imperial Prison Gate. If at this time, Imperial Prison Gate plotted something ill and tried to snatch these children, Sakura Fubuki would immediately terminate the cooperation with Zhuge Wuxin. "Sister Fubuki, why didn't I see before that you have such a strategy? Before, I was too lazy to fight with these people. I just wanted to stay out of it and relax. But now, I think it's not enough to just take care of myself. I want to protect the people around me in this broken city." Sakura Fubuki's expression was solemn, and her words were firm. "Come on. As I said before, if you need anything, I'll be there for you anytime." Seeing that Sakura Fubuki had found her own goal, Yikai was also very pleased. "What about you?" Sakura Fubuki suddenly asked. "Me?" Yikai scratched his head. Actually, he was similar to Sakura Fubuki. "I don't have as big ambitions as you. I just want to protect the girls around me." Chapter 187, Building a New Love Nest. "Protect the girls around you?" Sakura Fubuki's body trembled slightly, and she muttered to herself. She was wondering, did the girls Yikai mention include her? Or is it just the Shikigami around him? While transferring the children, Sakura Fubuki received new information from the Security Bureau. "What's wrong?" Yikai asked. The Imperial Prison Gate attacked the Security Bureau's headquarters, and Injio was killed. It seems Zhuge Wuxin still keeps his word. Now Lei Luo has disappeared, and Injio has been killed. The entire Security Bureau is in chaos. I must go back to take charge of the situation. Yikai nodded. Now is indeed the best time for Sakura Fubuki to go back and compete for the position of director of the Security Bureau. What about the children? Where should they be transferred to? But now, what Sakura Fubuki is most worried about is the problems between the children and Lei Luo. Once Lei Luo's crime is exposed, Longwu will definitely find a way to intervene. Lei Luo and the children cannot be left in the hands of the Security Bureau. Leave the children and Lei Luo to me. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Ye Kai said confidently, go back to the Security Bureau first and let Zhuge Wuxing cooperate with you to take the position of director. Wait until the whole situation calms down before making plans. Are you really okay on your own? Sakura Fubuki was a little worried. After all, each of these kids in Lei Luo was a hot potato. Don't worry, I have my own way. Well, be careful. If you run into any trouble, contact me immediately. If all else fails, you can ask the Imperial Prison Gate for help. The children in Lei Luo are certainly important, but the most important thing is to protect your own safety. Now the person Ing Shuefu trusted the most was Ye Kai. Since he said so, Ing Shuefu felt relieved and bold to hand the children and Lei Luo to him. Ye Kai nodded. He felt a little surprised at Sakura Fubuki's concern. According to the style of the Demon City Valkyrie, shouldn't the mission be put first? After Ing Chushua left, Ye Kai waited there for Mu Mu to come back. Since Ye Kai took on this hot potato, he naturally has his own ideas. Wait for Mu Mu to send Ye Yu back from the hospital. Ye Kai directly brought the children and Lei Luo into Yuelu Fairyland. In this situation, no matter where they were hidden in the Magic City, there was no way to feel truly at ease. But if it is hidden in Mu Mu's other dimensional space, it would be different. Not only is it done secretly, but no one can find it. After entering Yuelu Fairyland, Ye Kai planned to find a place with good feng shui to settle the children. Along the way, the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers in Yuelu Fairyland calmed the frightened children a lot. The tall bushes in Mundu Wonderland and the chirping of insects and birds all around were something the children had never seen in Sin City. Sin City is a desert gobi, and the children have never seen so many green plants in their lives. Wow, look at Xiao Xiongsu. Here. Hua Futy. Are you still angry? Wow, little brain axe. The girls led 3 or 5 children each, all laughing and talking happily. The children from the desert were full of curiosity about the natural landscape in the jungle. Because it was Ye Kai who saved them last time, the little guys were very friendly to Ye Kai and the girls, and were not shy at all. Mumu, is there any place in Yuelu Fairyland that is suitable for building a house? Ye Kai suddenly asked. After discovering that his apartment was searched by the Security Bureau, Ye Kai came up with the idea of building a house in Yuelu Fairyland. There are green mountains and clear waters, and the air is fresh here, which is much better than living in a noisy city. Occasionally, you can have a wild sex and feel the most primitive desires of nature, which is very nice. Ye Kai, are you going to build a house here? Yeah, the environment here is good. We won't be disturbed by others, and with your other dimensional space, we can carry the house with us. Tina also said it was very good. It's very quiet here, very suitable for cultivation. Xia Lulu. I think the ingredients here are very fresh too. Mumu. Xia Lulu, you can't do this. The animals in Yuelu Fairyland are all my good friends. Tina, but your friend is really plump. Mumu. Tina, why are you like this too, Woo? Ikaros. There are so many herbs here. I like them very much. Night Song. The jungle is great. I can swing around with my grappling hook the whole time. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ye Kai also made up his mind to move his house here. I know a place with beautiful scenery, mountains, and waterfalls. Everyone followed Muumu's footsteps and was led to an open space surrounded by dense jungle, with green mountains behind it and a waterfall in front of it. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet straight down, and it looks like the Milky Way falling from the sky. Looking at the rushing torrent in front of him, Ye Kai couldn't help but admire it. Such natural landscapes cannot be found anywhere in the human-inhabited environment of the entire Longhua continent. The city is already short of resources, and the per capita land area is already very small. Even if there were such landscapes, they would have long been destroyed and converted into urban buildings. It must be a pleasure to live in a place like this. And right in front of them is the pond under the waterfall. It is such a large natural bathing pool, and the girls can take a bath together at any time, which perfectly solves the problem of long queues for bathing. With the water source so close, it is also convenient for Ye Kai to grow some fruits and vegetables around. This is simply a paradise on earth, a utopia. Yi Kai suddenly felt that he could live here with the girls for the rest of his life. The peaceful environment here can make Yi Kai forget all his worries. Compared with the secular dragon wasteland continent, this place is simply a paradise on earth. There is no intrigue, no secular ethics, only the most primitive intention of nature. This is it. Yi Kai was very satisfied. But, useless summoner, can you build a house? Tina rolled her eyes at Yi Kai. Building a house is not an easy task. Oh, I'm a genius. Yi Kai smiled slightly, then opened the system panel and spent 1 million experience points in the system mall to buy a book on advanced house construction technology. Automatically studying for the host. After understanding advanced house construction, Yi Kai quickly drew the construction drawings directly on the ground. Wow, master. You are so powerful. Tina, you are responsible for cutting down trees. Xiaolulu, you are responsible for carrying things. As for Ikaros, you help take care of the kids. Moo Moo and Yi Yin, the three of us will be responsible for the construction. They did what they said. After making the division of labor, Yi Kai asked Moo Moo to open the space vortex, and they teleported out together to buy various tools for building houses, and then brought them to Yuelu Fairyland through the space ring. Everything is ready. Yi Kai and the girls divide the work clearly and start building a new love nest. Chapter 188 Ordinary Dance. Under Yi Kai's command, the house construction work was progressing in an orderly manner. Tina used the wind blade to cut the wood very accurately. Xiao Lulu was extremely strong, so the moving work basically depended on her alone. Ikaros also took good care of the children, so that Yi Kai and the others were not disturbed by the children when they were building. Finally, before dark, everyone worked together to build the villa. Afterwards, Yi Kai used the space ring to move everyone's daily necessities in. Da-da-da. As the generator sounded, the orange lights in the house lit up in the dusk. Wow! Seeing that the love nest they had worked so hard to build was completed, the girls surrounded Yi Kai and hugged him, cheering and jumping for joy, and couldn't wait to move in and try it out. In order to reward everyone for their hard work, Xiao Lulu immediately went out to kill a dinosaur and started a bonfire party under the waterfall at the doorstep. Whoa, 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 dahuan. The children were too tired from playing during the day, so they lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Next it's time for the adults. Yi Kai dug a cave on the mountain behind his home, made it into a cell, and imprisoned Lei Luo inside. Lei Luo had chains on his hands and feet, and a collar around his neck that restricted his spiritual power, so it was impossible for him to escape from here. Moreover, since he was imprisoned in the Moon Dew Fairyland, it was impossible for anyone to find him, and no one could save him. Yi Kai then boldly celebrated the completion of his new home with the girls. This was also the first time he ate the dinosaur meat made by Xiao Lulu. The system detected new task information. Mission released. Conquer the second Shikigami. Task content. Raise the favorability of the second Shikigami to 100 points. Task reward. Eye of Insight unlocks advanced functions. XXXX. Wow. Xiao Lulu, your dinosaur meat is so delicious, even better than those 5-star chefs out there. The dinosaur meat was fragrant and chewy, and Yi Kai praised it highly. Hee, thank you for the compliment, master. Xiao Lulu scratched her head happily. It was her greatest joy that the food she cooked could be appreciated by her host. Xiao Lulu's favorability +1, current favorability 98. Unconsciously, Xiao Lulu's favorability has reached nearly 100 points in daily life. While eating dinosaur meat, Yi Kai stared at Xiao Lulu and thought to himself that it was about time to eat this source as well. Hey Moo Moo, you're exaggerating. Is it really that serious? Is it so delicious that it makes you cry? When Yi Kai saw Moo Moo crying while eating, he thought they were tears of emotion. Woo woo woo, its name is Dahuang. Rhubarb. Woo woo woo, this is the dinosaur we are eating. How can you name something after food? Come on, cheers. The girls ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls and sang and danced, laughing happily. Yin also performed a hot dance called Futhan for everyone, twisting her enchanting figure to the rhythm of the music. Is this something you can watch for free? As Yi Yin danced passionately, Yi Kai noticed that on Investigator Yi Yin's black uniform, there were 2 white numbers on the chest. It seemed to be a number, but Yi Yin's breasts were shaking, and Yi Kai looked at them for a long time, but couldn't see clearly what the 2 numbers meant. I didn't expect Yi Yin to have such a talent. Eating barbecue and drinking wine and dancing to liven up the atmosphere, his life is so comfortable. Yi Yin's dance is amazing. Girls, please learn from her. Yi Kai named and praised them, and even wanted to send Tina, Xiao Lulu, Ikaros, and Moo Moo to the dance school. At that time, I will ask Tina to perform a jazz piece for me, ask Xia Lulu to dance Paradise for me, ask Icarus to dance folk dance, and ask Moo Moo to dance ballet. They can directly form a girl group and debut, and they can also be their manager. Our group is called Black Silk Girls. He will definitely reach the peak as soon as he debuts and become famous throughout the entire Longwon continent. However, this can only be Yi Kai's fantasy. He is a rather stingy person in some aspects. He does not want his precious girls to be watched by others. While Yin is so great, one more. A passionate dance won Yin everyone's recognition. They applauded her and asked for another dance. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Yin couldn't refuse, so he walked up to Yi Kai and said, "Master, I need your cooperation." Ah! Yi Kai quickly shook his head. "Me? I can't dance. I'm not asking you to jump. You just need to sit here and cooperate with me." Yin placed a stool next to the campfire, and no one knew what he was going to do. "I'll just forget it." Yi Kai refused, saying that he would just take a look and would not go on the stage. But before Yi Kai could finish speaking, the girls pulled him to sit on the stool. When they heard that Yi Kai was also going to join the dance, the girls were overjoyed. In this situation, Yi Kai had no choice but to say no. Yi Kai emphasized again, "I really can't dance." "Hush!" Yin put his fingers against Yi Kai's lips and then sat on his lap. At such a close distance, this time, Yi Kai could finally see the white numbers on the peak clearly. 69. Is this what Inspector number 69 meant? Or is there some special meaning? The space-time wormhole swallowed up some of the content. Please automatically connect the content, please understand. From the author's shyness. Chapter 189, The Disappearing Girl. Don't underestimate men. Today I will prove it with textbook actions. What is it? As still as a mountain. Yi Kai had a solemn expression as he confronted Yi Yin's dancing style head-on. Oh. Xia Lulu's big eyes sparkled with amazement. Although she didn't know what Yi Kai was talking about, she felt that he seemed very powerful. Tina has already set up a gambling game. Tina, I bet the useless summoner won't be able to hold on. If I lose, I'll pour wine for everyone for a month. Moo Moo, I bet that Yi Kai will lose. If he loses, I will help everyone wash their fat for a month. Ikaros, I bet Yi Yin will win. If he loses, I will wash everyone's black silk stockings for a month. Xia Lulu, you are all bad. I believe in the master. I bet on the master to win. If you lose, I will rub everyone's back for a month. Seeing that Xia Lulu was the only one supporting him, Yi Kai did not dare to let her down. Xia Lulu, don't worry. I will never let you down. Yeah, come on, master. Xia Lulu and Yi Kai interacted with each other and encouraged each other. Tina shook her head. Xia Lulu, you still think too highly of the useless summoner. Even a girl like me can't stand Yi Yin's dancing, let alone him. Ikaros, just wait to rub our backs. Moo Moo, Xia Lulu is so pitiful. Xia Lulu looked unconvinced. Humph, just wait and regret it. The master will never lose. Come on, Yin. Come on, Yin. Come on, Yin. Come on, master. With cheers from both camps, a battle without the smoke of gunpowder began. Yin twisted his waist, and the zipper on his collar continued to slide down, and every centimeter he pulled down was thrilling. Yi Kai frowned. The crispy breasts were right in front of him. This was beyond the range that his willpower could resist. Hateful. Yi Kai quickly looked away, trying to ease the tension. Master, please watch Yin carefully and don't cheat. Yin naturally wouldn't let him succeed. She gently lifted his chin with her slender jade fingers and brought his gaze back. Master, direct confrontation is not good, and allowing others to kill you is not good. Now you only have one way to go. Yin looked down at Yi Kai's embarrassment and smiled lightly. Master, you have already lost. Yi Yin's favorability +5, current favorability 30. This, who can stand it? All other colors are empty. Even if the Buddha Tathagata came, he would have to return to secular life on the spot. Ahem! Yi Kai took Yin off his body and stood up. Yin is so amazing, I have to admit defeat. Woo master is so lame. Xia Lulu pouted, looking unhappy. Xia Lulu, victory and defeat are common in the military. If you lose, you lose. I, Yi, am willing to accept defeat. How about this? Xia Lulu promises to give you guys a bath for a month, so let me do it. I am willing to make amends for my crime. Tisk, useless summoner, wishful thinking. Tina rolled her eyes at Yi Kai. He wanted to take advantage after losing. No way. Let's go take a shower. After eating and drinking and watching the show, Tina took the girls to the waterfall in front of their house to take a bath. This water, why is it warm? Ikaros tested the water temperature and found that the water under the waterfall was still steaming. Mumu chuckled and explained, there used to be a volcano underneath this, so this is a hot spring waterfall. When I was alone, I often came here to take a bath. Hot spring waterfall? Is it that amazing? The girls were eager to try it out. It would be so cool to have such a big hot spring bath. Yikai was so excited that he walked to the pool and tried it with his hand. It turned out to be a hot spring waterfall. Yikai didn't care about anything and immediately took off all his clothes except for his underwear, ready to go swimming in the water. You, go over there. Yikai was about to take off his pants and go into the water, but was stopped by Tina. Tina pointed to the small pool behind the rock wall and said, go wash over there. Yikai looked in the direction Tina pointed. There was a reef separating the hot spring waterfall from the ground, and next to the stone wall was a 2-square-meter pool. What do you mean? Let me wash there? Why don't you go there to wash? There are 5 of us, and the pool is so small that there is no room for us. Why don't you wait until we are done washing, and then come to the big pool to wash? Can't we take a shower together? Cannot. Yikai thought about it for a while and felt that what Tina said made some sense, so he had to go to the small pond to wash by himself. Natural hot springs feel completely different than shower water. After building the house for a whole day, Yikai felt a little tired. He lay down in the small pond, as if all the fatigue had been removed from his body, and he felt very enjoyable. It was getting dark at this time. Yikai lay in the hot spring, looking at the bright moon in the night sky. Wow, Ikaros, yours is so big. Yikai was originally lying in the small pond, calm and relaxed, without a single distracting thought. But the laughter of young girls could be heard from next door. In fact, there was only a rock wall between the big pool and the small pool. If Yikai turned his head slightly, he could see 5 lotus flowers playing and fighting in the sparkling water. The bright moonlight shines on the girl's fair skin, making it moist and bright. Play, make noise, and cherish the quiet time now. Looking at the innocent, smiling faces of the girls, Yikai also felt very relieved. Picking up his phone and finding a good angle, Yikai decided to record this beautiful and warm moment. Perhaps because they were too tired from playing, the girls lay down on the shore to rest. From this moment on, time became particularly peaceful. Yikai watched the girls sleeping in the hot spring through the camera with a satisfied smile on his face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What about 5? Yikai was slightly stunned and found that there was one girl missing in the hot spring. None of them were wearing clothes, so Yikai couldn't tell who was who for a moment. All he knew was that there was one missing among the 5 girls. Yikai began to zoom in, looking for the truth under the magnifying glass. Lying on the shore, with her black hair scattered on the stone platform, it was Tina at first glance. Okay, the captain is still here. Lying together with Tina, his huge breasts were pressed into 2 duong air cushions, and he slept directly on his chest. It was Ikaros at first glance. Okay, the help is still there. A cloud lying in the hot spring, a little playful, shaped like a big character floating with the water. It is Moo at first glance. Okay, the shooter is still here. There was another one, his whole body was submerged in the water, with only his head exposed. It's a little hard to see, but judging by the golden twin tails, it should be Iin. Okay, the gunman is still here. Now the only one left is the warrior died too long. The case was solved. The one who disappeared was Xia Lulu. Chapter 194 Dragon Knight. Although the process was very difficult, Xia Lulu finally became a real warrior. And in this battle, Yikai also grew up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden title, Dragon Knight. Only a brave man who can truly tame the dragon can be worthy of such a title. Dragon Knight. Summoners can feed back 20% of their own attributes to the Shikigami. The attributes fed back by the Shikigami to the summoner are not included. My goodness, since the establishment of the Dragon Wasteland continent, there has only been the saying that Shikigami can give back to their summoners. Yikai is the first summoner who can give back to the Shikigami through his own attributes. He is indeed a true hero, the great Dragon Knight. However, this title has no real effect on ordinary summoners. After all, in the Dragon Wasteland continent, summoners have always relied on Shikigami to fight, and their own attributes are basically fed back by the Shikigami. The summoner's original basic attributes are actually very weak. Therefore, this 20% feedback is basically 0 for powerful Shikigami. But Yikai is different. After a whole year of training in the spiritual time room, His own attributes are not just dependent on the feedback from the Shikigami. Even without the support of the Shikigami, Yikai is still a powerful warrior. Therefore, Dragon Knight is only effective for summoners who are strict with themselves and constantly strengthen themselves. For summoners who rely entirely on Shikigami to fight, it is just a useless thing. The two rested for a while and then left the water moon cave along the pool below. The two of them disappeared for more than an hour. It would be bad if they were discovered by other girls. Xiaolulu. That is the secret base of the master in Xiaolulu. The master is not allowed to tell others secretly or take them to play in it. Yikai. Okay, I get it. Xiaolulu. We promise not to change our minds for 100 years. Yekai. Hukmua. Below the underground pool, the two parted ways. Yikai swam upstream and returned to the small pool, while Xiaolulu went through the cave below and returned to the large pool. So much time has passed, and I don't know if the other girls have noticed anything. With an uneasy mood, Yikai surfaced in the small pond. I thought the girls would be in a panic looking for me and Xiaolulu at this moment, but who knew that the years would remain peaceful and quiet? Through the mobile phone screen, Yikai looked at the girls who were still sleeping in the hot spring water. There was no movement at all. If Xiaolulu hadn't suddenly emerged from the water, Yikai would have thought he was watching a replay. Xiaolulu poked her head out of the water, immediately looked towards the camera, and playfully stuck out her tongue at Yikai. Yikai also turned his head and responded to her with a smile. The two people's date went on secretly and escaped the eyes of the girls. Maybe they were too tired from building the house today. The girls seemed to have fallen asleep under the hot spring waterfall without any movement. Yikai also decided to take a short nap. The recent human body training and the Imperial Prison Gate matters had made Yikai physically and mentally exhausted. It was time for him to have a good rest. It's nice to be alone in the small pond. It's very quiet, and I won't be disturbed by other girls. If he was in the big pool, he would be eaten alive by the girls. He would not be able to handle 5 of them at once. After building the house for a whole day and having a satisfying battle with Xiaolulu, Yikai felt very tired. But just as Yikai closed his eyes, small bubbles began to appear in the hot spring water around him. Ouch! Seeing that the girls were all sleeping and no one noticed, the naughty little dragon crawled over from underneath again. As soon as she came up, she threw herself into Yikai's arms and burrowed into his chest. What's wrong? Why are you here again? Yikai stroked Xiaolulu's head with a smile. Seeing the little girl's clingy look, it seemed as if she couldn't leave him for a moment. Xiaolulu is so clingy. The space-time wormhole swallowed up some of the content. Please automatically connect the content, please understand. From the author's shyness. Chapter 195. Xiaolulu has finally grown up. Just as Yikai and Xiaolulu were kissing each other, the other girls suddenly woke up and stretched themselves. Yikai was slightly stunned. The 4 girls woke up at the same time? This is too much of a coincidence. The girls were also very confused. Xiaolulu was clearly missing from the group of 5, but after everyone woke up, no one asked about it. It seemed as if everyone knew that Xiaolulu was gone. There is something fishy. Oh, master, I want to go back. Seeing this, Xiaolulu dived into the hot spring immediately and then went back through the cave below. The girls wiped their bodies with towels, changed into clean pajamas, and prepared to go back to their rooms to sleep. Although Xiaolulu arrived late, she did not arouse anyone's suspicion. Xiaolulu, on the contrary, after seeing her, Tina hugged her with a gentle and loving expression, just like an older sister's concern for her younger sister. Hurry up and change your clothes and have a good rest. Xiaolulu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't think much about it. She smiled and nodded. Yeah. Afterwards, the girls returned to the 8x8m bed together, and Yikai followed closely behind. In fact, what Xiaolulu didn't know was that she didn't have any secret base. This was Yuelu Fairyland, where Mumu had lived for hundreds of years. Mumu had discovered that water moon cave a long time ago. Not only that, Xiaolulu and Yikai's date was also seen by the girls. Mumu has a crystal ball that can observe everything within a 10-kilometer radius of himself in Yuelu Fairyland. So when Yikai and Xiaolulu were fighting, the girls had already watched it. Tina, Xiaolulu has finally grown up. Icarus. Well done, Xiaolulu, you actually beat the patient in the first round. It seems that our recent academic research is very effective. Mumu, Ikaros, let's come and play too. Yee, damn it. Why did Master only punish Xiaolulu and not me? After Yikai and Xiaolulu came back from Shueiyue Cave, they saw the other girls sleeping, because they had known in advance that they were back through Moo Moo's crystal ball. That's why the girls kept pretending to sleep. But Yikai also discovered some clues from the girls' abnormal behavior. Although he didn't know what methods they used, Yikai probably knew that the girls already knew that he and Xiaolulu had eaten the forbidden fruit. It doesn't matter, it's not the first time anyway. I remember the first time I played with Tina, the other girls were watching the whole time. Yikai's gotten used to it. Moreover, Yikai always felt that the game was more exciting when there were people watching. It was already past 1 a.m., and Yikai was ready to rest. But before going to bed, he still had to feed the dog. Walking into the cave at the back, Yikai threw a few pieces of broken bones into Lei Luo. To feed dogs, of course you have to use bones. After all, Lei Luo is still very valuable now, and we may be able to find the answer to human body training from him. We can't let him die now. But the density of dinosaur bones is very hard. Whether the dog can chew them depends on his ability. Seeing Yikai throwing in a few bones to humiliate him, Lei Luo shook the iron gate and roared ferociously. She had already suffered enough humiliation from Long Wu, but she never expected that a mere young boy would dare to treat her like this. Even you, treat me like a dog. Why are you making so much noise? Don't your neighbors need to sleep? Yikai said unhappily. It seems that this place is still not suitable. When he has time tomorrow, Yikai has to find another place. This cave can only be used as a temporary cell. This is temporary because the main task today is to build a new house. Tomorrow, Yikai will dig a basement under the house. He has already designed the foundation. It will be much easier to lock Lei Luo up there then. Otherwise, the screaming and shouting in this cave would really disturb people. Just wait. Longwu will not let you go. It's not too late to let me go now, otherwise you will die. Lei Luo threatened Yikai. He knew very well that although he was just a dog to Longwu, he was a very important dog. The transformation of demon species and the training of the human body that he researched are of vital importance to Longwu. Oh, Longwu, huh? One day, I'll put her in a cage with you. After saying that, Yikai returned to his room and prepared to go to bed. He let Ikaros and Moo Moo accompany the children, holding Tina in his left hand and Xiaolulu in his right hand, while Yin hugged one of his thighs. I don't know why, but girls always like to hold him while sleeping. As the number of girls continues to increase, Yikai feels the pressure is increasing. Fortunately, Moo Moo is sensible and always hangs around Ikaros every day, helping Yikai share some of the pressure. Early in the morning, Xiaolulu prepared delicious meals as usual. But what is different from before is that Yikai designed the restaurant outside so that everyone can enjoy the spectacular sight of the hot spring waterfall while eating. Yikai enjoyed his first breakfast in Yuelu Fairyland. The sounds of flowing springs and chirping insects and birds made everyone embrace nature thoroughly and felt their appetite increased. It feels like a picnic. Very free. Mumu, open the Moon Dew Fairy Trace. I'm going to go out and contacting Shueishue to see what the situation is like outside. After breakfast, Yikai became a little worried. After all, Moon Dew Fairyland is an alternate dimension. There is no network here at all, and signals from outside cannot enter. Can't you just make a phone call? Mumu said. How can I make a call without internet? You should have said it earlier. Watch me. Mumu chuckled, and then opened a small hole in the Moon Dew Fairyland. This will be fine. At most, a mosquito can fly in, and the signal will be there. Is this still possible? Yikai was slightly stunned. It was simply amazing. After a few seconds, Yikai turned on his phone and saw that the signal had indeed been restored. Yikai, where are you? Are you okay? What happened? There has been no news for such a long time. I ran to ask Zhuge Wuxin, but even he didn't know where you were. As soon as I called, I heard Sakura Fubuki's anxious voice on the other end of the line. Her tone was very nervous. She didn't mention a word about Lei Luo and the children. Her words only expressed her concern for Yikai. Because she couldn't contact Yikai, Fubuki even found Zhuge Wuxin and asked him to help look for him. I'm fine, Sister Fubuki, don't worry. Lei Luo and the children are in a very safe place now. Chapter 196, How to Open the Moon Dew Fairyland. That's good. After learning that Yikai was fine, Sakura Fubuki's tense heart finally settled down. It's going well for me too. I'll be in charge of the security bureau for the time being. If possible, please keep in touch. With the small hole opened by Moo Moo, Yikai can now get in touch with the outside world, which is very convenient. Sakura Fubuki had just become the acting director, and there were still many things to deal with at the security bureau. After the two of them exchanged brief greetings, they quickly hung up the phone. Moo Moo, Is there anything that can help me open the space vortex of Yuelu Xianzong? Yi Kai suddenly asked. Otherwise, he would have to bring Moo Moo with him every time he went out. If he encountered an emergency and Moo Moo was not around, it would be troublesome. Yes, but it's a bit difficult. Moo Moo frowned. She did have a method to let Yi Kai start the space vortex, but it was not quite appropriate. Difficult? Wait a moment. I'll go ask Ikaros. After that, Moo Moo pulled Ikaros aside and whispered to him. Moo Moo's words seemed very embarrassing, but Ikaros just smiled and nodded after hearing them. This made Yi Kai a little confused. How to open the Moon Dew Fairyland? Is it related to Ikaros? Okay, since Ikaros has agreed, I will teach you the method to open the space vortex. Aha! Yi Kai nodded, although he still couldn't understand the logic behind this. As long as he could open the Moon Dew Fairyland, it would be fine. Yi Kai, you lower your head a little bit. Moo Moo walked up to Yi Kai, her face flushed, and spoke awkwardly. Ah! Yi Kai was slightly stunned, but still did as he was told. Seeing that Yi Kai's face was already in front of her, Moo Moo bit her lips tightly, looking very embarrassed. A pair of small hands, which had nowhere to put, tightly grasped the hem of the skirt. As if mustering up the courage, she slightly tiptoed and kissed Yi Kai on the lips with her eyes closed. Yi Kai was completely confused. What is going on? Didn't you say you would teach me how to open the Moon Dew Fairyland? Why did this happen suddenly? Moo Moo's action was a little too sudden. Yi Kai was not a casual person. He wanted to stand up and dodge, but he never expected that Moo Moo would grab his cheek. The method to open the Moon Dew Fairyland is very simple. I will transfer the spiritual power in my body to you in this way. As Moo Moo spoke unclearly in Yi Kai's mouth, Yi Kai suddenly felt that a cool spiritual power was continuously pouring into his body through Moo Moo's kiss. All right. After it was over, Moo Moo quickly let go of Yi Kai and wiped his mouth with a look of disgust. If it weren't for the transmission of spiritual power, which could only be stored for a long time in this way, she would not be willing to kiss Yi Kai. The girls around were no longer surprised by this and behaved very calmly. Now Yi Kai finally understood why Moo Moo had to seek Ikaros' opinion before this. It turned out to be like this. Afterwards, under Moo Moo's instruction, Yi Kai quickly mastered the method to open the Moon Dew Fairyland. Only by using my spiritual power can you open the Moon Dew Fairyland. I just formed a spiritual power storage point in your body through kissing. This spiritual power will be enough for you to move freely in the Moon Dew Fairyland for a month. Moo Moo said reluctantly, but in a month, we have to do it again. Otherwise, you won't be able to open the Moon Dew Fairyland. Is it so troublesome? Is there any way to get it done once and for all so that I can come and go freely for the rest of my life? No. Hey! Yi Kai frowned and said helplessly. Okay then. It's so troublesome to kiss Moo Moo once a month, but there is no other way, so I can only make do with it. Who made this Yuelu Fairyland someone else's different dimension? Gee, what's with that expression on your face? It's as if you're the one who suffered a loss. Seeing Yi Kai's expression, Moo Moo was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly, if it weren't for Ikaros, I wouldn't have transferred spiritual power to you. What an attitude! Okay, don't be angry. Ikaros, who was standing by, saw this and quickly came over to smooth things over. Don't we still have a mission today? After hearing what Ikaros said, Yi Kai remembered that they still had a lot of things to do today. After all, everyone's new home has just been completed and there are still many details that have not been perfected. Yi Kai still has to build a secret basement to replace Lei Luo's doghouse. Yi Kai put a lot of thought into designing the love nest in Moonlight Wonderland. It's no longer like the previous apartment, which had nothing but a living room and a bedroom. Their current love nest has a large open-air bath outside and is surrounded by a yard and pasture. Bedrooms, living rooms, study rooms, music rooms, gyms, collection rooms, love rooms, immersive game rooms, and so on, everything is available. But these rooms are not yet complete, and it will take time to purchase items to decorate them. Yi Kai volunteered to stay and look after the children, and then asked Tina to take the other girls to the mall to buy what they wanted. It is not fair to let Ikaros look after the children all the time, so Yi Kai simply looks after the children himself and gives the girls a day off so that they can go out and have some fun. After handing his gold card to Tina, Yi Kai said generously, buy whatever you like. Tina will lead the team today, so everyone should have fun. Yeah. When the girls heard that they could go shopping to their heart's content, they were extremely excited. Before leaving, the girls surrounded Yi Kai, each of them acting as if they were reluctant to let him go. Although in Yi Kai's opinion, their acting skills were terrible, their faces were full of impatience. yet they pretended to be reserved. But Yikai was still very pleased to see the girls so happy. Tina, I leave them all to you. As the team leader, you can't let the team break up like last time. Yikai exhorted, recalling the last time he went to the Spirit Time House to practice, and when he came out, he found that Tina had drunk all the members. Don't worry, useless summoner. I will complete the task. Tina nodded confidently. You have to be good and listen to Tina. Got it? If you encounter any danger, don't do anything rash. Let Moo open the Moon Dew Fairyland, and everyone will come back. I know. Yikai was like a head patriarch, giving earnest instructions, fearing that the girls might cause trouble again. Chapter 197 Little Tina, Little Dragon. After Yuelu Shinzong connected the signal, Yikai also tried to contact Zhuge Wuxin. In accordance with the agreement with Ing Chueshue, Yikai told Zhuge Wuxin everything that he had control over Lei Luo and the children. It just didn't clearly state its position. Facing Yikai's temptation, Zhuge Wuxin's answer was also very concise. That's great. I feel relieved that the children are in your hands. Next, we will go all out to assist Sakura Fubuki in taking charge of the Magic City Security Bureau. In this way, our mission of liberating the Magic City will be accomplished. Zhuge Wuxin's words were firm. After learning that the children were with Yikai, he did not mention the matter anymore, but instead thought about following up on subsequent developments. If it were an ordinary person, Yikai might have completely trusted this person. But when facing Zhuge Wuxin, Yikai didn't know why. He always had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that people with squinty eyes really can't be completely trusted? After the girls left, Yikai thought it would be troublesome to take care of the children by himself, but he didn't expect that the children in Sin City were very sensible. No matter what Yikai asked them to do, they will be obedient and not cry or make a fuss. The older children will even take the initiative to help look after the younger children, which makes people feel very distressed. In this way, Yikai had spare time to build the basement while taking care of the children. Not only did the children not make trouble, they also took the initiative to help Yikai clean up the sand and gravel. Although their strength was weak, as long as they could help Yikai a little bit, the children would feel very satisfied. Looking at the cute appearance of the children, Yikai felt excited. I often get into the kitchen with girls, and I never wear an umbrella. I don't know if the girls who are Shikigami can get pregnant. Thinking of this, the figures of little Tina and the little dragon even began to appear in Yikai's mind. Tina is so arrogant normally. Will the little Tina born be an arrogant little girl too? He kept mumbling all day, acting cute and fierce, but was taught badly by Tina, and he kept calling his father a useless guy. But Yikai thought about it and felt that he would not be angry no matter what Tina was called, as she was such a cute little girl. Not only will he not get angry, he will also lift her up high and hold her on his head. Come on, shanna ride a big horse, woohoo. And the task of taking care of the child must not be left to Tina. It must be left to the gentle and lovely Xia Lulu. Otherwise, little Tina would become a little drunkard at the age of 2, which would be troublesome. The painting style collapsed directly. If that's true, he will definitely be a little devil when he grows up. The little dragon will definitely be as cute and chubby as Xia Lulu. Will the horns on the head of a newly born dragon be very tender, like bamboo shoots just emerging after a spring rain? Moreover, the dark dragon seems to be an oviparous animal. When the little dragon is born, is it a baby or a dragon egg? Strange ideas kept popping up in Yikai's mind, and it seemed that in his heart, he had already prepared to live here with the Shikigami for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. However, there are only 4 Shikigami now, and the bond of 8 black silks has not been completed yet. Alas, there is still a long way to go. I don't know when I can retire. Chapter 198, Concrete. While Yikai was working hard alone to build the basement, the girls, under the leadership of Tina, had completely liberated their nature and rushed into the mall to start a shopping spree. Without Yikai's control, the girls found it difficult to suppress their inner desire to buy. After all, they were just Shikigami and had no idea about this aspect of life. But before entering the mall, Tina explained everything very clearly. I hope all the girls can exercise some restraint, although such opportunities are rare. But if everyone messes up this operation again, it will be difficult for her, as the team leader, to report to Yikai when she returns. By then, Yikai will definitely not let them act on their own. Let's make 3 rules. If we want to carry out such operations frequently in the future, we must keep a low profile this time. No matter what happens, we must not cause a commotion, and we must not cause trouble for the useless summoner. Got it? The girls nodded repeatedly, already impatient. In order to avoid any trouble, the girls acted collectively this time. First, according to Tina's needs, everyone went to the wine storage area. There were a wide variety of wines and drinks, and everyone chose what they liked. What Tina wanted was always simple. In just a few minutes, she had purchased all the wine and drinks. Afterwards, everyone followed Xiao Lulu to the kitchen and bathroom area. Xiao Lulu was a maid, and she had always been the one taking care of the kitchen and bathroom in the house. After buying some necessities, Xiao Lulu came to the snack area. There were all kinds of delicious food, but they were Xiao Lulu's favorite. Ikaros is usually a homebody. Normally, he lies on the sofa in the living room watching TV or playing games. When doing these things, snacks are definitely indispensable, so when Xiao Lulu was buying snacks, Ikaros was not idle either and helped a lot. The next step is to decorate Ikaros' esports room. Although she is a nurse, she is actually a gaming expert behind the scenes. The immersive esports gaming room is the solution proposed by Ikaros. The decoration of the esports room must provide an immersive experience, and exquisite esports chairs and high-end computer configurations are a must. There are 5 rows of facilities, and not a single one can be missing. Although Mumu looks naughty and playful, her hobbies are actually very simple. She especially likes books and comics. In the past, Mumu didn't know how to use money, and Sin City had always been on the brink of war, so there was a severe shortage of books and comics. After arriving in the Magic City, Mumu found the works that she couldn't find in the Sin City. In particular, Mumu likes a famous writer named Dreaming of the Stars very much. His works are very novel and interesting, with interlocking plots and fascinating. Mumu has always believed that he is the greatest famous writer of our time. It's a pity that there are very few works about Dreaming of Stars in Sin City, and Mumu has never had the opportunity to see them. But it's different in Shanghai, where the works of Dreaming of the Stars are published and sold. Mumu bought a whole set at once, and it was his signed version. Mumu likes reading his books the most. They are green, healthy, and full of positive energy, and are simply a breath of fresh air in the online literature world. Chapter 199 Dreaming of the Stars Complete Works. But the things that the girls bought were relatively normal, such as alcoholic beverages, kitchen supplies, snacks, fruits and vegetables, esports equipment, comic books. The complete collection of Dreaming of Stars? Yikai also discovered that Mumu had purchased Dreaming of the Stars collection of works. Mumu, what? You like him too? Yikai looked disgusted. I hate what this guy writes. The plot is a mess, very bloody. All he does is drive and sew weird things together. It's a rubbish book. Not even a dog would read it. Mumu, I won't allow you to insult my idol. What about idols? You'd better stop writing and go to the factory to screw in screws. I sprinkled a handful of rice on the keyboard, and even a chicken can write better than him. Nowadays, any cow or horse can write a novel. Mumu, you. Humph, you don't even understand what art is. Yikai continued to search inside to see if he could find anything interesting. Don't we have electric lights at home? Why buy candles? Do you want to bury me and burn incense for me every 1st and 15th day of the lunar month? This candle must have been bought by Tina. Seeing that Yikai was getting more and more excited, the girls quickly pulled him away. These are all our personal belongings. Please don't rummage through them. The little guys have grown up and have some privacy. Yikai suddenly felt like an old father who was shut out by his daughters. Oh, forget it, Xiao Lulu. I'm so hungry. Since Xiao Lulu was not around, Yikai had only some bread with the children for lunch, and now they were starving. Okay, master. I'll cook right away. Xiao Lulu nodded. She bought a lot of food and decided to reward Yikai, who built the basement alone. Seeing Xiao Lulu preparing to make a fire to cook, Yikai used up the last bit of concrete and went to take a shower. The speed of construction by himself was too slow. Yikai only completed 1/3 of it in the whole day. It would be better to wait until tomorrow to build it with the girls. Since Yikai had taken a shower in advance, he didn't have to be driven into the small pool this time. It felt so good to swim alone in the hot spring pool of hundreds of square meters. While Xiao Lulu was cooking, the other girls were not idle either. They started moving the purchased items into the house. After Yikai finished his shower, Xiao Lulu had prepared the delicious meal, and with the concerted efforts of the girls, the room was almost decorated. Everyone's love nest is feeling more and more like home. As it was getting dark, Yikai's basement construction project had to be put on hold. He was alone, and his efficiency was limited. If he asked the girls to work together tomorrow, it should be done in the morning. My back and waist ached after working all day. It was too tiring to work cement by myself. It seems that for such a large-scale project, we still need everyone to work together and never work alone again. After dinner, the girls rested for a while and went to the hot spring to take a bath. Yikai took the children to visit the rooms they decorated, including Tina's wine storage room, Xiaolulu's neat and clean kitchen, Ikaros's immersive esports room, and Muumu's quiet and comfortable study. Chapter 200. They are the same as me. But Yikai remembered clearly that he had told the girls before that the torture room should be located in the basement. How did you suddenly get into the room? It would be so bad and unlucky if this ended in bloodshed. Moreover, the soundproofing facilities are not very good, which would be a nuisance when interrogating prisoners. Although there are no neighbors around, it would not be good to disturb the dinosaurs. Even if it doesn't disturb the dinosaurs, it would not be good to disturb the flowers and plants. Yikai would have to explain things to the girls later and ask them to move these things to the basement. How could a torture chamber be designed next to a bedroom? Today, when Yikai was digging the foundation and mixing cement, these little guys helped a lot. Although they did not do anything practical to help Yikai, this spirit is still worth encouraging. The children in Sin City are all very kind. They have been taught by their parents to be honest, trustworthy, and hardworking since childhood. After spending these few days with the children, Yikai has developed a strong affection for them. At night, when it's time to go to bed, the children are also very quiet. The older children will take the younger children to the toilet and never bother Yikai and the girls. The children had just fallen asleep, and the girls had changed into their pajamas. Yikai had just walked out to get some fresh air when Yin pounced on him. Yin, Master, come and punish me. Why should I punish you? You all went out with Tina today, and were very good. I should reward you. Yikai touched Yin's little head and said with a smile. New mission information detected. Mission released. Conquer the third Shikigami. Task content. Raise the third Shikigami's favorability to 100 points. Task reward. Mysterious reward X1. New mission information detected. Mission released. The strongest Shikigami. Quest content. Obtain a UR quality Shikigami. It is also acceptable to upgrade the original SSSR to UR. Task reward. Mysterious reward X3. After a while, Yikai received 2 new task messages. Including the previous Liberation of the Demon City mission, Yikai now has 3 unfinished missions. System prompts that a maximum of 5 unfinished tasks can be stored. Once the number reaches 5, new tasks cannot be accepted. Accepted tasks cannot be deleted. Yikai will definitely accept the mission to capture the third Shikigami and the UR Shikigami. It is a matter of time. As for the third Shikigami, Yikai's only options now are Ikaros and Yin. Ikaros seems to be close to Muumu, and the relationship between the two is a little unusual. Yikai is afraid that if he pushes Ikaros and Muumu runs away, then he will be finished. The property certificate of the newly renovated house is still in Muumu's hands. If Muumu leaves in anger, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, Yikai's only choice can be Yin, and this little girl has some little quirks, so Yikai feels that it will be easy to conquer her. As for upgrading to UR, Yikai has no idea at the moment. Physiological pleasure is easy to solve, but the psychological peak is not so easy to reach. At present, Yikai can only raise Tina and Xia Lulu's pleasure level to 95%. As for the remaining 5%, he cannot complete it even if he tries his best. Anyway, let it be.